Chapter 1. The Contest for Class Leader. As the sun rises, infusing the world with vitality, we find ourselves in the Douluo Continent, within the confines of the Heaven Do Empire, specifically at the esteemed Xiangjia sect that in a quaint courtyard situated on the eastern side of the sect, a gathering of children, aged around 5 or 6, eagerly awaits the arrival of their instructor. These youngsters have recently undergone the soul awakening ceremony, confirming their potential as they possess innate soul power and certain talents. Among them are children of the sect's disciples and some orphans taken in by the sect. This moment, their excitement is palpable as they share tales of their awakened souls and innate soul power levels amidst a cacophony of chatter. In the midst of this lively din, a chubby little boy with a round head and a tuft of hair resembling a fist stands taller than his peers, commanding attention with his presence. He is Huyen Li, the grandson of the current sect master, a prodigious talent wielding the diamond mammoth as his martial spirit, boasting an impressive innate soul power of level. Standing before the group, he clears his throat several times, signaling for their attention. Yet his efforts go unnoticed, drowned out by the surrounding noise, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he gazes at the unruly crowd, he recalls his grandfather's words. "Little Li, you must remember that you are destined to become the leader of the Xiangjia sect. Therefore, your studies must encompass not only the knowledge of soul masters, but also the art of leadership." Confused by the concept of leadership, he inquired, "Grandfather, what exactly is the art of leadership?" His grandfather, stroking his head, replied, "The art of leadership is about making others heed your words." "But grandfather, how can I make others listen to me?" "Naturally, you must conquer them with your formidable strength. Once you demonstrate your power, others will inevitably follow your lead." "Is that really true?" "Absolutely, I don't believe it." Upon uttering those words, his grandfather ceased the conversation and promptly seated him, delivering several firm spanks to his rear end. To this day, Huyen Li can still feel a lingering discomfort in that area. With a slight wince, he pressed against his backside, inhaling sharply before regaining his composure. Determined to capture the attention of these unruly children, he prepared to clear his throat once more. However, the surrounding noise showed no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to intensify. "This won't do," Huyen Li thought to himself. With newfound resolve, he squared his shoulders, took a deep breath, and after inflating his chest to its fullest capacity, widened his eyes and bellowed with a resonant voice. "Enough! Silence, please!" At that moment, as he exhaled, he successfully garnered the attention of all present, their gazes fixed upon him. Huyen Li coughed several times, and this was no pretense he had. Genuinely choked, he patted his chest, his cheeks flushed, and as he raised his eyes, he noticed nearly 50 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, causing a twinge of embarrassment. However, recalling that he was destined to be the future leader of the Xiangjia sect, he steeled himself against any trepidation. Thus, he puffed out his chest, widened his eyes, and with a voice brimming with determination, he declared, "Our teacher will arrive shortly, and upon his arrival, he will select a class monitor for our small group. I sincerely hope you will cast your votes in my favor." Huyen Li's face reddened even further as he maintained his bravado. The children below began to murmur amongst themselves after hearing his words. "What is a class monitor?" "A class monitor is someone who leads us, a person of authority." "Ah, then I want to be the class monitor too. With your scrawny frame and fragile constitution, you think you can be the one? I should be the one to take that role." I can't do it, but why should he get it? Just because he is chubby?" "Exactly, what gives him the right?" Right. Huyen Li listened intently to their chatter. Taking a step forward, he lifted his shoulders, widened his eyes, and nearly shouted, "Why should I be the class monitor? It is because I possess the strongest abilities among us. Shouldn't we select the strongest person for the role?" "You're the strongest?" "Ha!" As soon as Huyen Li finished speaking, several previously indifferent gazes turned towards him, and someone let out a mocking laugh. He was about to resort to the method his grandfather had taught him, attempting to show off to impress the onlookers. Upon hearing the laughter, he glanced over and spotted a tall, slender boy at the back of the crowd, his long hair tied into a small braid at the nape of his neck. The boy stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Huyen Li with disdain. Huyen Li's temper flared, and he coldly retorted, "What's the matter? Are you challenging me?" Upon realizing the attention was directed at him, the boy lowered his arms, pushed through the crowd, and approached Huyen Li, tilting his chin slightly as he looked down at him. With an air of superiority, "What if I am? So what?" Huyen Li, gazing at this arrogant figure, smirked despite his simmering anger. "Then let's settle it with a match. Let's compete. Who's afraid?" The boy shot back defiantly. Step back. Run." As news of their impending fight spread, the other children hurriedly retreated to the edges of the yard, forming a loose circle around the two. Ignoring the mixed expressions of glee, concern, and indifference from the crowd, the two combatants each took 5 steps back to ha. Suddenly, Huyenli let out a loud shout, and a surge of fierce energy erupted from within him. His body rapidly expanded, growing from a height of over 1 meter to nearly 2 meters. His once soft and plump flesh transformed into well-defined, robust muscles, and a lustrous sheen reminiscent of crystal glimmered on the surface of his skin, while his head morphed into that of an elephant, adorned with a long trunk and a tuft of fur. Humph, what do you think? Are you afraid now? I am an 8th-level soul master with the martial spirit of a diamond mammoth. If you choose to surrender now, considering the modicum of courage you possess, I shall grant you the position of my foremost subordinate. Do not inquire further. It is merely a lesson imparted by my grandfather on how to command subordinates. After Huyen Li confidently declared this, he anticipated that his formidable physique and imposing presence would compel the boy to submit. However, to his astonishment, the boy, after a brief moment of surprise, merely adopted a slightly more solemn demeanor. A pearlescent aura enveloped him, and when the light dissipated, the tall, slender boy had grown to match Huyen Li's height, his once gaunt frame now adorned with solid muscles. A thick, curved horn, nearly 20 centimeters long, protruded from his nose, and his skin had developed a robust layer of white hide. How shameless! Only those who have acquired a soul ring can rightfully be called soul masters. You, an 8th-level individual, dare to claim such a title? Huyen Li felt a twinge of embarrassment at the boy's scornful remark. He furrowed his brow and retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. State your name. I, Huyen Li, do not engage with nameless foes." Baiyu, a 7th-level soul warrior with the martial spirit of a white armored rhinoceros, Baiyu declared proudly, lifting his head high. "What an insufferable braggart. You're still 1 level behind me," Huyen Li shot back. "Levels do not define everything. Let us fight. There is no need for such idle chatter." After exchanging barbs, the two charged at one another with a cry. As they were both newly awakened soul masters without any soul skills, their combat was straightforward. You strike me with a punch, and I retaliate with a kick. You deliver an elbow strike, and I respond with a monkey's steel speech maneuver. Thus, amidst the cheers of onlookers, Huyen Li landed a punch squarely on Baiyu's nose. With the diamond mammoth as his martial spirit and his soul power surpassing Baiyu by 1 level, he indeed had the upper hand. Baiyu was struck directly in the face, stars flashing before his eyes as he fell to the ground. Vaguely, he observed Huyen Li raising his arms in triumph, laughing heartily as he circled around him before halting in front. "Well, what do you say now? Do you yield?" With an expression of delight, Huyen Li seized Baiyu by the collar and shouted, "Will you support my candidacy for class leader?" This question was not solely directed at Baiyu, it was a challenge to the entire assembly. If Baiyu was merely a chicken, then having dispatched it, he would not allow the monkey to remain unscathed, for that would render the act meaningless. However, he scanned the crowd and noticed them all with bowed heads, appearing reluctant to contest him, which further amplified his sense of triumph. "I refuse to yield." Baiyu grasped Huyen Li's hand, speaking with a slurred tongue. Huyen Li furrowed his brow and looked at him, discontentedly asking, "What? Do you still wish to endure a beating?" As he spoke, he raised his massive fist, feigning an imminent strike. In a panic, Baiyu lifted his arm to shield his face, only to discover after a brief moment that Huyen Li's fist hung suspended in the air, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. With a cold smirk, Huyen Li released his grip on Baiyu's collar and turned to stride into the crowd, needing to devise a plan to persuade the teacher to allow him to become the leader of this group. He had no time to waste on a useless individual stripped of any value. Though you have won, I remain unconvinced, for you are not the strongest." Before Huyen Li could take more than a few steps, he heard Baiyu's voice call out from behind him. He turned to see Baiyu rising slowly, casting a glance at the crowd before stating, "What? Is there still a master among you?" "Perfect. I have not yet had my fill of fighting. If there are any, step forward." Those who met his gaze quickly averted their eyes, avoiding confrontation. Seeing this, Baiyu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet remembering the person in his mind, his demeanor hardened with resolve. "It's not them. The person I speak of has yet to arrive." "Oh, not here yet? Where is he?" Huyen Li inquired, studying Baiyu's eyes. Just as Baiyu was about to respond, a flurry of urgent voices echoed from outside the courtyard. Please don't be late." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than the door was forcefully pushed open with a loud bang, that a youth clad in brown linen and black trousers burst through the door, his expression frantic. However, upon noticing everyone standing still and staring at him, he surveyed the surroundings, realizing that aside from the group of children, there was no one else present. He exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the door as he patted his chest. Thank goodness, ain't tea that moment. Bai, with shining eyes, approached and seized the boy's sleeve, tears brimming in his eyes as he softly exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally arrived." Chapter 2. Do not come near. Hu Yanli stood at the doorway, surveying the boy whom Bai referred to as brother from a superior vantage point. He scrutinized the boy closely, pondering to himself, "This fellow is extraordinary." As the young leader of the Xianjia sect, Hu Yanli was not without discernment. Before him stood a boy who, though only about 1.23 meters tall, slightly taller than his peers, donned a robe of coarse cloth that seemed rather ordinary. Yet, his grandfather had taught him that one should not judge merely by appearances, but should look into a person's eyes. Hu Yanli focused on the boy's gaze, which retained the aura of a martial spirit. A mere ordinary person, when faced with such a situation, would either display panic or trepidation, yet this boy's eyes reflected an unwavering calmness, exuding confidence. You are the master he spoke of. Although aware that his opponent might be formidable, Hu Yanli could not afford to show weakness in front of the crowd. He ventured to probe the situation. The boy furrowed his brow and glanced at Bai, who had returned to a more human-like state and was cautiously staying to the side. He whispered what transpired. With tear-filled eyes, Bai recounted the earlier events. Thud. Once he finished, the boy raised his hand and lightly tapped Hu Yanli on the head, sternly admonishing, "Didn't I tell you not to stir up trouble? Why did you start a fight as soon as you arrived?" Bai cradled his head, squatting down with tears brimming in his eyes. Hu Yanli overheard their exchange and deduced that this boy was not one to instigate conflict. "Well, that simplifies things," he said, a smile curving his lips. "Since that is the case, I trust you have no objections to my becoming the class monitor." The boy turned his head to regard him, his eyes still as stagnant as a still pond, and replied, "Naturally not." "Good," Hu Yanli nodded. Mimicking the adults, he withdrew his martial spirit and turned away, hands clasped behind his back as he walked toward the crowd. However, after only a few steps, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, pinning him in place and preventing him from moving his feet. Startled, he turned to find himself once again locked in gaze with those eyes. A soft voice whispered near his ear, "I have no interest in whether you become the class monitor, but what shall we say about your assault on my brother?" Hu Yanli swallowed hard. That calm voice exerted considerable pressure upon him. After a deep breath, he cautiously inquired, "What do you want? What do I want?" "Naturally, a rematch," the boy replied coolly. "However, I shall take your place as your opponent. As a man, one cannot retreat in the face of challenge." Hu Yanli shrugged off the hand on his shoulder, swiftly stepping back a few paces. The previously subdued diamond mammoth martial spirit surged forth once more, and he raised his fists, earnestly introducing himself. "Hu Yanli, 8th level diamond mammoth soul." "Master." Seeing his earnestness, the boy responded with respect. "How Hung, 1st level." Before he could finish, a gruff voice boomed from behind them. "What are you two doing?" All eyes in the courtyard turned toward the entrance, where a burly man, tall and stout with a round belly and unkempt beard, stood with a fierce expression. The man strode purposefully toward Hu Yanli, glancing at him and then at the boy, who had introduced himself as Hao Hong. With a low growl, he challenged, "What's this? Just awakened your martial spirits and can't resist the urge to throw punches? Should I step in as your opponent?" His face twisted into a menacing snarl, and a violent aura erupted from him like a tidal wave. Hu Yanli was forced back 2 meters before finally stopping, while Hao Hong remained unfazed, standing tall and meeting the man's gaze. The man observed Hao Hong's unexpected resilience against his imposing aura. His eyes narrowed slightly to a fierce gust of wind, akin to a tempest of level 5, whipped through the courtyard, sending dust swirling and causing those present to stagger. Yet, Hao Hong remained as steadfast as if he were anchored to the ground, unyielding in his position. After a minute, the tempest gradually subsided, and a satisfied expression flickered in the man's gaze. He cast a sidelong glance at Hao Hong before addressing the crowd with ire. "Humph, a bunch of useless fools, incapable of withstanding a mere aura." With that, he disregarded the onlookers and strode towards the house. Upon reaching the door, he produced a set of keys, unlocked it, and after stepping inside, he called out, "What are you still doing outside?" His voice roused the crowd from their stupor, prompting them to rush inside in a flurry of confusion. In the blink of an eye, only Hu Yanli, Hao Hong, and Bai remained in the courtyard. Hu Yanli, having been the closest to the bald man aside from Hao Hong, had been knocked to the ground by the force of the man's presence. When he got up, everyone had already entered the house one after another. He quickly prepared to go inside, and at that moment, Hao Hong walked up to him, glanced at him, and said, "Don't forget our match." Hu Yanli stopped in his tracks, leisurely brushed off the dust from his clothes, and replied, "Of course not. See you after school." As he spoke, he held his head high and strode confidently into the house, a mysterious confidence on his face. He had clearly heard that this guy said he only had level 1 soul power. Bai Yu walked up to Hao Heng, and, just as he was about to speak, Hao Heng raised his hand, prompting him to hurriedly jog into the house. Hao Heng looked at his back and shook his head, then followed him into the room. The three of them arrived the latest, so they had to sit together in the last row. After they sat down, the bald man at the front finally spoke up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hu Yanmeng, and you can call me Teacher Hu Yan or Teacher Meng. For the next 3 months, I will be responsible for guiding your training and teaching you the basics of Soul Masters. I think you might have a question. Why 3 months? Let me ask you, do you not think that by entering this class, you are already a member of the Xiangjia sect? He smiled and scanned the crowd below, then suddenly slammed the table and said, Think again. Our class has more than 20 people, and there are about a dozen similar classes, totaling over 300 students. After 3 months, there will be a test to evaluate you, and this test will eliminate 80% of the students. In other words, only about 30 will remain in the Xiangjia sect. As soon as he finished, there was a commotion below, and everyone looked at him with fear and trepidation. But Hu Yanming quickly changed his tone and said, However, you don't need to worry. Those who are eliminated will be sent to the Xiangjia Academy to study. In the academy, you will also have the opportunity to apply to join the sect. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but he added, However, the difficulty and requirements will be higher. Everyone was speechless, momentarily unsure how to express their emotions, staring blankly at him. Hu Yanming didn't mind and continued, All right, let's talk about what the test will involve after 3 months. The first hurdle is soul power. The requirement here is that you must raise your soul power to level 10 within 3 months. If you don't reach level 10, I'm sorry, but you'll have to say goodbye to the academy. Next is the second hurdle. After passing the first hurdle, the sect will organize a trip for you to the soul hunting forest for the soul ring hunting assessment. In this hurdle, the soul beasts you hunt, the years of the soul rings, and the soul skills you acquire will all be included in the scoring. Of course, the fiercer the soul beast, the longer the years of the soul ring, and the stronger the effects of the soul skills, the higher the score. Those who rank in the top 20% will officially become members of a Xiangjia sect. Additionally, I should remind you that team cooperation is allowed in this hurdle. After passing the second hurdle, you will officially become outer disciples of the Xiangjia sect, but the sect will also give you a chance to take on the third hurdle. By passing the third hurdle, you will become inner disciples of the sect and enjoy better treatment. As for what the third hurdle entails, telling you would be of no use. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Next, I need to select a class leader to assist me in teaching. Upon hearing this, Hu Yanli's spirit was invigorated, and he was just about to raise his hand to volunteer when Hu Yanming pointed at him and said, You will be our class leader. Hu Yanli looked at where his finger was pointing and felt delighted, ready to stand up and agree. But as he followed the direction of the finger, he realized that it was not him he was pointing at, but rather the person next to him, Hao Heng. Hao Heng was also confused, but after a moment of silence, he stood up, nodded, and said, Okay, teacher. Sit down. Let's start the class. First, you need to understand what a soul master is. Hu Yanming began to lecture on the knowledge of soul masters. Below, Hu Yanli glared at Hao Heng with red eyes, filled with rage, grinding his teeth and staring. Hao Heng felt his gaze and turned to look, only to hear Hu Yanli grunt softly and say, Don't leave after class. He was taken aback for a moment, and when he looked back at Hu Yanli, he had already returned to a normal sitting posture, staring intently at the teacher. Seeing this, Hao Heng couldn't help but smile from the heart and stop talking. The class felt very long, lasting from early morning until noon, with no break at all. When the sunlight finally streamed in, Hu Yanli glanced at the sky outside and said to everyone, Practice by yourselves in the afternoon, class dismissed. After saying that, he strode out, and the others followed suit one after another. Only Hao Heng, Hu Yanli, and Bai Yu remained in the classroom. Let's go outside and talk, class monitor. Hu Yanli stood up and said to Hao Heng, gritting his teeth. Hao Heng stood up and responded, That's exactly what I mean. Soon after, the three of them found an empty space in a secluded forest. Standing opposite the two, Hu Yanli summoned his martial soul and said to Hao Heng, You're Hao Heng, right? Let me tell you, I'm determined to be the class leader. After this battle, I hope you'll go to the teacher yourself and give the position of class leader to me. You can talk about winning after that. Hao Heng said, Then summon your martial spirit and let's fight. Hu Yanli roared angrily, but the next second, his expression froze, because Hao Heng was visibly growing larger at a rapid pace. About 10 seconds later, he transformed into a giant over 10 meters tall, with a robust physique like a small mountain. Hu Yanli watched as he tore through his clothes, exposing well-defined muscles in the air. This giant, wearing only a pair of black shorts, made his scalp tingle. At that moment, a loud voice came from the sky. Well then, let's get started. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant footsteps jolted Hu Yanli awake, and he waved his arms in panic, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Chapter 3. Discipline leads to strength. Please recommend and collect. The battle ended quickly. Hao Hung threw a punch, and his fist, carrying a surge of pressure, hit Hu Yanli. As expected, Hu Yan was sent flying, crashing into a tree before slowly sliding down. Seeing him limp on the ground, Hao Hung returned to his normal form. At that moment, Bai Yu, who had been watching the battle, skillfully handed him the clothes he had just discarded. After changing into his clothes, Hao Hung, along with Bai Yu, approached Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli's martial spirit was directly forced back by Hao Hung's punch, and he slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, rolling his eyes. Hao Hung gave Bai Yu a glance. Bai Yu understood and stepped forward, grabbing Hu Yanli's collar and slapping him 2 or 3 times. Who hit me? Where am I? In a daze, Hu Yanli stood upright, looking around in confusion. Hey, what are you looking at? Over here. A voice reached his ears, and his gaze turned, landing on a man's face. As his mind began to process, a wave of panic due to helplessness overwhelmed him. Hu Yanli immediately crossed his arms and shouted, "Don't come over here." All right, stop shouting. If we really wanted to do something to you, no one could save you. Hao Hung looked speechlessly at the round-faced chubby man with tears streaming down his face, resembling a shy little girl, and said, "What? We want." Realizing that this was a place he had found himself, where almost no one returned, Hu Yanli suppressed his tears and asked with a choked voice. Hao Hung shrugged and said, "What is the matter? Aren't we fighting? I'm not fighting anymore. You're lying. I'm done." Hu Yanli waved his hands and said aggrievedly, "How did I lie?" Hao Hung asked, You don't look like a level 1 soul power user at all, being such a big guy. You must be lying." Hearing this, Hao Hung sighed and said sincerely, "I'm really not lying. My soul power is indeed only level 1. As for why I'm so big, it's because my martial soul is a giant. Being a bit bigger is quite normal, isn't it? I don't care anyway. I'm leaving." With that, Hu Yanli stood up from the ground, enduring the pain. He bit his lip, thinking to himself that he must have a good talk with his grandfather when he gets back, to have this deceitful guy kicked out of the Elephant Armor sect. Hao Hung and Bai Yu did not stop him, which relieved Hu Yanli. He quickened his pace to leave the place, not hearing the discussion behind him between the two. "Big brother, are we just going to let him go? What else do you want to do?" "So what do we do now? What else can we do? Go back to eat and work, then go exercise." What are you I&G about? Hurry up." In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. In the back mountain of the Elephant Armor sect, there was an enclosed area surrounded by high walls made of solid wood. This was the Beast Garden, where the Elephant Armor sect raised soul-eating beasts. 3 days ago, after awakening his martial soul, Hao Hung was left behind due to his soul power being only at level 1. Although he was retained, his poor aptitude led to him being directly assigned to work in the Beast Park. In class, he entered as an auditing student, which meant that if he failed the assessment 3 months later, he wouldn't even be able to enter the academy and would have to stay in the Beast Park for the rest of his life. However, without that thing, Hao Hung unambitiously thought that working here for a lifetime wouldn't be too bad. After all, the people here were friendly, spoke nicely, and he could eat meat freely. He liked it here, but there was no choice. Since he had bound that thing, it gave him a chance to climb upwards. Who would want to stay at the bottom? That's right, he was a transmigrator from Earth, and that thing was his golden finger, the self-discipline strengthening system. This system bound to him suddenly when his martial soul awakened and extracted 9 levels of his soul power to activate it, resulting in only level 1 soul power on the day of the test. However, afterward, it gifted Hao Hung a beginner's package, giving him 2 gifts, so he forgave it. These 2 gifts were particularly useful. The first was a pair of underwear, specifically the black shorts he wore during his transformation, which had the properties of automatic size adjustment, self-cleaning, and indestructibility. The second was a breathing method called the Sleep Recovery Cultivation Breathing Technique, which simply put, allowed him to have better sleep, faster recovery from physical injuries, and improved cultivation by following this breathing method. This morning, he overslept because of this breathing technique and almost arrived late. However, because of this, in just 3 days, his soul power had increased by 5 levels. Note that this was not recovery. His innate soul power had been extracted, so his innate soul power was indeed only level 1. In the morning, he told Hu Yanli that he was only at level 1, fearing that it would be too shocking. The self-discipline strengthening system was simple. As long as Hao Hung completed the tasks it issued every day, It would reward him with distributable attribute points, which he could then allocate to strength, speed, physique, and spirit, making him stronger. But the distributable attribute points were not the most important aspect. The most important thing was that if Hao Hung completed tasks in the form of a giant, for each task he completed, his giant martial soul would gain a height increase of 0.1 meters. Don't underestimate that 0.1 meters. In the past 3 days, Hao Hung has completed over 50 tasks. Originally only 10 meters tall, he has directly broken through to 5 meters. It is important to know that every time his soul power increases by 10 levels, his height can grow by 1 meter. That means even when he reaches level 100, he wouldn't exceed 20 meters. However, this new reward gives him the opportunity to reach 10,000 meters, or even 100,000 meters, as long as he remains disciplined. What's even more terrifying is that height affects physical attributes. For example, under normal circumstances, Hao Hang's strength is only 20. Now, with his martial soul activated, his strength directly reaches 300, a terrifying increase of 15 times. Moreover, his strength is currently far beyond 20. Leaning against a 1-meter-high earthen wall, he pulls up his panel on a blue screen that only he can see. Host, Hao Hung. Martial Soul, Giant, height 15, 3 meters. Soul power level, 5 soul power reserve, 530. 530, recovers 10 points per second. Stamina, 100, recovers 1 per minute. Note, 1 stamina is depleted. The host will no longer receive rewards for continuing tasks. Strength, 52, the standard for an average adult male is 10. Speed, 30, the standard for an average adult male is 10. Constitution, 30, the standard for an average adult male is 10. Spirit, 30, the standard for an average adult male is 10. Distributable attribute points, 0 special ability. Sleep recovery breathing technique, level 1, passive effect, stamina recovery increased, 1 per minute. Soul power reserve recovery increased, 10 per second. Active effect, rapid sleep assistance, soul power recovers 100 points per second, stamina recovers 1 point per second. Increases limit by 10 points per hour. Equipped item, indestructible underwear skills. None. Hao Hung glanced a few times and set a small goal in his heart. He must increase his strength to 80 today. Then he opened the daily task system, which had not changed from the previous days. Task 1. Complete 20 push-ups. Reward. 1 assignable attribute point. Repeatable. Task 2. Complete 100 squats. Reward. 3 assignable attribute points. Repeatable. Task 3. Complete a 1-kilometer run. Reward. 5 assignable attribute points. Repeatable. In the past 3 days, he had only completed tasks 1 and 2, spending most of his time on task 2. Because if he wanted to maintain a giant form to complete task 3, it would be easier, and he could easily accumulate hundreds of attribute points in a day, but the noise it would create would make things difficult for him. He was currently thinking of laying low and developing in secret, not wanting to attract attention too quickly. The system also had a self-discipline partner feature. As long as the partner was willing to exercise with him, they could also complete tasks, but they could not freely allocate points. The system would allocate points based on the tasks completed by the partner. For example, running would increase speed or physique, and push-ups would increase strength or physique. This feature had a slight benefit for Hao Hung, as a small portion of the attribute points gained by his partner would be fed back to him. However, this small portion was even less than the meat on a mosquito's leg, and Hao Hung didn't mind it. Baiyu had only worked out with him for 2 days, and the results were remarkable. Those who knew Baiyu were aware that 3 days ago, he was a frail and sickly boy, but after 3 days of exercise, he appeared more spirited and robust, able to hold his own against diamond mammoth spirit masters. This change was enough to leave people in shock. Unfortunately, like Hao Hung, he was an orphan and no one paid attention to him on a daily basis, so, aside from Hao Hung, no one noticed his transformation. Hao Hung closed the task list and looked up at the enclosure, where Baiyu was frowning as he swept up the soul beast droppings. After dumping the droppings into a container, Baiyu came to the edge of the enclosure, took a breath of fresh air from outside, and asked Hao Hung, "Brother, I still have the red flame bull's pen to clean. Please wait for me a moment." Hao Hung said blandly, "Then hurry up, it's getting late." After the exchange, Baiyu nodded, took the broom and dustpan, walked out of the main door, and headed off into the distance. After he walked far away, Hao Hung heard a cough coming from behind. Chapter 4. So it's you, Hao Hung. Grandpa, I'm back. Taking a few steps into the luxuriously decorated, high-end living room, Hu Yanli walked tearfully to the front, beside an elderly man sitting in the main seat. The old man had silver-white hair that shone brightly, slicked back, and his strong upper body was dressed in a black long-sleeve shirt with a leather jacket over it. He was holding a teacup, sipping delicately. Hearing Hu Yanli's voice, he smacked his lips, frowned slightly, and after placing the teacup aside, his sharp eyes landed on his grandson, who looked wronged and was covered in dirt. What happened? Hu Yanjun asked in a deep voice. His authoritative tone made Hu Yanli tremble slightly, and then he quietly recounted the events of the morning. Of course, embellishing his own achievements and exaggerating Hao Heng's faults. Grandpa, although that guy Hao Heng defeated me after dozens of exchanges, he does have some strength, but he lies through his teeth. A person with such poor morals staying in the sect will only bring disaster. Hu Yanli said indignantly. What do you want to do? Hu Yanjun asked calmly. Hu Yanli raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of joy, and said, Grandpa, a morally corrupt troublemaker like him should not stay in the sect. He will only tarnish the reputation of the sect. It would be better to drive him away. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hu Yanjun with great expectation. However, he noticed that Hu Yanjun's fist had unknowingly tightened. Sitting in the chair, Hu Yanjun recalled the advice from an old friend about raising grandchildren. Never use force lightly, but rather use love and communication to enlighten children, helping them understand reason. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up the teacup and waved his hand, signaling Hu Yanli to come over. When Hu Yanli reached him, he handed the cup in front of him. Take it. Hu Yanli, confused, reached out to take it, but as his fingers touched the cup, a sharp pain shot into his mind, and he quickly withdrew his fingers, blowing on them as tears streamed down his face. Grandpa, it's hot. Hu Yanjun stood up, looking down from above, his eyes wide as copper bells, and in an uncompromising tone, ordered, hold it. Seeing his imposing demeanor, Hu Yanli had no choice but to carefully take the teacup. He cradled it with both hands, watching as Hu Yanjun pulled out a black whip from behind, which had been prepared for who knows how long. Hu Yanli's pupils widened as the whip fell, accurately striking his bottom. He cried out in pain. Just as he was about to jump, he heard Hu Yanjun's stern voice beside his ear. Stand still, hold the cup properly. Today, your grandpa is going to properly educate you. If you dare spill a drop of water from that cup, just try it. Upon hearing this, Hu Yanli immediately dared not move, enduring the pain, his face turning red, beads of sweat forming as he stood in place. Hu Yanjun took a deep breath, his old, wrinkled face revealing a hint of disappointment and anger at his grandson's lack of resolve. First, have I not told you that morality is meant to restrain oneself, not to be used to bind others? Have I? Crack. Hu Yanli cried out in pain as the whip struck. Second, as the young master of our Xiangjia sect, you have not even a little consideration for the sect. When you discover a talented disciple, your first reaction is not to cultivate him, but to want to drive him away. Are you wrong or not? Hu Yanjun raised his hand, and Hu Yanli's expression turned panicked. He quickly cried out with a choked voice, I was wrong, Grandpa. In the end, the whip did not fall. Hu Yanli tossed the whip aside, took the teacup, sighed, and said with extreme disappointment, Third, after being defeated by someone, instead of having a sense of shame and determination, you wish to rely on your grandpa's strength to take revenge. You, sighed grandson, your grandpa is old. I can help you drive that kid away today. But in the future, if you encounter someone I can't help you with, what will you do? At this moment, Hu Yanli looked at his grandfather, his eyes widening. He panicked, feeling inexplicably upset inside. Even the residual heat from his fingers was not as uncomfortable as this feeling, as if something was blocking him. Looking at his elderly grandfather, Hu Yanli's small heart felt as though it was being gripped by a hand. He choked up and sincerely said, Grandpa, I was wrong. What did you do wrong? Hu Yanjun asked. I don't know. Hu Yanli anxiously bit his lip. His fingers clenched tightly, tears streaming down his face. Sai, forget it. Go think about it, and come back to see me. Also, a man shouldn't cry so easily. If you dare shed tears after walking out of this door, don't ever claim to be my Hu Yanjun's grandson. Hu Yanjun waved his hand with a sigh. Grandpa, Hu Yanli wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Hu Yanjun. Go out, think it through, and come back. Fearing to anger Hu Yanjun further, Hu Yanli wiped his tears and lowered his head as he walked out. He did not see that behind him. Hu Yanjun straightened his back, his expression suddenly firm, and the signs of aging that were there before vanished. He looked at Hu Yanli's back, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, secretly thinking, indeed, children cannot be spared from punishment, but they also cannot be punished indiscriminately. Combining the whip with love is the hard truth. However, that kid named Hao Heng, with a giant martial soul. Interesting. After stepping outside, Hu Yanli walked along the stone-paved path, lowering his head, feeling frustrated as he thought about where he had gone wrong. He knew that what he had done seemed a bit off, but with his 6-year-old language ability, it was quite difficult for him to articulate it. Hey, isn't this little Li? A teasing voice came from ahead. Hu Yanli looked up and saw that he had been surrounded by 6 children aged around 9 or 10, some of whom he recognized as his nominal cousins. However, since they were all older than him and often bullied him, he didn't have a good impression of them, even if they didn't dare to go too far. Hu Yanba, what do you want? Hu Yanli asked, frowning at the head of the 6. A boy named Hu Yanba with a mohawk. Hu Yanba wore a smile on his face, but inside he was full of resentment as he thought to himself, "You little brat, if it weren't for your good parents and grandpa, would you be able to talk to me like this? If your awakened martial soul wasn't the diamond mammoth with a soul power of level 8, do you think I would let you off? If it weren't for my parents telling me to be nice to you." Thinking this, Hu Yanba stepped forward, putting his arm around Hu Yanli's shoulder in a familiar manner, and said, "What are you doing? I just saw that our little cousin seems to be wronged, so I came to check on you. Hey, I remember you went to school today, right? Did someone bully you? Tell Big Brother, and I'll help you." Hu Yanli furrowed his thick eyebrows, shook off his hand, and said unhappily, "I don't need you. I can take revenge myself." When Hu Yanba heard this, he realized there was indeed something going on, and his eyes lit up. He grabbed Hu Yanli's hand, not letting him leave. When Hu Yanli turned his head, he sincerely said, "Li, brother, we used to bully you because we were not understanding. Now that we have grown up, we want to make it up to you. Just tell your brother who bullied you, and we will help you get revenge." Children are easily coaxed, and seeing their sincere faces, Hu Yanli's heart softened. The grievances from this morning and just now erupted within him. He held back his emotions and tentatively asked, "Really? Of course. Just tell us, and we will help you out." Hu Yanba confidently patted his chest. His reasoning was tight. And just this morning, the ones who could bully Hu Yanli should be people from their class, and, generally, wouldn't be children from the Jiazong disciples. So it must be those orphans adopted by the sect. If someone could bully Hu Yanli, it meant that orphan had some strength, but how strong could they be? The martial soul awakening ceremony was just 3 days ago. In 3 days, could they really compete with those who had an average soul power of 15 or 16? Even if that person could face one of them, with all 6 of them together, they surely wouldn't suffer a loss, right? Therefore, Hu Yanba dared to guarantee they were sure to win Hu Yanli's favor. Hu Yanli looked at their taller figures and imagined Hao Hong, whose body could even be described as huge. Comparing the two, he shivered and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, I'll find a way myself." With that, he tried to leave, but Hu Yanba and the others were relentless. They couldn't let this opportunity for gaining favor slip away, so they chased after Hu Yanli, asking him questions. Eventually, Hu Yanli grew a bit impatient and finally told them about what happened that morning. But he hid Hao Heng's martial soul and only revealed Hao Heng's soul power level. When they heard that the person who bullied Hu Yanli only had a first-level soul power, Hu Yanba and the others were stunned for a moment. Usually, they would have immediately mocked Hu Yanli without hesitation, spitting out words like waste without thinking. However, circumstances were stronger than people. After knowing the name, they disregarded Hu Yanli's refusal and took him to investigate the place where the orphans lived. Finally, after lunch, they learned from a boy named Yi Qing, who was unwilling to reveal his identity, that Hao Heng worked at the Beast Garden. They then hurried to the Beast Garden without delay. The smell here was too strong, causing them to cough continuously. Hao Heng turned around and looked at the few people behind him who were coughing, their spittle flying everywhere. He was contemplating whether to isolate them. After scanning the crowd a few times, he immediately spotted Hu Yanli, who was staring at him in panic. Hao Heng felt a bit more confident. They were definitely here to cause trouble, so he asked without any politeness, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Hu Yanba, suppressing his discomfort and with a pale face, walked forward with a somewhat ferocious expression, standing in front of Hao Heng. He glared with fierce eyes, pointed a finger at Hao Heng's chest, leaned his neck forward, and with a scornful expression, "Please imagine a face similar to that of Jackie Chung, saying, 'Eat shit,'" exclaimed, "So you're called Hao Heng." Chapter 5, boss, we were wrong. The midday sun was blazing, scorching the earth. In a corner of the Beast Park, Hao Heng was surrounded by 6 boys who were a head taller than him. "Li, why are you hiding so far away? Come over and recognize if this is the person who bullied you." Hu Yanba, standing in front of Hao Heng, turned his head back and saw that Hu Yanli had somehow hidden 100 meters away in the corner of the wall, squatting down. Hearing his shout, Hu Yanli had no intention of coming over. Instead, he kept shaking his head. "Really spineless. How can our Xiangjia sect have such a cowardly sect master?" He spat on the ground and cursed softly. Then he turned his head to look at Hao Heng. Hao Heng's expression was calm, his gaze indifferent, as if he were an outsider. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, as if he found the situation amusing, like a spectator watching a show. And Ima. Hu Yanba was instantly furious, his eyes wide as he stepped forward, staring intently into Hao Heng's eyes, gritting his teeth as he said, "You better explain yourself properly. Did you bully him?" Hao Heng followed his finger and looked at Hu Yanli, who was secretly observing from the corner. He chuckled and quickly said, "Sorry. I couldn't help it." Hu Yanba was somewhat confused. What was wrong with this kid? Didn't he understand the current situation? With 6 people surrounding him, shouldn't he immediately kneel down, bang his head a few times, and cry out for mercy while hugging his legs? Just as he was puzzled, Hao Heng spoke again. "I bullied him, so what?" Hu Yanba came to his senses, stared at Hao Heng, and nodded, saying, "Fine, as long as you admit it. Now, you go apologize to my brotherly by knocking your head a few times. A man's knees are worth gold. I can't bend mine, and I can't bow my head. Why don't you demonstrate for me?" Hao Heng looked at Hu Yanba with a light smile and said, "Do you think we were just messing around with you?" Hu Yanba rolled up his sleeves, approached with a fierce expression, his fists clenched, looking like he was about to throw a punch. But just as he was about to swing his shoulder, an old and hurried voice came from behind them. "Not good, not good." Hao Heng heard the voice and immediately turned around to see a short, thin old man running awkwardly, looking as if he might fall at any moment. He was the old man from the Beast Park, the kind who had spiritual power but no talent, assigned to the Beast Park by the sect, and had been a lifelong employee there. Ahai. Hao Heng pushed aside the people blocking his path and stepped forward, frowning as he asked, "Ahai, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ahai, panting, stopped and anxiously grabbed Hao Heng's hand, saying, "Hao Heng, you have quicker legs? Hurry and notify the Soul Master. Something has happened in the Red Flame Bull's pen. A bull has gone mad and is running around, and it's about to break through the fence." "What?" Hao Heng's expression changed in shock as he shook off Ahai's arm and started to leave. He remembered that Bai Yu had said the last remaining area for the Red Flame cattle had not been cleaned up. Just as he took a few steps, Hu Yanba caught up with him, grabbing his arm and sternly saying, "Don't think about escaping. Our matters haven't been resolved yet." Hao Heng turned his head, looked at him calmly, and said softly, "Let go." His voice was very flat, and his gaze was not sharp, but for some reason, Hu Yanba seemed to see a mountain breaking through the ground, continuously rising before him, the soaring momentum sweeping up sand and dust, making him feel a sudden panic in his heart, and his arms lost their strength, naturally letting go. "Ba Yi, Ba Yi." It was not until his companions beside him called out a few times that Hu Yanba suddenly awoke, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. "WH. What's wrong?" he asked, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. "That kid ran far away. Are we still chasing?" His companion pointed at Hao Heng's back, which had unknowingly run 100 meters away. Hu Yanba gritted his teeth, recalling the aura that Hao Heng had emitted just now. He swallowed hard and turned around, intending to say they would come back another day, but as he turned, he happened to meet Hu Yanli's teasing gaze. "Chase him. Today, that kid won't apologize. We won't let it go. Let's go." After saying this in a low voice, Hu Yanba turned back and chased after Hao Heng's figure. Ahai watched as the several young men ran away in front of him, anxiously stamping his feet. At this moment, Hu Yanli, who had been hiding in the shadows for a long time, walked over and looked at him, asking in confusion, "Old man, what's wrong with you? What were they doing? Why did they just run away?" Ahai, seeing there was still one person left, hurriedly grabbed Hu Yanli's hand and cried out, "Little kid, you have to help me. A red flame bull has gone mad. If we don't hurry to inform the Soul Master, something big is going to happen." Hu Yanli asked in confusion, "What is that red flame bull? Is it very powerful?" "Sai, the red flame bull is actually just a cow with red skin. Usually, it is lazy and eats well, and apart from being a bit bigger, there is nothing to be afraid of. But today, I don't know what happened. It suddenly went mad, crashing into things. Sai, little kid, where are you going? Help!" Ahai reached out his frail hand helplessly as Hu Yanli pulled away from him and walked away. Hao Heng was running very fast. In less than 5 minutes, he heard a series of thunderous rumbling sounds. Looking up, he saw ahead a circle enclosed by 4 5-meter-high earth walls. The walls were continuously shaking, and occasionally, clumps of dirt fell from above. Seeing this, Hao Heng quickened his pace and rushed through the gate. Once inside the circle, he glanced around and first saw a large horned bull with red skin and some yellow stripes, 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long, wildly crashing against the wall. Then, he quickly spotted a cluster of trembling staff members huddled in a corner. Seeing Bai Yu nestled among the crowd, unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Now that the people were safe, it was time to solve the problem. If that Red Bull escaped, all the staff at the zoo, including him, would definitely face punishment. When Bai Yu saw Hao Hung enter, his panic immediately disappeared. He believed that Hao Hung, being powerful, could handle the mad bull. So he proactively walked towards Hao Hung and caught the clothes he threw over. The mad bull slammed against the earth wall, and with its efforts, a fist-sized crack had already appeared on the wall. It stepped back a few paces, gathering strength for another charge. Suddenly, a chill came from the side of its head, followed by a loud bang, and its massive body was sent flying, crashing into the side wall. Wow! That impact left a mark even larger than the cracks it had made after ramming for so long. After a moment, the mad bull shook its head, stood up, and looked at the thing that had just attacked it. Upon seeing a human towering over it, calmly gazing back, it became somewhat flustered, having lived alongside humans for decades. How could it not recognize their appearance? However, it was the first time it had seen a human this large. But that was no longer important. It quickly remembered that this guy had ambushed it earlier. The mad bull snorted out a puff of white vapor, and then, with all four hooves moving, its massive frame, combined with its incredible speed, charged like a war chariot, kicking up clouds of dust and rushing towards the giant. While its enormous black horns were sharp enough to cut through the air, creating swirling vortices. At that moment, Hu Yanba and a few others burst through the door, instantly attracted by the rumbling sound caused by the mad bull's rapid stomping. They looked up and stared dumbfounded at the two gigantic creatures. Hao Hung remained unfazed as he watched the rampaging bull charge towards him. He slightly shifted his right leg, took a bow stance, spread his shoulders, and raised his arms. The bull quickly reached him, and he widened his eyes, letting out a thunderous shout. With a forceful downward motion, he seized the bull's horns and slammed it into the ground with a loud crash. "Behave yourself." He pressed the raging bull firmly into the ground and said in a low voice. The bull struggled incessantly, trying to shake off the pressure, but Hao Hung was like a mountain, leaning forward and pinning it down, rendering it immobile. Soon after, whether from exhaustion or suffocation, the bull fainted. After confirming that the bull was no longer moving, Hao Hung finally released his arms and returned to his normal stance. He accepted the clothes handed to him by Bai Yu and got dressed. Bai Yu went to call his colleagues to deal with the bull, while Hao Hung noticed Hu Yanba and a few others standing at the door. He walked over to them and, looking at their dazed expressions, smiled and said, "Oh, you guys followed me. What? Do you want to perform a kowtow for me?" Hu Yanba and the others were jolted awake by his voice, staring at him intently. Although there had been no intense shockwaves, explosive air currents, or dazzling soul techniques during Hao Heng's struggle with the bull, the visible gathering of power, the bulging muscles, and his mountain-like stature provided a visual impact that was no less striking than a clash of soul techniques. At this moment, Hu Yanba seemed to understand why Hu Yin Li was so fearful of the boy before him. "Hey you." Hao Hung saw them, standing there in a daze. So he started to speak. But before he could finish his sentence, the six of them suddenly knelt down in unison, like they had planned it beforehand, and their heads hit the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, fear had completely filled their minds. They were terrified that if this guy got angry and transformed into a giant, they would each receive a punch and they might really end up dead today. When life and death were at stake, what did dignity matter? "Boss, we were wrong. We didn't recognize your greatness. Please, have mercy and let us go." Hu Yanba cried out, hugging Hao Heng's leg and begging for mercy. Hao Hung was startled by them, looking at them speechlessly. He disdainfully pried away Hu Yanba's hand, took a few steps back, and said, all right, you guys hurry up and leave. Don't let me see you again." "Okay, got it." Hearing that Hao Hung didn't intend to hold it against them, the six quickly got up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Their speed was so fast that even Hao Hung didn't react in time. Chapter 6. Training these guys. Hao Hing stood with his hands on his hips, watching their backs as they ran away, smiling and shaking his head. Then he turned around to head towards Bai Yu to see if there was anything else he could help with. But just as he turned, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. "Hey, why are you hiding?" Hao Hung stopped in his tracks and shouted at the shadow, lurking in the dark, secretly observing him. Hu Yanli stepped out, his face showing a hint of fear. Just watching Hao Hung fight had instilled fear in several of Hu Yan's companions. After all, he had been sent flying by a punch from Hao Hung and still dared to stand here. Not only did he think this of himself, but even Hao Hung felt he was very brave. Hu Yanli walked up to Hao Hung, nervously fiddling with his fingers. Hao Hung couldn't stand his expression that resembled that of a little girl, looking a bit shy. He stepped back a few paces in disdain and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to take revenge too?" No. Hu Yanli hurriedly waved his hand to explain. "They insisted on dragging me here. They were controlling me. and I had no choice but to follow them. Hao Heng nodded after he explained clearly, then said, I understand. Do you have anything else? This. Hu Yanli stammered, and when Hao Heng's brows slightly furrowed, he took a deep breath, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and sincerely said, I'm sorry. Hao Heng was taken aback for a moment and smiled. Why are you apologizing to me? Hu Yanli straightened up and said seriously, I know where I went wrong. I wanted to be class monitor too much to prove myself to my grandfather, which led to the conflict between us and Baiyu. After you defeated me, instead of reflecting on myself, I hope to use my grandfather's status to drive you out of the Xiangjia sect, and I even let those people come to trouble you. I am truly sorry. After finishing, Hu Yanli bowed again. Hao Heng widened his eyes and thought to himself, is there such a thing? Who is this guy's grandfather? How does he have the authority to drive us away? Wait, what was this guy's name again? In the morning, he was so angry that he didn't even remember Hu Yanli's name. Now, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, cleared his throat a couple of times, and extended his hand in front of Hu Yanli. All right, I forgive you. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Hao Heng. Hu Yanli was naturally delighted and quickly grabbed Hao Heng's hand, shaking it a few times before saying, I'm Wu Yanli. Wu Yanli. Isn't he the young master of the elephant armor sect? Damn, I just beat up the young master. Hao Heng, who appeared calm on the surface but was actually flustered inside, thought to himself, analyzing the excited Hu Yanli as he secretly took a deep breath. However, judging by his expression, it seemed that his grandfather did not agree to his request. That's fine. Staying a day in the elephant armor sect is better than nothing. However, I need to handle my relationship with this kid well. Otherwise, if any more conflicts arise, my days in the elephant armor sect will likely come to an end. Hao Heng doesn't want to leave the elephant armor sect for the time being. He has just awakened his martial soul, which is a giant martial soul. Although he appears majestic and imposing when summoning his martial soul, the amount of meat he consumes every day is something he can't provide for himself. In the elephant armor sect, there's plenty of food and drink. Where else could he find such a good place? Just as he was thinking about how to deal with Hu Yanli, Baiyu had already finished handling the mad cow and walked over. Big brother, I'm done, let's go. Hey, aren't you that silly fat guy from this morning? Baiyu said warily, looking at Hu Yanli. What silly fat guy? You're the silly fat one. I have a name. It's Hu Yanli, you know? Hao Heng immediately interrupted and said. Baiyu looked at him in surprise and asked doubtfully, Big brother, isn't the silly fat guy you? All right, don't say any more. Hao Heng quickly waved his hand to interrupt him, then looked at Hu Yanli and asked, Hu Yanli, we're going to work out now. Do you want to join us? Hu Yanli's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hao Heng and said, Can I? Of course you can. Let's go together, Hao Heng said, putting his arm around Hu Yanli's shoulder and enthusiastically adding, I tell you, our workouts are so fun, and they can make you stronger. You'll definitely like it. At that moment, Baiyu, who understood the situation, also walked over. Although he didn't know why his older brother suddenly treated Hu Yanli so well and invited him to work out, he knew that listening to his brother was always right. He stood on Hu Yanli's other side with a silly grin and nodded in agreement, saying, Yeah, working out is so fun, and you can get stronger. Just look at me. He flexed his arms, rolled up his sleeves, and his muscles bulged. Then he said with a serious expression, I used to have a physique that would catch a cold at the slightest breeze, but ever since I started working out with my brother, my back doesn't ache. My legs don't hurt, and I've even built some muscles. Is it really that amazing? Hu Yanli asked foolishly. Hao Heng and Baiyu exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously, responding, Of course, you'll definitely like it. Seeing this, Hu Yanli, worried about being excluded from the newly formed group, hurriedly joined in the laughter. His laughter even overshadowed that of Hao Heng and Baiyu, filled with intense joy. However, not long after, in the inner sect of the Xiangjia sect on the back mountain, in a secluded clearing deep within the bamboo forest, the giant version of Hao Heng stood before Baiyu and Hu Yanli, his hands crossed behind his head. He took a deep breath and shouted, 499. After saying that, he immediately squatted down, his muscles visibly tensing as power surged through him. Looking at the giant's perfectly chiseled muscles, resembling finely cut blue stones, Hu Yanli shed tears of regret and shouted along, 499. Then his already numb knees slightly bent, and he squatted down. Hu Yanli, what are you doing? Squat down a little more, until the moon rose high in the sky. At the entrance of a lavish and luxurious hall, Hu Yanjin frowned as he looked towards the door, waiting for Hu Yanli. Although he knew that Hu Yanli shouldn't encounter any danger within the sect, he couldn't help but worry. Stroking his chin, which had stubble, a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, This brat. How dare he run out for so long without coming back? Clearly, love and education are nonsense. A good beating is what he needs. Wait, where's my whip? He turned back into the house, retrieved the whip he had carelessly tossed aside at noon, gave it a tug, and with a crisp sound, a satisfied smile appeared on Hu Yinjin's old face. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Hu Yinjin immediately changed his expression, putting on a fierce look, and went to the entrance. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Hu Yanli, who looked as if he had lost his soul, weakly dragging his legs forward bit by bit, occasionally displaying an expression of extreme pain, his clothes soaked as if he had fallen into water, dripping with water. Hu Yanli! Hu Yinjin shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. Hu Yanli looked like he had undergone inhumane torture, his face drenched in sweat and looking much thinner. Who dared to treat his beloved grandson like this? Hu Yinjin thought angrily, ready to devour someone. Hearing someone call his name, Hu Yanli immediately straightened up and hoarsely replied, "Here." Then his expression changed, and he weakly lowered his head, begging tearfully, "Boss, I really can't anymore. Let me rest for a bit." "Boss, can't anymore? My poor grandson. What have you been through?" Hu Yinjin squatted down, supporting Hu Yanli's body and shaking it a few times, saying, "Brat, look at who I am." Hu Yanli opened his eyes groggily, saw the familiar old man, and tears streamed down his face. At that moment, seeing a relative, he completely forgot the authority the old man had held in his heart over the years. Throwing his arms around him and crying out, "Grandpa!" The wailing was earth-shattering, spreading outside, causing passers-by to stop and glance, lamenting, "Poor thing, it's terrible that the sect leader beat his grandson again. But today, it's so severe that the child is crying like this." Half an hour later, in the hall, Hu Yinjin crossed his arms, looking at his grandson who had bathed, changed clothes, and was devouring food as if he had a grudge against meat, incredulously asking, "So, you mean you maintained your martial soul embodiment for half a day and did 1,000 squats?" Hu Yanli swallowed his food, coughed a few times, his body trembling in fear, nodding at Hu Yinjin, and then as if recalling something even more terrifying, he stammered, "Grandpa, the boss is even more terrifying?" He maintained the giant martial soul form and did 2,000. Hu Yinjin was left speechless, his mouth agape. The beast martial soul allows a soul master to increase their physical ability and recovery. But the soul power used for the martial soul embodiment also accelerates consumption with physical exertion. Hu Yanli doing 1,000 squats while maintaining the martial soul embodiment was already unbelievable. The giant martial soul, although he had never seen it, he could imagine it based on Hu Yanli's description. Such a massive body, let alone doing squats, the energy consumed for a single movement was beyond imagination. He actually managed to do 2,000 squats. This kid is truly a talent. Hu Yinjin thought, then said to Hu Yanli, "Find an opportunity to bring that kid to see me." "Ah, no, Grandpa." Hu Yanli immediately refused. Why not?" Seeing his grandson rarely daring to defy his orders, Hu Yinjin unusually refrained from getting angry. Hu Yanli put down the food in his hands and said seriously, "Grandpa, the boss seems to not know that I'm the little sect master of the Xianjia sect, so he trained me strictly and seriously. I still want to train with the boss to get stronger. If he knows my identity, I'm afraid." Hu Yinjin looked at Hu Yanli, laughed heartily, and took his hand, saying, "You brat, that kid's training method is so simple and inefficient. How could it possibly?" Wait, if other sect disciples saw Hu Yinjin's expression at that moment, they would surely be shocked. Hu Yinjin had just infused soul power into Hu Yanli's body to check his condition, fearing that such terrifying training would leave any after effects or hidden injuries. But upon inspection, he was astonished. As someone who often disciplined Hu Yanli, he remembered his body very clearly, but now, it was as if he had changed into a different person. The major muscles affecting his strength had all significantly strengthened. Is this really just the result of one day's training? Hu Yinjin was somewhat perplexed. Is such simple and brutal training really that effective? After a moment of silence, he withdrew his arm and asked Hu Yanli, concerned, "Butler, doing 1,000 squats in one day while maintaining the martial soul embodiment, won't you be too tired?" Hu Yanli shook his head, saying, "Grandpa, I'm not afraid of fatigue. I want to get stronger." He was secretly delighted in his heart, just from Hu Yinjin's earlier exclamation. He believed in the words he had said before parting with Hao Hong. If you want to prove yourself to your grandpa, then work hard to train. Only by diligently training and getting stronger can you earn your grandpa's approval. Hu Yinjin sighed and said, "All right, then it's up to you. But if you feel anything wrong with your body, remember to tell grandpa." Hu Yanli replied, then continued to sit back down and eat meat heartily. Hu Yinjin pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. and said to Hu Yanli, "By the way, you mentioned that Hu Yamba and those kids want to find trouble with that kid named Hao Hung today. Tomorrow, take them with you and say it's from me," telling them to be a little more respectful and serious. Hu Yanli's eyes lit up, and without swallowing the food in his mouth, he began nodding in agreement. In his mind, he was already envisioning the scene of those guys lying there helplessly, wailing. Chapter 7 3 months later, 1998. 1999. 2000. As the setting sun dipped below the horizon, the red clouds fell upon the bamboo grove, clearing behind the Xiangjia Sex Mountain. Hu Yanli, drenched in sweat, completed his first 100 sets of training for the day. He stood up and glanced at the 6 people he had brought with him 3 months ago after getting Hao Heng's approval, including Hu Yanba. Although each of them wore a face of deep suffering, they obediently completed 1,000 repetitions. Watching them honestly finish their training, Hu Yanli let out a sigh of relief. They were brought by him. If they failed to complete the training task, he would be embarrassed in front of the boss. Fortunately, although they weren't afraid of him, they still feared the boss and Grandpa, so they didn't dare to slack off. "Hey, Bai, you want to get a try?" After observing them, Hu Yanli shifted his gaze to the other side, where a boy had just completed his 2,000th squat right behind him. Bai looked towards him upon hearing the voice, his expression darkening. This guy was too arrogant. When he first joined their small team, he seemed easy to bully and looked foolish, but after getting familiar, he boldly started to compete for his brother's attention. He didn't like Hu Yanli at all. "Let us see what you've got," Bai replied in a deep voice. He maintained the form of his white-armored rhinoceros martial soul and walked up to Hu Yanli. The training over the past 3 months had significantly toughened their builds. Hu Yanli's height had reached 2 meters and 50 centimeters with his martial soul activated, and his physique was even more robust. With his bare torso, the crystal sheen of his skin revealed a solid and tough quality, and his elephantine face appeared more three-dimensional, radiating the fierce aura of a mammoth as he lunged at Baiyu. However, Baiyu was no weakling either. He stood at 2 meters and 30 centimeters. Although he was slightly shorter than Hu Yanli, he had his advantages. His arm muscles were thicker than Hu Yanli's, wrapped in white leather armor, making it hard to imagine the immense power hidden within. They stared each other down, neither willing to back down. The rules were simple: slap each other, and whoever falls first loses. The loser has to call the winner Big Brother, which served as the reward for the match. They had already tried this many times, so there was no need for further explanation. After a quick game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would go first, Baiyu smirked, revealing a menacing expression. He then slowly raised his arm, aimed at Hu Yanli's obnoxious elephant face, and with a whoosh he slapped him. When the wind from the slap stopped, Hu Yanli's shaking flesh finally returned to normal. He shook his head a few times, steadied his gaze, took a deep breath, and raised his hand. Although his arms weren't as thick as Baiyu's, he still had considerable strength. With a whoosh, it was clear that Hu Yanli had mastered a better technique. His slap stung Baiyu's cheek and sent him crashing to the ground. Baiyu fell, seeing stars. Meanwhile, Hu Yanba and the others watching excitedly began counting down. 10, 9, 8. Baiyu exhaled, pushed himself off the ground, and slowly stood up, shaking his head a few times to regain his balance. Hu Yanli fronat. Looking at Baiyu, he had held back his move for so long and yet couldn't knock him down with one slap. This result left him somewhat dissatisfied. It took a full minute for Baiyu to recover. Instead of immediately raising his hand, he recalled the technique Hu Yanli used for that slap. They fought and learned from each other. Only this way could they grow stronger. After 3 minutes, Baiyu finally grasped something and was about to raise his hand when a tremor from the ground made him stop. He looked towards a wide road beside the clearing. Everyone's eyes turned to the rough path. Before long, an enormous figure appeared on the road, one that couldn't be contained within the limits of their vision. Having completed today's training mission, Hao Heng's height had reached a staggering 50 meters, empowered by his giant martial soul. His attributes were simply beyond human comprehension. Host, Hao Heng. Martial soul, giant, height 50 meters. Soul power level, 10 soul power reserve. 1,000,000. Recovers 10 points per second. Stamina, 100. Recovers 1 per minute. Note: once stamina is depleted, the host will no longer receive rewards for continued training. Strength, 14. 600. Standard for an average adult male is 10. Speed, 6. 500. Standard for an average adult male is 10. Constitution, 6. 500. Standard for an average adult male is 10. Spirit, 6. 500. Standard for an average adult male is 10. Distributable attribute points, 0 special ability, Sleep recovery breathing method. Level 1. Passive effect. Stamina recovery increased. 1 per minute. Soul power reserve recovery increased. 10 per second. Active effect. Rapidly aids sleep. Soul power recovers 100 points per second. Stamina recovers 1 point per second. With a maximum increase of 10 points per hour. Equipped items. Indestructible underwear skills. None normal attributes. Strength, 292. Standard for an average adult male is 10. Speed, 130. Standard for an average adult male is 10. Constitution, 130. Standard for an average adult male is 10. Spirit, 130. Standard for an average adult male is 10. Distributable attribute points, 0. Hao Hong couldn't find anyone to test his strength, so he didn't know what his current level was. However, he knew that he shouldn't be considered too strong. Although his 4 elemental attributes seemed frighteningly high, what mattered most for Soul Master were soul power and soul skills. Without any soul skills, even if he completely relaxed his height limitations, in the eyes of true powerhouses, he would just be a larger target. Therefore, the urgent task was to quickly find a soul ring to break through to level 11. However, he still had no target for this first soul ring, which was quite frustrating. As he walked, Hao Hong controlled his body to shrink down by 1 meter at a time. This was his training method to improve his control over soul power. He could increase or decrease his height by manipulating his soul power, but it required very precise control. By the time he reached Baiyu, Huyen Li, and Huyen Ba, Hao Hong had returned to his normal state. Boss, Big Brother, Baiyu Yugoslavia, Hungria Yan Li, and several others all exited their martial soul possession state and stood in a row, waiting for Hao Hong to arrive as they shouted loudly. Hao Hong looked at their spirit and energy, nodding in satisfaction. Over the past 3 months, the hard training of this group of guys had brought him a few scattered attribute points. Although not many, there were still several dozen, saving him a lot of effort. All right, that's it for today. Let's disperse. Hao Hong simply said a sentence and then waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. But today was unusual. They actually didn't move. Huyen Li and Baiyu looked strangely at the 6 people beside them. What's going on? Is there something? Hao Hong asked. After the 6 of them exchanged a few glances, Huyen Ba stepped forward, took out a book from behind, and handed it to Hao Hong, respectfully saying, Boss, didn't you say yesterday that you would start testing your soul power tomorrow? We thought that with your talent, you shouldn't have to worry about the soul power test. So we prepared a gift for your second test. Please take a look. Hao Hong took the book and opened it, immediately widening his eyes in surprise. The book contained pictures and text, documenting the names of various soul beasts, their characteristics, the types of soul masters suitable for them, and the corresponding scores that could be obtained for each year. What is this? Before Hao Hong could ask, Hu Yinba quickly answered, Boss, this is the information we've gathered over the past 3 years from various academies that participated in the assessments regarding the soul beasts they encountered. Although we don't know how useful it is, it's our little token of appreciation, so please don't dislike it. At this point, Hu Yinba awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Initially, the 6 of them were reluctant to come and train, as they thought this rough and inefficient training wouldn't improve their strength. However, under Hu Yanli's insistence, based on his grandfather's words, they had no choice but to comply. But after 2 days of training, they realized something was off. They were already stronger than their peers, and it seemed that their strength had widened even further after this training. They considered training on their own, but after trying for a few days with poor results, they concluded that Hao Hong must have done something behind the scenes to help them grow stronger. So, they were very grateful to Hao Hong. Hao Hong looked at the book, then at them, and said with a smile, No, how could I dislike it? You put in the effort, so I will accept this book. Hu Yanba was happy and smiled when he saw Hao Hong put the book away. Hao Hong smiled as he walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and said, All right, go back and rest for a few days. When you come back, I'll allow you to increase your training intensity. What's wrong, unwilling? Willing, ha. Chapter 8, The Assessment Begins at Night. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The slightly cool silver light poured in through the half-open window, accompanied by the refreshing evening breeze entering the room. Inside the Xiangjia sect, in the living area, there was a small wooden house. Hao Hong sat on the edge of the bed, with a red candle lit beside him. By the flickering light of the flame, he carefully flipped through the book that Hu Yanba had given him in the evening. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Baiyu walked in, surprised to see that Hao Hong was still awake. Usually, at this time, he should have been sound asleep. Brother, why are you still up today? Baiyu walked to his own bedside, wiping his feet with a towel while asking in confusion. Hao Hong glanced at him and then continued to lower his head to flip through the book in his hands, responding casually. It's nothing much. I'm just checking to see if there are any soul beasts suitable for us, so we won't be like headless flies wandering around aimlessly when we enter the forest. You should sleep first. He continued. Baiyu nodded, pulled up the blanket, and before long, the even breathing filled the quiet room with some sound. Hao Hong was quietly flipping through a book, stroking his chin as he contemplated what kind of soul beast he should hunt to add his first soul ring. Generally speaking, the chosen soul beast should have certain characteristics that align with one's martial soul. For example, a soul master with a monkey martial soul would typically choose a monkey-type soul beast. Similarly, a soul master with weapon martial souls like swords, guns, or knives would prioritize soul beasts with sharp penetrating characteristics. But what characteristics does his giant martial soul have? Hao Hong pondered for a while and summarized 2 points: size and strength. He couldn't think of much more than that. If he were to choose a soul beast solely based on these 2 points, he felt it would be somewhat ordinary. He couldn't think of a suitable soul beast for the characteristic of size at the moment, but for strength, he could easily find a dozen suitable soul beasts just by flipping through a book. However, if he absorbed their soul rings, Hao Hong felt he would at most acquire soul skills related to strength enhancement. Did he really need to rely on soul skills to enhance his power right now? Of course not. If he didn't choose soul beasts based on their characteristics, there was another method: selecting soul beasts based on needs. Just like auxiliary-type soul masters, they choose soul beasts according to the abilities they require. If they want to enhance their strength, they hunt strength-type soul beasts. If they want to enhance their speed, they hunt speed-type soul beasts. But what abilities does the giant martial spirit need? External defense, ranged attack methods, large-scale attack methods, large-scale control methods, explosive attack methods, and precise attack methods. These are all the abilities Hao Hong currently needs. As a soul master preparing to focus on strong attack, his current means of attack are simply too few. He can only rely on his own fists. Although he was strong, when facing a more agile opponent, his large body could become a burden. Therefore, he wanted to arm his giant martial spirit into an all-around strong attack martial spirit with strong control for close combat and the ability to strike from a distance. This was a bit off topic. To achieve this, he would need at least 5 soul rings, which would take some time. Sigh. Why is it so troublesome to get a soul ring? Hao Hong irritably scratched the back of his head, closed the book, and got out of bed to walk outside. Standing at the door, looking at the bright moon and twinkling stars, feeling the gentle evening breeze, he felt a bit of the fire in his heart subside. After taking a few deep breaths of the cool air, Hao Hong returned to his room, ready to sleep and deal with things tomorrow. He wanted to blow out the candle, but accidentally knocked the book on the bed to the floor. After quickly picking it up, he hurriedly blew off the dust on it, and then glanced at it inadvertently. This glance suddenly filled his expression with great joy. Yes, this is it, I want this. Hao Hong's eyes widened with excitement as he memorized all the information about the soul beast on that page. After a full half hour, he finally closed the book with satisfaction and blew out the candle. After covering himself with a quilt, he practiced the sleep recovery breathing technique, and within 3 seconds, he entered a dream. After a night passed before dawn in the small courtyard on the east side of the Elephant Armor sect, the empty classroom gradually filled up. Once everyone was seated, Hu Yinming, with his big belly and shiny bald head, walked in. At the moment he entered, everyone's gaze was focused on the crystal ball in his hand. The expressions on their faces varied from nervousness to uncertainty or confidence, all of which Hu Yinming noted. He maintained a calm demeanor, neither sad nor happy, and walked to the center of the podium. After placing the crystal ball down, he stepped aside and spoke clearly. No need for small talk. Those whose names I call come up to test your soul power. Those who reach level 10 stay, and those who don't, return to your dorms to pack your things. Someone will take you away tonight. Now let's begin. The first one, Li Gooden. One by one, they went up, and the classroom grew increasingly empty. After all, children who could reach level 10 soul power within 3 months were certainly exceptional. They either had high innate soul power or absorbed soul power quickly. In short, such individuals were definitely few. Half an hour later, everyone had completed their tests, and besides Hao Hong and 3 others, only 2 girls remained. As a class leader, Hao Hong recognized them. One was named Lin Mingyun, whose parents were inner disciples of the Elephant Armor sect, with a martial soul of the Xian Shui turtle. The other was named Yang Yu, also an orphan, with a martial soul of a flute, an auxiliary soul master. Both of them had high innate soul power. Lin Mingyun had an innate level 7 soul power, while Yang Yu was stuck between level 6 and 7. After Baiyu finished testing, Hu Yinming found Baiyu's name on the list in his hand and marked it. He then addressed the remaining individuals. All right, you 5 wait here for a moment. someone will come to take you away. After saying this, he left without hesitation. After he left, Lin Mingyun was the first to stand up and walked over to Yang Yu, looking down at her with a somewhat proud expression, and asked Yang Yu, as an auxiliary soul master, you can't obtain a soul ring by yourself. My brother has already formed a 10-person team. Do you want to join us? Lin Mingyun wasn't inviting Yang Yu out of kindness. The assessment rule stated that since auxiliary soul masters had no utility before obtaining a soul ring, if a team helped an auxiliary soul master obtain a soul ring, each member of the team would receive an additional 20 points. Yang Yu, a shy girl with a mushroom haircut, was suddenly asked this by Lin Mingyun, and she responded with a soft, her eyes darting around in panic, then timidly asked, Mingyun, shouldn't we team up with the class leader and the others? Hearing this, Lin Mingyun frowned, her eyes showing resentment as she looked at Hao Heng and the others, who had also turned their gaze. Hu Yanli glanced at Hao Heng, then stood up, raised his right arm, pressed his left hand on his right shoulder, flexing his well-developed biceps, and showing a bright smile as he said, little girl, if you want to join us, you need to have a strong build. Do you have that? Bai Yu also stood up, stepped on a chair, unwilling to be outdone, rolled up his sleeves, and clenched his fists. Despite his seemingly slender appearance, when he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulged as if inflated, quickly surpassing the thickness of his thighs. Their fierce physiques indeed frightened the two delicate girls, causing Yang Yu's eyes to well up with tears. Seeing this, Hao Heng couldn't bear it anymore. He pulled the two show-offs back down and gave Yang Yu a gentle smile, saying, sorry, Yang Yu. We didn't mean to scare you. However, we really don't have any intention of teaming up with others. You should go with Lin Mingyun to team up with her brother. Although the little girl was indeed cute and delicate, making one want to protect her, Hao Heng thought that if he and his group of strong men acted together, they could hunt soul beasts more efficiently and cleanly. Bringing along a burden was just asking for trouble, right? Hearing what Hao Heng said, Yang Yu could only respond with disappointment. Ah, okay then. Don't get too pleased with yourself, Hao Heng. At that moment, for some reason, Lin Mingyun suddenly snorted coldly, pointing at Hao Heng and saying, my brother said that in the soul hunting forest, he must make you look good. Yang Yu, let us go. After saying this, she dragged the shocked Yang Yu out of the classroom. Hu Yanli and Bai Yu were left confused by her actions, and they both looked at Hao Heng, with Hu Yanli asking, boss, who is her brother? Since Hao Heng was the class leader, he usually had access to the personal information of the students in the class. After pondering for a moment, he replied, I think his name is Lin Qing. That bastard. After Hao Heng finished speaking, Bai Yu clenched his teeth and said angrily. Hu Yanli and Hao Heng looked at him in confusion, and only then did Bai Yu explain, boss, you forgot. It's that weirdo who relies on his parents being disciples of the Xiangjia sect and likes to come here to put on a show. He bullied me before, and you ended up beating him up? That guy. Upon hearing this, Hao Heng remembered there indeed was such a person. Perhaps because the other party wasn't much older than him, he had forgotten about him after beating him up, not expecting that the other party would still remember him. Hu Yanli slapped his hand and suddenly realized, I remember now, it seems that 3 months ago, this kid named Lin Qing told Hu Yinba and the others about you being in the Beast Garden. Now that I think about it, that kid really does have a shifty look. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. Bai Yu looked at Hao Heng with concern and asked, so what should we do now, brother? It seems the other party is well prepared. Should we also get ready in advance? Hao Heng chuckled lightly and said, what preparation? If he dares to come and trouble me, I'll just give him a beating. All right, let's not bother with that clown anymore. We should get going. Hao Heng stood up, leading Bai Yu and Hu Yin Li towards the entrance, where a man dressed in the uniform of the Xiangjia sect approached. On the other side, Lin Mingyun brought Yang Yu to the entrance of a small courtyard. After knocking a few times, the door opened and they walked inside, entering the courtyard. At that moment, there were about 10 people standing in the courtyard, surrounding a boy in the middle. The boy had long golden hair, a delicate face, was short and slender, with small, slightly squinted eyes, and a hint of blush on his cheeks. At first glance, one might mistake him for a girl. How about it, sister? Did that kid find out about our plan? Seeing Lin Mingyun walk in, the fake girl asked her while delicately pinching her fingers. Lin Mingyun looked worriedly at her brother and said, they already know, but brother, if we tell in advance, won't it alert the enemy? What if it causes trouble later? What trouble could there be? Lin Qing stood up from his seat, his eyes slightly widening, revealing a sinister expression as he gritted his teeth and said, we have more than 10 people here. As long as we get the soul rings, we'll have more than 10 soul masters. When the time comes, we can surround him, and each one of us can punch him once and kill him. I want him to know that there are more than 10 soul masters watching him from behind, and I want him to be restless and unable to sleep at night. Ha ha ha. Lin Qing looked up at the sky, letting out a sharp, terrifying laugh. His manic demeanor sent chills down the spines of those around him. If it weren't for the generous rewards he offered, many would have wanted to leave immediately. Chapter 9. A ferocious tiger? Just a kitten. Glop, glop, glop. Clop, clop. At noon, the sun shone brightly. At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, a row of horse-drawn carriages slowly came to a stop. Young men and women dressed in the Xiangjia sect uniforms got off the carriages one after another. It seemed like it was their first time leaving the sect, as they curiously looked around. However, there wasn't much to see. After passing through the grand entrance set up by the spear hall, they saw towering green trees reaching towards the sky. Everyone gathered around. After everyone had gotten off the carriages, a middle-aged man shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. You must remember, although the danger level of the soul-hunting forest is not as high as that of the Stardow Forest or the Sunset Forest, you still need to be cautious. Soon, you will each come here to take one of these items and a token to enter the forest. If you encounter any danger that you cannot handle, remember to pull this string, the end facing the sky. Remember that. He waved a red tube and a token at the crowd. Got it. The crowd responded with a buzz of voices. The middle-aged man didn't mind and said, All right, hurry up and come to collect your items so you can enter the forest. Remember, you only have 10 days. After 10 days, regardless of whether you have obtained a soul ring or not, you must come out. After saying that, he handed the 2 items to the person standing at the edge. 10 minutes later, inside the soul-hunting forest, Hao Hung and the other 2, after receiving their belongings, did not stop and directly enter the forest. The crowd gradually faded away as they continued walking, plunging deep into the dense woods. Breathing in the fresh air of the forest, Hu Yanli cautiously surveyed the surroundings and asked, Boss, where are we headed next? Hao Hing looked up, his gaze passing through layers of green leaves, glancing at the sun to estimate its position. After recalling what he remembered from last night, he replied, There is a group of copperbone apes to the east of the soul-hunting forest. Their abilities are suitable for both of you. We are currently located at the southern edge of the forest, so let's head to the right front. Hao Hung pointed to the right ahead and said, Hu Yanli nodded in response. The 3 of them quickly set off. The dangers in the forest were not only the fierce soul beasts, but also the unpredictable poisonous insects and plants, as well as the complex terrain, all of which needed to be taken seriously. However, given their current physique, ordinary poisonous insects and plants couldn't break through their skin defense, so they didn't pay much attention to these. After Hao Hung confirmed the direction, Hu Yanli and Baiyu each summoned their martial souls, clearing the way ahead, and the 3 brutes charged forward. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any accidents. After half a day, they arrived at the edge of a pond. Hao Hung looked at Hu Yanli and Baiyu. They were both starting to breathe heavily. He looked up at the sky again. They had entered the forest around noon, and now it was already evening. Let's rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. Hao Hung looked around and shared his thoughts with the 2 of them. Hu Yanli and the others had no objections and nodded, then sat down casually. After sitting down, a rumble sounded simultaneously from the stomachs of Hu Yanli and Baiyu, making them awkwardly scratch the back of their heads. Hao Hung laughed and said, It's time to eat. You guys go gather some firewood and make a fire pit. I'll look around to see if there's anything to eat. All right. Thank you, boss. Be careful, brother. Amid their cheers, Hao Hung stepped back into the jungle. He searched aimlessly. As he was not an expert in wilderness survival, he had no idea how to track beasts by their footprints or droppings. Fortunately, after half an hour, he spotted a beast with a head 2 meters off the ground, brown skin, rocky patches on its back, resembling an antelope. Hao Hung hid in the shadows, carefully observing for a while, thinking of slowly creeping up to the antelope. However, the ideal was full, while reality was stark. On his way forward, he accidentally stepped on a branch. The crisp crack sound immediately drew the antelope's attention. What Hao Hung didn't expect was that the antelope actually bleated, lowered its head, and charged at him. According to Hao Heng's guess, it probably thought that he, a bipedal creature not even reaching its belly, posed no threat to it. Hao Hung didn't know how to describe his current mood, but since the other party came to seek death, he wouldn't hold back. When the antelope was half a meter away from him, he swiftly extended his hands, accurately and firmly grabbing the 2 straight, sharp horns. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, the power within him exploded, gathering in his palms. Bang! As expected, the antelope, which had misjudged its opponent's strength, was firmly suppressed by Hao Hung and slammed to the ground. Crack! Hao Hung felt that its jaw should be shattered. However, Hao Hong did not dare to relax. This antelope was probably the first real enemy he had encountered. Although it seemed not very strong, it was pressing him with all its might. When it was exhausted, Hao Hong freed one hand and fiercely punched its head several times until its skull caved in and blood oozed out. Phew! Hao Hong stood up, exhaled a breath of stale air, and frowned at the goat. Although this antelope was not small, it was far from enough to fill the stomachs of the three of them. He looked around again, hoping to see if there were any companions wandering nearby, but there were none. Never mind, having this one is already good enough. As Hao Hong comforted himself and prepared to lift the sheep's corpse, he suddenly noticed a huge shadow covering him and the corpse. His heart tightened, and he quickly glanced at the outline of the shadow. Gulp! Before he could see clearly, a warm, foul-smelling gas wafted from the side of his neck, accompanied by a deep, muffled growl. Hao Hong immediately lowered his head, and a shadow of a claw swept past the place where his head used to be. The wind cut through his hair like a sharp blade. Hao Hong steadied his mind, rolled on the ground a few times, and after tumbling 5 meters away, he hurriedly got up and looked towards the owner of the shadow. The setting sun was pressed against its forehead. A black pattern in the shape of the character shone brightly, with a black hide and gray stripes. Its tail resembled a scorpion's, with a swollen flesh pouch at the tip and a 20-centimeter long, curved needle protruding from the pouch. Its head was 3 meters off the ground, with sharp teeth bared, and there were traces of blood on the tips of its teeth. A pink tongue flicked in and out, licking the edges of its lips. Just standing there, Hao Hong felt a king of the forest aura emanating from it. Fierce and brutal. If an ordinary beast stood before it, it would probably lack the courage to escape, merely standing still, waiting for its doom. It seemed indifferent to Hao Hong, casting a disdainful glance before not even bothering to roar to scare him away, and instead lowered its head to bite at the antelope on the ground. Hao Hong watched its movements, narrowing his eyes. He recognized this beast at a glance. In the book that Huyen Ba had given him, this beast was called the Black Scorpion Tiger. Its head was a meter off the ground, representing an age of 100 years. Not only was it incredibly strong, with speed like lightning, but its scorpion tail also carried deadly poison. Just one drop would be enough to kill a soul master in 3 seconds. When it appeared, Hao Hong felt a chill from his heart to his limbs. At that moment, calling forth his martial soul would be a fatal mistake. However, after observing its movements, Hao Hong's expression brightened, not only because he might have escaped a calamity, but also because he might have a hearty meal tonight. He carefully retreated to the nearby bushes. The fierce tiger ignored him. To it, the warm and delicious food in front of it was far more appealing than the low-meat biped. It opened its mouth and bit into the most tender part of the antelope's belly, its sharp teeth quickly piercing through the antelope's tough skin. Just as it was about to savor its meal, a tremor shook the ground beneath it. The tiger's eyes widened, and it looked in the direction of the tremor. But all it could see was the dark forest. As a top predator, its strong sense of danger told it that if it stayed here any longer, it might face great peril. It needed to run. But where could it escape to? The feeling of crisis came from all directions, from above and below, from the east, west, south, and north. There was no way to flee. The black scorpion tiger's fur bristled, its deadly scorpion tail raised high, and its keen eyes scanned the surroundings. It could catch the slightest movement. If it saw the creature that posed a threat to it, its tense hind legs would spring forth, pouncing toward the opponent at its fastest speed, injecting its lethal toxin into the enemy's body. However, the crisis lingered, yet the creature that brought the threat remained hidden. The tremors continued to resonate. The opponent seemed to be a large entity. The black scorpion tiger speculated with its limited intelligence, its mind tense as it circled the antelope's corpse, its head lowered deeply, displaying a fierce glint in its eyes. It wasn't that it was reluctant to leave the food. It simply didn't know where to go. Night fell quickly. One moment, the sky was filled with rosy clouds, and the next, the area where the tiger was located was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their own hand. For some reason, the sensation of tremors disappeared, and the black tiger scanned its surroundings in confusion, its sense of danger also ceasing. It frowned, glanced at the corpse on the ground, thought for a moment, and decided to leave. Just then, a loud voice like thunder echoed from the sky. "Little kitty, look over here." The black scorpion tiger's body instantly stiffened. Its sense of danger trembled violently at the sound, and it slowly turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the sky, a massive figure appeared out of nowhere. The figure raised its hands, holding a stone that was 5 times the size of the black scorpion tiger. "Oh, The black scorpion tiger let out a low whimper of fear. The figure moved, bringing the stone down. Whoosh! The stone soared down, creating waves of wind and swirling dust, a thunderous roar echoing as it hit the ground, cracking the earth open and sending dirt flying everywhere. The stone rolled twice on the ground before stopping not far away. Once the dust settled, Hao Hung, transformed into a 10-meter-tall figure, walked over slowly. He picked up a large tree like pulling a weed and used it as a stick to clear the dirt. Looking at the black scorpion tiger, which had been killed instantly by the falling stone, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 10. Hunting monkeys. Although he had killed the fierce tiger, the pressure from the stone had turned the tiger's and antelope's corpses into a bloody mess. Hao Hung and the other two had a miserable night due to hunger. Fortunately, the next day, a lost wild boar charged into their camp. Huyan Li and Bai Yu didn't let Hao Hung take action, fearing that he would ruin the food again. The two of them summoned their martial spirits and fought against the black-skinned wild boar, which was 3 meters tall and 8 meters long, for half an hour. They worked together seamlessly, with one carrying and the other attacking, hammering it to death with punches, creating a scene of extreme brutality. In the end, the three of them had a hearty meal and continued on their journey. Before sunset, they finally arrived at the location described in the book, next to a grove of banyan trees where the copper-skinned monkeys lived. Hao Hung and the other two hid in a big tree, looking across a rushing river at the opposite bank. They found their target, or rather, they stumbled upon it without needing to look for it. Hu Yanli hugged the tree trunk, gazing at the reddish-brown group of monkeys on the opposite bank, swallowed hard, and said to Hao Hung beside him, "Boss, there are way too many monkeys in that group. There must be over 100 of them." Hao Hung looked serious as he gazed ahead, stroking his chin, and said, "The book does mention that copper-skinned monkeys are social animals, but I didn't expect there to be so many. Moreover, dealing with them is not just about facing them. We also have this river below to contend with." The three of them turned their eyes toward the large river in front of them. The river was about 100 meters wide, stretching out of sight. Its depth was indiscernible, and there seemed to be shadows swimming beneath the surface. If they couldn't cross the river, there was no point in talking about hunting the monkeys. "Bai Yu, bring over that pig leg." After the three of them had a hearty meal in the morning, they surprisingly still had a pig leg left. Bai Yu, not wanting to waste it, had tied it up with a vine and carried it on his back. Hearing the call, Bai Yu immediately untied the pig leg from his back and handed it to Hao Hung. Hao Hung used vines to bind the pig's leg at its base, then walked to the end of the branch where the river surface lay below. He lay on the branch and slowly lowered the pig's leg. When the vines were close to the end, the pig's leg was about 2 or 3 meters above the ground. At that moment, a drop of blood oozed from the leg and fell into the river. The water in the river was still rushing, but for some reason, the three of them felt that it seemed a bit quieter. Just as they thought it was an illusion, Hao Heng's eyes widened. He saw a dark shadow spreading in the river, and a few seconds later, the river's surface erupted. With a splash, a column of water shot up from the river, rising a meter before dispersing. The three of them saw, amidst the water mist, a large crocodile with a golden back and black scales, 2 meters wide, open its massive jaws, swaying its body, and completely swallow the 2-meter-long pig's leg in one bite. When the crocodile bit through the vines and fell into the water, all the water droplets that had been stirred up fell back into the river. Hao Hung and the other two gradually regained their senses, looking fearfully at the river. "Boss, the crocodile just now seemed to have not even half of its body exposed. Its full length definitely exceeds 10 meters. And it seems there's more than one in the river." Bai Yu and the others gazed into the water, exchanging words about the several dark shadows they saw. Hao Hung climbed back from the tree, his thick brows furrowed. The crocodiles in the river were fierce. If he attempted to cross using his giant form, it would not only disturb the monkey group, but whether he could make it across unscathed was still a big question. "Big brother, why not give up? Let's try other soul beasts." "Yeah, brother, those crocodiles in the river are not easy to deal with." Hu Yanli and Bai Yu looked at Hao Hung and suggested. Hao Hung shook his head lightly and said, "Although the copper-skinned ape is one of the best soul beasts suitable for you in the hunting soul forest, and it's the easiest to find, if we need to look for others, we definitely won't have enough time. But now, we can't do anything about it." Hu Yanli frustratedly punched the tree trunk. Bai Yu sighed and stopped speaking. "Let's go down first and talk later." Hao Hung looked at the two and led them down to the ground. The three walked along the riverbank for several hundred meters, and the closest distance to the opposite side was still 80 meters, which made them quite uncomfortable. The sky gradually darkened. After hunting a sheep-like beast and having a hearty meal, Hu Yanli and Bai Yu fell asleep. Meanwhile, Hao Hong went alone to the riverbank, gazing into the water, his eyes seemingly penetrating the surface to see the ferocious crocodiles beneath, looking troubled. He initially thought that hunting a few monkeys would be an easy task, and he could quickly obtain soul rings for Huyan Li and Baiyu before having time to search for the soul beast he desired. However, the large river lay before them. With each passing day, the likelihood of finding his target decreased by half. If he couldn't catch 2 suitable copper-skinned monkeys by tomorrow, time would truly run out. Hao Hong bit his lip, lost in deep thought, but suddenly a loud, shrill, screeching sound came from across the river. He stood up and gazed towards the other side. In the darkness, he saw a group of monkeys, wide awake in the middle of the night, jumping and chattering by the riverbank, some even shaking their bottoms at the water, as if mocking. A crocodile? Hao Hong thought this way and shifted his gaze to the river surface. Beneath the silvery water, several dark shadows swiftly approached. A few seconds later, a crocodile burst through the surface, its sharp teeth exposed, lunging towards the monkey group. The monkeys seemed to have anticipated this. As the water rippled, they quickly jumped away, avoiding the crocodile's attack. However, once the crocodile retreated back into the water, they gathered again, shaking their heads, cheering, clapping, and jumping around, exhausting all their ideas to taunt the crocodile. Meanwhile, the crocodile, provoked by their mockery, lunged out of the water again and again. The crocodiles were not completely unsuccessful. Some monkeys were bitten and dragged into the water. Yet the monkeys seemed to enjoy it, rushing back to continue their taunts as soon as the crocodile retreated. What kind of animal behavior is this? Hao Hong was filled with question marks, unable to figure out what this group of monkeys was doing. Could it be that there were too many monkeys and they wanted to send a few to the crocodiles as a snack? He thought to himself, but in the next moment, he understood why the monkeys were acting this way. His gaze shifted upstream, toward the spot about 100 meters away from the noisy monkey group, where several robust copper-skinned apes were entering the water one after another, occasionally glancing back at that location and then quickly swimming towards the opposite shore. Goodness, this group of monkeys even knows how to create a diversion. Hao Hong exclaimed in surprise. He slapped his forehead. Now was not the time for exclamations. Hao Hong jogged back to the camp and shook Hu Yanli and Baiyu awake. "What's wrong, brother?" Baiyu and Hu Yanli asked, rubbing their sleepy eyes. "Don't sleep anymore. Your soul rings have arrived." Hao Hong quickly said a word, then stood up and gestured for the two to follow, and he dove into the bushes. Talking about this, the two were no longer sleepy. They were invigorated, slapping their own faces 2 or 3 times to dispel their drowsiness, and closely follow behind Hao Hong. Bathed in moonlight, a few reddish-brown monkeys with long hands and short legs, their bodies muscular and robust, crawled ashore. The first to reach the land was the strongest monkey, with a tuft of white fur the size of a fist on its chest. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, it raised its hand and made a forward gesture towards the monkeys behind it. Then a line of 7 monkeys cautiously moved forward into the jungle. They walked carefully through the jungle, and although they were already very alert, they still did not notice that in the darkness, 6 eyes were secretly watching them. "Boss, should we make a move?" Hu Yan whispered, his voice low and his eyes blazing with excitement as he looked at the monkeys. Hao Humping calmed down and gently shook his head, saying, "No rush. Let's follow them and see what they're up to." So, the 3 of them followed behind the monkey group, wandering through the jungle. As dawn approached, a monkey call echoed in the jungle, followed by several responses from other monkeys. Hao Hong and the 3 of them hid in the bushes and looked up to see 7 monkeys surrounding a tree filled with purple-red pear-shaped fruits, dancing and jumping joyfully. Hu Yanli looked at them and said, puzzled, they risk being torn apart by crocodiles to cross the river just to pick fruits. Is it because there are no such fruits on the other side of the river? Hao Hong watched as some monkeys picked broad leaves from nearby to make containers, while others climbed trees to throw down fruits, and some gathered the fruits to pack them, displaying a clear division of labor. He shook his head and said, "It's unclear. We are not them, so we naturally don't understand how they think. What should we do now?" Baiyu asked from the side, his eyes nearly bulging out in excitement. His fists clenched so tightly that veins were popping out. Right now, he only needed to hunt a copper-skinned monkey to absorb its soul ring and become a true soul master. So he couldn't contain the emotions in his heart at such a moment. Hao Hong grabbed his arm, exchanged a glance with him to help him gradually calm down, and said, "Wait for my signal, I'll be right back." "Okay, good." Hao Hong moved backward and disappeared into the bushes. After walking for a while, Hu Yanli suddenly thought of something and asked Baiyu beside him, "Damn, the boss didn't tell us what the signal is. How will we know if he sends one later?" Bai was also startled, but he quickly regained his composure, rolled his eyes at Hu Yanli, and said, "Don't make a fuss. The boss has his reasons for not telling us. Just wait and see. There's no need for so much nonsense." "That's true. The boss has always been meticulous in his actions, so we naturally don't have to worry." Hu Yanli nodded and said in a low voice. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp whistle of wind sounded above their heads, and immediately after, they felt darkness enveloping them as a shadow flew overhead. When they prepared to see what it was, a loud explosion came from the front. Boom! The two looked up to see a stone crashing down, directly breaking a fruit tree. The monkeys on the tree were either dead or injured, while those below stared blankly, seemingly still in shock. Just as Hu Yanli and Bai Yu were trying to figure out what had happened, a giant foot landed in front of them, casting a shadow over them. A voice of immense authority came from the sky. Up! They immediately reacted, summoned their martial spirits, and rushed forward. By the time they reached the location, a giant hand pressed down from the sky, and after the wind blew away the dust, all the remaining monkeys that were still alive were pinned under the palm. Caught in one net, no matter how they struggled, the giant hand remained unmoved. Chapter 11. Thunderclap. Golden-armored giant bear. The first ray of golden light shone from the horizon, with dewdrops hanging on the tips of the leaves. Hao Hong picked 2 purplish-red pears from the broken fruit tree, sat down on the ground beside him, wiped the dust off the fruit with his clothes, and without hesitation, took a bite. To his surprise, it tasted quite good. The skin was thin, the juice abundant, and it was crunchy with a burst of flavor when bitten into. The juice was sweet but not cloying, refreshing and pleasant. After finishing the fruit in a few bites, he picked a few more as his breakfast. Not far in front of Hao Hong, Bai Yu and Hu Yanli were sitting on the ground, each with a copper-skinned monkey in front of them, its eyes wide open in terror, refusing to close. Above the copper-skinned monkeys, there was a darker yellow halo. This was the spirit ring, and white mist emanating from the two of them coiled around the halo, attempting to pull it into their bodies. The halo swayed, resisting the pull of the spirit ring, testing the soul power of the two. When the halo entered their bodies, the residual ferocity of the spirit beast on the halo would serve as a test of their willpower. According to the original author's theory, the maximum age for a normal person's first spirit ring should be around 400 years. However, the spirit ring Bai Yu was absorbing was 700 years old, while Hu Yanli's was 800 years. There were indeed spirit rings around 400 years old on the ground, but after practicing with Hao Hong for so long, their physical condition had surpassed that of ordinary level 10 soul masters by a significant margin, even compared to the likes of Hu Yanba, who was close to being a great soul master. Considering everything, they dared to challenge the limits with these spirit rings. Hao Hong didn't stop him either, because his goal was even more insane. Almost 2 hours later, the sun fully emerged, the sky was a deep blue, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. Hao Hong lowered his gaze to the sky and looked at the two people who were already drenched in sweat and had fierce expressions. He heard 2 soft groans coming from their bodies, and a smile appeared on his lips as he stood up and walked towards them. In less than 5 seconds, Hu Yanli was the first to open his eyes. He slammed his hands onto the ground, leaving 2 palm prints before standing up, raising his trunk to the sky and letting out a long roar. His body seemed to inflate as if filled with air, releasing the momentum of a mammoth, creating a continuous disturbance. Meanwhile, Bai Yu also opened his eyes. His expression returned to calm as he slowly stood up. Sounds of crackling emerged from within his body. Muscles surged and transformed, pushing against the silver-white armor as he expanded at a visibly rapid pace. When his size increased by half and his height reached 3 meters, the transformation finally stopped. "Boss, brother." After fully awakening, the 2 giants simultaneously cast joyful glances at Hao Hong. Hao Hong smiled and then disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was in front of Hu Yanli, and with a fierce punch charged with power, he struck out. This full-force punch, although its attribute enhancement was only close to 300 in strength, was something Hu Yanli would have absolutely dared not to take before. But now he shouted loudly, "Iron Wall!" He raised his arms, and his skin, glimmering with a crystalline sheen, flashed with a white light, seemingly becoming thicker. The sharp punch crashed against his arms, and after a muffled sound, Hu Yanli stepped back 3 paces but steadied himself. "Not bad," Hao Hong commented, then disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of Bai Yu. This time he raised his thigh. The force that a thigh can exert is much heavier than that of a fist, with nearly 300 attribute points enhancing his thigh. He could kick with double the effect of a punch. However, he chose to strike the thickest part of Bai Yu's defense, right on his chest. Bai puffed out his chest and raised his head, putting his arms up, displaying a posture that seemed to invite the attack. Just as Hao Heng's leg was about to strike, Bai let out a muffled grunt. Fearless heavy armor. It was as if a layer of oil had been smeared on the silver-white leather armor he wore, reflecting the sunlight. Hao Heng kicked out, directly sending him flying, but the feeling was as if he had kicked a stone. Very good. Landing on the ground, Hao Heng, like a master, stood with his arms crossed and smiled as he commented. Bai grinned foolishly and got up from the ground, returning to his original form. TCH, how could someone who got kicked away still have the nerve to laugh? Hu Yanli said disdainfully from the side. Bai put away his smile and looked over coldly. Mocking, brother didn't use his legs to kick you because he thought you were weaker and used his fists instead. If he had kicked you, you probably wouldn't be able to laugh and would be lying on the ground crying like a baby. The two always bickered, and Bai would always win, because whenever Hu Yanli couldn't retort, Bai would bring up the time Hu Yanli was knocked down by Hao Heng with a punch, mocking him for it. A gentleman does not argue with a petty person. Boss, where are we going next? Hu Yanli shrugged, turned around, and quickly asked Hao Heng. Hao Heng glanced at Bai, whose eyes were burning with anger, and quickly tried to mediate, saying, All right, stop arguing. Hearing Hao Heng speak, Bai let out a cold snort, crossed her arms, and stepped forward. Looking at the two people gazing at him, Hao Heng's expression darkened. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he calmly pondered for a moment. When he raised his head again, he spoke calmly. You've obtained your spirit rings, so you should go back first. What? Bai and Hu Yanli both looked at Hao Heng in shock. Hu Yanli hurriedly said, Boss, what does this mean? Hao Heng looked at him and said, The soul beast I'm going to hunt is very dangerous, and I don't have much confidence, so you shouldn't follow me. It could easily lead to trouble. But brother, didn't you say that many hands make light work? You are already soul masters, and even if Hu Yanli can't help you, I definitely can. Hey, you smelly rhinoceros, what do you mean? Listen, just now you didn't use all your strength, so you couldn't measure my current limit of endurance. Why don't you try again, using your martial spirit form to punch me, but remember, it can't be more than 10 meters. As he spoke, Hu Yanli raised his arms, getting into a defensive stance. Bai stepped aside, looking at him disdainfully, with a gleam in his eyes that showed he was looking forward to the show. Hao Heng looked at the two and calmly said, My target is the Thunder Golden Armor Giant Bear. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings seemed to be paused, silent, and still. When a cool breeze blew by, Bai and Hu Yanli both felt a chill running down their spines. They exchanged surprised glances, then simultaneously turned to look at Hao Heng, realizing he didn't seem to be joking. After another glance at each other, Bai spoke first, Brother, we. Hu Yanli quickly interrupted, saying, Well, big brother, we'll be on our way then. See you at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Hao Heng nodded lightly, as if to agree. After receiving a response, Hu Yanli took Bai's arm, covered his mouth with one hand, and pulled him towards the entrance of the soul-hunting forest at a slow pace. Once they had walked far enough away, he let go of the struggling Bai. Bai looked at him angrily and said, What are you doing? Why are you stopping me from stopping my brother? Hu Yanli calmly looked at him and asked, Is it useful? When has the boss's decisions ever changed because of our will? Then we should go together, Bai said, suppressing his anger and looking down. Hee. Hu Yanli sneered twice and said, The Thunder Golden Armored Giant Bear, as high as a mountain, clad in indestructible golden armor, can summon thunder from the sky, and possesses the strength to withstand mountains. This legendary 1,000-year soul beast in the soul-hunting forest already has the combat power of a 10,000-year soul beast. It is said that even soul kings fear it. If the two of us go, it would be like sending ourselves to our deaths. But my brother, the boss, is naturally cautious and careful in his actions. Since he has decided to go, he must have enough confidence. If we follow him, we'll only hold him back and make him worry about us. Does the boss need you to worry about him? What we need to consider now is not whether the boss will be in danger, but whether we can safely return to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest without causing him trouble. Hu Yanli analyzed calmly with his hands behind his back. Bai clenched his fists, his expression full of indignation. After a few minutes, he finally relaxed his fists. Although he was still reluctant, he sighed and said, What you said makes sense. Let's go. Hu Yanli replied, and the two set off to find their way back. Chapter 12. The treasure caught someone's eye deep in the soul-hunting forest. A woman in a white dress stood by a pond, her figure graceful. The pond's water was crystal clear, reflecting her silhouette, but unfortunately, her face was obscured by a pinkish-white veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Beside her was a little girl, no taller than her waist, wearing a pink-purple fitted dress, with long flowing hair and a cute, youthful face. However, in her bright eyes, there was a hint of charm that didn't belong to her age, captivating the soul. Master, when can we find a soul ring? The girl squatted by the pond, throwing pebbles into the water, wearing an impatient expression. It was clear she had asked this question many times before and spoke it out effortlessly. The veiled woman extended her slender, smooth fingers resembling white jade and gently tapped the girl's forehead. A voice with an authoritative, ethereal, and slightly cold tone came from behind the veil. Haven't I told you? Searching for a soul ring is also a form of cultivation. You must endure loneliness and withstand hardship. When the time is right, you will naturally find it. But this is taking too long. We've been searching for 3 days. Why does a master take me to the Douluo Forest? Isn't it said that there are more soul beasts there? The girl complained, covering her forehead, unwilling to relent. The woman pretended to be angry, and the girl immediately dared not say more, quickly lowering her head. After a short while, seeing that the woman was not actually angry, she didn't dare complain any further and continued to toss stones into the pond. The woman's gaze, peeking through the veil, glanced at her, and she sighed softly, squatting down and hugging the girl, gently stroking her head as she said, Master has encountered a bit of trouble. This time, I brought you to the soul hunting forest because it was on the way. Besides, the Douluo Forest is too dangerous. I promise you, next time I go to get a soul ring, I will take you there, okay? The little girl, nestled in her arms and feeling the warmth, obediently nodded. Then she looked up at the woman's smooth chin, her lips curling into a sweet smile as she said, Then, Master, let's go back and look some more. All right, let's go. The woman chuckled lightly, stood up, and took the girl's hand, preparing to walk into the dense forest behind them. Just at that moment, a huge rock flew down from the sky, landing right where the two were. The woman in white looked at the boulder, raised her hand, and shot out a dark light that struck the stone. The moment the boulder was hit by the light, it appeared as if it had been immersed in a highly corrosive solution, emitting white smoke, with dark green liquid dripping from its edges, rapidly shrinking until it was the size of a lychee when it finally fell. The woman raised her hand to catch the flying stone, her eyes flashing with a cold light that even the veil could not hide. She hugged the girl and lightly leaped into the air. At the moment of takeoff, she murmured, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly, but since you took the first move, don't blame me. A strong killing intent radiated from her, causing the girl in her arms to shiver. The girl couldn't understand how her once gentle master had turned into a ruthless figure in the blink of an eye. However, she seemed accustomed to it, carefully burying her head and not daring to look around. She knew that once her master's anger had been vented, she would return to her original self. Yet, this time was strange. The killing intent dissipated the moment they took off into the air, and a surprised "oh" sounded in the girl's ear. She looked up at her master's face and found her expression like that of a child seeing a fun toy. Staring ahead, the girl turned her head and saw a towering giant, with 1 foot on the ground and clouds above its head, swinging its fists with a savage expression like a demon, pounding the ground with one fist after another. Even from a distance, the girl could feel the ferocity and violence emanating from the giant. I told you to sneak attack me. I told you to send my stone flying. Hao Hong was sitting on the back of Soul Beast that originally had a row of sharp spikes, measuring 20 meters in length and resembling a porcupine with a long pointed nose. He had pulled out the spikes one by one, blood spraying from the wounds. The Soul Beast was pinned beneath him, bearing the full weight of Hao Hong's 50-meter Giant Martial Soul, while also enduring the relentless punches from Hao Hong. Continuous cries of agony escaped its mouth, but Hao Hong felt no sympathy, even increasing the force of his blows. This was all self-inflicted by the Soul Beast. Not long ago, Hao Hong had been following the direction indicated by a tree in his memory, searching for the dwelling place of the Thunder Gold armored giant bear, contemplating how to hunt down that bear while on his way. Unexpectedly, the creature disguised itself as a small mountain and suddenly roared as he passed by, charging at him. Fortunately, Hao Hong reacted quickly, dodging just in time, activating his Giant Martial Soul and immediately counterattacking with a nearby stone. However, he did not expect that the Soul Beast had another trick up its sleeve. The spikes that were originally lying flat on its back suddenly stood upright, deflecting the stone he had thrown far away. It flew too far, and Hao Hong found himself without a handy weapon, having to circle around the beast for a long time before he managed to pull out the spikes one by one, finally gaining the upper hand and pinning it down. After delivering dozens of heavy punches, Hao Hong paused to catch his breath, looking at the Soul Beast's head, which had been pummeled into a bloody pulp and was now sunk in the ground. He stood up, left its back, and retracted his martial soul. He glanced at the purple soul ring slowly rising above the soul beast's head and sighed with relief. However, the joy of defeating a 1,000-year soul beast suddenly faded as he looked around. Hao Hong was on the verge of tears. He had summoned his martial soul too hastily just now and didn't even have time to take off his clothes. Now, not only was there a mess everywhere, but he also had no place to look. Even if he found something, it would just be a pile of rags. Damn it. Frustrated, Hao Hong kicked the dead porcupine soul beast to vent his anger. Fortunately, he still had a pair of indestructible shorts gifted by the system. Otherwise, it would have been really troublesome. Sigh, forget it. Let's find something to cover up first. Hao Hong looked around and was preparing to make something like a grass skirt. But suddenly, two figures appeared before him, a woman wearing a veil and a little girl. They walked to about 2 or 3 meters in front of him, stopped, and stared at Hao Hong with wide eyes, showing no intention of leaving. Hao Hong calmly reached out to cover the appropriate part of himself, steadying his flustered and shy heart, and asked with a composed expression, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "Hey kid, how did you get here? Where did that big guy go just now?" "Spill the beans." The girl stepped forward, hands on her hips, speaking arrogantly. "Kid?" Hao Hong's mind was filled with several question marks. His brows furrowed as he glanced expressionlessly at the little girl, thinking to himself, relying on someone else's power. "If it weren't for the person behind you whose strength, I don't know, I would tear your mouth apart." "Nar, be polite," said the woman in white behind the girl, her voice cold, tinged with curiosity and a hint of seriousness that made one unable to help but focus intently on her words. "It's Master." The little girl, named Nar, turned to look at the woman, then turned back to Hao Hong. Her gaze suddenly softened, her eyes glistening, and a pair of pink ears popped up from her head. A fluffy tail sprouted from her back. Her body grew taller, and her figure became much fuller. Curves in all the right places, the enchanting hand reached out from her gaze as she spoke to Hao Hong in a sweet voice. "Big brother, can you tell me what happened?" For an ordinary person, it would be hard to resist such a pitiful charm. But, TSK. Hao Hong turned his head aside, disdainfully sneering, and quietly took a few steps back. He thought to himself, "This little girl thinks she can seduce the great giant with such allure, haha." His actions surprised both of his companions, especially the girl named Nar, who was still in a daze, somewhat lost. Seeing them standing there in a daze, Hao Hong glanced around. The left side seemed easier to escape. His keen instincts told him that these two people, especially the veiled woman, were definitely not to be trifled with, so he decided to slip away first. He tightly covered his body and quietly moved to the left. "Oh, you bastard. What do you mean? Come back and explain yourself." The girl let out an angry roar, fire flashing in her eyes as she clenched her fists and took steps toward Hao Hong. "Stop." She had only taken 2 steps when Hao Hong raised his hand to halt her progress and calmly said, "Miss, and you, sister behind her, we have no grievances or favors between us. It's fine that we don't know each other now. You see, I have nothing on me. If you want something, feel free to take it, don't mind me. I'll be on my way now, no need to see me off." After saying this, Hao Hong turned to run, but as he turned around, his eyes caught sight of a figure in white. His gaze moved upward, and just as the wind blew from the front, it lifted the veil, revealing an absolutely stunning and enchanting face that struck his mind and instantly shattered his strong will. He became dazed. After a long while, he finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly retreating a few steps, his heart racing as he secretly lamented, "Oh no, I've encountered a fairy. One that can even enchant the will of a giant like me. This charm is terrifying. Who said you had nothing good on you?" As Hao Hong was replaying the scene of his recent persecution in his mind, a cool voice laced with a hint of teasing entered his ears, causing him to shiver all over. "So, what do you want me to do to let me go?" Hao Hong couldn't hold back his emotions any longer and asked with an evasive gaze. The woman slightly raised her chin and said with a light laugh, "Your shorts are quite interesting. If you leave the shorts behind, you can go." Hao Hong tightened his pants with only one thought in his mind. "It's over. The treasure has really caught someone's eye. My life is over." Chapter 13. The Unlucky Bear. "This sister, please stop joking. What's the point of this torn underwear? Just let me go." Hao Meng's eyebrows twitched wildly as he slowly stepped back. Just as he created a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the woman in white, he finished his sentence. In a moment, he closed his mouth. He suddenly turned his body and prepared to flee again. But just as he lifted his foot, he gently set it down again, because the woman in white reappeared right in front of him. The speed at which she moved, leaving even no afterimage, filled Hao with a sense of despair. "I'm not joking. If you take off your shorts, you can leave," the woman said in a calm tone. Hao Hing thought to himself, "Damn it. That pretentious tone clearly belongs to me. Just because you're strong, does that make you impressive? He firmly refused, saying, "Sorry, sister, I really can't give it to you. This is my family heirloom. Besides, if I give it to you, I would be left with nothing to wear. It wouldn't look good if people see me like that." The woman in white said nothing, rubbing her smooth chin. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand and waved. A beam of white light shot out from the quail egg-sized ruby ring she wore on her index finger. The white light fell at Hao Heng's feet and transformed into a set of clothes. Only then did the woman speak, "I'll trade this for yours." Hao Heng raised his eyebrows, picked up the clothes, and unfolded them. He instantly became furious, threw the clothes to the ground, and with trembling fingers pointed at the woman in white, shouting, "I've tolerated you for a long time. It's one thing to covet my underwear, but to use women's clothing to humiliate me? I have no grievances with you, so why push me like this?" Indeed, the garment lying on the ground was a white dress, the kind with lace trimming. "Bastard, you dare throw my clothes on the ground." The girl, who had been silent for a long time, was filled with rage, raising her claw-like hands to scratch. The woman in white stopped her, and Hao Heng's anger seemed to please her. She smiled comfortably and said, "Because I'm stronger than you. You are weak and I am strong. If I want something, you naturally have no reason to refuse me. I believe you understand this, don't you?" Hao Heng retracted his outstretched hand, clenched his fist against his chest, lowered his head, and muttered, "You force me." In the next moment, a wave of energy erupted from Hao Heng's body, sweeping away the dust and mist on the ground, enveloping him in thick soiled dust. The girl looked up at the woman, confused, and shouted, "Master, don't rush." The woman remained calm, and from her gaze, Hao Heng's action seemed quite interesting to her. Whoosh! In an instant, a vortex formed in the dust and mist, sucking in the soiled dust, and the next second, a shadow burst out from the center of the vortex, accompanied by a surge of yellow sand rushing towards the two women. Facing the incoming massive shadow, the woman leisurely raised a finger, while an overwhelming aura emanated from her body, rising like a torrential flood, reaching over 100 feet before crashing down. The approaching dust did not stick to her white robe at all, while the fist that even created an afterimage and generated a shockwave was held back by that seemingly slender white finger. At this moment, Hao Heng deeply understood what it meant to be unable to move an inch. He transformed into a 10-meter giant, looking down from above. This punch not only had a tenfold increase in strength attributes, but also applied weight suppression. Yet even so, this attack, capable of shattering the earth, was effortlessly blocked. "You haven't obtained a soul ring yet?" A woman's voice, mixed with confusion and a hint of horror, reached Hao Heng's ears. Hao Heng felt a sharp pain in his fist as an external energy entered his meridians, recklessly probing his body. He quickly retracted his arm and opened his fist to look. At the spot where the woman had just pointed with her finger, there was a black mark, which was continuously sending sharp pain to Hao Heng's head and was also expanding. Hao Heng stepped back 2 steps, glaring at the woman, and shouted, "Damn it, you still use poison." The woman chuckled lightly and said, "Poison is my specialty. How could I not use it?" "Well, since that's the case, I won't hold back either." As he spoke, Hao Heng took a few more steps back, and then a ball of milky white light surged from his chest. The white light extended hundreds of rays to his limbs, enveloping his torso and head, before erupting into another dazzling burst of light. When the light weakened, Hao Heng's size increased 5-fold, reaching a height of 50 meters. From his vantage point, not to mention the woman in white, even the nearby trees looked like wild grass by the roadside. He casually uprooted one, soil and all, and hurled it at the woman in white. The woman moved extremely quickly, picking up the girl beside her and dodging the attack with a slight shift in her stance. Hao Heng appeared as if he were a deity, with a pair of large, bright, and imposing eyes that shone with anger, resembling the sun as they scanned the surroundings. While he did not find any people, he did spot a giant dark red spider with 10-meter-long legs and 8 limbs. As he looked at the spider, 9 soul rings surged from its body, colored yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. The 9 rings were dazzling and captivating, leaving Hao Heng in a daze. "Holy crap, a title Douluo?" Hao Heng shouted in his heart, not daring to stay any longer, and threw the tree in his hand toward the giant spider. He turned around and took off running. However, despite his speed attribute being as high as 6,000, his large figure was ultimately not very agile. As he turned, the dark red giant spider opened its mouth and spat, with a purple soul ring flashing beside it. Groups of dark red shadows were projected toward Hao Heng. These shadows split in midair, forming large nets that wrapped around Hao Heng's limbs and torso, leaving only his head exposed. Bang! Hao Hung, losing his balance, fell down, and his massive body crushed countless trees, creating a large cocoon-shaped pit in the ground. Hao Heng's face was pale, and the toxin on the spider web was clinging to him. When it touched his skin, he felt as if something was gnawing at his body. What's worse, the toxin entered his bloodstream within seconds, depleting his strength and damaging his internal organs. If this continued, in half an hour, his organs would turn to blood and he would surely die. So what now? Still fighting? In front of Hao Hung, the woman in white and the girl slowly approached. He turned his head to take a look, his expression unpleasant. How annoying. Hao Hung cursed inwardly, raised his head to put on a smile, and said to the woman, "Sister, let's stop fighting. Can you let me go first? Your poison is too strong. I'm about to die." The woman stepped forward, pinched his face, and chuckled. "Your skin is quite thick. I estimate my poison won't kill you for at least half an hour, so don't worry." "Damn, you really are spot on." Hao Hung secretly cursed in his heart. "That, sister, you are a titled Douluo? Bullying a soul master who doesn't even have soul ring. Doesn't that sound bad when said out loud? Please forgive me, as a great person. Don't hold a grudge against a small one." Hao Hung smiled awkwardly and said. At this moment, the little girl beside the woman stepped forward, stretched out her small palm, and patted Hao Heng's big face, which was as hard as a stone wall, laughing and saying, "Aren't you strong? Weren't you going to throw a tantrum? Now you know to beg for mercy." Hao Heng's expression darkened, and he turned his gaze toward the girl. His large eyes indeed held some authority, which intimidated the little girl. The little girl ran back to the woman and held her hand, pitifully saying, "Master, he scared me." "Little girl, you can mess around with food, but you can't mess around with words. When did I scare you? You did. I didn't. You did. All right. Now, stop arguing." The woman reached out and patted the little girl's head a few times to silence her, then turned to Hao Hung and said, "Kid, I don't want your pants anymore. But the fact that you made a move against me just now proves that you are ready to fight me. Now that you've failed, it's impossible for you to just say a simple sentence asking me to let you go. Sister, what do you want? Besides the pants? As long as it's something I can do, I promise you." Hao Hung felt delighted after hearing her words, quickly puffed out his chest, and said, "Then how about you become my disciple?" The woman replied, Ah. Hao Hung and the little girl beside the woman both exclaimed in confusion. "What? With my strength? Am I not qualified to be your master?" The woman asked with a smile. Hao Hung put away his smile, thought seriously for a while, then turned his eyes and said, "Senior, this is too sudden. I don't know you at all. Aren't you afraid that I might be some treacherous person who could tarnish your reputation?" "Exactly, master. This guy looks like he's not a good person at all. Why would you want to take him as a disciple? You already have me." The young girl pouted, lightly shaking the woman's arm and acting cute. The woman pressed the girl's head down, pulled aside her veil, revealing a stunning beauty, and said to Hao Hung, "I don't care about your character. I just think that someone who can defeat a 1,000-year soul beast even before truly becoming a soul master, with such a unique martial spirit, if not utilized by me, could potentially stand on the opposite side in the future. What do you think is better, waiting for you to rise and then dealing with you, or eliminating you before you have the chance to rise?" Hao Hung looked at her fierce gaze, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and did not answer the question immediately. After being brought down, during that time obscured by flying dust, he pondered for a long time. Spider, titled Douluo, Red Soul Ring Woman. He had already figured out her identity. Besides the unparalleled Pope BB Dong from the original story, who else could possess such a striking demeanor? However, it was precisely because he knew she was BB Dong that Hao Hung did not dare to easily agree to her. Because agreeing to her would mean standing on the opposite side of the original protagonist, Tang San, in the future. Although Hao Hung was not afraid of Tang San, it was not typical for someone to seek trouble for no reason. After all, it is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. He pressed his head against the ground, calmly thinking. Just then, a violent roar echoed from not far away. A massive figure broke through the fallen trees and charged in. Large and full-bodied, clad in a dazzling golden armor, with a wide-open mouth revealing fangs like small knives and lightning flickering across its sharp claws. The Thunderbolt Golden Armored Bear, the master of this forest, had set out today for a hearty meal, and in a good mood, it was planning to return to its den for a good sleep. However, on the way back, it spotted a gigantic figure from a distance. Being taller than itself was something it couldn't tolerate, so it charged straight in that direction, ready to fight to the death and see who the true forest overlord was. But upon finding the figure, it suddenly felt it might have come at the wrong time. If it could speak, it would surely explain, "You all carry on, I'll just be on my way." But it couldn't. And what made matters worse was that it heard an excited and cheerful voice say, "Master, leave it. I need it to be my first spirit ring." Chapter 14. Crossing the Thunder Tribulation, System Upgrade in Progress awoke. As dusk approached in the soul-hunting forest, the former forest overlord let out a sorrowful cry that brought tears to listeners and drool to onlookers, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Bibi Dong stood over its head, slowly retracting her 8 long, sharp spider legs back in her back. Hao Hung struggled for a moment and hurriedly said, "Master, please help me untie it. It's about to die." He didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. He didn't even have to seek out this thunder gold armored giant bear, as it came right to his door, and there was a peerless powerhouse to help him subdue it. This is what it means to have a strong backing, right? So wonderful. "Oh, are you willing to take me as your disciple?" Bai Dong jumped down and walked to Hao Hang's side. She had previously noticed a hint of reluctance on Hao Hang's face and was already considering taking action. If the soul beast hadn't suddenly appeared, it could be said that if it had come a moment later, the spider behind Bai Dong would have been embedded in Hao Hung. If Hao Hung knew what Bai Dong was thinking, he would surely feel even more grateful towards this unfortunate bear. Naturally, Master has extraordinary abilities and unparalleled martial arts. To be willing to take me as your disciple is a virtue that I might not be able to attain even in 10 lifetimes. How could I refuse? Hao Hung also let go of his concerns. Regardless of what he would face in the future, he decided to focus on the present first. Flyer, you were clearly hesitant just now because you didn't want to take the master as your teacher. The little girl pointed out without mercy that she could see Hao Hung was hesitating just now. Hao Hung glanced at her and smiled, saying, "I was just worried that I wasn't qualified to be a master's disciple, afraid of tarnishing the master's reputation. But thinking about it, since the master is willing to accept us as disciples, it proves that we must have unique qualities, right, senior sister?" The young girl, feeling shy, turned red at the emphasis on senior sister from Hao Hung. With her fingers intertwined, she shyly shifted her body and said softly, "Yes, I suppose so. Those who understand the situation are the wise. It's good that you can grasp this." Bibi Dong walked up to Hao Hung, gently poking his face with her finger. In an instant, the sticky spider silk binding Hao Hung melted away like snow turning to water. He returned to his normal appearance, walked up to Bibi Dong, respectfully bowed his head, and called out, "Master." Although it was forced, Hao Hung didn't see it as a matter of rights. Not to mention that his strength was still weak. Even if he were a titled Douluo, he wouldn't dare to deceive Bibi Dong. Since he had already made up his mind to become a disciple, he would show his sincerity. Bibi Dong slightly moved her head and smiled, saying, "Get up." "Thank you, Master." Hao Hung stood up, looked at Bibi Dong, let out a long sigh, and then turned to the giant bear that was already foaming at the mouth, saying, "Master." Then this, go ahead. With the command given, Hao Hung rushed to the thunder golden armored giant bear, his expression extremely excited. That night, when he saw this bear in a book, Hao Hung had already made up his mind about it. He knew what it could bring him. The characteristics of the thunder golden armored giant bear included its massive size, immense strength, and ability to control thunder and lightning. But for Hao Hung, these were not the main points. What he focused on was the golden armor on the thunder golden armored giant bear. Although he had a pair of indestructible underwear provided by the system, every time he used his martial spirit, he had to be naked. Hao Hung was not a pervert. But if he had to fight while maintaining this appearance, no matter how much he explained, who would believe he wasn't a pervert? According to Hao Hang's speculation, absorbing this giant bear could grant him 3 abilities, the best being the golden armor on its body, the second best being a soul skill that controls thunder and lightning, and the worst being a soul skill that enhances strength. This feeling was like a lottery in his past life, before the results were announced. Who could keep their heart calm? Looking at the head of the thunder golden armored giant bear, Hao Hung pulled over a large stone, raised it, aimed the sharp edge, and smashed down. Blood splattered, and he tossed the stone aside, watching the purple soul ring rise from the blood pit. Hao Hung calmed his excited emotions, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and summoned the soul power within his body. A warm current flowed like a tide through his meridians, surging from his forehead and transforming into an invisible big hand, reaching for the purple soul ring, dragging it into his body regardless of whether it was willing or not. Next to him, the little girl walked in front of Bibi Dong, looking worriedly at Hao Hung, who was absorbing the soul ring, and asked, "Master, didn't you say that the age limit for a soul master to absorb their first soul ring should be around 400 years? Can Junior Brother really absorb a 1,000-year soul ring?" Bibi Dong gently stroked her hair and said, "Silly child, I was talking about ordinary people or geniuses. As for Junior Brother, he is a monster." An hour passed, and the sky darkened completely. A wave of energy suddenly rose up, and Bibi Dong, sitting by the campfire, raised her hand to disperse the wave, her beautiful eyes shining brightly as she looked at Hao Hong. Hao Hong opened his eyes, a purple light radiating from the corners. As he stood up, a cracking sound like bursting beans emanated from his body. He examined his physique. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring had increased his height by 10 centimeters, bringing him to exactly 1 meter 30. Moreover, his already strong body seemed to have become even more robust, with more defined muscles and softer lines. Did you succeed? Bibi Dong approached with the little girl and asked. I didn't let you down. I succeeded, he replied. Hao Hong smiled confidently and said, show me. Hao Hong took a few steps back, took a deep breath, and activated the soul power within him. His body swayed a few times and gradually grew larger. When he reached a height of 10 meters, he stopped, and a purple soul ring burst forth from his body, shimmering brightly. As the soul ring flickered, a layer of transparent armor began to form on the surface of his body. Once it completely covered him, a resounding clang was heard, and dazzling golden light erupted from the armor, radiating in all directions. From a distance, Hao Hong looked like a golden sun, and no one could gaze directly at his true form. First soul skill, Thunder Gold Armor. Hao Hong closed his eyes and whispered softly, receiving information from within the soul ring. Thunder Gold Armor. Passive effect, golden armor that provides a layer of golden brilliance to the body, with defense determined by the stored thunder energy. Active effect, Thunder Domain, concentrates thunder energy to attack objects or creatures near the body. The moment he opened his eyes, Hao Hong couldn't help but exclaim in shock, damn. It was no wonder he lost his composure. This first soul ring was too overpowered, not only fulfilling his need for body coverage, but also possessing a domain-type soul skill. Moreover, he felt that his strength and physique had significantly increased, and he subconsciously called for the system. A blue light screen popped up, but his personal attribute panel did not appear. A box appeared in the center of the blue light screen. Beep, detecting host to meet system upgrade requirements. Would you like to start the upgrade? The system is upgrading? Of course, he wanted to start it. Hao Hong thought without hesitation and focused on the confirmation upgrade button below the box. Immediately, another box popped up. Beep, upgrade application submitted. 10 seconds remaining until the upgrade assessment. 9/8. Looking at the decreasing numbers, Hao Hong was full of questions. At that moment, he heard a little girl on the ground say, Master, why is it getting dark? He thought, isn't it nighttime? Shouldn't the sky be dark? He looked up at the sky, and his eyes widened to the limit. Dark clouds were gathering from all directions, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing continuously. He was lost in thought. Could this be the assessment? 3s, 2s, 1s, the assessment is about to descend. Please hold on for 120 seconds, 119ths. Hao Hong had lost the mood to check the system panel. A bolt of lightning, the thickness of a finger, struck down from the sky, hitting him squarely on the forehead and coursing through his body to the ground. In an instant, he felt as if he had been bitten by some insect. His entire body went numb, and even his thoughts slowed down. But suddenly, he felt a piercing pain, as if countless invisible arms were pinching his flesh, twisting and pulling in every direction, repeating it countless times. When the lightning dissipated, Hao Hong realized he had been struck by lightning. He sat down on the ground, and a few whiffs of a charred smell wafted into his nose. Hao Hong raised his hand and slapped his head a few times. After a few loud bangs, he finally came to his senses and looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had not dissipated, and thunder was gathering. Now he was in a panic. That last strike had taken half of his life. How could he withstand another hit? He glanced at the system panel. 99s, 98s, 97s. How could there still be so much time left? Hao Hong had never felt time pass so slowly as he did now. He propped himself up from the ground, stood up, and prepared to grow a bit larger to enhance his physical attributes. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the golden armor on his body. The condition of the armor was quite unexpected. He had originally thought that the armor, being undamaged, would at least be a bit charred, but it wasn't. In reality, after being struck by lightning, the golden armor seemed to shine even brighter. Thunder energy. Could this be the power of thunder energy? Hao Hong looked up, his eyes shining with a purple light, gazing at the center of the dark clouds above. The dazzling purple lightning arc filled him with joy, and he let out a furious roar. Huh! The sound wave reverberated, startling a flock of crows. He elevated his body to the limit, the golden armor clinging tightly to him as he puffed out his chest, raised his head, and roared at the dark clouds. Come! It seemed the clouds heard his provocation, as a lightning ball 2 meters in diameter descended directly, crashing down with a violent force on Hao Heng's chest. The light on his golden armor instantly burst forth to its brightest level. Hao Heng laughed loudly, although he also endured a portion of the thunder energy. What he felt more was the enhancement of the golden armor on his body. The thunder dispersed again. Hao Heng's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. A cut appeared on his forehead, but before the blood could flow down, it was burned in a char by the heat. His entire face was blackened and smoking, looking utterly miserable, but he knew that aside from the outer layer of skin, he had basically suffered no serious injuries. He glanced at the system panel again. 15s, 14s. All right, it's finally coming to an end. Hao Heng let out a breath and said. At this moment, a voice came from below. Disciple, be careful. Hao Heng glanced down at her and noticed Bibi Dong was looking at the sky with a terrified expression. What could possibly scare a titled Douluo like this? Hao Heng looked up at the sky, a chill rising in his heart. A large hole opened up among the dark clouds, with flashes of lightning illuminating the walls of the hole. All the thunder gathered in the center, faintly forming the shape of a large bird, and above the bird's beak, a black arc of lightning flickered. That arc of lightning made Hao Heng feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. He sensed that if that thing really struck him, his golden armor might not withstand it. Chapter 15. System upgrade successful. Thunder, forged divine body. What to do. Hao Heng's scalp tingled, his eyes bloodshot, despair swirling in them as his brain raced at that moment, various plans flashing through his mind. He looked up at the sky, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Since I can't withstand it, then you shouldn't come down. He thought to himself, standing up straight, then raising his arm. Master, what does the little junior brother want to do? Below, the little girl hugged Bibi Dong's thigh in fear, looking terrified at the giant slowly raising his arm. Bibi Dong looked at Hao Heng with a serious expression and said, he wants to gamble with his life. Master, please help the little junior brother. Bibi Dong sighed and said, I can't help him. I can feel that if I intervene, the power of this thunder tribulation will likely increase. At that time, not only will I be unable to save him, but I might also get caught up in it myself. But don't speak, just watch carefully. Hao Heng was on edge, feeling like a gambler who had spent all his wealth with no way out. His eyes were bloodshot, and, as he raised his arm, he slowly approached the thundercloud. He paused his arm when he was still 10 meters away. With just a slight tiptoe and a little stretch of his arm, he could insert his hand into the thundercloud. He took a deep breath, his expression becoming very calm. After several deep breaths, he opened his eyes wide, divine light bursting forth, standing on tiptoe and raising his arm. Soul power surged into the soul ring. Realm of thunder. Hao Heng let out a long howl, and several bolts of lightning flashed around his body. The thunderclouds were disrupted by this sudden arm that had inserted itself, but soon gathered their thunder and surged into his arm. Hao Heng's arm instantly turned to charcoal, not just the skin, but even the blood vessels and muscles inside were all damaged. Fortunately, his idea worked. The thunder energy within the clouds was quickly devoured by his thunder domain, causing the thunder energy gathered in the Thunderbird in the center to decrease significantly, slowing down the formation of the Thunderbird. Seeing the scene, a grim smile appeared on Hao Heng's fierce face, but his eyes were filled with worry and irritation. What would happen to his arm? 3s, 2s, 1s beep. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an upgrade gift package. Would you like to claim it? Hope emerged in Hao Heng's eyes as he gritted his teeth and thought. Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Thunder Cleansing Technique, a height of 50 meters, and the Sleep Recovery Breathing Technique, level 2. After quickly scanning the functions of the items in the package, the worry on Hao Heng's face disappeared. He withdrew his arm, raised another hand into a fist, and let out a long howl. Scatter. The system upgrade was complete, and the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed. But the Thunderbird had not. Free from the constraints of the clouds, it descended directly towards Hao Heng. Seeing this, Hao Heng swung his fist at it, his expression twisted in rage, his face reddening as if he were about to spit blood at any moment. As his fist rose, his body also increased in height. The 50-meter height boost finally allowing him to reach a towering 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, his figure doubled in height, his frame larger, muscles stronger, and he was now closer to the Thunderbird. Beside him, 6 purple orbs appeared, crackling with lightning. With a series of sharp sounds, 6 bolts of electricity shot out from the spheres, striking the black thunder above the Thunderbird's mouth, causing the partially formed Thunderbird to disintegrate into a mass. Its energy significantly diminished, and the black thunder scattered. However, with the addition of the black thunder, the massive thunder energy became thicker and denser, still descending. At this moment, Hao Heng's fist also struck out, carrying a howling gale, colliding with the thundercloud. Bang! The explosion sent light shooting in all directions, making the entire sky seem to turn to daylight. Thunder cleansing technique. The thundercloud, shattered by Hao Heng's fist, transformed into several bolts of lightning that danced across his body. Feeling the golden armor reaching its limit, Hao Heng activated the technique instilled in his memory by the system, and the golden armor dispersed, allowing his physical body to directly contact the lightning. The lightning entered Hao Heng's body unimpeded, destroying everything, yet he did not resist. Instead, he guided it into his meridians and absorbed it into his dantian. After a while, the lightning finally dissipated at his dantian. However, Hao Heng's body had no intact part left, both inside and out. With his martial soul retracted, his body was completely blackened like charcoal, emanating a burnt smell. Hao Heng stood upright, gasping for air, with each breath feeling searing hot, as if his mouth and lungs were being pricked by needles. He could no longer hold on, closed his eyes, and fell down. Host, Hao Heng. Martial Soul, Giant, height, 100 meters. Soul Power Level, 11 Soul Power Reserve, 20002000, restores 100 points per second. Stamina, 100, restores 1 per minute. Note: if stamina is completely consumed, the host will not receive rewards for continuing to perform task training. Strength, 499, standard for an ordinary adult male, is 10. Speed, 399, standard for an ordinary adult male, is 10. Constitution, 599, standard for an ordinary adult male, is 10. Spirit, 400, standard for an ordinary adult male, is 10. Distributable attribute points, 0. Special ability, sleep recovery breathing technique. Level 2, passive effect, stamina recovery enhancement, 5 per minute. Soul Power Reserve recovery enhancement, 100 points per second. Active effect, rapid sleep assistance, injury recovery ability enhanced by 100 times. Soul Power restores 200 points per second. Stamina restores 2 points per second. Increases soul power limit by 100 points per hour. Thunder cleansing technique. Use thunder as water to cleanse the impurities of the mortal body and forge an unparalleled divine body. First layer, completion progress. 6 constitution increased tenfold. Second layer, completion progress. 0 constitution increased hundredfold. Third layer, completion progress. 0 constitution increased thousandfold. Fifth layer, completion progress. 0 constitution increased 10,000-fold. Sixth layer, completion progress. 0 gain the indestructible body of the thunder. Equipped items. Indestructible underwear skills. First soul skill, Thunder Gold Armor, passive effect. Provides thunder condensed gold armor, current charge, 100. Active effect. Generates a domain of thunder centered around the body. Can gather thunder to strike a selected target once every 10 seconds. Current charge, 100. Minimum consumption of 5. 500 soul power per strike. Can control energy input limit. Domain range is a sphere with a radius 10 times the height. In the depths of the soul hunting forest, in a clearing with a bonfire burning, Bibi Dong and Hulaina sat together, watching not far away the bald, blackened man who was sitting there giggling foolishly after waking up. Master, is the junior brother struck down by the thunder? How pitiful. Hulaina, frightened, clung to Bibidong's arm, looking worriedly at Hao Heng. Don't talk nonsense. Bibi Dong lightly scolded her, then turned her gaze to Hao Heng, her eyes filled with unusual scrutiny, and said, Disciple, disciple. Hee. Bibidong's face was dark with lines of worry, and Hulaina couldn't stand it anymore. She picked up a nearby stone and threw it at Hao Heng's bald head. Clang. The sound was quite loud. Hao Heng covered his head, exited the system light screen, looked at the two, and laughed, asking, What's wrong, master? Bibi Dong sighed, then asked, What was that thunder tribulation just now? Why did you have to face it? She had cultivated to the level of a title Douluo and had never seen anyone who needed to undergo a thunder tribulation after absorbing a soul ring. Although she believed that if it were her facing that thunder tribulation, she could easily pass. Any ordinary soul zone, or even a slightly weaker soul king, would have perished under that thunder tribulation. Yet this cheap disciple she just took on managed to survive? This made Bibi Dong re-evaluate Hao Heng's talent. Hearing her ask about this, Hao Heng immediately straightened his posture, his face serious. If he were to wash away the blackened skin now, Bibi Dong would see his black eyes spinning crazily, and it was evident that he was about to lie. He couldn't just reveal the system, could he? Master, that thunder tribulation might have been caused by my first soul skill. Oh, Bibi Dong looked at Hao Heng with a skeptical gaze, expressing disbelief. But after Hao Hong introduced his first soul skill, Thunder Gold Armor, the skepticism on her face vanished, replaced by complete disbelief. You said your first soul ring is a domain-type soul skill. How is that possible? Bibidong's expression was quite uncharacteristic, as domain-type soul skills were incredibly rare. Even among 10 titled Douluos, there might not be 3 who had one. The fact that Hao Heng's first soul skill was one left her shocked. That's right, master. Let me show you. Saying this, Hao Hong stood up, looked around, thought for a moment, and then said to Bibidong, Master, could you step back a bit? How far back? Bibidong asked. Hao Hong thought for a moment. His domain is a sphere with a radius 10 times his height. That means if he is 10 meters tall, his range would be a sphere with a radius of 100 meters, at least beyond 100 meters. Bibidong gasped. She had seen domain-type soul skills before, as she had one as well, but what was a domain-type soul skill with a 100-meter range? If she knew that Hao Hong could even expand his domain to 1,000 meters, she couldn't imagine what her expression would be. Bibidong waved her hand, signaling Hao Heng to come back. Forget it. You can show it later. Oh, that's fine. Seeing that Bibidong had little interest, Hao Hong did not insist. After all, expanding the domain consumes quite a bit of energy, and there was only one way to replenish that energy: getting struck by lightning. He had just been struck, and although his bodily injuries had completely healed during sleep, he didn't want to experience that feeling of his body going numb and consciousness scattering again for the time being. Chapter 16. Ridiculous Ambush on the 4th day of the Xiangjia Sect Entry Assessment. As the sun rose, Hao Hong was alone, weaving through the woods towards the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Last night, he found a pond to wash off the charred remnants on his body, changed into a white robe with golden edges that Bibidong had given him, and after having a hearty meal with a lost strong bull, he revealed his entire background without reservation. He couldn't help but laugh when he remembered Hulaina's shocked expression upon realizing that Hao Hong was of a similar age to her. What puzzled Hao Hong was that Bibidong knew he was undergoing the Xiangjia sect assessment and still asked him to return to the sect to complete it first. He couldn't understand that. However, he didn't dwell on it much. Who knew what schemes these big shots had? Knowing too much wouldn't benefit him. He was rushing madly and reached the entrance in less than half a day. Just as he was about to pass through a thicket in front of him to reach the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, Hao Hong. Hearing that voice, Hao Hong felt it was somewhat familiar. He turned around and saw a graceful girl standing under a big tree behind him, slightly raising her chin and crossing her arms over her flat chest. You are Lin Mingyun? Hao Hong asked uncertainly. That's right, it's me. Lin Mingyun nodded gently in confirmation, her lips curving into a smile as she walked forward with a teasing glint in her eyes, threw something on the ground, and then turned to leave. Hao Hong picked up the object, and his brows furrowed. It was a soul master token, and each of them needed to obtain one before entering the forest. The back of this one had 2 characters written on it, by you. If you want to know where he is, just follow me. At this moment, Lin Mingyun, who had walked a distance away, finally spoke up. Hao Hong held the token, watching her figure from behind, with a glint of menace in his narrowed eyes. He lowered his head and let out a couple of cold laughs before following Lin Mingyun, curious about what they were up to. After more than 10 minutes, Hao Hong followed Lin Mingyun as they wound through the forest, gradually moving away from the entrance. After passing through the bushes once again, the two arrived at a spacious clearing. At first glance, Hao Hong saw Hu Yanli and Bai Yu tied to a tree stump in the center of the open space. Their mouths were stuffed with a piece of white cloth, and their faces were anxious as they shook their heads. Lin Mingyun stepped aside, crossed her arms, and looked at Hao Hong with a light smile, saying, Your brother's right there. Do you dare to go and rescue him? Hao Hong scoffed and, after glancing at her, walked towards Hu Yanli and the others. Just as he was halfway there, 2 shadows sprang out from the bushes beside him. One landed not far in front of Hao Hong, crouched down on the ground, and shouted, Mud flow. Hao Hong felt a faint yellow light shining into his eyes. And then he felt his feet go soft as something wrapped around his entire foot. Looking down, he found that the once solid ground had turned into mud, and his legs were instantly stuck in the sludge, pulling him deeper. Another figure flew in the air, and Hao Hong heard a loud shout, Thorns entangle. The figure waved their hand, and a dark gray light flickered in their palm. A thorny vine shot out, wrapping around Hao Hong several times. When he landed, it pulled back forcefully, tightly binding him to his body. A strange laughter echoed from the woods, and Hao Hong turned his head to look, his face instantly turning ugly. He saw a strangely dressed figure in colorful clothes, with a thick layer of makeup on their face, looking exceptionally ugly, strutting like a catwalk model, and making delicate gestures with their hands. This androgynous little brat came out with a group of people. Ha ha ha, Hao Hung, you have finally fallen into my hands. The androgynous monster laughed, stopping a few meters in front of Hao Hung and speaking. Hao Hung suppressed his nausea and asked, "Who are you?" The man's laughter abruptly stopped. Clenching his fists and looking at Hao Hung with a face full of anger, he asked, "You don't know who I am? How can you not know who I am? How can you forget the one you deeply hurt that day?" Hao Hung couldn't hold back any longer. Veins were popping on his forehead as he struggled to suppress his urge to hit someone. He forced a smile and said, "Could you please explain how I harmed you?" The man let out a light sigh, feigning a thoughtful expression as he looked up at the sky, reminiscing. "Do you remember that day? It was broad daylight. I was on my way home, as usual, when this guy came walking towards me. He pointed at Baiyu, tears streaming down his face in grievance. He actually laid eyes on my beauty and wanted to take advantage of me. I resisted bravely, and luckily I had some strength, so I avoided humiliation. But then you came along, and without a word, you slapped me a few times. Do you know how much harm those slaps caused me?" Boo-hoo. Listening to his description, Hao Hung recalled that indeed it was a bright afternoon. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, he was on his way back to the dorm when he encountered a strange boy cornering his roommate Baiyu against the wall, his hands moving inappropriately over him. It was hard to imagine a 5- or 6-year-old child could be so perverse. Seeing the helpless look in Baiyu's eyes, Hao Hung couldn't bear it and stepped forward to grab the boy, giving him a few hard slaps. However, he and T expected that those slaps wouldn't change the boy's twisted mindset. Instead, it seemed to push him further down a strange path. "All right, I won't waste any more time with you." Lin Xing wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and covered his mouth while smiling. "Hao Hung, I'm giving you a chance. As long as you become my subordinate, I guarantee you won't have to worry about food or clothing in the future. If you refuse, I will hang all 3 of you here and make it impossible for you to complete the assessment." Hao Hung didn't want to talk to him right now. He felt that if he continued to converse with this somewhat abnormal child, his mind would suffer serious contamination. Letting out a long sigh, Hao Hung opened his eyes, gathering all his strength in his arms. The loose sleeves of his long robe suddenly revealed several muscle lines, and with a sudden burst, the thorns binding him began to break apart inch by inch. Lin Xing was startled for a moment and raised his orchid fingers, pointing at Hao Hung in terror. What do you want to do?" Hao Hung looked at him coldly and said, "Your perversion is your own business, but you shouldn't involve me in it. And you definitely shouldn't threaten me with my brother." Lin Xing was about to say something else when Hao Hung lifted his shirt, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from his body, causing everyone to squint their eyes. After the light dimmed a bit, someone turned to look in Hao Hung's direction. The ground split open, revealing 2 large holes, and a 10-meter giant clad in golden armor, with a fierce expression, was looking down at them. "What are you all still dawdling for? Go!" Although Lin Xing felt like he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, he still forced himself to act tough and shouted at the people around him. But who could listen to his orders? Was this guy something a mere human could deal with? "Run!" A group of children screamed and quickly fled, leaving only Lin Xing and his sister Lin Mingyan, who was too scared to move. "Do not come any closer. I warn you, my father is an inner door elder of the Elephant Armor sect and a Soul King expert." Lin Xing still wanted to threaten Hao Hung, but Hao Hung completely ignored him and smiled as he said, "Let me give you a taste of something new." After saying that, everyone in the clearing heard a series of crackling sounds by their ears. Hao Hung raised his arm and gently snapped his fingers. Crack! A terrifying thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere, followed by a brilliant purple light and a deafening roar. Lin Mingyun heard her brother's miserable scream and saw the shadow of a figure revealing bones in the strong light. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted immediately. Chapter 17. New mission. How are you captured? Hao Hung retracted his martial soul and walked to the center of the open space. He looked at the extremely shocked Huyen Li and Baiyu, whose hair was standing on end and smoking from the electric shock, and asked with a smile, "Well, we were ambushed and fell for the same trick as you, boss. However, boss, even though that guy's a bit strange, you can't just..." Huyen Li hesitated to finish his sentence. Hao Hung followed his gaze and turned to look at the charred body behind him, stepping forward to help them untie the ropes. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm just giving this guy a little lesson." That's good, Huyen Li said, gripping his reddened wrist in relief. He was genuinely afraid that Hao Hung would really kill Lin Xing. If that happened, and the sect sent someone to investigate, if they found out he had helped Hao Hung cover it up, it would be a violation of sect rules. But if he didn't help him, would that be fair to their brotherhood? "All right, let's go." After Hao Hong untied the rope from Bai Yu, he did not linger and took the two away from the place. A few minutes later, the fainted Lin Mingyun slowly opened one eye, quietly looked around to confirm that no one was nearby, then closed her eyes again. Using the muscles in her back, she crawled on the ground, slowly moving to the charred Lin Qing's side. Smelling the burnt scent in the air, Lin Mingyun felt an urge to sneeze, and her eyes became a bit teary. Without further confirmation, she concluded that her brother must be gone. Holding back her tears, she prepared to leave slowly again when a hand, resembling a burnt twig, reached out and grabbed her hair. "Oh, don't kill me. It was my brother who forced me to do it. Please don't kill me. Boo-hoo." Lin Mingyun covered her face and shouted in panic. After a few minutes, as her cries began to subside, a weak voice sounded in her ear. "You dead, girl?" "I'm not dead yet." After exiting the soul-hunting forest and recording the soul ring information they obtained for the three of them, they took the first carriage back to the sect. They arrived the next day at dawn. "Oh, Huyen," Li was the first to get out of the carriage, yawning and stretching, then turned to look at Hao Hong, rubbing his eyes and said, "Boss, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back." Let us meet at the usual place for training at noon, and remember to call Huyen Ba and the others." Hao Hong got off the carriage and looked up at the grand and luxurious mountain gate of Xiangjia sect. Huyen Li's expression fell, and he ingly asked, "Do we have to train at noon?" "Of course," came the reply. "Training is like rowing upstream. If you don't move forward, you'll fall back. It's already been 4 days since we last had a proper workout. Don't you want to have a good and invigorating training session?" Hao Hing looked him in the eye and asked, I think. Hu Yanli forced a smile and quickly waved his hand. "That big guy, I'm leaving first." Hu Yanli ran away quickly. Bai Yu got off the carriage, glanced at his departing figure, scoffed, and said to Hao Hong, "Brother, this guy doesn't even want to train, so let's not force him." Hao Hong shook his head and said, "Let's go." The two did not head towards the dormitory, but instead walked towards the beast park in another direction, having not eaten good meat for 3 or 4 days. Thinking about the delicious food that would soon be in front of him made Hao Heng's mouth water uncontrollably. 2 p.m. The back mountain of the elephant armor sect. Hao Hong sat on a stone and watched Bai Yu, who was stretching not far away. He withdrew his gaze and silently said in his heart, "System, open the task panel." A blue light swept in front of his eyes, and a screen unfolded like a scroll appeared before him. The tasks were still the same as before: push-ups, squats, and running. Hao Hong frowned in thought, and then he saw the movable gray vertical bar on the right side. With a thought, the gray bar slowly pulled down, and as he expected, there were indeed new tasks. Task 4. Hold a plank for 10 minutes. Reward: 10 distributable attribute points. Repeatable. Task 5. Hold a horse stance for 30 minutes. Reward: 30 distributable attribute points. Repeatable. Task 6. Do 1,000 sit-ups. Reward: 50 distributable attribute points. Repeatable. Special task: practice the thunder cleansing technique once. Reward: 50 physique points, limited to once per day. Note: this task does not consume stamina. After reading the newly appeared tasks, Hao Heng's expression showed some frustration. These tasks were all quite ordinary fitness tasks, and the rewards were acceptable, but he simply could not accept that special task. Practicing the thunder cleansing technique meant he would inevitably be struck by lightning. Having to complete it once a day meant he would have to be struck once every day. Hao Hong was not some villain, so why should he suffer this torment daily? After exhaling in frustration, Hao Hong heard a uniform sound of footsteps coming from the road. He looked up and saw it was indeed Hu Yanli and the others. "Boss." Hu Yanli, along with Hu Yinba and the other 6, stood straight in front of Hao Hong. "Let's warm up first, and then we'll start the new training tasks." Hao Hong nodded and said, "There is a new training task." "What is it?" Everyone's eyes lit up, although the depth of the previous tasks had made everyone stronger to varying degrees. Doing the same thing for a long time inevitably leads to feelings of boredom. As soon as they heard there was something new, everyone was extremely happy. "What is it?" "We'll find out soon, let's go." Hao Hong kicked Huyen Li in the butt, sending him off to warm up, then he stayed alone in place, twisting his neck and moving his waist to warm up as well. After about 10 minutes, estimating that the time was almost up, Hao Hong gathered them together. According to tradition, everyone summoned their martial spirits first. Hao Hong didn't lift all height restrictions this time. He stopped growing at 10 meters. He can now reach up to 100 meters at his maximum. If he fully expanded, this small place definitely wouldn't be able to accommodate him, and it would easily attract the attention of others. It wouldn't be good to be surrounded then. "Let's get started, everyone lie down." Hao Hong gave the order. The 8 of them didn't understand what it meant and showed puzzled expressions until Hao Hong demonstrated it, and then they followed suit like copying a drawing. Hao Hong led them to complete all 3 tasks first. The plank took 10 minutes, consuming 20 stamina points and rewarding 10 points. The horse stance took 30 minutes, consuming 50 stamina points and rewarding 30 points. The sit-ups, if done quickly, took an hour with more than 30 per minute, consuming 100 stamina points and rewarding 100 points. Overall, it seems that sit-ups have a higher cost-performance ratio, but after leading them to complete the 3 tasks, Hao Hong had them do the horse stance task. After all, not everyone has a stamina bar, nor do they all have ways to quickly recover stamina. If they kept doing sit-ups, their waist would eventually become strained. Hao Hong did not make any exceptions and squatted down with them. Chapter 18, third round of assessment under the setting sun. In the open space, a particularly tall figure and 8 other tall figures squatted motionlessly. The evening glow fell on them, and the sweat reflected dazzling light, making each person look as if they were wearing a shimmering red armor. All right, let's call it a day for today. Hao Hong slowly stood up, expelling the stagnant air from his chest. The training this afternoon had earned him 320 assignable attribute points, which he would need to think carefully about how to allocate in the evening. Additionally, there was something even more exciting. His height had actually reached 110 meters, meaning that with the completion of one more task, his height limit would exceed 1 meter. This was absolutely exhilarating. Hao Hong thought to himself with satisfaction, "Oh, I'm so tired. Why is it that doing nothing today is even more exhausting than moving around before?" Hu Yanba supported his waist. His face contorted in pain as he said. Hearing his complaints, Hao Hong turned off the system and looked at him, saying, "Why complain so much? Just go back, take a shower, and have a good meal, and everything will be fine." Hu Yanba awkwardly scratched the back of his head and then said, "Well, boss, since there's nothing going on, we'll head out first." Hao Hong thought for a moment and called out to them, "Wait a minute. What else is there, boss?" The 6 members of Hu Yanba, who were just about to run away, froze in place, slowly turning their heads to look at Hao Hong, their faces showing signs of struggle as they asked. They were afraid that Hao Hong would continue to say, "Let's do another set." Hao Hong is not a devil. He knows that their bodies have reached their limits and has no intention of forcing them to train. He just has one question: what is the 3rd round of assessment? When Hu Yanming was their teacher before, he did not clarify this, only mentioning the 1st and 2nd rounds of assessment. He also remembers when he parted ways with his master, Bibi Dong, who seriously told him to complete all the entrance assessments of the Xiangjia sect. But now that they have returned to the Xiangjia sect, no one has told them what this assessment actually is. So he called Hu Yanba and a few others to ask, "Don't be nervous. I'm not asking you to train again. I just want to know if you know what the 3rd round of entrance assessment is about." Upon hearing that Hao Hong was not going to make them train again, Hu Yanba and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, after they understood the question, their expressions suddenly became solemn, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. They exchanged glances for a while, and it was Hu Yanba who spoke up, addressing the curious Hao Hong and the others seriously. "Boss, after passing the 2nd round of assessment, you have truly become disciples of the Xiangjia sect, but only outer disciples. If you want to become inner disciples of a Xiangjia sect, there are 2 ways. One is to reach the Soul Master level, which allows you to directly advance to inner disciples, but that only qualifies you as an inner disciple. The second method is to brave the Xiang Tomb." "Xiang Tomb?" Hao Hong whispered a sentence. Just then, Hu Yanli beside him seemed to remember something and shouted, "I know." Everyone turned to look at him, and he put on a serious expression and said, "Legend has it that mammoths can sense death in advance. After sensing death, they will return to the elephant graveyard to meet the end of their lives. This elephant graveyard, in human terms, is like a cemetery, the burial ground for elephants. There is also another legend that our ancestors of the Elephant Armor sect made a pact with the true diamond mammoth soul beast race, where the mammoths would provide soul rings for our disciples, and in return, we would guard the elephant graveyard. But does this elephant graveyard really exist?" Uvian Li, as a young sect master, had some sources of information, but he couldn't guarantee the accuracy of the news. Younger, Brother Li is not wrong. Although it's unclear whether the legends are true, the elephant graveyard indeed exists. Those who pass the 2nd round of assessments can go to that haunted place. Due to sect regulations, we cannot say much to you, boss, but please wait a few days. Once all assessments are completed, someone will take you to that place, and you can find out then. Hu Yanba and the others seemed to be very afraid of that place. Their eyes deepened with fear when it was mentioned, which made Hao Hong even more curious about the so-called elephant graveyard. However, seeing that Hu Yanba and the others were unwilling to say more, Hao Hong did not press them. "All right, let's disperse for today. You all go back and rest well." "Yes, boss." As night fell, On the west side of the elephant armor sect, there was a beautifully decorated courtyard. The courtyard was quite large, surrounded by 3-meter-tall white walls with black tiles, separating it from the outside world. The ground was paved with fine bluestone. Entering from the gate, there was a small garden with a pond, a small pavilion, large trees, and flower clusters, all arranged with meticulous consideration. Following the small path flanked by flower beds, a few orderly houses were not far away. At this moment, the night was deep and quiet, with a cool breeze blowing. Beside the pavilion over the pond, a middle-aged man sat at a stone table. His face was lined with wrinkles, his expression solemn, exuding an aura of unapproachable authority. His hair was gray, and although he looked quite old, his physique was still robust, showing no signs of frailty. He wore a deep yellow robe, with a badge of a curled-nosed mammoth head hanging from his chest. This was the attire of an intersect elder. His name was Lin Yin, an elder of the Elephant Armor sect. Lin Yin sat up straight, savoring a wine cup in his hand, occasionally looking up at the waning moon outside. Despite his serious demeanor, his eyes were filled with longing and tenderness. I wonder how Qing'er is doing, he sighed softly. As a father, he was naturally worried about his son traveling for the first time. Not even a day had passed, and he wanted to ask the person in charge of the assessments if there was any news about his son. Although he knew that he had used a lot of soul coins and power to help his son gather a large group of good friends, which should prevent any major issues, for some reason, his heart remained unsettled, unable to let go. Sigh. Lin Yin sighed in worry, and just as he was about to drink from his filled cup, a figure rushed into the courtyard, shouting from across the pond, "Elder Lin, it's bad. Young Master Lin Qing. Ah, you should go take a look." Letting go of the cup, Lin Yin stood up, and the wine cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He looked at the figure with shock and confusion. Half an hour later, in the main house of the courtyard, Lin Yin looked at his son, who lay on the bed wrapped in layers of white gauze like a mummy. His heart, except for the night 3 years ago when he caught his wife in bed with someone else and killed her with his own hands, had never hurt like this before. It felt like being pricked with needles, not sharply, but in a way that was both light and heavy, with waves of pain coming one after another. Lin Yin's eyes burned with anger as he turned to his weeping daughter beside him, looking at her coldly and asking, "Who did this?" Lin Mingyun was frightened by her father's terrifying expression and was momentarily stunned. After being shaken a few times and shouted at, she hurriedly told Lin Yin everything she had seen without missing a detail. "How Hong? It's How Hong, right?" Lin Yin fixed his gaze on his daughter's eyes, confirming again. Lin Mingyun, seeing the look in his eyes that seemed like he wanted to eat someone, didn't he dare to think, and directly nodded. "Good. How Hong? How dare you hurt my son? I want to let this go." Outside on the dark branches, crows that had been sleeping with their eyes closed were startled awake by a roar filled with resentment and anger. They spread their wings and merged into the night, leaving behind a few black feathers and a cacophony of caw-caw. Caw-caw. Chapter 19. Elephant Graveyard. Elder Lin, it's so late. Are you here for? Lin Yin looked at the guard blocking his way and calmly said, "The first batch of disciples who passed the second round of assessments has returned to the sect. I came to discuss tomorrow's third round of assessments with the sect master." "Oh, is that so? But you'll have to wait a moment. The sect master is receiving distinguished guests and has already instructed us about this, so please be understanding," the guard said after hearing his explanation, but did not move aside. "Understanding you? Who will understand me?" Lin Yin roared in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. He lightly nodded and replied, "It's fine, I can wait." After speaking, he walked to a corner by the wall, remaining silent and standing there with a blank expression. The guard was taken aback, but said nothing and returned to his post. It was unclear how long it had been, but the gate opened and 3 figures walked out from inside. One was the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, Huyen Jun, while the other 2 were a veiled woman and a young girl. Surprisingly, the usually authoritative Yin Jun showed a hint of respect on his face. "Take the 2 distinguished guests to rest," Huyen Jun instructed the guard beside him. "Yes, sect master, please follow me, ladies." The guard saluted and gestured toward the left side. A clear and gentle voice came from behind the veil. "You'd better consider what I said seriously. After it's done, I will certainly not treat you poorly." She did not specify names, but everyone present knew who she was referring to. The guard pretended he hadn't heard anything, while Lin Yin, hiding nearby and consumed by hatred, paid no attention to anything else. Huyen Jun's face flashed with embarrassment, but he quickly returned to normal, respectfully clasping his hands and saying, "This is a significant matter. Please allow me some more time to consider, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Don't take too long. Time waits for no one," the woman said softly, then took the little girl's hand and walked toward the direction indicated by the guard. Hu Yanjun watched their departing figures with a sigh, his expression turning very conflicted. Secmaster. At this moment, Lin Yin approached and clasped his hands in greeting. Hu Yanjun came back to his senses, looked at him, frowned for a moment, and asked, "You are? Lin Yin, what are you doing here?" If it were usual, Hu Yanjun's tone might be a bit more relaxed. But the matter he just discussed with that woman clearly put a lot of pressure on him, and now he no longer had the mind to consider whether he was being polite. Lin Yin, however, didn't mind. Despite Hu Yanjun's unpleasant tone, he continued, "Master, the first batch of people who passed the Soul Hunting Force assessment has returned today, and among them are 3 children with particularly high scores. I would like to apply for them to participate in the 3rd round of assessment early." Hu Yanjun's face was stern. His thick eyebrows raised as he looked at Lin Yin with his hands behind his back, saying, "Lin Yin, you haven't been an elder for just 1 day. Don't you know that the 3rd round of assessment can only take place after the 2nd round is completely finished, and only the top 10 scores qualify for the 3rd round? It's like this, Master. Their scores are simply too high. I believe they will definitely make into the top 10, and their talents are extremely high. Participating in the Xiangzhong assessment early might allow them to unleash their talent sooner." Hu Yanjun silently stared at Lin Yin, somewhat curious about who the 3 were and how high their scores could be to make this strict elder break the rules for them. Which 3 people? Where are their score sheets? Bring them to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin quickly took out 3 yellowed papers from his chest and handed them over. Hu Yanjun took a look and his eyes instantly brightened. Name, Hao Hung score, 1,000 name. Hu Yanli score, 831 name. Baiyu score, 763. Hu Yanjun knew that the highest score was primarily based on the age of the soul rings obtained. The previous highest was only 500 points, and today these 3 had all broken the record. If it weren't for one of them being his own grandson, who had even undergone his testing, Hu Yanjun would probably think Lin Yin was playing tricks on him. Their scores. Hu Yanjun coughed twice, preparing to speak, when Lin Yin, feeling anxious, stepped forward and said, "Master, I guarantee with my life that their scores are genuine. Absolutely no." Hu Yanjun looked at his anxious expression, chuckled a few times, and patted his shoulder, saying, "I am not doubting the authenticity of this score. But since they have such high scores, I believe they won't disappoint me when competing with others. Why should they take the assessment first?" Lin Yin took a breath and said, "It's like this, Master. You also know that the rewards after passing Xiangzhong are determined by performance in Xiangzhong. If they participate in the assessment with others, I worry they will be influenced by the others and unable to achieve higher scores." Hu Yanjun rubbed his stubbly chin, making a rustling sound. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. "All right then, let you lead them to take the assessment first. You decide what level of Xiangzhong is suitable for them and when it is appropriate to go. I think they can try the Earth level Xiangzhong. Tomorrow would be a good time." Lin Yin seemed to have already thought it through and replied without much consideration. "Earth level? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Although the things inside won't harm their bodies, the mental strain can be quite significant." Hu Yanjun expressed his concerns, mumbling, "Absolutely not, Master. With their talents, I think they might even consider the heaven-level Xiangzhong assessment." Lin Yin said calmly. "Ha ha ha, Lin Yin, I didn't expect you'd make such a joke. All right then, tomorrow it is. You go gather them, and you will lead them to take the assessment first." "Yes, Master. I will take my leave now." Go ahead." After Lin Yin bowed and turned to leave, as he turned around, a flame of anger rose in his calm eyes. "Hao Hung, I will make you pay for hurting my son." At dawn, when the roosters crowed, Hao Hung opened his eyes on time, and, after getting dressed, he woke Baiyu. The 2 of them went to the cafeteria of the beast garden. The meat from the soul beast that had just been killed this morning had not yet been cleaned, so it wasn't in the pot yet. They found a place to sit down first. Since it was related to the assessment of the disciples, the beast garden hadn't assigned them any work, so it was fine for them to sit there all day. Hao Hung glanced at Baiyu, who was snoring on the table, and pulled up his personal attributes panel. Host, Hao Hung. Martial Soul, Giant, height 100 meters. Soul Power level, 12. Soul Power Reserve, 3,500, 3,500, regenerates 100 points per second. The sleep recovery breathing cultivation method allowed him to cultivate while sleeping every night, so in just 2 days, he broke through to level 12. And it wouldn't take long to reach level 20. Although his soul power recovery speed was very fast, it only took 35 seconds to fully recover from depletion. His martial soul consumed soul power quickly as well. Maintaining a 10-meter giant martial soul required 50 points of soul power per second. 20 meters required 100 points. 30 meters required 150 points. And if he released all limits to increase to 110 meters, It would consume 550 soul power per second. After deducting the recovery per minute, it would still require 450. If he used soul skills, it could consume even faster, so although this soul power recovery speed seemed exaggerated, Hao Hung knew it was simply not enough. Frustrated, he closed the system and raised his head, just in time to hear a call from the doorway. Who is Hao Hung? By you. Who is Hao Hung? Who is by you? He turned his head and saw a disciple of the Elephant Armor sect wearing a light yellow robe, and he directly raised his hand and said, I am Hao Hung. He is by you. The person looked at him and waved, saying, You too, come with me. Hurry up, the elder is waiting. Hao Hung was a bit confused, but he still woke up by you and then followed the disciple out of the Beast Garden cafeteria. Chapter 20. Entering the Elephant Tomb. Hao Hung and Bai Yu followed the disciple of the Elephant Armor sect to a great hall. The hall was incredibly spacious, with intricately carved dragons and painted beams all around, and the floor was paved with gold and stone, showcasing extreme luxury and grandeur. However, there were not many items in the hall. Apart from the massive golden elephant statue in the center, there were no other superfluous objects. Hao Hung and Bai Yu walked towards the statue under the guidance of that disciple. Hu Yanli had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw the two arrive, he turned around and shouted, Boss. Hao Hung nodded and shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man in a deep yellow robe standing in front of Hu Yanli. After entering the hall, he couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he felt that this person's eyes were quite unsettling, fixed on him. The intent to kill cannot be hidden. Seeing Hao Hung look over, Lin Ying quickly averted his eyes and looked elsewhere. It was his first time meeting Hao Hung, but he had recited descriptions of Hao Heng's appearance countless times, even reaching a point of familiarity. He wished he could summon his martial soul on the spot and crush this guy into pieces, leaving only the bare head as a urinal. However, Lin Yin's rationality stopped him. He knew that once he took action, he wouldn't be able to stay in the sect any longer. Moreover, he already had a method to kill the opponent without getting his hands dirty, so why take the risk? After silently persuading himself a few times, Lin Yin raised his head to look at the three people standing in a row and calmly said, The reason I called you here this time is that your performance in the second round was outstanding. So the sect has decided to let you take the third round of assessment first. Do you have any objections? After Hao Hung and the other two exchanged glances, they all shook their heads, although they did not understand why they were suddenly called to participate in the third round of assessments. They were confident in their own abilities and naturally would not refuse. Well, that's good, Lenny nodded and said. He turned around, crouched down, and placed several smooth and white objects, resembling white jade and shaped like bones on the ground. Hao Hung tiptoed and glanced a few times before noticing that there were three formations beneath the statue. Apart from their different sizes, the basic line patterns of the three formations were quite similar. The formation on the left was the smallest. The one on the right was a size larger than the left, and the middle one was the largest. After Lin Yin placed the bones on all three formations, he turned to the three and introduced, The third round of the assessment will take place in the Elephant Tomb. The so-called Elephant Tomb is the burial ground of ancient mammoths. You only need to stay inside the tomb for an hour to complete the assessment. As for these three formations, the one on the left leads to the human-level Elephant Tomb. Choosing this one will make it easier for you to pass. I suggest you choose this. As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Hung frowned. He felt something was off. He didn't know this man. So why was he trying to provoke them? Hey, do you look down on us? Hu Yanli said discontentedly as he stepped forward. Lin Yin maintained a calm expression and explained indifferently, You are all the future pillars of the Elephant Armor sect. The assessment in the Elephant Tomb still carries some danger, and I worry that you might get hurt, which would be a great loss for our sect. Stop underestimating us. Since we are here to participate, give us the hardest one. I've heard that passing the more difficult assessments in the Elephant Tomb can yield greater rewards, Hu Yanli continued, fueled by hearsay. Since that's the case, fine. Lin Yin moved to the back of the middle formation, a low roar emanating from his throat. Several blue and white beams of light rose from him, coalescing in the air into a giant phantom of a blue-shelled turtle. Once the phantom took shape, Lin Yin pressed his palms together, changed his hand gestures a few times, then pointed at the center of the formation. As he pointed, the phantom above his head opened its mouth, and a surge of blue fluorescence poured out like a tide, sprinkling into the formation. The formation erupted with dazzling bright light, which soon stabilized. Lin Yin withdrew his stance, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at the three, saying, The entrance is stable now. Step inside, and you'll be transported to the Elephant Tomb. After enduring for an hour inside, The teleportation array will automatically bring you back. Boss, let's go, Hu Yanli said excitedly to Hao Hong. All right. Hao Hong absent-mindedly responded with a sentence, his gaze fixed on Lin Yin, feeling that something was off about this elder, though he couldn't articulate what it was. Before he could think much longer, Hu Yanli and Bai Yu entered the formation first, urging him to follow, and Hao Hong had no choice but to keep up. The three of them stood firm, and 10 seconds later, the light in the formation exploded, engulfing the three of them. When the light dimmed, their figures had already vanished. Haha! After the light in the formation completely dissipated, Lin Yin's expression changed drastically. His face twisted in a terrifying smile, and an indescribable sense of pleasure erupted from his chest. Father, didn't you say you would help me take revenge? Where are those three? Just as Lin Yin was laughing maniacally, he heard a babbling sound at the entrance and looked down. He saw a wooden wheelchair slowly approaching, pushed by his daughter Lin Mengyun, and sitting in the chair was his son Lin Qing. Last night, after finding Hu Yinjun, he sought out the best healing soul master in the sect to help Lin Qing recover from his injuries. However, Lin Qing's injuries were too severe. While the external wounds had mostly healed, the internal injuries were still unstable. Lin Yin hurried over, jogging to the wheelchair, and reproached Lin Qing. Qing, weren't you told to rest in bed? Why'd you get out of bed? And you, what is going on? Weren't you supposed to take good care of your brother? Lin Mengyun suddenly yelled at, trembled in fear, dared not speak, and quickly retreated to the side, curling up. Father, you have to answer me. Where are those three? Lin Qing extended his slightly yellowing hand, grasping Lin Yin's hand, and asked angrily. Lin Yin patted his hand, smiling, don't worry, Qing. They only have one way to die today. Lin Qing looked at his father, who seemed inexplicably confident, with confusion, and was about to ask when Lin Yin spoke first. I sent them to the heavenly level elephant tomb. They have no chance of survival, not even a sliver of hope. Father, what is so strange about the heavenly level elephant tomb? Can it really kill those three? Looking at his confidently soaring father, Lin Qing furrowed his brow and said worriedly, how could they not die? Listen to me, child. The elephant tomb is divided into 3 levels, heaven, earth, and man, with man being the lowest and heaven the highest. Inside the elephant tomb, there are tens of thousands of mammoth corpses buried. The human level buries those who did not break through the 10,000-year limit in their lifetime, while the earth level is for those over 10,000 years. Inside the elephant tomb, perhaps because there are too many buried corpses, the malevolent energy from the corpses gathers together and becomes the guardian spirit of the tomb. I don't know how the ancestors of the elephant armor sect communicate with the guardian spirits inside the tomb, but after we send disciples into the tomb, the guardian spirits will come to attack them. The guardian spirits' attacks mostly target the soul, testing their will. As long as the will is strong enough, they can exhaust the guardian spirit. When the time is up, the elephant tomb will reward you based on how many waves of guardian spirit attacks you can withstand. More importantly, if you can't hold on and are knocked out by the guardian spirit, don't worry. At most, you'll have a headache for a few days. The guardian spirit won't truly harm you. Unfortunately, each person can only enter once in their lifetime. Otherwise, our elephant armor sect would have long been at the pinnacle of the continent. After hearing this, Lin Qing became agitated, holding onto the armrest. Even wanted to stand up from the chair, angrily cursing, Father, didn't you say you would help me take revenge? Why not take action against them and instead give them an opportunity? Are you getting old and confused? Looking at his son, pointing at himself, Lin Yin wasn't angry. He calmly pressed down on that finger and confidently said, you need to let me finish. What I just said refers to the human and earth levels of the elephant tomb. What do you mean? Lin Qing asked in confusion. Lin Yin clasped his hands behind his back, his lips curling up like a smiling, venomous snake, his eyes gleaming fiercely. What I mean is that there's a world of difference between the heavenly level elephant tomb and the human and earth levels. In the heavenly level elephant tomb, it is said that the strongest of the diamond mammoth clan throughout history are buried there, among which the 10,000-year level mammoths are the weakest. Perhaps because they had opened their intelligence before death and were unwilling to die, the guardian spirits formed from them seek rebirth, and they will devour souls. This means that if one cannot withstand for an hour in the heavenly level elephant tomb, they can only die inside. But Father, what if they really block the guardian spirit's attacks? Lin Qing sighed in relief, but thinking of Hao Hong's incredibly powerful figure, he asked worriedly. That's nothing to worry about, because it is said that the guardian spirit is just the first round of assessment of the heavenly level elephant tomb. There are other very deadly assessments afterward. I don't know the specifics, but we just need to know that those assessments are enough to cost them their lives. Is it really that powerful? Lin Qing asked skeptically. Lin Ying turned around, looking at his son, and coldly smiled. Let me put it this way, our previous sect leader, the father of the current sect leader, was a prodigy in the elephant armor sect. Not only did he possess innate soul power at level 9, but he also reached level 20 in just 2 years. However, he did not enter the elephant tomb when he first obtained his soul ring. You have to know that the rewards of the elephant tomb mostly enhance physical potential, and the older you are, the less effective the rewards are. Why did he do this? Because he wanted to challenge the heavenly level elephant tomb. When he was 60 years old, his soul power was at level 89. In the prime of his life, he entered the heavenly level elephant tomb, but an hour later, not even his corpse was transmitted out. Kingya, if a level 89 soul master went in and was turned to dust, do you think those 3 will come out? Then I can rest easy. Thank you, father. Lin Qing looked at Lin Ying gratefully, sincerely saying, as if the person who had yelled at Lin Ying earlier was not related to him at all. Lin Ying affectionately stroked his head and said, It's all right, child. As long as you can be happy, your father is willing to do anything. Lin Mengyun stood to the side, watching this scene of fatherly love and filial piety, feeling a chill in her heart. Chapter 21. Guardian Spirit. The white light gradually faded, and Hao Hung opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings. They were no longer in the main hall. The place they were now in was a vast circular plaza about the size of 5 or 6 football fields, and they were in the center. The ground was engraved with various ferocious and powerful giant beasts, as well as strange runes. This place resembled an altar. Boss, look, Hu Yanli exclaimed beside him, and Hao Hung looked up towards where he was pointing and was immediately shocked. Hao Heng's gaze crossed the edge of the square, through the broken and shattered fence. Mountains of bones, accumulated from indescribably gigantic skeletons, surrounded the square, creating a grayish-white expanse that was both astonishing and chilling, raising goosebumps and cold sweat on one's back. It was hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying these beastly skeletons had been in life, each one capable of serving as a pillar for a palace. The 3 individuals, feeling like ants in front of these bone mountains, each gasped in disbelief. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're all dead, right? There's nothing to be afraid of. Hu Yanli muttered to himself, as if trying to comfort himself, or perhaps speaking to himself. Brother, over there. Bai Yu stood next to Hao Hung, seemingly having discovered something, anxiously grabbing Hao Heng's arm and tugging it slightly. Hao Hung turned his head and saw that on the peaks of several bone mountains, thick grayish-white mist was erupting like a volcanic eruption. The mist spread into the sky, and in just a few breaths, the entire world was shrouded in white mist, obscuring the sun and sky, creating a vast expanse of white. Apart from the square, the 3 felt as if the circular disc square beneath their feet was a lonely island floating in a sea of white mist. They were the unfortunate ones abandoned by the world, trapped on this island. Don't worry, Hu Yanli, stabilizing his emotions, let out a breath and said with bright eyes, This is the trial of the elephant tomb. Soon, countless guardian spirits formed from the resentment of the deceased mammoths will attack us. But there's no need to be afraid. They can only attack our spirit. As long as we can remain true to ourselves and maintain a strong will, those guardian spirits won't be able to do anything to us. After Hu Yanli explained the trial methods he had heard about in the elephant tomb, he began to survey the surroundings as if searching for something. Is that guardian spirit what you're referring to? Hao Hung grabbed him and pointed at the thick white mist. Hu Yanli squinted and looked over, only to see a grayish-white giant hand reaching out from the fog, grasping the edge of the square. Its dark fingers seemed to be pressing down into the ground, and the hard stone slabs cracked under the pressure of the giant hand. With a swoosh, after the fingers pierced into the stone slab, the 3 saw a massive shadow surge out from the dense white mist, and a howling storm arose and spread as it landed. Hao Hung focused his gaze. It was a gigantic figure close to 10 meters tall, with a broad and corpulent body, a big belly exposed with scars, wearing a tattered black leather armor. Its limbs were thick with long arms and short legs, and its hands were enormous, so large that a slight grip could encompass any one of the 3 of them entirely. On its head was a furry, half-broken snout, missing one ear, with grayish-white eyes devoid of pupils, resembling the zombies Hao Hung had seen in zombie movies from his past life, appearing completely mindless and not very intelligent. When that creature fully emerged from the white mist and landed in the square, perhaps due to the distance, Hao Hung and the others only felt a slight vibration. What? How can it be so big? Hu Yanli swallowed and sighed. Are you sure this thing is the same as the guardian spirit you mentioned? Bai Yu asked skeptically. It should be, right? Hu Yanli Li was also uncertain. He took a deep breath, summoned his martial soul, transformed into a diamond mammoth, and then said, "Boss, I'm going to." Hao Hung nodded and watched as Hu Yanli walked towards the enormous figure. Hu Yanli moved very slowly, taking a step forward every few seconds, but after taking 10 steps, he quickly retracted his thigh and ran back to Hao Hang's side. Hao Hung and Baiyu did not mock him, because amidst the white mist, several giant beastmen resembling that figure jumped out. It's all a deception. It's all a deception. They can only perform soul attacks. As long as we have a strong enough will, we can definitely get through this. Boss, we just need to stay put. Hu Yanli trembled, panicking as he hid behind Hao Hung, secretly observing the few figures slowly approaching from the center. Hao Hung did not reply. He scanned the area, and at the edge of the square, 10 giant beastmen had appeared. Let's call them guardians. They moved towards the center from all directions, moving slowly, but each step was so heavy and powerful, as if a mountain had grown legs, thundering with a booming sound, and the sense of intensified as they drew closer. Hao Hung doesn't believe Hu Yanli's words at all now. You all step back a bit, Hao Hung said softly. After Baiyu and the others took a few steps back, he took off his clothes and threw them to Baiyu. Summoning his giant martial soul, he raised his fists high in the golden light, his body continuously growing larger. After a few seconds, the golden light turned into golden armor covering his entire body, except for his head. Standing at 10 meters tall, he took large strides and quickly approached a guardian spirit. Upon seeing him approach, the guardian spirit seemed surprised. Although its face still bore a deathly pallor, its steps halted, and it slowly raised its enormous arms, clenching its fists. Hao Hung could see the prominent veins on the back of the fist, resembling the roots of a large tree, and his heart instantly sounded an alarm. He also raised his own fist. As he was about to get closer, Hao Hung let out a loud shout and launched his punch with momentum. The force of this punch was absolutely capable of shattering mountains and stones. The air wave wrapped around his fist was enough to grind stones to dust. However, the guardian spirit also swung out its fist, causing Hao Hang's pupils to contract to the size of needles. It was calm, slow, and devoid of any wind or waves, yet carried an unresistible heavy power, much like a large truck slowly starting to move. When Hao Hang's fist collided with it, a strong rebound force surged back into his arm, and in an instant, a crackling sound continuously erupted from his arm, the sound of bones being damaged. So hard, Hao Hang's face flushed red like pig liver, and he hurriedly retracted his fists and stood with his arms crossed. The guardian spirit was not unscathed either. Hao Hang's violent power had directly shattered its bones, rendering its entire arm unable to lift. Yet, even in this state, he did not retreat a single step. Come again. Seeing that his attack was not without effect, Hao Hung shouted and moved forward, transforming his fist into a blade, striking down from the air towards the guardian spirit's head. The guardian spirit reacted a moment too late. By the time Hao Hang's palm blade made contact with its head, it only then remembered to dodge, tilting its head to the side. However, this tilt provided Hao Hung with an opportunity to exert more force. Following the direction of its tilted head, he increased his power, changing from a vertical slash to a diagonal cut. A series of popping sounds came from the guardian spirit's neck. Hao Hung showed no mercy, his body darting to the back of the guardian spirit. He wrapped his arm around its neck, squeezing tightly, causing his entire arm to swell by 2 circles as he crushed the guardian spirit's neck bones into 2 pieces. After sensing that it no longer struggled, Hao Hung let it go, allowing it to collapse to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that transformed into tiny white specks drifting away. Phew, there's still 9 left. Hao Hung looked at the other guardian spirits that were still moving towards the center, suppressing the joy in his heart. If it could all be resolved so easily, that would be great. He exhaled softly and said, Chapter 22, The Might of Thunder. 9, 8, 7, 3. Hao Hung wandered around the square, taking down one guardian spirit after another. Although these guardian spirits were tough and strong, if they didn't show any weaknesses, they would indeed be hard to deal with. Fortunately, they clearly had low intelligence, were slow to react, and were quite cumbersome. This made Hao Hang very happy. He never imagined that one day he could rely on agility to bully others. After knocking the 8th guardian spirit to the ground with a punch, he stepped on it and bombarded its head with several heavy punches. The sound of booming echoed as he watched it turn into light. Only then did Hao Hung stand up straight and look back. In the distance, Hu Yanli and Baiyu were each entangled with a guardian spirit. After seeing how easily Hao Hung dealt with several guardian spirits, they couldn't hold back any longer, and each chose the weakest first and second ones to charge at. Although they couldn't do anything to the guardian spirits. Simply put, they couldn't inflict damage. The guardian spirits couldn't touch them either, making it a fair exchange. Watching them peck at each other like novice fighters, Hao Hung let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a distant, soaring sound, as if crossing through the river of history, echoed from the ancient past behind him. He turned around to face the thick white mist. The sound rippled through the dense wall of white fog. Upon hearing the sound, Hao Hung felt as if he were under an illusion attack, pulled into another space-time. There, an endless grassland stretched out before him, where towering mammoths, thousands or even tens of thousands of meters tall, moved slowly across the plains. They had clouds above their heads and their feet on the ground, lifting their trunks to touch the heavens, creating deep ravines as they descended. One of the mammoths trumpeted loudly, sending sound waves that resonated with the strength and dominance of the mammoths. A force that made all beasts bow down in submission spread with the sound waves. Puff! Hao Hung felt a tightness in his chest, letting out a muffled groan as he sensed something rising in his throat, spilling from the corner of his mouth. His expression was dazed as he touched his lips, a smear of bright red blood pulling him out of the illusion and filling him with a terrifying panic. What is this thing that can injure me just by sound? He stumbled back a few meters, gazing fearfully at the white mist. He felt something moving toward him, though obscured by layers of fog. The intense sense of pressure on his body was undeniable. His heart was pounding violently. Was it fear? No, it was excitement, like the thunder of war drums, booming and exhilarating. Unconsciously, Hao Hang's lips slowly curled upward, revealing a hint of madness in his eyes. The white mist roiled, and something else emerged. It was a warrior, over 2 meters tall, with a strong physique, wearing an armored battle robe, and wielding a sword, axe, and spear. They moved swiftly in vast numbers, continuously leaping out of the white mist, brandishing their weapons and charging toward Hao Hung. Wow, what is going on? Boss, help! Hao Hang's face darkened as he turned and ran towards the center, shouting to Hu Yinli and Bai Yu, "Come to my side." The three gathered together, standing back to back, facing the suddenly overwhelming tide of warriors. These individuals, each resembling an elephant, bore some similarities to Hu Yinli, but he felt no sense of familiarity whatsoever. "Boss, what do we do now?" Hu Yinli asked with a cry in his voice. At this moment, his mind was filled with fear, and all he could think about was wanting to crush the person who had told him about the tests in the elephant tomb. Hao Hang took a deep breath and said, "Don't panic. You all lie down and curl up your bodies." What does that mean? The two of them looked up at Hao Hung in confusion. They saw Hao Hang with his head lowered, crossing his arms, legs slightly apart, and squatting down, with a purple soul ring shining beside him, and the golden armor on him crackling with purple electric arcs from time to time. They didn't understand, but still quickly followed Hao Hang's instructions, squatting down and curling up. The elephant-headed warriors began to move. A tide of warriors as black as water surged towards the center. Hao Hung lowered his head, but his gaze was fixed straight ahead. The warriors wielding axes and swords charged forward with a roar, 1,000 meters away, 900 meters, 800 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. In an instant, they surged another 90 meters, and the monsters were now just 10 meters away. Hao Hung remained motionless, but a smile had already appeared at the corner of his mouth. A sound that resembled a trumpet mixed with the roars of other wild beasts, like tigers and lions, reached Hao Hang's ears. He saw a warrior with an elephant head raise his axe and leap forward, swinging down at him. It was time. Hao Hang's eyes flashed with a bolt of lightning. As the purple light swayed, he spread his arms wide, mimicking a warm embrace, held his head high, and let out a long howl. Storm of thunder. As his voice echoed across the sky, 9 thunderbolts, each as thick as an arm, struck down in the sky beside him, their power overwhelmingly fierce and masculine. The elephant-headed warrior that had jumped up was instantly evaporated into dust beneath the thunder. The 9 pillars of lightning spun rapidly around Hao Hang's body, expanding outward, each one crazily absorbing the electric particles in the air, growing larger. It was like a giant meat grinder, within a radius of 100 meters from Hao Hung. The elephant-headed warriors were reduced to ashes amidst the 9 swirling lightning pillars, leaving not a trace behind. Hearing the continuous rumble of the thunderstorm, Hu Yinli and Bai Yu, unable to suppress their curiosity, quietly raised their heads, only to see one elephant-headed warrior after another being swept up by the storm, their bodies dissipating like ashes in the arcs of lightning swirling in the sky. They then heard a deep roar, looked up at the sky, and saw the figure of a giant clad in golden armor, palm crackling with thunder, reflecting in their eyes. In that moment, Hao Hang's invincible form was indistinguishable from that of a deity. However, this moment did not last long. After the 9 pillars of thunder expanded beyond 100 meters, they vanished. That was beyond Hao Hang's realm of thunder. Additionally, because of this move, Hao Hang had exhausted all his soul power, unable to maintain the giant martial spirit, and directly exited the martial spirit possession, lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep with transparent bubbles of snot appearing. Huyan Li and Bai Yu were stunned, staring blankly at Hao Hang, who had collapsed and fallen asleep. The surrounding elephant-headed warriors seemed to sense fear. After the thunderstorm disappeared, they did not rush forward immediately, but chose to advance slowly and cautiously. "Boss, wake up, boss. Brother, this is not the time to sleep. They're about to charge." Huyan Li and Bai Yu felt like they were going crazy, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt on the ground, desperately shaking Hao Hang's body. If they weren't afraid, they would have slapped him across the face. But no matter how much they shook him, Hao Hang remained in his own world, showing no signs of waking up. "We're finished. This time we're really finished," Huyan Li said despondently as he watched the elephant-headed warriors, who no longer felt threatened, rushing over, kneeling on the ground in despair. Chapter 23. Cycle Hao Hang's thunder domain cannot yet be considered a powerful domain. Although this domain grants him the ability to manipulate thunder, it requires him to consume stored thunder energy and soul power. His soul power is already insufficient, and this ability only exacerbates the scarcity of his soul power. However, Hao Hang has not given up on developing it. Thunder is, after all, a symbol of strength and destruction. Using thunder as an attack method means its power is certainly beyond that of ordinary soul techniques. Moreover, it satisfies Hao Hang's desire for long-range attacks, especially since he can freely control the input of soul power and thunder energy. The stronger he becomes, the stronger it will be. One can only say that the future is promising. After acquiring it, Hao Hang developed 3 attack methods. Heaven's Descent Thunder, which consumes 5 of thunder energy in 1,000 points of soul power. Swift Thunder Spear, which consumes 50 of thunder energy and all his soul power. And Frenzied Thunderstorm, which consumes all thunder energy and all soul power. With single target, long range, and large area attacks, combined with his own powerful physique and strength, Hao Hang faintly feels that he is touching the path to invincibility. However, these attack methods have a significant drawback. They consume too much soul power. Fortunately, he has strong recovery abilities. As his eyes opened again, Hao Hang quickly got up. It took only a few seconds for his soul power to go from depleted to full, and he was accustomed to this change, summoning his giant martial soul without any discomfort. The kneeling Huyan Li and Bai Yu were suddenly shrouded in a shadow, and when they looked up, they saw the golden-armored giant appear once more, immediately causing a blossoming of hope in their desperate eyes. "Boss, brother," they called out uncontrollably, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Hao Hang is currently too busy to deal with them. He is facing a terrible problem. He has the soul power, but the thunder energy accumulated during the thunder tribulation has been squandered. Now, even the golden armor on him only serves to cover his modesty. What should he do? Hao Hang thought about how to break the stalemate in a short time. However, the elephant-headed warriors, surging like a black tide, wouldn't give him any time. They roared with anger, wielding their axes and swords, charging at him one after another. There was no time to think anymore. Hao Hang rose to a height of 20 meters, where the soul power consumed per second was just enough to offset the power he regained. He reached out and grabbed Huyan Li and Bai Yu, enclosing them in his hand, and took a large step towards the elephant-headed warriors, stomping down. The elephant-armored warriors were only about 2 meters tall and had no special abilities. If it were just one, Hao Hang could easily crush it with a single stomp. But there were not just one in front of him, but thousands and tens of thousands. As he stomped down, a gradually dissipating glow appeared on the ground. However, at the same time, the nearby elephant-headed warriors pounced on him, striking his body with their axes and swords. The sound of metal clashing rang out, crisp and clear, but Hao Hang felt no pain. He looked down and saw several elephant-headed warriors climbing on his foot, swinging their axes wildly. They only sparked a few sparks at most, which made Hao Hang very happy. How did I become so tough? Hey, that's great. He grinned savagely and began his slaughter journey. With each stomp, a group would die, repeating this a dozen times, and the ground beside him was filled with glowing dots the size of fireflies. This was too slow. Hao Hang had already noticed that no more elephant-headed warriors were rushing out from mist. Now, there were only the ones in the square, and all he had to do was eliminate them. However, stepping on them one by one, while as simple as stepping on ants, was too inefficient and exhausting. With a quick thought, he suddenly came up with a good idea. As the thought crossed his mind, he sat down cross-legged, cupped his hands securely around the two people in his care, and then allowed the elephant-headed warriors to crawl all over him. In no time, they had covered his thighs, waist, and chest, leaving only his head free from the tide of warriors. But it was time. Hao Hong was not going to give them another chance. Hao Hong opened his eyes, a flash of dark purple light flickering in the depths of his gaze. Thunder cleansing technique. In the sky shrouded in white mist, several dark clouds surged from the void, gathering above Hao Hong's head, with arcs of lightning flashing within the clouds, and terrifying destructive energy continuously accumulating. Thunder is coming. Hao Hong raised his head to look at the dark clouds and shouted. As he wished, a thick purple-black lightning bolt descended from the clouds, incessantly striking his bald crown, then transforming into several strands that penetrated the gaps in his muscles, flowing downwards and wandering throughout every part of his body. Hao Hong truly realized the benefits of having a high physical attribute this time. It might also be that the power of this thunder was too weak. He felt only a brief tingling where the thunder passed, and then returned to normal, completely different from the feeling he had when he was struck during the forest assessment. He was fine, but the elephant-headed warriors around him suffered. One by one, they were like mosquitoes hit by an electric mosquito racket, crackling and flashing, all turning into fluorescence and wrapping around Hao Hong. At that moment, Hao Hong suddenly thought of something. The thunder cleansing technique comes from the system and does not consume soul power when in operation. It only requires physical strength, but it can provide him with thunder energy. On the other hand, the three attack methods derived from his thunder domain consume both soul power and thunder energy, while the sleep recovery breathing technique does not consume anything. It only requires him to sleep during its operation, but can restore both soul power and physical strength. So, could he release the thunder domain while sleeping and simultaneously operate the thunder cleansing technique? The thought startled Hao Hong himself. If it could really be achieved, there wouldn't be enough elephant-headed warriors in this square for him to kill. Moreover, it didn't seem impossible to realize because the thunder cleansing technique comes from a system. Just like how he can run the sleep recovery breathing technique even while asleep. The thunder cleansing technique should also be able to operate while he sleeps. As long as he doesn't want to stop it, the dark cloud in the sky should not dissipate. So, would the soul ring stop functioning just because he fell asleep? Hao Hong controlled the soul power within his body, as well as the thunder energy, pouring it into the soul ring. He tried not to let his consciousness control it and allowed his body to get used to manipulating the soul power. Gradually, he really felt that the soul power and thunder energy could flow into the soul ring on their own without his control, like an open faucet. The soul power flowed like water, the consciousness was the hand, and the body was the faucet. Similarly, as long as he didn't intend to stop it, the soul power would continue to flow out. As the soul power flowed out, the thunder energy first accumulated from the outflow. He controlled the outflow speed of the soul power and thunder energy to accumulate 5 units of thunder energy and 1,000 points of soul power in the soul ring every 10 seconds, which was exactly the energy needed for a heavenly thunder strike. However, there was a problem. Although the soul ring accepted the energy, it wouldn't activate the soul skills on its own without his control. It was like filling a car with gasoline. If it wasn't started, it wouldn't move. This troubled Hao Hong, and he didn't have a solution. But then he thought the sleep recovery breathing method allowed him to set his own sleep time. He only needed to control the timing and wake up once every 10 seconds. With that in mind, Hao Hong focused, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. He quickly lowered his eyelids and activated the sleep recovery breathing method. The giant lowered its head and fell asleep directly. Chapter 24. The arrival of the giant being after waking up more than 50 times. The elephant-headed warriors in the entire square were finally cleared out. Hao Hong opened his eyes, looking at the empty surroundings, and glanced at his attributes panel. Soul power, 36003600 physique, 799 domain of thunder, thunder energy storage, 100, thunder body cleansing method, first layer completion progress, 9, after being struck for so long. I only increased by 3. Hao Hong thought to himself, feeling frustrated. Sigh, forget it. He shook his head and set down Huyan Li and Bai Yu. Although he had perfectly protected them, a few bolts of lightning still slipped through the gaps between his fingers, shocking them until they were smoking all over. Fortunately, aside from being a bit charred on the outside and fainting, they didn't suffer any serious harm. After checking on them, Hao Heng pondered his previous attack method carefully. If that move had been used properly, he wouldn't have to worry about soul power consumption afterwards. However, upon further reflection, this move was not without its countermeasures. This attack has two very strict limitations. The first is that the opponent must be unable to harm him. If the opponent can hurt him while he foolishly sits there sleeping, then he can only say he deserves to die. The second is that there must be many enemies. The more the better, because this cycle relies on one word: speed. He needs to wake up as quickly as possible, strike with lightning, and then quickly fall asleep again so that his recovering soul power can keep up with the consumption. If there are too few opponents, he would still need to aim. In short, this move can only be used in situations like the one just now. It's rather impractical, but there are many aspects to consider, such as how to time his awakening to replenish his soul power effectively. As Hao Heng was deep in thought, Hu Yanli and Baiyu slowly woke up. They sat up, looking around in confusion, and then realized they were in danger. "Boss, where are those people?" Hu Yanli quickly got up, nervously scanning the surroundings, but found no one. So he looked up at Hao Heng in confusion and asked. Hao Heng smiled and said, "I killed them all." "All of them?" "That's right. Brother is powerful. Brother is mighty, invincible." Baiyu looked at Hao Heng with admiration, his eyes shining, and said, "Not bad, I also." Hao Heng was trying to be modest, but suddenly a strong came from the edge, as if something enormous had crashed into it. Hao Heng instantly closed his mouth. The moment he felt the on his, but he stood up, his eyes fixed on a spot in the white mist, where there was a strong aura he had just experienced. The sharp howling of the wind came from afar, getting closer and louder. Hu Yanli, who had just gotten up from the ground, and Baiyu nervously turned in circles, scanning the surroundings, afraid of being ambushed by some unknown little rascal. But Hao Heng remained motionless, standing in place, looking up, with a strong fighting spirit surging in his eyes. It was coming. Hao Heng whispered softly, and the soul power within him began to circulate through his meridians. Below, Hu Yanli and the others also heard what he said, looking up at the increasingly larger Hao Heng, when suddenly they saw a shadow crashing down from the mist towards them. Hao Heng's height stopped at its maximum, 110 meters. At the moment the shadow fell, he had already raised his hand to catch it, but the force of the shadow was still too strong. The moment Hao Heng made contact with the shadow, a large pit opened up beneath his feet, and the stone slab was directly shattered into dust by the terrifying power, burying his 2 feet and pushing him backward. An elephant trunk. Hu Yanli's voice trembled, carrying a hint of disbelief. Baiyu stared blankly at the sky. It was a thick, brownish-yellow elephant trunk. Just how thick it was, Hao Heng's current size was like a towering mountain. Yet the width of his shoulders was not even half the thickness of the trunk. Moreover, the trunk was very long, emerging from the thick white mist outside the edge of the square, directly hitting them in the middle of the square, and the tip of the trunk was almost touching the white mist on the opposite side. Hu Yanli looked up at the tip of the trunk, wanted to see what kind of gigantic creature had such a long nose, but he couldn't see anything besides the thick white mist. A terrifying thought was born in Hu Yanli's mind. "There's still a section outside," Hu Yanli murmured. "What?" Baiyu looked at him in disbelief. At this moment, Hao Heng was no longer concerned about the thickness and length of the elephant trunk. In the peak condition of his body, with his strength attribute about to exceed 20,000, he was unexpectedly crushed the moment he was hit. This was the first time he had been directly overwhelmed by pure power. The feeling of helpless despair he experienced was something he had never felt even when facing Bibi Dong. After a few minutes, the elephant trunk began to retract, slowly disappearing into the white mist. A somewhat unwilling and angry dull trumpet sound exploded in the ears of the three, causing Hu Yanli and Baiyu to be so frightened that they stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, Hao Heng directly exited his giant state and fell to his knees on the ground. His arms hung down, his eyes lost their luster, and even his breathing became noticeably weaker. His body was battered and bloody, having seemingly turned into a bloodied figure. Hao Heng did not undergo a medical examination, but he knew that the bones in his arms and legs were basically gone. They were not just broken. Under that force, they had turned into bone powder finer than flour, which was then squeezed into the ruptured fascia and muscles. Hao Heng fell to the ground. He just needed to quickly fall asleep, and his body's injuries could recover. Perhaps the pain wouldn't be so intense. But he wouldn't do that. He wanted to remember this pain, remember this helplessness. All along, he had been sailing smoothly, without any turbulence. Although he completed his tasks with discipline every day, only he knew whether he had truly tried his best. He hadn't. If he had truly given his all, he would be far stronger than he was now. Anger was the best motivation, His eyes were bloodshot, filled with nothing but fury. But did he still have a chance for revenge? Boss, brother. After waiting for a few minutes without another attack from the elephant, Huyen Li and Bai Yu rushed over, each supporting one of his arms to prevent him from facing the ground. Boss, are you okay? Brother, your hand. Bai Yu immediately noticed Hao Heng's limp and powerless hand, as well as his terrifying and grim appearance, and couldn't help but ask with concern. I'm Fina, Hao Heng said calmly, but anyone could hear the unwillingness in his words. Boss, that giant elephant is too strong. We simply can't defeat it. It's already impressive that you were able to withstand its trunk. Yeah, brother, we should have completed the assessment by now, right? Well, logically speaking, we should have. Hu Yanli stood up and looked around, noticing there was no new movement, then nodded and said, Hu Yanli. Hao Heng suddenly looked up and shouted. Hu Yanli crouched down and said, Boss, what's the matter? Hao Heng's eyes were bloodshot, with his pupils turning completely black as he stared intensely at Hu Yanli, each sound hiding anger. Is there still a chance to come again? Hu Yanli looked at Hao Heng with some difficulty and said, Boss, each person can only enter the Tomb of Elephants once in their lifetime, so it seems we can't come again. Is there really no way? Hao Heng gasped for breath and asked sharply. Hu Yanli lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Bai Yu said from the side, Brother, don't pay attention to him. His news is as unreliable as farting. There's definitely a way. Hearing his brother's voice, Hao Heng took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his anger, closed his eyes, and prepared to take revenge in his dreams. But just then, a cheerful yet slightly mischievous, old and hoarse voice floated out from the white mist. Oh, there are still living people? Chapter 25. The mysterious old man. Please cast a vote for me. Dear. The three of them stared nervously at the white mist from which the voice came. Now that Hao Heng had collapsed, he surely had no combat ability for the time being. If another round of assessment came, it was that he looked down on Hu Yanli and Bai Yu. With the two of them, it seemed they would have grass a meter high on their graves by tomorrow. Oh, boss, what should we do? Hu Yanli clenched his fists, his hands bruised, and sweat poured down his forehead, speaking in a stammer. Hao Heng was breathing heavily, the anger in his eyes gradually fading away, replaced by a hint of fear. He wanted to take revenge for his injuries. But this was not the right situation for it. Don't rush, stay calm, Hao Heng said in a deep voice. Bai Yu supported him, and the three of them, with 6 eyes, stared intently at one spot. A ripple stirred in the white mist, and a foot clad in black cloth shoes stepped out. Oh, it was an old man who appeared, not very tall, hunched over, wearing a tattered leather vest and long black pants, with messy hair and a face full of wrinkles, looking extremely frail, as if he could drop dead at any moment. But no one dared to underestimate him, just by the fact that he could appear here. He seemed quite surprised, the wrinkles on his forehead bunched together, his murky eyes widened, and his eyeballs quickly scanned the three of them. When he looked over, the three felt as if their clothes were transparent, exposed to him completely. The surroundings were silent, no one spoke. After observing for a while, the old man's gaze focused on the weak person being supported by 2 others, Hao Heng, and with a smile at the corners of his mouth, he said, I didn't expect anyone would come to this hellhole, and even more surprising is that you all managed to survive. Truly, incredible. His voice was low, as if he was talking to himself, sounding harsh, as if something was stuck in his throat, yet it clearly reached the ears of the three, allowing them to hear every word distinctly. Who are you? Hu Yanli mustered his courage and stepped forward to ask, not because he suddenly grew brave, but because he felt he had seen the old man's face somewhere before. The old man turned to him, his smile fading, his expression suddenly turning cold. In a flash, he disappeared from his spot, and in the time it took for Hu Yanli to widen his eyes, he reappeared in front of him, their gazes locking in a confrontation. Words as piercingly cold as a chilling wind blowing through the depths of the abyss. Kid, didn't anyone teach you to be polite? You. Hu Yanli felt a wave of coldness erupt from his bones, instantly making his blood freeze, his mind going blank. He took a few steps back, raising his arms to prepare for the old man's attack. However, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, look at your silly face, it's obvious you're not very smart. A little scare and you look like this, really interesting, ha ha. The three looked at the old man, who was laughing and spinning around them like a monkey, their scalps gradually beginning to tingle. Seeing a living person in such a dangerous place was actually very terrifying because you didn't know if he was friend or foe. Even more frightening was that this person seemed a bit eccentric. His behavior was unpredictable, which meant he could be laughing and chatting with you one moment, and the next moment pull out a knife and stab it into your heart, then crouch down to cry in grievance, and then laugh again. At this moment, Hao Hong no longer had the energy to deal with him. If it weren't for this old guy being there, he feared he might die in his dreams. He would have definitely closed his eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. The fact that his eyes were still open was his last act of stubbornness. Baiyu glanced at Hu Yanli, who had been scared silly and was standing still, knowing he could no longer count on him. After gently placing Hao Hong down, he stood up, adjusted his clothes, and respectfully bowed to the old man, who was still laughing with his hands on his hips, saying, "Senior, we are disciples from the Xiangjia sect. My name is Baiyu, and this is Hu Yanli, and this is my elder brother Hao Hong. We came here to participate in the Xiangjia assessment. May I ask who you are?" "You're lying." Before Baiyu could finish speaking, the old man appeared in front of him and roared angrily. He then took a few steps back, coldly mocking, and said to Baiyu, "There has to be a basis for lying. Since when has the Xiangjia sect used the heavenly level Xiangjong as an assessment method? Is the current sect master of the Xiangjia sect confused? You are the one who's confused." Hearing the old man insult his grandfather, although Hu Yanli didn't dare to argue with him, he still had the courage to complain secretly. But the old man had sharp ears. As soon as Hu Yanli spoke, his hand was already resting on Hu Yanli's shoulder, and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Young man, what did you just say? I'm a bit hard of hearing. Could you speak a little louder?" Hu Yanli gasped, his eyes rolling back in fear, his body stiffening, and then he was about to fall. The old man saw this and quickly stepped back, cursing inwardly. This young man has no sense of martial ethics. Baiyu quickly stepped forward to catch Hu Yanli, who seemed to have fainted from fright, and gently laid him down on the ground. Then he politely looked at the old man and said, "Senior, every word I said is true. If there is any falsehood, may I be struck by lightning." The old man stepped forward, stroking his stubble, walked around Baiyu in a circle, and then stopped in front of him, seemingly deep in thought. "You don't look like someone who would lie. However, it's strange how you young lads got here." Baiyu, seeing the old man scratching his head in confusion, worried that he hadn't heard what he said earlier, repeated, "Senior, the three of us passed the second round of the sect entrance assessment, and because of our excellent results, we were selected to enter the Xiangjong for the third round of assessment." "Impossible, impossible." The old man shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "It's absolutely impossible. How could there be a heavenly level Xiangjong in the entrance assessment? Do you think you understand the sect entrance assessment better than I do? Absolutely impossible, young man." The old man's unyielding confidence left Baiyu somewhat perplexed. Who is this suddenly appearing old man? Meanwhile, Hao Hong, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have thought of something. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and, in a weak voice filled with resentment, said, "We've been set up." "Brother." Baiyu hurriedly went up to him, fearing he couldn't hold on, and helped him sit up. He then looked worriedly at the old man and asked, "Senior, we should have passed the assessment, right? Why can't we go out yet?" Upon hearing this, the old man laughed again, a mad laugh, as if he had heard the most humorous joke in the world. Laughing so hard, he held his belly and even rolled on the ground a few times. When he got up, Baiyu heard him panting and coldly saying, "Passed the assessment? You're still far from it." "What?" Baiyu exclaimed, then asked in confusion, "But we even withstood that giant elephant trunk. Is there an assessment more terrifying than that?" He simply could not imagine what an assessment more powerful than that trunk would be like and how they would cope. The old man, with his left hand behind his back, turned his back to Baiyu and said, "Well, there isn't. The assessment of the heavenly level Xiangjong only has 3 stages: the Divine Armor Guard, the Breaking Army Warrior, and the Wrath of the Elephant Ancestor. These are the only ones." That is good." Baiyu patted his chest in relief, but then heard the old man continue. "However, the conditions for passing the assessment are not just about being able to withstand these 3 waves of attacks." Chapter 26. The World Abandoned by Time. Please cast your votes. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Baiyu's lips trembled slightly, his eyes widening, and he swallowed hard as he asked. "Hee." The old man turned around, grinning sinisterly, and looked at Baiyu, saying, "The assessment of the heavenly level Xiangjong indeed only has 3 waves, but if you want to complete the assessment, you need to do one thing: defeat the elephant ancestor." The old man raised his hand, pointed his index finger, and waved it in front of Baiyu, saying seriously, "You need to defeat the elephant ancestor." Baiyu's gaze went blank, his mouth dropped open, and after closing it again and swallowing his saliva, he stood up abruptly, his breath quickening as he asked, "Senior, the elephant ancestor you mentioned is—" "That's right, it's the master of that elephant trunk." The old man nodded, a shadow passing through his eyes. He looked up at the outside of the square, where the white mist that had enveloped the world had already dispersed, revealing the terrifyingly large skeletons and towering bone mountains. He sighed and recounted, "The reason this place is marked as a heavenly level Xiangzhong is not just because of the rumors from the outside, saying it buries the corpses of powerful beings from the Mammoth clan who broke through the 10,000-year realm, but it also buries the ancestors of the Mammoth clan. That ancestor is quite remarkable. It is said that during its lifetime, its cultivation broke through 1,000,000 years, and its strength was unfathomable, comparable to a deity. However, unfortunately, it was ultimately not a deity, as it provoked a true god and was killed. Even after death, it could not find peace, as its soul was locked within its bones, never to be free, not to mention." At this point, the old man seemed to be wary of something, looking up at the sky, closing his mouth, and releasing 2 thick columns of mist from his nostrils. "1,000,000-year soul beast, and you have to defeat it. How is that possible?" Baiyu murmured in disbelief. "That's right, it's impossible." The old man nodded in agreement. "Wait." Baiyu seemed to think of something. He stood up excitedly, raising his hand and say, "Right time? As long as we stay for an hour. Won't that be enough? After an hour, we can leave. Phew, thank goodness." The old man looked at his relieved expression and sneered. "Oh, really? What if I tell you that you won't even be able to wait that hour?" Baiyu felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the old man and asked, "Is it that the assessments will keep coming within that hour?" "That won't happen, but the interval between each wave of assessments is 90,000 breaths. 1 second counts as 2 breaths. 60 seconds equals 120 breaths. An hour is 3,600 seconds, which is 7,200 breaths. 24 hours. That's many days." Baiyu counted on his fingers and then, with a sudden look of joy, said, "Then we only need 1 hour." The old man shook his head with a smile and beckoned him with his finger, saying, "Come here." Baiyu hesitated a bit, but still followed his instructions and walked up. Then he heard, slap. He covered his face, took a few steps back, and looked at the old man in confusion, asking, "Senior, what are you doing?" The old man stared at him, expressionless, and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." Baiyu nodded. "Does it still hurt now?" "It still hurts. It hurts more than before, but it's slightly relieved." The old man kept asking. Baiyu felt for a moment, and seemed to realize that the pain in his cheek was not worse than when the old man had hit him earlier. Nor had it eased at all. The old man chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Does it feel the same?" Baiyu nodded in confusion. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, took a deep breath, and said, "In this place there is no concept of time. The injuries you suffer, the pain you endure, will remain on you, unable to ease or worsen, as if time has stopped." "What? How is that possible?" Baiyu covered the spot that had been struck, unable to believe it, and said, "Does that mean?" "That's right, kid. The hour you're waiting for may never come," the old man coldly added. A thud sounded behind him, and he jumped in fright, turning around to say, "Hey, kid, don't you dare faint. If you faint here, you won't wake up again. When the next round of assessment comes, you'll undoubtedly die. I tell you, I only shared so much with you because I thought you could chat with me. If you dare to faint, you won't even need those guardian spirits to take action. I'll personally send you on your way." Baiyu sat on the ground with a bitter smile, glanced at the fainted Hu Yanli, and then looked at Hao Hung, asking, "Senior, what about my big brother's injury?" "Don't worry, he won't die for now, as long as he isn't torn apart by the guardian spirits. No matter how severe the injury, it will only hurt a bit. Once you get used to it, it will be fine." The old man seemed to fear Baiyu's endurance was like Hu Yanli's, fainting at any moment. So he added, "Actually, you guys don't have to lose hope." "What hope?" Baiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly asked. The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, the assessment will only happen 9 times. As long as you can survive all 9 assessments, you can become like me. A living dead," the old man said in a low voice. This self-proclaimed title left Baiyu at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, slumping to the ground with his arms weakly hanging down. The burning pain in his cheek only deepened his despair. He closed his eyes, thinking about how his beautiful life hadn't even begun yet, but it was about to end in this godforsaken place, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Sighing, the old man looked at Baiyu, who was sitting on the ground crying, and sighed. He wasn't usually a talkative person, but after not having spoken to anyone for so long, he couldn't hold it in. Now that he had said everything, having scared one and made another cry, he felt embarrassed to stay any longer. He left silently. Baiyu was left alone in place, continuously crying, unable to stop even if he wanted to. After an unknown amount of time, Hao Hung woke up from a deep sleep. The peaceful sleep recovery breathing technique had finally shown its powerful recovery ability. His damaged organs, shattered bones, and ruptured muscles and blood vessels, these fatal injuries, all healed after just one sleep. He sat up, comfortably stretched his back, and, after noticing his body was intact, he then heard a whimpering cry behind him. He turned around to see Bai Yu and hurriedly approached, asking, "Bai Yu, what's wrong? Where's that old man?" Hao Hong looked around strangely, not seeing the old man's figure from before. "Brother, we are finished." Bai Yu's eyes were almost filled with tears, unable to open wide. And she said with a choked voice, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hao Hong hurriedly asked, and Bai Yu, in tears, recounted the news she had just learned to him. After he finished speaking, Hao Hong silently looked at his healing wounds, pondering for a while, thinking it should be the effect of the system. "All right, stop crying. Crying won't solve the problem." Hao Hong already had an idea in mind, and comforted Bai Yu by patting his back. "I know, brother, but I can't stop," Bai Yu said in desperation. Hao Hong scratched his head, looked at the unconscious Hu Yanli, and then said, "All right, you and Hu Yanli stay here." After saying that, he got up and walked towards the open space in the distance, his eyes still filled with fighting spirit. "So you're the elephant ancestor, huh? I want to see just how strong you are." With that thought, he crouched down in a horse stance and let out a loud roar towards the sky. Thunder come. Chapter 27. Battle with the Elephant Trunk. Thank you for your vote. Bowing, on the large round platform surrounded by the Bone Sea and the Skeleton Mountain, dark clouds piled up and thunder rumbled continuously. A lightning column as thick as a water barrel descended from the clouds, and right below it, Hao Hong stood like a stone statue, eyes closed, squatting in a horse stance, completely motionless. After killing enemies while in auto mode, he had developed a new trick, auto cultivation. His desire to become stronger had reached its peak. The dark clouds had not dispersed since they gathered above his head. When he woke up again, a purple-white divine light shone in Hao Hong's eyes, and a powerful pressure was released from his body, raising the dust around him, which danced in the air. He opened his personal panel. Host, Hao Hong. Martial Soul, Giant. Height 180 meters. Soul Power Level, 20 Soul Power Reserve. 1,000,010. 000. Recovers 100 points per second. Stamina. 100. Recovers 1 per minute. Note: if stamina is exhausted, the host will no longer receive rewards for continuing tasks. Strength. 15. 000. Standard for ordinary adult males is 10. Speed. 10. 000. Standard for ordinary adult males is 10. Constitution. 20. 000. Standard for ordinary adult males is 10. Spirit. 10. 000. Standard for ordinary adult males is 10. Distributable attribute points. 50 special ability. Sleep recovery breathing technique. Level 2. Passive effect. Stamina recovery increased. 5 per minute. Soul power reserve recovery increased. 100 points per second. Active effect. Rapidly aids sleep. Injury recovery ability enhanced by 100 times based on the body's original foundation. Soul power recovers 200 points per second. Stamina recovers 2 points per second. And increases soul power limit by 100 points per hour. Thunder cleansing technique. Wash away the filth of the mortal body with thunder, forging an unparalleled divine body. First layer, completion progress 59 constitution increases tenfold. Equipped items. Indestructible underwear skills. First soul skill. Thunder gold armor, passive effect. Provides thunder condensing gold armor, current charge. 100. Active effect. Generates a domain of thunder centered on the body. Can gather thunder to strike the selected target once every 10 seconds. Current charge. 100. Each lightning strike consumes a minimum of 500 soul power. Energy input limit can be controlled. Domain radius is a sphere with a radius 10 times his height. Only 180. That's not enough. Hao Hong furrowed his brows in dissatisfaction. He knew that his height of 180 was in meters, not centimeters. Yet he was still not satisfied because he understood that with his current strength, defeating that elephant trunk was far from enough, let alone completing his revenge. After allocating his attribute points to strength, Hao Hong closed his eyes, preparing to continue training, at least to raise his strength to 2,000. Boss, they're here. The white mist is coming. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard Bai Yu's shout beside him, and he opened his eyes to see Bai Yu had already run to his feet. Boss! Bai Yu was carrying the fainted Hu Yanli, panting heavily, pointing towards the edge of the square. Hao Hong raised his hand to signal him to say no more. Just in time. It was a perfect opportunity to test my strength. Hao Hong's face was cold as he maintained a height of 10 meters, rushing toward the edge of the square. His speed was such that he managed to stand his ground at the edge before the white mist spread into the square. After a while, the white mist enveloped the square as before, blocking out the sky and sunlight. The next second, a heavy footstep emerged from the mist. A cold light flashed in Hao Heng's eyes as he followed the footsteps. The elephant-headed giant led the charge, its large strides emerging from the white mist. But it couldn't advance a single step further because Hao Heng's fist had already struck out, with the power of 15,000 points backing it. The force of his punch created a shockwave that carved out a large hole in the mist, revealing the giant's form before it even entered the square. Less than half a moment later, Hao Heng's fist landed on its face, and the terrifying power caused dozens of cracks to appear on its face upon impact. Then, with a loud whoosh, under the compression of the fist's energy and the giant's immense strength, the elephant-headed giant's head exploded like fireworks, transforming into dazzling starlight that scattered into the air. Hao Heng's footsteps did not stop as he continued towards the next one. The giant elephant-headed beings that previously couldn't be a nuisance to him had now become trash he could easily dispose of, and he had lost interest in them. After quickly dealing with the 9 elephant-headed giants, Hao Heng walked to the center of the plaza and stood before the 2 figures made of white jade. Once again, there was a loud roar of the giant elephant, and from the white mist, one elephant-headed warrior after another kept jumping out. Hao Heng held by Yu Huyan Li in the palm of his hand, sitting cross-legged, his body expanding to 100 meters. At this size, he consumed 500 soul power points per second, but if he actively operated the breathing technique, it only required 300 points. His current soul power limit was 10,000, enough for him to operate for 30 seconds. However, there was no need for 30 seconds. 10 seconds was sufficient. The thunder cleansing technique was activated, and after the thunder dragon appeared, he controlled half of his soul power and all the accumulated thunder energy into the soul ring. A vast spherical domain of thunder with a radius of 1,000 meters unfolded. Some unfortunate warriors who rushed into the thunder domain were blasted into pieces by the arcs of electricity that flickered through the heavens and earth before Hao Heng even began to truly take action. The purple soul ring beside Hao Heng was shining, and he was waiting for all the elephant warriors to enter the thunder domain. He counted down in his heart. 10, 9. The speed of the elephant armor warriors did not disappoint him. By the time he reached 5 seconds, over 10,000 elephant armor warriors had surrounded him from all directions, with the closest already 10 meters in front of him. He slowly closed his eyes, and 9 pillars of thunder descended beside him, rotating, spreading, enlarging, and sweeping away. In just a few breaths, the thunderstorm turned the thousands of elephant warriors into beautiful fluorescence. When the last elephant warrior was blasted apart, Hao Heng retracted the thunder domain, released the 2 from the white jade, shrank back to a 10-meter form, and closed his eyes to practice his breathing technique. The great challenge was coming, and he needed to recover to peak condition as quickly as possible. Thunder energy charged to 5, soul power restored by 200 points. Thunder energy charged to 5, soul power restored by 200 points. The system prompt he had set kept ringing, and although he was in a dream, finally, after 20 seconds, the thunder energy was full, and his soul power was restored to nearly half. A shadow that kept expanding appeared in the white mist of the sky. Hao Heng opened his eyes at this moment, his gaze intensely fixed on the shadow. He raised his arm, catching the thunder that fell from the dark clouds above his head as if he were drawing water. The domain of thunder was unleashed, and all the gathered thunder energy surged into his palm. A long spear of thunder, about 12 or 13 meters in length, gradually took shape, radiating electric light and releasing the might of thunder. The violent thunder energy was compressed in his hand, like a squeezed spring. Swish! The white mist parted, and the shadow attacked again. At the same time, Hao Heng lifted his head and let out a deafening roar from his fierce face. Come on! He hurled the spear in his hand toward the shadow. The spear, enveloped in the majesty of thunder, struck the shadow, piercing through its hide and exploding. Instantly, countless ferocious thunder serpents scattered, surging in all directions, leaving behind a trail of lightning and thunder, with smoke and dust rising, turning everything to scorched earth. Though the thunderous force was powerful, it only affected a small area, causing the shadow to pause in midair for a second. And that 1 second was enough for Hao Heng to transform. He released his maximum size, and a giant towering 180 meters tall sprang up from the ground. Under the empowerment of thunder, his strength surged, gathering in his arms, with dragon-like veins extending from the back of his hand to his shoulder, and his massive muscles rippling like the strings of a plucked instrument. The shadow's trunk came down, crashing onto Hao Heng's arm. Bang! A loud collision echoed as Hao Heng roared, unleashing the force of hundreds of thousands in that moment. His feet rooted like an old tree, unwavering, and this time, He held on for half a minute. Boom! Hao Hong was once again thrown out, landing on the ground and creating a huge, deep pit. An elephant's trunk fell on him, pressing him into the pit. After a few minutes, following a long trumpet from the elephant, the trunk was dragged into the white mist. At this moment, Hao Hong lay in the pit, gasping for breath, then burst into laughter, boisterous, high-pitched laughter that made the clouds and mist in the 9 heavens tremble. Chapter 28, Thunder Cleansing Technique, Breakthrough. Thank you for the votes, sincerely. Hao Hong is now like a wrung-out sponge, desperately absorbing the moisture known as combat experience. The elephant trunk is his opponent. The first time, he was utterly powerless, beaten to a pulp with no ability to resist. The second time, all 4 attributes broke 1,000. His height limit exceeded 180, and the first level of the Thunder Cleansing Technique reached a completion of 59, allowing him to last half a minute. The third time, all 4 attributes surpassed 3,000. His height limit reached 250, and the first level of the Thunder Cleansing Technique's completion reached 82, enabling him to hold his ground against the elephant trunk for 10 minutes before losing. The fourth time, all 4 attributes reached 5,000. His height limit came to 330, and the first level of the Thunder Cleansing Technique reached 99, battling the elephant trunk for half an hour until he was exhausted and defeated. The fifth time, all 4 attributes reached 7,000. The height limit reached 500 meters, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique was at 99, fighting the elephant trunk for an hour before losing. The sixth time, all 4 attributes broke 10,000. The height limit reached 700 meters, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique was at 99, battling the elephant trunk for 2 hours without winning or losing, until the elephant trunk inexplicably withdrew. The seventh time, all 4 attributes reached 12,000. The height limit reached 820, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique was at 99, still battling for 2 hours, with the elephant trunk at a disadvantage. But Hao Hong still couldn't do anything to him and could only let him withdraw. The eighth time, all 4 attributes reached 15,000. The height limit reached 950, and the Thunder Cleansing Technique was at 99, with no change in the outcome of the battle. On the platform, Hao Hong ended yet another training session and opened his eyes. Maintaining a height of 10 meters, he squatted there, every muscle in his body tense. Like stones under a waterfall, smoothed and rounded by countless falling water columns, hard and solid in texture. After allocating the attributes gained from this training to his mental state, his 4 attributes have now reached Strength, 170,000, Speed, 170,000, Constitution, 170,000, Spirit, 170,000. Note: this is the attribute for a 10-meter height. Such an even distribution of attributes is actually a reluctant choice. He had previously considered focusing on strength to make it higher than the other 3 attributes. This approach would not have posed any issues when the attribute points were low, but problems arose when the attribute points increased. If strength exceeds constitution too much, he risks injuring his own body in battle. If strength exceeds speed too much, he can't hit anyone in combat. If strength exceeds spirit too much, he can't control his own body during battle. Focusing on the other 3 attributes would also present various problems. Thus, he could only maintain a balanced distribution. This is also why he has kept the Thunder Cleansing Technique from breaking through. He fears that having a constitution too high compared to the other attributes could lead to significant problems, which troubles him greatly. Brother, Bai Yu, with tears in her eyes, dragged Hu Yuan, Li over. Hao Hong nodded. He knew what Bai Yu was going to say. The 9th round of the assessment was approaching, and this was their last chance. If they couldn't defeat that so-called elephant ancestor this time, they might have to stay here for the rest of their lives. Just like that crazy old man who occasionally came out to show off. He didn't want that at all. Don't come over just yet. Hao Hong did not ask Bai Yu and the others to come to his side immediately as before. He stopped Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu halted his steps, standing still and looking at Hao Hong. Hao Hong took a few deep breaths, looked up at the white, hazy sky, and softly murmured, "Thunder comes." The thunder cleansing method began to operate, and the rolling thunder surged again. Crackling sounds echoed. This time, the thunder calamity was different from the past, as it did not strike down immediately upon appearing, but instead took shape in the air first. However, no matter how powerful it was, it had nothing to do with Hao Hong anymore because Hao Hong's height surged to 100 meters, reaching a giant stature of 150 meters. He looked up, and the thunder clouds were right in front of him. He opened his mouth wide, his body doubled in size to 300 meters. In an instant, the soul power within him was completely drained, and he accomplished what he set out to do, swallowing the tribulation clouds like cotton candy. Hao Heng transformed back into his 10-meter form, closed his eyes, and practiced his breathing technique. The thunderclouds in his mouth still hadn't dissipated, continuously releasing lightning. Try to strike down this detestable guy. However, Hao Heng not only didn't let go, but even swallowed him whole. Gulp! The moment his throat moved, a fist-sized purple orb appeared in the center of his chest, with lightning flickering inside, slowly touching his chest. When the purple orb made contact with Hao Heng's chest, thousands of bolts of lightning erupted from it. In an instant, the lightning, like silken threads, released from the orb and enveloped Hao Heng into a large cocoon. Bai Yu looked at the large cocoon surrounded by electric flashes outside, feeling bewildered. At this moment, the white mist outside the square had already surrounded them, and the heavy footsteps sounded like war drums. 9 giant beings with elephant heads stepped out from the mist, advancing forward. Bai Yu's face turned anxious. He didn't understand why his brother was like this at the moment, but he knew that Hao Heng was in a critical period and absolutely must not be disturbed. He took a deep breath, put down Hu Yanli, summoned the silver-armored rhinoceros martial spirit, and charged towards the elephant-headed giants with a roar. However, each time these elephant-headed giants came, they seemed to grow stronger. In front of Hao Heng's formidable strength, their enhancement wasn't obvious, but for Bai Yu, the elephant-headed giants after 9 enhancements were no longer something he could withstand. Unfortunately, it was too late. As he charged in front of the elephant-headed giant, when the giant raised its fist, the speed of that fist made Bai Yu realize that what he was facing now was different from the first time. No. The terrifying fist enlarged in Bai Yu's eyes, and his tears were frozen in fear for a few seconds, with immense terror reflected in his gaze. Just at that moment, an arc of electricity flashed over his head, striking the elephant-headed giant on the head. Bang! The elephant-headed giant's head exploded into fireworks. Brother! Bai Yu turned around in surprise, looking at the tall and handsome man in golden armor, whose face was marked with 5 black streaks, but still resembled his previous self. He couldn't help but shout, "No! I wanted you to stay by my side properly." Hao Heng looked at him reproachfully. Bai Yu scratched his head and chuckled a couple of times, only then remembering that there was still an elephant-headed giant beside him. But Thunder's thoughts were quicker. Several bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, accurately striking the other 8 elephant-headed giants and turning them into fireworks. Hao Heng retracted his steaming fingers and gently blew away the white smoke on them. Breaking through the first layer of the thunder cleansing body technique not only increased his physical constitution tenfold, but he also felt that his control over the thunder energy within him seemed to have strengthened significantly, even without using his soul ring or soul power. He had initially thought it was just an illusion, but after the 9 flashes of thunder, he realized it was not an illusion. It was real. Hao Heng raised his hand, slightly clenched his fist, and concentrated the thunder energy on his knuckles. With arcs of electricity swirling around his fist, it looked even more powerful, he thought. Then he glanced at the attribute panel, noticing an extra 0 in his physique, which made him feel uneasy. Previously, when his strength exceeded other attributes by 1,000, he would often experience muscle soreness. Now, however, his physique exceeded other attributes by a whole digit. Could this lead to something serious? Chapter 29. Battle with Xiangzu. Thanks again for the votes. There will be an update for breaking 100 recommendation votes. Hao Heng wasn't very clear about what would happen with such a high physique attribute. He carefully felt the changes in his body, and then the problem arose. He felt as if his body had become quite heavy. When he wanted to throw a punch, it took 3 seconds from the thought in his mind to actually lifting his arm and swinging his fist. This should be due to insufficient speed and mental acuity. Hao Heng thought. He swung his fist, and the air trembled with a thunderous roar, producing a buzzing sound that lasted a full 5 seconds before stopping. This surprised Hao Heng. He realized that even before his breakthrough, he could produce sound when throwing a punch, but it only lasted for 2 seconds. Now, however, the sound from this punch lasted more than twice as long. It seemed that having a high physique had its benefits for the display of strength attributes. Bai Yu ran back to Hao Heng's side and called softly, "Brother, the second wave is coming." Hao Heng raised his head, looked towards the edge, and with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth said to him, "You squat down first. Let's try something different this time." "Ah, all right." Bai Yu obediently squatted down and carefully hugged his head. Hao Heng stood tall, exhaling heavily, his gaze becoming sharp. His maximum height could reach 1,000 meters, allowing him to become a true giant. However, he couldn't maintain that height. It required 5,000 soul power per second, and he could only hold it for 2 seconds at most. But that didn't mean the height increase was useless to him. He chuckled lightly, swinging his arm up high. The raised arm was enveloped in a layer of milky white light. Within this layer, his skin disappeared, muscle lines decomposed, bones enlarged, muscles restructured, and skin wrapped around them. After 1 second, Hao Heng stood at 10 meters tall, supporting a single hand that was 1,000 meters long. He laughed heartily and brought his hand crashing down. This move was named the Sky Supporting Divine Arm. In this situation, his arm had the power of his basic attributes increased 100-fold, while the soul power consumption was only 1/5 of the full height, allowing him to maintain it for 10 seconds. Without delay, Hao Heng swung his arm, his shoulder moving. Previously, he worried that he might break his arm with this move, but after breaking through the thunder cleansing technique, the soreness and tearing sensation he felt in his shoulder when using this move had disappeared, which was good news. The giant arm began to rotate around Hao Heng as he swung his shoulder. The elephant-headed warriors charging toward him were crushed like beans thrown into a millstone. After 10 seconds, Hao Heng retracted his arm, panting heavily. After stomping down on the last remaining warrior, he immediately lay down, closed his eyes, and practiced his breathing technique. His soul power quickly recovered. Bai Yu, guarding Huyan Li, watched the fallen Hao Heng, clenching his fists, his palms sweaty but showing no sign of loosening. This battle could only end in victory, not a draw, and definitely not a loss. Otherwise, the three brothers would be finished. Time flew by. Half a minute later, perhaps because Hao Heng passed the second wave of assessments too quickly, the elephant's roar came a little late. As the white mist trembled and ripples surged, the sound became loud and passionate, and the explosive wind pressure descended. Hao Heng immediately opened his eyes. His soul power had only recovered halfway, but he was not anxious. His mind was steady, his expression solemn as he focused on the direction of the sound. Buzz! At the peak of the elephant's roar, the elephant's trunk, which had come down 8 times before, broke through the clouds again. This time it was still fast. Bai Yu had just caught a glimpse of the shadow when it was already in midair. But Hao Heng reacted quickly as the clouds parted. He crouched down and prepared to jump into the air, colliding with the elephant's trunk for the first time. After 8 battles, he had figured out the elephant's attack pattern. It was bound to land on the ground, and it would not leave until it confirmed that the enemy had completely lost the ability to resist or until 2 hours had passed. Moreover, he had heard from a mad old man that as long as they interrupted this elephant's trunk, they could be considered to have defeated this creature called Elephant Ancestor. In other words, as long as they broke the trunk within 2 hours, they could get out. Hao Heng swung his fist at the elephant's trunk with his 10-meter-tall body. His fist, compared to the trunk, was like a small stone compared to a tall mountain, and with only a boost of 170,000 in power attributes. The effect was still significant. The elephant's trunk was halted for half a second by his thunderous punch. Hao Heng did not feel happy. Instead, he retracted his fist and swung out with another. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds erupted, and he jumped back using the rebounding force, while the elephant's trunk fell to the ground, creating a massive trench. After Hao Heng landed, he immediately leaped back into the air, transforming into a 20-meter giant. His fists were still larger than when he was in the air. Although his speed had halved, his strength had doubled. He continued to pound the already cracked area he had hit earlier, aiming to expand the damage. The elephant's trunk moved, lifting out of the ravine and sweeping over like a whip. Hao Heng retreated while fighting, maintaining a distance from the elephant's trunk. Bai Yu had already pulled Huyan Li to a safe place, and he watched in horror as the 2 massive creatures battled in front of him. He thought to himself that if the square beneath their feet didn't have the ability to repair itself, they would have probably fallen into the sea of bones below long ago. Hao Heng controlled the time, and he could see that web-like cracks, the thickness of his fingers, had already spread across the entire elephant trunk. He decided to initiate the second phase of his strategy. Taking a big leap backwards, Hao Heng channeled his soul power and transformed into a 100-meter giant. The injuries he had inflicted earlier were merely superficial for the elephant trunk. Next, he was going to deal a real blow to it. The golden armor on Hao Heng's body shimmered with several arcs of electricity, which surged up his body and gathered in his raised arm, a spear. The Thunderbolt spear. Thunder and lightning crazily gathered in his palm, the rumbling sound shaking the dust on the ground. 100 times the full power, along with all the thunder energy, was all infused into the electric spear at this moment. Go! Hao Heng shouted loudly, threw the electric spear in his hand, and then quickly transformed back to a 10-meter stature. The electric spear sliced through the air, aiming at the actively attacking elephant trunk. It pierced into the cracks created by hundreds of strikes that Hao Hung had just made, and the electric current spread from the spear, flowing into the gaps. Once the entire section of the elephant trunk was filled with thunder, boom! Thunder erupted, flesh and blood flew, and a burnt smell permeated the air. Buzz! A painful and sorrowful trumpet sound resonated from the tail end of the elephant trunk, the clouds swirling, and the elephant trunk began to retract. This was the most challenging aspect of defeating the ancestral elephant. As soon as it sensed that it was in trouble, it would flee quickly, leaving no opportunity. Previously, Hao Hung had been helpless against it because he had exhausted all his means. But today was different. How could he let it have its way? Hao Hung let out a roar, and two towering giant arms were constructed, reaching out to grab the elephant's trunk from both sides. The elephant's trunk retracted quickly. Just as it was about to enter the clouds, it was still pulled back by the two giant hands that had chased after it. Hao Hung leaned back, his face twisted in a terrifying expression. He gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan as he took a step back. He felt a sense of rupture at the elephant's trunk, and the elephant's roar echoed again as an external force tried to pull Hao Hung outside. Tug of war. I'm not afraid of you, come at me. Hao Hung roared in anger, retreating several steps. Buzzing. The sound of the elephant's roar from its trunk grew more urgent, and the soul power within Hao Hung dwindled. Both sides were competing, and whoever could hold on until the end would be the victor. At the last moment when his soul power was exhausted, Hao Hung let out a painful cry, his hands feeling powerless. The moment his arms shrank back, he felt despair. It's over. Hao Hung lay on the ground, his mind blank, tears streaming down his cheeks as he blankly stared at the sky, his eyes losing their shine. Brother, look over there. Suddenly, Bai Yu's joyful exclamation reached Hao Hung's ears, and he straightened up to look. A large area in the mist parted, revealing the massive head of an elephant, its head width measuring thousands of meters, raising its half-broken trunk to let out a long, mournful cry to the sky. The sound filled with sorrow and despair, as if it had suffered a great injustice. Amidst this voice of grievance against the heavens, it gradually transformed into a glow, and at that moment, a heavy object fell from the sky. Hao Hung looked over, and, as the dust settled, he saw a glowing piece of trunk. Did I succeed? I won. I succeeded. Chapter 30. It's out. Votes, please. The mist dissipated, and the ground trembled. Hao Hung got up from the ground, steadied himself, and looked at Bai Yu running over from the side. Brother, did you succeed? Bai Yu dragged Huyan Li's leg, stumbling all the way to Hao Hung's side. By the looks of you, it seems like you succeeded. Hao Hung responded with a smile. My appearance? Bai Yu looked a bit confused, as if recalling something, and raised a hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. After a few seconds, she said blankly, no more tears. That's right, no more tears. Hao Hung nodded and confirmed for him. Ouch, my head. At this moment, a scream came from beneath their feet. Looking down, they saw that Huyan Li had woken up. He was holding his slightly swollen head and shouting in pain. All right, now that you're awake, get up quickly. The ground isn't cold, is it? Hao Hung stepped forward to help Huyan Li up. Hearing his voice, Huyan Li opened his eyes, first showing confusion and bewilderment, and then, upon realizing he was still in the square, his expression turned to one of terror and fear. Boss, that old man. Whether it was too much fear or too much excitement, he was somewhat incoherent. Hao Hung patted his shoulder and said, let's talk outside. Huyan Li took a few deep breaths, swallowed the heart that had jumped to his throat, and nodded with lingering fear. He seemed to touch the painful spot at the back of his head, covering it with his hand, and his expression was particularly pleasing. Boom! A loud noise entered the ears of the few people, and they looked up in that direction. They saw giant bones flying out of the sea of bones outside the square, landing at the edge of the square, arranged to form a steep long ladder that reached up to the clouds. Hao Hung looked up at the end of the long ladder and seemed to see a small platform above. Damn, you guys! The strange old man jumped out from behind Hao Hung, staring at the long ladder with wide eyes, swallowing saliva crazily. Hao Hung glanced at him and ignored him, turning to Bai Yu and Huyan Li, saying, let's go. After finishing, he led the two towards the long bone ladder. Hey, wait for me. Kid, how did you defeat Xiangzu? You, accompanied by the old man's incessant chatter. Hao Hung and the others climbed the bone ladder and stepped onto the small platform in the clouds. Compared to the large square below, this small platform truly deserved the term small, being only about 20 square meters, circular in shape, with a formation in the center emitting a milky white glow. I'll go first. The old man, who had been waiting impatiently for who knows how long, shouted as he squeezed past the three and rushed to the front, stepping into the formation first. Then, with a flash, he disappeared. Hey you! Huyen Li was about to get angry, but when he looked up, the old man was already gone, leaving him to clench his fist in frustration and lightly punch the air. All right, let's go out first. Hao Hung pushed him gently, letting Bai Yu and Hu Yanli enter the formation first. He looked back at this magnificent place, glancing a few more times before turning to step into the formation. The light in front of him was somewhat blinding, and Hao Hung closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened them again, but what he saw was not the scene he had imagined. It was not the grand hall of the Elephant Tomb. Instead, it was an incredibly dark space, devoid of any light. He floated helplessly in the void, feeling no gravity and lacking any energy. Where's this Hao Heng's mind flashed with several thoughts, like a drowning person waving his arms, struggling for a moment. In the process, his figure shifted and turned around. Then he saw an unforgettable scene. In the boundless darkness of the void, countless silver chains as strong as iron stretched out, firmly trapping a gigantic body that was vast and appeared to be tens of thousands of meters tall. The giant had disheveled black hair that floated and swayed like terrifying giant pythons. Bowing his head, he sat cross-legged, with iron chains binding his arms and waist, suspending him in the air. The giant was completely naked, and on his chest, where a normal person's heart would be, there was a large black hole, as if something sharp had pierced in and gouged it out. The edges of the hole were surrounded by dense, small strands of flesh, resembling numerous tentacles. Hao Hung was far away from the giant, but that didn't affect him. His scalp was tingling. From that massive body, he sensed dozens of terrifying auras: destruction, death, despair, curses. Almost every aura that could bring a person to their end could be found on the giant. It was as if the giant had only died yesterday, as the auras on him still held a powerful force. It was hard to imagine what inhuman attacks he must have endured while alive to end up like this. Just as Hao Hung was at a loss, his mind blank, the giant moved. He slowly raised his lowered head. At that moment, Hao Hung could finally see his face clearly. A very plain face, square-shaped, with no distinctive features, yet it left a deep impression. Where his two eyes should have been, there were only empty sockets, like two black whirlpools, ready to swallow all the light in the world. Hao Hung couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this creature was staring at him, smiling. He was already beginning to sweat slightly on his forehead. This situation made him feel very uneasy. What terrified Hao Hung even more was that in the next second, a beam of golden light shot out from the gaping hole in the giant's chest, heading straight towards him. Hao Hung quickly raised his hand, ready to take it head-on, but before he had time to summon his martial soul, that golden thing arrived in front of him and stopped moving, seemingly waiting for him to take the initiative. He took a few glances at the thing. The golden light flickered, looking like water. No, it was blood. Hao Hung thought to himself as he looked up at the giant a few times. At that moment, the giant lowered his head again, which left Hao Hung a bit confused. Surely, he wouldn't harm me, would he? Hao Hung thought to himself, then reached out his finger and poked at the golden blood. When his finger touched the substance, the golden light flickered for a moment. Then, with a whoosh, it entered Hao Heng's body. He could feel it traveling along his finger into his veins, then flowing to the heart, where it stabilized in the atrium and no longer moved. What is this supposed to be? Hao Hung was speechless, and at that moment, he felt a pulling force behind him, as if he was quickly falling. At the same time, a circular light gate appeared behind him, and he was sucked into the light gate. Inside a grand hall of the Elephant Armor sect, Lin Yin and his son were laughing heartily. Suddenly, beneath the statue, the formation that had just fallen silent unfolded again. A strong beam of white light shot up from the ground, piercing through the roof and soaring into the sky. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura spread from the formation, sweeping across the entire Elephant Armor sect. Father, what's going on? Lin Qing grasped Lin Yin's arm, asking in panic. A myriad of emotions flashed across Lin Yin's face for an instant, and then he darkly turned Lin Qing's wheelchair, pushing him quickly toward the exit. We need to retreat. It's not safe to stay here. In a luxurious courtyard, Hu Yanzhan was happily trimming flowers and plants with gardening shears when suddenly a force pressed down from the sky. He widened his eyes and looked in the direction of the force, a tear rolling down his cheek. Father, in another courtyard, Bibi Nong was instructing Hulain in her cultivation. When the force descended, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, but then her expression turned cold, her gaze shifting as if she was calculating something. After a while, she smiled and said, I didn't expect the elephant armor sect to have hidden masters. In the hall, after Lin Yin retreated, a loud and excited voice emerged from the formation. "While I'm out." Chapter 31. The hall snatching people, come on, just one. That's all I ask. At the entrance of a hall in the elephant armor sect, several figures gathered at the door. They were all wearing deep yellow robes. Almost all elders within the sect who could be named. Their strength was not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, facing the old man who suddenly appeared in the core of the sect, they could only stand by the door and watch, because the old man's strength was too overwhelming. Just his aura alone stirred their blood, nearly making them explode. No one dared to step forward. Even the most loyal members of the sect could only think of delaying the old man's departure at the cost of their lives, let alone questioning him right now. Fortunately, the old man seemed to have no intention of leaving. He was quite spirited, even dancing in the hall and singing in a horrible voice. What a torment. The light from a formation behind him did not dissipate after he exited, and a few minutes later, two short and stout figures simultaneously emerged. Meanwhile, outside the door, Hu Yanjun encountered Bai Dong, who was bringing her disciples at the steps leading to the hall. "Hu Yin Zhongzhu, your elephant armor sect is quite hidden." Bai Dong, not wearing a veil this time, revealed her beautiful face, her stunning eyes radiating a sharpness like a blade, as if she wanted to slice a piece of flesh from Hu Yanjun to soothe her frustration from being deceived. Hu Yanjun smiled wryly, not saying much, and pointed to the hall above, saying, "Your Highness the Saintess, I don't really understand the cause of this situation. Why don't we go up and take a look together?" "Humph." Bai Dong snorted coldly, taking Hu Laina's hand and stepping up the stairs first. Heading toward the hall, Hu Yanjun couldn't blame her for taking the lead. He couldn't fight her, so he could only lower his head and follow behind. Someone noticed their arrival and shouted, "Zhongzhu!" Others, hearing that the sect leader had arrived, quickly made way, respectfully calling out, "Zhongzhu." Hu Yanjun maintained the dignity of the sect leader and waved his hand, saying, "You all go about your business. Don't crowd around here." Yes. No one dared to disobey the sect leader's orders. Everyone quickly dispersed, as a battle might break out soon, and it wouldn't be good for a small soul emperor or soul saint to get caught in it. After dismissing the crowd, Hu Yanjun turned around to see Bai Dong had already entered the hall. A shadow crossed his face, but it disappeared the next moment, and tears began to flow down. "Yeah, I'm out." "Oh yeah, so great, I'm finally out." Hu Yanli looked disdainfully at the strange old man who was twisting his waist and dancing, thinking to himself, "When Grandpa comes over, he must give you a good beating for bullying the small. Humph, how despicable." He was still thinking about how this guy had scared him unconscious, thinking that if it weren't for that, perhaps his reward would have been better. Just then a broad figure approached with quick, small steps. Hu Yanli looked up and saw his grandfather's old face coming just in time. He stepped forward happily, preparing to call out, but before he could speak, Hu Yanjun rushed over, throwing himself to the ground and hugging the strange old man's leg, crying loudly, "Father, where have you been? Why did you come back now? I miss you so much, Wuwa." Everyone present was stunned. Even Bai Dong was frozen in place. "Who are you?" Someone suddenly grabbed their leg, blocking their dance. The strange old man felt a bit displeased and was about to lose his temper, but upon hearing the person call him father and refer to him as son, he could only pause for a moment, bend down, squint his eyes, and pinch Hu Yanjun's chin, carefully examining him before saying in an uncertain tone, "You are?" "Saint, eh?" Hu Yanjun nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. Seeing his confirmation, the strange old man exclaimed, "What the heck? How did you become older than me?" As soon as he said this, the others in the hall couldn't help but compare. And it turned out that although the strange old man was dressed in rags, with hair like a bird's nest and a beggar-like appearance, he actually had fewer wrinkles on his face than Hu Yanjun. Hu Yanjun himself was stunned, and he cried out loudly again. How could he know what his father had been through? He still wanted to ask. Seeing him like this, the strange old man's face darkened, and he kicked him away, disdainfully saying, "You old fellow, how come you're getting worse and worse? You're an adult now, still crying like a baby." Bai Dong then walked up, looking disdainfully at Hu Yanjun lying on the ground after being kicked, reminding him, "Zhongzhu, it's better not to cry first. Why not ask the old senior what he has experienced and what has happened?" Hearing her reminder, Hu Yanjun's rationality gradually returned. He quickly got up from the ground, wiped his tears, and asked the strange old man, "Yes, father, where have you been all these years? Why did you come back now?" "Ah, that is really a long story." The strange old man scratched a hole in his pants, pushed aside the messy hair covering his face, and began reminiscing about the events in the heavenly level elephant tomb. 10 minutes later, After finishing the story of how Hao Hung defeated the elephant ancestor and the teleportation array appeared for him to come out, he held Hu Yanzhen's hand, his eyes shining as he said, "Jenaire, let me tell you, our sect has really struck it rich this time. I feel like I'm just a step away from reaching level 90. As long as I close myself off for a bit, I can break through. At that time, our elephant armor sect can challenge the status of those 3 old geezers in the top 3 sections. And one more thing, that guy, the one who brought me out, as long as we keep him in our sect, when he grows up, we can definitely have a dual Douluo in our sect. That kid has limitless potential. Hey, where's that kid? How come it's just you two waste?" Hu Yanzhen followed the old man's gaze and saw Huenli, who looked embarrassed, and by you, who had a blank expression with a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at his father. He was shocked. "Lear, what did you end up here?" "Leah? What does this useless fool who faints at a scare have to do with you?" 2 voices spoke one after the other, and the father and the 3 generations stared at each other in disbelief. After a while, Hu Yuanli forced himself to introduce himself, which made the old man frown and left by you looking astonished. The great hall fell into a brief silence, soon broken by a panicked scream. "Ah!" Hao Hung did not walk out of the formation, but rather fell from the sky. A round door of white light appeared on the ceiling, and Hao Hung, terrified, flailed his arms and shouted as he fell from above, landing directly on the ground and creating a large pit. After realizing that his body was fine, he remembered that he was now a man with a physical strength exceeding 100,000. So what was there to be afraid of? He waved his hand to brush away the flying dust in front of him, stood up, coughed a few times, and then saw that there were others in the great hall, cursing inwardly. Damn, how embarrassing. Just as he was thinking about how to awkwardly explain the reason for his earlier shout, a lecherous old man appeared in front of him. Hee, young man, are you interested in having a title Douluo as your master? To be honest, his sudden appearance startled Hao Hung greatly. Hao Hung's body shook, and he raised his hand to throw a punch, hitting the old man's eye socket. Ouch! The old man, covering his eye, stumbled back several steps before being caught by Hu Yanzhen. "Father, are you okay?" Hu Yanzhen asked worriedly. The old man touched the fiery sensation around his eye, blinked a few times, then straightened up, glancing sideways at his son who was concerned about him. He scolded, "Foolish, I'm a defense system soul Douluo. How could I be hurt by this kid's punch? Stop worrying." Hu Yanzhen was inexplicably scolded and did not dare to retort. He shrank his neck and retreated next to Hu Yanli. Hearing a burst of suppressed laughter from his side, he glared at Hu Yanli and frowned, delivering a hard punch to his head. Ouch! Hiss! A sound of collective gasps echoed through the great hall. The old man had no time to deal with his unfilial sons and great-grandson. He only had one thought in mind, which was to take this talented young man as his disciple. Otherwise, how could he worry about the decline of the elephant armor sect? Rubbing his hands together, he walked forward with a smile, but after a few steps, he stopped again. Because, at some point, a stunningly beautiful woman who could not be accurately described, whose beauty could make fish sink and birds fall, blocked his way to Hao Hung, looking at him with an unfriendly expression. "Old man, you have no chance. He has already become my disciple." The old man squinted at Bai Dong, thinking to himself, this is bad. Although he had been trapped in the elephant tomb for many years, he knew that the elephant armor sect shouldn't have changed much, especially at the top level, which should still be composed of defensive soul masters. How could a defensive soul master be so beautiful? Absolutely impossible. Who are you? This kid is one of our elephant armor sect's disciples. How could he have become your disciple? The old man said coldly. Bai Dong smirked and said, before last night, he was indeed a disciple of your elephant armor sect, but last night, the current sect master transferred him to me. Is that so? The old man raised his voice slightly, his heavy aura like a giant mountain bursting forth from within him. Before Hu Yanzhen could speak to stop him, Bai Dong unleashed an even more powerful aura, directly sending him flying and crashing into the main pillar of the hall. Sliding down from the pillar, the old man widened his eyes and pointed at Bai Dong, saying in disbelief, "Title Douluo, you are actually a title Douluo?" He couldn't understand how. After a lifetime of effort and being trapped in the elephant tomb for so many years, he could only reach a level that allowed him to touch the threshold, while this young girl, who looked no older than him, had achieved it. "Father, are you all right?" Hu Yanzhen stepped forward, wanted to help the old man up. The old man, awakening from his momentary shock, grabbed his collar and squinted at him, saying, "You little brat, it was you who let that boy go, wasn't it?" "Yes. Yes, it was me. If you don't get him back today, I won't let you off," the old man said rudely and pushed Hu Yanzhen away. Hu Yanzhen forced a smile, seeing his father's serious demeanor. He steeled himself and turned to Bai Bai Dong, saying, "That holy maiden. That kid is still a disciple of our elephant armor sect. It might not be appropriate for you to just take him away like this." Bibi Dong left. "What is inappropriate about it? He was personally delivered to me by your sect master, Hu Yanjun. Are you saying that what you promised me last night was all just a joke?" As she spoke, 8 dark red spider spears grew out from behind Bai Bai Dong. Their tips aimed directly at Hu Yanjun. Hu Yanjun felt quite troubled, his head spinning. "Useless thing, get out of the way." The old man stepped forward and slapped Hu Yanjun on the side of the head, sending him flying. He took his place and looked at Bai Bai Dong without showing any fear, saying, "Young lady, although you are powerful, are you sure you can teach? Our elephant armor sect has a long-standing heritage and the strength and confidence to make this kid even stronger. What assurance do you have?" Bai Bai Dong pondered for a moment, looked back at the calm Hao Hung, then turned to the old man and said, "I come from the spirit hall. Is that enough?" Chapter 32. I also have a grandfather for additional recommendation votes. Hey, holy maiden, we won't keep you any longer. Take care. And do come back to visit us often. At the entrance of the elephant armor sect, the former sect master and the current sect master stood neatly together. And the above words were spoken by the former sect master. Just half an hour ago, after Bai Bai Dong moved the spirit hall out, the old man directly gave up. There was no other reason. The enemy was too strong. The elephant armor sect could think about challenging the top 3 sects, but if they wanted to challenge the spirit hall, that would be like an old man hanging himself, seeking death. Thus, Hao Hung was soon expelled from the sect and handed over to Bai Bai Dong. Before I leave, I want to remind you, Sect Master Hu Yanjun, if you are interested in my proposal from last night, please notify me as soon as possible to avoid misunderstandings, which would not be good for either of us. Bai Bai Dong stood in front of the carriage prepared for them by the elephant armor sect, looking at Hu Yanjun and said calmly. Hearing her mention this matter, Hu Yanjun's expression turned serious, and he nodded earnestly, saying, "Don't worry, holy maiden. I will discuss it with my father and give you a reply as soon as possible." "That's good," Bai Bai Dong responded, then turned her gaze toward Hao Hung, who was saying goodbye to his companions. "Hu Yanli, I'll be leaving soon. After I go, please take care of Bai Yu for me." "Boss, what are you saying? Aren't we brothers? We will meet again someday." "Brother, can't I go with you to that spirit hall?" "Hey, Bai Yu, it's not that I don't want to take you, but that place is too dangerous, and I can't guarantee your safety. Wait until I become stronger. Then we can gather wherever we want without anyone being able to stop us. You also can't slack off. Make sure to train hard. Do you understand?" "I will." After a not-so-sentimental farewell, Hao Hung returned to Bai Bai Dong's side, nodded at her, and climbed into the carriage. Bai Bai Dong gave Hu Yanjun a meaningful glance before turning and entering the carriage as well. The carriage slowly started moving, and Hao Hung pulled back the curtain to take a few more glances at Bai Yu. He felt a bit reluctant to part with this little follower who had always been behind him, but he also knew that this guy was a troublemaker. If he brought him along to the Spirit City, he would probably have a lot of trouble. He was currently only thinking about how to quickly balance his physical attributes, so he had to choose not to take him. Now, he would have to figure out who could help him with his clothes when he needed to take them off, which was an important question. Hao Hung pulled the curtain shut and looked at Hu Laina, who was curiously staring at him, deep in thought. Hu Laina felt uncomfortable under his gaze. At the entrance of the sect, the old man poked Hu Yanjun in the chest, filled with resentment, and asked, "You little brat, what kind of secret deal do you have with that? Saintus, speak the truth." Hu Yanjun rolled his eyes at his father, thinking that he hadn't acted like this in front of the Saintus earlier. But he didn't delay because this matter could determine the rise or fall of their Xiangjia sect. He stepped closer and whispered in the old man's ear, "Saintus." "Pope." After hearing this, the old man's eyes narrowed to pinpoints, and his mouth formed an O shape as if he had heard some unspeakable secret. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and before nightfall, Hao Hung and the others found a small town and decided to stay there for the night, planning to set off the next day. After dinner, Hao Hung declined Hu Laina's invitation to go to the night market, saying he was too mentally exhausted from the day, and retreated to his room. After confirming that no one was following him outside, Hao Hung carefully closed the door and then flopped onto the bed. To be honest, having a wealthy master made a difference. The bed in the room costing 100 gold soul coins was neither too soft nor too hard, just right. Not to mention, there was a delightful fragrance on the blanket. Lying on it felt like falling into a flower bush, surrounded by a sweet aroma. Even the dreams were intoxicating. But this was not the time to enjoy. Hao Hung widened his eyes and sat up. He needed to quickly find out what effects having an excessively high physique would have on his body. If he delayed, it could lead to serious problems. He calmly did a set of warm-up exercises, throwing punches, shaking his legs, twisting his hips, and lifting his buttocks after completing the whole set. He felt nothing, neither tired nor hot, completely ineffective. This was bad. Not only had his limbs slowed down, but in his normal state, he needed 0.5 seconds of reaction time for control intervals. By the time he summoned his martial soul, it would take even longer. Plus, his body sensitivity had decreased. If someone were to sneak attack him from behind, and he didn't notice, getting bled to death would be too unfair. Hao Hung panicked and quickly sat down cross-legged, activating the soul power within him. At that moment, he realized something was wrong. In the past, when he operated his soul power, he could always feel the flow of energy moving through his body, but now he felt nothing at all. This was a serious problem. If he couldn't feel the flow of soul power, how could he continue to cultivate? Wait, he was in automatic cultivation mode, so maybe it wasn't a big deal. But this was still a significant issue. If he couldn't accurately control the flow of soul power, wouldn't he be unable to precisely manipulate the size of his body? This could even hinder the use of soul skills, which was quite problematic. Moreover, if he couldn't sense the soul power, how could he look inward at his body? Hao Hung was somewhat troubled, unaware that the soul power within him had gone awry and entered his heart. Fortunately, his physique was exceptionally strong, and his heart was robust enough to naturally resist this amount of soul power. However, the soul power triggered a reaction in another entity. Hao Hung lowered his head, inexplicably staring at his chest, at the location of his heart, where a golden light was shining, penetrating through the thick muscle and skin. What on earth is this thing? It can even emit light. Hao Hung pressed on his heart position, trying to see what was going on when a deep male voice came from within. "Kid, what are you doing? What is that sound?" Hao Hung shouted excitedly. The surroundings were silent, and no one answered him. Hao Hung frowned, raised his head, and pressed down on his chest again. This time, he felt as if he were squeezing his ribs. "You press again, and it would be best if you burst my heart while you're at it. What exactly are you? What are you doing in my body?" Hearing the unfriendly tone from the other side, Hao Hung didn't hold back and scolded angrily. But after Hao Hung let go of his hand, the voice quieted down again. "Hey, my bad temper. Fine, just wait, I'll go call someone." As he said this, Hao Hung stood up from the bed and was about to walk towards the door when the voice came from his chest again. "Kid, what are you going to do?" "Hell, what am I going to do?" "Sorry, my body can't accommodate you. This big Buddha, I'm going to find my master and see if I can get you out." He. The voice coldly chuckled twice and said, "I guarantee you will regret it if you do that." "Regret what?" "You will lose an opportunity. The opportunity to become a god." The voice said. Hao Hung was taken aback, his eyes flickering, and quickly asked, "What? You can make me a god?" The voice fell silent for a moment as Hao Hung was about to press it with his finger, then arrogantly said, "You're too weak right now. Talk to me again when your body is 100 times stronger." After the voice finished speaking, the light in Hao Hung's chest dimmed. "Hey, you bastard, don't go. Come out, damn it." Bang bang. Chapter 33. Night Raid. Tickets, please. Time returned to the evening at the hotel where Hao Hung and the others were staying. In a regular room on the second floor, Lin Qing, with a pale face, sat in a wheelchair, gripping Lin Yin's arm, roaring, "Father, didn't you say they had no way out? Why? Tell me why this is happening." Lin Yin's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Muttering, "It shouldn't be. How could they possibly come out from there? And so quickly?" He couldn't understand. Lin Qing released his grip, painfully holding his head, crying, "Oh, it's all your fault. If it weren't for your stupid plan, how could we have fallen to the point of only being able to run away? It's all your fault. And that bastard Hao Hung, why is he still alive? Damn it." Lin Yin looked at his son who was screaming like a madman, feeling guilty inside. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Lin Mingyan walked in. Her face was pale, looking dazed as if she had seen a ghost. Before entering, she carefully looked outside a few times and, after confirming no one was following, quickly closed the door. "Weren't you supposed to bring back something to eat? Why did you come back empty-handed?" Lin Yin looked at her, suppressing his anger. If Lin Mingyan didn't give a good explanation, he feared another round of scolding would follow. Lin Mingyan turned her head, fearfully looking at her father and brother. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, and with a sobbing tone said, "Father, I saw Hao Hung. Is he coming to hunt us down? Ha, what a joke. What right does a soul master have to come after me?" Lin Yin sneered, then narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Mingyan, and stepped forward to grab her shoulders, asking, "Where did you see him? Was anyone with him? Did he see you?" Lin Mingyan might have been hurt by his grip, showing a bit of pain on her face, but didn't dare to shout, quickly answering, "On the first floor. He was eating with a big sister and a little girl below. When I saw him at the staircase, I quickly ran away. He shouldn't have noticed me." Lin Yin released her arm, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, suddenly smiling. "My child, our opportunity has come." Lin Qing raised his head, staring blankly at him. Night fell on the 5th floor of the hotel. Lin Ying pressed against the wall, slowly moving forward, finally stopping at a door marked VIP 6. He pressed his ear against the door, and inside came the thunderous sound of snoring. He slightly squinted, the corners of his mouth curling up as he stepped back a few paces. Ice blue light surged from his body, enveloping him. After a few breaths, his body was covered with a heavy dark blue shell. 5 soul rings appeared beside him, 2 yellow and 3 purple. Lin Ying raised his hand and gently placed it on the door, the purple soul ring shining, a wave of blue light spreading from his palm. Everywhere the blue light swept over formed a layer of ice. Once the entire door was frozen, he withdrew his arm and kicked the door. But instead of hitting the icy surface, he passed through it. Just like that, he silently entered the room. Inside the room, the windows were tightly shut with no light. It was pitch dark. Lin Ying frowned, quietly following the direction of the snoring sound, taking each step slowly, but still bumping into chairs, door frames, night pots, and various other objects, making quite a bit of noise that made him nervous. But it was fine. When he reached the bedside, the person's snoring never ceased. Lin Ying let out a sigh of relief, looking at the blurry figure on the bed. His face twisted in rage as he pulled out a sharp dagger from behind and, with the handle facing down, lunged at the figure on the bed. Just then, as he stabbed, the figure turned over. Lin Ying pulled the dagger from the pillow, preparing to stab again, when suddenly a shadow lunged at him. He panicked, quickly reaching out to catch it, feeling it was soft. After a moment of careful inspection, he realized it was a pillow, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After quietly setting the pillow down, he prepared to strike again. A faint voice entered his ears. "Who are you?" Hiss. In an instant, Lin Ying felt blood rush to his head, his face stiffening like a corpse, but as a soul king. He quickly adjusted his mood and stabbed the dagger towards the direction of the voice. He hit something. Lin Ying thought happily, but the next moment, his joy turned into terror. As he prepared to thrust deeper, he felt like he had stabbed into a steel plate. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't penetrate further. Damn, how hard? He thought angrily. Just as he was about to withdraw, a shadow struck toward his face. He raised his hand to catch it. The force from the shadow made his arm go weak, and he heard a cracking sound from his bones. Lin Ying quickly retreated, leaning against the wall, staring in terror at his trembling arm. At that moment, the lights in the room were turned on. Hao Heng put down the match in his hand and looked up, only to see a humanoid turtle pressed against the wall. He glanced at his own hand, then shifted his gaze to the other hand, which was still gripping a dagger. When he clearly saw the dagger glinting coldly, Hao Heng's mind suddenly jolted, the drowsiness dissipating, and he woke up from his dream. Damn, a turtle assassin. Hao Heng couldn't help but shout. "Oof, Hao Heng, come at me." Lin Ying saw that the situation was exposed, so he simply threw the dagger in his hand aside. The yellow soul ring beside him flickered as he took a deep breath, his chest puffing up and his cheeks swelling. 2 seconds later, he exhaled, and a wave of cold air surged out of his mouth, rushing towards Hao Heng. Hao Heng wanted to dodge, but his body was a step too slow and was hit directly by the cold air, freezing him completely and making it difficult to move. Lin Ying saw this and increased the output of cold air. Hao Heng was encased in a layer of ice about an inch thick, and the ice layer was still growing. He knew this wouldn't do, so he quickly activated his soul power, preparing to summon his giant martial soul to break through the ice layer. However, he couldn't feel any soul power flowing through his meridians, making it impossible to summon his martial soul, and his face turned pale. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can die here. Hao Heng's anger erupted, and he exerted all his strength. The benefits of his high physique became apparent. Even though the ice layer wrapped around him, he only felt a slight chill. His consciousness and body seemed unaffected. He turned his eyes and saw a copper-skinned bee statue next to him, about half a meter tall. Previously, he had complained that this thing was an obstruction, but now it looked like a lifeline. He concentrated his strength and pushed himself towards the statue, falling onto it. Bang! The statue instantly flattened, and the ice blocks on Hao Heng's body shattered. Hao Heng rolled on the ground and took the opportunity to hide behind screen. Lin Ying retracted his cold aura and sneered at the screen where Hao Heng was hiding, saying, "Kid, even if the title Douluo comes today, they won't be able to save you. Come out and accept your death." Hao Heng ignored him, his eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he desperately felt the flow of soul power within him. Different methods of summoning martial spirits varied. For Tool, martial spirits Soul power needed to be concentrated on the hand where the martial spirit resided, while beast martial spirits required soul power to be gathered in a specific area of the body, possibly an organ or a patch of skin. His giant martial spirit likely belonged to the body martial spirit category, meaning he had to guide the soul power to cover every part of his body when summoning it. Right now, he couldn't summon the martial spirit because he couldn't precisely control the soul power, but he could still sense a bit of it. After concentrating for several seconds, Hao Heng finally grasped a warm current and quickly directed it toward his arm. On the other side of the screen, Lin Yin coldly stared at the partition, spreading his arms in a circular motion. Finally, his palms met, and a deep purple soul ring beside him began to flicker. As he gradually opened his hands, an ice ball formed between them, rapidly spinning and absorbing the light blue particles emanating from his palms. As the distance between his hands increased, the ice ball grew larger. When it exceeded the size of a basketball, Lin Yin exhaled, bent his arms, and pushed the ice ball toward the partition. Watching the ice ball fly rapidly, a confident smile appeared on Lin Yin's face. He believed that under this attack, Hao Heng would undoubtedly die or at least lose his combat ability. However, he was thinking too optimistically. When the ice ball was still halfway to the partition, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if something enormous had crashed down. Lin Yin quickly steadied himself to prevent falling. Once he was stable, he looked up and, in an instant, lost 6 of his 7 soul rings. The partition had cracked open, revealing a hand with a fingertip touching the ceiling, pushing toward him. The ice ball landed on it, and the cold air burst out, freezing the giant hand entirely, but couldn't stop its advance. While Lin Yin was in a daze, the giant hand, which had been frozen, suddenly bent its fingers and broke through the ice layer, firmly grasping him. Lin Yin reacted quickly. When he was caught, he immediately withdrew into his shell. The deepest purple soul ring beside him lit up, and a thick layer of ice formed on the dark blue turtle shell in an instant. The giant hand gripped tightly, but it only caused a few harmless cracks in the ice layer on the turtle shell. Seeing him turn into a shrinking turtle, Hao Heng showed a cold smile. Trying to hide was not that easy. As he spoke, a series of crackling purple electric arcs flashed on his shoulder, flowing down his arm and gathering in his palm. Hao Heng could manipulate thunder energy, aside from the initial realm of thunder, after breaking through the first layer of the thunder body cleansing technique. He could also easily control a bit of it, but this bit was more than enough to deal with the shrinking turtle before him. Although ice cannot conduct electricity, the might of thunder was not something easily blocked. In the midst of the electric light, the layer of ice armor gradually disintegrated, ultimately allowing the lightning to penetrate the turtle shell. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and amidst the dazzling white light in the darkness, the shadows of the turtle shell and human bones were particularly pronounced. After a full 5 minutes of electroshocks, when the last burst of heat was exhausted, Hao Heng's arm returned to normal and was withdrawn. He irritably shook his smoking hand and walked toward the charred remains on the ground. The turtle shell had already retracted, and the irregular object inside, now blackened and smoking from being crushed and struck by the thunder, lay on the ground, no longer resembling a human form, likely with no chance of survival. Chapter 34, Untitled at Night, not far from the small town in the wilderness. Bibi Dong unleashed her full power. The might of the title Douluo undisguised at this moment, a wild and powerful aura sweeping across the land. 9 soul rings floated around her, and the 8 dark red spider spears extending from her back pointed threateningly at a figure not far away. The figure wore a white robe with a hood, obscuring most of his face, revealing only the area below his nose. Tall and thin, possibly male, he showed no signs of fear in the face of Bibidong's threat. Crossing his arms in front of his abdomen, a faint smile on his red lips. Why would the holy maiden act like this? I'm merely passing by, he said with a light laugh. Passing by? Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Bibidong's eyes glinted coldly, her killing intent unabated. Her graceful figure was taut, giving off an impression that she could attack at any moment. What does the holy maiden intend to do? The man asked, still unafraid, lowering his voice. I want to see if I can kill you. Bibi Dong took a small step forward. The 8 spider spears behind her split apart. 4 on the left and 4 on the right, the connecting points slightly bending inward. The man stopped smiling, his fingers spreading apart, his hands transforming into 2 black, 3-fingered bird claws. A blazing golden red flame ignited around him, the temperature rising sharply. 8 soul rings appeared around him. Yellow, purple, purple, purple. Black, 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 black. The 2 auras clashed in the air, Without further ado, BB Dong charged forward, crashing into the man. Just as the atmosphere became tense and BB Dong was about to strike, a bolt of lightning descended, striking the city. The clear sky suddenly erupted with thunder, which was quite unusual. BB Dong glanced in that direction, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Turning back to the man, she said, "Today is your lucky day. Don't follow me." She didn't say anything more, her figure flickering as she dashed toward the city. After BB Dong had distanced herself, the man who had been facing her staggered slightly, struggling to stand firm. He lifted his hood, revealing a beautiful face, and a drop of blood rolled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with his finger, then looked at the mark on his thumb, chuckling, as expected of the holy maiden. Then a golden red flame surged in his hand, evaporating the blood completely. With a cold expression, he donned his hood again and quickly left in the opposite direction of the city. In the hotel, Hao Hung poked the charred corpse on the ground with a stick. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, and the door, covered in a layer of ice, shattered into several pieces and flew toward him. He quickly raised his hand to shield his handsome face. When he lowered his hand and prepared to confront the attacker, he could barely make out in the dim light that it was his master, BB Dong, wearing a pink nightgown and exuding an icy demeanor that kept others at a distance. She entered, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the surroundings before fixing her gaze on the bewildered Hao Hong. "What happened?" BB Dong asked. Hao Hong was intimidated by the strong, killing intent emanating from her. After she spoke, it took him 3 or 4 seconds to slowly regain his composure, and after thinking for another 5 or 6 seconds, he began to recount the events of the day. Finally, he asked with concern, "Master, I won't face any serious consequences for killing someone, right?" BB Dong stared at the charred corpse on the ground, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and with a face full of anger, she stepped forward and kicked the charred body. Then, with a swift motion of her spider spear, the indistinct afterimages shattered the corpse into dust in an instant. She then thrust her palm forward, and the force of her strike shattered the window, blowing all the dust outside. "Now there is nothing to worry about," BB Dong said calmly as she looked at Hao Hung. Hao Hung leaned against the wall, watching BB Dong skillfully destroy evidence. He couldn't help but swallow hard. When he came to his senses, he heard BB Dong say, "Let's go. I'll get you a different room." After saying that, BB Dong rushed out the door, and Hao Hung dared not delay, quickly following her. On the second floor, Lin Xing and Lin Mingyun were waiting for news in their room. Lin Xing was sitting on the bed, while Lin Mingyun was sprawled over the table, fast asleep. A gust of cold wind blew in from outside, startling both of them awake as they looked towards the window. "Brother, it's so cold. I'll go close the window," Lin Mingyun said cautiously, glancing at Lin Xing. Lin Xing nodded and closed his eyes again. With his consent, Lin Mingyun acted quickly, stepping forward to close the window. She turned around too fast and didn't notice a cloud of black dust drifting down from the window. After a night without incident, the next morning before dawn, Hao Hung was awakened by Hulaina. After having breakfast, he was pulled onto a carriage heading toward Seoul City. Meanwhile, the Lin siblings heard from a waiter that there had been an assassination attempt on a VIP guest last night, which resulted in the assailant being killed on the spot, leaving no ashes behind. 10 days later, at the headquarters of the Spear Hall, in Seoul City, located in the central area, there stood a magnificent and opulent hall. In a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man with golden hair and a crown, dressed in a white robe with golden patterns, sat comfortably in a soft chair, stroking a pure, white fat cat. His gaze passed through a gap in the drawn curtains, looking out at the crowd on the street. At that moment, the large door behind him opened, and a dazzlingly beautiful, tall, slender man with golden hair tied in a ponytail entered the room. The man habitually scanned the room before quickening his pace to stop 5 meters behind the chair, kneeling on one knee, placing his left hand on his chest, bowing his head, and respectfully saying, "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man did not respond immediately. He withdrew his gaze, perhaps discomfort by the concentrated light, rubbed his eyes a few times, and then asked, "Was it discovered?" "Yes," the man behind him said dejectedly. "It's all right. After all, it was too much to ask you to follow her. The fact that you returned at this time is already very good. Now tell me, where did my saintess go?" The middle-aged man stood up, holding the cat, and walked in front of the man, looking down at him with a gentle gaze. The man quickly replied, "The saintess first visited the 3 sects other than the Elephant Armor sect, then took Miss Hulaina to the soul-hunting forest. In the forest, she encountered a boy with a unique martial soul, and then she went to the Elephant Armor sect. That boy seems to be a disciple of the Elephant Armor sect, and now the saintess is bringing him to Seoul City." "A boy." A fierce look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. His hand, which was stroking the cat, suddenly tightened, as if he were gripping the neck of that poor white cat, his gaze like that of someone playing with their most treasured figurine. Watching as the cat's eyes rolled back. "Your Majesty." The kneeling man raised his head and softly spoke. The middle-aged man regained his previous demeanor and asked, "Is there anything else?" The saintess had long discussions with the sect masters of those 4 sections. "Should we ask those sect masters a few questions?" The middle-aged man smiled, returned to his seat, and gently stroked the startled but silent cat, saying, "No need. Our saintess has her own little plans. Let her be. It won't cause too much trouble. You may leave now." The man thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes." He then stood up and exited the room. After the light in the room dimmed, the middle-aged man picked up the cat, looking at its anxious but beautifully pure and shiny amber eyes, revealing a greedy smile as he softly said, "My little wildcat, why can't you accept the arrangements of fate peacefully? Even Rinshua has awakened her martial soul. Yet as a mother, you are still so mischievous. Sigh, why can't you be as obedient and sensible as Yudong?" Chapter 35. Entering the city at dawn. The outside was noisy. Sitting comfortably in the carriage, Hao Heng opened his sleepy eyes, rubbed them a few times, and when he could see clearly again, he saw Bibi Dong sitting cross-legged and Hulaina lying next to her. He lifted the curtain of the carriage to look outside. They were currently on a wide avenue, with vast plains on either side covered in flowers that shone with a golden glow. As the wind blew, the pollen swirled in the air. Hao Heng smelled a refreshing floral scent, squinting to take a whiff, and the irritation caused by being woken up eased quite a bit. However, there are always those who like to ruin the environment. "Master, are we there yet?" Hulaina yawned, sat up, rubbed her eyes, and asked. Bibi Dong gently stroked her head, helping her tidy up her messy hairstyle, and said in a soft tone, "Soon." Hao Heng calmly glanced at the warm scene inside the carriage. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with each other, and Hao Heng felt a bit superfluous. So he leaned a little closer to the window. When he looked outside again, a tall and majestic city wall appeared before his eyes. The crowd outside was dense, stretching from the city gate to hundreds of meters away, but their carriage moved smoothly without obstruction, as no one dared to block the carriage bearing the silver-winged emblem. Upon reaching the city gate, the carriage paused briefly, and a soldier in shiny heavy armor approached with a clanking sound. After exchanging a glance with him, Hao Heng felt a poke from something behind him. Turning around, he saw Hulaina holding a token. He didn't examine it closely. He took the token and handed it to the soldier. The soldier's expression changed upon seeing the token. He scrutinized it for a moment, then respectfully bowed and shouted, "Let them pass." Just like that, Hao Heng entered this great city, renowned throughout the continent, the Spirit City. It was indeed his first time entering a big city. Although he had rested in several small cities along the way, those cities were incomparable to the Spirit City before him. Just the streets alone could accommodate 5 carriages side by side without feeling crowded, and they were exceptionally clean, not a speck of dust in sight. On both sides of the street were mostly 2-story buildings, with the tallest being no more than 5 stories, and there were particularly many churches, with one visible around every corner. The demeanor of the pedestrians was also different. Smiles seemed to never leave their faces, their complexions were rosy, and there were many who were robust and plump, indicating good nutrition. After entering the city, the carriage slightly slowed down but did not stop. Along the way, Hao Heng saw more people in less crowded areas, then entered places with fewer people. As the number of pedestrians gradually decreased, the surrounding buildings changed as well. No longer crowded wooden houses, but rather small manors. After another 10 minutes, the carriage slowly came to a stop, and the driver called out from outside, "Your Grace, we have arrived." Bibi Dong opened her eyes, looked at Hulaina and Hao Heng, and said, "Let's go, get out." After saying that, she stood up and walked out first. Hao Heng landed last. When Bibi Dong carried Hulaina down, he jumped down by himself. As he raised his head to take a look, he was stunned. The place was just too big. Right in front of him were 2 large iron gates, pure white and intricately carved, standing 5 to 6 meters tall with an arched top. On either side of the gates were walls about 4 meters high, and looking left and right, the end was over 500 meters away. Through the gaps in the iron gates, he could see a huge garden. 200 meters to the left was a large pond with a small pavilion on it. Beyond the pond was a vast garden, where flowers of red, yellow, blue, purple, and white swayed in the wind, and the faint fragrance of flowers could be smelled from such a distance. To the right was a 3-story large castle, with windows made of dazzling colored glass, and the exterior walls covered with tiles that were as transparent and crystal-like as if they were made of glass, luxurious and grand. Hao Heng was dazzled but not disoriented. He carried his luggage and followed beside Hulaina, arriving at the iron gate. As they reached the gate, two guards dressed exactly like the city guards opened the door for them, allowing them to enter the estate without any hindrance. They were greeted with two loud and respectful calls. Hao Hung handed the salute to the approaching guard, and then followed Bibi Dong towards the grand castle. They had only walked halfway when the castle's main gate opened, and two figures rushed out. The first was a lady dressed in a maid outfit, with a beautiful face and a fantastic figure. The other was a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a golden crown hairpin. A pure white lace-trimmed princess dress, shiny black leather shoes, and knee-high cotton socks. She had a slightly chubby face, skin as smooth as milk, and looked like a charming little princess. Lady Saint, welcome home. The well-built lady stopped 3 meters in front of Bibi Dong, wearing a comfortable smile, and bowed with her hands placed on her abdomen. Bibi Dong nodded, then turned to Hao Hung and said, "This is the housekeeper, Kelly. If you have any needs, just let her know." Hao Hung looked at the lady for a moment, memorized her appearance, nodded and said, "Yes, master, I remember." "All right," Bibi Dong said as she walked forward, passing the lady and mother. The little girl following the lady, seeing Bibi Dong approaching, appeared flustered, her face slightly flushed like an apple. She mimicked the lady in front of her and bowed. However, Bibi Dong showed no appreciation, acting as if she didn't see her, walking straight ahead without acknowledging her. Directly passing by, Hao Hung, who was following Bibi Dong, only glanced at the little girl a few times before being tugged by Hulaina beside him, who whispered in his ear, "Let's go, don't mind her." Hao Hung hurried to catch up with Bibi Dong, but couldn't help his curiosity and turned back to look. He saw the girl already standing upright, staring at Bibi Dong's back, her eyes glistening with tears, her hands tightly gripping her skirt, and her lips pouting. Miss Butler, Kelly, squatted beside her, gently stroking her back as if to comfort her. Hulaina tugged at Hao Hung again, signaling him not to look around. The three of them then entered the house, and soon after, the butler and the little girl also went inside. After Bibi Dong instructed the butler to prepare lunch, she went upstairs by herself, while Hao Hung was pulled by Hulaina to sit at the dining table. The little girl, under the guidance of the butler, walked into the dining room and sat opposite Hao Hung and Hulaina. She shot a resentful glance at them with her sapphire-like bright blue eyes. The chair beneath him was soft, but Hao Hung felt like he was sitting on needles. He looked at Hulaina, unsure what to do. Hulaina seemed to have gotten used to it, playing with her fingers quietly, looking calm, but Hao Hung could still see from her slightly trembling arms that she was also feeling anxious. It seemed that this convenient senior sister didn't have much of a solution either. Hao Hung thought to himself, and then looked up at the girl. Their gazes met in the air. Resentment, grievance. It seemed the girl had suffered some great injustice, and her clean eyes held only those feelings. Hao Hung felt a chill all over as she stared at him. He would rather face a 10,000-year-old beast in a one-on-one fight than sit here. It was simply torture. Hao Hung was just about to break the awkward silence and engage with the little girl when, unexpectedly, she interrupted him with a cold tone. "Who told you to speak? You fat pig." Goodness, she came right out with a personal attack. Hao Hung's impression of her plummeted, but he was momentarily stunned. How could she call him a fat pig when he was so handsome? Just then, he noticed a clean, bright piece of glass nearby, and turned to look, only to see a figure in the mirror that was not the familiar handsome man he knew, but a person with a bloated physique that closely resembled Hu Yanli. Hao Hung wanted to spit blood. No wonder his appetite had increased so much these days, and he had become so fat without realizing it. There was no need to think too much. It was definitely the fault of his high constitution. Chapter 36. The Explosive Qianren Shui. After that little girl spoke and interrupted Hao Hung, the room fell silent again. Hao Hung didn't care anymore. If she wanted to watch, then let her watch. After all, it wouldn't take a piece of meat off him. Moreover, with his current physique, if she really thought she could make him lose weight, Hao Hung would be too happy to care. He sat there, thinking that it was about time to start exercising again after more than 10 days of not doing so. It was truly a sin. While he was lost in thought, Bai Dong came downstairs, wearing a fitted purple-black evening gown, her hair styled high. She exuded none of the gentleness she had when she was with Hulaina and Hao Hung. Instead, she transformed into a sharp weapon, fierce and unyielding, ready to hurt anyone who crossed her. As she reached the door, she glanced at the dining table, her brows furrowing momentarily, but she said nothing more and directly sat down next to Hulaina. Hao Hung felt that the air around him seemed to have turned a little colder, with a hint of acidity, and he couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl opposite him. He noticed that the resentment in her eyes had deepened. If looks could kill, Hulaina would probably have been dismembered by now. Quietly shifting a little to the side, distancing himself from Hulaina, Hao Heng thought to himself. Before long, the housekeeper arrived again. She looked at the people seated at the dining table, let out a soft sigh, and then instructed the maid behind her to bring out plates of delicious food that were visually appealing and fragrant. Hao Heng couldn't wait any longer. Although he had just made up his mind to lose weight and regain his handsome appearance, how could he have the energy to diet if he wasn't full? No one said to start, so he began to eat heartily without hesitation, making a bit more noise than usual. Bibi Dong and Hulaina had already spent a few days with him and were used to it, but there was still someone at the table who was not accustomed to it. Haven't you eaten before? Country bumpkin. A sharp voice came through, and Hao Heng paused for a moment, thinking that being angry was not as important as eating, so he continued to focus on his meal. However, Hao Heng's indifference not only failed to extinguish the girl's anger, but even intensified it. She glared at Hao Heng, ready to say something even harsher when a voice came from beside her. Here, eat this. The girl turned her head to see Bibi Dong smiling as she picked food for Hulaina. That gentle demeanor was something she had long desired but could never attain. She gripped her chopsticks tightly, lowered her head, her eyes misting over, her teeth grinding together. Hao Heng's eating was loud, helping to cover up the sound of grinding teeth. The housekeeper lady's attention was always on the little girl, and several times she wanted to say a few words to her. But thinking about how hard she had worked for this job, she swallowed the words that rose to her throat. 10 minutes later, Hao Heng comfortably rubbed his slightly swollen belly, squinting his small eyes. This feeling of being full was simply delightful. Meanwhile, Bai Dong looked at Hulaina and softly asked, Nar, are you full? Full my ass. Almost all the dishes on the table had gone into Hao Heng's belly. She wanted to compete with him for food, but that guy next to her kept staring at her, making it hard for her to let her guard down and do something embarrassing. Although she had only eaten a few bites of the food Bai Dong had served her, her stomach was barely a third full. Nevertheless, Hulaina forced a smile and said to Bai Dong, I'm full, master. That's good. You just obtained your spirit ring a few days ago. Let's go try out the abilities of your spirit ring, Bai Dong said, patting Hulaina's head with a light laugh. Sure. Hulaina was eager to leave right away and quickly responded. Bai Dong nodded, stood up, and looked at Hao Heng, who was awkwardly brushing his teeth, saying, You should come too. Bai Dong had a hint of disdain in her eyes. She didn't understand why Hao Heng had been gaining weight ever since he joined her. The graceful youth she had met in the jungle seemed to have disappeared. If she hadn't seen him gradually getting fatter, she would have thought that her disciple had been swapped out by the elephant armor sect. Hao Heng quickly stood up and said, Okay, master. As the three of them left the table and prepared to walk toward the door, a clear sound of something breaking came from behind them. Bibi Dong stopped in her tracks. The butler, Kelly, felt a pang in her heart and shouted, My little ancestor, if you're going to break something, at least choose something cheap to break. That bowl cost dozens of gold soul coins. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, who had dropped the item, lowered her head. Large tears streaming down her face, splashing on the ground and creating little puddles. Gritting her teeth, she shouted with a choked voice, Mother! The two words echoed like thunder. Hao Heng saw Bibi Dong's hand tremble slightly. Her entire fist clenched, and the veins on the back of her hand bulged. He quietly moved a few steps aside to avoid being accidentally harmed later. Qian Rinxue raised her head, tears soaking her entire face, her cheeks flushed red. She cried out, Why? Why are you always unwilling to look at me even once? Mother, what have I done wrong for you to treat me this way? What do I lack compared to this guy? And this fatso? As she spoke, she began to roar, as if all the suppressed resentment had been released. Damn, why involve me? Hao Heng had already hidden by the wall, but he didn't expect to still be remembered. Bibi Dong didn't even turn around. Her tightly clenched hand relaxed, but the breathing at the tip of her nose quickened a bit. Qian Rinxue wiped her tears, walked to Bibi Dong's side, forcefully pulled away Hulaina's hand, pushed her aside, and stepped forward to grasp Bibi Dong's hand, looking up at her profile with a pitiful expression, saying, Mother, I am your daughter. Why do you treat me this way? Is it because I'm not good enough? But I have a soul power of level 20 from birth. Why do you do this? She couldn't understand why other people's parents could live together, happily taking their children for walks. Every time she saw her peers holding their parents' hands together, that genuine smile made her heart ache like it was being cut by a knife. Then, looking back at her own parents who seemed like enemies, wanting to kill each other every time they met, she just didn't understand. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and looked down at Qian Rinxue holding her arm. She also wanted to hold her in her arms, teach her to read. serve her food, and lull her to sleep like an ordinary mother. However, every time she saw her, Bibi Dong couldn't help but think about how she came to be. Even though it had been a long time, she couldn't let go, and sometimes she would wake up from nightmares. How ridiculous it was for a title, Douluo, to be awakened by nightmares. Child, wait until I kill that old guy and resolve my inner demons. Then I will reconnect our mother-daughter bond. Bibi Dong withdrew her arm and coldly looked at Qian Renshue, saying, Do you think you are excellent? Go, defeat him. If you can defeat him, I will give you what you want, but if you can't, then don't appear in front of me again. Qian Renshue stared blankly, looking at her empty hands, slightly clenched them, then tightened her grip, raised her head, and looked sharply at Bibi Dong's target. Squatting by the wall, Hao Hong, who was watching the excitement but got inexplicably dragged into it, was confused. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 37. Giant Martial Soul. How scary. Please vote for me, brothers. In a secluded and deserted manner in Soul Master City, in an open wasteland, Hao Hong looked at Qian Renshue not far away, glancing sideways at Bibi Dong, who was watching the battle with her arms crossed, feeling his head spin. Although he, Hao Hong, was reckless and a true man of steel, that didn't mean he was foolish. He had clearly seen everything from the side just now. His master was definitely speaking with a forked tongue. When she was saying harsh words, her expression was quite pleasant, and she probably didn't want that little girl over there to lose. But Hao Hong was sure. So he was prepared to see if Bibi Dong gave any hints or expressions. However, Bibi Dong's face was as calm as still water, showing no emotions at all, which made Hao Hong a bit troubled. Forget it, I'll just take matters into my own hands. Although I, Hao Hong, am not a kind-hearted person, that doesn't stop me from doing good deeds. Hao Hong thought to himself. Meanwhile, Qian Renshue was already prepared. She closed her eyes, and behind her, golden light gathered. In a flash, a pair of pure and flawless 2-meter wings unfolded from her back. After flapping a few times, she soared into the sky. When she stopped, a holy radiance emerged from her delicate skin, and 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared beside her. Hey, summon your martial soul. Although Qian Renshue wished she could kill Hao Hong right away, she still respected the etiquette of soul masters and waited for Hao Hong to summon his martial soul. Hao Hong scratched his newly sprouted hair on his head, feeling a bit prickly. After some thought, his eyes lit up as he struck a pose and seriously raised his fist. An arc of electricity flashed from his fist, and then he shouted, Come and fight. Bibi Dong frowned. Hulaina was astonished, and Qian Renshue had a serious expression. Just then, Qian Renshue waved her right hand in the air, and a yellow soul ring flickered beside her. A blazing red sword blade, burning with flames, was drawn from the void. As the sword tip appeared, her wings flapped behind her, and she transformed into an afterimage, charging towards Hao Hong. Hao Hong squinted his eyes. With his current spirit of 17,000, he could naturally capture Qian Renshue's movements. If he wanted, he could execute a barehanded grab against her sword when it came thrusting towards him, and then say some words that could kill both body and heart. However, well, after all, she was still the daughter of his master. As the sound of Qian Renshue's sword echoed in his ears, Hao Hong stepped forward half a step, and with a fist filled with momentum, he struck out. The thunder on his fist crackled, colliding with Qian Renshue's sword, intertwining flames and thunder, and in the next second, it exploded, forming a cloud of white mist. Subsequently, Hao Hong let out a miserable scream. He flew out from the white mist, his round body spinning in the air a few times before landing awkwardly on one knee, his face pale as he said, What a powerful sword. Giant Martial Soul. So terrifying. His exaggerated performance did not satisfy the audience. Bibi Dong spoke coldly. Hao Hong, if you hold back again, you won't eat for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Hao Hong's body trembled. Not allowing him to eat was unacceptable. He needed to eat 8 meals a day, each requiring 10 times the amount of a normal person's meal. If he didn't eat for 3 days, wouldn't that mean he would die? Moreover, it seemed not only the audience was dissatisfied, but his opponent was also unhappy. As the white mist dissipated, Qian Renshue flapped her wings, pointing her sword directly at him, gritting her teeth and cursing, Fatty, you don't need to hold back. Fatty, did I eat your family's rice? It seems I really did, so forget it. But you have repeatedly attacked me personally, so today I must give you something to see. Hao Hong changed his mindset, his expression becoming solemn. He stood up straight, beckoning to Qian Renshue with his fingers, and said, Continue, come. Qian Renshue flapped her wings, the flame sword in her hand leaving a black arc in the air as it slashed towards Hao Hong's head from the side. This time, Hao Heng's expression remained unchanged. He did not dodge, but simply extended 2 fingers and lightly touched the sword. Bang! Qian Rinxue felt a powerful recoil force transmitted from a sword, nearly causing her to drop it. Startled, she flapped her wings behind her and retreated several dozen meters into the air. Hao Heng did not pursue, allowing her to adjust in the air. Qian Rinxue tightly gripped the sword hilt, and after more than 10 seconds, the trembling of the sword finally stopped. She lowered her head to look at Hao Heng, completely unable to imagine that her previous sword strike was easily blocked by 2 fingers. And he seemed to have not even summoned his martial soul. No, she couldn't engage him in close combat. In an instant, Qian Rinxue realized she had no advantage in close-range fighting. She raised the sword blade, gripping the hilt with both hands, and her soul power surged into the sword body. With purple soul rings flickering beside her, flames surged on the sword body, transforming into 2 fire dragons that gathered at the sword tip, becoming an ever-expanding golden-red fireball. The fireball caused the temperature around her to rise rapidly, even creating waves of heat. When the fireball exceeded a diameter of 1 meter, Qian Rinxue swung her arms down, bringing the sword down. The fireball detached from the sword tip and smashed toward Hao Heng. Hao Heng coldly stared at the spinning fireball that seemed to have heat waves rolling within it. Qian Rinxue was preparing, and he wasn't idle either. He was seriously sensing the soul power within his body, grasping a trace of hot energy surging to his head. At the moment the fireball was about to hit, he suddenly opened his mouth, and his head expanded dozens of times. The fireball appeared like a small candy in that large mouth, which he swallowed. And then his head returned to its original size. Hao Heng bit down lightly, and the fireball exploded, filling his mouth with warmth, just like eating a juicy meatball. The hot liquid rolled in his mouth, but after a few seconds, the sensation faded. He raised his head and looked at Qian Rinxue, saying, "It tastes pretty good. Is there more?" Qian Rinxue was stunned. She had considered that Hao Heng might have some way to counter the attack, but it would be one of the 3 conventional methods, the first relying on his strong physique to endure it, the second dodging, and the third using ranged attacks to disperse the fireball. But to actually take in someone else's attack and then ask if there was more, what was he trying to do? If he was that strong, why not go against the heavens? Hao Heng watched Qian Rinxue staring blankly in the air, then glanced at Bibi Dong. He felt that Bibi Dong's expression seemed to have darkened a bit, thinking she was blaming him for delaying too long. He quickly withdrew his gaze and thought about how to bring Qian Rinxue down. A few seconds later, he had an idea. He took a bow stance, raised his right hand in a throwing javelin position, aimed with his left hand, and jogged a few steps forward. Thunder surged in his hand, gathering into a small thunder spear, which had its power reduced by more than 10 times, and he threw it at Qian Rinxue. The small thunder spear, lacking a soul power wrap, separated into several weak lightning arcs in the air. Qian Rinxue suddenly came to her senses and wanted to dodge, but was already too late. Several lightning arcs accurately struck her. The power of the arcs was small, but the paralysis effect attached to them was enough to make a person temporarily lose consciousness. Qian Rinxue's body went limp in an instant, and her martial soul was retracted without control. She fell down, and just as her face was about to touch the ground, she woke up, only to be scared faint again. Hao Heng didn't expect that a seemingly weak strike would have such an effect. He didn't want to cause any fatalities. And just as he was about to step forward to catch someone, 2 strands of spider silk flew in from the side, ensnaring Qian Rinxue's body and pulling her away. When Hao Heng looked again, Qian Rinxue had already been embraced by Bibi Dong. He jogged up to Bibi Dong and smiled awkwardly. "Master, how is she? Is she okay?" Bibi Dong glanced at him and said calmly, "Starting today, you are not allowed to eat for 3 days. After saying that, she carried the unconscious Qian Rinxue away, leaving Hao Heng, who was left dumbfounded, and Hulaina, who was laughing quietly beside him. Chapter 38. In Trance Examination, Vote, Brothers. The rooster crowed, and the sun rose in the east. This was Hao Heng's 7th day in Spirit City. As usual, he got up early, dressed, washed up, and asked Butler Kelly for 10 pounds of soul beast meat in the best preserved nutritional state. After quickly finishing his meal, he ran alone to the garden, found a spot to squat, and started his training for the day. He felt very troubled. His physical attribute value was so high that it was seriously affecting his appearance. Perhaps because his physical attribute was too high, his body was constantly telling him that he needed to replenish a large amount of energy to maintain its operation. However, his other attributes were too low to consume the energy absorbed into his body, causing the energy to accumulate more and more, making his body rounder. Now he had grown 3 centimeters taller, standing at 1 meter 53, with a rounded figure. Although it did not affect his movement and even made him look a bit fiercer, it was really unattractive. Strength is temporary, but good looks are lifelong. Therefore, even though he knew that if he improved his spiritual power, he could regain control of his uncontrolled soul power, Hao Hung resolutely allocated the 5 to 600 attribute points he earned daily to strength, hoping that one day the upper limit of his internal strength could catch up with the lower limit of his body's energy storage. In the short term, this goal still seemed a long way off. Hao Hung was squatting with his eyes closed when suddenly a fragrant breeze blew into his nose, which was a bit stimulating. He held his breath for 7 or 8 seconds, but ultimately couldn't hold it in and let out a loud sneeze. Ashu, hey! Hearing a woman's voice with a hint of complaint, Hao Hung opened his eyes and saw a girl dressed in a blue outfit with lotus leaf edges and matching tight pants, her hair tied into 2 small buns. Hulaina was disdainfully waving away the air in front of her and stepping back. Hao Hung glanced at her and continued to squat, asking senior sister, "It's really rare for you to get up at this time. Do I look like someone who likes to sleep in?" Hulaina asked, hands on her hips. Hee. You don't just look like that kind of person. You are that kind of person. Hao Hung ruthlessly exposed the truth. You. I won't argue with you. I'm leaving. Don't squat here. What are you doing? Hey, why are you getting physical? Didn't you say you wanted to go to the Soul Master Academy? Have you forgotten? Today we have to participate in the entrance examination. Oh, right. Once she mentioned it, Hao Hung remembered. 3 days ago, he recalled that his soul power had already reached level 20 in the Soul Tomb. Although he couldn't perfectly control his soul power yet, it didn't stop him from planning for his next soul ring. So he sought out Kelly, thinking to ask if she had any books on soul bees for him to reference, but he was disappointed. Kelly said that no one in their family had needed such things before, so they didn't have the book Hao Hung needed. However, she did point him in the direction of a library at the Soul Master Academy, where he should be able to find the book he wanted. Coincidentally, Bibi Dong came to ask if they would like to attend the Soul Master Academy. She had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't stay to teach them, so she thought it best to drop them off at the academy to learn the basics. Previously, Hao Hung would have been unwilling to sit through boring classes, but with something he needed there, he had no choice but to agree. And today was the day they participated in the entrance examination. Pulled along by Hulaina, the two arrived outside the estate, boarded a luxurious carriage, and soon reached their destination. After getting off, Hao Hung was shocked again. The Soul Master Academy was too grand. The first impression it gave him was that it was big, very big. As far as the eye could see, there were countless buildings, a huge playground, gardens, ponds, all surrounded by seemingly endless walls. The second impression was luxury. About 10 meters inside the entrance, there was a fountain with a statue of an angel. The statue was quite large, about 5 or 6 meters tall. According to the teacher who received them, the statue was made of pure gold and was solid, making Hao Hung feel that the sunlight shining on the statue seemed brighter than in other places. Inside the Soul Master Academy, in a room with a sign for the Academic Affairs Office, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a goat beard, wearing black-rimmed glasses, brown and yellow plaid suspenders, and a white shirt, stood in front of the window. He had his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding a cigarette, looking worriedly outside at the students running freely in the sunlight. He took a deep breath of smoke, skillfully blew out a beautiful smoke ring, then turned around to look at the 2 disorganized files on his desk. His fingers holding the cigarette lightly tapped the corner of the desk, making a faint sound. Click! The door was pushed open, and a young man walked in, stopping 2 meters in front of the desk. He respectfully bowed and said, "Director, those 2 kids have already entered the school. How do you want to arrange their assessment?" The middle-aged man looked up at the young man, took a puff of smoke, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He exhaled the smoke and asked the young man, "How do you think we should assess them?" The young man was taken aback, thought for a few seconds with his head down, then replied, "They're sent by Her Highness the Saintess. Why not? Let them pass easily." But His Holiness doesn't want them to pass. The middle-aged man scratched his head, raising his light eyebrows. A hint of surprise appeared in the young man's eyes, and he looked slightly flustered. He quickly realized he had lost his composure, lowered his head a bit more, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he had heard something he shouldn't have. He was filled with panic, his fingers trembling. The room fell silent for several minutes. The young man glanced up to sneak a peek at the cigarette in the middle-aged man's hand. The ember was almost burnt out, and the middle-aged man's anxiety deepened as his fingers pressed against the desk, unconsciously digging into the wooden surface. The young man's eyes darted around quickly, and after a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with light. and quickly said, "How about we let Wu Yuan test them? Wu Yuan?" The middle-aged man paused the action of bringing the cigarette to his mouth, softly repeating the name. The young man leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Wu Yuan is a teacher sent to the academy by His Holiness a few months ago, with strength at the soul zone level. It said she is the sister of Lord Wu, who is by His Holiness's side. If she makes a move, we can also give an explanation to His Holiness. But what about the Saintess? Director, we can set the assessment condition to not be defeated within a stick of incense. I believe the children recommended by the Saintess shouldn't be too weak. This condition, while a bit challenging for them, shouldn't be impossible to achieve. If they can't pass, it only means they lack talent, which has nothing to do with our academy. Don't you think so?" The middle-aged man's brows relaxed, and he took the last puff of his cigarette, slowly exhaling, then threw the butt into the trash can and pointed at the young man, saying, "All right, let's do it your way." "Good. Then I'll go notify Teacher Wu Yuan now." "Yes, hurry up, don't delay." Chapter 39. Firebird, the status has changed, brothers. Those who want to invest should hurry up. Thank you for your continued support. Hao Hong and the other person were led by the teacher who brought them into the academy, wandering around the academy until a young man jogged over to them. They then followed the young man to an indoor arena. This place resembled a sports stadium from a past life, with a circular arena in the middle, measuring 200 meters in diameter, and surrounded by spectator seating that could accommodate thousands if filled. After surveying the surroundings, Hao Hong withdrew his gaze and looked to the opposite side, where a young woman stood. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a cold and indifferent expression, dressed in a long-sleeved black dress. Her figure was slender, with little flesh, resembling a skin stretched over a skeletal frame. Hao Hongting didn't like this type of situation, so after glancing a few more times, he lost interest. The young man stood them on the arena, facing the woman in the black dress, and kindly said to them, "You must remember this well. That teacher's name is Wu Yin, and she is a sensitive attack-type battle spirit master with a golden crow as her martial soul. However, you don't need to worry too much. You only need to last for the duration of one incense stick under her hands to pass the assessment. Good luck. While I light the incense, I will shout start, and then you can summon your martial souls. Remember that." After saying this, the young man walked off the arena. Hao Hong was stunned as he watched her back, then looked at the cold-faced woman in the black dress across from him. Jinwu, the son. Damn. He curiously gazed at the other side, while a youth below the arena had already lit a stick of incense the thickness of a pen and inserted it into the incense burner, shouting begin. The raven-eyed woman looked indifferently at the two little ones across from her, a chubby boy and a thin girl. She had originally been preparing her lessons in her dormitory when the youth found her. She was a bit surprised, especially when he said to be the examiner. She even thought he was joking. However, on the way, hearing the youth say that these two were sent by the Saintess, she understood a bit more. 7 days ago, when the little Saintess was sent back lying down, her brother said that His Holiness was very unhappy. Later, she heard that it was a chubby boy beside the Saintess who knocked the little Saintess out. It must be this little guy in front of her. In recent days, she had heard that the Saintess would send 2 people to the academy to study, and she was still considering how to find trouble with those 2, to trip them up and help the little Saintess regain her face. Perhaps then, she could also gain the favor of His Holiness like her brother. However, she did not expect that before she could take action, they had voluntarily delivered themselves to her hands. She really was too lucky. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth curled slightly, and soon, a great red flame rose from her body, her arms spread out, waving up and down. The flames clung to her arms, forming feathers. In no time, a pair of dark red wings, burning with raging fire, unfurled and lifted her body upwards. The fiery flames scorching the air, making crackling sounds. Hulaina felt the temperature around her rise significantly. Her smooth forehead's bangs became damp, turning into clumps. She quickly operated her soul power, a milky white halo flickering and gathering at her waist, from which 3 fluffy foxtails sprouted. Her body elongated, becoming voluptuous and mature, exuding charm, like a soul-snatching fairy, her eyes filled with seductive intent. Hao Hong didn't move. As soon as he heard that the opponent was just a soul master, he lost the desire to mobilize his soul power. He could easily defeat them even barehanded, so why bother exhausting his energy? His eyes were fixed on the black-dressed teacher, wanting to see what was so special about this golden crow martial soul. But when she summoned her martial soul, Hao Hong felt a bit disappointed. Is this it? He thought in silence. He expected that using the golden crow as a martial soul would have some unique features, at least a small sun to look at, but upon seeing it, he realized it was just a slightly thinner firebird. Hey, why haven't you summoned your martial soul yet? Hulaina was now half a head taller than Hao Hong, who only reached her chest. She nudged his arm with her elbow, signaling him to hurry up and summon his martial soul. Senior sister, you know I messed up my cultivation. I can't use my soul power right now. Hao Hong shrugged helplessly and said, what do we do now? Hulaina asked in panic. What to do? It's up to you, senior sister, come on. Just hold on for an incense sticks time. Go on, you vixen. Hao Hong let out a roar, then circled behind Hulaina, pushing her forward with both palms. Hey, you. Hulaina didn't expect Hao Hong to be so ruthless, using a weak girl like her as a shield. Tears were almost falling from her eyes. When she turned back, she found that Hao Hong had pulled out a chicken leg from somewhere and was gnawing on it. When he saw her looking over, he even waved his fist to encourage her. She felt as if her lungs were about to explode. Don't be angry. I'm your senior sister. I won't get angry, hee. Hulaina adjusted her breathing, her expression gradually calming from gloomy to serene. She looked at the firebird in the sky, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Come on. Wu Yuan understood the look in her eyes. Although she didn't know what kind of scheme they were plotting by having a delicate little girl in front, she felt contempt for that fat guy in her heart, but there was no time to confront them. She tilted her head back and let out a long cry, flames swirling around her body. Then, she flapped her wings and soared high, drawing an arc in the air before circling to Hulaina's side, folding her wings and diving towards her like an arrow. A yellow soul ring beside her flickered, transforming in air into two bird claws, all covered in a metallic black film, aiming at Hulaina. The air flowing through the sharp claws left behind white streaks, and it seemed that if these claws struck a piece of iron, it would split it into several pieces. Her movements were incredibly fast. While Hulaina's eyes were still tracking the fiery remnants left in the air, the bird claws were already in front of her, and the smell of burnt hair filled the air. However, Hao Hong saw all of this with his furrowed brows, a spark of anger igniting in his eyes. This teacher? Coming in hard right from the start. He held the clean bone he had gnawed on and shouted, "Teacher, take this." A charge strike. Saying that, he threw the bone like a dart. He didn't understand any hidden weapon techniques, relying solely on his brute strength. But fortunately, his spiritual power exceeded 10,000. Although he couldn't control the soul power within him, tracking the movements of this mere soul master was still very simple. Suddenly, a sound like the wind howled through the air as the chicken bone pierced through 3 walls of air, leaving 3 circular misty white rings in the air. In an instant, it accurately hit Wu Yuan at the joint of her leg and claws. While it didn't pierce through completely, the terrifying force caused that spot to bend at a 90-degree angle, and the chicken bone shattered into pieces. In an instant, Wu Yuan felt her leg lose all strength, as if lying on the ground and being struck by a heavy hammer, causing pain deep within her bones that made her unable to suppress a loud wail. Senior sister, now's the time. Use your tail strike. Although Hulaina still couldn't see Wu Yuan's figure, she heard the voice. As someone determined to become a control-type soul master and control everything in battle, her spiritual power had always been her strong suit. Upon hearing the tragic bird wail and Hao Heng's voice, she crouched down, facing the ground, with 3 tails standing upright behind her. A yellow soul ring flickered beside her, and her 3 tails instantly extended to over 10 meters, like iron whips, carrying a sharp sound of breaking air as they struck in the direction of the sound, ultimately hitting the target. Bang! The firebird flew out in response, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Looking at Hulaina, she was already astonished, covering her mouth, her eyes wide open, unable to believe that she had actually knocked a soul master away. Chapter 40. Wow, senior sister, you're so strong. Vote, brothers. Huh, oof, oof. Wu Yuan propped herself up on the ground, her eyes wide open, staring at the floor, her breathing growing more frantic, the veins on her forehead becoming visible. She couldn't believe that she had been knocked away by a soul master. Impossible. How could I be knocked away by a mere soul master? Yes, someone ambushed me. That's right, it was an ambush. Wu Yuan turned her head to look at the spot where she had been hit by the chicken bone. Her skirt had been torn, revealing bruised and blackened skin, and even her body couldn't withstand the pain, choosing to numb itself. Damn it! She gritted her teeth, flapping her wings and floating up. Her features contorted as she glared at Hulaina, the flames on her body seeming to burn even more fiercely. Hulaina felt Wu Yuan's gaze on her, as if being watched by the most ferocious hunter in the world, making her feel that the opponent could launch an attack at any moment. A sensation that made her scalp itch unbearably. But she still forced herself to stay strong, controlling her breathing and locking eyes with Wu Yuan, quietly swallowing the saliva building in her mouth. Senior sister, don't be afraid. You're the best soul master. Senior sister. Hao Hong quietly encouraged her from behind, brainwashing her. Yes, I'm the best soul master. I am the best. Hulaina seemed to be in a trance, her charming eyes turning into dead fish eyes, staring intently at Wu Yuan, afraid that she might suddenly disappear in the next moment. Oof. Wu Yuan was not in the mood to pay attention to what those two little ones were scheming. She only wanted revenge. She straightened her posture, her wings spreading like a large paper fan, and a purple soul ring shone beside her. In the next second, dozens of streams of light shot out from her wings, firing 3 rounds in succession. Looking at the streams of light shooting towards her, Hulaina stood there in a daze. After all, she was just a soul master. Expecting her to cope with the attacks from the soul sect was still too difficult. She didn't even react when Wu Yuan made her attacking motion. Hao Heng's expression darkened. This was a killing move, showing no mercy at all. The teacher was quite something. Sister, be careful, he shouted deliberately, his figure flashing as he positioned himself in front of Hulaina, directly facing the torrent of lights. Those streams of light were feathers burning with flames. But Hao Hong did not underestimate their power. His chubby arms danced in the air, creating afterimages, and with the mental focus boosted by 17,000 attribute points. The world around him slowed down hundreds of times at that moment. He rotated each feather flying towards Hulaina by 180 degrees. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of explosions followed one after another. When Hao Hong lowered his hands, those feathers flew back, and in the next moment, 3 explosions of white mist appeared on the arena, 2 flanking Hulaina and 1 in midair. The self-defeating raven was completely stunned by the explosions, unable to comprehend why the feathers she shot out were now flying back at her. As the white mist dispersed, the raven fell from the sky. Hao Hong let out a cold laugh, turned around, grabbed Hulaina's arm, and swung her towards the sky, shouting, Senior sister, use the tail strike. The sound of the explosion still lingered in Hulaina's ears, and at that moment, Hao Heng's voice pierced her eardrum like a sharp knife, waking her up. Her body reacted instinctively, spinning in midair, 3 tails whipping out behind her, soul rings shining, the tails tightening like 3 long spears thrusting forward, striking directly at Wu Yuan's chest. With a thud, Lin, who was sent flying, suddenly opened his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and after tracing an arc in the air, crashed to the ground, lying still and motionless. Hulaina hadn't even realized what she had done when her body began to fall. Just as she was about to scream, a pair of strong arms grabbed her thighs, dissipating her remaining momentum and setting her down steadily on the ground. Oh my, senior sister is amazing. She actually defeated a soul sect. Hao Hong clapped his hands vigorously beside her and praised, I defeated. Hulaina looked at Hao Hong in a daze and asked, Of course, senior sister, your 2 waves of soul skills were amazing, really strong. Hao Hong raised his thumb without changing his expression and said, I defeated the soul sect. Hulaina retracted her martial spirit, pressed her hand against her chest, gasping for breath, trying hard to accept the fact that she had defeated a soul sect that was more than 20 levels higher than herself. Hao Hong looked at her excited expression, smiled slightly, and turned to the young man below with his jaw dropped and a confused look in his eyes, asking, That teacher, have we passed the assessment? The young man glanced at the thick smoke rising from the black crow and then looked at the incense burner placed on the table in front of him. Coming back to his senses, he replied seriously, Well, there's still half of the incense left, so you all should wait a bit longer. Half a month ago, Wuwu, in a town next to the Xiangjia sect, on a desolate mountain not far away, a sorrowful and heartbreaking cry echoed through the mountains. Upon approaching, a small mound with a wooden board placed in front of it came into view, where a girl knelt in front of the board, constantly rubbing her tear-filled eyes and crying loudly. All right, stop crying. Beside her stood a boy with a somewhat overly gaudy appearance, expressionless as he looked at the nameless, lonely grave. Even if it were dug up, there would be no corpse, coldly telling the little girl, He's dead. It doesn't help to cry any harder. Brother, now that Dad is dead, what should we do? The girl, seeing her brother speak, hurriedly wiped her tears and looked up at him, asking, That useless guy is dead, so what? Killing someone and getting yourself killed too. What a waste, phew. Lin Qing spat aside, his eyes flashing with fierce light, his fists clenched tightly. Lin Mingyun didn't dare cry anymore, quickly standing up, brushing off the dirt from her legs, and shrinking her neck as she looked at Lin Qing. What should we do now? Lin Qing squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up as he chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I've already made plans. 3 years ago, before our mother died, she kept telling me to remember to find an uncle named Wu Juehu from the Zhuang sect, which is one of the lower four sects along with Xiangjia sect. Mother said that uncle is very powerful and can protect us. We should go find him and let him help us take revenge. Lin Mingyan looked at Lin Qing with concern and asked, "But brother, will that uncle really help us take revenge?" Lin Qing turned to her, chuckled lightly, and raised his hand to summon a dagger entwined with black energy, confidently saying, "With this, even if that uncle is unwilling to help us take revenge, he will let us stay there until we grow up. At that time, I will take revenge myself." He curled his lips to reveal a cruel and vicious smile. Lin Mingyun looked at her brother in confusion. She knew that the dagger was his martial soul, but they were twins. Their father's martial soul was the Xianbing turtle, and their mother's was the ironback dragon, which had nothing to do with the dagger. How could her brother's martial soul be a dagger? Not understanding, Lin Mingyun shook her head, thinking to herself. Chapter 41. Zhuang Sect for signing bonus update. Zhuang Sect, one of the lower four sects renowned alongside Xiangjia sect. The disciples of this sect do not have a good reputation outside, because apart from being one of the lower four sects, they have another identity, the largest assassin organization in Douluo Continent. No one wants to encounter a disciple of the Zhuang sect, as it means they have been targeted. It is said that the Zhuang sect has completed an assassination mission against a Seoul level powerhouse, and this rumor established their standing in the world. Perhaps fearing enemies would come knocking, the location of the Zhuang sect is deeply hidden, and hardly anyone can find it without a guide. That place is located in the southernmost part of Douluo Continent, within the southern region of the Xinglua Empire, amidst continuous mountain forests in a dark and treacherous valley. Outside of that valley, there is a lush green forest, which is shrouded in a poisonous mist year-round. This is the first barrier to entering the valley. Without detoxification medicine and a familiar guide, stepping into the forest will lead one to lose their way in the mist and ultimately die from the poison. Once through the mist and reaching the valley entrance, there's another barrier. A towering wall, 100 meters high, is built against the mountains on both sides. For every 10 meters in height, there's a row of square windows, each 20 centimeters on each side, with dozens standing inside, each holding a longbow. If someone tries to force their way in without an invitation, the rain of poisoned arrows will definitely make them suffer. Passing through these two barriers is truly entering the inner sanctum of the Zhuang sect. Behind the wall are orderly houses that extend deep into the valley. However, do you think that once you enter this place, you can relax? Wrong. Even the disciples of the Zhuang sect do not dare let their guard down here, because outside each of these houses, there are tree eyes, grass, and bushes hiding countless poisonous snakes and insects. If one is not careful and startles them, with good luck, they might lose a limb to survive, cutting flesh to detoxify. With bad luck, they could instantly turn into pus and blood on the floor. This is the stronghold of the Zhuang sect, the Zhuang Valley. Today is a sunny day, and the valley rarely sees sunlight. Some female disciples are busy taking damp blankets and clothes out to dry in the sun. Among these female disciples is a man whose appearance is quite unseemly and whose eyes are lecherous. Standing 5 feet tall, hunched, with a big belly, a swollen head, a face like a walnut shell, deep wrinkles, a black mole the size of a marble on the corner of his mouth with 2 or 3 long hairs hanging from it, and a pair of sesame-sized eyes. His thick, wide lips like to reveal a lecherous smile, exposing a set of already protruding yellow teeth. He has his hands behind his back, unapologetically scanning the female disciples. And saliva even dribbles from the corner of his mouth, making one want to vomit. But no one dares to speak against him. They don't even dare to avoid him, because he is the master of the Zhuang sect, hailed as the #1 assassin in the Douluo Continent. The absolute household killer, Wu Juehu. Although Wu Juehu has a soul power level of 86. His reputation is not good, because he either does not act or he wipes out everything related to his target, including family, friends, and acquaintances, leaving no survivors. And he is also greedy and lecherous. This morning, he walked from his luxurious palace deep in the valley to this ordinary disciples' accommodation area, ready to select a favored prey for some pleasure. After looking around for a while, he finally locked onto a target, pointing at a good-looking female disciple, instructing you, "Come here." The female disciple's body trembled, her head lowered, biting her lip, not daring to resist. She put down what she was holding, clutched her clothes with both hands, and quietly followed behind him. Wu Juehu casually found a room, pushed the female disciple inside, then closed the door, rubbing his hands together with a lecherous expression as he approached. "Please, master, no." The female disciple tightly clutched her collar, crying and begging for mercy. What do you mean no? Come, let me check your body. Wu Jihu lunged forward, embracing the female disciple, standing on tiptoe, ready to kiss her face. However, the female disciple was too tall, and even with him on tiptoe, he was still a bit short. Therefore, he felt a bit annoyed and was thinking about pushing the female disciple down to get straight to the point when a hand, wearing a black leather glove, reached from behind him, grabbing his shoulder and stopping his next move. Wu Juehu was taken aback. He didn't expect someone to appear behind him silently. But as an experienced assassin, he reacted quickly, instantly suppressing his thoughts, and a sharp look appeared between his brows. He raised his hand, pretending to grab a blade that shot out from within him, wrapped in black mist, and fiercely thrust it backward. His movement was extremely fast, taking the opponent by surprise. Almost at the moment the hand touched his shoulder, he turned and stabbed out. He was confident that even a Soul Douluo of the same level could be caught off guard. But the reality was that he failed. The tip of the knife stopped just 5 centimeters away from the person's body. Wu Juehu's arm was caught by an unresistible force that even penetrated into his wrist, making his bones feel a painful prickling. At the same time, Wu Juehu seized the opportunity to see the appearance of the newcomer. Dressed in a black robe, black clothes, black boots, and a black mask, he could perfectly blend into the darkness if it were night. Wu Juehu's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He loosened his grip on the sharp knife, retracted his martial soul, and hurriedly knelt down, banging his head on the ground, shouting, "I did not know the esteemed one had descended. Please forgive my ignorance." Before he could finish, he was already sweating profusely, his bulky body trembling uncontrollably. "Umph." A cold snort, subtle and hard to notice, echoed, and Wu Juehu lowered his head even further. The figure in the black robe ignored him. The only features visible through the mask were the eyes, which were focused on the female disciple cowering in the corner, her face contorted in shock. He raised his hand, palm facing the female disciple. Suddenly, 5 shallow fingerprints appeared on her fair neck, and she was lifted, floating towards the hand of the black-robed figure. The black-robed man grasped her neck, letting her struggle, as a small mouth full of sharp teeth grew in his palm, biting down on the female disciple's neck and greedily sucking her blood and flesh. About 5 minutes later, Wu Juehu heard a heavy thud of something falling to the ground. His body trembled, and he slightly raised his head to sneak a glance, only to meet the empty eye sockets of the female disciple, who was now just a skeleton. Used to seeing corpses, Wu Juehu was not frightened by the skeleton, but the thought that he might end up like that made his body tremble even more. "Umph, what a waste. If you weren't useful, I would make you end up like this person," the black-robed figure spoke, his voice neither male nor female, sounding like an elderly person nearing death or a toddler just learning to speak, and his tone was very cold, like pouring a bucket of ice water over Wu Juehu in the dead of winter. It made him shiver involuntarily. He wasn't a fool and naturally understood the implication. So he quickly bowed his head and said, "Thank you, esteemed one, for not killing me." Chapter 42. The Great Conspiracy. Additional update for the upcoming 200 recommendation votes. I did not know the esteemed one had descended. What is the matter that requires my assistance? Please clarify, esteemed one. In a dilapidated wooden house in the shadowless valley, Wu Juehu rubbed his hands, a lewd smile on his face, slightly bending his body as he stood beside the black-robed figure. The black-robed person stood by the window, gazing at the passing disciples of the shadowless sect. A sound of swallowing, akin to a normal person smelling delicious food, continuously emanated from within his robe. He seemed to be enduring something, and after a while, he let out a light breath and turned to Wu Juehu, calmly saying, "Wu Juehu, our plan is about to begin." "Oh, could it be that plan?" Wu Juehu's face showed shock, as if he had recalled some earth-shattering plan, but in reality, he had no idea what the grand plan was. Although he appeared strong to outsiders, in front of that organization, he was merely a gopher. The black-robed figure probably knew he was completely clueless, chuckled coldly a couple of times, and continued, "Wu Juehu, the organization needs you to prepare 1,000 young boys and 1,000 young girls, and they must all have soul power exceeding level 5. And you also need to find an individual with both male and female traits." "What?" Wu Juehu's face showed an expression of disbelief. Over the years, he had captured people for this organization, but this time the requirements were too harsh. Hesitantly, he said, "Esteemed one, it's not that I'm shirking my responsibility, but this condition is too harsh. You must know that there might not even be 500 children with soul power exceeding level 5 in the entire continent this year. Even if there are, Most of them are the favored children of prominent families and will definitely be heavily protected. How am I supposed to help you find such 1,000 young boys and 1,000 young girls? The black-robed figure let out a cold hum, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Wu Juehu. Wu Juehu's face turned pale. He took a few steps back, his lips trembling as he continued with a sobbing tone. My lord, it's really not that I'm shirking my duty. It's just that it's too difficult. It's impossible to accomplish. I don't have the strength. The black-robed figure saw that he was almost kneeling, turned his gaze away, and after a moment of silence, said softly, I didn't ask you to bring all the people to me in a year. As long as those young boys and girls are under 10 years old, it's fine. Wu Juehu was almost about to faint. I meant the time frame. I meant the difficulty. Big brother. He was about to speak again, but was interrupted by the black-robed figure. All right, stop making excuses. Wu Juehu, you need to understand, you're just a dog. Whatever the organization asks you to do, you do it. If you can't do it, then it means you are useless, and a useless dog only has the fate of being eaten. The black-robed figure raised his arm, palm facing Wu Juehu, a mouth full of sharp teeth dripping with saliva, a long scarlet tongue flicking out. Wu Juehu saw the mouth and did not dare to say more. Hurriedly closing his mouth, lowering his head, and calculating how to accomplish this life-threatening task in his heart. The black-robed figure nodded in satisfaction and continued speaking to Wu Juehu. Wu Juehu, don't hold too much resentment. I tell you, preparing these young boys and girls is to use them as sacrifices to awaken the slumbering, otherworldly demon god. Once we awaken this demon god, this continent will fall into the hands of our organization. At that time, perhaps it can help you break through your potential, giving you a chance to touch the threshold of a title de law. Damn, I hope that when the otherworldly demon god awakens, it will eat you bastards first. Besides, why does that demon god have to be awakened with young boys and girls? Wu Juehu thought resentfully, but he said on the surface, Thank you very much, my lord. Ah, right. Remember to find someone with both male and female traits. The black-robed figure added. Wu Juehu was stunned and cautiously asked, My lord, what exactly does both male and female traits mean? What use is there in finding such a person? The black-robed figure remained silent for a long time before shaking his head and saying, I don't know either. The ancient texts describe it as a female body with a male appearance or a male body with a female appearance, which is considered as having both male and female traits. But how could such a person exist in this world? I don't understand. Just do your best to find one. As for its usefulness, I don't mind telling you, because the physical body of the demon god we found has been destroyed, leaving only the remnant soul and divine power. Therefore, a vessel is needed, but we don't know the gender of that demon god. If we get the gender wrong, it could lead to the remnant soul going out of control. That's why we need someone who embodies both yin and yang. It's safer that way. By the way, after you find this person, don't notify us immediately. Cultivate them well. The stronger they are, the better. Did you hear me? A female body with a male appearance. Wu Juehu secretly repeated this name in his mind, recalling the woman he met 6 years ago when he attended the invitation of the head of the Shanja sect. A tall and broad physique, a powerful voice, strong arms, and well-defined muscles radiating masculinity. Although she was small, she made Wu Juehu feel what a safe harbor truly was. She allowed him to experience genuine joy, and he even suspected he had found true love in her. Unfortunately, she was a married woman and loved her husband deeply. Even when he coerced and seduced her, even when they were caught in the act by her husband, she refused to leave him and even fought to the death against it. He had attempted to find her again, but 3 years ago, he received news that she died the night he left. What's wrong? The figure in the black robe noticed the change in Wu Juehu's expression and asked. Wu Juehu wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and forced a smile, saying, It's nothing, nothing at all. I believe there are indeed yin and yang embodying individuals in this world. Don't worry, my lord. I will do my best to search. That's good. This matter needs to be completed soon. If you encounter difficulties, use the old method to contact me. With that, the figure in the black robe prepared to leave. Seeing him about to go, Wu Juehu, unable to hold back, politely said, Are you leaving already, my lord? Why not stay a little longer? Let me find a few people before he could finish. The black robe figure stopped and turned to look at him, saying, In that case, I need 20, preferably pure young girls. At that moment, Wu Juehu wished he could tear his own mouth off. After leaving the wooden house, Wu Juehu lowered his head, his face dark, as he prepared to find those 20 pure young girls for the esteemed one. However, as he turned a corner, he heard a disciple calling out from behind. Secmaster, please wait. A murderous intent flashed across Wu Juehu's face as he turned to the disciple who called him, thinking that if he didn't give a good explanation, he would let him know what cruelty was. The disciple ran breathlessly to Wu Juehu, bowed with cupped hands, and said, "Sect Master, we received word from the Tiando Empire that 2 children wish to see you." "Children?" Wu Juehu raised his hand, ready to draw his knife to kill this guy. The disciple continued, "Yes, they said they're the children of old acquaintances from the Xiangjia sect. According to the message, one is a girl, and the other a boy with heavy makeup, right? They also asked if you remember Wang Erniu, who was bathing in the pond behind the Xiangjia sect." Wu Juehu's expression froze, his hands slowly dropping, biting his lip as his breathing became slightly rapid. He reached out to grab the disciple's shoulder, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, "Quick, quick, bring them back." Chapter 43. A little conspiracy to thank the brothers for their support. Here's an extra chapter. In Wuhuan City, as the sun set, the clouds in the sky burned a bright red. Inside the Pope's hall, in the deepest and darkest room, the door was pushed open. A handsome young man in a red-patterned white robe entered, respectfully kneeling on one knee before the Pope, who was sitting with his back to him, watching the streets outside while petting a cat. "Your Majesty." The figure behind the chair, Qin Xuanji, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Let me guess." He raised a finger, shook it a few times, then opened his eyes and smiled. "The news you bring this time should be good news, right?" Wu Yuanfei lowered his head, silent for a moment before saying, "One bad, one good." "Oh, 2 pieces of news?" Qin Xuanji chuckled. "Then let's hear the bad news first, and see if I can get even angrier." Wu Yuanfei raised his head, and with his keen eyes, he saw the white paper on the table next to the chair with a simple sentence written on it. "The Holy Maiden is meeting with Zhu Thilaw and Gue Da." Wu Yuanfei quickly lowered his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Your Majesty, the 2 children sent to Wuhuan Academy by the Holy Maiden have passed the assessment." Qin Xuanji pursed his lips, his breathing growing heavier, then smiled. "Yuanfei, do you think I, as the Pope, am already a mere figurehead? Your Majesty's might shakes the continent. Who would dare say you are a mere figurehead?" Wu Yuanfei prostrated himself on the ground, quickly saying, "Then why is it that none of my orders have been followed?" Qin Xuanji picked up the piece of paper from the table and slowly crumpled it into a ball, his knuckles turning slightly white. Obviously, he was very angry, almost about to explode. "Your Majesty, the Academy did indeed follow your orders and increase the difficulty of the assessment for those 2 children who harmed the Holy Maiden. They had my sister serve as the assessment officer." Wu Yuanfei lowered his head, recalling how his sister was comatose and severely injured, her body charred like a broken puppet, being carried home with injuries all over. His fists couldn't help but clench, his teeth gritted, and his eyes fierce. "Oh, your sister? Just, Mo. I remember now. That girl you recommended to me a few months ago, right? I remember she should have the strength of a soul sect. How could she have sided with the Holy Maiden?" Qin Xuanji said with a half-smile. "Naturally, I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty. The loyalty of the Wu family to you is as clear as heaven and earth." Wu Yuanfei didn't expect Qin Xuanji to bring this up. It seemed the Holy Maiden had caused too much of a stir these days and was doing so without any concealment. "Then why do you think my 2 disciples could defy my orders and enter Wuhuan Academy?" Saying this, Qin Xuanji stood up, his face devoid of any smile. He threw the crumpled paper ball at Wu Yuanfei. Wu Yuanfei didn't dare to dodge, and after being hit, he looked up at Qin Xuanji, his eyes red, saying, "My sister was ambushed by those 2 and ultimately couldn't withstand it, suffering serious injuries. She is still lying at home in a coma. Please, Your Majesty, see this clearly." Saying this, he knocked his head against the floor again, making a dull sound. This was on a hard marble floor. Qin Xuanji squatted down in front of Wu Yuanfei, reaching out to support his forehead, staring at his handsome face, frowning and saying, "What? A soul sect was defeated by 2 soul masters? Are you proud of that? Do you want me to reward her?" Wu Yuanfei's eyes glinted with ferocity as he muttered, "I want to ask Your Majesty for an opportunity for revenge." "Opportunity? What opportunity? Do you want to take action against them yourself?" "Let me tell you, my disciple is now quite powerful. If you dare to act against them, I fear my position as Pope will be at risk tomorrow." Wu Yuanfei didn't dare. He just felt uneasy without avenging his sister. Qin Xuanji looked at him as he knocked his head heavily against the ground again, standing up and saying, "Now tell me your plan." Wu Yuanfei exhaled slowly and said, "Your Majesty, from the injuries of the little saintess and my sister, I can tell that the one who defeated them must possess extraordinary talent and the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. It's obvious. If he were ordinary, How can my disciple take him as a student? Precisely because he is young, yet possesses such strength. I conclude that he must be overly proud and look down on others. Therefore, Yuan Fei earnestly requests Your Majesty to issue an order for the Academy to organize a soul fighting championship, allowing all teachers and students to register, and match opponents without regard to their soul power levels. Ridiculous. No matter how arrogant that kid is, he wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge opponents who are 20, 30, or even 40 levels higher than himself. Yuan Fei, I now doubt whether your intelligence can still serve me. What if we use temptation? What kind of temptation? A 50,000-year-old head soul bone. Qian Xuanji stood up, quietly looking at the back of Wu Yuanfei's head, then suddenly laughed 3 times and said, You fine? Since you have a desire for revenge, and also a strategy, considering how long you have worked for me, I will let you do as you wish. But let me make it clear, everything is your personal doing and has nothing to do with me. Also, after all, he is still my disciple's grandson. Just break a few limbs and let him lie in bed for a year and a half. Just don't take his life, understand? Wu Yuanfei lifted his head, looking at the Pope who had returned to his chair, and nodded. Yes, Yuan Fei understands. Well, what is the good news? Qian Xuanji stretched out his finger and gently scratched the cat's chin, asking. Wu Yuanfei composed himself and calmly replied, Your Majesty, you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of Tang Hao and his wife, and I have news. Oh, Qian Xuanji's eyes sparkled, standing up again to look at Wu Yuanfei. It was understandable that he was so agitated. This was related to a 100,000-year soul ring and a precious 100,000-year soul bone. How could he not be excited? Qian Xuanji hurriedly asked, Where are they? Wu Yuanfei replied, According to my subordinates, they're heading towards the inner circle of the Stardo Forest. Qian Xuanji asked, Have you sent someone to intercept them? Wu Yuanfei responded, Not yet. Qian Xuanji furrowed his brows and asked angrily, Why not? Wu Yuanfei raised his head with a smile and said, Your Majesty, the intelligence reported that Tang Hao's wife has a slight bulge in her abdomen. They're acting very cautiously, as if protecting something. My subordinates suspect they might be expecting a child, and judging by the degree of the bulge, it should be about 5 months along. He paused, glancing at the pensive Qian Xuanji, and continued, If we wait 5 months when the 100,000-year soul beast gives birth, she will definitely be weak, and at that time, we will act, minimizing our losses. But letting them escape into the Stardo Forest, those creatures inside, Qian Xuanji said with concern, Your Majesty is overthinking it. You must know that Tang Hao is also human, Wu Yuanfei confidently replied. Well, then, proceed with your plan. Be sure to keep a close watch on their location. If you lose track of them, Yuanfei will take the blame, Wu Yuanfei hurriedly said. All right, you may leave. Qian Xuanji waved his hand, preparing to sit back down. However, Wu Yuanfei did not immediately rise. He glanced at a pile of paper beside him and cupped his hands, asking, Your Majesty, the Saintess seems to be very active lately. Should we remind her? Qian Xuanji paused, turned to look at Wu Yuanfei, and asked with a smile, How do you think we should remind her? This. Wu Yuanfei lowered his head, unsure how to respond. Qian Xuanji's expression changed dramatically, and he cursed, She is as ambitious as Bibi Dong. Everyone knows it. You know, how could I not know? Isn't she just trying to seize the position of Pope? Come on, let her try to steal it. Am I, Qian Xuanji, afraid of her? Go tell the people around her that they don't need to follow her anymore. I want to see what kind of nonsense she can come up with. Bang! Wu Yuanfei looked at the table smashed into several pieces and quickly bowed his head, saying yes. Is there anything else? After a few minutes, seeing that he was still kneeling and not leaving, Qian Xuanji, who had calmed down, asked. Wu Yuanfei's eyes darted around and then said, Your Majesty, the little saintess has been in a very strange mood lately. She hasn't spoken to anyone for several days, and she has gone out much. Before he could finish, a hand pressed down on his head, smashing him into the ground. The marble floor cracked, creating a face-shaped hole. Qian Xuanji pressed Wu Yuanfei's head down, coldly asking, Are you teaching me how to do my job? I wouldn't dare. Wu Yuanfei quickly replied at the top of his voice. Umph. Qian Xuanji withdrew his hand and said, Ren Shui's situation will be taken care of by my father. No need for you to meddle. Hurry up and get lost. Saying this, he kicked him away. After Wu Yuanfei landed, he quickly got up, bowed, and then hurriedly closed the door as he left the room. The room once again fell into darkness, with the only beam of light shining through the gap in the curtains, falling on half of Qian Xuanji's body, making his entire face appear unpredictable and extremely strange. Chapter 44. Surprise Attack. I don't know why, I just want to add more. Inside Bibi Dong's manor, at the highest point of the castle, There was a balcony of about 10 square meters. Bibi Dong sat in a white lounge chair, with tea and pastries in front of her. Her hair was styled in a circle, and she wore a loose pink nightgown, elegantly sipping red tea while overlooking the Wuhan city at sunset. Talp, talp, talp. Kelly tried to slow her steps, making sure her footsteps wouldn't disturb the peaceful atmosphere. But it was so quiet here that even the sound of a needle dropping would be extremely clear. She approached Bibi Dong and placed the plate of pastries on the table. Then, bending down to speak to Bibi Dong, she said, "Your Holiness, the Academy has sent news that young Master Hao Hung and Miss Hulaina have passed the assessment and successfully enrolled, but..." Bibi Dong looked at her in surprise and asked, "What kind of accident could happen during an enrollment assessment?" Kelly hesitated for a moment and replied, "They severely injured the instructor who was assessing them. Although the Academy did not pursue responsibility, should we intervene and comfort that instructor?" Bibi Dong picked up her teacup, blowing away the steam, and said with a smile, "Those two kids are very clever and know their limits. If that assessing teacher had followed the rules, she probably wouldn't have been injured. Her injury only proves that someone does not want my disciples to enter the Wuhan Academy." Kelly nodded silently. After half a minute, she said, "It is said that that supervising teacher comes from the Jin Wu family." Bibi Dong took a sip of tea, her eyes flashing with a sharp cold light, and coldly laughed. "They don't know their place. They can't see the situation clearly. They will be destroyed sooner or later." She put down her teacup and looked at Kelly, asking, "What about Schwerer?" Kelly replied, "She has tea spoken to anyone for several days, and hasn't tea gone out much." Bibi Dong asked again, "What about that old man Douluo? Any movements?" Kelly replied, "The high priest has been in the offering hall and hasn't come out in the past few days." "That Esset," she added, "the other priests are the same." "Good. It seems those old guys know their place." Bibi Dong slammed the table, stood up with a smile, walked to the railing, leaned her hands on it, and asked Klee, who was behind her, "Is that thing ready?" Klee followed her steps, took a few sneaky glances behind her, and replied in a low voice, "I specifically sent someone to the Absolute Shadow sect to get it. It's colorless and tasteless, dissolving instantly upon entry. For a short time, it won't cause any issues, but every time soul power is used, the toxicity doubles. It won't exceed 10 times. After that, the person will die." "Okay." Bibi Dong closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and sighed. "Tomorrow, you go to Rin Shui. Find an opportunity to let her give that thing to that bastard Qian Xuanji. Once Qian Xuanji is dead, our plan will officially begin." Klee looked worried and asked, "My lady, are you so sure that the little saintess will definitely serve it to the Pope? Even if she does, will His Holiness definitely eat it?" Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she looked down at a couple walking hand in hand with their daughter, laughing as they passed by the gate of the estate. Which child doesn't wish for their parents to reconcile? "You do as I say, and Schwerer will go find Qian Xuanji." Her long and smooth fingers pressed against the jade railing, producing a creaking sound. She squeezed out each word between her teeth. "That dog Qian Xuanji doesn't care about his father-daughter relationship with Schwerer anymore. He won't refuse something sent by his own daughter. All right, stop talking nonsense. If you can't do it, let someone else do it." Klee wanted to say something more, but was directly stopped by Bibi Dong. She looked at the setting sun and revealed a hint of sadness in her eyes, murmuring, "Do you think I want to involve her? But if she doesn't take action, will that old man, Qian Douluo, let the person who harmed his son go? Only by having Schwerer kill Qian Xuanji can we clean up the Qian family. Except for Qian Douluo. That way, Schwerer will become the only bloodline of the Qian family, and she won't be in danger. Qian Douluo will also have no excuse to trouble us, and then I can snatch the position of Pope from the Qian family and sit steadily on it. Everything is planned perfectly, isn't it?" Bibi Dong's expression grew colder, and only at the last sentence did a faint ripple pass through her eyes. But it quickly returned to calm. Klee said no more, took a few steps back, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave. Bibi Dong was left alone on the balcony, breaking a section of the jade railing in her grip, feeling the chilly wind and admiring the incomplete moonlight. The arrival of night and the evening breeze made the Martial Soul Academy much quieter. The students who had finished dinner had mostly returned to their dormitories to review their lessons or meditate. Hao Hung, however, had been chased out of the library. "Hey, don't pull me. I just want to look a little longer, just a little longer, okay? No, we are closing the door. You can come back tomorrow." "What? You close the door just as it gets dark? Do you have any sense of reason?" "Hey!" Hao Hung stared blankly at the cold-faced senior who closed and locked the door before turning to leave. He helplessly dropped his arms in protest, let out a frustrated sigh, and glared at the senior's back, thinking to himself, "If it weren't for the fact that you're a girl, I would have made a move already." He shook the long sleeves of the white robe he had just changed into at noon and turned around, striding away confidently. In the morning, after he and Hulaina passed the assessment, they were assigned dormitories and uniforms, but they had to wait until the next morning to be notified of their class. So the young man who took them to the assessment let them roam freely around the school. Naturally, Hao Hong was thrilled. He quickly asked for directions to the library and began searching for the Soul Beast Illustrated Handbook. To his surprise, he found a whole bunch of them, and he was so captivated that he forgot to eat and sleep. It was like reading a mythological story, with descriptions of birds with wings spanning 100,000 meters, wild boars that could swallow entire cities, and giant bulls that breathed fire and exhaled fierce winds. All of it was in the book. The only downside was that he still hadn't found a suitable soul ring for himself. It wasn't that there weren't any. He found some. But after flipping a few more pages, he encountered even better options. He was picking up watermelons while dropping sesame seeds, ending up with empty hands and getting nothing. However, he wasn't anxious. After all, there was still plenty of time. As he was walking back to the dormitory under the stars, Hao Hong heard two faint voices coming from the bushes ahead. "Hey, it's him, Nana's roommate. I saw him coming out of Nana's dorm this morning. So, what should we do now?" "What do you mean, what should we do? Didn't I tell you? We'll teach him a lesson later so he knows the rules and stops bullying Nana." "What kind of brother are you?" "But he looks really strong. We probably can't beat him." "How come we not?" "You'll go up and put a sack over his head, and I'll hit him with a stick to knock him down. That should work, right?" "Is that really possible?" "Of course it is. Hurry up and get ready." "Do you have a sack?" "He's coming." Hao Hong slowed his pace, speechless as he looked at the bushes, thinking to himself, "You guys are conspiring so loudly. It's really spectacular. I'm scared for real." Chapter 45, Soul Fighting Championship. Late at night, in the dormitory area of the Martial Soul Academy, in a luxurious two-story villa, arriving at a new residence. Since she decided to settle down, she naturally had to clean the place up, making the floors smooth enough to reflect the flickering candlelight, letting the sweet fragrance of flowers waft through the air, and putting everything in its rightful place. Only then could it be considered somewhat livable. Hulaina thought this way, and then she hired a few servants to clean the inside and outside of the dormitory spotless. After sending them away, she turned back to look at the room. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, the walls were snow white, and the furniture was dust-free. She walked barefoot on her way back to the living room, satisfied as she surveyed her surroundings, nodding her head while taking a small iron bucket from the cabinet, which contained dried black tea she got from her master. Although it wasn't much to her, she couldn't help but want to get closer and imitate her master's impressive tea tasting every time. Brewing herself a cup of tea, Hulaina lay on the soft sofa, thinking about Hao Hong, who had run out since noon, leaving her alone to deal with the originally filthy room. She complained unhappily, "That stinky junior brother, I won't let him in later. How could he be so despicable as to make me clean by myself, Although she was just watching from the side, not even lifting a finger to dust. Hulaina took a sip of the tea. The bitter taste exploded in her mouth, and only after swallowing it down did a rich fragrance slowly emerge. Her face first scrunched up, then gradually relaxed, finally showing a refreshing flush, half closing her eyes. Lying softly on the sofa, a noise came from the doorway. The front door was pushed open, and a strong wind blew into the house, bringing a bit of chill to the warm place. "You're back." Hulaina, who originally wanted to give Hao Hong a hard time, spoke in a soft, slurred voice like a drunken person. However, shortly after saying this, Hulaina suddenly woke up. The cup containing the tea slipped from her hand, splashing tea everywhere and wetting the legs of her pajamas. Fortunately, the tea had cooled down a bit. Just after she opened the door, a shadow flew in from outside, crashing into the wall of the living room, then sliding down, which truly startled Hulaina. Hulaina examined it closely. It was a burlap sack containing two boys. One had a fiery red buzz cut, a sturdy appearance, and was battered and bruised. The other had black hair covering half of his face, looking somewhat grim, and was also covered in wounds. At that moment, the sound of the door closing was heard, and Hao Hong walked in, brushing off the dust from his hands, and asked Hulaina, "These two guys ambushed me on the way. They said they know you. Take a look if you don't know them. I'll drag them outside and hang them on a tree to let the wind blow on them." Hao Hang's words were like the whispers of a devil, causing the two people in the sack to tremble all over. The black-haired boy quickly straightened up and looked at Hulaina, shouting, "Sister, look at me. I am your brother, Xiaoyu. I am your brother." "Brother?" Hulaina leaned in for a closer look and couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her mouth and saying, "Xiaoyu, how did you end up looking like this?" Hao Hong walked up to the sack and asked Hulaina, Do you really know them? Ido. Let the go, haha. Hulaina said with a giggle, covering her mouth. Seeing her nod, Hao Hung didn't make it difficult for the two jokers anymore. He grabbed the sack and pulled hard, releasing them. Ouch! The two cried out in pain as they fell to the ground. Hao Hung threw the sack to them and said, remember to clean up the trash later. After saying that, he went upstairs to prepare for a shower. Hulaina came forward to help her brother up and curiously asked, Hey, how did you provoke that guy? Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, then honestly shared their concerns and plans. Xiaoyu stepped forward and said to Hulaina, Sister, even though that guy is very strong, if he threatens you, forces you to live with him, or bullies you, we definitely won't stand by and do nothing. At worst, we'll tell the teacher. Hulaina rolled her eyes at him and said, What are you all thinking? He is my junior brother, and our living arrangement is arranged by the teacher. Xiaoyu and Yin were stunned for a moment. Then Hulaina began to urge everyone to leave. All right, it's already so late. Hurry up and go. Hurry up. But, sister, we'll come find you again tomorrow. A night passed without a word. The next day, when the sky had fully brightened, Hao Hung finished his morning exercise and walked back to the dormitory from the woods next to it. Just as he reached the door, he heard voices coming from inside. Why is that guy still not up? How lazy. Exactly, Nana, that guy may seem strong now, but it's only temporary. Yin, we'll catch up to him soon. Hao Hung pushed the door open in silence, casting a hostile glance at the two who were frozen in place, and sneered, Why aren't you continuing? Xiaoyu and Yin each glanced away, quietly trying to hide behind Hulaina. Hulaina glanced at them and said to Hao Hung, Junior brother, we've been assigned to the same classroom as them. The teacher instructed them to bring us to the classroom. You should go wash up quickly. Class is about to start. Hao Hung nodded. Although he did not plan to study hard at this school, skipping the first class was too arrogant. He still hadn't found a suitable soul ring and didn't want to give anyone a reason to expel him. After a brief wash-up, Hao Hung and Hulaina followed Xiaoyu and Yin to a classroom marked as Class 3 of the first grade. Inside the classroom, there were about 36-year-old kids who had just awakened their martial souls this year. However, they were all children of residents from the Martial Soul City, so they understood the rules. When they saw Hao Hung and Hulaina arrive, they were curious but didn't rush over to ask questions or make a fuss. Hao Hung found a quiet spot by the window where he could see the last row of the playground, sat down in the last position, and then lay down to catch some sleep. On the other hand, Hulaina chose a seat in the front row. Why were there empty seats in the front row? Naturally, it was because others made way for her. Although her charm didn't have much effect on Hao Hung, it was a powerful tool with the other little kids. This allowed her to quickly integrate into the class, and she even subtly became the leader. About 10 minutes later, Hao Hung felt that the surroundings had quieted down. He raised his head and squinted, noticing that everyone had returned to their seats. At the front, on the podium, stood a woman in a flowing blue dress. With long hair, a slender figure, and some age. She leaned on the table, her face seemingly excited, and began with a statement. I have good news for you all. She continued, the Academy has decided to hold a soul fighting championship. Regardless of grade or age, anyone under 20 can participate, regardless of strength. And the final reward is a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Although you are all still young, and it's unlikely you will achieve much, participating in a real soul fighting competition will greatly benefit your growth. So everyone should actively sign up. Those who want to participate can come find me after class. Outside the Pope's Hall, Kelly looked up at the tall palace in front of her, then glanced down at the pastry she was holding before walking to the door. The guard standing at the entrance crossed his long spear in front of her. Kelly calmly said, I am Kelly, the steward of the Saintess, here to see Her Highness the Little Saintess. Please let her know. The spear was raised, and a guard stepped in front of Kelly and walked towards the palace. While in a dark corner, another figure moved deeper into the palace. After a while, the guard returned to inform Kelly that she could enter. Following the guard, Kelly entered a large pink room, and as soon as the guard closed the door, she spotted Qian Rushua sitting by the bed, staring blankly out the window. Kelly's expression darkened for a moment, but quickly returned to a gentle smile as she walked to her side, squatted down, looked up into her eyes, and asked, Little princess, what's wrong? Gad? Upon seeing a familiar face, Qian Rushua immediately burst into tears and rushed into Kelly's arms. Kelly set the plate aside and gently patted her back to comfort her. Once Qian Rushua stabilized her emotions, Kelly softly asked in her ear, Little princess, would you like to experience the joy of going out with your parents? 5 minutes later, Qian Rushua came out holding a plate with 2 pastries, one red and one green. She recalled Kelly's words, Little princess, these pastries were personally made by the Saintess. Later, you should serve them to His Holiness the Pope. If the Pope enjoys them, then the two of them can reconcile, and you can experience that joy too. But remember, the red one is tastier. If His Holiness offers to share, you should eat the green one. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rushua signaled the guard at the door to open it. As she walked in, she heard a cheerful laugh coming from the dim corner. "Oh, my lovely little princess, what brings you here today?" Turning around, Qian Rushua saw Qian Sun in a golden robe and crown rushing over, so excited that she forgot her manners. She raised the plate and said, "Daddy, Mommy made me 2 pastries. Let's eat together." Qian Sun was taken aback for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the 2 pastries with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He squatted down and patted Qian Rushua's head, asking, "Oh, is that so? Which piece does the little princess want me to eat?" "The red one," Qian Rushua said without hesitation. "Ha ha ha, come, give me the plate." Qian Sun took the plate, picked up the red pastry, and held it to Qian Rushua's mouth, saying, "Since the red one is tasty, let the little princess try it first. Daddy will eat it after, okay?" Qian Rushua looked at the green one and said, "Daddy, I can eat this one." "No problem. You try this one first." Qian Sun pushed the pastry to Qian Rushua's mouth, forcing her to open it. Qian Rushua had no choice but to take a small bite and chew a few times. Watching her eyes widen and shine, Qian Sun chuckled, set the red pastry down, picked up the green one, and held it to her mouth. "Here, try this one for Daddy. Tell me if it's good." Qian Rushua had to take another bite, chewed a few times, and then seriously said, "The red one is still better." "Haha, then I'll eat the red one." Saying this, Qian Sun took the red pastry and slowly chewed it with a smile at Qian Rushua. Then, "Daddy, Sister Kelly is still in my room. I'm going to find her." Qian Sun said nothing, continuing to chew. After Qian Rushua left, he expressionlessly walked to the trash can and spat out everything in his mouth. Meanwhile, in Qian Rushua's room, Kelly was holding Qian Rushua and asked, "So, did His Holiness eat the cake?" Qian Rushua recounted what had just happened and then looked at Kelly with concern, saying, "Sister Kelly, it seems Daddy doesn't really want to eat Mommy's pastries. What if he spits it out later?" Kelly smiled and said, "It's okay, as long as he puts it in his mouth. Here, have a candy as a reward. If the pastry isn't good, then don't eat it." Chapter 46. Unlimited Soul Fighting Junior Brother. Are you going to sign up for the Soul Fighting Championship? After class, Hulaina leaned close to Hao Hung, her eyes fixed on the crowd eagerly signing up at the podium. Of course, why not? Hao Hung was also staring at the podium, speaking firmly. He wasn't there for that so-called 10,000-year soul bone. He was wondering who was targeting him. It wasn't his narcissism. Since he entered this school, the teacher who assessed them had already made him feel that something was off. Now suddenly, a soul fighting championship had emerged. And according to that teacher, the rules for this competition would be unrestricted soul fights. Unrestricted soul fights, to put it simply, meant fights without rules, where any means could be used to achieve the goal of defeating the opponent. On the way to Soul Master City, he had unintentionally been pushed into a bar located in a remote corner. It was very lively inside. They were holding an unrestricted soul fight competition there. Although the soul power levels of the two fighters on the stage were not high, they used every possible means, resorting to dirty tricks, drugs, and lethal blows, resulting in a brutal scene with heads broken, blood flowing, and guts exposed. They knew that if they didn't kill the other person, the other would kill them. In unrestricted soul fights, there were only 2 ways to end a match. One was to directly surrender before the match started, as surrendering during the match did not count. The other was to fight until the opponent could not stand up, and the winner had the power to decide the loser's life or death. It was a true battle, barbaric, primitive, and brutally bloody. Most importantly, in unrestricted soul fights, unlike formal soul fighting competitions, you wouldn't be matched with opponents of similar strength. Everything was left to chance. How could such a blood-stirring competition method, which stimulated customers' emotions through blood, appear in a school like the Soul Master Academy, and even be organized by the school itself? Hao Hong felt that the world was too crazy, especially since that teacher really didn't know what unlimited soul fighting represented. If they did know, how could they encourage so many children who had just awakened their martial souls to participate? Were they trying to send them to their deaths? Either stupid or evil, or perhaps both stupid and evil. Hao Hong secretly labeled the teacher in his heart. He stood up, preparing to walk towards the podium. Hulaina followed him, but was stopped by him. "You can't go." "Why?" "I don't want to run into you in the arena. If I end up beating you, my master will probably not let me eat again." "You." "Fine." Hulaina knew Hao Heng's strength and did not resist. She sat down in his seat, waiting for him to finish roll call before leaving the classroom together. At 2 p.m., in the Wuhuan Academy's Academic Affairs office, sitting in the position that originally belonged to the academic director, was a handsome young man with blonde hair. He casually crossed his legs on the desk, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and had a calm expression. The academic director stood beside him, rubbing his hands together, smiling awkwardly with a wandering gaze. At this moment, a voice sounded in the room. Found it. The academic director and the blond man looked over together and saw a young man in the corner excitedly holding a registration file, with dozens of such files on the table in front of him. The blond man walked toward the youth, took the file from his hand, and glanced at the name section. Name, Hao Hong. He smiled and said, very good. He then turned and slapped the file onto the academic director's chest, smiling. Director Jean, it's up to you to arrange the next steps. Director Jean hurriedly replied, understood, Lord Wu, take care. That evening, all participating students received notifications that the competition would take place in 3 days. During these 3 days, those participating in the competition would not have to attend classes. Hao Hong didn't care. He never intended to go back to that classroom. He spent his days exercising, reading, eating, and exercising. It continued like this until the 3rd day. Just at dawn, there was a loud knocking sound at the door of Hao Heng's room. Bang, bang, bang. Hao Hong looked over in surprise. He was already dressed and ready to exercise. It was very early, and he was surprised that Hulaina could get up at this time. As he opened the door, Hulaina grabbed his hand and urgently shouted, hurry up, hurry up. The Soul Fighting Championship is starting today. We can't be late. Compared to her flustered state, Hao Hong was calm and composed. He was confident in his own strength and said nonchalantly, Senior sister, why don't we have breakfast first? If we don't eat, we won't have the energy to fight. Hulaina had already pulled him to the door. Upon hearing this, she let go of his hand, pushed the door open, and said, then you wait at home for a bit. I'll go buy you something. Hao Hong watched her retreating figure with a smile and shook his head, then sat down in the dining hall, quietly waiting for breakfast to arrive. As the sun rose higher, having eaten to his fill, Hao Hong finally went to the competition venue at Hulaina's urging, which was still the same arena as during the assessment. The atmosphere here was vastly different from when he first arrived at the academy. Due to the Soul Fighting Championship, the academy had given all students a holiday, and nearly the entire school had come to watch the competition, with even some outsiders present. The place was crowded and bustling. However, Hao Hong could not see the lively scene for the time being. At the entrance, he separated from Hulaina and was taken to the contestants' lounge by the temporarily assembled staff. In a closed room of over 200 square meters, filled with nearly 80 people, they were divided into 2 factions. One faction was crammed into a corner, about 40 people, more than 20 of whom were familiar faces he had seen in class the day before. The remaining 20 or so were younger kids, each looking pale and bewildered, their faces showing confusion and helplessness. The other 40 or so were older students, all robust and tall, with a small portion having fierce expressions and sharp gazes, looking less like students and more like ruthless thugs. They occupied most of the available space in the room, sitting, standing, or squatting. However, as Hao Hong entered, they all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Hao Hong could hear their whispers among them. Another foolish kid from a lower grade. And he has a little chubby too. Don't say that. He might be exceptionally gifted, capable of challenging at a higher level, or even defeating a soul king with his soul master level. Be careful, don't lose now. Ha ha, this joke is killing me. It's really funny. Hao scanned the 2 speakers and silently noted them down in his mind before finding a deserted spot to sit cross-legged, his expression neutral. At that moment, 2 figures squeezed out from the lower grade group, revealing themselves to be Shiyue and Yen. They had come to experience a real soul battle competition as per their teacher's advice. But upon arrival, they found everything was not as they had imagined. They approached Hao, looking apprehensive, each standing on either side of him, stealing glances at the group of upperclassmen, feeling their scalp tingle. Yen lowered his voice and asked Hao, hey, Nanas Jr., what's going on? Why do those seniors seem so unfriendly? It's just a soul battle competition, right? Hao Hong opened his eyes and looked at him as if he were an idiot. After a moment of silence, considering that they were the older brother of his senior sister, he explained the rules of the unrestricted soul fighting competition to them. After hearing it, the 2 were left in shock. What? How could this be? Asking us to fight against them under such rules. How could we possibly win, right? How could the school arrange such an unreasonable competition? This must be a joke. Don't they care that we, the lower grade students, could get seriously injured or even killed? Hao Hong listened to them speaking one by one and sneered. If they were afraid, they wouldn't organize this competition. But why are they holding such a competition? What for? Yen scratched his head, asking in frustration. Hao Hong quietly looked at him, not saying a word. Beside him, Xiaoyu reached out, grabbing Hao Heng's arm, tears filling her eyes, and whispered, "Senior brother of my sister. Oh no, big brother, what should we do? We don't want to die." "Yeah, what should we do?" Yin echoed from the side. Hao Heng looked at them and said directly, "Surrender, don't hesitate. It's not embarrassing." Chapter 47. Start killing, I surrender. I surrender. It is unknown whether it was arranged intentionally. But Yin and Xiaoyu were assigned to the first and second groups to compete, and, unfortunately, their opponents were all senior students. Naturally, they did not dare to hesitate and surrendered immediately. After they set a good example, out of 20 or so matches, only 5 or 6 truly turned into fights. Among these 5 or 6 matches, only 2 were relatively fair, with back-and-forth exchanges. Hao Heng glanced at them and estimated that these 2 groups were likely real students from the academy, and the winners would not go too far. In contrast, the other 4 groups had winners who almost all used underhanded tactics. They attacked before the opponent could summon their martial soul. They pretended to surrender and ambushed the opponent from behind when they turned around. These were the kinds of tricks they could pull off. And such tactics were not something the well-behaved students of the academy could think of. Hao Heng stood at the entrance of the arena, expressionless as he watched the 2 fighters on the stage resorting to dirty tricks, desperate to kill each other at any cost. He smiled slightly and squinted at the audience, who were all fired up, roaring and shouting, red-faced, and displaying all sorts of unbecoming behavior. Yet, who would have thought that at the beginning? When a team of real fighters killed their opponent, the spectators wore expressions of fear and unease, murmuring about how could this happen? How could one kill their opponent? But after the second death, and the third person bled out on the spot, they became almost possessed, cheering wildly for the brutal and bloody scene in front of them, wishing they could personally jump into the fray. Of course, those who couldn't stand the gore had already left. In the audience, Hulaina gripped the armrests of her chair in terror, her gaze blankly fixed on the 2 combatants on the stage, cold sweat pouring from her forehead. When Xiaoyu and Yin surrendered, she had been inwardly mocking their cowardice, but after witnessing a series of bloody slaughters, she felt fortunate for their wisdom. "Hey!" At this moment, Xiaoyu and his companion somehow made their way over and sat beside her. "Are you okay? Is everything all right?" Hulaina looked at Xiaoyu, grasping his hand and asking anxiously, "What could happen?" "We surrendered as soon as we got up there," Yin mumbled, his head lowered in frustration. "That's good. Thank goodness you surrendered. Otherwise, how could the academy host such a soul-fighting competition? It's so terrifying. And they encourage students to participate. Are they out of their minds?" The battle on the stage had determined a winner. The victor spread his arms wide, wearing a triumphant smile, and walked a lap around the edge of the arena, receiving the audience's roaring cheers. He then returned to the side of the defeated, stepping over his waist, bending down, one hand on his head and the other gripping his chin. He then glanced at the audience. "Kill him! Kill him!" A wave of incitement surged from the audience, their emotions running high. He dared not disobey. Crack! The victor exerted force with his arms, directly snapping the neck of the defeated. He then spread his arms wide and walked off the stage. As the staff members came up to drag the corpse away, the audience's cheers reached a climax. After another 5 minutes, once the bloodstains and the pits from the battle were repaired, the host announced the next group of contestants. Next up, it will be Hao Heng versus Ironhammer. After quickly announcing, the host turned and slipped away, unwilling to stay on the stage for another moment. The audience excitedly crowded around the 2 entrances of the arena. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the darkness. Upon recognizing the 2, many people expressed their disappointment. "Oh, another kid. What's wrong with the academy? If they're going to hold such a competition, they shouldn't let these kids participate. Yeah, just surrender quickly and don't waste our time." Hao Heng ignored the derogatory voices coming from all directions. With a calm expression, he walked to the center of the arena and sized up the person opposite him. The man had a big bald head, was taller than Hao Heng by a head, had a round face and big ears, and was covered in excess flesh. After stepping onto the stage, he wore a smug grin, pinching the corners of his mustache under his nose with his right hand. "Little brat, hurry up and surrender. Don't waste time," the man said. Hao Heng smiled faintly and remained silent. When a referee looked at him, he politely responded, "Can we start now?" The referee was taken aback for a moment, then seriously looked him in the eye, conveying one clear message. "Are you sure?" Hao Heng nodded, and then the referee retreated to the edge. Seeing this situation, the audience was dumbfounded. "That little kid has gone crazy. How dare he?" Everyone had such thoughts, their bodies leaning forward involuntarily. When the referee retreated to the edge, he quickly shouted loudly, "Start." As the words rang out, Hao Heng saw the bald, Burly Man instantly wiped the smile off his face, his expression fierce, with his thick arms raised high, silver light flashing in his hands. The next second, Hao Hung heard a loud sound cutting through the air and turned to look in the direction of the sound. A large iron ball covered in spikes came crashing from his side. He took half a step back, and the spikes on the iron ball just grazed the tip of his nose. "Good job, kid," the bald man praised with a laugh. He pulled his arm back, and the iron ball flying in the air was pulled back by the iron chain hanging from his body. The man held a 1-foot-long iron rod in one hand and gripped the middle of the chain in the other, quickly swinging the iron ball, while 2 yellow and white soul rings floated beside him. The afterimage of the iron ball formed a circle, and the wind howled wildly in the air. The man raised the iron rod, freeing one hand to beckon at Hao Hung a few times. "Come on, kid, let Grandpa see your strength." "Who are you calling Grandpa?" As soon as he finished speaking, a mournful voice sounded by his ear. In an instant, the burly man's pupils constricted, and just as he was about to raise his arm, an irresistible force surged into his right ear. In that moment, he felt a sound in his head, like the noise of a shaking kettle, and then his vision darkened, the world spinning and shaking. Hao Hung withdrew his fist from the air and, after stabilizing himself, kicked towards the inner sides of the man's knees, directly causing him to kneel on the ground. Then he circled to the front of him. The buzzing sound in the big man's head had lessened a bit, and things in front of him were not as blurry, but a dark shadow was blocking his view. He looked up to see a cheerful, chubby face. Hao Hung looked at the burly man and smiled, then gathered his strength to raise his right fist. With a punch, there was a loud bang as his fist struck the man's nose, which instantly collapsed and flattened. The punch did not stop. Hao Hung held nothing back, delivering a full-force blow that caved in half of the man's face, turning his entire nose into a thin pancake. The facial bones, protected by layers of fat, were also damaged, with several wounds appearing on the side of his face and forehead, looking like a steamed bun being torn apart, still connected by strands of flesh, while the broken bones protruded through these wounds. "Ah!" The burly man screamed in agony, his martial spirit falling to the side. He fell backward, hitting the back of his head on the ground with another muffled sound. He raised his hands, trying to cover his face, but the moment his hand made contact, the pain intensified. If he didn't touch it, the pain was unbearable, so he could only raise both hands in the air, flailing them wildly. Hao Hung walked slowly to the heavy ball he had thrown on the ground, picked it up and gave it a tug, then walked behind the muscular man and wrapped the iron chain around his neck, pulling hard on both sides. The muscular man could no longer scream. His tongue was sticking out, his eyes rolled back, foam bubbled at the corners of his mouth, and his body trembled continuously. A few minutes later, the iron chain in Hao Hung's hand suddenly transformed into a glowing mist that dissipated into the air, and the muscular man collapsed to the ground, motionless. Hao Hung was momentarily stunned, and once he reacted, he smiled calmly as before, dusting off his clothes and walking towards the audience. With the corpse on the stage, the entire venue fell into a terrifying silence in an instant. They had seen dead bodies before. 2 had just died moments ago. However, this fight happened too quickly compared to the previous ones, and many people didn't react in time. The strong man fell, and then Hao Hung choked him until he died. Not making a sound at all, looking at Hao Hung, he seemed too relaxed, walking down with a faint smile, unlike others who needed to roar and shout to vent their guilt over killing. This presented an unacceptable contrast to his chubby yet handsome and somewhat youthful face, making people wonder in their minds, when did a child become so capable of killing so easily? But did killing someone really not affect Hao Hung at all? The truth was, it didn't affect him much. He was influenced by the Giant Martial Soul. What is a giant? It is irritable, immensely powerful, capable of treading mountains and rivers, chasing stars and moons, and covering the sky with one hand. An incredibly strong existence. Just like how humans remember how many slices of bread they have eaten. Hao Hung at this moment perhaps could not bring himself to harm those who are kind or related to him. But for those who harbor malice and intend to harm him, killing them is as easy as swatting a mosquito. Unless he is unable to kill them and feels frustrated, he wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations at all. Ever since he broke through the kilometer mark, there's been a voice in his heart telling him that destruction and killing would bring him great pleasure. However, he still maintains the last line of being human, rationally suppressing his desire for slaughter and destruction. On one hand, he still wants to be a person, and on the other hand, he is not strong enough. When the time comes that he no longer wants to be human and possesses invincible strength, he will become a disaster for the entire continent. Although he can suppress his inner desires, long-term blockage will only lead to a buildup of desires. And when the dam finally breaks, the resulting damage will be terrifying. That's why he participates in this competition. His goal is to use those who harbor ill intentions towards him as an outlet for his frustrations. His only feeling towards killing that strong man was that he was too weak and not satisfying enough. Chapter 48. 3 people to pace a battle was fast. Shortly after Hao Hung entered the arena, the second round of the elimination match began. The weak had almost all been eliminated in the first round, and the remaining participants were relatively strong. Besides Hao Hung and 2 lucky individuals who encountered peers, there were no other lower-grade contestants. Those 2 individuals decisively chose to surrender in the second round. They were terrified by the bloody battles and dared not remain on the field. Their performance made the audience breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that this is how normal kids should behave. Then Hao Hung entered the arena again, facing a yellow-skinned fox beast spirit soul master. That person was quite fast and clever, running around Hao Hung, trying to find the right moment to strike a lethal blow. Hao Hung sold him an opportunity, and then, as he launched his attack, he grabbed his arm, pressed it to the ground, and pounded his head fiercely, creating a half-meter deep pit in the ground. Yet the man was still alive. Hao Hung then seized his tail and, like wielding a hammer, slammed his head down onto the ground repeatedly, creating dozens more pits. After perfectly demonstrating what violence truly means, he finally let him go. The opponent was a soul master, and surprisingly, he managed to endure Hao Hung's onslaught. In the end, although all his bones were shattered and he lay in a heap, he still had 1 breath left. After Hao Hung vented his feelings, he realized he still had some breath left. His original goal was to vent his desires, and it had nothing to do with wanting to kill the other person, so he let him go. I'm really a good person, Hao Hung thought shamelessly as he watched the man being carried away. After the second round ended, the host announced that the third round of the elimination match would be held tomorrow, and then the crowd dispersed. Outside the Fighting Soul arena, as soon as Hao Hung stepped out, he saw Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin standing under a large tree and walked towards them. Hulaina also saw Hao Hung, ran over, grabbed his arm, examined him, and nervously asked, "Junior brother, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" "Sister, didn't you watch the match?" Hao Hung retorted, "I've watched it, but if I've watched it, then I already know the process of the match. They didn't even touch me. How could I have gotten injured?" Hao Hung raised his hand and gently tapped her on the head. It didn't hurt, but Hulaina instinctively covered her head and said aggrievedly, "Aren't I just worried about you?" He replied, "All right, no need to worry so much. You can always trust your junior brother. Come on, let's go eat, I'm hungry." Hao Hung, like a big brother from the underworld, wrapped his arm around Hulaina's shoulder and pointed towards the restaurant in the distance. "Oh." Hulaina's face turned crimson as he suddenly hugged her shoulder. She quietly glanced at Hao Hung a few times and softly replied. The 2 of them, along with 2 large light bulbs, cast elongated shadows under the glow of the evening sunset as they hurried towards the restaurant. They had good appetites, but in the Academy's academic affairs office, someone was struggling to eat. Director Jean kept swallowing hard, occasionally lifting his trembling hand to push up his glasses, large drops of sweat dripping down his cheeks on his chest, soaking a large area of his clothing. "Director Jean, your arrangements are quite unreliable." A light voice came from a chair facing the window, with its back to him. Director Jin's body shook, and he clutched his neck, his face turning red. Just as Wu Yuanfei spoke, he was about to swallow, and the sudden voice nearly choked him. After a few coughs, Director Jin sighed in relief, putting on a mournful expression and pleading, "There's nothing I can do, my lord. I didn't expect that kid to be so strong. I hired those experienced fighters who are unrestricted from the outside and arranged for the best among them to deal with that guy, who knew he was so fierce that he took them out in just a couple of moves. It's really not my fault." "Oh, so you mean it's my problem then?" Wu Yuanfei stood up from his chair, his golden eyes narrowing, a fierce light shining in his gaze. "And no, I dare not. It's just, that kid is really too strong. I simply have no one left to arrange," Director Jean weakly replied. "Humph." Wu Yuanfei snorted coldly, approaching him, but when he got in front of him, he sighed and patted Director Jin's shoulder a few times. "Forget it, there are still a few matches left." Director Jean glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and quickly responded, 5 matches remain, with 24 people left. We need to eliminate a group, then proceed from 12 to 6, 6 to 3, 3 to 2, and finally the finals." After hearing this, Wu Yuanfei clapped his hands. The door opened, and 3 figures walked in from outside, standing side by side at the entrance. Wu Yuanfei leaned over and whispered in Director Jin's ear, "Tomorrow, arrange it like this." The next day, early in the morning, Hao Hung first trained his body, raising his strength a tribute to 20,000. After washing up in the dormitory, Hulaina happened to bring back breakfast. After finishing their meal, the two went to the competition arena together. After yesterday's match, people knew that this competition was bloody, brutal, and merciless, which instead attracted even more spectators to watch. Elegant and friendly matches that don't cause harm can be seen in the arena anytime. But such bloody and terrifying matches, where people can die, are not often seen. As a result, the seats that could accommodate tens of thousands of people were all filled. The corridors were packed, and the passageways were squatted in, with the noise of the crowd so loud it seemed like it could lift the ceiling. Hao Hung entered the players' lounge, where only about 20 people remained. The room felt particularly large, with each person occupying a small area. When he walked in, all eyes turned to him, their gazes tinged with a hint of vigilance, and many even showed signs of fear and panic. Yesterday, Hao Hang's simple, violent, and unrestrained fighting style had created immense pressure, and nobody dared to underestimate him now, as most knew they were not much stronger than the two who had been defeated by him yesterday. After finding a corner where someone made way for him to sit cross-legged, Hao Hung furrowed his brow slightly. He noticed something unusual in the room. There were 3 unfamiliar faces. What could it be that he overlooked them yesterday? Don't joke around. A mental strength of 17,000 ISN, something to be taken lightly. While he might not remember every detail, it was unlikely he would forget significant features overnight. Curiously, he scrutinized the 3 people who seemed to block him in a triangular formation, effectively cornering him. One was a burly man over 3 meters tall, with a flat-top haircut, a square face, a serious demeanor, steady eyes, and wearing a button-up jacket that exposed his chest, revealing a perfectly arranged set of 16 muscular abs, a flawless V-line, thick and firm pectoral muscles, and robust arms and thighs. The second was a graceful woman, standing at 7 meters tall, with long legs wrapped in a form-fitting cheongsam that showcased her impressive curves. She had purple-red short hair, enchanting eyes that sparkled with allure, and her bright red lips were partially concealed by a feather fan made of 7 colorful feathers, with a teasing smile revealing her dimples, making Hao Hang's imagination run wild. The last one was a mischievous child, standing at about 3 to 1. 4 meters tall, he had round, walnut-sized eyes, a tuft of red hair in the center of his shaved head, and was dressed in a bright red shirt and shorts. He was restless, his eyes darting around, covering his mouth, occasionally breaking into a mischievous grin. Yet, he was the one who made Hao Hung feel the most danger, of course. This danger didn't mean he posed a threat to Hao Hung, but rather that this child was surprisingly the strongest among the 3. Thinking this, Hao Hung carefully observed the other 2 again and concluded that they were both significantly stronger than anyone else in the room besides himself. In Hao Hang's eyes, a glimmer of excitement sparkled. He picked up a small stone from the floor, grinning foolishly with his chubby face, and slowly ground the stone into powder between his fingers. They're actually strong opponents. Interesting. I wonder if I can have some fun. Chapter 49. Brother with the Giant Axe. The competition soon began. And today's matches were even more intense than yesterday's, as all the weak competitors had been eliminated. Almost no one surrendered at the start today. They were all fighting fiercely. However, despite everyone's pursuit of victory, the pace of the matches was quite fast. Take Hao Hung, for example. He advanced from 24 to 12, then from 12 to 6, and he only fought twice, with less than an hour between the 2 matches. Each battle lasted only a minute, with his opponents charging at him head-on, only to be caught and beaten mercilessly. One lucky opponent survived. It was this speed of competition that led to the start of the 6-3 matches just around noon. Hao Hung twisted his wrist and slowly walked up to the ring. He was a contestant from the first group. His opponent was the muscular man among the 3 he had particularly noticed in the lounge earlier that day. At that moment, the man was slowly ascending the ring from the stairs on the other side, and by the time he reached halfway up the stairs, his upper body was already fully visible. According to the announcer's earlier announcement, his name seemed to be Wu Gang. The 2 walked to the center of the ring, standing 5 meters apart and sizing each other up. The audience and judges were also quickly scanning both competitors. If this were a bodybuilding competition, Hao Hung would have already lost. In terms of height, he only reached the man's waist. In terms of physique, he had a big belly while the other man had 16-pack abs, a V-taper, large pectoral muscles, and bronze skin, emphasizing one word: hard. 2 words: rock solid. But this was a soul fighting competition. Hao Hung thought with jealousy, I used to have that too. The referee glanced at both fighters' faces, seeing that neither side showed any intention of surrendering. He quietly moved to the edge of the ring and shouted. The match began. Then he turned around, slipped, and fell down. However, no one noticed the referee's blunder. Everyone clenched their fists, waiting to cheer for the two in the ring. But the two on the stage did not act as everyone expected. Unlike the earlier matches, they did not rush to attack first, but instead stared at each other. Hao Hung raised his head while Wu Gang lowered his. Their gazes crossed in the air. Finally, Hao Hung couldn't hold back any longer. He scratched the itchy spot on his waist and then dug in his ear, saying, "Hey, you gonna hit or not? I'm not used to making the first move. That way, my opponent doesn't get a chance to show themselves. Hurry up and make your move. I'm still waiting for lunch." Hao Hang's arrogance did not anger Wu Gang. His expressionless face suddenly cracked into a smile, and he said, "You are quite impressive." What the hell? Hao Hang's head was filled with question marks. Wu Gang put away his smile and looked at Hao Hung seriously, slowly speaking with few words. "I watched your match before, and you played very well." "Oh, thank you." Suddenly being seriously praised by an opponent was an experience that Hao Hung couldn't quite describe. Anyway, he felt pretty good about it, and he responded politely. But Wu Gang changed his tone and said with a harsh tone, "However, someone has offered 10,000 gold soul coins for your limbs, so sorry. I'll let you go this time because you're still young." As he spoke, golden light erupted from his palms, and light particles gathered from all directions to form a long-handled double-edged axe, the handle alone measuring 5 meters in length. With two dark axe heads that were over an inch thick and more than 2 meters wide, Wu Gang stepped forward, his heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Then he raised the axe high and swung it down. The sound of the axe was sharp and urgent, like a wailing, evil spirit. Hao Hung glanced at the axe coming towards him, sidestepped to avoid it, and the axe grazed his body before hitting the ground with a clang. Half of the axe blade embedded in the stone slab. Hao Hung was furious, not because of the sneak attack from the opponent or the intention to harm him, but because he was worth only 10,000 gold soul coins. He shouted angrily, "You're looking for death." He kicked the axe with such force that it not only burst out from the stone slab, but also made the two pairs of strong arms holding the axe tremble wildly, as if they had been electrocuted, causing their bodies to move involuntarily. By the time Wu Gang stabilized his arms, Hao Hung had already flown in front of him, swinging his fist towards his face. Having witnessed Hao Hang's power before, Wu Gang quickly raised his arm to block in front of him. Hao Hang's fist smashed down on that thick arm like a cannonball. This fist, capable of shattering stones and splitting the ground, only made that arm tremble twice. Hao Hung felt as if his fist had struck a massive block of iron, with his knuckles throbbing in pain. But he didn't hesitate. He immediately retracted his fist and prepared to unleash his left punch. Just then, a cool breeze rushed up from below. He looked down and saw a shadow attacking from below. This was not good. He spread his legs and performed a mid-air split, his hands changing position to press downwards. With the upward momentum, he flew into the air, then rolled and landed steadily 10 meters away. When he looked up again, Wu Gang had lowered his thigh, swinging his arms to pull back the flying axe, holding it horizontally as 4 soul rings floated out from his body. Hao Hung licked his lips and thought to himself, "Goodness, the Soul Clan level has such a formidable physique. It might even surpass that of a Soul King." A cold light flashed in his eyes as he kicked back hard, leaving a web-like crack on the ground. He bounced out like a rubber ball, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to Wu Gang's side, raising his fist to give a refreshing massage to his 16-pack abs. But just as he charged forward, Wu Gang took a step forward and raised his arms. Hao Hung thought to himself, "Is he trying this move again?" He mocked internally, but didn't slow down his actions. As Wu Gang raised his arm, he prepared to dodge to the side. However, just as he was about to lift his foot, he caught a glimpse of a golden flash out of the corner of his eye. Looking down, he saw a golden ripple spreading from Wu Gang's foot, just sweeping across his thigh. After being swept by the golden light, he felt as if his leg was bound by tens of thousands of pounds of iron, unable to move at all. Just as he was about to lift his leg, Wu Gang had already raised the axe to its highest point, roaring loudly. A purple ring of light shone beside him, and the curved axe blade gathered light particles from the surrounding air, coating itself with a layer of golden film before smashing down towards Hao Hang's head. The veins on his arms, hidden beneath the skin, bulged out like old tree roots, and the terrifying force stirred the air into a white mist wherever the axe passed. Hao Hung saw that he couldn't dodge, so he simply raised his arms to block. A loud and crisp sound of metal clashing rang out where his arms met the axe, accompanied by a burst of sparks and a wave of sound that surged forth, causing even the people sitting in the front row of the audience, 100 meters away from the battle, to feel a buzzing in their ears and a heaviness in their chests. Wu Gang tightly gripped the rebounding axe and retreated a few meters, his expression resembling that of seeing a ghost, dumbfounded. He never expected that a strike would be met head-on by Hao Hung with his arms raised, coming out unscathed. No, it couldn't be said he was unscathed. At least Hao Hung thought that the tattered robe he was wearing, which had already been shredded into pieces, and the white marks left on his body, should be attributed to Wu Gang. He raised his hand and pulled, clearing away the remnants of the torn fabric. Due to his large size, Hao Hung didn't like wearing too many clothes, so underneath the robe, he was left with only his underwear. This time, he was standing exposed in front of tens of thousands of people. He was thin-skinned and with countless eyes staring at him, his face turned red with embarrassment, transforming his shyness into rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Clenching his fists, every step he took made the ground tremble slightly. Damn it, Wugong spat inwardly, thinking that after this fight, he definitely needed to ask that guy for more money. Then he swung the axe again, holding it parallel to his arms, and brought his legs together, slowly rotating around his toes, activating another 1,000-year soul ring beside him. As Hao Hung approached within 5 meters, Wu Gang transformed into a towering whirlwind over 3 meters high and 4 meters in diameter. Invincible whirlwind, kid, turn to minced meat under my invincible whirlwind. A rough and triumphant voice came from the wind. Wu Gang believed that under his invincible whirlwind, Hao Hung must have been stunned. He didn't know if Hao Hung could even see the situation outside, but the whirlwind started moving, accurately locating Hao Hung's position, swirling up dust from all directions and charging towards him. Hao Hung let out a deep sound from his abdomen, his hands clenched tightly. His arms, now so fat that the muscle lines were invisible, were thick, and underneath the skin, lumps surged toward his fists. He lowered his head, his eyes vacant, and leaped back, retreating 10 meters and bowing his head. Wu Gang seemed to see Hao Hung retreating. A triumphant laugh echoed in the whirlwind, and then he continued to charge at Hao Hung. The whirlwind quickly closed in, reaching Hao Hung in just 3 seconds. Hao Hung retreated again, closing in, then retreating. After more than 10 back and forths, an anxious voice emerged from the whirlwind. Kid, if you have guts, stop dodging and face me head-on. To be honest, the speed of this whirlwind was quite impressive. It could cover 10 meters in 3 seconds. However, Hao Hung managed to time his dodges perfectly each time, exhausting Wu Gang. Wu Gang indeed became anxious. This was his ultimate move, and he could see his stamina was halfway depleted. If Hao Hung dodged 10 more times, he would surely lose. Maybe I should pull back for now, he thought. Just then, Hao Hung raised his head, a purple light flashing in his eyes, and softly said, "As you wish." The voice reached the whirlwind, and Wu Gang was overjoyed. Looking back at Hao Hung, his feet moved again, not retreating but advancing toward him, which made Wu Gang even happier. But wait, why was there lightning on his arms? By the time Wu Gang saw the purple thunder wrapping around Hao Hung's arms, Hao Hung had already thrown a punch. The violent thunder energy was propelled into the whirlwind by his terrifying strength, and the arcs of lightning merged into the whirlwind, disappearing from sight. But Hao Hung did not stop. The offensive technique he had prepared for so long was not that simple. After delivering one punch, he quickly pulled back and then struck again, repeating the motion. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed more than 10 punches. Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! The audience watched and listened as the thunder merged and collided with the fists, creating sparks. Yet the whirlwind continued to spin, seemingly unaffected by his punches. Hao Hung had a new move. He leaped back again, but this time he did not stop. The moment he landed, his legs acted like springs, propelling him into the air again. When he reached the top of the whirlwind, he raised his fist and struck down. His body was also driven downward by the punch, and a ball of lightning exploded from his fist, purple lightning wildly bursting out, until Hao Hung's fist hit the top of the whirlwind. A thunderous roar echoed, shocking everyone's ears in the venue. Boom! A blinding white light erupted from the ring, and in an instant, all the audience's eyes were struck as well, causing chaos. It was as if everyone had entered a blank, silent world. Apart from white, there were no other colors, and no sounds could be heard. After a long time, the blankness swiftly turned into darkness, and then gradually returned to a colorful world from the shadows. When everyone could see clearly again, the victor had already been determined. Hao Hung stood tall, his gaze icy. At his feet lay a charred human body, emitting a mouth-watering aroma of cooked flesh. No one announced the end of the match. This was the rule of the unlimited soul battle, but everyone knew that Hao Hung had won, so now he had the authority to decide his opponent's fate. Hao Hung turned around, lifted his foot, and aimed at the spherical object that was no longer recognizable as a head. Chapter 50. Sister Feathers. The finals would start after 2 p.m. So after stepping down from the stage, Hao Heng found Hulaina and had lunch with them. Fortunately, Hulaina was clever. When Hao Heng's clothes were shredded, she sent Seiyu back to the dormitory to get a new set of clothes. Otherwise, Hao Heng wouldn't have known what to do. They ate and drank at the restaurant, but someone at the Academy's academic affairs office was not happy. Yu Yuanfei crushed the cup in his hand into pieces and said angrily, "Useless, useless, useless." Director Jean and his assistant, a young man, huddled together in the corner. A tall girl in a purple cheongsam leaned against the wall, her charming eyes slightly raised as she sipped water, leaving a faint trace of lipstick on the cup. She looked at Yu Yuanfei and said with a smile, "Why be so angry, sir? That Wu Gang is just a soul master and an outsider. Losing is just losing. Is it worth getting so worked up?" Yu Yuanfei turned to look at her. His gaze softened a bit, but there was still some anger in his tone as he asked, "Are you confident in dealing with that kid?" The girl put the cup down on the table, covered her mouth, and chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped and enchanting as she softly said, "This junior is indeed a freak. So far, he hasn't revealed his soul skills, and even his martial soul hasn't shown itself. Based on his duel with Wu Gang, his strength is comparable to a newly promoted attack type, Soul King, and his defensive capabilities are at the top Soul King level or possibly beyond. As for speed, it's not slow, but probably slower than a sensitive attack type Soul King, and he also wields thunder energy. He's quite a terrifying guy. If it weren't for him offending you, inviting him to our battle team would probably guarantee our victory in this tournament. I didn't ask you to praise him." Yu Yuanfei slammed the table and said sternly. The girl was not annoyed and smiled, "Sir, don't be anxious. Although that junior is a freak, it's a pity he's still young. Even though his martial soul hasn't shown yet, judging by his physique, he likely has a greater potential for strength. He can't be faster than me. Who can match a top Soul King? My attack methods don't require close contact. He can't hit me, but I can torment him. Therefore, this afternoon, I will definitely win." The girl lightly fanned herself, her eyes flashing with cold light as she confidently stated. Yu Yuanfei stared at her, not contradicting her, but still feeling uneasy. The power that Hao Heng had displayed in recent days was too abnormal, and until a result was reached, he couldn't trust anyone. After thinking for a while, he took something out from behind and handed it to the girl. Upon seeing what he handed over, the girl's eyes lit up. In the afternoon, as the sun moved to the west, the soul fighting arena opened, and the crowd quickly gathered. Hao Heng yawned as he headed to the players' lounge. After a hearty lunch, he had taken a nap, but before he could fully wake up, he was called by Hulaina. He was now seething with anger. He opened the door and glanced inside. To his surprise, it was completely empty. Then he thought to himself, there are only 3 left, so they must be waiting at the entrance. After closing the door, he walked toward the entrance. Sure enough, the flamboyant purple-haired girl and the mischievous red-haired kid were waiting there. When Hao Heng walked over, both of them smiled and looked over. Hao Heng politely smiled at them in return. Seeing Hao Heng like this, the smiles on their faces grew even wider. After a while, the host notified them to go on stage to draw lots. Since there were only 3 people left, one would be able to skip. Hao Heng was unfortunate and did not draw the opportunity to have a bye. His opponent was the girl in the Chi Pao, who seemed to be named Ling. After the draw was completed, the host instantly slipped away with the box of lots, and the red-haired boy hopped toward the entrance of the competition. This time, even the referee was unwilling to take the stage. Instead, he shouted from the platform, his face wrapped in bandages and his words unclear, "The match begins." The chaotic noise from the audience gradually diminished, and the venue slowly quieted down, with tens of thousands of eyes focused on the 2 people in the ring. At this moment, the world was concentrated on them. Hao Heng rubbed his big belly and laughed. "Sister, are you going to make the first move?" Ling was momentarily taken aback, covered her face with her feather fan, and chuckled. "Then I won't hold back." After saying that, she turned her body, and a purple-red glow unfolded behind her, cascading down from her neck. It was a cloak woven from feathers that transitioned from purple to red. Ling held the cloak in one hand and the feather fan in the other. Her eyes narrowed, and then she turned around, flicking the fan. 3 streaks of light shot out from the fan towards Hao Heng. The 3 streaks of light moved quickly, and for the first time, Hao Heng couldn't see his opponent's attack clearly. Although he had the chance to dodge when the lights flew out from the fan, he didn't. He stood there wide-eyed, watching as the 3 streaks of light pierced into his belly. Hao Heng's expression changed. Before the attack, he was still smiling, but after being hit, the sensation in his stomach made his face darken. He reached out to touch his belly, and when he looked at his hand, it was covered in blood. Although it was just a superficial wound, it was still the first time he had been injured by someone, which was worth remembering. Hao Hung rubbed his fingers, turning the blood into powdery particles, then put away the calm and composed expression on his face and looked seriously at his opponent. I'm really sorry for hurting you, little brother. Ling chuckled lightly and then sent a few streams of light flying back. Hao Hung didn't dare to be careless this time. He stepped back, and his chubby body performed a series of highly difficult gymnastics moves, bending backward, turning, and doing flips. After a series of maneuvers to dodge the beams of light, he looked up and saw his face had turned pale. At that moment, Ling soared into the air, her body spinning rapidly, and several beams of light shot out from her, resembling bullets, sweeping in all directions towards his location. Moreover, what made Hao Heng's heart race even more was that there were 5 soul rings beside her, yellow, purple, and black. Hao Heng quickly took off, dodging the beams of light that shot at him. Each beam that hit the ground created a pit, showcasing its incredible penetrating power. After a few seconds, Ling finally floated down and looked at Hao Heng, who was unscathed but slightly out of breath. She frowned and coldly asked, "Little brother, aren't you going to summon your martial soul? If you don't summon your martial soul, things could get serious, and your life might be in danger." Hao Heng steadied his breath and chuckled. "Sister can shoot a few more waves, I can still take it." Then I'll come." Ling Qing snorted and moved forward, chasing after Hao Heng to shoot light beams. Her speed was faster than Hao Heng's, and her reactions were quicker. When Hao Heng advanced, she retreated, and when he retreated, she advanced, always keeping a distance that was just right for the light beams to hit, making it impossible for Hao Heng to touch her at all. Hao Heng faced the serious consequences of his body not listening to his commands. After dodging the first 5 waves of attacks, he felt his body starting to lose control. Each time he needed to make extreme adjustments, his mental energy was rapidly depleting, to the point where he had to give the command to lift his foot a second in advance. From that moment on, he didn't dodge at all, absorbing all the incoming light. Instead, he simply stayed in place, crossing his arms to block several vital areas, allowing attacks on the rest of his body. After all, the injuries were just superficial. He could lie down and sleep, and he'd probably be fine in less than 3 seconds. He relaxed his mind and let his head rest for a moment. In the meantime, he managed to see clearly what the light attacking him actually was. After a few looks, he realized it was a series of feathers sharper than daggers. To outsiders, his clothes were tattered, and he was bleeding profusely, appearing to be at a disadvantage with no chance to fight back. Defeat was just a matter of time. Chapter 51. I'm fooling you, little brother. You look like you're about to give up, Ling said, raising her hand to shoot 3 more beams of light towards Hao Heng's eyes and lower body. She said this, but in her heart, she thought, what a freak. How can he be so tough? Hao Heng stood there, allowing her to shoot at him for a full 5 minutes, enduring hundreds of her attacks. Ling was sure that if a top-level Soul King dared to stand there and let her attack, even if that person were a defensive-type Soul Master, they would have been shot to pieces by now. But this guy in front of her just stood there, not resisting at all, although he looked a bit worse for wear on the outside, covered in wounds and with blood that had already congealed, forming a dark red armor. He simply wouldn't fall. Ling was starting to feel like she was going crazy. Even her bangs were drenched in sweat, sticking together in strands. Hao Heng closed his eyes, covered his lower body with his hand, and blocked the 3 streams of light. His expression remained unchanged, but a cracking sound came from within his body. Seeing him make a new move, Ling was almost going crazy with excitement. Finally, he was going to summon his martial soul for a battle. So let it come. She gathered 3 feathers between her fingers behind her cloak, her feet firmly planted on the ground, ready to retreat at any moment. And Hao Heng indeed moved. Probably tired of standing, he chose to sit cross-legged. This scene left the audience and Ling dumbfounded, staring at him in a daze. Hao Heng opened his eyes, smiled at Ling, and said, "Sister, continue, I'll just take a nap." After saying that, he really lowered his head and began to snort evenly. No one noticed that the wounds hidden beneath the scabs on Hao Heng's body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Ling's hands relaxed, and the feathers in her hands fell to the ground, creating 3 pits. Her veins bulged, and she clawed at her own hair, her alluring face twisting into a fierce expression as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Bastard, do you think I'm a technician here to scratch your itch?" After a furious shout, she leapt into the air again, her body spinning rapidly, releasing another wave of luminous feathers that rained down on Hao Heng's position. But this time was special. 2 soul rings beside her were flashing. The feathers that fell to the ground did not disappear. and it was unclear whether Ling had gone mad or what, but most of the feathers actually landed behind Hao Hong, with only a few striking him. After spinning for half a minute and shooting nearly 1,000 feathers, Ling landed back on the ground, her eyes gleaming with malice. She raised a hand that had been hidden under her cloak, extended it forward, and made a pulling gesture, causing the black soul ring beside her to light up, with a purple-red glow radiating from her fist. At that moment, the feathers that had pierced the ground behind Hao Hong seemed to be drawn by something, shooting out of the ground towards Ling's direction, with Hao Hong standing in between them. In that instant, everyone understood what Ling intended to do. The power of a single feather was evident to all. It could pierce through a battle arena floor reinforced 10 times by a soul master who could manipulate stone and soil. Now, if all the thousands of feathers aimed at Hao Hong's back landed on him, they could definitely cleave him in two. Even the audience, who had witnessed so many bloody matches, couldn't bear to imagine the scene of Hao Hong being sliced in half, covering their eyes. Ling's expression also revealed a cruel smile as the flying feathers rapidly approached Hao Hong. Just when it seemed critical, Hao Hong suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. "Humph, trying to dodge now is useless," Ling shouted, filled with resentment, as she adjusted the height of her arms to aim the feathers at Hao Hong's waist. But just as the first feather was about to touch Hao Hong, everyone was once again stunned. They saw a brilliant golden light erupting from the arena, or more precisely, from Hao Hong's body. Everyone couldn't help but squint, and then they saw Hao Hong, enveloped in golden light, rapidly expanding, and in the blink of an eye, he had grown to a towering height of 10 meters. The torrent of feathers then swerved beneath him and merged into the glowing sphere in Ling's hands. Ling stared at the 10-meter giant in golden armor before her expression turning blank. She never expected that her fatal strike would be dodged so easily. Meanwhile, Hao Hong was also quite frustrated. He hadn't expected that summoning his martial soul would take so long, and after summoning it, he found his body even harder to control. However, the timing was just right. He raised his arm, and weak soul power surged into the purple soul ring beside him, slowly forming a spear infused with soul power and thunder energy. Hearing the crackling sounds, Ling looked again at the dazzling lightning and knew what was about to happen. She hurriedly began to retreat. But now, Hao Hong's mental and speed attributes had been multiplied tenfold. How could she retreat as she pleased like before? As soon as Ling's feet left the ground, Hao Hong let out a furious shout. The sound wave directly made Ling's head feel swollen. Following that, Hao Hong swung his arm down, hurling the thunder spear downward, piercing through Ling's abdomen and pinning her to the ground. The thunder within the spear exploded, sending a numbing pain throughout her body. It wasn't until a minute later that the spear disappeared, leaving only a few strips of cloth to cover her private parts. In the charred, smoke-emitting Ling collapsed to the ground, her eyes rolling back. Hao Hong's soul power had just been exhausted, and he transformed back to his original form, slowly walking towards Ling. The soul power within the thunder spear was indeed too little, and the gathered thunder energy was also not much. It definitely wouldn't be able to kill Ling, so he prepared to go in for the finishing blow. However, as he approached, his face turned red, and he shyly turned his head away. "Please, don't kill me, Junior. I am your senior. I am Ling from the Martial Soul Academy's battle team. Junior, as long as you don't kill me, I can recommend you to join the battle team." Having recovered from her paralysis, Ling saw Hao Hong walking up to her, and, with a flustered expression, waved her arms and cried out in desperation. Her movements showed signs of the cloth covering her chest slipping, and Hao Hong awkwardly coughed a few times, responding coldly, "Don't joke around, senior. I don't kill women." After quickly saying that, Hao Hong turned around, preparing to leave this troublesome place to avoid getting into any trouble that someone his age shouldn't have to deal with. Ling also realized her current situation, but she didn't care at all. Her eyes gleamed with fierce light as she picked up a golden dagger from the ground behind her. This was what Wei Yuanfei had given her at noon, the distinctive golden crow claw blade from the Jinwu family. Anyone stabbed by the golden crow blade would have their wounds ignited by an unquenchable sun fire, which would continuously grow stronger using the victim's flesh, blood, and soul power as fuel, until the entire person was burned to ashes. Only then would it extinguish. Therefore, the victim had only one path to take, to cry out in despair as they were slowly burned to ashes by the flames. Ling hadn't originally intended to use it, as it was a one-time item, and it seemed that there weren't many in the Jinwu family. However, since Hao Hong had made her look so foolish, how could she let go of her resentment? With a step forward, Ling approached Hao Hong from behind, raised her arm, and stabbed at him, grinning as she asked, "Really?" Hao Hong felt a pain in his back, and his eyes widened in an instant. He turned around and stared at Ling, who was laughing sinisterly. He touched his back, but being too fat, he couldn't reach it. Nonetheless, he had been attacked. He sighed and stepped forward, gently stroking Ling's head. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill women? Ling swallowed, glancing up at the large hand above her head, which was large enough to cover her entire head, and spoke with a trembling voice. Hao Hong smiled slightly, tightened his grip on her head, and said softly, "Of course. I was just teasing you." Hao Hong's arm muscles were tense. Imagine the scene of him crushing a tomato with his hand. Bang! The headless corpse fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, while Hao Hong walked down the ring without a care in the world. Chapter 52. Burns after getting off the ring. Hao Hong went to the restroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Now he had half an hour of rest time. He needed to recover his strength quickly. Of course, before sleeping, he had to pull out whatever that woman had stuck in him. He reached out to grab it, but no matter how hard he tried, his overly broad physique made it extremely difficult. Damn, why is this woman so good at finding places to stab? Hao Hong was fuming with anger. He turned around to see where the wound was, but it was impossible. Frustrated, he splashed some water on his face, and then he prepared to leave, just letting the knife stay lodged in him. After all, he wasn't feeling much pain at the moment, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Right now, Hulaina and the others were probably trapped in the crowd and couldn't get out. He decided to endure a little longer and wait until the last match was over before finding them to help him deal with it. Hao Hong thought to himself as he walked towards the players' lounge, preparing to take a nap and recover. But just as he opened the door, he heard a voice behind him. "Don't move." The voice was cold and female, and it seemed familiar to him. Just as Hao Hong was about to turn around to see who was coming, a cold hand pressed against his lower back. Immediately, he felt an itching sensation at the wound on his back, as if something was being pulled out. Seeing that the person was there to help him, Hao Hong stood still and felt at ease. The hand behind him was steady, gently extracting bit by bit. During this process, Hao Hong surprisingly felt no pain at all. Although his body was strong, it should also be related to the other person's carefulness. Hao Hong couldn't help but think, who on earth is that person? Do I know them? The voice seems familiar. Finally, Hao Hong felt a lightness at the wound and let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to turn around to say thank you to that person, the person behind him suddenly let out a soft "oh," as if they had seen something surprising. What's wrong? Hao Hong wanted to turn around, but that hand held him tightly, not allowing him to move. And he didn't dare to use force. "This wound of yours is very strange," the person behind him said coldly. "Strange?" Hao Hong furrowed his brows in confusion and smiled, saying, "Could it be the guy put poison on the blade? But I don't feel anything at all right now. It shouldn't be that." "It's not poison," the person continued. "It's fire." "Fire?" Hao Hong was even more confused. He only heard the person explain in detail. "This wound is only 1 finger long. There is no bleeding. The area around the wound is charred and blackened, and there's a wisp of golden flame burning inside the wound. And what? No, nothing. Just stay still." "Oh." Hao Hong responded with a sound, and then he heard the sound of footsteps retreating into the distance. After that, he heard a low shout, and a chill rushed towards his back. He shivered all over, and the person spoke again, this time with an even more shocked tone, saying, "What's wrong?" Hao Hong quickly asked, "That fire, I can't extinguish it." "A fire that can't be extinguished? Really?" Hao Hong felt that this matter seemed a bit serious, swallowed hard, and said. He hurriedly opened the system and switched to the attributes panel. Host, Hao Hong. Martial Soul, Giant. Height 1,000 meters. Status, Fire Injury, Sun Fire Poison. Erupting once every hour, the first time consuming 100 Constitution attribute points, and increasing by 1 Constitution attribute point every hour thereafter. Cannot be extinguished. Soul Power Level, 20 Soul Power Reserve. 100 001 0000. Recovers 100 points per second. Stamina, 100. Recovers 5 per minute. Note, once stamina is exhausted, the host will no longer receive rewards for continuing task training. Strength, 20,000. Speed, 17,000. Constitution, 169900. Fire Injury. Spirit, 17,000. Allocatable attribute points. 0 special ability. Sleep Recovery Breathing Method. Level 2. Passive effect. Stamina recovery increased. 5 per minute. Soul Power Reserve recovery increased. 100 points per second. Active effect. Rapid Sleep Aid. Injury recovery ability enhanced by 100 times based on the body's original foundation. Soul Power recovers 200 points per second. Stamina recovers 2 points per second. Increases Soul Power limit by 100 points per hour. Thunder Cleansing Method. Using thunder as water. Wash away the impurities of the mortal body. forging an unparalleled divine body. First layer, completion progress 100 constitution increases tenfold. Second layer, completion progress 1 constitution increases hundredfold. Third layer, completion progress 0 constitution increases thousandfold. Fifth layer, completion progress 0 constitution increases 10,000-fold. Sixth layer, completion progress 0 gains indestructible thunder body. Equipped item, indestructible underwear skills. First soul skill, thunder golden armor. No way, how could that woman be so vicious? After checking his own status, Hao Heng's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, "Heh, if you had maintained your previous decisive methods, you wouldn't have encountered this disaster." The person behind him sneered mockingly. Hao Heng lowered his head in frustration, feeling angry. But after all, the other person had just helped him, so it wouldn't be right to take it out on them. Ultimately, it was also his own fault. Whoosh! A flying knife whizzed past the corner of Hao Heng's eye, embedding itself in the door in front of him. Hao Heng's nerves tensed, and he turned around, ready to see what she was up to. However, the person didn't even let Hao Heng see her face, only leaving him with a view of her back, her ice blue hair reaching her waist, and her tall, slender figure. Hao Heng recalled for a moment and immediately remembered who this person was. It was that cold-faced senior who didn't show any kindness in the library. He didn't expect her to help him. Hao Heng was taken aback for a moment before realizing she should thank her. Just as she was about to speak, the other person had already turned the corner, and her figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Hao Heng thought for a moment and decided to thank her later, shaking his head as he walked into the lounge. Meanwhile, in a hidden room within the Duhan arena, Wu Yuanfei slammed his palm on the table, laughing excitedly. "Good. Well done." Standing beside him, Director Jean had a bitter expression and said, "Sir, Ling is for the battle team. If she dies here, how am I supposed to explain it when they ask?" Wu Yuanfei waved his hand dismissively, his eyes showing a hint of disdain, that waste boasting before the match. And during the competition, that kid gave her so many chances but couldn't even kill her. Don't mention her to me. If it weren't for that stab she made before dying, I would have loved to turn her into ashes. He snorted coldly, turned to look at Director Jean, and added, "If they come looking for answers, just tell them to find me. I'll explain." A smile briefly flashed across Director Jin's face before he quickly hid it, straightening his expression as he looked at the plate on the table, which held a piece of bone. "Sir, what about this thing?" Wu Yuanfei glanced at it, his face showing a pained expression. Although their Jinwu family had benefited from the Pope's support and made a lot of money over the years, it still hurt to take out a soul bone just to deal with that kid. But he had no choice. He had organized this competition, and many teachers and elders from various academies had already reported to the offering hall. If there were any problems with the competition's rewards, no matter how useful he was, the Pope probably wouldn't trust him again. Now he was in a dilemma. Give it, it hurt. Not give it, he couldn't. Wu Yuanfei clenched the corner of the wooden table and said fiercely, "Although that kid is already a dead man, I can't let him take my things easily." He stretched out his hand, and a small brown-red wooden box appeared in his hand, which he handed to Director Jean, saying, "Take this to Yuan Yin and tell him to use it directly at the start of the match. I'll take care of his aftermath." Director Jean took the item, sneaked a glance inside, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "Sir, if this is used regardless of winning or losing, he will definitely lose his life. Will Yuan Yin use it?" Wu Yuanfei frowned at him, his face showing impatience, but he still explained, "Don't worry. Yuan Yin is just a death warrior raised by our Wu family. He knows what to do and what not to do." "That's good, then I'll take my leave." Director Jean sighed, taking the box and the soul bone on the table. Wu Yuanfei glanced at the soul bone again, closed his eyes, and waved his hand. Chapter 53. Fire Ape. At the entrance of the arena, a guy with a tuft of red hair, only about 1.5 meters tall and thin as a stick, leaned against the wall. His two eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling with drool trickling down the corner of his mouth without wiping it. Director Jean walked over and glanced at the audience seats outside. Those who needed to go to the bathroom went, those who wanted to eat seeds did so, and no one paid attention to this spot. Only then did he look down. He happened to meet two round but lifeless eyeballs. His heart shrank in fear, and he took a few steps back. From the first time he saw this guy, he knew he was definitely not normal. Just looking at those huge eyes made Director Jin's heart chill, because they seemed to say, "What are you looking at? Are you provoking me?" As if he could attack at any moment. So Director Jean rarely approached this guy, but then he thought about how he had to hand over that item to him. What if he got angry and turned on him? Gulp. Director Jean swallowed hard and carefully handed over the item. Lord Wu asked me to give this to you." Yuan Yin blinked a few times before looking down at the item in his hand. He took it, opened the box, and revealed what was inside. A red pill the size of a walnut. Upon seeing this, a fierce aura erupted from Yuan Yin, and under its influence, Director Jean trembled. From behind the small guy, he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lord Wu asked you to give me this? In Director Jin's impression, this was the first time Yuan Yin spoke in front of him, and his voice was harsh, filled with a mix of age and resentment. He breathed a little heavier and replied heavily, yes. Yuan Yin gritted his teeth, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth, his big eyes looking somewhat terrifying now, with blood vessels densely covering his whites, resembling a swarm of little snakes crawling toward the pupil in the center. Oof. Yuan Yin took out the pill, slowly squinting his eyes into a slit, his breathing gradually calming down, saying, I understand you. Can go back now and tell the Lord that I will definitely satisfy him. Then I'll take my leave. Director Jean held his breath, taking slow steps backward, and only turned to run fast when he was completely engulfed in darkness. Yuan Yin looked at the red pill in his hand and licked his lips. This thing is really good. In the black market, it could sell for 5,000 gold soul coins, known as the Explosion Soul Pill. Eating it would grant double soul power, double stamina, and significantly enhance strength, speed, and defense. However, once the effect wore off, the best result would be paralysis of all 4 limbs. Truly a good item, Lord Wu. Yuan Yin clenched his fist, the corner of his mouth twitching as he slowly began to smile. Hao Hong stretched lazily, yawning as he walked to another arena entrance, his voice slightly cold. He couldn't help but say that he needed to cover himself with a blanket while sleeping. He was almost coming down with a cold. Hao Hong felt like he was about to sneeze, but couldn't get it out. Outside, the voice of the MC could be heard. Below, the finals of the Seoul Duel Championship were about to begin, with Hao Hong facing off against Yuan Yin. Hao Hong patted his chubby face twice, blinked his eyes, and walked up to the stage. Once on stage, his gaze never left the thin guy of the same height walking towards him, and a sense of vigilance gradually rose in his heart. Hao Hong did not dare to underestimate him like other spectators did, because of his unremarkable appearance. The first time he saw him in the lounge, Hao Hong knew that this guy was definitely not to be trifled with. Later, after watching him play 2 matches, it turned out that his instincts were correct. This guy was nothing short of a demon. Like Hao Hong, he had not summoned his martial soul up to that point, seemingly learning from Hao Hong, using overwhelming speed and strength to tear apart his opponents. Literally, every time he engaged in battle, he would use his own hands to rip his opponents apart, taking pleasure in hearing their screams. Hao Hong felt that if this were his past life, there would be no need for a test. The mental hospital would always be this guy's home. He was also looking at Hao Hong, his eyes wide open to the extreme, giving Hao Hong a feeling that he could tear apart at any moment. The area around his eyes was filled with blood vessels, and his pupils were contracted to the smallest size, resembling a sesame seed. The referee glanced at the 2 of them, and, seeing that neither showed any intention of surrendering, mustered up the courage to shout loudly between them, "The match begins!" After saying that, he turned around with the fastest speed, his face distorted by the fierce wind, and ran off the stage, leaving the battlefield to the 2 on the platform. Hao Hing took a few deep breaths, assumed a stance, and said seriously, "Come." Yuan Yin grinned, opened his hands, and showcased a bright red pill, tossing it up in the air. In front of everyone, he caught it in his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately after, Hao Hong felt as if a volcano was erupting in front of him, with rolling waves of heat crashing in like a tide. Dark red flames rose from Yuan Yin's body. His limbs inflated rapidly, as if they were being pumped up, his stature gradually increasing. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, and in the blink of an eye, he reached 20 meters. 20 meters. This was the first time Hao Hong saw such a tall opponent. A giant ape covered in flames, with long arms and short legs, and fur covering its entire body. Its eyes blazed with fire, shining like 2 small suns, casting light upon Hao Hong. In that moment, Hao Hong seemed to understand a bit how those facing him felt. Standing before an opponent taller and seemingly more terrifying than oneself, it really took away all courage. Forget about resisting. Just not losing control over one's bodily functions was already a feat for maintaining dignity. However, this feeling was indeed quite uncomfortable. Hao Hong let out a muffled grunt, thinking to himself. Yuan Yan's attack came, very simple. He raised one hand and then pressed down. Facing an opponent with a significant advantage for the first time, Hao Hong couldn't think of a way to deal with it and could only raise his hand to resist. Feeling the collision of the 2 forces, Hao Hong's expression changed drastically. He was overpowered. He was directly sent flying. Puff! His throat itched and unable to hold back. Hao Hung spat out a large mouthful of blood, which splattered on the ground. After rolling a few times, he finally came to a stop. He quickly got up, touched the corner of his mouth with his thumb, licked his lips, and a fire ignited in his eyes as he thought. This is really embarrassing. The opponent's strength was too strong. Although he didn't feel completely powerless like he did during his first battle against Xiang Zhu, he had to admit that he was being crushed. This made him feel very angry, extremely angry. It was as if a fire was burning within him. His whole body felt hot, even more unbearable than the sun fire and the wound on his back. As if sensing his feelings, the giant fire ape moved again. He raised both arms high, and 5 soul rings appeared beside him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. 1 purple soul ring flickered, and the flames on the fire ape surged upward, gathering in his palms. A spinning fireball kept growing larger in his hands. Sensing the extremely high temperature and violent energy within that fireball, Hao Hung didn't dare to underestimate it and quickly moved towards the giant ape, wanting to interrupt him. However, halfway through his charge, the giant ape surprisingly stopped gathering flames, and a half-formed fireball, only the size of a soccer ball, smashed down onto the ground. Then he held his palms to the ground. Hao Hung felt the ground tremble, and then he looked beside the giant ape. The previous soul ring had already dimmed, and another purple soul ring lit up. The ground shook again, sinking slightly, and then a massive pillar of fire shot up from the ground. Hao Hung was right in the center, his figure hidden within the pillar of fire. Chapter 54. I've endured you for a long time. The heat wave surged like a tide, and the crimson flames shot up, burning a large round hole in the ceiling. After several seconds, the fire pillar slowly shrank, and a figure fell from the sky to the ground, creating a muffled sound and stirring up a cloud of dust. The giant fire ape stood upright, its fiery eyes wide open, as if it could see through the dust and lock onto the person inside. Whoosh! The dust parted, and a shadow rushed in, targeting the fire ape's abdomen. The fire ape suddenly contorted in pain, its body swaying 3 or 4 times before it staggered back several steps. Meanwhile, the shadow landed on the ground, and the audience clearly saw the figure. It was Hao Hung, whose entire body was blackened, wearing only a pair of black shorts. Emitting steam, Hao Hung now feels unwell all over, not because of the outer layer of charred skin. Although the flames were fierce, the main damage was to his flesh, and his internal organs were only slightly affected. He estimates that after a night's sleep, he will likely recover. What Hao Hung was dissatisfied with was that he couldn't crush his opponent like before when facing this giant ape. The other party was merely a soul king, yet he was still beaten to this extent, which was truly unacceptable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The fire ape regained its composure, raised its palm, and the soul ring shone. Flames rolled around its body as a huge fireball gathered in its palm, and then smashed towards Hao Hung. Hao Hung stepped back to avoid it. The giant hand landed on the ground, and the fireball exploded, with flames turning into fireballs that shot out in all directions like fireworks. Hao Hung moved early, but he was still hit by the subsequent attacks. 2 flaming stones smashed into his chest, sending him flying and creating a deep pit in the ground. Climbing out of the pit, the fire ape got back up and charged forward, swinging its other fist to strike. Hao Hung dared not withstand the attack, and could only quickly dodge. The fire ape, relying on its immense strength, kept pressuring Hao Hung with throwable fireballs, making him unable to approach while also needing to be on guard against the fireballs. Hao Hung was doing his best to resist its onslaught, but as the attacks became more frequent, his mental strength quickly declined, and his body gradually lost control. In a moment of distraction, he was struck directly by a fireball, engulfed in flames, standing dazed in place. Seeing this, the fire ape's eyes flared with flames. Its arms pressed down on the ground, and the soul ring shone brightly, causing the ground to shake as a pillar of fire rose up from beneath Hao Hung's feet. This pillar of fire was several times larger than the previous one, clearly indicating that the fire ape did not intend to let Hao Hung continue living, aiming for a fatal blow. However, it would not go as it wished. 5 seconds after the fire pillar rose, a beam of golden light shot out from its center. A powerful aura descended like heavenly might, causing the audience in the entire venue to feel a tightness in their chests, all eyes turning towards the fire pillar. As something was about to emerge, suddenly, a giant arm reached out from the fire pillar, directly grabbing the fire ape's head and slamming it down to the ground. Bang! Everyone heard an enraged voice echoing from within the fire pillar. I've tolerated you for a long time. When they looked again, the fire pillar dissipated, revealing a 20-meter giant clad in golden armor, surrounded by swirling lightning. The giant glared fiercely, raising one hand to form a fist, and the audience could see the muscles on the giant's arm bulging like a great python, one lump after another, as strength seemed to flow within the muscles. Transferring to the fist, the fire ape suddenly pressed down with its head against the ground, let out an angry roar, flames surging from its body. As the giant released its grip, the fire ape pushed against the ground to stand up, but the giant's long-prepared fist came crashing down towards the back of its head. The long-accumulated power was unleashed in an instant, creating a visible shockwave that spread out, causing the air to ripple like water, and with one punch, the fire ape's entire head was smashed into the ground, splitting the thick arena floor into two parts centered around the fire ape's head. Everyone stared at the arena, at the golden-armored giant half hidden in the dust, speechless, completely forgetting the noise around them. Roar! From the dust, the fire ape let out a loud roar, unwilling to be humiliated, raising its flaming fist to strike at the giant's face. The giant remained unfazed, raising its hand to block the incoming punch. The two forces collided, creating a visible sound wave that spread outward, causing everyone to feel their eardrums vibrate, as if someone were banging drums right next to them. The giant completely blocked the incoming punch and kicked towards the fire ape, which was crouched down on the ground. The force was so strong that it lifted the fire ape's massive body several meters into the air before crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. The audience, sitting on the edge of the front row, were terrified. When the fire ape suddenly came crashing down, they were all ready to flee, but there were too many people to dodge in time. Fortunately, the fire ape stopped just in time, revealing only half its head. Otherwise, they would have been among the first injured spectators of the competition. Seeing the fire ape fall and not immediately get back up, the giant did not rush forward to pursue. Their bodies were too large, requiring some time to prepare for each attack, and in the upcoming battle, both wanted to finish the other off directly. Hao Heng's current situation is very special. He still cannot feel the flow of soul power within him, but for some reason, his martial soul has emerged. When he was enveloped by the fire pillar earlier, he felt a chill in his heart because he knew that taking another hit from the fire pillar would surely injure him severely. In this critical moment, a surge of anger erupted from within his body. It is important to note that it was not Hao Heng's consciousness that felt angry, but rather his body that experienced the anger, leading to the summoning of the martial soul. His consciousness now feels like an observer, watching the battle unfold, while it is his body that is participating in the fight. This situation is quite dire because the relationship between consciousness and body is akin to that of an emperor and his ministers. The emperor issues commands, and the ministers act. However, in this case, the ministers feel that the emperor is too ineffective, rebel against him, and begin to act on their own, casting the emperor aside. Hao Heng now feels very aggrieved. Clearly, it is his own body, but it does not listen to his commands. However, when he thinks about it, isn't the body also a part of himself? So why should he feel aggrieved because of himself? After some reflection, Hao Heng feels that the issue lies with his consciousness, which has lost its dominant position, hence the sense of grievance. But he still thinks that he needs to quickly elevate his mental strength. Otherwise, if his body can lose control once, it will surely happen a second time. If that occurs in daily life, it would be problematic. The fire ape lay on the ground for half a minute before pushing against the ground and standing up, roaring angrily at Hao Heng. The giant would not show him any leniency and roared back at him. The sounds of the two massive beings collided, shaking the entire arena, with Hao Heng's voice being slightly higher than that of the fire ape. The fire ape could not take it anymore, propping itself up with its arms and charging wildly at the giant. The giant raised its fist in preparation. As the fire ape approached, it leaped into the air, swinging its fist from above, but missed. The giant dodged and swung its fist, striking the fire ape squarely in the face, causing its head to cave in. The fire ape fell to the ground. The giant pressed down on it and unleashed one punch after another. Boom, boom. The audience watched as the dust thickened in the arena, unable to see the forms of the two giants, only hearing the muffled sounds of punches indicating that the battle was still ongoing. The sound stopped 5 minutes later, the dust dispersed, and a golden light broke through the haze, with the giant raising its fist high, throwing its head back in a long howl, proclaiming its victory, while beneath it lay the fire ape with a flattened head. Chapter 55. Absorbing the soul bone, the sun tirelessly rises from the east. Sunlight falls upon the vast earth. Streams of steam rise from the freshly made buns. Hulaina stared at them for a while before looking up at the burly owner of the bun shop and said, "Boss, I want 10 of these buns." The owner frowned, glancing at the petite girl and then at his own buns, each the size of 3 fists, and questioned, "Little girl, can you eat that much?" Hulaina blinked her eyes, thought for a moment, and seriously replied, "It might not be enough." 5 minutes later, Hulaina, struggling with 2 large bags, staggered out of the food street and headed toward the dormitory area. "Sister." As soon as she squeezed out of the crowd, Hulaina heard her brother's voice. Looking up, she saw 2 people jogging toward her. "We're here to help you." Xiaoyu and Yin each took one of Hulaina's bags and said with smiles. Hulaina looked at them suspiciously and asked, "What you up to?" "No good deed goes unpunished, right?" "Sister, what are you saying? As your brother, can't I sincerely help you? You're not that kind of person." Hulaina directly exposed them. This brought awkward expressions to Xiaoyu and Yan's faces, and they exchanged awkward laughs. Yin put away his smile and looked at Hulaina hesitatingly, saying, "Well, actually, we do want to help you, and we want to ask if you could find out if the boss is taking on disciples. We want to train with him." Before the competition started, Xiaoyu and Yin thought that Hao Hong was just a bit older than them and had awakened his martial soul earlier. Hence his strength was just slightly higher. After a competition, if they still couldn't recognize that the gap between them and Hao Hong was vast, they would be fools. Therefore, influenced by their admiration for strong individuals and what Hulaina told them, that Hao Hong gets up early every day to train, they thought about asking Hulaina to speak with Hao Hong, hoping he could take them along to train, as who wouldn't want to get stronger. Hulaina rolled her eyes at them and then, with a glint in her eye, said, "First let me take these things back. He is probably still sleeping. After he wakes up, you can talk to him yourselves." "No, sister, good sister. Just say a few good words for your brother." Yeah. In the dormitory area, in a small villa, Hao Hong was lying on his bed, sound asleep, wearing only pants. With the rise and fall of his breathing, a charred area on his face began to heal, turning into fair skin. A night's deep sleep had mostly healed his injuries, except for the wound on his back. His powerful recovery ability kept suppressing the spread of the flames. But no matter what method he used, including cutting flesh, he could not extinguish the flames within the wound. This left Hao Hong with no choice but to sleep bare-chested, which was quite bothersome. Sunlight streamed in through the window, gradually moving until it touched Hao Hong's fingers, prompting him to immediately open his eyes and sit up. First, he looked around in confusion, confirming he was at home. Then he relaxed and let out a sigh. After getting out of bed and washing up, he sat at the dining table just as the door opened, and Hulaina entered with Xiaoyu and Yin. "Junior brother, you're awake. I prepare breakfast for you." Saying this, Hulaina snatched 2 bags from Xiaoyu and Yin and quickly ran to the dining table, placing them in front of Hao Hong. Hao Hong smiled at her and said, "Thank you, senior sister." Then he began to eat heartily, as recovering from a night's injuries had left him starving, and he felt like he had lost a whole circle of weight. If he didn't eat something soon, he felt he might die. But as he was eating, Hao Hong started to feel that something was off. The senior sister was staring at him while he ate, which he had gotten used to and could only endure. But what was wrong with the 2 of you? Hao Hong looked at Xiaoyu and the other person with a sharp gaze, remaining silent. Xiaoyu and Yin swallowed hard, and after a few minutes of hesitation, finally stated their purpose. Hao Hong nodded knowingly, swallowed the food in his mouth, and asked, "So you want to follow me in cultivation, right?" Both Xiaoyu and Yin nodded quickly. Hao Hong picked up a new bun, broke it open to reveal the meat filling inside, and said, "It's not impossible, but you all have to help me with a favor." "What favor?" We all agreed. Hao Hong swallowed the steamed bun, turned to the side to reveal a hideous scar, and said, "I can't handle the fire in this wound right now." Xiaoyu and Yan's faces turned pale, thinking to themselves, if even this pervert can't deal with the wound, how could we possibly have a way? They had witnessed Hulaina cut the flesh from that wound last night, and the new flesh had ignited again, so they naturally understood that this fire was quite troublesome. But Hao Hong continued, "Because of this, I can't wear a shirt right now. As long as you can come up with a way for me to wear a shirt, I'll practice with you. As for taking a master, that's unnecessary. Just solve the shirt issue. It's simple." The 2 of them thought of something at the same time, exchanged glances, and then dashed outside, disappearing in a flash. Hulaina looked at the impatient duo, rolled her eyes, and then looked at Hao Hong's wound, asking with concern, "Junior brother, this wound is very difficult to handle. Why don't we ask Master for help?" Hao Hong shook his head and said, "No need, senior sister. There's nothing to worry about. Master seems quite busy lately, so there's no need to trouble him over such a small matter. I can handle it." Although Hulaina was worried, seeing Hao Hong so determined, she had no choice but to give up. Then, it seemed she remembered something and got up to leave. After a while, she came back, carrying a plate. Senior sister, this is. Hao Hong looked at the items on the plate and asked in confusion. Hulaina said, you were seriously injured yesterday. Didn't you leave right after the fight? Then last night, after you fell asleep, a director brought the prize over. This is the eternal head soul bone. Hao Hong picked up the thing on the plate, examined it, and said with a smile, this thing is like a golden hoop. If I wear it, I won't be controlled, right? Hulaina put down the plate, her eyes filled with confusion and doubt. Hao Hong didn't say much more. He picked up something and placed it on his head, which just happened to fit snugly above his eyebrows. Then, he exerted a great effort to summon a strand of soul power. After losing control of his body, it became increasingly difficult to call upon soul power. As the soul power entered his bones, he felt the golden hoop on his head heating up, burning hot, as if it were going to melt his skin and merge into the bones of his body. From Hulaina's perspective, Hao Heng's entire head was now enveloped in a cloud radiating with colorful light. She didn't know what was happening and didn't dare to interrupt. Hao Hong felt his head getting hotter and more swollen. Suddenly, just as the intense heat reached its peak and he felt like he was about to burn, a wave of coolness rushed from his head down to his spine and then spread throughout his body, like being doused with cold water in the middle of winter after being scalded by boiling water. It was hard not to feel awake. He closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly, but after a few seconds of trembling, it stopped. For some reason, he could clearly sense the worry of Hulaina standing beside him, as well as the sound of the wind blowing outside and the chirping of insects in the flower bushes. Though there were walls between them, it was as if the sounds were right next to his ears, crystal clear. His consciousness seemed to have sharpened significantly, and Hao Hong immediately thought of this. He called up the system and looked at the equipment item section. Equipped items. Indestructible underwear, head soul bone from the 50,000 year soul B-Spirit Dream Butterfly comes with the skill Illusory Dream Light, emits a colorful light. Entering a dream upon seeing the light. The duration of the dream is influenced by the soul power input, 1,000 soul power per second. Content can be freely generated or modified. Note, the stronger the target's power exceeds that of the host, the weaker the effect. Full wearing effect, mental, 100,000, speed, 20,000. Good soul bone. Hao Heng's expression was joyful, and his thoughts stirred slightly. Most of the soul power within him was mobilized and circulated through the meridians he could perceive according to his will. Although his mental state had not yet reached parity with his physical attributes, it was already at a significant level. The remaining tens of thousands could be quickly made up. However, there was one problem. After practicing for so long, his strength was now surprisingly the lowest, which was quite frustrating. Hao Hong thought helplessly. Chapter 56. The Cold-Faced Senior Sister. After lunch, in the afternoon. After Hao Hong adapted to the changes brought by the soul bone, he sat on the ground, worrying about the wound on his back. Suddenly, the door opened, and two figures rushed in. Boss, we found it. Xiaoyu and Yin panted as they ran in front of Hao Hong, leaning on their knees to speak to him. Hao Hong sized them up for a moment, then noticed the bag they were dragging behind them. What is that? Hao Hong asked. Yin pulled the bag over, and Xiaoyu opened it, taking out an iron vest. A vest truly made of steel, black and shiny, displayed before Hao Hong. Boss, what do you think? Xiaoyu shook it proudly a few times, looking pleased as it seemed to be his idea. Hao Hong stood up, took the iron vest, and felt it carefully for a moment. It was quite thick. He looked up and said, is this okay? Boss, your wound on the back is just that small. If you put this on and then wear a coat over it, wouldn't that work? Give it a try. As he spoke, Xiaoyu began to unbutton the row of buttons on the front of the vest and was about to put it on Hao Hong. Hao Hong had no choice but to put it on and then felt, not bad. He shook it a few times and said casually, this iron vest was very fitted. It looked very thick and heavy from the outside, but wearing it felt a bit light, which was somewhat unusual for him. He turned around to let Xiaoyu and the other see his back. How is it? Are all the wounds covered? Xiaoyu and the other two stood up and came forward. After inspecting, they said to him, don't worry, boss. Nothing is showing at all. Hao Hong thought for a moment. The wound was on his shoulder blade, so it should indeed be completely covered. He excitedly said, quick, bring me my coat. Before long, Hao Hong was dressed in a full outfit. He stood in front of the mirror, admiring himself. A pure white wool inner shirt, a brown long robe leather coat, paired with black long pants and white cloth shoes. Hao Hong nodded in satisfaction and said, you guys did a good job. So, boss, when do we start training? Yin rubbed his hands and asked. Hao Hong glanced at him and said, tomorrow. Come find me tomorrow morning before dawn. After saying this, Hao Hong squeezed past the two and walked outside, leaving Xiaoyu and the others standing in place, at a loss and glaring at each other. The library of the Martial Soul Academy was quiet and peaceful, with not a sound to be heard. Since it was class time, there were very few people around. At the entrance, there was a large wooden table piled with a stack of white paper, forming a small mountain. Behind the mountain, there was a rattan lounge chair where a beautiful girl with blue and white long hair was holding a book over her face, hugging her arms. With her legs crossed on the table, seemingly taking a nap. Hao Hong hid behind a large tree far from the entrance, peeking inside. After assessing the doorman's state, a pleased expression appeared on his face. He stealthily approached the main door, trying to keep his distance from the wooden table at the entrance. Just as he walked past a warning sign prohibiting the entry of open flames, a cold voice came from behind him. Stop! Hao Heng's body stiffened. A hint of ruthlessness flashed between his brows. Just as he was about to step in, the person behind him spoke again. If you take one more step forward, I will apply to the academy to specifically ban you from entering the library. Senior, there's no need for that. I just want to read some books. I haven't violated any rules, right? Hao Hong turned around helplessly, looking at the person approaching him. With long flowing hair, skin as smooth as fine jade, as white as snow, and eyes like gems, sparkling and translucent. The only downside was that her figure was a bit too slender, and there was also a hint of excessive coldness. The cold-faced senior walked up behind Hao Hong and gently pressed on the wound on his back. Frowning, she walked over to a nearby wooden sign and tapped it a few times, stating, "No open flames allowed inside." Hao Hong remained calm and said, "I didn't bring any open flames. Where are they?" He looked around and shrugged in confusion. Hee. Senior's sister sneered a few times, then grabbed Hao Hong by the collar and forcibly dragged him out. Hao Hong had thought about stubbornly staying in the library, but after his first attempt, he never thought about it again. This senior's strength was truly unfathomable, despite her small and frail appearance, which seemed easy to bully. During Hao Heng's first attempt to act recklessly in the library, she had literally punched a large hole in the wall with her bare hands. It's important to know that the hardness of the stone used in the library is no less than that of diamond. For Hao Heng to break through it, he would need at least 100 meters of height and strength, which was impossible. Moreover, he couldn't summon his martial soul to fight her. He could only let her throw him out of the library and then immediately get back up, wide-eyed and gritting his teeth. The senior half turned her head, and he quickly wiped the expression off his face. "Once you deal with your injury, then come back," she said before returning to sit behind the wooden table. Hao Hong squatted down in front of the wooden table, hands crossed, chin resting on his arms, staring at her without looking away. Perhaps Hao Heng's gaze was too intense. As the cold-faced senior furrowed her brows, put down her book, and asked angrily, "What do you want?" Hao Hong showed a mournful expression and said, "Senior, help me." The senior took a few deep breaths to calm herself and said, "I'm not a doctor, and I don't have healing soul skills. You got the wrong person." "No, senior. Listen to me. You know about my wound. I've tried all the usual methods, but that fire just won't go out. If I can't suppress the flames, one day I'll be consumed by them. There's a way to help me control it by finding a suitable soul ring that I can turn from waste into treasure. Please, let me go in and look for it. I promise I'll be careful." The cold-faced senior stared at Hao Heng's face and asked in confusion, "Your martial soul isn't even fire type. How could there be a soul ring that suits you and helps you control flames? How does the senior know my martial soul isn't fire type?" Hao Hong retorted. The senior's sister was taken aback, her gaze flickering elsewhere, her face slightly flushed. Hao Hong didn't notice her unusual behavior and thought she was angry, so he quickly explained, "Don't worry, senior sister. There are so many soul beasts. There will definitely be one that suits me. What do you say, senior sister, let me in?" "Senior sister?" Hao Hong tilted his head and looked at her, asking. The senior sister coughed a few times and said coldly, "Wait here." She stood up and walked into the library. After 10 minutes, she came back with a thick stack of books and slammed them down in front of Hao Hong. He flipped through them and found they were all about soul beasts. His eyes lit up, and he looked up and asked, "Senior sister, can I take these back to read?" "No, you just sit there and look for them." The cold-faced senior sister pointed to the threshold and said, Okay. Hao Hong didn't mind, picked up a book, and placed it on the doorstep. While flipping through the book, he casually said, "By the way, senior, I've known you for so long, but I still don't know your name." The cold-faced senior lowered her head. Her small face, the size of a palm, was white with a hint of red. So cute that it made one want to bite it. "My name is Luo Li." "Oh, what?" Hao Hong raised his head. He had been engrossed in the book just now and didn't hear clearly. "It's nothing." The cold-faced senior snorted, turned around, and sat back in her seat. using the book to cover her face. Chapter 57. The sun's true fire burns. The cold-faced senior points the way on a lonely morning. Hao Hung crawled out of bed and put on the iron vest for the third time. His expression was neither sad nor happy, but there was a trace of lingering sorrow hidden in his eyes. Today marked the first month after the Soul Fighting Championship ended. Spring had passed, and summer had arrived. The blazing sun hung overhead, forcing pedestrians on the road to seek out shade as much as possible. However, even though Hao Hung was hiding in his room, the sunlight seemed to bend around corners, making him suffer from the heat, which was extremely unbearable. He opened the attribute panel and checked the status section. Fire damage, sun's fire, 782 constitution points per hour. Hao Hung felt like his head had grown bigger. Although the wound on his back had not shown any signs of expansion due to the abnormal recovery ability brought by the breathing technique over the past month, the deduction of 700 points from his physical attributes every hour was truly giving him a headache. While he could rely on the second layer of the thunder cleansing technique to offset the assault of the sun's fire by gaining 1,000 points of attributes every time he was struck by lightning, if this continued, there might come a day when even sitting under the thunder all day wouldn't help him escape the fate of being turned to ashes by the raging flames. Over the past month, he had not been idle. He had even made a special trip to see Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong informed him that the sun's fire was not something that couldn't be extinguished. She simply needed to use spider venom to sever the connection between the source of the sun's fire and the flesh on Hao Hung's body, and then cut away the poisoned areas to completely eliminate it. When Hao Hung looked at the spider venom she provided, he found that using it would directly reduce his physical attributes by 80. There was no way he could accept that. He had now raised his mental attributes to match his physical attributes at 170,000 points. If his physical attributes suddenly dropped by 80, who knew what kind of trouble that would cause? After considering a few other methods recommended by Bibi Dong, he became more resolute in his idea, which was to control the damned sun's fire with a soul ring that could manipulate it. To this end, he spent a lot of time every day at the library door, from dawn until dusk. His extensive reading allowed him to acquire a lot of knowledge about soul beasts, but unfortunately, none of it met his requirements. After getting dressed and freshening up, Hao Hung closed the door behind him and walked toward the library. When he arrived at the library, a graceful figure also reached the entrance at the same time. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, and after a gentle nod of acknowledgement, the cold-faced senior, Luo Li, took out her keys and unlocked the brass lock. Hao Hung helped by pushing open the large door, and then he eagerly picked up the book he had started reading halfway through last night, a record book about avian soul beasts. Hao Hung thought to himself that the sun and the golden crow were inseparable, although the teacher he met during the assessment, who claimed to have a golden crow martial soul, was somewhat amusing. It was possible that the golden crow truly existed on this continent. If he could hunt down a golden crow as a martial soul, the fire of the sun behind it would surely be easily resolved. However, he was very disappointed. Not to mention the golden crow, even fire attribute birds were hard to find. This book recorded thousands of types of bird soul masters, and he had read half of it. Most of the birds were either wind attribute or had strength and speed attributes. As for fire attribute birds, there were only 2 or 3 types, and they were quite low level, basically impossible to surpass the 1,000-year limit for soul beasts. Hao Hung was becoming increasingly restless. The wound on his back felt hotter and hotter. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been on the verge of collapse by now. Fortunately, he had raised his mental attribute points. Otherwise, he truly didn't know if he could withstand the body's impulsive urges. Lu Li Batsha Awung, who was sitting on the threshold with large drops of sweat forming on his forehead. She raised her palm, and a blue light emitting a cold aura appeared from her palm. She lifted her arm, ready to help Hao Hung dispel some of the heat. But just as her palm was extended, she clenched her fist again. Is something wrong, senior? As Hao Hung wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel he carried, he caught a glimpse of Luo Li standing there, staring blankly at her own fists. Out of goodwill, he asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing his voice, Luo Li turned her head, gave him a puzzled glare, and then quickly turned away, walking towards the bookshelf. Really, why do I care about him? Even if he dies from the heat, what does it have to do with me? Luo Li's face flushed as she hid behind the bookshelf, looking at her own palm. However, she didn't even realize that her heart had already begun to stir with feelings. It made sense, after all. Since childhood, Luo Li had been appointed as the library manager at the academy because her parents had made significant contributions to the Martial Soul Academy. She had spent countless years in this quiet library, where few people came, and due to her intelligence and cold, reclusive personality, she had never actively approached others. Therefore, it couldn't be said that she had no friends. It was more accurate to say she had none at all. And the only person she could even exchange a few words with was Hao Hong. But did she truly not long for communication? That was impossible. Humans are social animals after all. So, Hao Hong's presence fulfilled this need for her, allowing her to speak a few words with someone each day, and then stay quietly by herself when she needed peace, while also working hard to improve. Moreover, Hao Hong, who had slimmed down from training and the sun's fire, revealed his handsome features once again. This made Luo Li's heart, which had never fluttered due to feelings, experience a strange emotion for the first time. However, she was unaware of it and would not admit it. After all, her persona was that of a cold little fairy. How could she be swayed by emotions and descend into the mundane world? Shaking her head a few times, Luo Li began her work for the day, organizing the disheveled books. Her figure moved quickly between the bookshelves, but when she reached the shelf containing books about soul beasts, she slowed down. As she had done every day this month, she subconsciously stopped, picked up a book about soul beasts, and began to flip through it quickly. It's just because I want to read it, definitely not because of that guy, she thought to herself. I've had enough. After flipping to the last page, Hao Hong slammed the book shut, clenched his fists in frustration, and muttered angrily. He couldn't take it anymore. He had read so many books, and while there were plenty of soul beasts suitable for him, none could help him solve the issue of the sun's fire. He had decided that there was plenty of time ahead, and for now, he would use the method his master had given him to eliminate the fire. If his physique was reduced by 80, so be it. After all, with 130,000 attribute points, he could withstand being struck by lightning over 100 times. Although the second layer of the thunder cleansing technique was already painful for him, he didn't know if his body could handle the reduction of 80. But there was no time to think about that now. When he finished reading, it was already noon, and the sun's fire had risen by 3 points, causing his physique to drop by over 2,000 points. If it continued to rise like this, he would be cooked alive. Lost in thought, Hao Hong stood up from the threshold, placed the book in a pile on a nearby wooden table, and was about to turn to leave when a cold voice came from behind him. Take a look at this, will you? Hao Hong turned around, and Luo Li jogged towards him, holding a thick book in her hands. It was clear at a glance that it was also about soul beasts. He took it and examined the page Luo Li had flipped to, his eyes widening in excitement as he scrutinized the information on it. On that page, there was a drawing in the upper left corner of a giant frog standing at the volcano's mouth, completely red, with rocks growing on its back. The upper right corner and a large section below contained information about that soul beast. Hao Hong quickly skimmed through and summarized. The fire-spitting demon toad grows in a volcanic region in the southern part of the starry forest. It prefers heat and dislikes the cold, feeding on magma. Its skin is tough and resistant to impact, allowing it to swim in magma. The outer layer of its skin may have the ability to absorb flames. It should be noted that this spirit beast is enormous and can spit fire. Is that okay? Luo Li looked at Hao Hong with anticipation and asked. Hao Hong muttered to himself. The surface of the skin could absorb flames. It seemed worth a try. That's good. Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief. And on her face, usually cold and refreshing, there seemed to be a ray of sunlight shining through, revealing a captivating smile. Just then, Hao Hong looked up and captured that smile in his eyes, unable to help but say, Senior, you look really beautiful when you smile. Luo Li's expression froze. Her cheeks instantly flushed red. She furrowed her brows, snatched the book from Hao Hong's hands, and kicked towards his abdomen. Hao Hong was suddenly attacked and didn't react in time, flying out several dozen meters and landing outside the door, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. All he could hear was a shy and angry roar from inside the door. Get out! Hao Hong was puzzled, but he didn't dare to touch the bad luck again, so he could only sneak away first. Chapter 58. The young man seeks his master's help, but the master awkwardly expresses his inability to assist. Hao Hong returned to the dormitory only after having lunch. The doors and windows of the house were tightly closed, so it seemed that Hulaina and the others went to eat at the food street near the teaching building after their classes and hadn't come back. He kept walking up to the second floor, entered his room, dragged out a small box from the corner, opened it, emptied its contents, picked out 2 sets of clothes from the wardrobe, placed them in the box, closed it, and started to head downstairs. However, when he reached the door, Hao Hong thought to himself that if his senior sister returned at night and couldn't he find him, she would probably worry. So, he returned to the living room, found some pen and ink, wrote a letter, and placed it in a prominent position on the large table in the living room, pressing it down with a fruit plate. After finishing everything, He took another look around the room before heading out towards the door. On the way, he passed by the library. Although that senior sister had inexplicably lost her temper earlier, and he was a bit angry, she had helped him. And Hao Hong was not someone who would repay kindness with enmity. So he stood at a distance from the door and shouted to the senior sister inside, who was focused on her meal. "Senior sister Luo Li, I'm leaving." His voice was loud and penetrating. Luo Li immediately looked up, her expression worried, as if troubled by something. But when she heard his voice and saw Hao Hong, who was holding a box and looking like he was about to flee, her lips twitched into a faint smile, and she said in a voice only she could hear, "Be careful on the way." It was also because Hao Hong had only been to the classroom once and hadn't gone back since. And for some reason, the academy hadn't troubled him. So he skipped the trivial matters of asking for advice and went straight to the school gate. Standing at the gate, Hao Hong looked around. Due to the remote location of the Soul Master Academy, students and teachers needed horse-drawn carriages to travel to other parts of Soul Master City. So there were usually a bunch of drivers waiting on both sides of the academy gate. Perhaps it was because it was noon. There were only 3 carriages parked by the school gate, as there were no students or teachers needing them. When the 3 drivers saw Hao Hong come out, they gathered around, smiling and asking where he was going and if he needed a ride. Hao Hong looked at their carriages, selected a relatively clean and beautiful white carriage, inquired about the price, provided the address of Bibi Dong's manor, and set off towards Bibi Dong's estate. Half an hour later, he gazed through the iron gate at the castle inside. Hao Hong turned back and handed 2 silver coins to the driver. Amid the driver's thanks, he approached the main gate and presented the pass token that Bibi Dong had given him. The palm-sized golden token had a large spider with 8 long legs carved in the center, half dark red and half deep green. Upon seeing the token, the guard standing by the iron gate directly opened the door and welcomed Hao Hong inside. Hao Hong first placed a box next to the guards and instructed them to keep a close watch before heading to the castle. Upon entering the main door, he happened to see Chief Steward Kelly walking by with a teapot, and he quickly approached her to ask where the master was. Kelly then led her to the main lounge. The lavishly decorated lounge was large and shining with gold. Bibi Dong was wearing a black off-shoulder long dress. Her hair, casually draped down, scattered across the back of the sofa, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin to the air. The light from the crystal chandelier above cast a glow on her skin, giving it an almost fluorescent appearance, resembling a celestial being that could be admired from afar but not touched. Hao Hong looked at the master on the sofa, who had a bit more authority and a bit less grace than the usual noblewoman, and whose beauty was unparalleled across the continent. He bowed and greeted her. Hearing his voice, Bibi Dong finally shifted her gaze from the book in her hands. She closed the book, smiled, and looked at Hao Hong, asking, "What brings you back home today? No classes? Why hasn't Neru come back?" Hao Hong nodded and glanced at the cover of the book she had placed on the table. With the title, How to Become an Excellent Emperor, Hao Hong said, "I don't have classes, but my senior sister does." Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment. She remembered that she had arranged for the 2 of them to be in the same classroom. Could it be that the academy was up to something again? The academy felt wronged. "Sit," Bibi Dong said, frowning and pointing to the seat next to her with a hint of anger on her face. Hao Hong jogged to the position she pointed to and sat down, skipping idle chatter and getting straight to the point. "Master, my soul power level has reached level 20. I want to go to the Stardoe Forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Can you help me find someone?" This was the purpose of his visit. This morning, he learned from a book that the fire-breathing demon toad is located in the southern part of the Stardoe Forest, but the spirit city is in the northern part of the forest. If he wanted to find that creature, there are 3 routes. One route is to cross the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, reach the Star Luo Empire first, and then enter the forest from there to find the volcanic area where the fire-breathing demon toad lives. However, due to the ambitious emperor of the Star Luo Empire wanting to expand his territory, the border is not peaceful, and the Star Luo Empire has a subtle hostility towards the Spirit Hall. On the surface, they may seem willing to let them through, but if there is no important matter, the Star Luo Empire would definitely not allow them to cross the border. If they tried to sneak through and were caught, they could be treated as spies from the Heaven Do Empire, leading to unnecessary trouble and wasting a lot of time, which Hao Hong didn't have much of spare. The second route is to enter the Stardoe Forest from the Heaven Do side, and then take a long detour around the outskirts to head south. However, this route also has the same issue of being too time-consuming. Therefore, Hao Hong decided to choose the third route, crossing the inner circle of the Stardoe Forest. Of course, this crossing of the inner circle does not mean traversing the core area of the forest. Who knows what terrifying monsters are inside? He didn't dare provoke them. He had seen a rough map of the Stardew Forest and noted a straight line that could reach the southern part of the forest directly without climbing mountains or stepping into swamps. However, that line was densely forested and had been frequented by 10,000-year-soul beasts multiple times. He had never dealt with a 10,000-year-soul beast and was unsure of the dangers. Moreover, he didn't dare make too much noise in the inner perimeter of the forest. If he caused a commotion, attracting a 1,000-meter-tall creature, not to mention the Golden Dragon King or Silver Dragon King, even if the forest overlord, the Titan Giant Ape, showed up, he would definitely be unable to handle it. Therefore, he wanted to ask BB Dong for help, to borrow a title Douluo, or something to take him along, or at the very least, a soul Douluo would suffice. However, BB Dong was in a difficult position. Her grand plan had already begun to unfold when Qin Xuanji ate that piece of cake, and now everyone was busy with their own tasks, leaving no spare hands to assist him. While BB Dong felt happy for her disciple reaching level 20 so quickly, she was also worried about the lack of extra personnel. After pondering for a long time, BB Dong looked at Kelly and said, "Go send a message from Mark and Feng Yuan to come here." Kelly nodded yes. After saying that, she prepared to leave, but was stopped by Hao Hong. Wait a moment. Hao Hong raised his hand to stop Kelly from leaving, then looked at BB Dong and asked, "Master, what are the soul power levels of those two?" Mark is a rank 52 Assault System Soul King, and Feng Yuan is a Speed Attack System Soul King. What's wrong? BB Dong recalled and said, If they're only Soul Kings, then forget it." Hao Hong responded dejectedly. BB Dong smiled and said, "You little brat. How can you look down on a Soul King when you're only a Great Soul Master? When you upgrade to a Soul Douluo, are you going to disregard title Douluo as well?" Hao Hong said aggrievedly, "No, Master, haven't you been paying attention to what's happening in the Academy? I've already killed 2 Soul Kings of that level. What could possibly happen in the Academy? You could still kill a Soul King?" BB Dong thought to herself, speechless. Just as she was about to teach Hao Hong a lesson and correct his habit of bragging, Kelly leaned over and whispered something in her ear. "What?" BB Dong couldn't help but exclaim, her usually wise and profound eyes showing a deep shock today. Killing a Soul King at the Soul Master level is not just rare. If Kelly hadn't told her, she would have thought the person saying that was teasing her. This cheap disciple she encountered in the forest is just too abnormal. She thought for a long time, and only the word abnormal could adequately describe Hao Hong's actions. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" BB Dong turned her shock into complaints, pouring it out to Kelly. Kelly said in a low voice, frustrated, "I told you earlier that something was happening in the Academy and asked if you wanted to help young Master Hao Hong. At that time, you said that no one has a smooth journey and that the little conflicts in the Academy should be resolved by themselves. You believed your disciples wouldn't disappoint you." Okay." BB Dong feigned calmness, coughed twice, and when she looked at Hao Hong, a hint of apology appeared in her eyes as she said, Hao Hong. "Master, I'm here." Hao Hong sat up straight and heard BB Dong say, "If the Soul King can't help you, then I really have no one here." When she said this, BB Dong felt a rare heat on her face. She, a saintess of the Spirit Hall, a woman who currently controls most of the Spirit Hall's power, found herself powerless in the face of a small request from her disciple. As a master, I see. Hao Hong couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, thinking to himself that it seemed he could only go by himself. BB Dong thought for a moment and added, "Why don't you wait a few more months? Once I finish my current tasks, I can personally take you to hunt for the soul ring you want." Hao Hong stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, "Then I won't trouble you, Master. I'll think of another way." As soon as he said this, BB Dong felt even more awkward than ever before. BB Dong also stood up from her seat, looked at Hao Hong for a moment, and said, "How about this? I'll give you a place to go. You might be able to find the help you need there." Seeing his master so serious, Hao Hong curiously asked, "What place is that?" BB Dong replied solemnly, "That place is called Soul Hunting Town." Chapter 59, Soul Hunting Town on the Continent. There is a group of people who are unwilling to serve various forces or participate in the conflicts among soul masters. They enjoy the freedom of being unrestrained, whether out of necessity, for survival, or simply for their love of adventure. They often venture into areas where soul beasts gather, earning themselves a pleasant title, soul hunting adventurers. The city established by this group of people is called Soul Hunting Town. In the eastern part of the Tiando Empire, near the border of the Stardew Forest, there is a soul hunting town. Those soul masters who do not qualify to attach themselves to great powers and lack strong teammates generally gather some money to go to Soul Hunting Town if they want to enter the Stardew Forest to obtain soul rings. They form a temporary team there, although the strength of the soul masters inside varies. They are all seasoned veterans who have spent a long time in the forest and have a certain level of experience dealing with various unexpected situations. If you can't find a helper whose strength satisfies you, be sure to find someone familiar with the forest to take you in. This will be much safer. At the entrance of Bibidong's estate, she followed Hao Hung to this point, earnestly advising him along the way. Upon reaching the guard station, Hao Hung stopped, respectfully bowed, and said, "Disciple understands. Then I will take my leave. Master, take care." Bibidong nodded and replied softly. Hao Hung stood up, walked towards the guard, picked up his suitcase, and was about to go out when he was called back by Bibidong. "Wait a minute." Hao Hung turned around in confusion and looked at Bibidong, asking, "Master, do you have anything else to instruct?" Bibidong stepped forward and pointed at the items in his hands, asking, "What is this?" Hao Hung glanced at the suitcase in his hand and said with a strange expression, This is just an ordinary wooden box." "I know it's a wooden box. I'm asking you, what do you plan to do with it?" "Of course, it's to hold my change of clothes," Hao Hung said in confusion. Bibidong shook her head and said, "So foolish. It was also my oversight." As she spoke, she took off a ring embedded with a green gemstone the size of a quail egg, shining silver all over, and handed it to Hao Hung. "I didn't expect you would need to go out alone so soon, and I didn't prepare this spatial soul guide for you and Nar. You can take this first, and when you come back, I'll have someone specially make one for you." Hao Hung took the ring, examined it for a moment, and then looked at Bibidong and said, "Master, won't wearing this be too showy? And, you know my martial soul? What if I accidentally break it when I summon my martial soul? That would be a pity. I can't accept this." This was Hao Hung's true feeling. He didn't think it was too precious. After all, he had seen Bibidong change rings every day for several days, never repeating one. So he naturally knew she wasn't short on this. However, once he wore it, he would have to take off the ring and his clothes to summon his martial soul, which was quite troublesome. But Bibidong was very firm. She couldn't fulfill even one small request from her disciple. And this was a perfect opportunity for her to showcase her role as a master, so she wouldn't let it slip by. "Don't worry. This ring is made of very tough material. With your current strength, you are far from being able to break it. Besides, you can control the area where your body enlarges, right? Losing a finger is much better than needing to lose an arm to carry something. Now put it on." Hao Hung saw this and obediently put the ring on his left pinky finger, imagining that in the future, when he transformed into a giant of 100 or 1,000 meters tall, he would only have 4 fingers. Just thinking about it was creepy, so he needed to find a way to create a spatial soul guide that could change size with him. As he contemplated this, he began to operate this new toy under Bibidong's guidance. He channeled his soul power into the soul guide, and the emerald on the ring glowed with fluorescence. He reached out and pressed down on the suitcase, and with a swish, the suitcase disappeared. Hao Hung controlled his soul power to squeeze the suitcase out of the ring, and with a thud, the suitcase fell back to the ground. He reached out to touch it, and with another swish, it vanished again. After playing around for a while, Hao Hung happily withdrew his soul power and smiled at Bibidong, saying, "Master, I'm leaving." Go ahead, be safe on the road, and be careful of strangers." Bibidong replied. At that moment, Bibidong also experienced the worry of a mother as she watched Hao Hung step onto the carriage and gradually drive away. After the carriage disappeared at the end of the road, she sighed and turned to go back. 3 days later, at the eastern border of the Heaven Do Empire, at the only entrance of a city with low walls and simple materials located on the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, Hao Hung got off the carriage. After 3 days of travel, his face looked a bit pale. The journey had been too bumpy, shaking all the way. However, it was all right. He finally arrived. He jumped off the carriage and looked up. Lowering his head a bit, he saw a wall that was only 3 or 4 meters high, which could hardly be considered a city wall. It resembled the dirt fence he had seen in the Xiangjia Sex Beast Park, and he asked in surprise, "Is this it?" The driver who brought him was an older, experienced man. He also looked at the wall in front of them, and, judging by his expression, he wasn't too sure either. With a strong local accent, he said, "This should be the place, right? I'm following the map." "All right then." Hao Hung didn't dwell on the issue too much. Wouldn't it be obvious once he went inside to take a look? If it really didn't work out, he could just change to another carriage. After handing a gold soul coin to the driver, he walked towards the city gate. To be honest, this place didn't feel much like a city at all. The city walls were rudimentary, and there wasn't even a proper gate, let alone any guards. There was only one road leading into the city, and Hao Hung followed the flow of people into the interior. The city wasn't very large either, with 4 streets. 3 horizontal streets, and 1 vertical street that ran through the other 3, forming a shape reminiscent of a country character with a slightly smaller base at the bottom. The roads weren't in good condition, being uneven dirt paths. When a carriage passed by, dust would fly everywhere, and if pedestrians weren't careful, they would inevitably end up with a face full of dirt. The houses were lined up on both sides of the streets, with no tall buildings or luxurious villas. Most were two-story wooden houses, with the tallest being no more than 4 stories. Although small like a sparrow, they contained all essential features. While the houses were a bit run down, there were places to eat, stay, and buy daily necessities, and there were quite a few people around. Hao Hung strolled around the city, and as the sun was about to set, he decided to find a place to stay for the night, planning to deal with everything else the next day. He chose a relatively clean 4-story inn and requested a better room, which was of course twice as expensive as others. However, he didn't mind much, considering that the ring dong had given him contained 2 large bags of gold soul coins, with at least several thousand coins in each bag. After washing off the dust, changing into clean clothes, and having a hearty meal, the sky darkened. Hao Hung held a chicken leg, nibbling on it while looking outside. Each family's door was adorned with a large lantern made of yellow paper, with strong candlelight inside. The lanterns shone like little suns, illuminating the surroundings, making the streets feel even brighter than during the day. Hao Hung tossed a bone that had no meat on it onto the table, picked up a wet towel to wipe his hands, and was about to call the waiter to ask where he could find teammates. But at that moment, a sudden cheer and commotion erupted outside. He looked down from the balcony and saw a large group of smiling people crowding around 2 burly men with serious expressions, merrily making their way towards the end of the street where there was a tavern. Hao Hung had glanced at it when he passed by earlier. The exterior was dilapidated, but the inside was packed, and the strong smell of liquor wafted outside, tempting his appetite. Unfortunately, Hao Hung was underage and didn't drink, but he simply found the aroma appealing and looked a bit longer. Hao Hung saw 2 strong men in the crowd, striding back and forth, flexing their muscles and glaring at each other, looking like they were in a never-ending fight. For a moment, his curiosity was piqued, and after quickly calling the waiter to settle the bill, he went downstairs and followed the crowd. Chapter 60, is this it? Since he went downstairs later, Hao Hung fell behind the crowd and could only follow from a distance. When he reached the end of the street, he deliberately looked up at the sign hanging above the tavern entrance. Drunken Tavern. He was a bit stunned and softly murmured, "Isn't drinking just for the sake of getting drunk? This not getting drunk is quite interesting." Someone passed by him and, hearing his murmurs, looked at him and said, "You must be from out of town." Hao Hung turned his head and saw a man with a face full of stubble, dark complexion, messy hair, and a huge beer belly. The man was holding a bottle, and as he spoke, Hao Hung was hit by a strong smell of alcohol. Instinctively, he wanted to back away quickly, but then he thought that he had just arrived and was worried about not having anyone to show him the way. Now that someone was talking to him, wasn't that just right? Hao Hung suppressed his disdain and hurriedly asked, "Yeah, brother, how did you figure out?" The man smiled without speaking, took a sip from the bottle, and occasionally glanced at the finger of Hao Hung that wore the emerald ring. Hao Hung is not foolish either. He frowned and raised his hand to take out a gold soul coin. The man raised his eyebrows, put down the wine bottle, and with a grin, reached out to take the gold soul coin from Hao Hung's hand. Hao Hung dodged and smiled, saying, "Brother, why don't you tell me how you figured out I'm an outsider first? After that, I can give you what you want." The man wasn't embarrassed at all. He wiped his empty fingers on his clothes, which were dirtier than the rags on the ground, and then said, "What's so difficult about it? Just by the way you were surprised to mention the name of this tavern. It's clear that you must rarely come here, no? You probably have never been to our Soul Hunter town." Hao Hung was even more confused and asked, "Why is that?" The person replied, "Because anyone who has been to this city knows the famous drunken, not falling tavern. Their wine is extraordinary, rich and fragrant, and the more you drink, the better it tastes. Moreover, no matter how much you drink, you won't get drunk. Instead, you'll feel full of energy and become more vigorous. The reputation of this place is not only known in this city, but even in cities 5 to 6 kilometers away, where people come every day, regardless of the distance, just to have a drink. You say you didn't even know this. Is that appropriate? If the wine doesn't get you drunk and tastes better the more you drink, it shouldn't only be famous here, right?" Hao Hung asked in confusion, "How would I know?" Taking advantage of Hao Hung's inattention, the person snatched the gold soul coin and bit it with his teeth, happily mumbling, "Now, I have money for today as drinks." Then he quickly stuffed the gold soul coin into his inner pocket, fearing that Hao Hung would snatch it back from him. He dodged his body and said to Hao Hung, "It is said that the wine here loses its fragrance and turns into ordinary water once it's taken out of this city. Perhaps that's why it's only famous in a few surrounding cities for not getting people drunk." After saying that, he slipped into the crowd like an eel and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hao Hung watched the figure leaving, his hand still in the gesture of grabbing the gold soul coin, and it took him a few seconds to realize that he had been robbed. Damn, I want to see if this small tavern really has such magical drinks. If not, don't let me find you. He let out a frustrated hum, shook his arm, and walked towards the crowded tavern. The tavern looked quite small from the outside, but unexpectedly, there was a whole new world inside. There were at least 20 people surrounding those two strong men just now. Yet entering the room didn't feel crowded at all. Hao Hung stood at the door, surveying the interior. The tavern's decoration was quite simple. Directly opposite the entrance was a long wooden bar, about 4 to 5 meters long. Behind the bar was a liquor cabinet, and on the far left was a door covered with a black curtain. The rest of the space was filled with round wooden tables. Just after entering, Hao Hung heard a voice filled with desire shouting, "Damage to the tables and chairs will result in triple compensation." Hao Hung stood on tiptoe to see who was speaking, but at that moment, a cheer erupted from the crowd, and then the crowd began to move, some moving tables and others moving chairs, quickly clearing an open space. Two burly men stood in place, looking into each other's eyes, arms crossed, with serious expressions. After a few minutes of staring each other down, the man on the left spoke in a deep voice. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Once the fight starts, there must be a winner and a loser. Are you ready?" The man on the right let out a cold laugh, raised his arm to swing his fist a few times, and shouted with wide eyes, "If I wasn't ready, would I dare to challenge you, Captain?" He emphasized the last two words heavily, and a fierce aura erupted from him at that moment. The other man showed no signs of backing down, standing firm like a mountain, unyielding to the other's imposing presence, remaining motionless and unfazed. Hao Hung looked excitedly at the two people inside and curiously asked, "What deep enmity do they have?" The person beside him glanced at him and remarked, "Brother, you're not from around here, are you?" "Ah." Hao Hung glanced at him and nodded. The man had a look of "I knew it" on his face and continued, "Actually, it's nothing unusual. They're all from a soul hunting team." The member on the right probably experienced a breakthrough in strength, and his confidence surged, thinking he could take on the captain. If he wins, he can become a captain. This happens every day in our city. What? That's outrageous. Hao Hung had never heard such ridiculous words. The position of a team leader could actually be changed just through a simple contest of strength. He knew that being a leader was not easy, and it wasn't necessarily the strongest person who was most suited for the role. However, he thought, since this is the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, having a stronger captain would mean the team is more capable and can attract better members. That seems to make sense. But looking at their current state, it seems like they won't back down without shedding some blood. If disputes over positions among team members happened every day, how many people would get injured or even lose their lives? Moreover, why choose this tavern as the venue for the contest? Wouldn't it be better to select an open space? Hao Hung voiced all the questions in his mind and looked at the person expectantly. The person gave him a mysterious glance, then smiled and said, "You know, if you keep watching." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Hao Hung and leaned forward to peek at the center of the venue. Hao Hung also looked up and saw two people dressed like the waiters he had just seen in the hotel, carrying a table over and placing it in the middle. Oof. After the two who were lifting the table stepped back, the burly man on the left took a couple of steps forward, half squatted, and slammed his elbows down on the table, yelling at the person across from him, "Come on." The burly man on the right, unwilling to show weakness, shook his shoulders and stepped up, placing his arms on the table, extending his hand to shake with the person opposite him, not saying a word but staring sharply at his opponent. A waiter walked up, placed a hand on the two clasped hands, and counted down. 3, 2, 1, go. After finishing the countdown, he immediately released his hand and stepped back. Two muffled sounds exploded from the two men, and almost at the moment the waiter said go, their thick muscles caused the seams of their short sleeves to burst open and sink, terrifying muscle lines silently narrating the clash of two forces to the audience. The faces of the two burly men started to redden after 3 seconds, and after 5 seconds, the first drops of sweat began to seep out. As time passed, the noise in the tavern gradually quieted down. 1 minute passed, and the two men's hands remained in the center. 2 minutes passed, and the burly man on the left's body trembled, giving a little ground. 3 minutes passed, and the burly man on the right attempted to push down, leaning slightly forward, but at that moment he moved. The left burly man's eyes burst with light, directly reversing the disadvantage and gradually pushing back to the left. The right burly man's forehead was already drenched in sweat, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. And this panic grew larger as the arc of his arm decreased bit by bit. Finally, after nearly 6 minutes, with a loud bang, The back of the right burly man's hand was slammed down onto the table. Ha ha ha, kid, you want to challenge me? You're still too green. Come back after a few years of training. After winning, the left burly man wiped his sweat and laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. The right burly man slumped dejectedly on the table, biting his lip in frustration. After a few seconds, he sighed and said, as expected, the captain, really strong. All right, kid, you're not bad either. Maybe in a few years, you could beat me. Don't give up, keep it up. Captain, yes. The people around, seeing there was no more excitement to watch after the left burly man's win, cheered for a bit and then dispersed. Hao Hung stood still, looking at the two burly men with a blank expression, lost in thought as he witnessed their emotional gaze at each other. His mind only thinking of two words, just this. Chapter 61. Beauty of the border town. Standing in this small border town, Hao Hung felt out of place. He believed he had no grievances with the people here. If there were any, they could have challenged him directly. Yet he did not understand why they chose to mock him in such a clumsy way. No, what happened to the passionate duel? What happened to the wild battle? Just this. Deciding the captain's position through an arm wrestling match was truly absurd and ridiculous. Hao Hung stood in the crowd, staring blankly, feeling compelled to move the table back, then either leaving or sitting down to drink quickly and chat casually with those around him. Why were they able to look so accustomed to it? Hao Hung felt as if he hadn't slept well the night before and his intelligence was insufficient. His face was like a book, flipping quickly through pages of anger and confusion, ultimately settling into calmness. Forget it. Hao Hung sighed, turned around to leave, and planned to return to the hotel for a good sleep, deciding what to do tomorrow. But just as he was about to walk out of the tavern door, that voice filled with desire, which he had heard when he first entered, rang out again from behind him. Are you leaving, little brother? Won't you stay for a drink? What does a voice filled with desire sound like? Just before Hao Hung heard this sentence, his mind was very calm, without any fluctuations. Upon hearing these words, he felt a tickling in his ears, a tingling in his bones, and his heart began to race wildly, as if something was crashing around inside. Hao Hung turned around and took a glance, and that glance made it impossible for him to look away. Between the randomly arranged round tables, there was a woman with shimmering golden hair that waved like the sea, dressed in a form-fitting red dress, her figure curvaceous and full, with enchanting features that were extremely alluring. Her every smile and frown seemed to brighten the dim little tavern. And whether it was those previously engaged in lively discussions or those quietly sipping their drinks, they all simultaneously halted their actions, fixating their gaze on the woman, as if their eyes were meant to be there. A beauty of the world, a term that Hao Hung had never encountered before, automatically surfaced in his mind when her gem-like, sparkling green eyes looked over at him. Little brother? The beauty in the red dress had already walked up to Hao Hung. Seeing him staring blankly at her, a hint of amusement and pride flickered in her eyes as she softly called out to him. Hao Hung felt as if he were in a sea of flowers at that moment, with a fragrant breeze blowing towards him, tickling his nostrils and making his heart race involuntarily. When the beauty called out to him, it was as if he had just awoken from a dream. He widened his eyes and narrowed his pupils. After a long time, he finally let out a soft exclamation, "Ah!" The beauty in the red dress covered her face and giggled, her laughter even more alluring. Hao Hung wished he could cover his ears. Such temptation was truly beyond what he could withstand. "Hey there, how about sitting at the bar?" The beauty invited him again, pointing to the bar behind her and stepping aside to ask. Hao Hung absent-mindedly tapped his head a few times. By the time he regained his senses, he was already sitting at the bar, not even remembering how he got there. He glanced at the woman with her back turned, fiddling with bottles and jars, and quickly lowered his head, his hands resting on the table as he breathed heavily, silently shouting in his heart, "Fairy, disrupt my peace." Hao Hung had never been as flustered as he was today. Every sentence had to be filtered through his mind several times. And only after he felt there was no problem at all did he dare to speak, fearing he might say something wrong. He wasn't the kind of person who would be rendered speechless in front of a woman, nor was he someone who had never seen beautiful girls. But the one in front of him was simply too stunning, as if she were born to be the center of attention. While Hao Hung was lost in thought, the woman had already placed a cup of orange liquid in front of him, smiling as she looked at him and said, "Would you like a try?" Hao Hung glanced at the liquid in the cup, looked up at the woman, and shyly said, "That's sister. I'm still young and can't drink alcohol." Damn, how did I end up with such an expression? Hao Hung now feels so shy when he thinks of himself as this big tough guy. He just wants to find a crack in the ground to hide in. I know, it's just a cup of juice. Oh, Hao Hung let out a light sigh, picked up the cup, took a small sip, and found it to be sweet and sour, with the fragrance of oranges and a hint of honey. He stole a glance at the attribute panel that had just appeared, and seeing that the status bar didn't show any chaotic increases, he relaxed and took another sip. The beauty in the red dress propped herself on the table, leaned forward, smiled, rested her chin on her hand, and softly asked, "Are you from afar, little brother?" Hao Heng's fingers stiffened as he put down the cup and looked at her, asking, "How do you know?" The third one, the woman in the red dress, smiled, pointed to the emerald ring on his finger, and said, "This thing is not ordinary. I've been running this tavern for a few years, but I've never seen guests from the surrounding cities wear such valuable things so casually." Hao Heng raised his hand, glanced at the ring on his finger, and thought to himself, indeed, it was still too flashy. Noticing he was silent, the beautiful woman continued, "Let me guess what brings you to this remote place, little brother." Hao Heng shifted his gaze toward her. "First, let's rule out one thing. She didn't come to my tavern specifically to drink." Hao Heng smiled and nodded. The beauty in the red dress straightened up, raised her head slightly, and pretended to think deeply. After a while, she seemed to be completely confident as she said, "Then there is only one possibility. The young man came here to enter the Douluo Forest to obtain a soul ring and is looking for a team from the city." Hao Heng nodded and said, "That's right." The beautiful woman smiled, clapped her hands, and said, "What a coincidence, little brother." Hao Heng was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Where does this luck come from?" He saw the beautiful woman crouch down, and after a while, dozens of yellowed, wrinkled white papers filled with information appeared in front of Hao Heng. The beautiful woman then said, "In my tavern, I not only do business with drunkards, but also help people find jobs. This book in front of you is about the soul hunting teams that are among the best in the city. Take a look, and if you find a team you like, I can help you get in touch with them. What do you think?" Hao Heng picked up the stack of documents and carefully looked at the first page. It contained the name of the soul hunting team, information about the captain's martial soul and soul power level, the martial souls and soul power levels of the team members, and, at the bottom, there was a record of the team's history, including how many clients they had helped find suitable soul rings and their success rate, among other details. It was very comprehensive. After Hao Heng carefully finished looking at the first page, he began to quickly flip through the pages. The more he looked, the more he frowned. The strength of the recorded individuals was simply too low. The highest was just a soul king, and that was a support type, which couldn't meet his requirements at all. The woman in the red dress noticed Hao Heng's unsightly expression and softly asked, "What's wrong? With so many teams, is there really not one that satisfies you?" Hao Heng looked up at her and asked, "Do you have a map of the continent?" The beautiful woman was taken aback for a moment, then squatted down. When she came back up, she was holding a rolled-up piece of parchment. She spread it out, revealing a very rough map that only marked the locations of the two great empires, the Spirit City, and the three major gathering areas of soul beasts. Hao Heng frowned, extended his finger to point above the Douluo Forest, then drew a straight line downwards, stopping below the Douluo Forest. He looked at the beautiful woman and said, "Sister, I want to go from here to here. Which team can take me?" The woman's expression changed from shock to confusion, then to anger, as she stared at Hao Heng and said, "Are you here to cause trouble?" Chapter 62. The irritable boss lady in a dilapidated tavern in a small town by the border of the Heaven Do Empire. The beautiful boss lady no longer showed a hint of joy on her face. Her willow-shaped eyebrows arched upwards, and her brows furrowed together, creating a frown. Her large, beautiful eyes were fixed on the handsome young man in front of her, her teeth partially exposed as she bit her lower lip. The two hands resting on the table were tightly clenched into fists. The people around seemed to sense her anger, casting unfriendly glances at Hao Heng's back. It appeared that with just a word from the boss lady, they would willingly pull out their axes and knives to tear Hao Heng to pieces. Despite this situation, Hao Heng remained calm and composed. He picked up his cup, drank the juice inside, and then shook his head at the beauty, saying, "I'm not trying to mess with you. I really want to go there." The boss lady slammed her hand on the table, making a loud bang, then pointed her finger and traced the line Hao Heng had just drawn on the map, saying, "You say you want to go from here to here. Do you even know what this place is?" She knocked on the area marked with the 5 big character star Douluo Forest on the sheepskin map, shouting loudly. Hao Heng blinked, his starry eyes locking onto hers as he nodded and replied, "Of course, I can still recognize the 5 characters of Starry Forest." The beauty, furious yet amused, asked, "You only know the 5 characters of Starry Forest?" Hao Heng thought for a moment and said, "Is it possible that it's very dangerous inside?" "What do you mean by possible? You little brat, do you even know where this place is?" "It's a Douluo Forest. Do you think it's some kind of amusement park where you can come and go as you please? Also, according to the line you just drew, If you really want to go that way, you will be entering the inner circle of the great forest. Do you understand? The inner circle. There are soul beasts of 1,000 years everywhere, 10,000-year soul beasts all over the place, and even 100,000-year soul beasts lurking around. In the inner circle of the Douluo forest. And you still say you're not messing with me? The beauty looked annoyed, raised her hand to brush aside the hair blocking her face, then put her hands on her hips and panted heavily, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Hao Heng looked at her strangely and asked, "Why are you shouting so loudly? It's not like you're going. If someone can go, you can introduce them. If no one can go, just say there's no one." The beautiful woman's face froze, and after a moment, she put down her hands from her hips, crossed them over her abdomen, and politely bowed, saying, "I'm sorry, guest. I lost control. Please wait a moment." After saying that, she quickly walked towards the curtain on the left, lifted the curtain, and entered through the door. Hao Heng looked at the door. At first, he thought it led to the kitchen or somewhere similar. However, after glancing around, he realized there were no dishes on any of the tables. Apart from various colored wines, there was nothing else, not even sunflower seeds or peanuts, which made it completely different from other taverns. Moreover, while it was a bit noisy here, it was strange that there were no drunken people causing trouble. Of course, Hao Heng had not been to many taverns, so he wouldn't dare to claim that he understood them well. A young server approached Hao Heng, gave him an apologetic smile, refilled his juice, and said with full sincerity, "Our esteemed guest, I truly apologize. Our boss lady can be a bit temperamental, but she means no harm. Please forgive us and wait a moment." Hao Heng originally planned to get up and leave, but then he thought that since this place had already started doing intermediary business, it meant that this tavern should be a well-known establishment with some influence in the city. If he couldn't find suitable help here, then there was a 90% chance that this trip would be in vain. Moreover, the landlady was quite attractive. After thinking it over, Hao Heng decided to wait a little longer. Just as he picked up his glass, the wine rack behind the bar suddenly shook, and the curtain door was blown about chaotically by the wind coming from inside. He could even hear a few shouts of "ha" from within, causing his hand, holding the cup, to tremble slightly. Forget it, he thought. Maybe he should look for help elsewhere. Hao Heng thought this way and was about to leave his seat, but when he looked up and saw the waiter eagerly and respectfully holding a bottle of juice, he felt embarrassed to move and could only finish the drink in his cup, then awkwardly waited. Just as the waiter was about to refill Hao Heng's 5th cup of juice, the vibrations from the wine rack finally stopped. After a while, the beautiful proprietress, with her hair still damp with sweat and a smile on her face as if nothing had happened, walked out. She took the bottle from the waiter's hand, shooed him away, then took the cup from Hao Heng's hand, filled her own cup after pouring herself a full glass, and when she tried to pour again, there was nothing left in the bottle. She frowned and casually tossed both the cup and the bottle aside. Hao Heng heard 2 crisp sounds and widened his eyes to look at the boss lady. She also looked over, and their gazes met in the middle. Hao Heng saw that there seemed to be a hint of fire hidden in her eyes, so he prepared to find an excuse to leave first. Well, since... He retracted his arm that was resting on the bar, and, as his but was already off the chair, he was about to leave. The boss lady directly reached out and grabbed him, firmly locking his arm in place. Then, with a glint of coldness in her eyes, she calmly said, "Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have a way to help you with your request." Hao Heng was stunned in place, then excitedly said, "Really? Are you sure you can help me?" The boss lady probably didn't expect Hao Heng to react this way. She withdrew her hand, chuckled a few times, then pointed at the map still placed on the table, tracing it again, and said, "You need to cross the inner circle of the Douluo forest from here, then reach the southern end of the forest here. This is very dangerous. You should know that the further you go into the inner circle of the forest, the more powerful the soul beasts you encounter will be. Generally, soul hunting teams don't even dare to approach the edge of the inner circle, let alone take on a task like yours." Hao Heng nodded in agreement. He then watched as the boss lady stood up straight, turned to face the wine rack, and scanned the rows of glass bottles in various colors while saying, to take on this task and be confident in completing it, at the very least, the entire team must be composed of Soul Emperor level members. Hao Heng quickly asked, "Is there such a team in the city?" "No." The landlady shook her head and took a transparent glass bottle filled with a clear liquid from the corner of the last shelf. She then turned around, facing the disappointed Hao Heng, and smiled lightly. "However, we can organize one." "Organize? How do we organize?" Hao Heng raised his head and asked. The landlady took a new glass, opened the rubber stopper of the glass bottle, and poured the liquid into the glass, while saying, "Although Soul Emperor level experts are rare, and most either become teachers at the academy, are recruited by the 2 great empires and granted noble titles, or join those sects, there are still 4 in our small city. As long as we can gather these 4, we can have a Soul Emperor level soul hunting team. Hao Heng's face lit up with joy as he eagerly slapped the table and said, "Where are those 4? Tell me quickly." The boss lady glanced at him, then turned her gaze back to the glass filled with transparent liquid in front of her, and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Normally, recruiting a soul hunting team requires a lot of gold soul coins. I have them." Hao Heng boasted, claiming he was wealthy and not short on gold soul coins. The boss lady smiled gently and said, "Even if you have them, it won't help. If those 4 Soul Emperor experts could be bribed with gold soul coins, they wouldn't be stuck in this hellhole. To recruit them, you first have to fulfill some of their special requirements." What requirements? Upon hearing that money was useless, Hao Heng felt somewhat unconvinced. He couldn't believe anyone would not love money. But after hearing about the special requirements, he furrowed his brows and quickly asked. The boss lady chuckled, her green eyes shimmering with 2 beams of light, and an invisible aura radiated from her body. Hao Heng felt an overwhelming surge of soul power flowing before him, like a rushing river. Looking at her, 7 soul rings appeared around her, encircling her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Then, the boss lady picked up the glass, twirled her finger around the rim of the cup, and particles of glowing light drifted from her fingertip into the glass, merging with the liquid. After the glowing light stopped dispersing, she placed the cup on the table in front of Hao Heng and pointed at it, saying, "Drink from this cup. If you can withstand its intoxication, there will be a soul, sage-level, support-type soul master in your team." Chapter 63. Unfazed by intoxication, Hao Heng looked in surprise at the boss lady beside him, surrounded by 7 soul rings. After she finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the cup she was pointing at. The liquid in the cup was transparent and colorless, as clear as the meltwater from the Tian Shan Mountains flowing into the river. Hao Heng leaned closer and could see his own reflection clearly in the cup. Just as he reached out to grab the glass, a hand covered the top of the cup, pressing it down completely. Hao Heng's eyes were confused as he followed the slender, snow-white arm upwards, looking at the alluring face of the boss lady. The boss lady's expression was indifferent, her gaze unwavering as she locked eyes with Hao Heng and said, "Think carefully before you decide." Hao Heng tugged at her, but the hands remained unwilling to let go. Hao Heng looked seriously at the boss lady and said, "I made up my mind. Let go of your hand." As he spoke, he pulled at the cup again. Still, he couldn't get it. The boss lady pressed down on the cup, slightly raising her smooth chin, a look of nostalgia on her face. She softly said to herself, "This wine of mine is called drunk, but not fallen. It is my martial soul and the culmination of my life's work. It is the most unique and miraculous wine in the world. Those who drink it, whether they fall after half a cup or are unafraid of a large barrel, will find that after consuming this wine, their speech, actions, and expressions will not be affected at all. Therefore, it is called drunk, but not fallen. This is how others understand it. But its true meaning is drunk, yet not fallen. After taking a sip, you will first feel your whole body rapidly heat up from your mouth to your throat, then to your stomach, as if you've swallowed molten lava. If you do not have enough physical resilience, this strong wine will burn through your body. The second step is when your body adapts to the intensity of the wine. You will then feel a wave of coolness spreading from your head outward, like a bucket of cold water being poured over you in the depths of winter. If your mental fortitude is insufficient, you may easily be frozen to death by this chill. The third step, and the final one, is when you can withstand the alternating heat and cold of the first 2 steps. At this point, you will enter a state of extreme clarity. In this state, your 7 emotions and 6 desires, joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, fear, desire, your sense of taste, hearing, smell, sight, and even life and death awareness will all vanish. At this moment, you will be drunk. Although you are drunk, due to the loss of your 7 emotions and 6 desires, you will become remarkably calm, unnaturally calm. Your thoughts will become extremely swift, and all your actions will be executed in the most correct manner, just like a god high above. Thus, drunk but not fallen also has another name, awakening spirit wine. The amount contained in what ordinary people drink is only 1/1000th of this cup. But that amount is enough to leave most of them without their 7 emotions and 6 desires for an entire day. If you drink from this cup, it's possible that for the rest of your life. The boss lady paused here, her expression still calm, but the arm gripping the cup began to tremble slightly. Hao Heng glanced at her hand, and when he looked up again, he saw the boss lady looking down at him. She asked seriously, "Are you sure? Are you willing to take the risk of losing your desire for a lifetime to drink this cup?" Hao Heng looked at her calmly and simply said 2 words, "Let go." A trace of astonishment floated across the boss's face. She didn't expect that after hearing what she had said. Hao Hong wouldn't be scared at all. After all, it was about the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If a person lost their 7 emotions and 6 desires, could they still be considered human? Was he really not afraid? Or did he not understand the seriousness of the situation? The boss lady hesitated for a moment, then let go of her hand and reminded him, "All right, since you insist. Go ahead, but I must clarify the seriousness of the situation. If something happens to you later, don't blame me." Hao Hong ignored her, picked up the cup, and gently sniffed it. The scent was somewhat unexpected. He had thought it would be a strong, pungent aroma of alcohol, but it was not. Instead, it had a cool, refreshing scent, somewhat like mint, with hints of fruitiness. He wondered if it was because he had just drunk too much juice. Chuckling, he shook his head a couple of times, opened his mouth, leaned closer to the cup, then tilted his head back and down the entire cup in one go. Then released the glass, closed his mouth and eyes, and raised his arms to embrace the world. Did he not know the importance of human emotions and desires? The barmaid looked at him in horror after he gulped it down, frightened enough to take a few steps back and lean against the liquor shelf. The other onlookers couldn't help but gasp. They were regulars here and naturally knew the consequences of drinking the undrunk. Thus, after Hao Hong finished the entire cup without leaving a drop, the tavern erupted in a wave of astonished exclamations, the sound so loud that it shook the surrounding walls. In fact, did Hao Hong truly not understand the importance of human emotions and desires? No, he understood them better than anyone, because his martial soul was a giant. Emotions and desires were like terrifying beasts. Humans used laws, morals, and self-restraint to turn them into shackles and chains, binding them up. But giants had no such laws. They revered powerful destructive force and unrestrained freedom. Therefore, the emotions and desires of giants were uncontrollable, and no one could master a giant's feelings. Previously, when his physical abilities far surpassed his mental state, the surge of anger led to Hao Heng's inability to control his body. Over the past month, he had been reading not only to search for soul beasts, but also to see if he could reduce his emotional fluctuations and find peace, like a hermit. But the result was that he failed. That day, before Luo Li called out to him, his body had once again reached the edge of losing control, even beginning to affect his consciousness. It was for this reason that he thought of sacrificing 80 of his attribute points to dismantle the hidden danger of the solar fire. These days, even though he could control all the soul power in his body, he dared not recklessly use the giant martial soul, because he truly feared that one day he would fall in love with the sensation of seeing everything as small and fragile, where everything shattered at a touch. If that day came, he would be doomed, unable to become human. And now, this cup that could help him lock in his emotions and desires was like a timely gift. What was there to hesitate about? Hao Hong closed his eyes. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, he felt a sharp pain, like a needle piercing from his mouth to his brain. Within less than 3 seconds, the stinging sensation gradually transformed into a burning heat, very hot, as if he had a lump of molten iron in his mouth. However, Hao Hong did not swallow it immediately. He let his mouth adapt to the intense heat. If he really couldn't adapt, he could still spit it out quickly. Otherwise, if it went into his stomach, it would be too late. Fortunately, after more than 3 minutes, he felt the pain in his mouth gradually diminish, like the numbness that spreads after eating Sichuan pepper. He knew he had adapted, and then he opened his throat, allowing a small sip of the liquor to flow into his esophagus. The burning sensation gradually scorched his throat, chest, and stomach. After it settled in his stomach, Hao Hong waited a few minutes before swallowing the second sip. Half an hour later, Hao Hong felt an unbearable heat throughout his body, as if tiny flames were burning in his veins, scorching every part of his body with the flow of blood. First his blood vessels, then his organs, muscles, and finally his skin. At that moment, Hao Hong even felt a slight coolness coming from the wound on his back. Suddenly, Hao Hong opened his eyes, his gaze wide, blood vessels quickly spreading across the white of his eyes, his eyeballs bulging out. A chill instantly surged down from his head, rapidly spreading down his spine and along his limbs. His body was in a tortured state. His flesh was hot, while his bones were cold. Under the impact of this heat and cold, Hao Heng's consciousness felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. His eyelids drooped, and his vision became blurry. In his daze, he saw clusters of dark, moss-like things squeezing out from the edges of the room. Corners, floor, ceiling, and walls. They began to spread, devouring everything until everything returned to darkness. The sounds around him faded. He could no longer distinguish between scents, and he couldn't taste anything in his mouth. In this dark world, Hao Hung didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Suddenly, he heard several sounds. They were very noisy, filled with laughter, curses, angry roars, and sad cries, like a drowning person. The sound was his lifeline in this darkness. He raised his head to look forward, seeing 7 versions of himself standing in front, yet each seemed to exist in 7 different worlds. One version of himself, smiling, was turned into a human stick, his head grasped by a gray-white hand, held in the air, while an invisible hand pulled at both sides of his mouth in different directions, stretching his tongue until he could make no sound. Another version, filled with rage, was bound to a cross, with flames roaring beneath him. The angrier he became, the larger the flames grew. A sorrowful version of himself had his eyes gouged out, sitting on the ground with his hands covering 2 black holes, blood continuously oozing out from between his fingers, forming a river of blood beneath him. A loving version of himself was trapped in a beast cage. Though armed with sharp weapons, he could not bear to harm the ferocious beasts sharing the cage, and could only be torn to pieces again and again. A version filled with disgust sat on a soft sofa, surrounded by beautiful maids, some massaging his shoulders, some giving foot massages, and some serving food and drink, their fierce features softening. A fearful version of himself nestled in the arms of a tall woman, radiating a warm glow, her face obscured, yet he looked serene, with a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth. An evil smirking version of himself was bound by chains emerging from the void, with a pair of scissors placed on his lower body, opening and closing continuously, severing the ever-growing roots of desire, his expression gradually becoming devoid of wants. Chapter 64. Drunkenness in a rundown tavern. The colorful owner walked to the front of the bar, her beautiful eyes nervously fixed on Hao Hung, who had been standing still with his eyes closed for more than half an hour. Hesitating, she reached out her hand, wanting to touch him. She began to regret taking out that cup of liquor intended to force Hao Hung to abandon his ridiculous plans. It was already too late. After all, he had drunk it. The liquor, being a mixture of soul power and alcohol, was easily absorbed by the body. Even if she made Hao Hung vomit it out now, it would be of no use. She was contemplating something, although Hao Hung posed no threat to her. His clothing and the expensive emerald ring on his finger indicated that he was of notable background, likely backed by some terrifying, powerful figure. She herself was a soul saint. Although she was a support-type soul master, she knew that strong individuals often had bad tempers. If she made this young man in front of her confused or dazed, the powerful figure behind him would likely not listen to her explanations. Maybe she should run away, leave now. The owner's brow furrowed unconsciously, and at that moment, her finger poked Hao Hung's cheek. "What are you doing?" Hao Hung didn't know when he opened his eyes, his gaze glancing at the jade finger poking at his cheek, and he calmly asked, "Are you okay?" The boss lady, as if shocked by electricity, quickly withdrew her arm and asked in a lowered voice. Hao Hung touched his chest, patted his butt, and glanced around as if the previous sensation of being both cold and hot was fake. He now felt not only free of discomfort, but his limbs seemed much more agile, and his mind had also become very clear. The scenery around him was like a video with blue light, every detail presented vividly before his eyes. He hurriedly called up the system and looked at the status section. Status: Burns True Sun Fire. Drunkenness, 7 emotions and 6 desires. Ceiling level 99. Special full set acquired. Spirit 1, 000, 000. Hao Hung's expression changed in a panic, quickly looking at his attributes. Strength, 20,000. Constitution, 198400. Speed, 22,000. Spirit, 120,000. Damn, no way. My spirit increased by 1,000,000 all of a sudden. Hao Hung roared in his heart. In theory, increasing attribute points is a good thing. But Hao Hung had already suffered greatly from having an excessively strong physique attribute. Now, with his mental attribute directly surpassing his physique by a whole magnitude, and his strength and speed by 2 magnitudes, he truly couldn't imagine what further changes might occur in his body. Hao Hung focused his thoughts and quickly examined his own body. Soul power, perfectly controlled. Limbs, perfectly manipulated. Martial soul, able to summon. Everything seemed to be fine. Hao Hung thought to himself. After confirming that his body was temporarily okay, Hao Hung secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head, and a cacophony of voices entered his ears. At least 10 different people were speaking. Although those voices were faint, almost like whispers, he could hear each one clearly, as if he had his ear pressed to their mouths. That guy's really something. He downed a whole cup and didn't get drunk at all. And he looked fine too, really impressive. Who would say otherwise? Hey, why is he looking over here? Hao glanced at the few strong men whispering in the corner, and his brow gradually furrowed. He seemed to realize where the influence of excessive mental power lay. If that was the case, his expression changed in shock, and he turned his head to look outside the tavern. His gaze swept over the buildings, and the sounds from inside rushed into his eardrums. He quickly mobilized his soul power to seal his ears. It was too terrifying. Hao Hung quickly retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and breathed slightly, his pupils dilating. However, these expressions flashed across his face and soon returned to what could be described as a cold calm. He lifted his head and looked at the beautiful boss lady, who wore a worried expression, her fiery red lips moving as if saying something. He relaxed a bit of his soul power restriction and heard the boss lady say, "Little brother, are you really okay?" Hao Hung could clearly sense her emotional fluctuations. Shaking his head, he said, "It's nothing serious. All right, I've also had this drink. Our agreement can be considered valid." Hao Hung's expression remained normal as he picked up the wine glass and gestured to the bar owner. The bar owner looked at the empty wine glass and, for a moment, didn't know how to respond. She walked back to the bar with a heavy expression. Hao Hung stared at her, his eyebrows twitching, and asked, "Do you want to go back on your word?" The boss lady raised her head and looked at him, gently shaking her head, and said, "Since I have already promised you, I naturally will not go back on my word. However, although I am a soul sage, I am merely an auxiliary soul master. Even if I join your team, with just the two of us, we probably won't get very far. Therefore, if you want me to join you, you still need to persuade the other 3 soul emperors in the city. Only if they all join can we possibly traverse the inner area of the Stardew Forest and reach the southern part of the forest, to get to the place you have in mind. Otherwise, it would all be in vain." Hao Hung pondered for a moment and agreed that her words made sense. He said, "Then tell me the addresses of the remaining 3 soul emperors, and I will set off immediately." The landlady refused, saying, "It's late now, and it's not the right time. Tell me where you're staying, and go back to sleep for now. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to find you and give you the addresses." Hao Hung nodded and said, "That's good, then I'll take my leave." With that, he got up from his seat and turned to walk toward the door. The landlady watched his figure leave the tavern, then shifted her gaze back to the empty cup on the table. She picked it up, her palm emitting a glowing light that enveloped the cup, and to her surprise, a transparent liquid began to flow out of the cup seemingly out of thin air. She opened her red lips and leaned closer to the cup, but just as she was about to touch it with her lips, her arm trembled, causing a few drops of liquid to spill on her hand. The landlady instantly jolted awake, a look of panic flashing in her eyes, as if she were holding something extremely disgusting. Disgusted, she threw the cup away, shattering it on the ground and spilling the drink. The noise attracted the attention of the customers in the tavern, and everyone turned to look. The landlady took a few breaths to regain her composure, glanced around, and shouted with a fierce expression, "What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes." The crowd shivered in fear and quickly averted their gazes. Meanwhile, Hao Hung had returned to the hotel. After enjoying a comfortable hot shower, he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and was just about to quietly fall asleep in the soft bedding when a strange sound entered his left ear. He turned to the left and saw a young couple in the adjacent room embracing each other, whispering sweet nothings. Hao Hung frowned. He rolled over to the right, pressing his ear against the wall, but he could still hear sounds coming from below, snoring, rocking the bed, smacking while eating, and everything in between. What should have been a quiet night became extremely noisy, every little sound amplified many times in Hao Hung's ears. Strangely, however, he did not feel irritated. He just thought that their noise would affect his rest, and wished they would just be quiet forever. This thought suddenly sprang up in his mind, and Hao Hung froze for a few seconds, feeling an inexplicable fear. Even more terrifying was that this fear also vanished after a few seconds. Unable to bear it any longer, he quickly closed his eyes and practiced the sleep restoration breathing technique, falling asleep rapidly. But in his dreams, those sounds became even clearer, constructing a chaotic and fragmented dreamscape in his mind. Chapter 65. The Abrupt Wilderness. A night passed. In the morning, Hao Hung opened his eyes, his gaze calm and indifferent. Yet there was a hint of fatigue. After having the sleep restoration breathing technique for such a long time, it was the first night he hadn't slept well. Dreams came one after another, and he felt as if he were trapped in an endless cycle. He even woke up intentionally 5 or 6 times during the night, because only then could he feel that he was a living being in the real world. Calling for the waiter to bring a basin of clean water, Hao Hung washed up and then went to the second floor to have breakfast. Since it was just dawn and the sun had yet to appear, there were only a few people in the dining area. when they saw Hao Hong arrive. They looked at him with puzzled expressions. Hao Hong naturally ignored them. With a cold expression, he went to the spot he sat in yesterday, looking out at the empty street, wondering whether the beautiful boss lady would call someone as agreed. What if she broke the agreement? A waiter from the restaurant walked over with a menu, smiling as he handed it to Hao Hong. Hao Hong waved his hand to signal him to take it back and said directly, "Roasted beef, 20 jin, braised duck legs, 2 large bowls of chicken legs, and 10 jin of soul beast meat. By the way, get some fruit juice and add a pot of wine, the best you have at your hotel." The waiter's mouth slightly opened, clearly shocked by the large amount of food ordered by Hao Hong. This quantity could easily feed 10 adult men. Could this guest finish it all? He hesitated for a moment, then thought whether he could finish it or not was none of his business. With a signature polite smile on his face, he held the menu, slightly bowed, and then turned to leave. Hao Hong was thinking that with so much ordered, he should be able to eat to about 80 full. The increase in appetite brought on by his improved physique had not decreased as his body became more muscular. Instead, it had grown even larger. After an hour, more people started to fill the restaurant, and plates of steaming meat dishes were served, piling up on the long table in front of Hao Hong, which could seat 10 people, with some even stacked on a second layer. After Hao Hong expressionlessly thanked the waitress who brought the dishes, he suddenly had a big appetite and began to eat voraciously. The meat on the table quickly disappeared. Within 10 minutes, half of it was gone. In the meantime, Hao Hong also tried the hotel's so-called best wine, but after just one sip, he lost interest. Both the taste and aroma were far from the fiery intoxication he experienced yesterday. However, this did not affect Hao Hong's nature of eating meat. He pulled over a large bowl filled with chicken legs and started devouring them, eating one fist-sized chicken leg at a time, leaving the bones completely clean, with no shred of meat left. When he had finished half of the chicken leg, the waitress who had been attending to him came over again, handed him a note, and said, "Sir, a guy came by earlier and asked me to give this to you." Hao Hong wiped the grease and marinade off his hands with a wet towel beside him, took the note, and nodded, saying, I understand." After the waiter walked away, he unfolded the folded note, which had 2 lines written on it. Outside the city, at the foot of the barren mountain to the north. Inside the shops in the southeast of the city. Hao Hong thought for a moment. He had indeed come from the north, where he passed by a barren mountain piled with gravel, towering hundreds of meters high. There was also a strong man there breaking stones from the mountain, because that section of the road was quite rugged and full of potholes. Hao Hong had heard the coachman complaining about how a mountain had suddenly appeared in the middle of the night, blocking the original road. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to take this rough path. That person was probably him. Hao Hong recalled the figure he had inadvertently glanced at outside the window that day. Although it was just a casual glance, as he thought back on it, the person's shape and facial features quickly took form in his mind, gradually becoming clearer and more three-dimensional. In the end, he even remembered a few drops of sweat on that person's body. It was terrifying. Hao Hong quickly shook his head to regain his focus, shifting his attention to the food in front of him, speeding up his eating pace. Soon, he left a small pile of empty plates on the table. After swallowing the last piece of soul beast meat, he quickly got up, left the restaurant, and jogged north out of the city. Once outside the city, he transformed into a 20-meter giant. In this state, he wouldn't consume soul power, only a bit of physical stamina, as he hurried along at a rapid pace. He arrived at the foot of the desolate mountain just as the sun rose from the eastern hills. Standing over 500 meters in front of the desolate mountain, he glanced at both sides. On the left was a peak over 1,000 meters high, and on the right was another similar peak, both topped with lush trees. In contrast, the rocky, desolate mountain in the middle seemed rather out of place, as if it shouldn't be there at all. Previously, Hao Hong had casually glanced at it without feeling anything unusual, but now, with his mental strength at a million level, he found it increasingly bizarre. Oh, someone! Hao Hong was observing his surroundings when a rough figure suddenly entered his line of sight. The man was bare-chested, with a bald head and a messy, gray-black beard twisted into a braid. He had triangular eyes and a hooked nose, and there was a scar running from the middle of his left eye down to his cheek, giving him a fierce appearance, especially when seen in full view. His towering height of 2 meters and his muscles, which looked like they were cast from bronze and iron, made him all the more intimidating. Such a formidable man would likely scare ordinary people away, making them hesitate to even glance at him, let alone approach him for a conversation. Hao Hong thought to himself, it must be him. His mind shifted, and his body shrank to 10 meters, maintaining this form. This way, he estimated that the other party wouldn't be able to see him clearly and wouldn't feel threatened. Hao Hung surveyed his body with satisfaction and then strode towards the strong man. The strong man stood in a massive pit, seemingly excavated by human effort. After twisting his body to complete some unknown warm-up exercises, he picked up a nearby pickaxe and was about to move forward when the ground suddenly trembled. His face first showed panic, thinking it was an earthquake, and he quickly turned to look at the source of the tremor behind him. That glance almost blinded him. He shielded his eyes from the diffuse golden light, and once he adjusted, he realized that what he saw was not the sun, but a mighty giant clad in golden armor standing before him. His expression gradually turned blank. His round leopard-like eyes widened in disbelief, moving up and down rapidly as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just as he was dazed, the golden-armored giant spoke with cupped hands. "Junior Hao Hung, I have met the senior." His voice was like a ringing bell, shaking the dust around the pit to fall down, and the strong man was jolted back to reality, cupping his hands in response. "I am sure Jian, not any senior." After he spoke, Hao Hung was taken aback, because that voice was not as rough and deep as he expected. Instead, it was somewhat muffled and mixed with a hint of shyness, resembling that of a young boy. This contrast was surprisingly endearing. Chapter 66, The Giant Moves Mountains. Senior, this is how it is. At the eastern border of the Heaven Do Empire, near the hunting soul town outside the Star Do Great Forest, at the foot of a desolate mountain, the sun hung high in the sky, casting golden rays that illuminated the golden armor, making it even more dazzling. Hao Hung sat on the ground and told the burly man sitting cross-legged on a tree stump about his agreement with the tavern owner's wife after entering the city yesterday. After finishing his narration, the expression on the burly man's face was quite remarkable, joyful yet hesitant, mixed with a hint of pain. He tightly pulled down on his beard with his hand, and Hao Hung noticed that the biceps on his arm were slightly bulging. Seeing him in a seemingly indifferent state, fearing that he might actually pull out his own beard, Hao Hung quickly shouted, "Senior, senior." Shi Jian came to his senses and looked at him in confusion. Hao Hung then said, "What do you think of my offer? If you can really help me reach the southern part of the Starry Forest, I will give you 10,000 gold soul coins. Of course, this is not meant to insult you with money, but I believe you deserve such a reward. If you think it's not enough, I can add more, and I'm willing to pay half of the amount up front. What do you think?" Hao Hung felt that he had managed to control the humility of being a junior very well and had given this soul emperor enough face. However, his spiritual perception told him that this senior's emotions seemed quite complex. It seemed that he was very excited and eager to go, but also seemed that there was something he couldn't let go of, making him hesitant to leave. Hao Hung quickly added, "If you have any difficulties, feel free to mention them. I will not hesitate to help if I can." Shi Jian raised his head and looked deeply at Hao Hung, sighed, and said, "You." "Sigh. It's not that I don't want to help you. If my sister can come to terms with it and is willing to venture into the Star Do Forest again, I would be willing to follow her. It's just." I sigh. Hao Hung thought to himself, "What a mighty man you are, and having a cute boyish voice is one thing. Something that can't be changed by your parents, but why are you more delicate than a woman, sighing and lamenting?" Of course, he would never dare to say that. He was just a bit curious about why this man in front of him called the boss lady big sister, and what had happened between them before. Only by clarifying things could there be a solution, and only then could they be willing to sincerely serve him. So, Hao Hung put on a curious baby look and asked, "Senior, if it's convenient, could you tell me the story between you two?" "Of course, if it's not convenient. Just consider I didn't ask." Shi Jian, feeling low, lowered his head and forced a smile, saying, "There's nothing that can't be said. It's quite simple. Back then, my big sister, the tavern owner you met, we were part of the same soul hunting team. Looking back, our soul hunting team, though only 5 members, had each member at the Soul Emperor level, and we were even hailed as the strongest soul hunting team on the continent." As he spoke, his emotions suddenly became agitated, then took a sharp turn downward. Until 3 years ago, when my big sister broke through to level 70, the 5 of us decided to go into the Star Do Forest to obtain a soul ring for her. The process went smoothly, and we almost effortlessly found a suitable soul beast for her, helping her obtain the soul ring, which is what you are drinking now, the Drunken Knotfall. Considering the complex situation in the inner part of the forest, we planned to leave that night. We were very cautious and careful, and everything went smoothly. We had even reached the outskirts where there shouldn't have been any soul beasts for thousands of years, already thinking about what delicious meal to enjoy after returning. However, we never expected to encounter it in such a place. Shi Jian clenched his fist and slammed it down on the stump beneath him, causing a crack to spread from under his fist, splitting the stump in two and creating a fissure in the ground. exposing the roots buried deep below. Hao Heng glanced at a few and questioned it. Shi Jian wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, raised his reddened face to look at Hao Heng, and gritted his teeth, saying, "That's right, it's it. It is like a mountain in the darkness. Its two eyes are as bright as the sun and the moon. The hairless body is like steel needles that have been tempered 1,000 times, radiating a pressure that feels like the sky is collapsing on us. It is too enormous. We can't see its entire form at all, and we don't even know what kind of soul beast it is. You didn't fight it. Why don't you know what kind of soul beast it is? Of course we fought. My sister's soul power was completely drained, and it provided a comprehensive enhancement to all of us. Even her lover directly drank a full cup of intoxication. We lost all our emotions. But even so, we were still defeated by it with just one finger." Shi Jian hugged his head, crying out in pain, and suddenly he quieted down, raising his head in confusion and said, "No, it shouldn't be called defeated. It was crushed. We were crushed without any ability to resist, just like an ant. Even if we exerted 200% of our strength, we were still crushed by that one finger it extended, just one finger like a pillar of heaven." Hao Heng looked at the man in front of him, his eyes filled with despair and devoid of any light. His strong body trembled uncontrollably. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to understand what he had encountered that could instill such fear in a soul emperor. But Hao Heng understood. He felt as if he were facing opponents of the same age, and he could definitely make them suffer as much as the strong man, or even more. How Heng could it be because of this matter, because of it that you seniors are afraid and no longer dare to go to the starry forest? Shi Jian's eyes widened, shining with a cold glint like a sharp blade, piercing into Hao Heng. But after a moment, he withdrew his gaze and gave a bitter smile, saying, "Kid, you don't need to use any provoking methods to anger me. I am an adventurer, and since the day I became one, I have encountered countless dangers. That time was indeed deadly, but we were lucky and escaped the calamity. Haha, only one person died. However, this does not mean that I've lost my courage and dare not go into the forest to trouble those soul beasts. It's just that when I was fighting it back then, it smashed me onto this mountain and through this mountain here, blocking a major road. If this mountain is not moved, the road will remain impassable, which is very inconvenient for those passing by. I, Shi Jian, am a man. Although the mountain is not my doing, it came because of me, so I naturally have to bear this responsibility. If the mountain doesn't move, I won't move. So kid, I want to help you, but I have no time. You should go back." After saying this coldly, Shi Jian got up, took the iron pickaxe beside him, and walked towards the big pit at the foot of the desolate mountain, leaving Hao Heng with a broad back. Hao Heng stared at the towering, desolate mountain, dumbfounded, realizing that it had actually been thrown here by a soul beast. This is just insane. After a brief moment of shock, his expression returned to indifference. After some contemplation, he got up and chased after Shi Jian. "Senior, if I can help you move this mountain, would you be willing to join my team?" Shi Jian turned around, looked up at him, and laughed heartily, saying, "Kid, although your martial soul looks quite special and massive, you're still a bit small compared to this desolate mountain. I don't believe you can move it, haha. How about this?" Hao Heng said calmly, a milky white light enveloping his body. Then his body quickly grew, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, still growing, 300, 500, 700, 1,000. He stopped only at 1,000 meters, leaving Shi Jian stunned, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Hao Heng said little else, taking a big step forward to the desolate mountain, looking at the mountain, which was about the same height as himself. He glanced around and saw that the desolate mountain was perfectly wedged between two peaks. To move it, he could either push it back or pull it forward, but both options would require nearly 2,000 meters of effort. In the blink of an eye, Hao Heng decided to push the desolate mountain back. Not only because there was a vast plain behind it that would provide space once the mountain was moved, allowing the path to be cleared, but also because pushing was more convenient for him. He raised his arms, pressing against the mountain's waist, his eyes wide open, and shouted like thunder, causing the clouds to roil and the ground to shake. The next second, he forcefully pushed forward, channeling the power of 20 million attribute points into the mountain. The desolate mountain shook. The friction between the ground and the mountain was harsh and unpleasant, and a rumble echoed from the mountain as stones rolled down and dust flew up. The mountain was not connected to the terrain, so with Hao Heng's push, the entire desolate mountain shifted back 5 meters under the astonished gaze of Shi Jian. However, Hao Heng exhausted his soul power and physical strength, reverting to his 10-meter form. His knees felt weak, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, with rare beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Shi Jian hurriedly ran over and said in a deep voice, "Young man, I know you have the ability to help me, but the cost you're incurring is too great. Wouldn't it be better to find someone else to help you with this?" Hao Heng glanced at him and said in confusion, "What cost? What can I spend?" Shi Jian was anxious and angrily replied, "You're still playing dumb? It's obvious that your situation is a result of soul power and physical exhaustion, and your body has suffered great damage. If you don't recover well, you might end up with some lingering effects. So take my advice and leave quickly. Go back and rest well. I thank you for that. Recovery? All right, then can I recover for a while?" Hao Heng pondered for a moment, then leaned forward and fell asleep with a loud snore. Shi Jian was dumbfounded. What was this? But a minute later, he saw Hao Heng stand up again, transform into a giant 1,000 meters tall, push the bare mountain forward another 5 meters, then fall asleep again, wake up, push, and sleep again. This cycle continued for about 10 times, and he watched in amazement as the barren mountain gradually moved back more than 50 meters. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps this kid really could help him move the mountain. Chapter 67. The lingerie store owner on the vast, uncultivated plain, the emerald green grass swayed with the wind. Like a green sea, disdainful of the waves. In the middle of the plain, there was a straight path. An old man drove a horse-drawn cart, carrying travelers from afar towards Seoul Hunter Town. He held the reins tightly, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings like an eagle, and his brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling some troubling matter. As an old carter, he had traveled this road for many years. This road used to be a comfortable and smooth path. He could have closed his eyes and let the horse run. But 3 years ago, a barren mountain inexplicably rose from the ground, blocking the road and forcing him and the other carters to take a detour along a bumpy, dangerous trail. Every time he took that path, he would think of the past comfortable and smooth mainland, and his mood would inevitably become irritable. Now, it was even worse. He hadn't even reached the detour yet, and he was already annoyed. Sighing heavily, the old man glanced at the significantly widened mouth of the detour, his hand gripping the reins as he prepared to change course. But just as he was about to pull the horse, he instinctively looked up into the distance and was astonished to discover. Where did the mountain go? He tightened his grip on the reins, letting the horse gradually stop. Standing up, he rubbed his eyes and looked again into the distance. After confirming repeatedly, he finally assured himself he hadn't seen wrong. The mountain was really gone. The carter urged his horse to gallop again, heading towards the main road. When he arrived at the place where the barren mountain used to be, he was shocked once more because he saw that the mountain hadn't disappeared. It had just been moved to the front of the green mountain on the left. After marveling at this, the carter joyfully waved his whip, urging the horse to run faster. For him, it didn't matter who moved the mountain. What mattered was that the mountain was no longer there. The cart sped between the two mountains, and on this road, the carter also saw a strong man holding a child, laughing and chatting incessantly, thinking to himself that they must also be happy because the mountain was gone. Shi Jian rubbed Hao Heng's shoulders, patting him heavily a few times, and laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, little brother, I knew you could do it. I never expected that this mountain that has troubled me for 3 years would be moved in just one afternoon. Haha, I'm so happy. Come on, let's go have a couple of drinks with the big sister. We won't stop until we're drunk today." Hao Heng accepted his enthusiasm with a blank expression, forced a smile, and asked, "Senior, since the mountain is gone, what about this team? Are you joining or not?" "Of course I'm joining." Shi Jian patted his chest and said, "I'm a man, and what I say counts. Since the mountain is gone, I have no more worries. It's just about venturing into the interior of the starry forest again. I'm in. That's settled then." Hao Heng let out a sigh, looking at the red clouds in the west. He didn't expect that he would be delayed by this desolate mountain for another day. The sun's flames behind him had already deducted nearly 900 attribute points per hour. If it weren't for him making an excuse to go to the bathroom and hiding far away to let the thunder strike him a few times, his attribute points today would probably have been adjusted to over 100,000. Hao Heng wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and looked at Shi Jian, asking, "Senior, the tavern's landlady told me 2 addresses. One is here and the other is to the southeast of the city, saying it's a shop. Do you know what the shop represents?" Shi Jian pondered for a moment and replied, "First of all, don't call me senior. That title doesn't sound good. If you don't mind, just call me Old Shi or Brother Shi. As for that shop, I suspect it's the one opened by Wu Mei." Hao Heng then asked, "Brother Shi, do you know if your 5th sister has any needs or troubles? Could you let me know a bit so I can prepare?" Shi Jian scratched his bald head, thought for a long time, and then said with a shy smile, "I'm sorry, my brother. In the past 3 years, We have been avoiding that incident from 3 years ago, and we've had little contact, so I don't really know her situation. However, one flaw of my fifth sister is that she is particularly fond of money. If you can provide enough gold soul coins, you might be able to win her over. Hao Heng's eyes lit up. If money could solve it, he had no problem. He examined the contents of the ring and thought to himself that there was nothing else. But if it was money, he had no issues. If necessary, he could just go back and ask his master for more. Having a backing was great. All right, let's hurry up and try to get her consent before dark so I can go to the tavern and ask the landlady for the last senior spot. Hao Heng spoke quickly and took big strides towards the city. However, Shi Jian stopped in his tracks, looking somewhat displeased. It wasn't until Hao Heng called out to him a couple of times that he laughed heartily and caught up with Hao Heng. In the end, they didn't manage to enter the city before dark. By the time they got in, the streets were already lined with large yellow lanterns that looked like little suns, and the night market was bustling with crowds, making it quite difficult for Hao Heng and the others to find a shop. But fortunately, after their diligent search, they finally found the person they were looking for in a lively women's lingerie store. The two big men sat in a tea house opposite the lingerie store, staring intently across the street. Passers-by looked at them with strange expressions, if it weren't for Shi Jian's intimidating appearance. They might have been mistaken for hooligans and arrested for loitering. Old Shi, are you sure that's the person? Don't worry, I won't make a mistake. Hao Heng and Shi Jian were chatting sentence by sentence. Hao Heng took a sip from his tea bowl and looked around the shop. There was a petite woman in a simple white long dress with pink hair, only about 1.5 meters tall, a bit shorter than Hao Heng. She was jumping around enthusiastically introducing bold lingerie in red, purple, black, and various styles to customers, while she herself had a cute demeanor. Her delicate skin and rosy complexion made her look much younger. Hao Heng would believe it if someone said she was younger than him. However, according to Shi Jian, that girl, or rather, should be referred to as sister, was probably around 50 this year. This truly exemplified the art of maintaining one's appearance. Hao Heng finished his tea, stood up, and said, "Let's go." Shi Jian hesitated a bit, but seeing Hao Heng already in the middle of the road, he gritted his teeth and followed. "Sister, try this one. With your great figure, it would definitely suit you." Inside the store, the young girl who looked like a boss waved a flamboyant dark purple lace-trimmed belly wrap, introducing it to a shy girl who seemed to be blooming. She thought that even if the girl was shy, she would at least try it on. But when she looked at the girl's facial expression, she was stunned. Because there was no shyness on the girl's face, only panic and confusion. A sharp scream rang out from the store, and the girl pushed the young girl aside and ran toward the door. Other customers looked over her, put down what they were holding, and hurriedly exited the store. Faced with their sudden departure, the young girl was bewildered. She looked around and then noticed that she was being overshadowed by two dark figures. Taking a few steps forward, she quickly raised her arm into a defensive posture, frowning with a fierce look in her eyes. Turning to look behind her, she saw a burly and fierce-looking man and a strikingly handsome young guy. The young guy even greeted her, waved, and smiled, saying, "Hi, hello." Chapter 68, Cold and Ruthless What? Going back into the starry forest? Shi Jian, have you forgotten the pain after the wound healed, or has the mountain hit your head and made you dumb? How come I never noticed you were so clueless before? Have you cultivated your soul power to the level of a dog? Don't you have even this little self-awareness? Are you still a person? In a women's lingerie store in the southeastern part of Soul Hunting Town, the young girl boss was sitting cross-legged on a stool, pointing at 2 or 3 rough-looking big men who were about her height, cursing at them with her sharp tongue. Shi Jian stood there, awkwardly scratching his head, not daring to retort. He knew that if he did, he might be met with even more vicious insults. Hao Heng watched from the side, waiting for the young-looking shopkeeper to stop talking and take a sip of water to quench her thirst. Only then did he take the opportunity to step forward and say, "Sister Wu Ling, can I call you that?" This name was told to him by Shi Jian before he arrived. Wu Ling shifted her gaze to Hao Heng. Her face flushed, as if she had just remembered that there were other people around. She lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and shyly said, Of course." Hao Heng and Shi Jian both widened their eyes, staring at the shy girl in front of them. Comparing her to the loud woman they had seen when they first entered the store, it was hard to imagine that they were the same person. Hao Heng coughed lightly a few times and said, "Sister, this time I plan to form a team to enter the Stardow Forest. The goal is very simple, just to obtain soul rings, so I hope you can help me." Wu Ling looked up at Hao Heng, her face looking even worse than before. The Stardow Forest was like a forbidden area for her. It hurt just to mention it. However, after glancing at Hao Heng's handsome appearance, she couldn't bring herself to get angry. After thinking for a moment, she asked softly, "Since you call me sister, then I will call you brother as well." Brother, the Stardew Forest is not a fun place. Whether on the inner or outer edge, it is extremely dangerous. For someone like me, although my soul power level has reached Soul Emperor and I can be considered an outstanding soul master, I still wouldn't dare to easily enter there. It can be deadly and is quite terrifying. I see you are still young, at your age. The soul ring you obtain this time should be the first or second one. You should go to the Hunting Soul Forest instead. It is much safer than the Stardew Forest and is worth considering. Besides, if I go with you, what will happen to my shop? I can sell dozens of pieces of lingerie in a day, each for several gold soul coins. By the end of the day, I can pocket several hundred gold soul coins. If I go with you, wouldn't I lose those hundreds of gold soul coins? No, I won't go no matter what. After rambling on for a long time, Wu Ling got off her chair, turned around, and sat back down, turning her back to Hao Heng and the others. Hao Heng and Shi Jian exchanged a glance, and Shi Jian nodded at him. Hao Heng stepped forward, his hand glowing with fluorescence as he took out a small bag and placed it next to Wu Ling's ear. He shook it, and the bag jingled inside. Wu Ling, who had been hunched over with a frown, straightened up instantly at the sound, her eyes shining brightly. She suppressed the urge to turn her head and glance towards the other side of the bag. Seeing this, Hao Heng's eyes became cunning, and he shook it a few more times. Finally, Wu Ling couldn't help it anymore, stood up directly, snatched the burlap sack from Hao Heng's hand, ran to the side, and opened it. Inside, the golden glow dazzled her eyes even more. Hao Heng smiled with his hands behind his back and said, "Sister, inside this bag are 1,000 gold soul coins. Once the matter is accomplished, there will be. Just take a look." Wu Ling tightly grasped the opening of the sack with both hands, turned her eyes away, pouted, and stubbornly said, "So, it's just 1,000 gold soul coins? What's the big deal? Who cares? I can earn that in just a few days." Hao Heng sneered coldly in his heart. Who would believe that? Money isn't so easy to earn. He deliberately showed a regretful expression, stepped forward, and grabbed the sack, saying, "That's really too bad. Since sister isn't willing, then please return this to me." Hao Heng said as he tugged a couple of times, but Wu Ling held on tightly and refused to let go. Hao Heng withdrew his hand and said coldly, "Sister, do you think you could take advantage of my youth and just snatch from me? Am I that kind of person? Then return the gold soul coins to me. I won't return them. Isn't that just stealing?" Wu Ling widened her eyes and stared at Hao Heng. Wanted to say something else, but was met with an even more forceful glare from Hao Heng. She shrank her neck, reluctant to look at the heavy, glimmering gold soul coins in her bag, swallowed hard, tightened the bag's opening, tied it, and hid it behind her back. She then looked at Hao Heng and said, "I accepted these gold soul coins, but it's not stealing. I'll join your team, but after the job is done, you have to give me another 1,000. And I'll tell you in advance if I encounter anything in the forest that I can't handle. I will definitely run away first and won't take care about you." After receiving her agreement, Hao Heng smiled, extended his hand, and said, "Welcome, Sister Wu Ling, to the team." Wu Ling snorted coldly, put on a stern face, and reluctantly extended her hand to shake as lightly. After that, the three agreed to meet at the Drunken Tavern the next day, and Hao Heng left with Shi Jian. He took Shi Jian back to the hotel for a big feast. Wu Ling stood at the door, watching their departing figures. Even after they disappeared for a long time, she remained in a daze. Her bright eyes, which often revealed the unique wisdom of a merchant at this moment, looked at the lights of thousands of homes but lost their luster. Did she really not want to venture into the forest anymore? No, she didn't want to. The blood of an adventurer, once ignited at the moment of becoming one, is destined to never cool down except in death. This is why she had stayed in Soul Hunting Town for 3 years. However, the impact of that figure from 3 years ago, even today, despite her progress in strength, she still couldn't overcome her fear and break the mental barrier. Was this an opportunity? Wu Ling's eyes were filled with confusion as she stared blankly at the money bag in her hand. The next moment, a young girl passed by the door, glancing into the shop with a hint of shyness and longing in her eyes. Wu Ling's eyes brightened. She stepped forward, grabbed the girl's arm, and said, "Little beauty, don't go. Come in and take a look." The sun rose in the east, and in the morning, the candle in the lantern still retained a bit of residual light. Hao Heng and Shi Jian had arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Tavern. As they passed the corner of the street, they saw a cute girl with pink hair, wearing light blue long pants and a long-sleeved shirt, draped in a black shawl, and sporting a brown round-brimmed, wide-topped hat. Wu Ling approached from another street with a blank expression. She didn't greet them, pretended not to see them, and walked coldly ahead into the tavern. Hao Heng and Shi Jian didn't pay much attention and followed her into the tavern. Perhaps it was too early. The tavern was empty. Not even a single waiter was present. Wu Ling casually found a corner seat she was familiar with, and Hao Hong intended to chat with her a bit, but seeing her expression as if someone owed her millions, he thought it would be better not to provoke her. The three of them waited in the tavern for half an hour before they heard a noise at the entrance. Hao Hong turned to look. He saw a beautiful landlady leading in a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe, with neatly groomed hair and beard, a handsome face, and an extraordinary aura. The man had a cold expression, not the kind of cold filled with resentment like Wu Ling, but rather a detached indifference towards everything, which could also be described as cool when it came to a handsome man. As soon as he entered, he looked directly at Hao Hong and, without waiting for the landlady to explain, walked straight up to Hao Hong and asked from a superior position, "I heard you also had a drink that couldn't get you drunk." Hao Hong was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." He squinted and observed Hao Hong as if trying to find differences. After a while, he slowly said, "I want to have a match with you." Chapter 69. At the edge of the cliff 3 years ago, after I drank that cup that couldn't get me drunk, I entered a mysterious and extraordinary dream. In that dream, I felt like a god king, able to pluck stars with a wave of my hand, causing mountains and rivers to collapse with my footsteps, and wielding the river of time, swirling around my arm with a clenched fist, while the endless void trembled beneath my palm 1,000 times. The indifferent middle-aged man turned his back and calmly recounted. Hao Hong glanced at the other three, who all awkwardly turned their heads away, not daring to make eye contact with him. Hao Hong thought to himself, "You must be really drunk." The man half-turned and looked at Hao Hong, asking, "Do you feel the same way?" Hao Hong, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, recalling the scene he had seen in the darkness. Suddenly, it felt as if millions of ants were crawling and biting within his entire body, an itch so unbearable that he could hardly stand it, and his face turned very pale. The middle-aged man, seeing this, seemed to think that Hao Hong was reminiscing about his words. He stepped forward, grabbed Hao Hong's shoulders, shook him a few times, and said, "There must be, right?" Hao Hong furrowed his brow, quickly interrupting his thoughts and driving the bizarre images from his mind. He raised his head to look at the man, shook his head lightly, and replied, "I don't know. I can't remember." A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across the middle-aged man's face. He relaxed his arms and waved a few times, saying, "Forget it, that's not important. The most important thing is that I realized a divine skill in that dream. I've been practicing it for these years, and, in my opinion, if I master it fully, even a god, I might be able to kill him." His voice was heavy, as if to add credibility to his words, each syllable pronounced with emphasis. However, no matter how he intensified his tone, anyone who believed that he could kill a god based solely on this statement must have a problem with their intelligence. But since Hao Hong had a request of him, he said, "Yes, you're right, so what?" The man's lips twitched, and with a half-smile, he turned to look at Hao Hong, his eyes showing a hint of satisfaction, but he quickly returned to his indifferent demeanor and said, "You believe it, but they don't." He extended his hand, pointing to the three people in the tavern, and continued, "They don't believe, but as long as I master that move, I can take revenge for Lao Si. So I need you to help me prove it by having a match with me." "Huh?" Hao Hong was full of questions and hesitated as he said, "What can a match between us prove?" The man replied, "You should understand, after drinking without getting drunk, don't you feel anything special?" He even questioned himself. Hao Hong silently complained, but, seeing the man's eager expression, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If my perception ability becomes particularly strong, does that count?" "Exactly, it's all about perception ability." The man slammed the table, his expression cold, but his actions quite excited. He quickly said, "Our competition is about perception ability. Wait a moment, I'll demonstrate the skill I'm talking about. You're heading to the Stardow Forest's inner area, right? As long as you can mimic 50% of my skill, I'll agree to join your team and protect you until you obtain your spirit ring. If you can't do it, then it proves you're not worth my joining. I'll continue to cultivate my skill on the mountain, waiting for the day of mastery to come. So what do you say? Do you dare to agree?" Hao Hong met that blazing gaze head on. It had come to this point, so why not compete? He nodded and said, "All right, when do we compete?" "Right now, let's go." Half an hour later, a group of 5 arrived outside Soul Hunter Town. They passed through a dense forest and came to a cliff. Below the cliff was a surging river, and the opposite cliff was about a kilometer away from where Hao Hong and the others were standing, a distance he estimated. He lowered his arms and turned to the indifferent, somewhat handsome guy, the man named Luo Yi, and asked, "How do we start?" Luo Yi stepped forward, stood beside him, raised his hand, and a burst of strong light erupted from his palm. After the light dissipated, he was holding a silver-white great bow and solemnly introduced, "This is my martial spirit, the Silver Dragon Great Bow." He shook the hand that held the bow, and two silver lights spread out from the center of the bow, like patterns appearing. Where the silver lights swept, two vividly lifelike, clawing three-clawed dragons leaped onto the bow. The bowstring had not yet moved, but it gave off a very uncomfortable sense of oppression. Luo Yi took a step forward, his posture unusually straight at that moment, raised the great bow, and with a bare hand, drew through the air. When he looked again, a silver-white long arrow had already been knocked onto the bow. Hao Hong stood to the side, his mind entirely focused on the man in front of him, who was in an unusually sensitive state these past few days. He stared intently at the man's right hand, which was holding the bow and string, without blinking. In the next moment, the man began to draw the string. At the instant when the bowstring, thick as a finger and resembling some kind of animal sinew, was pulled taut, Hao Hong saw an invisible force rise from the man's feet, steady as the roots of an ancient tree, swirling and coiling around his body, gathering up his arm, and finally merging into the bow. The further the string was drawn, the more majestic that force became. It wasn't soul power, and Hao Hong was certain of that. If he had to give that force a name, he felt that power would be the most fitting description. The bow was not fully drawn. It was only pulled halfway when Luo Ye's expression turned extremely ferocious. His face flushed as if the blood vessels on his face were about to burst. He held his breath, and, at the limit of his capacity, that breath transformed into a deafening roar. Amid the spreading sound waves, a beam of silver light shot from his hand, the sound of the howling wind penetrating even more powerfully than that roar. Hao Heng's eyes were fixed on the arrow that flew out, and almost in the blink of an eye, the arrow struck the opposite cliff. Although it was a kilometer away, Hao Hong could still feel that the arrow had completely embedded itself into the stone, though its depth remained unknown. Luo Yi bent over, breathing heavily. His expression was cold, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. Once he caught his breath, he asked Hao Hong, "How was that? Did you see it?" "This is the technique I was talking about. Without the support of a soul ring, just relying on strength, I can shoot an arrow a kilometer away. Have you learned it?" Hao Hong nodded and then shook his head, looking seriously at him, and said, "Senior, could you shoot another arrow?" Luo Yi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, but you need to let me rest for half an hour first." After saying this, he sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and began to meditate and rest. Half an hour later, he stood up right on time, summoned the silver dragon great bow again, and just as he was about to draw the string, Hao Heng stopped him and then retreated. Under the puzzled and confused gazes of the crowd, he ran into the woods. Before long, a huge black shadow covered the sky and pressed down on the four of them. Without waiting for everyone to turn around, a loud voice like thunder rang out from behind. "Senior, shoot quickly." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi immediately adjusted his mood. Over the years, he had been repeating to himself that he had attained a divine skill, but no one believed him. He originally didn't care about others' opinions, but today, finally, there was someone who could prove that he truly had a divine skill, as long as Hao Hong could learn it. Anyone who dared to say he was delusional will be shot dead by him with an arrow. After quickly adjusting his thoughts, Luo Yi raised his bow, gathered strength, held his breath, focused his energy, and shot the arrow in one smooth motion, taking no more than a second. All of his actions were observed by Hao Hong, who had transformed into a giant 1,000 meters tall. At the moment the arrow was shot, Hao Hong immediately closed his eyes and used his mental power amplified to 1 billion to frantically calculate the arrow that Luo Yi had just shot. That total action, which took no more than a second, was divided into millions of images in his mind. Each image formed quickly in his brain, then was swept over by his consciousness. He only had 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, he would exit the 1,000-meter form due to insufficient soul power. But 2 seconds was enough. 1 second after the arrow was shot, he had already analyzed all of Luo Ye's movements. A path hidden in the mist appeared before him. In less than a second, he used that time to step onto that path for enlightenment. The feeling was as if he had been thrown onto a vast, heavy, boundless plain, with a blue sky and no clouds for miles. Beneath his feet was only bare yellow earth. He lay on the ground, feeling the land beneath him sink, as if it wanted to bury him. It felt very strange. However, this enlightenment also lasted for less than a second. When Hao Hong noticed that the other 3 people who heard the sound turned around, he withdrew from the kilometer form due to insufficient soul power and shrank back to 10 meters. He endured the swelling pain in his head, which felt like it was being forcibly stuffed with something, producing a bubbling sound akin to a boiling kettle. He summoned the system panel. Skills: Sleep Recovery Breathing Technique, Level 2. Domain of Thunder, First Layer. 100, Second Layer. 4. Mother's Gift, Incomplete, skill description, an incomplete path of earth. The recipient only needs to stand on the ground with both feet to gain the following enhancements. Stamina recovery speed increased to 1 second. Strength increased tenfold. Incomplete degree, 99. 99. Berserk Hunter's Arrow, skill description. A terrifying archery technique aimed at deities with a 0.01 chance to attach a trace of divine annihilation intent and evolve into a berserk annihilation arrow, significantly shortening shooting speed, endowing arrows with extreme penetration and greatly increasing range. It is not recommended for opponents to withstand it directly. Minimum requirements: Spirit, over 1 million; Strength, over 1 million; Constitution, over 1 million. Note, the higher the strength attribute, the greater the power of this arrow. The higher the Constitution attribute, the more frequently this arrow technique can be used. The higher the Spirit attribute, the more accurate the archery technique. Seeing the two behind him, Hao Hung knew that his headache had not been in vain. He took a few deep breaths to ease himself, maintained the 10-meter form, and walked towards the direction of the 4 people. When he arrived, apart from Shi Jian, the other 3 couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Hao Hung walked to the front, looked down at Luo Yi, and asked Brother Luo, "Can I borrow your bow and arrow?" Luo Yi raised his bow without much thought, but Hao Hung did not take it and shook his head, saying, "It's too small." Luo Yi looked at his bow, which was 1.5 meters long, and pondered for a moment. A few minutes later, Hao Hung stood by the cliff with his 10-meter tall body, holding a huge silver bow with an 8-meter span between the two ends and a 5-meter long silver arrow. He knocked the arrow, drew the string, and shot it. The time taken increased to 5 seconds because the archer was taller, the bow was larger, and the arrow was longer, but Hao Hung did not feel strained as he pulled the bow to its limit, just at the point where a little more force would cause the bow to break. Suddenly, a sound like a dragon's roar echoed, and a silver-white beam of light shot out, crashing into the stone wall on the opposite bank. 3 seconds later, a rumble came from across the bank, and when they looked again, the originally flat stone cliff had a triangular area that was indented inward, affecting an area of over 100 cubic meters. Chapter 70. Entering the forest after leaving the cliff, Hao Hung and the other 4 returned to Soul Hunting Town. According to what the beautiful tavern owner, Sun Min, said, although they were all gathered, they still needed to prepare some other items to enter the great forest. Hao Hung felt that what she said made sense, so he entrusted everything to her to handle, and of course, the expenses would be covered by Hao Hung himself. They first returned to the tavern, where Sun Min announced a temporary closure. After closing the tavern door, she instructed Wu Ling and Shi Jian to go shopping while she stayed in the store, rummaging through the bottles and jars on the shelf, not knowing what she was doing. Hao Hung and Luo Yi sat at the bar chatting, with Luo Yi doing most of the talking. It was unclear whether he had been holding back for too long or if he considered Hao Hung a kindred spirit, but once he started speaking, he couldn't stop. Moreover, his words lacked substance, mainly boasting about the power of his martial soul and the greatness of his divine skills. Especially when he was bragging, he managed to maintain a cold, indifferent expression without showing any hint of pride, which Hao Hung found quite admirable. After about 4 or 5 hours, Shi Jian and the other person returned to the tavern, carrying a large sack of items. Hao Hung glanced around. Probably it's some miscellaneous items like medicines and food. After he voluntarily stored them in the Emerald Ring, the group left the tavern and headed towards Soul Hunting Town. The Stardow Forest is located to the south of Soul Hunting Town, and after exiting the city through the southern gate, they walked straight ahead. At first, there was a dirt road, but not long after, the road disappeared, and the trees beside them suddenly became tall and dense. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, and Hao Hung knew they had entered the Douluo Continent, one of the 3 major soul beast gathering places. The infamous sacred ground of soul beasts, the Stardow Forest. The group also ceased their laughter. Their expressions became serious and vigilant, forming a silent and orderly square formation. Hao Hung and Shi Jian walked to the front, with Wu Ling standing in the middle, and at the back with a couple Sun Min and Luo Yi. On the day they returned to the city with Shi Jian, Hao Hung had heard Shi Jian mention that Sun Min and Luo Yi were childhood sweethearts, innocent and close, which is why they married early. They became a couple at a young age and ventured across the continent together. However, since 3 years ago, after Luo Yi drank that cup of wine, his personality changed drastically. He became obsessed with cultivating divine skills, and the smiling face he used to have was replaced with endless indifference, causing a significant distance to grow between the two. Hao Hung sneakily glanced back a few times. The 2 people were both wearing cold expressions and maintaining a certain distance between them. However, that was not something he should be concerned about. After a few glances, He redirected his attention and carefully observed the surroundings with vigilance. The afternoon passed in a flash. The starry forest had a complex terrain, featuring not only woods, but also swamps, large rivers, high mountains, and deep valleys. Hao Hung looked at the map and thought that as long as he walked in a straight line, it would only take 3 routes to reach the southern part of the starry forest. However, once he actually entered, he realized how naive he was. In the great forest, it was simply impossible for him to walk in a straight line. Aside from the terrain's influence, there were also attacks from soul beasts. At first, perhaps due to the aura of the few people, no soul beast disturbed them. But after walking for 5 or 6 hours, a pitch-black 1,000-year-old rhinoceros soul beast attacked them. Of course, that soul beast was eventually pressed to the ground by Hao Hung with a single arm in a 10-meter stance. Hao Hung, I estimate that in about half an hour, it will be dark. It's better not to move around in the great forest at night. There's a water source here. Why don't we rest for a while and set out again at dawn tomorrow? Standing by the creek, after squatting down to wash the dust off his face with the clear water, Sun Min stood up, smiled, and turned to look at Hao Hung, who was holding the rhinoceros soul beast by its neck like a little dog and playing with it. Hao Hung looked up, his gaze piercing through the layers of trees to the sky, which was a brilliant blue, showing no signs of impending darkness. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, well aware that as a newcomer to the forest, he could not possibly know it better than the seasoned ones who had entered and exited countless times. So he said, "Sister Sun, since you've decided to take the lead, it's up to you to make the decisions." Sun Min smiled and nodded, extending her hand to Hao Hung, saying, "All right. Then give me that rhino and also the bag of things they bought at noon." Hao Hung looked at the lifeless rhinoceros in his hands, dragged it over to Sun Min, and gently placed it down. He then took out a bag from his ring. Sun Min first opened the bag, took out several cloth bundles and a bunch of iron rods, and handed them to Shi Jian, who had appeared by their side without them noticing. Shi Jian took the items, set them down nearby, and summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a bear with yellowish fur, quite imposing in its manifested state. It stood about 5 meters tall, with a round head and thick waist. He walked over to a tree and struck it with a paw, breaking the tree that required both of them to stretch their arms to embrace. After the dust from the fallen tree settled, Wu Ling walked over to the broken tree, raised her hand in a grasping motion, and a short staff with a transparent orb at its top appeared in her hand. 6 soul rings floated around her, and 1 purple soul ring lit up, causing the orb at the top of the staff to turn blue. With a proud snort, she swung the staff down, and a blue blade shot out from the orb, striking the broken tree. As she continued to wield the blade, the broken tree was sliced into evenly sized small segments of wood. After breaking the large tree, Shi Jian returned to the open area where Luo Yi had come out, and together with Luo Yi, they began to arrange the iron rods and cloth bundles. It was only when they had gotten halfway through that Hao Hung realized they were too tense. Hao Hung looked around. Everyone was busy, and he felt awkward just standing there. He asked Sun Min, "Sister Sun, is there anything I can help with?" At this moment, Sun Min had already sliced open the neck of the rhinoceros soul beast, letting its boiling blood flow into the river, turning the clear stream red. Holding the still bloody knife, she stood in the water, her hand on her waist, straightening up as she sized up Hao Hung's tall figure. She raised her hand, pointing the knife tip at the rhinoceros's 2 short, stout hind legs, and said, "Help me lift it upside down." "All right." Hao Hung shouted and happily stepped forward to help deal with the soul beast rhinoceros. Sun Min, as expected of a woman who could run a tavern, not only knew how to brew wine, but also had impressive skills in cutting meat and chopping bones. Hao Hung was almost mesmerized watching her as she skinned, deboned, and divided the meat. The entire process took only half an hour, transforming a rhinoceros weighing 1,000 pounds and measuring 6 meters long into piles of meat arranged on the ground, forming a mountain of meat. Meanwhile, Wu Ling had prepared the fire and handed a few sharpened and cleaned wooden sticks to Shi Jian. Shi Jian and the others had already set up their tent, and as soon as Wu Ling passed the branches over, he rushed to the meat mountain, skewered the large chunks of meat onto the sticks, and placed them over the bonfire to roast. The 5 of them gathered around the bonfire, eating roasted meat, and aside from Shi Jian suggesting to Sun Min to bring out some wine and add more meat, which earned him a scolding from the combined efforts of Sun Min and Wu Ling, there were no other disturbances. As night deepened and the Milky Way brought a beautiful scene to the dark sky, after some discussion, the 5 decided that 2 men and a boy would take turns keeping watch. Luo Yi would guard the first half of the night, Shi Jian the middle, and Hao Hung the latter half. After discussing the itinerary for the next day, They left Luo Yi alone with a cold expression, sitting by the bonfire while they each entered their tents to sleep. Chapter 71. The hunter hidden in the night. There were only 2 tents set up, but each one was quite large, with enough space that even 5 adult men sleeping inside wouldn't feel cramped. According to traditional rules, 1 tent for men and 1 for women. Hao Hung followed Shi Jian into the tent, thinking he would still want to talk to him since Shi Jian had been quite talkative along the way. However, to his surprise, as soon as they entered the tent, Shi Jian fell asleep immediately, faster than Hao Hung, which left Hao Hung a bit taken aback. He didn't dwell on it and found a corner to wrap himself tightly in a thick, soft quilt, drifting off to a deep sleep. 6 hours later, not a second more or less, Hao Hung opened his eyes right on time. His mind fully awakened 3 seconds after opening his eyes, and as he extended his perception, he was stunned to find that all 4 others were standing outside. Could it be dawn? Hao Hung thought to himself, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He recalled how, when they were eating meat earlier, he confidently patted his chest and promised Shi Jian that he would definitely wake up on time to take over the night watch, if he slept through until dawn. Wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? But something fell off. The breathing technique had never failed him when it came to sleeping. How could it malfunction after entering the great forest? He furrowed his brows and pondered silently. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from the ground, and a sharp howl pierced through the tent, reaching Hao Hang's ears. It was then that he noticed the emotional fluctuations of the few people outside were a bit unusual. Hao Hung quickly crawled out from under the blanket, put on his shoes, pulled open the tent door, and stepped outside. He first scanned the surroundings, and as he had expected, it was still dark outside. Moreover, with dawn approaching, there was not a hint of light around. Even the sky was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. Sun Min and the other 3 stood back to back by the campfire, each staring in a different direction, their faces all heavy with concern. "What are you doing?" he asked. Hao Hung was about to walk over when Sun Min suddenly shouted sternly, "Don't come over." Hao Hung stepped out of the tent just as he heard Sun Min shout. He stopped in his tracks, but felt an unusual sensation under his foot. Not the hardness of the ground, but something soft and slippery. Looking down, he met the gaze of a black wolf with its pupils rolled back, tongue out, teeth bared, and a large hole in its belly, its fur as black as ink. Beside the black wolf, there was a soul ring, yellow in color, seemingly just recently formed, with its soul power still not dissipated. Hao Hung was looking down at the black wolf when suddenly, a sharp scream came from beside the campfire. Hao Hung recognized it was Wu Ling's voice, but he did not look to see why she screamed. Just before her scream, he had already sensed a shadow darting out from the grass, charging toward him. Even before Wu Ling's scream, he had felt a foul, chilly wind blowing directly at his neck from the front. The shadow moved faster than Hao Hung had anticipated. In almost an instant, it was right in front of him. Although he sensed the shadow's approach, his speed was not enough to evade it. However, when he felt a sudden sense of pressure on his neck, a fierce glint flashed in Hao Hang's eyes. His soul power surged throughout his body, and his head shot up 10 meters off the ground, his neck thickening several inches. The shadow could never have anticipated Hao Hang's sudden transformation, and it was flung away by the muscles that suddenly expanded on Hao Hang's neck, falling downwards. Hao Hung wasn't prepared to let it fall to the ground. He raised his palm upwards, ready to catch it, but the creature's fur was too slippery. It slipped through his fingers, and, in the end, Hao Hung could only awkwardly pinch its fur with his nails. "Oh!" The creature cried out in pain, struggling wildly to escape from Hao Hang's grasp. But he couldn't hold on with just his nails, and could only let it slip from his hands. Just then, a light shout reached Hao Hang's ears. He looked down towards the source of the sound, and saw Wu Ling kneeling on one knee, a staff with a yellowish round orb in her hand, her head bowed to the ground, with a yellow soul ring flickering beside her. In the next moment, Hao Hung felt a chill beneath him. He stiffly looked down towards his groin and saw a soil spike protruding from the ground, its bloody tip less than 20 centimeters away from him. At this point, not only was his face stiff, but his whole body felt cold. He carefully moved away from the soil spike, and, once at a safe distance, he let out a sigh of relief and looked at Wu Ling with a dark expression, saying, "Sister, could you please give me a heads up before using that move next time?" Wu Ling arrogantly tossed her head and let out a soft hum, returning to her original position. Meanwhile, Hao Hung looked down at the black creature hanging in the middle of the soil spike, poking at it with his hand, and realized it was the same kind of vicious wolf he had stepped on earlier. He couldn't help but complain, "Damn, what level of soul beast is this? Isn't it too fast?" As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow soul ring, slightly lighter than the previous one, floated out from the wolf's corpse. Hao Hung widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Only 100 years? No way." I said, "Hao Hung, come on, don't joke around. There are still others around here. This shadow wolf spirit beast only appears at night and is extremely fast, even though it's only 100 years old. Not even a soul emperor specializing in agility would dare to claim they could catch its attack trajectory. Moreover, they usually appear in groups, so if you see one, it means there are at least 100 of these spirit beasts nearby." "No, it can't be." Hao Hung found it hard to believe and said with a trembling voice. But just as he spoke, a wave of turbulence came from behind him. He turned his head and caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, seeing a black wolf hanging on each side of him. Hao Hung quickly reached out and grabbed them in his hands, one in each hand. These creatures didn't seem very smart. Even as Hao Hung was about to grab them, they still clung on tightly. No matter how he held them, they refused to let go. With a squeeze, blood oozed out from between his fingers, and he tossed 2 bloody, mangled meat patties onto the ground. "No!" When Hao Hung had both black wolves in his hands, Sun Min shouted. But Hao Hung didn't react in time and directly crushed them, then stared blankly at Sun Min and asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Min lowered her hand and sighed, saying, "Forget it. Let's prepare for battle." After speaking, she waved her palm, and 4 transparent glass cups appeared in her hands. Hao Hung did not understand her meaning, but when she mentioned preparing for battle, his awareness immediately tightened. Sure enough, in the next second, he felt shadows darting out from the woods. He quickly turned around, and a strong impact surged from his chest, almost knocking him to the ground. Looking down at his chest, he was startled to find more than 10 fierce wolves biting at his golden armor, with dozens more following behind. Chapter 72. Entering the Inner Circle. Morning. What a beautiful word. When mentioned, it conjures up these images. Dewdrops hanging at the tips of leaves, shrinking into spherical shapes and refusing to fall. A refreshing, lung-cleansing fragrance permeating the air. The brilliant golden glow breaking through the darkness from the eastern mountain. If it had rained last night, one might even catch a whiff of the earthy scent. Hao Hung enjoys the brief moment of waking up every day, as it allows him to relish the beauty of the morning and clear his mind without the clutter of chaotic thoughts. That moment of tranquility feels far more precious to him than any dazzling gem. However, this morning is not beautiful at all. After a night of fierce fighting, his chest heaves violently, his face is marked by a murderous intent, and the once brilliant golden armor he wears is now obscured by dark red blood. The ground is a river of blood, with heaps of dismembered corpses. The air is foul, reminiscent of a pile of leftovers rotting in a bin for over 10 days, giving off a nauseating stench. Last night, the pack of wolves attacked them like they were mad, fearless in their assault. The other 4 fought well together, creating a small circle that kept almost all the wolves at bay, unable to get within 3 meters of them. But Hao Hung was the one who suffered. His 10-meter-tall body became a massive target for the relentless tide of wolves. Several times, he was nearly engulfed by the wave of wolves. And since Sun Min and the others were nearby, he didn't dare to use his large area clearing soul technique. Fortunately, the claws of these black wolves couldn't pierce his golden armor, causing him only minor inconveniences. After the ceasefire, Hao Hung felt something peculiar. Despite having fought for so long, he should have been extremely irritable. Yet after the wolves retreated, the murderous aura around him naturally dissipated. It's important to note that the blood and flesh on the ground are real, unlike the guardian spirits in the tombs that dissipate into light after being killed. If it were anyone else, the murderous aura from killing nearly 500 lives, along with the smell of blood, would take dozens of days to fade. How could he be the only one to finish fighting and have the murderous aura dissipate so quickly? No one would believe it if he told them. Moreover, this was Hao Hang's first time engaging in such large-scale slaughter, yet he felt no psychological burden at all. This seemed rather terrifying. He looked down at his arms, stained dark red with wolf blood. The blood was thick and the stench filled his nostrils, but he felt no disgust, excitement, or nausea. He merely disliked it and lowered his hands, trying to keep them away from his nose. Is this the consequence of having his 7 emotions and 6 desires sealed? It seems even worse. Hao Hung murmured to himself. He originally thought that after his emotions and desires were sealed, his anger would be controlled, which might make him a bit more normal and not constantly think about destruction and ruin. But now, looking at the scene of a night filled with killing, rivers of blood, and mountains of shattered bodies, such a brutal and bloody sight that was unsettling, he realized he felt nothing at all. Hao Hung realized that sometimes indifference is more terrifying than anger. "Hao Hung, are you okay?" When Hao Hung put away his martial soul, Shi Jian walked over. also disapproving of him being covered in blood, and patted his shoulder, asking with concern. Hao Heng looked at him. Shi Jian was the only one among the four who needed to engage in close combat with the wolf pack, so his situation was no cleaner than Hao Heng's, which is why he could be so unreserved. Hao Heng shook his head and said, "I'm fine. What about you, brothers? What could possibly happen?" Shi Jian touched his bald head, disdainfully kicked the wolf corpse under his feet, sending it flying into a tree, which broke into several pieces. He coldly snorted and said, "These beasts rely on their numbers, speed, and the advantage of hiding in the dark to launch sneak attacks. Apart from these traits, they're useless. If I encountered them during the day, I wouldn't even spare them a glance." Hao Heng also looked at the wolf corpse that had been kicked open and asked, "Brother, didn't we just enter the Douluo Forest? This should still be the outskirts, right? Why are there so many soul beasts gathering here?" Shi Jian laughed heartily, patting Hao Heng's shoulder and replied, "Little brother, you don't really think the outskirts of the forest are completely safe, do you? Otherwise, why would they say the Douluo Forest is the holy land of soul beasts? This is not the hunting soul forest. The density and variety of soul beasts here may far exceed your imagination. Danger everywhere. It's just that we are all above the soul emperor level, and you, little brother, are extraordinary as well. We had a smooth journey yesterday, for half a day without encountering many soul beasts. If it were ordinary soul masters, without divine protection, as long as they dared to step into the forest, you can be sure that if they survive 5 minutes, they are destined to achieve great things in the future." Hao Heng didn't expect it to be so exaggerated, but looking at the pieces of flesh under his feet, he thought that if it had been soul masters, great soul masters, or even soul kings who encountered the attack last night instead of them, it was possible that in an instant, they could have been gnawed down to nothing but a skeleton by this group of beasts. "All right, you two stop chatting. Go wash up in the river quickly. We still have to hit the road later." Sun Min walked over, holding a glass in one hand and handing it to the two of them. Hao Heng watched as Shi Jian took a drink, so he followed suit. It wasn't the same as the day he drank until he couldn't stand. This was just ordinary strong liquor, a bit fiery, but Hao Heng's body could handle it. After drinking, he felt the power and soul energy within him slowly recovering bit by bit. Not bothering to check his status bar, he returned the cup to Sun Min and followed Shi Jian to the riverbank to wash off the blood from his body. By the time they returned clean, Sun Min and the others had already prepared breakfast, which was still the meat from the rhinoceros they had yesterday. It wasn't that the few of them were averse to wolf meat, even though it was indeed unpalatable, stinky, and tough. The main issue was that none of it was intact, and Sun Min didn't have a mood to sort through the mixed meat paste. After the battle yesterday, everyone seemed to have a bit of an aversion to meat. Even Shi Jian ate less, while only Luo Yi maintained his normal appetite, with most of the food ending up in Hao Heng's stomach. After eating and drinking their fill, the group packed up the tent and their belongings and started heading deeper into the great forest. They crossed a large river, climbed over high mountains, and entered the jungle again. They were suddenly attacked by a soul beast, a yellow-skinned tiger with a single horn on its head, 5 meters long, with sharp claws and the ability to attack with its pointed horn. Hao Heng initially didn't take it seriously and directly tried to kill it, but he didn't expect that it was not an ordinary beast. Its strength was extraordinary, and it moved extremely fast. Not only did he fail to subdue it, but due to a moment of carelessness, he was pierced in the thigh by its sharp horn, almost injuring the bone. Fortunately, after some effort, he managed to finish it off after Luo Yi shot an arrow through its abdomen. Hao Heng grabbed its head and smashed it against a rock, striking it down 10 times until the rock shattered into pieces, finally ending its evil life. Once the fierce tiger completely lost its breath, Hao Heng let out a sigh of relief, straightened his body, and a faint black light flashed in the corner of his eye. Following the light with his gaze, he saw a black soul ring floating out from the tiger's body, and his eyes widened in shock. It was a 10,000-year soul beast. Hao Heng was still in shock that he had actually killed a 10,000-year spirit beast when Sun Min stepped forward, gazing into the surrounding jungle. After looking down at the tiger's corpse, he nodded and said, "It seems we have entered the inner perimeter of the great forest." Chapter 73. It's coming at noon. In the vast great forest, the emerald leaves surged like waves as the wind blew, causing the leaves to rise and fall continuously over thousands of meters. A shadow, darkening the sky, swept across the sea of trees. Looking up, it turned out to be a massive blue-green bird with a wingspan of several hundred meters. The giant bird flapped its wings, gliding through the sky like a gust of wind, leaving 2 trails of white mist in its wake. After flying straight for over 10,000 meters, it finally slowed down glanced back with a look of fear, and its eyes sparkled with a hint of relief. After a long period of high-speed flight, it felt exhausted. After scanning the surroundings, it spotted a tall tree with a broad canopy, suitable for landing. Folding its wings, it glided down, extending its sharp claws to grasp a branch, and stabilized its body. A noble aura surged from it, with two tufts of deep green feathers above its eyes standing upright, displaying an air of arrogance. At this moment, it seemed like the ruler of the clouds, completely disconnected from the fleeing bird just moments ago. It glanced around, seeing nothing but trees and mountains, with no sign of other spirit beasts. Realizing there were no other spirit beasts nearby, the giant bird stopped pretending. The escape it had just experienced was thrilling. Had it been another spirit beast, it would surely have been caught by that monster. Fortunately, its kind possessed wings and unmatched speed. The giant bird lifted its wings to wipe the sweat from its forehead. Letting out a relaxed sigh, it closed its eyes, allowing its heart, which was racing at its limit, to calm down a bit. Just as it was about to spread its wings and soar again, it opened its eyes and focused all its attention on a mountain about 1,000 meters high in front of it. Compared to the other peaks in the Great Forest, this mountain was rather ordinary, but it was wide and peculiar, covered in grass that was not the usual blue-silver grass, but rather thick, tall black grass. Wait, that's not a mountain. The giant bird's pupils constricted sharply. It raised its wings, wanting to fly away quickly, but after flapping twice, it felt as if shackles were placed on its feet, unable to break free from the branch. It felt heavy, and a pressure descended from above. The giant bird staggered and nearly fell from the branch, quickly gripping the branch tightly with its claws to maintain its upside-down position. Hanging upside down, it opened its eyes. Having cultivated to its level, it was certainly not foolish. It understood it was under attack. It gazed into the distance, locking its sight on that black mountain. Suddenly, the black mountain moved, rising abruptly from the ground, its highest point breaking through the clouds at over 10,000 meters. The giant bird's gaze followed the mountain's slope upwards, and after passing through the clouds, it saw a pair of piercingly bright black eyes, like blazing suns, glaring at it. Those eyes were cold and filled with undisguised rage, causing the giant bird, under their gaze, to feel a chill run down its spine, a cold sensation reaching from its toes to the tips of its longest feathers. The side of the black mountain split open, and a black pillar separated from it, reaching out towards the giant bird. When the black pillar tightened, the giant bird realized it was a giant hand, shaped like a human with 5 fingers. Its 10-meter-long body was grasped in the palm of that giant hand. When it came to its senses, it found itself still in an upside-down state, but now it was suspended between the fingers of the black hand, with a gaping maw filled with fangs below. Goo-goo-goo, goo-goo-goo. The giant bird struggled frantically, tears streaming down its face, its beak making frantic sounds as if trying to convey something. The black mountain seemed to understand the meaning behind its cries, closing its gaping mouth, its 2 fiery eyes widening as it released the giant bird. The giant bird flapped its wings, stabilizing its body in the air to avoid falling to the ground. Although it had been released by the giant hand, it still dared not flee, understanding that if the giant creature wanted to kill it, it would take just a breath, and it could not escape. After stabilizing itself in the air, the giant bird continued to make frantic sounds. The black mountain creature was taken aback for a moment, then roared at it, as if believing the giant bird was mocking it. The giant bird, looking anxious, called out even more urgently, gesturing in the direction it had flown from. The fiery eyes shifted to where the giant bird was pointing, and the forest remained peaceful, the leaves dancing in the wind. After observing for a few minutes, the black mountain's mouth opened, revealing its fangs, seemingly preparing to turn and swallow the giant bird whole. But at that moment, a tiny figure emerged from the trees in the far distance. The figure had its back turned, making it invisible to the giant bird, but the black mountain could see every move it made. That figure was engaged in an act of killing, a creature resembling a human, preying on the weak. The black mountain's expression grew angry, baring its teeth and letting out deep, rumbling growls from within, like the ominous thunder of an approaching storm. The giant bird stole a glance at the black mountain creature, as if observing its expression. After a while, it continued to call out, its eyes revealing a hint of malice. However, who could have predicted that the black mountain creature would suddenly turn its head, its eyes fixated on it, letting out a tremendous roar. The sudden roar made the giant bird feel as if its soul was being expelled from its body. When it regained its focus, the scene before it had drastically changed. The vast sky transformed into a blood-red wall of flesh, and a bottomless black hole above, with sharp fangs looming overhead. The fangs fell, taking away the light and slicing through its body. Before the giant bird could even register the pain, a foul, soft flesh strip moved through its severed body, the fangs opening and closing repeatedly, the light coming and going, until the giant bird's vision grew dimmer. The black mountain glared angrily at the distant figure that had suddenly appeared and then vanished, chewing on something. After a few minutes, it spat out a mouthful of bird feathers. A dark glow flickered across its body. With each flicker, its body shrank by half, until finally, the black mountain transformed into a short-limbed black-furred gorilla standing 10 meters tall. It extended its hands, grasping the surrounding trees, using the tall and sturdy trunks to move swiftly through the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the edge of the inner perimeter of the starry forest, at a certain location, Hao Hung retreated from 1,000-meter stature to 10 meters, panting heavily. In front of him lay a tree-type soul beast that had been smashed into several pieces. The other four had just left the vines of the tree-type soul beast and were gathering towards him. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Hao Hung really didn't want to use his excessively tall height to deal with soul beasts. Although a taller stature made it easier for him to defeat the soul beasts that came looking for trouble, it also made it easier to attract more trouble. Previously, he had used a 200-meter form, and after defeating the opposing soul beast, he was immediately surrounded by two other soul beasts drawn in by his aura. Now, using 1,000 meters, he wondered how many more would come. Today marked their 5th day in the Stardow Forest. During these 5 days, they hadn't stopped fighting. They would just defeat one provoking soul beast and walk a few hundred meters before another one would show up. In short, they were either fighting or on their way to fight, with no time to eat or drink. If it weren't for Sun Min's drinks that could replenish their energy, Hao Hung was really afraid the 4 of them wouldn't be able to hold on. Hao Hung calculated that, including the unicorn tiger he killed when he first entered the forest and the one in front of him, the tree-shaped soul beast that had been hiding in the dark, pretending to be an ordinary tree, and then played a binding game with them after they got close. He had already killed over 20,000-year soul beasts. It would be hard for anyone to believe if he told them, especially since he had just reached level 20. But what could he do? His martial soul was just too abnormal. Didn't I tell you not to use such a high body? Sun Min frowned and stepped forward to scold him. Hao Hung looked at her helplessly and explained, "There's nothing I can do, Sister Sunday. You also felt the vines of that big tree. I can't break free without the 1,000-meter body. I can't just watch it eat Sister Wu, can I? But the higher your body is, the more soul beasts will be attracted. Last time, 2 10,000-year soul beasts almost left us in the big forest. This time, all right. Wu Ling, who had just been saved by Hao Hung, stood between the two and interrupted Sun Min, saying, "Since you know those beasts might come over, why are you still arguing? Hurry up and run. Or are you waiting to be eaten?" Sun Min glanced at her, snorted coldly, turned around and left. Shi Jian smiled foolishly at Hao Hung, nodded in thanks, and then pulled Luo Yi to chase after Sun Min. Wu Ling turned to Hao Hung and said irritably, "Don't think that I'll thank you just because you saved me. If it weren't for the money and you, I wouldn't have been in danger. So saving me is what you should do, Hung." After she finished speaking, she quickly turned and followed the other 4. Hao Hung scratched his head, not understanding why they weren't grateful even after he saved them, and instead blamed him. But thinking back to 3 days ago, that night when he was surrounded by 2 10,000-year soul beasts and nearly lost his life, he understood. He turned to look back at the dark forest. Just now, while he was beating the big tree, he felt a scorching gaze peering at him from behind. But due to time constraints, he needed to kill that tree within 2 seconds, so he didn't pay attention to that gaze. Now, thinking about it, that gaze felt not only hot, but also incredibly aggressive, making him feel as if he were completely exposed under it, as if he were not wearing any clothes at all, being seen through thoroughly. Hao Hung trembled all over, goosebumps rising on his skin, and quickly turned to chase after the 4, shouting, "Wait for me." Chapter 74. Its coming night was approaching, and the clouds atop the western mountain were a blood-red hue. At the southern edge of the starry forest, in front of a wide river, Sun Min stood by the riverbank, holding a sheepskin map in one hand and a charcoal pencil in the other, sketching and writing on the map. The other 4 stood behind her, vigilantly watching their surroundings. A few minutes later, Sun Min finally put away the charcoal pencil and turned to the others, saying, "Let's rest here for today. As long as we cross this river tomorrow, we will have left the inner area of the starry forest and reached the southern part of the forest." Hao Hung stepped forward, looked at the river beneath his feet, which was not turbulent and only 50 meters wide, and asked, "Since we only need to cross the river, why not go now?" Sunmin rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "It's getting dark now. Do you think the rivers in this big forest are as safe as they appear on the surface?" Hao Heng chuckled awkwardly a few times, turned around, took out the tent fabric and steel poles, and began to set up the tent with Shi Jian and Luo Yi. As night fell, the surroundings turned pitch black, and one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. After having dinner, it was still Hao Heng, Shi Jian, and Luo Yi who took turns keeping watch, with Hao Heng on duty for the first half of the night. Once they all entered the tent, Hao Heng stood up from the ground, faced the campfire, focused his energy, spread his legs apart, and squatted down. In just an hour, the fiery sunlight behind him would burn away over 1,000 of his attribute points. Since he couldn't casually summon thunder to temper his body in the dense forest, he could only try to make use of his spare time to train, gaining even a little in attributes wherever possible. While training, he maintained his normal form. In fact, he hadn't trained his giant martial spirit form for a long time, because now, at a height of 1 kilometer, his soul power could only last for 2 seconds, and he couldn't use it if he broke through the height limit again. The silvery moonlight fell on the nearby river, shimmering with light, and the evening breeze blew across the river surface, circling around Hao Heng's strong body before drifting towards the distant dense forest. Aside from the sounds of water and wind, the surroundings were deathly silent. This was very abnormal. There wasn't even a single sound of insects. Hao Heng opened his eyes, extending his perception into the grass. There were indeed insects inside, but they were silent, as if afraid of something. Were they afraid of them? That didn't make sense. They had camped here before, and the insects had made noise as usual, but today they were silent. Unless there was a presence so powerful that the insects could understand it nearby. The perception range of insects is very small. If it were an ordinary strong individual, they wouldn't be able to sense it without deliberately releasing their aura. However, they are very sensitive. Now, there was no wind or movement around, yet the insects were so frightened that they didn't dare make a sound, which proved that a powerful being with a vast aura was approaching them. Hao Heng immediately stood up, darted to the front of 2 tents, and pulled a rope next to the entrance. A series of bell sounds echoed from inside, and after 2 rings, 4 figures sprang out from the tent, quickly gathering around Hao Heng, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Sun Min squinted, scanning the dense forest around, and angrily asked, "Hao Heng, where's the danger?" Hao Heng looked around seriously and said, "Haven't you noticed that it's particularly quiet tonight? Even the bugs aren't chirping. Quiet, bugs." Hao Heng's words struck the 4 of them like thunder, leaving even the usually expressionless Luo Yi pale and filled with fear. Wu Ling's delicate voice trembled as she said, "No, it can't be. The thing isn't so easy to encounter, right? No, it has already come." Sun Min was also terrified. She forced herself to remain calm and looked up at the pitch-black night sky. The others were momentarily stunned by her words and followed her gaze to look up at the sky. It was as if Sun Min had the ability to speak things into existence. The moment her words fell, 2 blazing beams of light shot down from the clouds, revealing a massive shadow in the darkness, like a towering mountain piercing the clouds. In front of that shadow, the group felt insignificant, like ants beneath a great mountain. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from above, and everyone quickly covered their ears, but their eardrums still ruptured, blood spraying from both ears. Hao Heng felt his insides quaking with the sound waves, and when he looked up, he saw a shadow descending upon them, his expression changing drastically. The shadow felt familiar to him. He usually preferred to control opponents much smaller than himself using his palm first. The sharp cold wind accompanying the shadow made his trembling mind clear up a bit amidst the sonic shock. Hao Heng rushed forward a few steps, mobilizing all his soul power, and his body rapidly grew in size, stopping at 1,000 meters. When he reached 1,000 meters, the despair in Hao Heng's heart deepened. The opponent was just too enormous, and even at 1,000 meters, he still could not see what it really was. The shadow seemed to be startled by Hao Heng's sudden increase in size, pausing for a moment before adjusting its direction and pressing towards him. Hao Heng saw that it was a gigantic palm covered with a layer of black fur on its back, and the palm itself was 100 meters wide. Hao Heng gathered strength in both palms and pushed upward. At the moment of contact with that giant hand, the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered into powder, and his body sank into the deep pit filled with flying dust. Hao Heng's face turned pale. A violent force rampaged within him, causing chaos and destruction. A series of crisp sounds echoed throughout his body. He knew that it was the sound of bones breaking under the strain. The ground beneath him continued to sink deeper, And Hao Hung realized the intention of that creature. It wanted to crush him in the pit. But now, the situation was worse. His soul power was being consumed rapidly. He could originally hold on for 2 seconds, but now he could probably only last one. Hao Hung felt his spirit on the verge of collapse. "Open your mouth." A sharp shout entered his ears. Hao Hung instinctively opened his mouth, and a bubble filled with liquid flew into it. The bubble burst, and a strong aroma of alcohol filled his mouth. He swallowed the liquid, and in an instant his soul power surged violently, continuously producing energy. The meridians that had been close to exhaustion were once again filled with a torrent of soul power. He was revitalized. A glint flashed in Hao Heng's eyes as he felt an overwhelming strength surging through him, gathering nearly 200 million units of power to push upward. But it was still useless. The strength of that hand was incomparably greater than he had imagined. He felt like an ant, completely at the mercy of the opponent. Moreover, Hao Hung sensed that the opponent was not even using their full strength. If they did unleash their full power, he might collapse in an instant. Hao Hung felt increasingly suffocated, as if he were being pushed deeper and deeper, his head almost sinking below the horizon. At that moment, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye as Luo Yi drew back an arrow and shot it into the sky. Hao Hung shouted in despair no, but it was too late. The arrow flew quickly, and by the time his voice came out, the arrow had already disappeared into the shadow, like a drop of water falling into the ocean without any sound. However, the furious roar that followed told everyone that the arrow had not been without effect. At the very least, it had provoked that shadow. Hao Hung relaxed his arms, and the giant hand above him retracted, just as he let out a sigh of relief. An invisible pressure descended from above, causing his body to tremble. It was inexplicable. Clearly, nothing was pressing down on him, yet he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if the pressure of the air had suddenly increased drastically, making it extremely difficult for him to lift his arms. He looked at the others, and the other 4, even worse off than him, were sprawled on the ground with grim expressions. Domain. Gravity domain. Hao Hung gritted his teeth, blood vessels spreading in his eyes, and forced out a few syllables with great difficulty. He struggled to raise his head and looked towards the sky, where 2 pillar-like shadows rose and disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 75. Escaping a calamity in the pitch-black night, the sky was torn open with a large hole, and 2 shadows resembling heavenly pillars penetrated the clouds, stirring up a tempest. Hao Hung looked up and saw 2 huge vortices appearing invisibly in the previously calm sky, frantically devouring the surrounding white clouds. It was gathering power. Hao Hung widened his eyes, the whites of his eyes already filled with bloodshot veins, as a shocking thought emerged in his mind. Who could possess such an extraordinary power? Hao Hung wanted to deny his speculation, but he simply couldn't. The pressure on him grew heavier, and he sensed that the force within him, which was igniting his soul power, was weakening even more. In a few minutes, no, perhaps even the next second, his soul power would be completely exhausted. No, he had to get out. Hao Heng's face twisted with ferocity as he struggled to lift his hands, clawing at the soil on either side to pull his massive body out of the ground. He had considered shrinking a bit, but if he did, his strength would be insufficient to withstand the pressure on him, and he would likely end up in the same predicament as the 4 over there. With a push of his arms, Hao Hung pulled his upper body out of the pit, quickly pressing his back against the ground, gasping for breath as he looked up at the sky. His blazing eyes did not gaze downward, as if he had already accepted that he and the others could not escape from its grasp. And indeed, that was the case. After Hao Hung emerged from the ground, he felt a crisp sound of shattering within his body. Just as he tried to sense the situation inside him, a wave of weakness surged through his muscles, causing his form to rapidly shrink until it stopped at a height of 20 meters. When his body ceased to change, Hao Heng's head sank directly into the earth. At that moment, he understood why Sun Min and the others had lost their focus and felt no resistance in their hearts. The force pressing down on them was truly astonishing, as if an actual mountain was crushing them. It was incredibly difficult to even move a finger, let alone stand up. The 2 swirling vortices in the sky spun faster and faster, almost devouring the surrounding white clouds, transforming into 2 enormous white rings encircling the shadowy pillars like towering columns. When the clouds beside the shadowy pillars ceased their rotation, a thunderous roar, akin to a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting, resonated throughout the sky, causing ripples in the surrounding space that continued to undulate like waves. Hao Hung witnessed as the 2 shadows descended, carrying a sound of despairing wind and cries. Watching the two dark figures draw closer, the coarse, long, and hard black fur on them becoming increasingly clear, images started to form automatically in Hao Heng's mind. The earth cracked, dust flew, and a gigantic pit took shape under the shadow's hands. The shockwaves from the ground exploded the insides of the five of them as they fell into the pit, dust settling and burying the deep hole. They would thus remain silent in this forest, buried underground, accompanied by insects, ants, snakes, and scorpions. No, I don't want that. Hao Heng let out a loud roar. But it had no effect at all. The pressure on him increased rather than decreased under his resistance. He felt despair. His eyes lost their color as he lay on the ground, waiting for death to arrive. His eyes slowly closed. He was reluctant to leave this splendid world. He had not truly seen this world yet. How could he die like this? But what use was his unwillingness? With insufficient strength, he had arrogantly entered the inner forest, attracting this terrifying giant. All of this was self-inflicted. Hao Heng's eyes brimmed with sorrowful tears. However, just as his eyes were about to close, a streak of dark light from the horizon fell into his gaze. Hao Heng had a strong sense of perception and instantly opened his eyes to look at the dark shadow. A giant hammer rose from an unknown distance and then smashed down towards the top of the shadow. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, shaking the black mountain several times before it toppled to the side, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Titan, giant ape, do not commit evil again and disturb my wife's peace. Hao Heng heard a roar coming from afar, spoken in human language, and his heart leaped with joy as he instantly understood that this was his chance to escape. Sure enough, the pressure on him vanished in the next moment. Without a second thought, Hao Heng quickly got up, ran to the edge of the four people, grabbed two of them with one hand, and then sprinted towards the opposite bank of the river. Fortunately, the river was not deep, only reaching his knees, although there were some sharp-toothed piranhas inside. They only bit off a bit of dead skin from Hao Heng, causing no significant harm. After crossing the river, Hao Heng heard continuous roars behind him. He glanced back and saw the black mountain rising again, raising its arm to strike back at the direction from which the giant hammer had just come. The giant hammer did not back down, colliding with the black mountain's fist, creating shockwaves that uprooted trees within 100 miles. Hao Heng's tall body was not spared either. He tightly held on his Sun Min and the others in midair, then turned around and firmly memorized the appearance of that giant hammer. Although he did not know why the master of the giant hammer saved him, he believed in repaying kindness, which was his principle of being a person. However, for now, the priority was to escape and talk later when there was a chance. He did not know how long he had been fleeing until dawn when he finally stopped by a pond. He placed the four still dizzy individuals aside, endured his fatigue, bent down to drink a few sips of water, and calmed his heart that had been racing violently all night. After a short rest, he broke a large tree, made it into something that could burn, and built a fire. After arranging the four people neatly in a row, he sat by the fire, leaned against a nearby rock, and dozed off. In his dreams, he returned to the previous night. But when facing the Black Mountain, he was no longer the weak and helpless figure. In his dream, he had a stature of 1,000,000 meters, with the Black Mountain beneath him like a small ant. Just as he raised his hand, ready to crush it, a cry rang in his ears, waking him up. Hao Heng opened his eyes sleepily and rubbed them a few times before he could see his surroundings clearly. Sun Min and the others had already sat up, surrounding the campfire, each with a pale complexion. Wu Ling was even leaning in Sun Min's arms, wailing loudly without regard for her image. No one said much. Everyone was feeling anxious about yesterday's events and relieved to have escaped a disaster. After resting for half a day, Hao Heng hunted down a lost wild bull, roasted it, and after everyone had eaten, they prepared to set off again. I won't go. I want to go out. Just as everyone was getting ready to stand up, Wu Ling hugged her knees, sitting on the ground, her delicate little face as pale as paper, her eyes devoid of sparkle, and weakly said. Hao Heng looked at the others and noticed their contemplative expressions. His heart trembled. They had already come this far, and he couldn't just say he wouldn't go on. Although they had already left the inner area and arrived at the outskirts of the southern end of the Great Forest, he still needed their extensive forest experience, which could help him avoid many dangers. So for now, he couldn't leave them. He quickly stepped forward and urged, Sister Wu Ling, we've already left the inner area. Now we just need to find the volcanic group. There's nothing here that can threaten us. Just a few more days, and we will. How do you know there's no danger? Wu Ling stood up, her emotions running high, and shouted at Hao Heng, it's all your fault. If you hadn't used the 1,000-meter form, would that terrifying creature have been drawn over here? We almost lost our lives again. How do you know? It won't come after us again. I don't want to go to any volcano. I want to go back. I want to get out. As she spoke, Wu Ling's voice grew softer, and she crouched down, holding her head and quietly crying. Hao Heng's expression turned cold. He didn't expect that after saving them, she would actually blame him for the arrival of the crisis. Looking at the others' expressions, they seemed to agree with her. After all, he wasn't one of their own. He sneered and said, "In that case, Sister Sun Min, what do you mean?" Sun Min raised her head, glanced at Wu Ling, then looked at Hao Heng. After taking a deep breath, she seriously said to Hao Heng, "Brother Hao Heng, we've been through a dead end again this time. Our mindset has been unbalanced, which greatly affects our strength. So, the path ahead can only be walked by you alone. Here, this is the map. Just follow this line." Sun Min took out the map she had been carrying with her for the past few days and handed it to Hao Heng, pointing to a black line on it. Hao Heng took the map, glanced at it with a sullen expression, sighed, and said coldly, "All right then. Thank you all, brothers and sisters, for this journey. This is a small token of appreciation. Let's part ways amicably, with no debts between us. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Hao Heng took out a bag of gold soul coins from the ring and handed it to Sun Min. After Sun Min received it, he put away the map and turned to enter the jungle alone, his face shadowed. He now felt a sense of betrayal. He had clearly saved them. And while it was one thing for them not to be grateful, he needed them now, yet they were so timid. The way they looked at him was as if they were looking at a plague god, as if he wanted to encounter that monster. Truly interesting. Chapter 76, Volcano Hunting Toads. The charred earth, the withered yellow leaves, the dark tree trunks, and the strong, pungent smell of sulfur permeating the air. Hao Heng slightly raised his head, took a few light sniffs, then opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Yes, this is the place. It was the 12th day since he entered the great forest, and the 7th day of wandering through it alone. Initially, he thought, what's the big deal about being on his own? Since he had already left the inner area, he shouldn't encounter any dangers, plus he had a map, so he should be able to find his way quickly. However, the reality proved that he was still too young. Although he hadn't faced any life-threatening dangers in the past few days, he had stumbled into wolf packs, ventured into tiger dens, been bitten by venomous insects, and chased by bears. These incidents were not few. If it weren't for the sleep aid and recovery breathing techniques, he might have ended up in a much worse situation. As for the map, the more he looked at it, the angrier he became because there were no directional markers, and the drawings were quite rough, leading him to take many wrong turns. Can you understand the feeling of helplessness and despair when he crossed a swamp despite the foul stench, climbed over high mountains with great effort, and then looked at the map only to realize he was going the wrong direction? But fortunately, the heavens do not disappoint those who are determined. After several setbacks, he finally found the place. Hao Heng squatted down, grabbed a handful of charred soil, held it to his nose, and took a deep breath. The taste of sand mixed with a strong sulfur smell confirmed it. This was definitely the place. He quickly stood up and ran forward. The trees around him became increasingly sparse until he finally emerged from the forest and arrived at a vast plain, where he truly confirmed that he had come to the right location. In front of him was a wide area of charred land, and as he moved forward, the terrain rose, leading to a volcano that resembled a giant chimney, towering over 1,000 meters high, with steep walls almost vertical to the ground. At its summit, there appeared to be a large opening, spewing out black smoke, and the entire sky was shrouded in gray. Hao Heng excitedly jogged, his body growing from a normal size to 10 meters. These days, he had to remain extremely vigilant, accustomed to moving in his 10-meter form to face the dangers that could arise at any moment. If it weren't for the narrow gaps in the dense forest, he wouldn't have wanted to create too much noise and draw unnecessary trouble, so he reverted to his normal form. He moved quickly, and within a few minutes, he reached the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, the cliff was not smooth. There were many protrusions and indentations. He climbed up step by step, using these uneven surfaces. When there was no place to step, he used brute force to break open a crack, and soon he reached the summit. The mountaintop was just as he imagined, with a large circular magma pool about 100 meters in diameter at its center. The edge of the pool was wide and thick, so Hao Heng could practice his boxing near it without the danger of falling in, which made him feel quite comfortable. He walked around the magma pool, looking around several times. He then discovered that this volcano was not the only one, previously obscured by this volcano. He hadn't seen that there were two slightly shorter volcanoes behind it, also spewing black smoke. The temperature of the magma was unbearable for ordinary people. Standing next to the volcano for just a few minutes, he, who hadn't sweated a drop while climbing, was now drenched in sweat. forcing him to remove his golden armor and wear only a pair of shorts. Even so, it was still scorching hot. He looked around, gazing down from his high vantage point for a while, but he saw no signs of any living creatures. Could it be? Did he walk into the wrong place again? Hao Hung felt a sense of loss, sighed, and prepared to head down the mountain to check out the other two volcanoes. Just then, his ears picked up some sounds. They came from the magma pool. In addition to the bubbling sounds of the magma, there were a few faint croaking noises. His eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to the side of the magma pool to take a look. The magma was only 2 meters from the mountain's edge, and the hot magma, glowing red and yellow, was continuously bubbling and making popping sounds. Hao Hung first scanned the mountain wall, hoping to find any openings, but he was out of luck. The inner wall of the volcano was very smooth, and there were no openings, not even any uneven spots. Could it be inside the magma? Hao Hung wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought for a moment. He took a few steps back, summoned his spirit ring, and unleashed the domain of thunder, manipulating the thunder energy to converge above the cave entrance. Seconds later, there was a muffled sound, and with a rumble, a purple bolt of lightning, as thick as a normal person's arm, fell into the magma pool. The magma splashed out, and Hao Hung quickly dodged, only stopping when something flew out from inside. He stepped forward and stomped on it to prevent it from moving. Crouching down carefully, he picked it up and widened his eyes to examine what was in his hand. It was toad-shaped with red skin, some black bumps on its back that looked like stones, and a pair of eyes. What the hell? Hao Hung turned his head to dodge the lava ball spat out by the toad, loosening his arm to let it slip away and jump back into the magma pool. He quickly leaned forward to look, but it had already vanished. Although he let it escape, Hao Hung felt happy, at least knowing where these creatures were hiding. He took a few steps back and gathered lightning to strike down again. This time, the lightning was as big as a basin, and the magma splashed out, falling like a rain of lava. Hao Hung did not dodge this time. He summoned his golden armor and allowed the scalding magma to fall on him, swiftly catching the flying toads in his hands. This time, toads flew out. He caught 2 with both hands, while the other 2, trying to jump back into the magma, were struck dead by his timely summoned lightning. Unfortunately, the oldest among these 4 was only 100 years old, while the other 3 were only a few decades old, which made Hao Hung somewhat dissatisfied. His first soul ring was already in the 1,000-year range. The second one should be at least 10,000 years, or not lower than the first. Thinking this, he rose again, raised his right hand high, and gathered lightning energy in his palm. The lightning spear gradually took shape. This time, he infused all the lightning energy he had stored in his body. After the spear formed with flickering arcs of electricity, he jogged forward a couple of steps and threw it, piercing the magma within. Hao Hung lay beside the magma pool, staring down for 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, until the 10th second, when the volcano beneath him emitted a tremor and a muffled sound. Hao Hung knew that it was the effect of the thunder spear exploding, but the magma did not splash out like before, nor did any toads jump out, which made him a bit troubled. He pondered whether it was because the explosion was too deep. He thought to himself that he should first go down the mountain, use the thunder cleansing method to replenish his thunder energy, and then come back up to try again. Hao Hung walked to the edge of the volcano, just about to go down when the volcano suddenly shook beneath his feet and the whole mountain swayed. He turned to look at the magma pool and saw the magma sinking down. Could it be that the volcano is about to erupt? Hao Hung was terrified and quickly turned back, leaping down. While he was still in the air, an explosion sounded from the volcano's summit, and a magma column over 100 meters wide, wrapped in black smoke, broke through the clouds. Chapter 77, The Second Soul Ring. Boom! The ground was soft, and Hao Hung crashed into it, his internal organs suffering a strong impact that almost made him vomit his stomach acid. Fortunately, he had fallen asleep in the air, so he couldn't feel the pain, no matter how intense it was. After about half a minute, he pulled his head out of the ground, shook off the layer of dust covering him, and looked up. The magma in the column had started to fall like heavy rain. He quickly got up. His already tough body had fully recovered from the injuries sustained during the fall, leaving only a bit of pain, which he endured as he took off running. In just a few minutes, he reached the edge of the forest. Leaning against a tree with one hand, he gasped for breath, watching the continuously falling magma rain. As expected, the magma rain did not reach the edge of the forest. Leaning under a tree with yellowing leaves, with the torrential magma rain pouring down just a few meters away, Hao Hung managed to maintain a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic. He gently flicked the dust off his clothes, squinting his eyes, his gaze piercing through the curtain of magma, staring at the towering mountain that was still spewing magma. He felt as if something was about to emerge from within. 3 minutes later, the magma rain suddenly diminished strangely, and a loud voice echoed from within the volcano. Quack, quack. After 2 sound waves passed, a huge black shadow leaped down from the peak, crashing onto the ground covered with still molten magma, sending dust flying in all directions. Hao Heng's expression turned serious as he straightened his body, ready for battle. Before the dust had settled, a wave of heat rushed towards him. Hao Hengping focused his mind and accurately captured the object coming with the heat wave. A massive magma ball with a diameter of 2 meters. Trying to use this to drive him back was truly underestimating him. Hao Heng's expression was calm as he took a step back into a lunge position. When a magma ball came rushing toward him, he punched fiercely, and from over a meter away, his fist power struck the air, transforming into a wave of energy that shattered the magma ball into hundreds of pieces, scattering everywhere. After neutralizing the opponent's attack, Hao Heng retracted his foot and stomped forward, leaving a deep pit and countless cracks in the ground before sprinting ahead. The dust around the shadow that had leaped down from the volcano cleared, revealing the figure of a red-skinned toad, standing nearly 20 meters tall. Its mouth was half open, and a long, red, steam-emitting cylindrical tongue was sticking out, with a small fleshy ball at the tip. The front of this ball had a concave, basin-sized opening, still smeared with some magma liquid, clearly indicating that the earlier magma ball had been spat out from this tongue. Then let's sever your tongue first. Hao Heng thought indifferently while rushing at high speed. Although he did not know how many years this giant toad had been a soul beast, he did not feel any threat from it, so he was not afraid. In just a few blinks, he arrived in front of the toad, raised his hand to grab its retracting tongue, which was extremely hot. The moment he grabbed it, he heard a sizzling sound coming from his hand. Enduring the burning pain, he kicked the toad's white belly, sending it flying. Then he tightly grasped the hot tongue and began to spin rapidly around his body, forming a small whirlwind. After spinning for an unknown number of times, he smashed the toad against the mountainside. Releasing his grip, Hao Heng glanced at the limp tongue lying on the ground, then looked at his palm, which was already charred. Fortunately, it was just the surface layer. He followed the tongue's direction to look at the toad, which had been smashed into the mountainside, leaving a large pit, and its massive body disappeared into the hole. Hao Heng bent down and pulled the tongue, and the heat on the tongue had already faded, indicating that it should be completely dead. As he thought this, he yanked the tongue back, and a round, shadowy figure rushed at him. He gathered his strength and then slapped it with one hand, steadily stopping the giant body of the toad. He tossed the tongue aside and walked around the toad's corpse, which had flipped over and exposed its belly. Hao Heng discovered something strange. Where did the soul ring go? Could it have fallen into that hole? Hao Heng took a few steps forward, staring at the dark hole on the mountainside, contemplating whether to go take a look. Just then, the toad behind him, whose eyes had been white, suddenly revealed its pupils, its tongue once again exhaling hot air. It quickly turned over, flicked out its tongue, and lunged towards Hao Heng's body. Hao Heng had already heard the sound and turned around, but it was still too late. His entire body was ensnared by the toad's tongue, and then he watched helplessly as the toad leaped back, opened its mouth wide, and lunged at him. Hao Heng, despite his 10-meter-tall stature, was easily swallowed by the toad, which had an even larger mouth. The toad's face took on a more human-like expression, tinged with a hint of mockery, seemingly pleased with its perfect plan. It squinted its eyes and hopped a few steps toward the volcano, preparing to return. However, on the third jump, its face suddenly contorted in a grimace, losing stability and crashing face-first into the ground to break. Then it flipped over, exposing its white belly to the sky, croaking in pain. Its abdomen gradually swelled, first to 15 meters, then to 20 meters, until it reached 50 meters. Bang! Hao Heng crawled out of the large hole in the toad's belly, his size shrinking back to 10 meters. He looked at the toad, which had already lost all signs of life, with light points emerging from his body and gathering into a circular ring above the corpse. He let out a cold laugh and then sat cross-legged at the edge of the toad's body. To resist the falling lava rain from the sky, he increased his size to 20 meters and endured it directly. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, a shallow, dark-colored circular halo appeared above the corpse. A 10,000-year soul ring. After taking a satisfied look, Hao Heng closed his eyes and summoned his soul power to pull the soul ring towards him. Although the soul ring in front of him was over 10,000 years old, with his physical fitness, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was still a piece of cake. Without any obstacles, after struggling against the lingering ferocity of the soul beast within the soul ring for half an hour, Hao Heng finally pulled the soul ring into his body and spent another half-hour merging it with his martial soul. At the moment the soul ring fused with his martial soul, he fully accepted the information from the soul ring, opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in them as he exclaimed, "Damn." Without further ado, he directly opened the system panel. His gaze swept to the skill bar. Skills, Domain of Thunder, Gift from the Earth Mother, Incomplete, Berserk Hunter's Arrow, Inner Fire Furnace, merging true fire into the body. Gathering fire into a furnace, refining items from all realms. Nothing cannot be refined, nothing cannot be transformed, nothing cannot be melted. Current fire energy reserve, 0. No fire energy? True solar fire will do. Hao Hung summoned his second spirit ring, activating it. The spirit ring glowed, and he saw a faint red light drifting out from the steaming hot magma on the ground around him, gathering towards his body. However, this was just a small part. The real source was behind him. From the scar that had not healed for a month, golden flames suddenly erupted, like a condemned prisoner making a futile struggle. A few seconds later, the fire light dissipated, and the charred wound gradually healed. Hao Hung looked at the system panel again. Inner Fire Furnace, Current Fire Energy Reserve, Solar Fire Seed, drawn from the true fire of the sun, utmost yang and utmost strength, fire energy. 89, currently in charging state. Increasing 5 points of fire energy per second. Due to the fire seed being a special type, it is recommended to bask in the sun more. Chapter 78, Second System Upgrade. Hao Hung sat with his eyes closed in the rain of lava, but no matter how the lava dripped down, his towering 20-meter-tall, robust and solid muscles like stone would not leave a single scar. The lava that dripped onto him would even lose its heat, turning into solid black chunks. Hao Hung is currently too busy to clear the black block-like substance on his body. He is intently observing the area within him, located in the middle dantian, roughly in front of the lungs and slightly to the side of the heart. There, a golden droplet is present, its surface wrapped in a layer of light golden flame. Is this the so-called solar fire seed? Hao Hung thought this way, controlling his soul power to enter the second soul ring. After activating the soul skill, the soul power returned to his body, gathering into that drop of water. Then he saw the golden drop of water spread out, transforming into a round surface of water. Next, a golden alchemical furnace with 3 legs and 4 ears rose from the surface of the water. Once the phantom fully emerged from the water, the drop shrank and then was thrown into the furnace. After a while, golden flames ignited. Hao Hung glanced at the already scarce fire energy, which was rapidly declining, and thought to himself that he needed to refine something. He first scanned his body, and his gaze finally settled on the golden blood located within his heart. After a few seconds, his consciousness returned to him, and he opened his eyes to survey the surroundings. All he could see was magma and scorched earth. Since the soul technique claimed that nothing was unrefinable, refining this magma should be fine. With that in mind, Hao Hung grabbed a piece of magma that was half solidified on the bottom and still steaming on top. He dragged the solidified part, and with a slight movement of his mind, the furnace from his middle dantian floated out from his other hand. The opening above the furnace opened up, and he poured the magma inside, closing the lid. After waiting for 3 to 5 seconds, he heard a mechanical voice from the system. Beep. The inner fire furnace has completed the melting process. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fire energy 100 in a piece of rubble. Hao Hung looked at the black fragments left in his palm after the fire pit disappeared. Comparing them with the one stuck on his body, they were indeed identical. He felt playful and got up, ready to try refining other things. At that moment, he heard the mechanical voice of the system in his ear. Ding. Detected that the host meets the system upgrade criteria. Would you like to start the upgrade? The system can be upgraded? Naturally, he would begin. Ding. The host has agreed to the upgrade. Please prepare. Countdown 15 seconds, 14 seconds. Hao Hung put away his playful spirit, summoned his golden armor, and activated the soul power within his body, ready to pour it into the thunder realm at any moment. The countdown beside him was still ringing. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0. The upgrade assessment begins. Upon hearing this, several question marks appeared in Hao Hung's mind as he looked up at the sky, shrouded in dark clouds. Strange. These clouds were caused by volcanic ash. Where are the thunder clouds? Where is the thunder tribulation? Didn't they say the assessment had started? Why is my body feeling a bit hot? Hao Hung felt that his body seemed to be a bit overheated. Looking down, his eyes nearly bulged out as he saw that within the golden armor, the surface of his skin had somehow ignited with a colorless flame, extremely high in temperature, enveloping his entire body except for his head. At that moment, A countdown for the end of the assessment began to ring in his mind. 200 seconds. 199 seconds. At this point, Hao Hung realized that this round of assessment was no longer a thunder tribulation, but this colorless fire. He quickly removed the golden armor that was stifling him like a furnace, then sat cross-legged. The nameless fire did not harm his body surface. But on the attribute panel, his physical attribute was plummeting wildly, dropping by hundreds every second. In just a few blinks, thousands of attribute points had disappeared, and he had no idea how he would endure for the next 200 seconds. Hao Hung was anxiously thinking, but suddenly, he remembered that he had just obtained a soul skill that could absorb flames. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly closed his eyes, mobilized his soul power, and activated his second soul ring. In the middle dantian, next to the golden droplet, a colorless small fireball appeared, which continuously grew and expanded, pushing the sunfire seed aside. Hao Hung looked at his attribute panel again. His physique no longer decreased. He then checked the skill panel and saw an additional item next to the sunfire seed. Inner fire furnace, current fire energy, sunfire seed, suggestion, get more sunlight. Fire energy, 154, body forging true fire, suggestion, exercise more, fire energy, 85, 5 points per second. Upon seeing this scene, Hao Hung felt calm and sat down on the ground, even closing his eyes to sleep, allowing his soul power to remain abundant. 200 seconds quickly passed, and Hao Hung opened his eyes at the right moment, just in time to hear the mechanical voice of the system. Congratulations, host, for passing the upgrade assessment. The task panel has been updated, and the upgrade gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Profound Fire Body Refining Technique, Deep Sleep Recovery Breathing Technique, Level 3, and a height increase of 1,000 meters. Hao Hung quickly took a look at these rewards. The Sleep Recovery Breathing Technique, Level 3, goes without saying. Based on Level 2, all recovery effects are increased tenfold, and the height increase of 10,000 meters is doubled. As for the Profound Fire Body Refinement Technique, it's interesting. The only effect of this technique is to convert fire energy into attribute points, with no levels involved. 1 point of fire energy exchanges for 1 freely distributable attribute point. He glanced at the overall attribute panel again. Host, Hao Hung, Martial Soul, Giant, height 2,000 meters. Soul Power Level, 21. Soul Power Reserve, 2,000,020. 000 recovers 1,000 points per second. Stamina, 100, recovers 10 per minute. Note: once stamina is exhausted, the host will no longer receive rewards for continuing task training. Strength, 200,000 speed. 25,000 constitution. 180,000 spirit. 200,000 distributable attribute points. 0 special abilities. Sleep Recovery Breathing Technique, Level 3. Thunder Cleansing Technique, First Layer, 100. Second Layer, 6. Profound Fire Body Refinement Technique. Equipped items. Indestructible underwear. Skills. First Soul Skill, Domain of Thunder. Second Soul Skill, Inner Fire Furnace. Passive. Gift of the Earth Mother, Berserk Hunter's Arrow. Hao Hung looked at the full page of tasks and felt a sense of pride in his heart. However, after a few minutes of self-satisfaction, he recalled the dark shadow of the black mountain he encountered that night, and his expression darkened. He coldly snorted to himself, thinking, one day I will crush it. But not now. He took a few deep breaths and then opened the task panel, which held his hopes for becoming stronger. However, when he opened the panel, he was taken aback. The first 6 tasks were there, but instead of 3 new tasks, there was only 1. Task 7. You already have a certain physical foundation. It's time to start real training. Complete a set of basic boxing practice. Reward: 1,000 free attribute points. Using the Giant Martial Soul for training can grant an additional 10 meters in height. Basic boxing practice? Where am I supposed to get basic boxing skills? Hao Hung was thinking this when a mechanical prompt sounded beside his ear. You have a system gift package that has not been opened. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations, you have obtained basic boxing skills. And the transmission is in progress. Hao Hung's head shook violently, as if something was trying to force its way in. He covered his head and crouched down, his expression gradually becoming ferocious. After more than 10 minutes, he gasped for breath and lay down on the ground. After absorbing all the essential techniques of the basic fist technique, his first feeling was that if anyone were to use this fist technique to hit someone, they would probably be killed before they even exerted their strength. The content was rich, with many moves, making it overly complex. Completing a set of fist techniques would take at least 2 to 3 hours. However, The effects were significant. After running through it in his mind, he found that practicing this set of punches could exercise almost every muscle in his body. It wasn't effective for hitting people, but it was great for training. That was the only function and characteristic of this set of fist techniques. Chapter 79. Qian Sun is in action. On the southern outskirts of the starry forest, near a volcanic group, Hao Hong maintained a height of 20 meters, continuously shouting various sounds like ha, ha, hey, with his fists and palms rapidly changing positions, sometimes kneeing, sometimes elbowing or shoulder bumping. His movements were skilled, quick, clean, and neat. The violent wind from his punches and kicks erupted from his body, creating pits in the ground and imprints on the trees, which was quite frightening in terms of power. After completing a full set of the basic fist technique, Hao Hong slowly retracted his fists, pressing his palms down from above, while simultaneously channeling energy upward and exhaling from his half-open mouth. He let out a full breath of turbid air and then replaced it with fresh air. His body trembled, and large drops of sweat shot out like a torrential rain from his massive frame, instantly deepening the already charred ground around him. Frowning, he looked at the 1,000 attribute points he had been allocated and secretly complained. Isn't this too little? Although previously he could only earn dozens of attribute points for completing tasks, now he directly had 1,000. Logically, this should have made him ecstatic, but now he was facing a huge gap in speed, needing over 100,000 points, with 2 hours of exhausting physical effort yielding only 1,000 points. It felt a bit insufficient, too little indeed. Hao Hong was somewhat dissatisfied. He sighed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked up at the volcano behind him, which had stopped spewing lava, his eyes shining with excitement. Yes, I can use fire energy to exchange for attribute points. Although the fire from body training and the real sun fire from sunbathing are pitifully few right now, a small piece of lava can refine 100 fire energy points. So, such a large volcano. Thinking of this, Hao Hong's eyes turned green. This thing in front of him was not a volcano. It was a mountain of gold. He scrambled to the top of the volcano, walked to the edge of the central pool, and looked down. Due to the earlier eruption of lava, the volcano was now in a dormant state, and the lava level was several dozen meters below the top of the pool. Hao Hong thought for a moment, steeled his heart, and without further thought, leaped into the volcano pit, immersing his entire body in the lava. 3 months later, in the bustling and lively Spirit City, in a remote estate area, Bibi Dong was sitting on the highest balcony of the castle, wearing a light pink nightgown, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, sitting in the most comfortable position, with her bright eyes narrowed as she seriously read a thick, ancient-looking book held in her jade hands. How to Unify the Douluo Continent. Top, top. A hurried sound of footsteps rang in her ears. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows slightly, closed the book, stood up from her chair, and looked back. Keely stepped forward, her face showing a hint of urgency. Before she could speak, Bibi Dong raised a finger, signaling her not to speak yet, and said to herself, "Let me guess what news you have brought me." Bibi Dong closed her eyes and pondered for a few seconds. When she opened them again, she confidently said, "You found Hao Hong's whereabouts." Keely lowered her head and shook it gently. "Sorry, Your Holiness. Although we searched for a long time, according to the accounts of the 4 Soul Emperors we captured and found several volcanoes on the southern side of the Stardow Forest, we still have not seen young Master Hao Hong. However, according to the reports from the people sent to search, some giant human footprints were seen in the forest. It seems that young Master Hao Hong should be fine." "Should be? It's been 3 months, and you give me an answer that he should be fine?" Bibi Dong's tone carried a hint of coldness, and her sharp gaze fell on Keely. Keely lowered her head even more. Bibi Dong sighed, and, disinterested, sat back down in her chair, flipping open the book to continue reading. "So what is it that has you so anxious? Has the poison in Qian Xuanji finally acted up?" These days, aside from worrying about news from her outgoing disciple, she was only concerned about when the poison in Qian Xuanji would act up. It's hateful to say. She originally knew that it might take a while for the poison in Qian Xuanji to act up, but she didn't expect that this period would last for 3 months. Qian Xuanji stayed in the Pope's palace all day, not stepping out the door, not going anywhere. According to the maid she sent in to inquire about news, that old man didn't even go to the training room, just stayed in his room all day. Bibi Dong was getting a bit irritated waiting. She had long instructed those who had pledged allegiance to her to be prepared, as action could be taken at any time, but this preparation had lasted 3 months. Without them saying it, Bibi Dong knew they were a bit impatient. Keely raised her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She stepped forward and whispered in Bibi Dong's ear, "The Pope came out of the palace today, taking the Golden Crow clan to the offering hall. He might be planning something big. Something big? What big thing? Bibi Dong looked at Keely in confusion and asked. Keely smiled and handed a note to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong took it, opened it, and her eyes widened immediately. Tang Hao's wife is a 100,000-year soul beast. In the offering hall of Spirit City, several title-level offerings were seated around a massive round table, their eyes incredulously fixed on the figure at the head of the table. If it weren't for the figure wearing the attire symbolizing the Pope, crown on his head, if it were someone else, the people in the hall would probably chuckle lightly after he finished speaking and leave, with those in a bad mood possibly even pinning him to the ground for a good beating. What a joke. How could Tang Hao, as one of the future candidates for the Haoyan Sect's sect master, possibly marry a soul beast? One of the bald offerings, unwilling to believe, stood up, slamming the table and questioning. With a slightly pale face but a spirited demeanor, His Holiness Qian Xuanji looked at the offering and smiled, explaining. Fourth offering. Don't get too agitated. Who Tang Hao wants to marry is not something our spirit hall needs to manage. However, if a soul beast wants to infiltrate our human world, that is our spirit hall's responsibility. The beings in the Stardow Forest are not inferior to us in wisdom. Although they have been silent for some reason for a long time this time, that demoness has infiltrated our human world and married one of the candidates for the sect master of the Haoyan sect. The soul beast will not give up on our human race. I don't believe there is no conspiracy behind this. Therefore, I propose that we implement a capture operation against Tang Hao's wife, bring her back to the spirit hall, and clarify the conspiracy, so we can prepare early. Qian Xuanji slammed his palm on the table, his tone heavy, every word precise and extremely confident. The offerings were at a loss for a moment, as implementing that capture operation would inevitably put them at odds with the Haoyan sect. They did not believe that Tang Hao, who was known as the first genius of the Haoyan sect in a century, would not realize his wife's true identity. If they acted against him, with Tang Hao's prestige in the Haoyan sect, it would mean opposing the Haoyan sect. Even though the spirit hall is powerful, they do not dare to easily tear their face with such a giant. Therefore, all the offerings turned their eyes to the old man sitting beside the Pope, who had his eyes closed. The old man had an otherworldly demeanor, exuding an aura of both authority and a hermit's detachment from worldly affairs, quite extraordinary. Qian Xuanji also knew that if he wanted his proposal to pass, the attitude of this old man was crucial. He walked to the old man's side, his expression respectful, and leaned down to whisper in his ear a few times. Father, Father. The old man's even breathing was interrupted. His dim eyes half opened, he smacked his lips a few times, lightly hummed, and then said, What is up? Is the meeting over? Then I'll leave. As he spoke, he was about to get up. Qian Xuanji, with an embarrassed expression, pressed his arm down, then seriously explained his thoughts to him. The old man straightened his back, the weariness on him dissipating, and replaced with a spirited appearance, frowning as he looked at Qian Xuanji and said, Tell me your thoughts. Qian Xuanji chuckled. The old man did not oppose him, which was his greatest support. He walked back to the main seat, glanced around, and felt extremely excited. After all, although he had ascended to the position of Pope, and his strength had reached the level of a title de law, there had always been a voice below saying he had a good father, although he had not spoken about it over the years. He had always wanted to accomplish something significant to show those who gossiped that he, Qian Xuanji, had real strength. Now was an opportunity. Although his real goal was the soul bone from that woman, if he could really capture her and bring her back to Wuhuan City, he alone would determine what conspiracies and schemes would unfold, and if he could extract anything from her, he might once again be inscribed on the great historical monument of the Wuhuan Temple. Perhaps in the future, he could even compete with the ancestors for the title of the 10 popes who contributed the most to the Wuhuan Temple. Of course, fame was an external thing, and Qian Xuanji did not care about it. After calming himself, Qian Xuanji cleared his throat a couple of times and said, Everyone, look over here. Chapter 80. Qian Xuanji arranges his troops, Bibi Dong expresses. In the depths of the offering hall on the west side of Wuhuan City, the main door was tightly closed. In the main seat, Qian Xuanji turned to the side. Behind him, the Pope's first lackey, Wu Yuanfei, was stern and serious, his body tense. His fingers, holding a deep red wooden box, trembled slightly. This was his first time entering what could be considered the power center of the Wuhuan Temple, and he was naturally extremely nervous. But in addition to nervousness, there was also excitement, causing the man in his 60s to almost shed tears. Following His Holiness the Pope was indeed the right choice. As long as he followed the Pope, not only would he enter here, but in the future, there would certainly be a place for him, Wu Yuanfei. He fantasized in his mind, tears welling up, imagining himself sitting in a chair, commenting on continental affairs, completely oblivious to the Pope's subtle hints of eye contact and coughs beside him. Qian Xuanji could not take it anymore and shouted, Wu Yuanfei, why haven't you taken out the map yet? Wu Yuanfei was jolted awake by the voice, turned his head, and met the gaze of the Pope he had been thinking about, which was filled with a murderous intent. His body trembled, and he quickly complied, awkwardly opening the box in his hand and taking out a well-preserved parchment map. Qian Xuanji shot him a glare, but did not say much, grabbing one side and unfolding the map with Wu Yuanfei. After coughing a few times, he finally said, Everyone, listen to me. Although our target for this operation is only Tang Hao and his wife, due to Tang Hao's special status in the Haotian sect, if we want to act against Tang Hao, we must pay attention to the Haotian sect. He pointed to the upper part of the map, where there was an icon of a hammer, and continued considering the unclear relationships between the top 3 sects. We also need to take into account the attitudes of the other 2 sections. These 3 sects have a significant influence on the Tiando Empire, so we must be aware of any movements from the Tiando Empire. If the Tiando Empire has any thoughts about us, the Xingluo Empire, which has always been at odds with us, will certainly not miss this opportunity. Therefore, this matter must be carried out cleanly and efficiently. We cannot make any mistakes. Qian Xuanji exaggerated the potential crises they might face. The bald offering who had just stood up had not yet sat down and looked at him with a cold smile, saying, Your Holiness, just moving against Tang Hao will make our Wuhuan temple enemies with all the forces on the continent. This is likely to be harmful to us. Hearing this voice that clearly did not align with his own, Qian Xuanji's face showed no dissatisfaction as he earnestly replied, Indeed, this time, our Wuhuan temple may really become enemies with the entire continent. However, if we succeed, we will gain 2 advantages. The first is that if we can capture a 100,000-year soul beast, our understanding of the Stardow Forest will likely increase. The second is that there are rumors circulating on the continent, claiming that our Wuhuan temple is oppressing others and will soon provoke conflict. I believe everyone knows that this is purely a rumor. Our Wuhuan temple has always taken it upon ourselves to protect humanity's rise and fall. How can we possibly involve ourselves in the disputes of ordinary forces? But others do not know this. Those fools believe whatever they hear. If we do not explain ourselves, others will think we are on the side of evil when they mention the Wuhuan temple. Therefore, we must take this opportunity to showcase our strength, so that those spreading rumors will behave themselves and help us turn public opinion around. Qian Xuanji spoke passionately, slapping the map repeatedly. His saliva is splattering everywhere. The bald offering stood up again and complained, but ultimately, our Wuhuan temple does not have the strength to go against the entire continent. Although we have many titled Douluo experts, let's not even mention the 2 great empires. Are there really no strong forces among others? If we push them too hard and they unite, what will our Wuhuan temple do? Can we withstand that? Qian Xuanji frowned, looking displeased at the offering who had been opposing him, and then glanced at the other offerings. Everyone looked on as if watching a show, and even his father remained silent. He exhaled, suppressing his anger, and smiled, Don't worry, we certainly cannot fight everyone at once, nor do we need to. Everyone should know that our primary target is this, Tang Hao and his wife. Moreover, according to the news I received, Tang Hao's wife is pregnant and is about to give birth in the next few days, which will surely reduce her strength. We only need to attack them at that time, and the resistance we face will certainly decrease significantly. Additionally, regarding the Haotian sect, reliable news has indicated that another genius from the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, who is equal in fame to Tang Hao, is about to break through to level 90. I believe at this critical moment, the elders and offerings of the Haotian sect will not have time to support Tang Hao and his wife. The only possible variable is the former sect master of the Haotian sect, who has been missing for a long time. After all, we do not know whether he is dead or alive. Therefore, I asked my father to visit the Haotian sect for a few days, and if that person appears, I hope my father can intercept him. Qian Xuanji cupped his hands towards Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo did not respond, still keeping his eyes closed, and it was unclear whether he was asleep or listening. Qian Xuanji discreetly straightened up and continued to hold the map, saying, As for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they are a bit troublesome. The combination of the 2 titled Douluos, Jiangu and the Gai Ning Fengji, is enough to withstand 3 titled Douluos. However, I think that if the Haotian sect does not act, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will not intervene for an outsider. But to be safe, I asked the second offering and the third offering to visit the 7-treasure glazed tile school for a few days. Then there are the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the other lower 4 sections. The lower 4 sects have always maintained a good relationship with our Wuhuan temple, so we only need to send a few Soul Douluo to remind them. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, their sect master, Yu Engine, is a cunning old fox. He will not take action unless there is a benefit. Therefore, there is no need to trouble the 4th offering and the 5th offering. I asked the 2 of you to stay behind in Wuhuan City, Qian Xuanji said with a cold face and a sarcastic tone. The 5th offering smiled and nodded, while the 4th offering coldly snorted, saying, "Does the Wuhuan temple not have elders? If the elders are not needed, let us old bones go. Does your holiness not want us old bones and want us to stay outside?" Qian Xuanji replied, "The elders certainly have titled Douluo experts, but those 2 from the Haotian sect and the 7-treasure glazed tile school are not ordinary titled Douluo that can be dealt with. Besides, it is not necessary to engage them in battle. It is natural that too many people should not go, which is why I'm asking a few offerings." He continued, "Additionally, I will dispatch a large number of Soul Douluo to guard the various spirit halls in Tiando. If there are any abnormalities in your respective sects, please notify the nearest spirit hall in advance to facilitate preparations for war." Qiang Sunji emphasized the word war, as if it were just around the corner. However, after he finished speaking, no one responded to him. Qian Douluo pretended to be asleep, and only the 4th elder, crossing his arms, teased, "Your Holiness, I've heard you haven't left the Pope's hall for a long time. Recently, it's been the Holy Maiden who has been moving around the city. We thought you were preparing to abdicate to accompany us old folks. Can you still command anyone now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Many people stole glances at Qian Douluo, trying to see his expression, including the 4th elder and Qiang Sunji, but everyone was disappointed. Qian Douluo remained with his eyes closed, indifferent. A trace of disappointment flashed in Qiang Sunji's eyes as he raised his head and calmly replied, "Elder 4, you're mistaken. Donger's actions are, of course, directed by me for her training. After all, she is my disciple. If you let this slip, those who don't know might think she is an unfilial disciple trying to usurp power. You." The 4th elder narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and said no more. Qiang Sunji cast a dark glance at him, surveyed the crowd, and then asked, "My plan is complete. Does everyone agree or disagree? Please express your stance." The hall was silent. No one wanted to be the first to speak. At that moment, there was a noise at the door, and amidst the creaking, a strong light poured into the room. In the white light stood a woman dressed in a long-sleeved purple-black gown, wearing a golden crown, noble and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor and a beauty that could topple kingdoms, radiating an aura that demanded attention and focus from the world. As she entered, all eyes turned to her. Even Qian Douluo opened his eyes, briefly furrowing and then smoothing his brow as he looked at her. Bibidong's cold gaze swept over everyone, finally locking on her long-missed master. "What are you doing here?" Qiang Sunji asked coldly and emotionlessly. Bibidong's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating a captivating charm, and said, "Regarding this plan, I support it." Chapter 81. The troops emerged from Spirit City. Qiang Sunji was puzzled by Bibidong's sudden intrusion. He knew she wanted to kill him, but what shocked him even more was that Bibidong actually agreed with his plan. "Is the sun rising in the west?" Qiang Sunji looked out the window, and through the gap in the curtains, he saw the bright sky outside. He felt that even the rays of light seeping through the gap were extraordinarily bright and gentle, as if the whole world had become beautiful. Bibidong's expression remained cold as she casually found a spot away from the others to sit down. Ignoring the few gazes directed at her, her arms crossed, elbows resting on the table, her smooth chin resting on the back of her hands. Not far away, the bald 4th elder's lips trembled as he vaguely and secretly informed Bibidong of the plan Qiang Sunji had proposed. After he finished speaking, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Bibidong's eyes. She then straightened up, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, and said coolly, "Humans and soul bees should never have any emotional entanglements, so I agree with the Pope's plan to capture Tang Hao's wife." Bibidong's status as the Holy Maiden technically did not qualify her to sit here or express her opinion, but now no one cared. Although these old men no longer managed the trivial matters of the Spirit Hall, some descendants still held positions in Spirit City, and they had some understanding of the current situation there. If Qian Douluo were not still present, Bibidong could probably rise to power with just a wave of her hand and become the Pope the next day. Therefore, her attitude was of significant importance. even more so than Qiandaoliu's. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiandaoliu's voice, heavy with age, rang out in that case. I shall pay a visit to Haotian clan. Saying this, he stood up and walked slowly outside. But during the process of leaving, his murky eyes remained fixed on Bibi Dong, as if trying to see through her completely and understand what she was thinking. Once he stepped out the door, the second elder and third elder exchanged glances and stood up, saying, "We will set off for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School now, so we won't stay any longer." The two left, leaving only 5 people in the room. Bibi Dong glanced at the 2 remaining elders still seated, then turned her gaze, filled with hidden disdain, toward Qiang Sunji, and coldly asked, "I wonder how many people the Pope needs to dispatch this time. Please let me know quickly so I can issue orders for deployment. Otherwise, we might miss the timing." Qiang Sunji, pulling himself away from the beautiful world, completely did not consider why, as a pope, he had to inform Bibi Dong about how many people he needed to deploy. He looked at Bibi Dong with a gentle gaze and chuckled. This matter is of great importance, so it's better that not too many people know. This time, I will personally lead the team, along with the 2 Pope guards, 5 Soul Douluo from the Qian clan, and 3 Soul Douluo from the Wu clan. That will be sufficient. Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged, but a sense of joy arose in her heart. Although the Qian clan was powerful, there were only 8 Soul Do level experts. With Qiang Sunji taking away 5, that left only 3 Soul Do. Bibi Dong stood up, shook her sleeves, unwilling to stay a moment longer, and without saying much, turned to leave. Qiang Sunji stared at her back, his eyes wide. And it wasn't until only he and Wu Yuanfei were left in the room that Wu Yuanfei softly called out a few times before he came back to his senses. He looked at Wu Yuanfei and, recalling his earlier days, felt embarrassed. With a cold face, he said, "What are you still doing here? Is intelligence and manpower ready?" Wu Yuanfei bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, we have confirmed the location of Tang Hao and his wife. The personnel have been notified to assemble. We can set off as soon as you give the order." After he finished speaking, Qiang Sunji let out a satisfied hum, then slapped the table, his eyes burning with ambition. And he thought wildly, "This time, I want everyone to know that I, Qiang Sunji, am absolutely not a puppet pope. I will become the greatest pope of the Spirit Hall. The revival of the Spirit Hall starts with this battle." He pointed dramatically toward the door and declared, "Let's go." Yes, in the Spirit Hall city, in the Manor District, there's a wooden house surrounded by various chrysanthemums. Bibi Dong sits elegantly in the main seat, taking a sip of tea before putting down the cup and looking at the 2 people sitting to her left. One is a man dressed in colorful attire, even more delicate than a girl, while the other is a man dressed in black, wearing a mask. These 2 are the current Pope's guards, the Chrysanthemum Doa, Zhu Huaguan, and the Ghost Doa, Gui Mei. Their strength is well known, but now, in front of Bibi Dong, Zhu Huaguan appears calm, while Gui Mei's eyes flicker with uncertainty. Bibi Dong lets out a light laugh, breaking the silence in the room, and says, "You 2 don't need to be too nervous. I know you have a duty to protect the Pope's safety, and I will not force you to do anything unjust." Gui Mei's face is hidden by the mask, but Zhu Huaguan relaxes and smiles, asking, "Then your Highness the Saintess is your visit for?" Bibi Dong interlocks her fingers on her white thigh and replies, "Not long ago, in the offering hall, the Pope proposed a plan that has already received the consent of several offerings. This plan requires both of you to participate. I believe he will soon call for you, and I just need you to promise me one thing. If he gives no instructions during this action, you should refrain from taking action unless absolutely necessary. Most importantly, do not attack the same enemy together with him. This simple condition, can you agree to it?" Zhu Huaguan glances back at Gui Mei, who, hidden behind the mask, shows no expression. However, Zhu Huaguan thinks to himself that the Pope already possesses the strength of a title de law, and it's not just any title de law. There are very few on the continent who can harm him, and those who can should not act against him without cause. Thus, this condition doesn't seem too difficult. He quickly turns back to Bibi Dong and responds with a smile. "If that's the only condition, then we can agree." "Good." Bibi Dong nods in satisfaction, takes a sip of tea, and thinks to herself, "Tang Hao, I have helped you. Now your life or death depends on your own fortune. You shouldn't disappoint me. At least making Qinshuanji expend soul power 10 times should be achievable, right?" Without further ado, a knock is heard outside the door, and a voice calls out from Wu Yuanfei, "Lord Zhu Douluo, the Pope calls for you." Hearing this, Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei stand up respectfully, cupping their hands to Bibi Dong before turning to walk toward the door. After opening it, they don't allow Wu Yuanfei to look around and shut the door behind them as they leave. As dusk approaches, everything prepares for the coming darkness. The streets of Spirit Hall City have begun to hang bright lanterns. At the city wall, Bibi Dong gazes down at several carriages rushing away into the distance. Unable to hide her smile, the corners of her mouth curling up. When the carriages have gone far, she turns around to look at the people behind her. Except for Kelly, everyone standing here holds power within Spirit Hall City and can mobilize people. Bibi Dong scans the faces of the crowd. They all look excited. Fists clenched tightly. Without lengthy speeches, Bibi Dong simply states, "Let us begin." He won't be coming back. After this night, Spirit Hall City begins to change, with significant personnel shifts. Some people inexplicably lose their jobs, becoming idle, but they are already the lucky ones. Others, in unknown corners, mysteriously lose their lives. Chapter 82. Hao Hing breaks through boom. Boom! At the southern end of the Douluo Forest, in a volcanic group made up of 3 volcanoes. The highest volcano is shaking today for unknown reasons, with massive black rocks spewing from its summit, crashing down. Even stranger things are happening. These 3 volcanoes, which have never stopped spewing black mist, suddenly show a significant reduction in the concentration of black mist, allowing the long-lost sunshine to shine upon the land. Today, not a single wisp of black mist is emitted from the volcano, which is indeed a strange occurrence. Unfortunately, the Douluo Forest is ultimately a paradise for soul beasts, sparsely populated by humans, and due to the recent earth-shaking movements from the volcano, the surrounding soul beasts have fled or hidden, leaving the area devoid of life for dozens of kilometers, save for plants. Crack! As the volcano shakes violently, a fissure opens at the peak, extending down a mountainside and widening outward. As the crack grows wider, a gigantic hand emerges from the volcano's mouth. The hand, copper-colored with slightly white palms, has human-like fingers, with the smallest finger measuring 10 meters in length and the longest reaching 15 meters, nearly 30 meters across at the palm. The hand presses against the volcano's opening, tearing it apart as if ripping thin paper, pushing outward. After a massive amount of rock tumbles down, a dark hole leading to the depths of the earth appears in the world. The surface of the giant hand sparkles with a milky white light for a moment before rapidly shrinking back into the black hole. After a while, a strong wind blows out from the hole. With a whoosh, a shadow flies out with the wind and then lands steadily on the ground before the volcano. The shadow takes on a human form, towering at 20 meters tall, with a massive physique, muscles resembling bronze and steel, exuding an overwhelming power. Its limbs are as thick as towering trees, with each foot measuring 5 meters and each step covering over 50 meters. The flesh beneath its skin undulates, as if a python is crawling within. Its face, formed by the combination of 7 orifices, is handsome, albeit lacking hair. With eyes closed, its chest rises and falls, releasing thick, rich white mist from its nostrils, each plume as thick as a child's arm, dissipating only upon hitting the ground. After releasing several streams of white mist, its tightly closed eyes finally open, and 2 bright red lights flash from deep within, shooting forward to 100 meters before dissipating into the world. The giant opens its mouth wide, taking a deep breath, creating a massive vortex that draws the surrounding air into its belly. When its chest is no longer swollen, it lets out a roar that resonates like thunder, echoing with the might of 10,000 galloping horses. I, Hao Hung, have returned. After clearing out all the stagnant energy in his chest, Hao Hung shrank back to a height of 10 meters, gasping for air. His eyes filled with satisfaction as he examined his current physique, feeling his thighs and patting his arms. Over the past 3 months, he had completely refined these 3 volcanoes along with the underground magma, transforming them all into fire energy, elevating all his 4 elemental properties to the million level. In addition, the 2 fire seeds contained millions of units of fire energy. If it weren't for the fear of suddenly becoming too strong to control his body, he could have further enhanced himself to the next level. However, even so, he felt that he was very powerful now. He raised his hand and pressed down, causing the ground to crack open with a gap a foot deep and a finger wide, showcasing his current strength, so powerful that he himself didn't know just how strong he had become. He mentally compared himself to that black mountain giant he encountered that night. It seemed there was still quite a distance. Well, it was still pretty far, but he was not entirely without the ability to fight back. If Hao Hung were to encounter it now, he might still struggle to win, but he could escape quite easily. Forget it, he thought, not wanting to dwell on it any longer. Hao Hung shook his head to drive away the gloom from his mind, then looked up at the sky. He thought about how he probably spent quite a bit of time this time, and wondered if Bai Dong would be worried about him. He then set off in the direction of the north. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the Soul City at that moment. Mainly, he was hungry and wanted to find something to eat. He sensed that all the soul beasts around seemed to have run away. So he thought about heading towards the inner area to see if he could encounter some creatures that weren't afraid of dying. His luck had always been good, and finally, as dusk approached, he caught sight of a large cow drinking by a river. The cow was 10 meters tall and 20 meters long, which should be enough for him to have a hearty meal. Hao Hung thought to himself, then activated the inner fire furnace. This soul skill has 3 functions: fusion, refining, and decomposition. In simpler terms, it means to merge, refine, and break down. He tossed the unconscious bull into the furnace, summoned the solar fire seed, and placed it into the furnace as well. When the flames were strong, he controlled the furnace to extract all the essence from the bull's body onto a piece of meat, while the remaining dregs turned to ash. Half an hour later, Hao Hung heard a mechanical voice. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of fresh beef rich in soul power and heat, along with a pile of waste. Hao Hung opened his eyes and picked up the warm, fresh red piece of beef compared to his palm from the black residue. Then went to the riverbank to wash it clean. Unfortunately, the fire in the inner furnace was a false fire. It could only extract energy material, but couldn't cook anything. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. As he thought about this, he pointed his finger at the wooden frame that was already prepared nearby. The fire surged towards his finger, turning it bright red. A few seconds later, a flame ignited in the wooden frame. He quickly withdrew his finger and carefully piled the prepared dry grass and twigs on top. When the fire was strong, he finally placed the skewered beef on the frame. Everything was ready, just waiting for the meat to cook. Hao Hung lay by the fire, thinking that everything he had just experienced was taught to him by Sun Min and the others. He couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Coming here, he was surrounded by a crowd. Now he was alone, feeling lonely. Lonely? Huh. Why does this place feel so familiar? Hao Hung stood up and looked around. All he could see were trees, bushes, and weeds. The forest all looked the same. Logically, it shouldn't leave a deep impression on him, but he subconsciously felt that he should have been here before and that he should be quite familiar with this place. He widened his eyes, scanning the ground inch by inch, and then his gaze crossed the river to the opposite shore, instantly jolting his spirit. The other side was also a sea of trees. Under the sunset, the leaves appeared dark red. He stood high among the trees, with the evening breeze blowing, and the dark red leaves stirred up a wave. Listening to the rustling of the leaves, he felt an unintentional sense of peace, along with the beautiful scenery and the aroma of barbecue. Unless someone, like Hao Hung, saw the huge hollow in the woods and recalled the terrifying beast that had crushed him that night. Otherwise, one should be in quite a good mood. Hao Hung let out and suddenly recalled that the river in front of him was the same one where their group had encountered danger. On the opposite bank, that huge basin must have been where Brother Hammer and that fierce killer had fought after they escaped that night. It was really terrifying. Brother Hammer was too fierce, able to fight against such a big guy like that. I wonder if he's still alive. Hao Hung measured the depth and area of the basin, and he shivered. With such a large area, maintaining a height of 1 kilometer, it might take him 10 days of digging to get it out. With this thought, Hao Hung had a new understanding of that fierce beast, and his restless, warlike heart calmed down. Forget it. I'll wait until I become stronger before seeking revenge on that guy, at least. I'll wait until I can maintain a height of 1 kilometer consistently before I think about it. Hao Hung sat back by the campfire and glanced at the soul power section. Soul power level, 21 soul power reserve. 2, 342, 523, 425, regenerates 1,000 points per second. Calmly calculating, he figured that to maintain a height of 1 kilometer, he would need to regenerate 5,000 points of soul power per second. If the 4th level cultivation method could increase by 10 times, then wouldn't that be possible for me? Hao Hung clenched his fists in excitement. But then he thought about how after reaching level 21, his body had become too strong and his mental strength had not fallen behind. However, for some unknown reason, his training speed had drastically decreased. Previously, he had only taken 3 months to go from level 11 to level 20, but now, in 3 months, he had only increased his soul power limit by over 3,000 points. According to his estimates, raising it by 10,000 points would likely only count as leveling up once, which would mean it would take a year to level up. To reach level 30, it would take at least 8 years. Thinking about this, his expression became somewhat despondent. The road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. One must not be too proud. Chapter 83. Trouble for Brother Hammer. In the inner circle of the Stardow Forest, in a remote clearing among the trees, there stood a simple wooden house. From within the house, waves of fluctuating and powerful aura emanated, chaotic yet robust. Because of this aura, no soul beasts dared to roam within a kilometer radius of the house. On the small path in front of the house, a man, 2 meters tall, robust in build, with disheveled hair and a face full of stubble, was slowly walking while carrying an antelope. He had to stop and rest every few steps, trying to adapt to the continuously fluctuating aura, which was quite difficult. Yet, there was no trace of distress or irritation in the man's eyes, only boundless affection. After a few minutes, the man finally walked into the yard surrounded by a simple bamboo fence, and he tossed the motionless antelope aside. He eagerly walked towards the door of the house. Pushing the door open, his eyes quickly scanned the room and found the silver-haired woman sitting in a reclining chair by the window, gazing at the beautiful sunset outside. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with a prominent belly, and pain occasionally flickered across her face, but it was only momentary. More often, she looked at the setting sun with a slight smile, 2 dimples appearing on her cheeks as she gently caressed her belly, her eyes sparkling as if she were imagining something sweet. Seeing that the woman was fine, the man finally relaxed his worries. After taking a deep breath, he retracted his aura, straightened his back, and braced himself against the aura emanating from her. He walked up to her and stroked her hair that hung over the back of the chair. The woman turned her gaze towards the man, her smile growing sweeter. She tried to get up and said, "How you're back?" Tang Hao's cheeks trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he forced a smile. Looking at his wife with deep affection, he nodded and said, "I'm back. I brought back a sheep. I'll go take care of it later so you can have a good meal." The woman's expression turned bitter as she pouted. "Ah, more food? I'm already so fat." She lowered her head, looking at her bloated body, speaking with melancholy. Tang Hao gently pulled her head closer to his abdomen and softly laughed. "No matter what you become, you are still my favorite, my beloved Ayin." Ayin's face flushed, her cheeks resembling a light application of rouge, and she let out a few soft hums. The two of them cuddled for a while, and when the western sunset had nearly disappeared behind the mountains, Tang Hao finally said, "It's getting late. I need to deal with that antelope. Don't go too far, and be quick." Ayin gently urged, holding his hand. "Don't worry," Tang Hao reassured her, lightly patting the back of her hand. He withdrew his hand and walked towards the front door. Before leaving, he turned back and gave his worried wife a warm smile, then closed the door behind him. After exiting, Tang Hao picked up the antelope again, pushed open the fence gate, and walked toward the nearby stream. Arriving by the stream, he found a rock to sit on and took out his tools, preparing to process the antelope when several powerful auras, clashing with the Ein's aura that enveloped the area, came from the distance. In an instant, Tang Hao stood up, fury igniting in his eyes. Although he did not know who had come, he knew that his wife was his Achilles heel. He could not tolerate any harm coming to her, nor could he allow her to move around freely. However, the intruder not only trespassed into his territory, but did so arrogantly. Without needing to think much, Tang Hao determined that the visitor was not here with good intentions. His expression darkened, and, as he turned his palm, a hammer exuding a dark glow appeared in his hand. As the hammer emerged, the dry branches on the ground cracked and snapped under the pressure, and the pile of fallen leaves was compressed by several centimeters. Without hesitation, after calling forth the hammer, Tang Hao sprang into action, leaping onto the branches and moving agilely between them, rushing towards the location where the auras clashed. Meanwhile, in the wooden house, Ein, gazing at the setting sun, gripped the armrest of a nearby reclining chair, feeling the commotion in her belly. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly in concern. "Your Majesty, this is definitely the place. As long as we follow this aura to find its source, we can catch that 100,000-year soul beast." In the forest, the members of the spirit hall stood quietly in place, channeling their auras to resist the continuously fluctuating pressure of the world. Wu Yuanfei stood beside Qian Xuanji, speaking confidently. Qian Xuanji smiled lightly and nodded, squinting his eyes to sense the surroundings. In his perception, a powerful aura was approaching them, and without needing to think, he knew it was that Tang Hao. He turned to the others behind him and said, "Everyone, we have found the opponent. That Tang Hao is coming our way. Leave him to me. As for you all, don't rush. Spread out and surround this area tightly. Remember, don't be hasty. We must not leave any gaps. After I deal with Tang Hao, I will personally go after that 100,000-year soul beast. Do you understand?" Everyone understood the Pope's intention, which was to monopolize the achievement. But who would dare to say anything since he was the Pope? Each person summoned their martial spirits. The people Qian Xuanji brought this time were from the Qian family and the Wu family, all capable of flight. 8 people quickly spread their wings and moved in 8 different directions. Only the 2 Douluos, Zhu Gui and Zhu Hua, remained standing in place. Qian Xuanji frowned at the 2 of them. They had been quite close to Bibi Dong recently, and if it weren't for their outstanding strength, Qian Xuanji would have dealt with them long ago and would not have given them a good face. However, with the battle at hand, he still restrained his emotions somewhat. Were you 2 still standing there for? Zhu Hua hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to ask, Your Majesty, our duty is to protect your safety. How can we let you face the enemy alone? Although they had agreed to Bibidong's request within the spear hall, they still had to maintain appearances. Otherwise, if something went wrong and Qian Daolu came to question them, they would have a hard time explaining themselves. Qian Xuanji's face flashed with anger as he laughed in exasperation. Do you think a level 95 title Douluo like me would fear a soul Douluo like Tang Hao? Enough. You don't need to worry about my safety. Just keep an eye on the surroundings and ensure no soul beasts come close. Qian Xuanji waved his hand impatiently and turned around. A burst of strong light erupted from his body, and as the light flashed, 2 pure white wings sprouted from his back. He was enveloped in a layer of holy radiance, with 9 soul rings surrounding him, exuding the imposing aura of a title Douluo without reservation. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the air and hovered in midair. At that moment, he was the brightest and most dazzling sun in the world. The purpose of his actions was singular, to attract Tang Hao. Seeing him like this, the 2 members of the Zhu Gui clan said no more and turned to leave. They also thought that although Tang Hao was hailed as a rare talent in the continent for 100 years, he was merely a soul Douluo. How could he possibly compete with a title Douluo? After they had moved far away, Qian Xuanji withdrew his disdainful gaze in their direction and then shouted forward, Tang Hao, your wife has transformed into a soul beast and has ulterior motives. I advise you not to resist foolishly and hand her over quickly so that we can take her back to the spirit hall for questioning. His voice was loud, echoing in all directions. After the sound dissipated, a giant hammer shining with dark light shot out from the forest, hurtling toward him, accompanied by a fierce roar. Damn you! Qian Xuanji snorted coldly, thinking, stubborn and unyielding. He activated his soul rings, and a crimson long sword formed in his hand. With a flap of his wings, he transformed into a beam of light and charged toward the giant hammer. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Hao Hung stood up, still holding the finely roasted meat chunk in his hand. He gazed at the distance, watching the collision between the hammer and the strong light, which created a massive shockwave. Swallowing the meat in his mouth, he shouted excitedly, Wow, Hammer Brother, you're still alive. Chapter 84. Drawing the bow to shoot the sun. Wow, Hammer Brother, you're still alive. As Hao Hung shouted this, a figure happened to fly over his head. His voice was loud, so when the figure heard it, it stopped and looked down. That figure was Wu Yuanfei, who had received orders to expand the encirclement. He looked down and saw the smooth bald head retreating a few meters. Assessing the face and the 20-meter-tall body, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. It's effortless to catch you, kid. You are lucky to still be alive, but also unfortunate to have encountered me here. Wu Yuanfei recognized Hao Hung, grinning wickedly. A black soul ring flickered beside him as he extended his thigh, transformed into a 3-fingered bird claw, and reached down to grab. As Hao Hung was excited about the news that Thor was still alive and that he could repay his kindness, suddenly, a strange wind-like wailing sound entered his ears. The sound was like a sharp blade slicing through the air, instantly capturing his attention. However, when he scanned the surroundings, he saw no one else. Just as he felt something was off, he sensed a wave of heat on his bald head. He looked up and saw a sharp claw coming down towards him. Damn! An ambush! Hao Hung was caught off guard, raising his hand to block his face, but the sharp claws grabbed his arm, leaving 3 bloody claw marks. After a kick forward, Hao Hung was sent flying several meters, crashing into a giant tree, while the assailant elegantly performed a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. Wu Yuanfei frowned, lifted his foot, and looked at his 3 claws stained with flesh and blood. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had expected this kick to directly split Hao Hang's skull open, or, at the very least, to break his arm. Yet, it only managed to break a bit of skin, which was hard for him to accept. Meanwhile, Hao Hung, who had regained his senses, was equally shocked. Standing at a height of 20 meters, with a basic physique attribute of 1 million, an enhancement that brought it to 20 million. He was still injured by his opponent. It seemed this person was indeed a powerful foe. Who are you, and why did you ambush me? Hao Hong took a defensive stance, watching Wu Yuanfei warily. For sneak attack. Hurt you? Kid, I only regret not grinding you to dust and scattering your ashes. Wu Yuanfei gritted his teeth and said angrily. Hao Hong was somewhat confused. He did not know how he had offended the person in front of him. He carefully scrutinized the individual, trying to recall if he had seen him before. To his surprise, he did remember. The person before him had arms transformed into red-feathered bird wings, feet resembling three-toed bird claws, and was engulfed in golden flames. Looking strikingly similar to the assessment teacher they had encountered when entering the academy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the resemblance between the two was uncanny. Aside from the difference in aura, there was no distinction. He hesitantly asked, what is your relation to that turkey assessment teacher from the academy? Wu Yuanfei was taken aback for a moment, not immediately realizing who he was referring to. After a few seconds, he burst into furious laughter. You scoundrel, you are truly detestable. Not only did you hurt my sister, but you also insulted my Jinwu clan. If I don't tear your mouth apart today, then I, Wu Yuanfei, will write my name backward. With a furious shout, he stepped forward and lunged at Hao Hong. His sharp claws raised. This time, Hao Hong was prepared. The opponent's speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously appearing in front of him. Although he couldn't match that speed, he could predict. As soon as Wu Yuanfei made his move, Hao Hong had already raised his fist, gathering strength to strike. Although his punch was slightly off target, the residual shockwave from his punch created a vortex that drew Wu Yuanfei's claws into it. At the moment his fist made contact, Wu Yuanfei's expression changed dramatically. Initially, he had thought Hao Hong's massive body was not formidable, merely a decorative figure, a big target that looked good but was useless. However, as soon as he was hit by that enormous fist and felt the searing pain in the bones of his foot, he realized that this was not a punch that an ordinary person could take. Boom, swoosh. Hao Hong punched Wu Yuanfei, sending him flying into the river and creating a splash of water that reached 10 meters high. When the splash settled, Hao Hong withdrew his fist and looked on with satisfaction. During these days, he had not only increased his attribute points, but also trained in basic boxing techniques, which gave him a fundamental understanding of his own fists, at least alleviating his worries about not being able to exert his strength. The punch he just threw used up 5 layers of his strength, and he believed Wu Yuanfei would definitely not be feeling well. However, where did the person go? He wouldn't have drowned like this, would he? Hao Hong squinted his eyes and scanned the river's surface, thinking to himself, it shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, a burst of flames shot up from the center of the river, soaring into the sky. Wu Yuanfei had a cold expression, with the sun fire swirling beside him, evaporating the water on his body. He reached back and grabbed a large toothy fish that was biting his butt, burning it to ashes in his hand. Then he looked down at his calf, which was at a 90-degree angle to his thigh. He felt like he was going insane. He couldn't believe that Brat had hurt him to this extent. He felt he was losing his sanity and took a few deep breaths to suppress his emotions. That Brat had godly power, making it impossible for him to engage in close combat. So he decided to use the sunfire to burn him alive. A fierce glint flashed in Wu Yuanfei's eyes as he spread his wings, with at least 3 soul rings shining around him. In the next second, countless fiery feathers filled the sky, raining down towards Hao Hong. They were truly innumerable flaming feathers, resembling a massive waterfall of fire cascading towards Hao Hong. Seeing this terrifying scene, Hao Hong thought, what a good opportunity. He could feel that each feather carried a significant amount of true sunfire, and if he could absorb it, it would be a huge gain. He released his height restriction and soared to 100 meters, catching all the feathers shot at him without missing a single one. While preventing a forest fire, he operated his internal fire furnace, using his body as a furnace to strip away all the true sun fire from the fiery feathers. In the air, Wu Yuanfei saw Hao Hong suddenly rise in height, and his brows furrowed. He flapped his wings and flew up a bit higher to avoid Hao Hong's reach, but when he looked back, he nearly went crazy with anger. Hao Hong had actually caught all his fiery feathers intact, and it seemed like he still wanted more. Hao Hong saw him looking over and kindly said, is there more? Give me some more. Wu Yuanfei was so angry that he couldn't speak. His beautiful face twisted in a terrifying grimace. However, he also realized that he couldn't do anything to Hao Hong. But that didn't mean Hao Hong could remain unscathed. A malicious plan began to form in his mind. Wait a minute. I'll go to His Majesty the Pope with my injuries and complain, saying that Hao Hong is Tang Hao's accomplice. His Majesty will surely be very interested in executing this scoundrel. With this thought, He couldn't help but let out a few sinister laughs and turned to leave. Seeing his movements, Hao Hung narrowed his eyes into a slit. Leaving? It's not that easy. Hao Hung believes in repaying kindness and not letting grudges linger overnight. He reached down to touch his shorts, which were originally plain black, and found that at some point, a large green gemstone had been embedded in the waistband. This was the result of Hao Hang's considerable effort to fuse his original shorts with the ring given to him by Bibi Dong using an internal fire furnace. He felt quite satisfied with the outcome, though he couldn't help but wonder what Bibi Dong would think if she knew her ring had been integrated into his shorts. The emerald flashed with brilliance as Hao Hung raised his hand, and a shadowy black-gray 10-meter-long bow appeared in his grasp. In the 3 volcanoes he had entered, it was a massive iron mine underground. Thinking it would be a waste not to take advantage of it, he extracted all the essence from the iron mine and forged it into the longbow he now held. However, since the iron essence had already transformed into an energy form, it needed energy matter for manipulation, but that was manageable. Hao Hung infused his soul power into the longbow, and the phantom expanded to 50 meters, solidifying in his single hand. He then brushed the emerald at his waist, and an iron-long arrow appeared in his hand. Infusing it with soul power, the arrow expanded and elongated, solidifying. Standing on the hillside, he looked at the firebird that had already flown nearly 1,000 meters away. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, under the blessing of the furious hunter's arrow, Hao Hung shot the arrow within a second. The giant arrow flew through the air at high speed, and Hao Hung saw a streak of light shoot from his hand. In the nenext moment, the firebird, which had become a small dot on the horizon, paused for a moment before diving downwards. Seeing the firebird shot down, Hao Hung, who had successfully hunted for the first time, excitedly clenched his fist and cheered. He then reverted the bow back to 20 meters, withdrew the soul power from the iron longbow, stored it in his storage shorts, and walked briskly towards the direction where the firebird had fallen. Chapter 85. Golden Crow Longbow. Hao Hung strode towards the spot where the birdman who had ambushed him had fallen. Upon arriving, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. There were 2 pools of blood on the ground. One was from the upper half of a body that had fallen from a tree, broken in half, and the other was the blood flowing from the upper half of Wu Yuanfei's body, which was missing the lower part. A quarter of Wu Yuanfei's body was completely gone, and within his remaining organs, only a heart was wildly beating, along with half a lung that had been cut across. He leaned against a rock, glaring at Hao Hung with resentment, unable to bear looking at his own miserable state. I'll say it first. You ambushed me first. It's a cycle of cause and effect. If you turn into a ghost after you die, don't come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending you to the afterlife. To prevent Yuanfei from doubting, Hao Hung activated his first soul ring, his fingertips flashing with electric light aimed at Wu Yuanfei, making it clear to him. Wu Yuanfei coughed lightly and spat out a mouthful of blood, unwillingly grabbing a handful of dirt and laughing madly towards the sky. Haha, I never expected that Wu Yuanfei, who has sailed smoothly through life, would actually die at the hands of a kid like you. I'm not willing. But don't get cocky, kid. When His Holiness, the Pope, finishes dealing with Tang Hao and his wife and finds me, he will definitely avenge me. I'm just leaving a step ahead. When you come, we'll settle this in the land of the dead. He exerted all his strength to stand up, his eyes wide open, and roared loudly. After finishing his words, his body softened, his head tilted, and it was clear that he had passed away. To be honest, it was quite intimidating. Hao Hung was momentarily stunned. However, he was not only frightened by Wu Yuanfei's words. He recalled that this guy had just mentioned the Pope and Tang Hao and his wife, right? Hey, wake up. Clarify what you just said. Hao Hung reached out and gently poked Wu Yuanfei's body. Wu Yuanfei tilted and his head hit the ground, seeing him in a completely lifeless state. Hao Hung knew he could no longer answer his questions. He stood up and looked towards the area where the violent turbulence was still coming from. In the distance, he could still see the collision between the big hammer and the strong light, but as he approached, he could only feel the aftermath of the battle. No, I have to go take a look. If Brother Hammer really is Tang Hao, then I must help. First, it's to repay a favor, and second, it's to help my master avenge. Moreover, my master mentioned before that my wound was likely caused by someone commissioned by the Pope. This person's methods involve manipulating the fire of the sun, and with the Pope being so close, it seems that even if he wasn't directly involved, he must have a significant connection. Hao Hang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he thought about this and prepared to go find the 2 people in battle. The wound on his back had cost him many attribute points over the past month. If he didn't know who was responsible, it would have been better. But now that he did, Although it wasn't to the extent of wanting to take revenge at all costs, it still affected Hao Heng's mood. Unresolved thoughts could lead to inner demons, and if the inner demons weren't eliminated, he would inevitably encounter barriers in his cultivation in the future. Moreover, given that Hammer Brother had helped him before, if Hammer Brother was indeed Tang Hao, Hao Heng wouldn't mind teaming up with him to take down the Pope, since he was already a doomed man anyway. However, before leaving, he glanced at the blood-dripping corpse hanging from the tree and recalled Wu Yuan Fei's earlier threat. No, he couldn't leave this guy's body here unattended. If he didn't manage to kill Qian Sunji later, it would be known that this person died at his hands, and he would have no way to return to the Spirit City. With that in mind, Hao Heng removed the corpse hanging from the tree, dragged the upper half over, and piled them together. Then he snapped his fingers, and a purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky, hitting the two halves of the corpse. Perhaps because this guy was quite powerful when alive, the strike didn't shatter his body, it only charred a little. Hao Heng guessed that there might be many people coming, so he didn't dare to make too much noise, otherwise it would attract others, which would be troublesome. After thinking for a moment, he opened his palm, and a phantom of a furnace appeared on the ground. He placed a fire source inside, infused it with soul power, and enlarged the furnace to a height of 3 to 4 meters before throwing 2 sections of the corpse into it. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host. This time of smelting has yielded a soul power crystal, a defective Giant Martial Soul, and a pile of waste. Hao Heng was taken aback and thought to himself, if I can even refine a martial soul, can I absorb it? The system did not respond, but a message came from the internal fire furnace. The general idea was that if he wanted to absorb the martial soul, he should choose a place to store the soul imprint, and through the furnace's fusion ability, the martial soul could be integrated into his body. However, the fused martial soul could only be used by him and could not be attached to a soul ring. If he did not fuse the martial soul, it could not be stored because the martial soul needed a host to exist. When Hao Heng put away the internal fire furnace, the martial soul within would automatically dissipate. What use could a martial soul that could not be attached to a soul ring have? Hao Heng felt a bit disdainful and was about to put away the furnace to support Brother Hammer, when suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He stopped retracting his hand from the furnace, touched the emerald at his waist, and the iron essence longbow appeared in his hand. He moved forward to light the furnace again, then channeled his soul power to restart the inner fire of the furnace, fusing the soul power crystals, the golden crow martial soul, and the iron essence longbow together. During this time, he occasionally observed the battle fluctuations in the distance and noticed that the two fighters were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand against each other, which allowed him to relax and focus on completing the fusion of the 3 items. After half an hour, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Crow Longbow Martial Soul Fragmented. Upon hearing this, Hao Heng excitedly stood up, walked to the furnace, and reached his hand inside. Where the flames in the furnace blazed anew, Hao Heng furrowed his brows tightly. The feeling of merging with the martial soul was not pleasant at all, akin to ants gnawing at his flesh. Although it didn't hurt, it was quite annoying. Fortunately, the merging process didn't take long, only 5 minutes. He pulled his hand out of the furnace, raised his arm, and a burst of golden light erupted from his palm, illuminating the surroundings. When the golden light dissipated, he found himself holding a long bow adorned with golden and red flame patterns, its size changing according to the amount of soul power he infused into it. He plucked the bowstring, pulling the bow taut, feeling its resistance. As he released it, the pleasant sound of the bowstring snapping made the corners of Hao Heng's mouth involuntarily curl up. With the blessing of this golden crow long bow, every arrow he shot would carry the true fire of the sun. Of course, this true fire needed sunlight to replenish, but aside from that, he felt that using this bow would significantly reduce his stamina consumption when employing the rampaging hunter's arrow, especially when combined with his breathing technique, making the consumption feel almost negligible. However, there was no time to ponder these things now. When he merged with the martial soul, the fighting over there inexplicably came to a halt. Although Hao Heng knew that Brother Hammer was unlikely to be in trouble, he couldn't help but feel anxious. If the Pope managed to escape, finding an opportunity for revenge would be difficult. So Hao Heng immediately stowed away the long bow and hurried toward the location where the battle fluctuations had come from. At the site of the clash between Tang Hao and Qian Xuanji, the ground was shattered, large trees uprooted and broken into several pieces, leaving a wide open space cleared by the aftermath of their battle. At this moment, Tang Hao had already vanished, while Qian Xuanji knelt on the ground, his body radiating holy light, his face pale, and a black soul ring beside him shining brightly, desperately being activated by him. Qian Xuanji couldn't understand what had gone wrong. He hadn't used his full strength to take down Tang Hao, worrying that he might face a battle against a 100,000-year soul beast afterward, and knowing that Tang Hao was not an ordinary soul Douluo. However, as the battle progressed, he felt Tang Hao's state of mind becoming increasingly unstable, and his moves growing more chaotic. According to his expectations, it should have only taken a few more moves to subdue Tang Hao and use him as bait to force the 100,000-year soul beast to comply. But unexpectedly, when he knocked Tang Hao away and the latter turned to flee, a piercing, bone-crushing pain erupted from within him, distorting his face in an instant. Since he had ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo and become the Pope, he hadn't experienced such excruciating pain for a long time. Without time to think, he immediately dropped to the ground and activated a healing soul ring to try to heal himself. However, there was no sign of relief from the pain. In fact, it intensified as he circulated his soul power, making him feel as if he was about to be torn apart. At that moment, a figure emerged from the nearby woods. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Hearing the voice of the newcomer, Qian Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look. It was Juhua Guan and Ghost Douluo, along with 7 other soul Douluos. Ghost Douluo moved slightly faster, stepping forward first, while the others arrived in front of him after a dozen seconds. He had no time to think and, enduring the pain coursing through his body, said in a muffled voice, "Tang Hao has already been injured by me. You must chase after him quickly." The group looked in the direction he pointed, their faces still showing shock. They hadn't expected that Qian Xuanji could be injured by Soul Douluo. This was too pathetic. This was the thought in everyone's mind. They didn't dare linger, even avoiding looking at Qian Xuanji for fear that he would notice the oddity in their eyes. The 9 of them immediately set off in the direction he indicated. Once they left, Qian Xuanji's expression turned back to a grimace. He knew he had lost face this time, but now was not the time to consider his pride. He adjusted his posture, sat cross-legged, and with his hands forming seals, he swept his soul power through his meridians, preparing to investigate what had gone wrong to cause him such pain. However, upon doing so, he was nearly frightened to death. Inside his body, all his meridians and internal organs were black. The walls of the meridians had large holes, with pus flowing outwards. There wasn't a single healthy part, and this situation was worsening. The source seemed to come from his soul power. Realizing this, Qian Xuanji was taken aback and hurriedly stopped the operation of his soul power. But just as he was about to retract his martial soul, a beam of light with a fiery tail shot from the dense forest. Before Qian Xuanji could react, the light had already pierced into his abdomen. He felt this trivial pain, looked down at the object, and saw an arrow entwined with golden flames, mixed with soul power and an iron-like energy substance. Gripping the arrow, he gazed at the burning true fire of the sun on it, his pupils slightly constricting, his face contorting in a snarl as he shouted towards that direction. "Wu Yuanfei, you bastard, how dare you betray me? If I don't die today, when I return to the Martial Soul City, I will ensure your Wu family is exterminated." The energy arrow in his hand was crushed by his excessive strength, and thick, black blood gushed out like a water column from a small hole the size of a marble, with the wound's flesh walls coated in true fire, causing the wound to expand further. He hurriedly mobilized his soul power to staunch the flow. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, standing on a stone and maintaining a normal form, Hao Heng listened to that threat, scratching his head in confusion. Wu Yuanfei, the one who just died? Just moments ago, he was rushing this way and inadvertently sensed 2 powerful auras approaching. To avoid being discovered, he first retracted his martial soul and stealthily followed the 2 auras, only to find Qian Xuanji kneeling on the ground, glowing all over. Before coming here, he had contemplated whether to directly confront Qian Xuanji, as he was, after all, a titled Douluo, and he didn't want to end up in a worse situation. However, upon arrival, seeing the state Qian Xuanji was in, Hao Heng could only think, "Brother Hammer is incredible." Qian Xuanji was already spitting blood, kneeling on the ground, looking as if he was about to die. In this situation, if he still didn't dare to make a move, then he might as well not carry this name anymore. Forget it, it wasn't the time to think about that. After considering, he decided it was not the time to be concerned about such matters. With a push off his toes, he leaped to the treetops, changed his position, drew an arrow, and whoosh, another arrow flew out. But this time, Qian Xuanji was prepared, dodging the arrow that appeared before him within less than a second. Hao Hong was not in a hurry. He let Qian Xuanji dodge. Although the Berserk Hunter's arrow consumed a lot of stamina, his recovery ability was also very strong. With the enhancement of the Golden Crow longbow, he could fully recover his stamina in just a few seconds, completely unconcerned about whether Qian Xuanji could dodge or not. Before coming, Hao Hong had already thought it through. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never confront Qian Xuanji head-on. First, from a nominal perspective, Qian Xuanji was still his master. He feared that if he did something that others could see, he would be labeled as a traitor to his teacher and ancestor, a title he could never shake off. Hao Hong also valued his reputation, so he wanted to see if he could shoot Qian Xuanji dead. Secondly, he didn't know if Qian Xuanji's weak state was just an act. He didn't want to take that gamble. If he rushed out and Qian Xuanji suddenly attacked and killed him, it would be quite laughable. After all, Qian Xuanji was a titled Douluo. Being cautious was always wise. Thus, Hao Hong continued to weave through the dense forest, shooting arrow after arrow from his Golden Crow longbow. Although Qian Xuanji managed to dodge the first 10 arrows, starting from the 11th arrow, he had to hit 1 arrow for every 3 shots, and by the time he reached the 20th arrow, he was hit by 1 for every 2 shots. Seeing the increasing number of holes in his body and feeling his soul power starting to get blocked, Qian Xuanji became furious. He seized the opportunity when he sensed an arrow coming, and in a fraction of a second he raised his hand, enduring the intense pain, mobilized his soul power, and activated his soul ring. Just as the arrow was about to pierce his body, he conjured a massive holy white sword, 40 meters tall. In his hand, he swung the sword down. Almost instantly, before Hao Hong could lower his hand, he saw the bright sword of light descending from above, causing his scalp to tingle. The speed was so fast that he couldn't evade it and could only brace himself for impact. Cursing inwardly, "You scoundrel, you really tricked me." Hao Hong expanded his body, instantly growing to 20 meters as he emerged from the dense forest. The milky white glow on his body hadn't even dissipated completely when he hurriedly threw a punch, colliding with the sword of light amidst a storm of killing energy. Boom! Crack! When their fists and sword met, Hao Hong was knocked back several dozen meters by the force above. The sword of light did not fall to the ground. A crisp sound echoed in the air as a fine crack began to expand on the sword, rapidly spreading throughout its body in just 3 seconds. Then, with a bang, the sword exploded into countless fragments that flew everywhere, indicating that Qian Xuanji's sword was merely for show and not effective. "It's you." Qian Xuanji stared at the massive figure standing in the woods, his eyes wide. Although he had never seen Hao Hong before, he had some understanding of his disciple who possessed a giant martial soul. After spitting out a mouthful of black liquid, he coldly laughed at Hao Hong, saying, "What's this? Did your master send you alone to kill me?" As he spoke, he moved his eyes left and right, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Hao Hong, realizing he had been discovered, stopped pretending. He uprooted several large trees in front of him and stood on the path where the shockwaves from their earlier clash had spread, staring intently at Qian Xuanji in the distance. His eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. Qian Xuanji snorted coldly and waved his hand, effortlessly dissipating Hao Hong's imposing presence. Hao Hong looked at him, covered in wounds and looking disheveled, unable to grasp the other's true condition. After pondering for a moment, he decided to test the waters first. "Old ghost, take my thunder strike." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and Qian Xuanji's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down from the void above, and he pointed at it. The lightning hit his fingertip, leaving only the front half of his finger charred black. "Cough, cough, kid, you want to hurt me? You're still a bit early for that." He spat out a mouthful of black blood and said with a cold laugh, although his attack was easily neutralized by Qian Xuanji. Even to the point of not breaking a sweat, Hao Hong felt a sense of joy in his heart. His previous thunder strike wasn't prepared with too much effort. He estimated that a normal, powerful soul master could withstand it as well. However, even though Qian Xuanji only used one finger to block it, that finger had turned charred black, and he coughed up black blood while deliberately maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Faced with Hao Hong's momentum, he could only disperse it without counterattacking, showing none of the powerful aura that a titled Douluo should possess. If all of this was merely a facade put on by Qian Xuanji, then Hao Hong was prepared to concede. After a moment of judgment, Hao Hong decided to take a risk. With a fierce glare, he charged forward, his fists tightly clenched and gathering power. The force of thunder surged and coalesced into a fist-shaped energy around his hand. As he approached Qian Xuanji at high speed, he unleashed a punch, and thunder erupted, the wind from the punch howling. The entire process took only 10 seconds. When that punch landed, the ground directly collapsed into a 10-meter deep pit, dust and mist swirling and lightning flashing. However, unfortunately, he did not hit his target. Qian Xuanji was very fast. Just before Hao Heng's fist landed, he remained calmly in place, and as soon as Hao Heng's fist was about to make contact, he instantly vanished. Hao Heng had not yet retracted his fist when a holy white light flashed before him. His eyes were drawn to the bright light, and then he felt the entire world slow down into shades of gray and white. The strong light was incredibly bright and dazzling, slowly moving towards him, descending upon his large face. However, he was unable to take any action to resist, even though he could already sense the terrifying power fluctuations within that beam of light with both his eyes and perception. Bang! When the strong light struck down, half of his face caved in, several blood vessels in his face burst, and the blood that did not burst surfaced, accumulating beneath his skin, causing half of his face to turn red. The network of crimson and blue veins covered his entire face, making him look as terrifying and grotesque as a demon crawling out of hell. Hao Heng was also swept away by that powerful force, falling backward, crushing a large tree and landing on the ground, his entire body enveloped in the thick dust raised by the impact. Qian Xuanji, flapping his wings, hovered in the air, a strong light slowly dissipating from his thigh. Several arrow wounds on his body had been sealed by his soul power. Although the pain inside him was still stimulating his nerves, he remained calm, raising his hand high, and the soul ring shone brightly. A light sword began to take shape and grow in his hand. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. When a light sword reached 200 meters, Qian Xuanji coldly sneered, "Kid, although you are my disciple's grandchild, just the fact that you dared to attack me is enough for you to die 1,000 times. Moreover, your damn master seems to have done something to me as well. But you don't need to worry, go die first, and soon I will let your master reunite with you." As his words fell, he moved his arm to strike, the entire light sword tilting downward. The air waves between heaven and earth disturbed by the residual power of the sword, causing a dramatic change in the weather, shocking the world. At that moment, a furious roar came from the dust. A giant arm emerged. Qian Xuanji looked at the shadow emerging from the dust, a cold smile still on his lips. He thought that even a title Douluo would be severely injured by his sword, and he couldn't imagine what Hao Heng would use to block it. But in the next second, he was shocked as the shadow broke through the dust and flew out, revealing its form. It was an extremely thick giant hand, with a single finger capable of allowing a galloping horse to run freely on it. The giant palm opened and reached for him. Qian Xuanji gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and swung the sword at the hand. The 200-meter-long light sword didn't even touch the giant's elbow, leaving only a deep blood mark from the palm to the wrist, not exposing any bones, and that was all. Looking at his ultimate technique, which only left the opponent with a slightly painful bloodstain, Qian Xuanji was dumbfounded. However, he quickly woke up from the gust of wind coming from below and prepared to dodge the reaching arm. Just as he began to channel his soul power, the wounds he had sealed with his soul power suddenly burst open, and a large amount of black blood sprayed out, his whole body erupting like a fountain. His consciousness was instantly shattered by the intense pain, and he remained in place, caught directly by the giant palm, enveloped within it. When Hao Heng fell to the ground, he already knew that he no longer had any strength to resist. If he truly still had the power of a title Douluo, he would not have been able to withstand that kick just now with his current 2 million points of physique. He would likely have had his head kicked open. Now, it was just a moment of pain for him, which was far more credible than Qian Xuanji's claim that he was going to die. He had been dealt with by Bibi Dong before and had seen the true power of a title Douluo, which is why he could decisively use his ultimate killing technique. Qian Xuanji's mind sank into chaos. He had lost consciousness, purely relying on his survival instinct to reach the peak. He spread his limbs to brace himself on both sides. Feeling the strength in that giant hand was no less than his own. With his last breath, he roared, "Bastard, let go of me, or I will tear you to pieces." As the dust settled, Hao Heng lay on the ground, looking up at that fist hundreds of meters high. He spat lightly and said coldly, "Where does all this nonsense come from? You're already at the end of your strength. Who are you trying to impress? Your body has long since died, and clinging to life with your last breath is of no benefit to you or the world. Let me send you on your way." "Master." After Hao Heng let out a loud roar, a black soul ring floated beside him. The soul ring lit up, and from his chest emerged a golden droplet wrapped in flames, flying towards the giant fist in the sky. Once the droplet fell into the fist, a mournful wail echoed from within, resonating in all directions. Then, the entire fist was engulfed in golden flames, and the sound gradually weakened until it fell silent. The clear sky had unknowingly gathered dark clouds, blocking the sunlight, and a fine drizzle began to fall, as if the world was weeping for the passing of a strong individual. Chapter 87. Tang Hao is trapped in the clearing of the forest. Not far from a simple wooden house, the two Douluo from the Chrysanthemum Spirit turned around to look at the enormous fist clenched in flames in the distant sky. Exchanging glances, His Majesty should be able to handle it, right? Logically speaking, as guards of the Pope, they should have rushed back to protect the Pope's safety upon hearing the commotion, regardless of the situation or who attacked the Pope. However, they had promised Bibi Dong, His Majesty said, to capture Tang Hao and the others first. Seeing that the two Chrysanthemum Spirits were standing still, a Soul Doa behind them suggested, let's disperse and surround the house. Chrysanthemum Spirit lowered his head to glance at him, nodded, and said, all right. After a brief exchange, the group moved forward, and the two Doa released their soul abilities, bombarding the simple wooden house. The house shook violently, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. Tang Hao, you can't escape now. You might as well surrender, the Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted as he took a few steps forward. The wooden house continued to shake, but no one responded to him. A hint of anger appeared on Chrysanthemum Spirit's face as he raised his hand and pointed forward. Thousands of bright yellow chrysanthemum flowers floated in the air above him, spinning and moving forward, gradually increasing in speed. Finally, the petals detached from the flowers, transforming into a storm of petals that enveloped the entire house. However, the rain of petals did not touch the house. Just as they were about to approach, the ground around the house suddenly shook, and large patches of blue silvergrass, glowing with golden light, erupted from the ground, growing wildly, intertwining, and weaving into a massive cocoon that wrapped around the wooden house. The petals struck the blue silvergrass cocoon, producing a sound like metal clashing. Seeing this, Chrysanthemum Spirit frowned slightly and waved his hand to the others, saying, scatter and surround the house. Let's see how long they can hide. The seven Soul Douluo immediately sprang into action, surrounding the blue silvergrass cocoon from 7 different directions. The ghost Douluo walked up to Chrysanthemum Spirit and asked, can't break it? Chrysanthemum Spirit glanced at him and whispered, how could we? If we break it now and capture the people inside, wouldn't that steal His Majesty's credit? Moreover, with the Saintess frequently inviting us over recently, His Majesty has already developed a negative opinion of us. In the struggle between His Majesty and the Saintess, we don't want to take sides. Let's be smart and not get caught up in trivial matters. The ghost Doa understood and nodded, stepping back and falling silent as the others waited quietly. As dawn broke and the gentle rain began to cease, the blue silvergrass cocoon that enveloped the house suddenly trembled and opened up, as if all its life force had been drained. All the blue silvergrass withered and turned yellow, finally collapsing to the ground. Not only did the massive blue silvergrass cocoon die, but the various plants near the house were also severely affected. Trees withered and flowers wilted. In an instant, the area resembled a dead zone, silent and desolate. Watching this strange transformation, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance. The 7 Soul Douluo surrounding the house turned to look at Chrysanthemum Spirit. He gestured for them to disperse, then stepped forward, waving his arm. Countless chrysanthemum petals swirled around him and finally gathered in his hand, forming a long spear. A glint of cold light transformed into several sharp spear flowers, buzzing loudly before the spear flew from Chrysanthemum Spirit's hand, piercing towards the already cracked and decaying house. The wooden wall was unable to withstand it and was pierced open, creating a large hole, and the spear continued to fly inside. However, as the spear entered halfway, it suddenly stopped in midair, unable to proceed further, and then began to retract. Tang Hao stepped out from the hole in the wall, holding the spear that had been thrust at him in one hand and dragging a gray-blue cloth bag in the other. His eyes were swollen, and a tear mark still lingered on his cheek. When he saw the crowd outside, his body shook, and the sorrow on his face changed drastically. A vast and violent aura erupted from him, sending powerful winds swirling, making it difficult for anyone below the tidal doll level to stand firm, causing them to stagger and struggle. Chrysanthemum Spirit stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in shock, Tidal Douluo, you've actually become a Tidal Douluo. Tang Hao looked at him and smiled. But there was no joy in that smile, only an indescribable sadness. Yes, I have actually become a title Douluo. The difference between a title Douluo and an 89th level soul Douluo is just one level, but that level is a massive threshold. Of the 10 soul Douluo, 9 have been trapped at this threshold their entire lives. If it were someone else, they would surely be ecstatic to cross this hurdle, wanting to share their joy with the world. But Tang Hao felt no joy, for the price was simply too great. So great that he was still struggling to process it. So great that he wished everything that had happened was a lie, an illusion. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, squinting his eyes, holding back the tears that wanted to flow out. He took a deep breath, knowing that this was not the time to cry. The most important thing was to break out with the child in his arms. Only by doing so could he ensure that a Yin's sacrifices were not in vain. And that was his promise. A man cannot go back on his promises. Tang Hao raised his head, his aura becoming even more intense, putting more pressure on those around him. He moved the blue-gray bag from his chest to his back, tightening and tying it, and with a firm grip on the spear, it suddenly exploded into countless chrysanthemum petals, falling to the ground and disappearing. Get out of the way. His expression darkened as he summoned the Haotian hammer, exuding a murderous aura, like a Shura in the world, unstoppable. Anyone who stands in his way would be killed. Chrysanthemum's spirit watched the 9 soul rings floating beside him, especially noticing the bright red soul ring, and coldly mocked, I thought you, Tang Hao, were a man of deep feelings and loyalty. I didn't expect that when pushed to the brink, you still chose the path of self-interest. However, even though you've killed your wife and absorbed her soul ring, you still cannot leave. At least wait for the Pope to arrive before making any decisions. You're courting death. When the chrysanthemum pass spoke, it touched Tang Hao's bottom line, causing the suppressed rage within him to erupt completely. Tang Hao let out an angry roar and vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he leaped into the air, raising his arm high as the Haotian hammer grew to about 10 meters in size, suddenly smashing down towards the chrysanthemum pass. The expression on the chrysanthemum pass's face was solemn as he elegantly flicked his hand, causing hundreds of black shadows to break through the ground. These were chrysanthemum flowers, entwined with their roots and leaves, forming a massive vine wall shield in front of him. The Haotian hammer struck the shield with a sound that made one's heart feel heavy. At that moment, the ghost awe behind the chrysanthemum pass vanished, reappearing behind Tang Hao, extending a claw wrapped in black mist toward the package on his back. A flash of red light appeared in the corner of Tang Hao's eye. He swung the hammer to evade the black claw and struck back. The hammer, unstoppable, landed on the shadow, but the ghost awe had already left, and the hammer only scattered a cloud of black mist. Meanwhile, the chrysanthemum pass changed tactics again. He spread his arms, and yellow light flashed around him. The yellow light dispersed, raining down onto the ground, where, in an instant, chrysanthemums continuously sprouted, turning the area into a sea of flowers. Seeing this, Tang Hao's expression changed in shock. He lifted his hammer high, making it grow larger and larger until it reached 100 meters, before swinging it down again. At the same time, a dark light shone from his body. A pressure like a colossal mountain descended, forcing the chrysanthemums below to bow down. The chrysanthemum pass's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his fingers. The petals of the chrysanthemums on the ground detached from their buds, swirling together to form a large yellow whirlwind, sweeping everything away and charging towards Tang Hao's giant hammer against the force of gravity. Each petal in the yellow whirlwind was like a sharp blade, and when they met the giant hammer, sparks flew, and a clanging sound echoed continuously. However, the hammer's force was enough to crush mountains, and the yellow whirlwind could only resist briefly before being compressed and shrinking further. Just as the whirlwind was about to be crushed, a smile flashed across the chrysanthemum pass's face. With his other free hand, he made a flicking motion in the dark, and suddenly, the chrysanthemums that had lost their petals began to grow wildly. At the same time, they rushed towards the Haotian hammer, one after another, wrapping around each other, layer upon layer, intertwining into hundreds of ropes that tightly bound the Haotian hammer, fixing it in place. Tang Hao was taken aback, realizing he had been tricked, and tried to retract his soul power to disperse his martial soul. Suddenly, the ghost Douluo appeared again from his side, 2 black mist claws reaching out, one aimed at the package on his back, and the other slashing towards his throat, the angle cunning and the timing exquisite. If he were not an opponent, Tang Hao would have applauded. But unfortunately, they were opponents, and he was the one being attacked. Tang Hao could only grit his teeth and glare at the ghost Douluo, as a black soul ring shone beside him, and a layer of dark light membrane expanded from his body, isolating the 2 claws outside. For a moment, the scene froze. The chrysanthemum pass was binding Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, preventing him from moving, while the Gosaw pressed in close, forcing Tang Hao to use his defensive soul skill, making it impossible for him to retract his martial soul, or he would surely be heavily injured. Tang Hao felt a sense of despair, gritting his teeth and glaring at the chrysanthemum pass. Seeing the smug smile at the corner of his mouth, his mood worsened. He knew that this time, he might really be unable to escape. What to do? He asked himself in his heart. Meanwhile, the chrysanthemum pass looked satisfied at the immobilized Tang Hao. Glancing at the direction where he had seen the giant hand earlier, the giant hand had vanished at some point, and he thought the battle with the Pope must have ended. He then called to several soul watching nearby. One of you, go find His Majesty. Yes. A soul with white wings on his back nodded in response, then flapped his wings and flew upwards towards the direction where the giant hand had appeared. But the next second, right before everyone's eyes, that soul suddenly let out a scream, losing control of his body and crashing down to the ground. When the dust settled, everyone saw that soul pinned to the ground, with an arrow 5 to 6 meters long, the thickness of an infant's arm, pure white throughout, with a white feathered tail, exuding a sacred aura, and wrapped in golden flames, piercing through his abdomen. Chapter 88. The giant is in action looking at the soul lying on the ground crying out in pain. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then their expressions changed dramatically. Tang Hao was delighted. The chrysanthemum pass frowned, and the ghost Douluo's expression was unreadable. The other 6 soul Douluo felt relieved, but their faces showed fear. Among them, the 2 soul Douluo from the Wu clan were the most panicked. They recognized that the arrow causing the soul Douluo's suffering was wrapped in the flames of their golden crow martial soul. The other 4 angel soul masters also sensed the familiar aura from the arrow. You Wu clan dare to betray His Majesty and help Tang Hao. You are spouting nonsense. Our golden crow clan's loyalty to His Majesty is as clear as day. That arrow clearly has your angel aura. How can you blame us? Then explain how that golden flame came to be. In your clan's Wu Yuan Fei still hasn't appeared. Could it be that such a commotion occurred, and he couldn't sense it? Seeing the 2 Wu clan soul Douluo struggling to speak, the 4 angel soul Douluo formed a surrounding circle, encircling the 2, their eyes unfriendly, clearly ready to make a move. Enough! The chrysanthemum pass shouted angrily at them. In the face of a great enemy, you still engage in infighting. The 4 angel soul Douluo looked at him, and due to his strength, they could only lower their heads and retract their hostility towards the 2 Wu clan members, then moved towards the angel soul Douluo on the ground who was crying and shouting, preparing to pull out the arrow. But when the soul Douluo trying to help touch the arrow, it suddenly exploded with a bang, transforming into several small light arrows that shot towards the encircling crowd. Everyone was startled and hurriedly dodged, but still, 2 people were hit, with several wounds appearing on their bodies. The expressions of those 2 turned ugly. The small light arrows were not very powerful, causing only superficial injuries, but their clothes were torn, and although the blood was quickly stopped, a lot still leaked out, making them look very disheveled. Compared to the one lying on the ground, they were naturally fortunate, but when compared to the 2 who had come to help, they were indeed unfortunate, especially seeing the 2 from the Wu clan snickering behind, which made them even angrier. The 2 exchanged glances, and one said, "Let's attack together and see who dares to be so bold." The other was also filled with rage and replied, "All right." They flapped their wings and flew up. At that moment, a beam of light flew in from the sky again. The 2 were already prepared and dodged just in time. But the people on the ground behind them were not so lucky, whether it was the chrysanthemum pass or others standing on the ground. They were all somewhat injured by the small light arrows that exploded from the light. The chrysanthemum pass touched his face where it had been scratched and looked at the other 4 who were still frozen in place, shouting, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch him." Only then did the 4 come to their senses, flapping their wings to follow. Just then, a panicked roar came from the sky. "It's a monster!" Everyone looked up, and the person was one of the 2 who had just flown out. Just a moment ago, he had a face full of anger, vowing not to rest until he avenged himself. But less than a minute after flying out, he returned, his face now only showing terror, completely devoid of the demeanor of a soul Douluo. Yet no one mocked him. They were more concerned about what he had encountered. As he landed, everyone could see his appearance and collectively gasped. The pair of white wings behind him were each torn apart. His whole body looked as if it had rolled in a coal pile, charred and emitting a smell of cooked meat. Half of his teeth were gone, and his face was smeared with yellow mud. Who could have beaten soul Douluo in such a state in such a short time? This question arose in everyone's minds. But before they could ask, a tremor came from the ground. It's coming, that guy, it's coming. The coal-black soul Douluo backed away in fear, hiding behind Zhu Huaguan. Zhu Huaguan stared at him, then turned to look, wanting to see who dared to oppose the spirit hall. Boom! Boom! The tremors grew stronger, the sound louder. Tang Hao and Gue Mei, floating in midair, also curiously looked in the direction of the noise. Although they were higher than the others, at about 10 meters, the surrounding trees were at least 100 meters tall, and they couldn't see anything. But all three could sense a very weak fluctuation of soul power coming from that direction. At the same time, three titled Douluos had question marks floating in their minds. Seeing the soul Douluo in such a miserable state and hearing the noise, they initially thought someone formidable was coming, but in their perception, the direction only showed a fluctuation of soul power weak enough to be at the level of a great soul master. The stark contrast in strength left the three of them dumbfounded. Just then, the ground tremors suddenly stopped, and everyone stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the soul Douluo on the ground shouted loudly, look up at the sky." Everyone listened to the sound and looked up, around. Large bald head almost blinded everyone's eyes. However, since they were all powerful individuals who had reached the level of soul Douluo, they quickly focused on the key point. And the key point was, how was this thing so big? It had such a handsome human face and was smiling at them. Even more outrageous, it spoke. "Hello, everyone." Hao Hong politely greeted everyone, his voice booming like thunder. Then, a giant hand swept down from the treetops, hovering above the crowd. The enormous palm, over several hundred meters wide, covered the entire sky beneath it, instantly shifting night to day. Zhu Huaguan couldn't care less about Tang Hao now. He directly retracted his soul power and then released it again, causing the Zhu Hua flowers binding the Haotian hammer to loosen and form a pillar to brace against the giant hand. But now, Hao Heng's figure was completely unrestrained. Reaching a height of 2,000 meters, with a power attribute of 20 billion points, a hastily made grass pillar was no match for that. The pillar only held for 2 or 3 seconds before it shattered and broke apart, the giant hand pressing down, almost touching the ground. 2 seconds passed. The giant hand retracted and disappeared without a trace. Hao Heng's body shrank back to a 10-meter form. Then he sprinted towards the place where Tang Hao and the others had just been. When he approached the area earlier, he had already sensed 2 powerful soul power fluctuations. Those 2 fluctuations were so strong that he knew he couldn't match them. So he looked for a place to shoot a few arrows in that direction. He infused the Angel Martial Soul, refined by Qiang Sunji, into the iron arrows, which he hadn't used yet. Just as he found a spot, a birdman flew into the sky, providing him with a target that he hit directly. Then 2 more people flew over, but unfortunately, he wasn't using the Giant Martial Soul at that time. He was at a normal human height, which was discreet enough but lacked sufficient mental power, causing him to miss them. Originally, Hao Hong wanted to change locations to shoot a few more arrows, but those 2 were too fast, quickly closing in on him and shouting threats. With no choice, Hao Hong had to summon the Giant Martial Soul to fight, directly reaching a height of 100 meters. After a brief exchange, he managed to capture one of them, scaring off the other. From the captured person's mouth, he inquired about who was present in the specific situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He found a nearby location and, from a height of 2,000 meters, he unleashed a palm strike, believing that with his 2 billion power enhancement, that Do wouldn't dare to control Tang Hao. Of course, to prevent being targeted again by that terrifying black mountain, this time he didn't stand up but knelt on the ground. Soon, Hao Heng found the place. The scene was chaotic, with countless fallen and broken trees, and the ground was riddled with cracks of various sizes. There were also 6 lumps of flattened flesh, with 3 survivors. At that moment, Hao Heng saw them crawling out of the pits. Hao Heng noticed that the 3 of them were staring at him simultaneously, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head and said, "Hello everyone." Chapter 89, Shock. "I actually have a grandfather. You have some guts to interfere with our spirit hall's affairs. Do you dare to give your name?" Zhu Hua said with an unfriendly tone, shaking off the dirt on his body. He had never been so embarrassed, reduced to hiding in a hole to avoid his opponent's attack. If this got out, where would he put the face of a titled Douluo? But at least he had 2 others of the same rank making the same choice. So it wasn't too embarrassing for him. Tang Hao also looked at the 10-meter-tall, golden-armored, bald little giant walking out of the woods. At first, he thought it might be someone from the Haotian sect coming to support him, or one of his subordinates who had submitted to him. The person in front of him, he couldn't say he had never seen before. In his impression, he should have no memory of him. Ghost Douluo. Hao Hung looked at the three people in front of him and scratched his head, saying, "Well, do you believe me if I say I just passed by?" Hee hee. Zhu Huaguan let out a cold laugh, and at that moment, he recalled a terrifying thought. Just now, a huge fist had appeared in midair, as if battling with the Pope. The person in front of him had also attacked using a giant hand technique, so it was clear that this person was the attacker who had fought the Pope. He had appeared, but the Pope had not shown up. Could mean that. Zhu Huaguan glared and stepped forward, saying, "Did you hurt His Majesty?" His words were left unfinished, because it was simply too unbelievable. The soul power fluctuations within this person were only at the Great Soul Master level, while the Pope was a titled awe. If this person really had killed the Pope, Zhu Huaguan truly felt that the Pope was too useless. Hao Hung remained silent, while Tang Hao's eyes lit up. The fact that he could take down Qian Xuanji proved that the other party could not possibly be an enemy. An enemy's enemy may not necessarily be a friend, but the fact that he chose to help him in such a critical moment said a lot. He quickly moved in front of Hao Hung, took the backpack off his back, and handed it to Hao Hung, saying, "Brother, could you please keep an eye on this for me?" Oh sure. Hao Hung quickly took the package, which was quite heavy, and the contents inside seemed to be moving. He hurriedly changed his grip from holding it to cradling it. Looking at Tang Hao, who had discarded his burdens, he appeared much lighter. He picked up the Haotian hammer again, his gaze coldly sweeping over the two Douluo. "Juhua and Gue," he coldly said, "Are you two still going to fight? If you want to fight, I'm more than willing to accompany you to the end." Juhua and Gue exchanged glances, and after a brief communication, Gue's figure flickered and exploded, turning into a cloud of black mist that dissipated in place. Juhua Douluo raised his hand, and a spear transformed from a chrysanthemum appeared in his grasp. He lightly stepped and leaped into the air, lunging towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao flipped his wrist, swinging the Haotian hammer to strike, knocking Juhua's spear away. Just as he was about to advance further, Douluo emerged from the void, waving his arms to create dozens of black hand phantoms that reached for Tang Hao. Tang Hao had no choice but to abandon his attack on Juhua and confront the ghostly figure. Watching Tang Hao, who seemed like a war god, taking on two opponents, the intensity of the battle increased. Hao Hung felt it was better to retreat first. He clutched the package in his arms and sprinted towards the woods. No one paid him any mind because Juhua and Gue knew that as long as they took down Tang Hao, capturing a Great Soul Master would be an easy task. Even though this Great Soul Master was somewhat unusual, Hao Hung found a hillside where he could see the battle, dragged over a huge stone, and sat on it. He opened the bundle and was met by a pair of lively big eyes blinking at him. Newly born babies are usually not very good looking, but this little guy in the bundle had fair, tender skin, chubby cheeks, and big, bright eyes that resembled flawless gems, very eye-catching. He was sucking on his fingers, not afraid of Hao Hung, with a glint of light in his eyes as he observed this huge figure in front of him. Hao Hung had heard before that if a newborn baby doesn't cry, it might be bad for their health. He bared his teeth and made funny faces to scare the little one. But the little one wasn't scared at all. Instead, he waved his arms, pretending to scratch Hao Hung's face. "How can my handsome face be touched just because you say so?" Hao Hung quickly pushed him away, turning his face with a look of disgust, and said. But he couldn't help but steal a glance at the little guy. Wanted to know if he would cry since he didn't let him touch him. However, the little guy showed no signs of crying or fussing, with a glimmer of wisdom in his big eyes. One can only say, as expected of a transmigrator. Since that's the case, Tang-san, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm doing this for your own good. Hao Hung revealed a sinister smile on his face, extended his hand, and with the tip of his fingernail, reached around to the back of the package, pinpointing the little guy's buttocks. He gently pinched a piece of flesh, causing the little guy's expression to change. Hao Hung then slowly twisted it, and just as he was about to turn that piece of flesh to a 45-degree angle, a loud wow was heard. Hao Hung revealed a comfortable smile as he watched the child in front of him crying and waving his arms. He rummaged through his package and found two bones emitting a blue light inside, causing his eyes to light up. 100,000-year soul bone. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. After all, this was a priceless treasure. If it weren't for the battle below, where Tang Hao was gradually gaining the upper hand, he would have acted long ago, to avoid being hunted down by a powerful titled Douluo later. Hao Hung could only lick the corner of his mouth, cover the package, and leave a small opening for the child to show his face before gazing at the battle below. However, his thoughts weren't focused on the fight. He knew that Tang Hao would most likely win, so he didn't pay much attention. Instead, Hao Hung was thinking about something that had happened a few hours ago. At that time, He had refined Qianxuanji and obtained a soul power crystal, along with an angel martial soul. When he refined Wu Yuanfei for the first time, he hadn't known what a soul power crystal was, so he hadn't taken it out. But this time, he was more cautious and took out the soul power crystal, realizing that it contained the essence of a soul master's entire soul power, which he could absorb and convert into his own soul power. Hao Hong immediately became excited, unable to suppress the effects of the drunken seal. He now faced a significant problem. The speed of his soul power cultivation had suddenly slowed down. If he could practice like this, that wouldn't work. He restrained the desires within him. After all, absorbing this thing was like opening a door to sin. Once opened, it couldn't be closed. He would only tread further down the path of killing and refining souls until he fell into an endless abyss. His calm rationality told him that it wasn't worth it. Moreover, the soul power crystal was marked with the two words toxic, so Hao Hong chose to give it up, preparing to throw it into the furnace along with his martial soul and iron arrows for refining. That way, he would have a complete set of bows and arrows. But at that moment, the golden blood in his heart unexpectedly spoke again. Since the day he discovered it could speak and had consciousness, Hao Hong had occasionally tried various methods to stimulate it, hoping to force it to communicate. While others had grandfathers who gifted them money, techniques, and paths to cultivation, why did his grandfather reside within him and do nothing? However, whether through soul power impact or lightning strikes, that golden blood remained unresponsive, pretending to be dead. These days, Hao Hong had been busy searching for his second soul ring and had almost forgotten about it. Yet it chose this moment to speak. "Kid, give me that thing." The voice was deep and ancient, like that of a wise elder who had seen through the world's affairs. Hao Hong was momentarily stunned before remembering that there was something in his heart. But when he thought about it, this thing had been pretending to be dead for so long and only wanted to take advantage of good things. Why should he? He retorted directly, "Who are you? Do we know each other? Why should I give it to you?" The mass of blood took a few seconds to respond, saying, "Give it to me, and I will tell you how to become a god." Hao Hong chuckled coldly and said, "You think you can fool me with this? Do you take me for a fool? It's not that I can't give you something, but first, tell me what you are, and then explain what you mean by becoming a god. Otherwise, don't even think about getting anything from me." After a dozen seconds, that weak blood entity said, "Kid, my energy is insufficient to clearly explain the whole story. If you really want to hear it, first give me that thing." "You." Hao Hong wanted to argue a bit more, but hearing the weakness in that voice, it didn't seem like an act. He thought, since this thing is poisonous, it might even kill this bastard. So he replied unhappily, "How do you want it?" He clenched it in his palm. This time the response came quickly, and Hao Hong didn't dwell on it. He held the crystal-like soul power gem in his hand and suddenly felt his heart start to beat violently. Looking down at his chest, a golden light rapidly moved from his chest to his shoulder, then to his arm, and finally to his palm. Hao Hong felt a warmth in his palm. Looking down at his hand, he saw a wound opening in his palm, golden blood seeping out, sticking to the soul power crystal. It bubbled like boiling water, and the soul power crystal visibly shrank. Hao Hong, seeing this, said unhappily, "There might be poison in that. If you want to harm yourself, that's your business, but don't drag me down with you." The golden blood seemed to not have heard him, and continued to gurgle as it ate. After the crystal completely disappeared, Hao Hong felt a tickling sensation in his palm. When he looked again, the wound had completely healed, and the mass of blood returned to his heart once more. Hao Hong used his soul power to sense it, and the golden blood, which was originally only the size of a fingernail and had a dull luster, had transformed into the size of a baby's fist after consuming the soul power crystal. It shrank into a ball, shiny and bright. If it weren't for Hao Hong's large heart, it might have even blocked his blood vessels. It seems that eating that soul power crystal really benefited it a lot. Hao Hong, feeling like a lemon, thought to himself that he should have removed the toxins inside and just used it himself, saving this useless dog. "There is no benefit at all. It stays with me and eats my stuff." He said unhappily, "Hey, you ate my things, don't pretend to be dead now." There was no response, and Hao Hong frowned as the transparent flame of his forged body moved towards his heart. At that moment, the ancient voice spoke again. The story begins from the divine war tens of thousands of years ago. Chapter 90, the conclusion. To put it simply, tens of thousands of years ago, the divine realm was invaded by an outer, evil god. You fought back against them, but then had an internal conflict, splitting into two factions, one advocating for sealing the invasion portal, and the other advocating for an expedition. You were the leader of the expedition faction. Because the expedition faction was weak, You initially planned to take the remaining gods under your command to leave the divine realm and operate independently. But you were ambushed and killed by the gods, leaving only this drop of heart's blood, right? Hao Heng simply summarized the old man's lengthy discourse in one sentence. That's right, the old man said calmly. Hao Heng mocked sarcastically. You really are garbage to be taken down by a sneak attack. Despite Hao Heng's cold jibes, the old man did not get angry. Instead, he continued to recount, in my lifetime, I was only rated as a third-tier ordinary deity. But my divine power could shake the God King. The number of deities that have died at my hands exceeds 10 fingers. My strength is not something a little brat like you can assess. Hao Heng's heart was in a panic. He really wanted to refine that lump of golden blood. This thing had such a terrible attitude. Not to mention living for free, it also liked to confront him, and he couldn't even retort. Oof. No matter how strong you are, you'll still be killed. All right, enough nonsense. Let's talk about how to become a deity. Hao Heng changed the topic and said. The old man fell silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Actually, becoming a deity is quite simple. To put it bluntly, as long as you can incorporate the laws into your body, you can become a deity. Oh, your current realm is too low. I'm afraid you won't understand what the laws mean. I'll wait until you become stronger before I tell you. No, I know. Please continue. Hao Heng sneered and thought to himself. You dog, you think you can just get by like this? The old man paused for a few seconds before continuing. The laws are the fundamentals that constitute all things in the world, just like the laws in your human society. Laws set the bottom line for human behavior. And laws are a bit more advanced. They govern the operational rules of all things in the world. What is cold, what is hot, what is high, what is low, what state water should be in when it is cold, and what state it should be in when it is hot. These are simple manifestations of the laws. Stop. Don't give me all this nonsense. I don't want to know what the laws are. I just want to know how to become a god. Also, don't start rambling on again. I'm telling you, if you don't explain to me how to become a god today, I really will take action against you. Don't think I'm joking. Hao Heng was somewhat annoyed and warned seriously. The old man sighed and then said, in the lower realm, whether it is your human body or the bodies of beasts, there exists a limit. This limit binds you humans, allowing you to understand the laws and manipulate the laws. But you cannot incorporate the laws into your body, digest the laws, and become the true master of the laws. If humans want to become gods, there's only one path to take, which is to absorb the crystallization of the laws left by the deities. You seem to refer to this crystallization of the laws as divine positions. So, one can only become a god by inheriting a divine position? Hao Heng's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Didn't he know that inheriting a divine position could lead to becoming a god? Of course he knew. He also knew where the divine positions were, like the Angel Temple and Sea God Island. They were all there and couldn't be avoided. He just needed to seize the opportunity before Qian Rinxue, or Tang Seng, grew up and take the divine position for himself. However, he didn't want to. It wasn't that he had any special feelings towards them. He mainly felt that the Angel God and Sea God were not worthy of him. His giant martial soul was so powerful, and with the help of the system, he might really be able to treat the sun like a glass bead in the future. Inheriting a divine position that wasn't even as strong as his fully awakened giant martial soul would be ridiculous. So he was still thinking about whether this special golden blood could provide another way to become a god, but the old man's voice answered him. That's right. Sigh. Hao Heng sighed and said, if that's all there is to it, then there's no need to keep you alive. As he spoke, Hao Heng summoned the fire of body, forging, and directed it into his heart. The soul ring had already appeared beside him, and all that was left was to inject soul power. The old man's voice seemed to sense the crisis and hurriedly said, Kid, I have a divine position to offer you, one that can make you a god. The flames spread out like a mirror, and the phantom of a furnace gradually emerged from within the mirror. My divine position, although only rated as a level 3 deity, has true combat power that can rival a god king. Moreover, I believe this divine position has great potential for advancement. If you can inherit my divine position, I believe you will definitely be stronger than a god king. The furnace took shape, enclosing a golden blood sphere. But Hao Heng did not ignite it. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, what divine position? Is it really that strong? Of course it is that strong. The old man, realizing the stakes involved, no longer dared to delay like before and quickly said, my divine position is called the God of Strength, and it controls the laws of strength. It is incredibly powerful. At my peak in life, when I struck with all my might, I could shatter an entire world, which is terrifying. No matter how strong my enemies were, when I punched, they would surely die, and even a god king would not dare to take it head on. Of course, with your current strength, you naturally don't know what level of power a God King represents, but just know that my divine position is very strong. God's strength. Hao Heng listened to the old man's voice, which sounded like a salesman from past life, and became somewhat interested. He then asked, if others can't withstand your punch, how did you end up being ambushed and killed? The old man was silent for a few seconds before letting out an angry huff and replied, those shameless little people. More than a dozen of them came to deal with me alone, and they didn't even dare to fight me up close. Because of my large size, I couldn't catch up with them. They restrained me and tortured me with their malicious rules for 1,000 years, and in the end, I died. Hao Heng fell silent, his large stature suggesting that he might, perhaps, have this weakness as well. This divine position seems rather ominous. All right then, tell me, where is this divine position? Hao Heng thought for a moment and decided to wait until he found the divine position before speaking. So he extinguished the fire and put away the soul ring, then asked. However, after he finished speaking, half a minute passed without any response. Why was there no reply? Hao Heng asked in confusion. In the divine realm, the old man stammered. The divine realm? How do you get there? Become a god, and you can go. How do you become a god? You need to obtain a divine position to become a god. Where is the divine position? In the divine realm. Are you FING with me? In the end, Hao Heng did not destroy that golden blood orb, leaving the remaining consciousness alive, giving himself a chance. Is there no way to enter the divine realm without a divine position? He asked the consciousness one last question. The answer was yes, but it's basically impossible. Because to enter the divine realm, one must not only break open the divine gate, but also endure the terrifying divine punishment trial. Even true gods have a high chance of falling during the journey to the divine realm, let alone those who are not gods. Moreover, only gods can summon the divine gate, which is the only way to have a path to take. Yes, but basically impossible. In other words, there's a chance, right? The sun rose from the horizon, golden light cutting through the dusk, like the curtain of a stage being drawn open. Hao Heng held the little guy in his arms up high, his expression serious as he gazed into his eyes, watching the future. Little guy, you must grow up quickly. I'm counting on you to give me a ride. Don't let me down. The battle at the foot of the hill gradually came to an end. Dan Hao, covered in wounds, fought fiercely, leaving Juhua Pass battered and bruised, his ghostly mask shattered. The two Juhua demons knew they couldn't defeat Tang Hao today, glanced up at the golden-armored giant on the hillside, and turned to flee. Tang Hao did not pursue, turning to look back, seeing that the little giant was holding his son high, with a steep slope of nearly 100 meters below. Chapter 91. Caught whoosh. Tang Hao's figure flickered, leaving his original position and landing beside Hao Heng, his eyes, the size of cowbells, fixed intently on Hao Heng. Hao Heng fell to gaze and turned to look at him. He was staring at Hao Heng. Hao Heng also stared at him. The two locked eyes for a long time. Finally, Tang Hao couldn't hold back and pouted at Hao Heng's hand. Oh, here you go. At this moment, Hao Heng remembered that he was still holding onto the child and the soul bone. So he quickly retracted his arm and handed the bundle in his hand to Tang Hao. Tang Hao carefully took the bundle, opened a small opening, and looked at the little guy's watery, tearful big eyes. He sighed in relief and nodded slightly at Hao Heng, saying, little brother, although I do not know what connection we have, you were able to save me in my time of danger. I, Tang, thank you here. If one day you need my help, I will not hesitate to assist. Seeing him being so polite, Hao Heng also cupped his hands in return and said, no need to be polite, brother Tang. If it weren't for your help a few months ago, I probably wouldn't be standing here today. A few months? Tang Hao felt confused and looked at Hao Heng with. Hao Heng noticed his confusion and roughly informed him about the incident with the Titan giant ape a few months ago. Tang Hao's face turned dark, resembling someone who had smeared soot on their face. 3 months ago, for some unknown reason, that Titan giant ape had emerged from the core area of the Stardow Forest and went on a rampage, affecting the residents of him and his wife. He had to step in to defend, nearly losing his life in the process. If it hadn't been for the fact that Ian was only 6 months pregnant at the time and could still fight, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Looking back now, he had been cursing the person who led the Titan giant ape over, but unexpectedly, today it turned out to be a blessing. Truly, the consequences of actions are unpredictable. Tang Hao sighed, shook his head with a wry smile, and after pondering for a long time, he looked at Hao Heng and asked, little brother, now that you have killed so many people from the Spirit Hall, and the Pope has died at your hands, the Spirit Hall is unlikely to let this go easily. What are your plans, or do you have a place to seek refuge? Hao Heng thought that when he returned this time, his master would probably have become the Pope. By then, he would be the Pope's disciple, and it should be fine. But wait, there was also Douluo, who had killed his son. The other party might come up with some terrifying tricks to deal with him, or even directly take action against him. What should he do about that? A hint of sorrow flashed across his face, but was instantly caught by Tang Hao. Tang Hao said, "If little brother has nowhere to go, why not follow me for now? Once this storm passes, we can make further plans." Tang Hao had his own agenda. This time, the Spirit Hall sent 3 titled Douluos, resulting in 1 death and 2 injuries. His achievements were enough to make him proud. But did the Spirit Hall only have 3 titled Douluos? How could that be? Who knows how many titled Douluos would block them next time? The loss of his wife had already left his heart in agony, and his attachment to the world was reduced to just a little bit, which he found in the little guy in his arms. His only wish now was to raise this child, the crystallization of his love with his wife, to adulthood. However, he was worried that the Spirit Hall might send 3, 4, or even 5 titled Douluos to block him. If he were alone, he might escape, but there was also the possibility of falling into a deadly trap. However, if he had an extra helper by his side, the situation would be different. If necessary, he could perhaps use himself as bait to draw the attacker's attention, allowing this little brother in front of him to escape with his son, far away from the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao was thinking along these lines, but Hao Hung was unaware of this. What he was thinking was, could there really be such good fortune? Although he knew that Bibi Dong would soon take full control of the Spirit Hall, and that he might even manage to become a holy son, Douluo was in existence at the limit of Douluo. Hao Hung couldn't take the risk of his act of killing the Pope being exposed. He was already considering whether he should find a few volcanoes to hide in for a year or so before coming out. But since Tang Hao had proposed that he stay by his side, who wouldn't want a strong bodyguard? Would anyone choose to hide in the dark underground? Living like a pitiful rat? 3 months of frantically devouring magma had made Hao Hung several times stronger. But the feeling of being alone in a confined underground had almost caused his emotions to break through the seal of drunkenness several times, driving him to madness. If it weren't for the lack of options, he really didn't want to return to that kind of place again. Hao Hung returned to normal, and, under Tang Hao's surprised gaze, clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll trouble Brother Tang for a while." Tang Hao slowly narrowed his wide-open pupils. Although he had guessed that Hao Heng's age might not be too great from the beginning, he never expected him to be so young. He nodded and turned around, saying, "Then let's go." "All right." Hao Hung chased after and followed Tang Hao. A few days later, within the territory of the Tiando Empire, in a small town, 2 figures, one large and one small, cloaked in black robes and wearing hoods, quickly walked in through the city gate. Despite their strange appearance, passers-by seemed oblivious to them. Even the guards at the city gate only performed a simple check of their identification before allowing them to enter the city. Hao Hung tucked 2 fake identity documents into his backpack and let out a sigh of relief. During these days, in order to evade the chase from the Spirit Hall, they had been living like mice, afraid to go to big cities, afraid to take the main roads, and afraid to show their true faces. It was really quite humiliating, but at least it ensured their safety. Hao Hung took a deep breath, jogged to Tang Hao's side, and said in a low voice, "Brother Tang, I really can't hold it anymore. I'm starving. Give me some time to have a big meal, or I won't be able to move tomorrow." During these days, Tang Hao had seen just how much one person could eat, and he thought that among all the people he had met in his life, there probably wouldn't be anyone with a larger appetite than Hao Hung. He paused for a moment, looked up at the small town, where the streets were straightforward and simple, not complicated. Most of the buildings were low wooden houses, no more than 2 stories high, with only a few taller buildings bearing the names of hotels. After glancing around, he pointed to a 4-story small hotel and said, "We'll stay there tonight. You can find your way over later." "Okay." Hao Hung smiled with a hint of relief after hearing his agreement, nodded slightly, and then disappeared into the crowd, leaving no trace. "Hao Hung, where on earth are you?" At the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall, a petite girl with waist-length blue and white hair, a face like frost, and skin like cream let out a long sigh of worry. Luo Li had been out of Wuhuan City for about 3 days, having taken the initiative to come to this area to spread the latest orders from Wuhuan City. However, she also had a personal motive that did not conflict with her official duties, to find Hao Hung, who had disappeared for 3 months and suddenly reappeared a few days ago, rumored to have killed the previous pope and to be the disciple of the current pope. Although she had only been searching for 3 days, her inner anxiety grew exponentially each day. As an orphan raised by the Wuhuan Hall, she regarded it as her home. And Hao Hung, she considered him the closest person to her in this home. But now that closest person had actually killed the head of this family, betraying it. Luo Li could not accept that he was truly, as others said, an undercover agent sent by the Haotian sect into Wuhuan City, premeditating the assassination of the Pope. Therefore, she needed to clarify things. As long as Hao Heng told her it wasn't true, she would listen to his explanation. But if he really was as rumored? At this thought, Luo Li clenched her fists, the coldness in her deep blue eyes intensified, and her resolve became firmer. Even if Hao Heng was the only one who had stirred her emotions in all these years, her icy blade would unhesitatingly pierce his heart. A servant brought her means of transport, a pure white horse. After she took the reins, the horse shivered under the cold aura she exuded, bowed, and quickly fled. Luo Li didn't even glance at him, turned the horse's head, jumped on, waved the reins, and galloped away. Passers-by quickly got out of the way. Those with a bad temper wanted to argue, but retreated when they saw her white robe and the emblem of the Wuhuan Hall on her chest. In recent days, a major incident had occurred in Wuhuan City. The previous pope had been assassinated. Hence, various forces could feel the usually kind staff of the Wuhuan Hall exuding killing intent these days, and naturally, they did not dare to provoke the Wuhuan Hall at such a time. Luo Li calmly rode her horse out of the city, preparing to head to the next city. But just as she was about to leave the city gate, her gaze was involuntarily drawn to a crowd that was gathering and making a fuss. When she saw the figure surrounded in the middle of the crowd, she urgently pulled on the reins and stopped, her gaze sharp. The reins in her hand were frozen by the cold air emanating from her palm, and the white horse beneath her trembled continuously from the cold. Chapter 92. The Agreement 50 baskets. He must be a monster. My God, I've never seen anyone eat so much. I was stuffed after 2 beef buns, and he ate 50 baskets. Incredible. It is human nature to watch the excitement. Therefore, when a mountain of small cages piled up in front of Hao Heng, the crowd couldn't help but gather around, watching him devour the beef buns like a beast, one fist-sized bun at a time. Hao Heng quickly chewed the food in his mouth a few times, and before he could swallow, he picked up another bun and stuffed it into his mouth. He was eating like a wolf, having been truly starved these days. In the face of the temptation to fill his stomach, he knew that attracting the attention of others would be very detrimental to him. But he didn't have time to worry about that. He just wanted to eat his fill first. However, he was not completely oblivious to his surroundings. While he was sweeping away the food on the table like a whirlwind, he extended his perception to cover a radius of 100 meters. As a result, he indeed caught sight of an unusual gaze. Exposed, Hao Heng's figure paused for a moment as he slowly chewed the food in his mouth, his eyes narrowing slightly, a cold glint flashing at the corner of his eye. He placed his hand flat on the table, next to a pile of stacked cages, with the tip of his foot nudging the table leg. He was preparing to create some chaos to escape from this place. Just as he exerted a little force with his toes and the table tilted slightly, a jade-white hand, frosted and cold, reached from behind and pressed on his shoulder, a chilling voice piercing his ears. Come with me. Hao Heng was startled, turning around in surprise to look at the person behind him. After observing her true appearance clearly, he revealed a smile filled with kindness and softly said, Senior. Luo Li turned her head away, a shadow passing through her eyes. She grabbed Hao Heng's arm, pushed through the crowd, and walked toward a small alley away from the flow of people. Once they reached an empty alley, she pushed Hao Heng directly against the wall. Hao Heng felt a chill on his back. His hooded robe must have been torn open, and a sharp pain pressed against his back. He heard Luo Li ask in a dark tone, Was it you who killed His Holiness the Pope? Hao Heng did not respond immediately. He closed his eyes. After absorbing the soul bone and drinking the potion that prevents drunkenness, his ability to perceive emotions reached a peculiar state. Unless someone was several times stronger than him or was deliberately hiding their feelings, it was nearly impossible for anyone to conceal their true thoughts from Hao Heng. If Luo Li truly wanted to kill him, her emotions should be anger and resentment, rather than the current mix of entanglement, contradiction, and a hint of concern and worry. He had only felt this complex emotion moments ago, while passing by a sweet couple. He opened his eyes, dissipated the gathered soul power side, and calmly said in a low voice, Come on, stab me. If I die by your hand, perhaps it is a blessing from heaven. Luo Li's eyes showed panic. She gripped the extremely cold ice blade tightly and pushed it forward. The tip of the knife penetrated 3 centimeters into Hao Heng's flesh before she stopped and coldly shouted, Do you think I won't do it? Answer me quickly. Was it you who killed the Pope? Hao Heng listened to her slightly hurried breathing, and with a worried expression, he looked up at the tiles on the wall, his eyes brewing with indescribable emotions. He did not respond, but continued to speak to himself. Once a sincere love was right beside me, but I did not cherish it. Now, it is too late for regret. If heaven gives me another chance, I will hold it tightly in my hands. Come on, stab me. If my death can bring you a smile, then I will have no regrets in dying. Hao Heng's words were like sharp arrows piercing through, stabbing into Luo Li's heart. Her arms trembled, her eyes reddened, tears welling up in her eyes as she asked with a choked voice, "Why? Why did you betray me, us?" Hao Heng shook his head and said, "I didn't betray you. I am just an ant caught between powers, with no choice but to be manipulated." Luo Li drew the sharp knife, staring blankly at Hao Heng's back, took a few steps back, and hurriedly asked, Who is able to? Hao Heng turned around, looked at the slightly shorter Luo Li, reached out his hand, gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye, and smiled. "Knowing too much won't do you any good. You wanted to kill me, right? Go ahead." Hao Heng took her hand, gripping the curved blade against his chest, closing his eyes with a look that seemed to say he would let fate decide. The next moment, he felt the chill in his hand dissipate, and the sharpness pressing against his chest disappeared. Luo Li broke free from his restraints, stepped forward, and hugged his waist, burying her head in his chest, crying out, I'm sorry. Hao Heng looked at her with a strange expression as she lost control of her emotions. He gently laughed and hugged her shoulders, stroking her head, and said, "Silly, why do you need to say sorry to me?" Luo Li raised her head, her eyes swollen and red. She hadn't cried for a long time, let alone cried for a man, but today she couldn't hold it back. Since the day she received the news, she had imagined countless scenarios in her mind about how he would respond when she caught Hao Heng. Would he decisively admit it, try to argue, attempt to hide it, or try to deceive her? She had thought of many ways to respond, but the final outcome was always the same, no matter how Hao Heng explained. She would either bring him back to the spirit hall for interrogation or kill him on the spot. These were her thoughts, but was it what she truly wanted? She didn't have the answer before, but now she did. No, absolutely not. Hao Heng gazed directly into her eyes, looking into those windows of the soul, trying to truly see what love is. Can he say that he loves Luo Li now? No, the words he just spoke were merely sweet nothings. A conclusion drawn by his calm rationality after considering the optimal solution to the current situation. But can he love Luo Li? Perhaps, but it might take some time. If he has that thought. Coincidentally, he does have such a thought. Love is indeed too complicated. He has never encountered such a peculiar thing before. He wants to explore this elusive emotion. It is the Saintess. Your Highness, right? Luo Li looked at Hao Heng, who was staring blankly into her eyes, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, she did not forget the purpose of her inquiry. She tightly grasped Hao Heng's hand, for the first time transferring the warmth in her hand to another. Hao Heng was silent for a long time and said ambiguously, "Maybe Master has her own considerations." Still not giving a direct answer, but Luo Li's clever mind had already imagined a scene where Hao Heng was assigned by Bibi Dong to infiltrate the Stardow Forest, waiting like a venomous snake for Qian Xuanji's arrival. It must be like this, she convinced herself, gripping Hao Heng's hand a little tighter, unwilling to let go. "Come back with me. If it was Her Highness the Saintess who instructed you, she will definitely find a way to restore your innocence. Moreover, Her Highness will ascend the throne in a few days to become the new pope, and I believe she will lift the wanted order against you." Luo Li looked at Hao Heng with anticipation. "Wanted?" Hao Heng said in surprise, raising his voice slightly. Yes. 3 days ago, a wanted order for you, and that Tang Hao was issued from Spirit City. I found out about it that day, and I asked the principal to send someone to bring me here to convey the message." Hao Heng looked at Luo Li's shy demeanor as she lowered her head, smiled, and then shook his head, saying, "I can't go back right now." "Why?" Luo Li suddenly raised her head and looked at him. "Fool! Qian Xuanji died at my hands after all. Even if Master ascends to the position of Pope, she can't clear the charges against me. Right now, Master probably hasn't grasped the situation in the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, the warrant for my arrest wouldn't have spread from Spirit City. If I go back to Spirit City and get discovered, they might force Master to kill me, which would put her in a difficult position." Hao Heng raised his hand and gently flicked her forehead. Luo Li covered her head and thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense. Then she looked up at Hao Heng and said, "Let's leave together to a place where no one knows us and ignore all these messy things. Growing old together and being a pair of immortal lovers, right?" Hao Heng helped her finish her sentence. Luo Li also felt that she was too excited, lowering her head and softly murmuring, "No, I don't want to be that pitiful mouse hiding and seeking. One day, I will return to the Soul City openly and honorably, and then we could be together without any reservations." Hao Heng emphasized the last few words heavily, which made the blush on Luo Li's face even more pronounced. However, she couldn't help but ask with concern, But this time, many experts have been dispatched in the spirit hall, and even the elders with the title of Douluo have been mobilized. How are you going to hide and avoid their pursuit? Hao Heng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm with Tang Hao now. He's a powerful titled Douluo, so I won't be in any danger." Tang Hao, isn't that guy an enemy of the spirit hall? No, you can't be with him. Senior, I have no choice. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time. Luo Li bit her lip and said, "Then I'll go with you." Hao Heng Senior, Tang Hao is very vigilant right now. If I bring you along, he might leave alone. If we are surrounded by the elders of the spirit hall, how will we escape? Do you really think you could take on one or two titled Douluos? Luo Li clenched her fists, her breathing becoming slightly heavier, and looked firmly at Hao Heng. After a few seconds, she said dejectedly, "No, but I don't want to lose you again. I'm afraid you will really leave me." Hao Heng felt the strength of her grip around his waist. It was strong. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this, Senior? Once I find a stable place, I will write to you every month to let you know where I am, and we can communicate through letters. How's that sound?" Luo Li found it feasible, nodded, and smiled with satisfaction. Hao Heng pinched her cheek, and then looked outside where the crowd was increasing. He said, "It's getting late, Senior. I should go find Tang Hao." Luo Li responded softly, relaxing her arms that were wrapped around Hao Heng's waist. Hao Heng slowly pulled away, staring at her as he gradually moved away. The hands they held together started to separate, and just as they were about to part, Luo Li suddenly stepped forward and grasped Hao Heng's hand tightly, asking, "Hao Heng, the last question, do you love me?" Hao Heng turned around, gazing into her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he casually said, "Love." With the answer in hand, Luo Li's smile was as sweet as if she had just eaten candied fruit. She nodded and said, "Be careful on the way." Chapter 93. The strange uncle next door time is like a turtle in a pond. If you stare at it, it moves slowly, but if you look away, it disappears in an instant. And so, 6 years passed. The silver moon sank in the west, and the glow of dawn had yet to break. A new day was about to arrive. At that time, the dim night still shrouded the small village hidden deep in the mountains, and the stone tablet at the entrance reading Holy Soul Village emitted not a glimmer of light. The surroundings were desolate. Even the insects had stopped chirping for the night, falling into a deep slumber. The air was a mix of clarity and murkiness, with dew hanging on the verge of forming. The cooking fire had quietly extinguished, and no smoke could be seen. Normal people were still lying in their beds, hugging their wives or their blankets, snoring loudly, conversing with the dream world. However, in a run-down wooden house in a remote corner of the village, the door of a small compartment quietly opened a crack. Through the crack, an eye emerged, scanning the empty hall outside. After confirming no one was around, a small hand poked out, grasping the door panel, and slowly pulled it inward. The metal that held the door was perhaps rusted from the dampness, emitting a sharp creaking sound as it moved, but the small hand patiently maintained silence, gradually widening the gap. Finally, the crack was wide enough for a person to squeeze through. A little figure about 3 feet tall, with short hair and wearing a simple outfit, emerged from the room, tiptoeing and glancing occasionally at the larger room beside the compartment, where the sound of snoring echoed like a drum in his ears, providing him with a sense of security. Reaching the doorway, he carefully removed the latch, opened the door, stepped over the threshold, and, after closing it behind him, the little guy plunged into the night, disappearing into the distance. In the darkness, he moved with ghost-like grace, agilely hopping from side to side on the path. The morning breeze pressed his robe tightly against his body, bringing a slight chill that made him stop twice, his nostrils flaring as if to sneeze, but he ultimately held it back. Continuing on, he reached the entrance of Holy Soul Village, climbed a small hillside, and after exerting himself to reach the top, he sat down, panting heavily. After a moment's respite, he immediately settled his mind, crossed his legs, and prepared to begin his training for the day. This place was one he had discovered during his wanderings yesterday. It was open and spacious. Apart from the hillside he sat on, a sea of flowers spread out below, and as he gazed into the distance, the mountains loomed far away, shrouded in mist, vague and indistinct. If one wished to catch the first rays of sunlight, this was undoubtedly the perfect spot. Moreover, the wildflowers below released not a cloying, overpowering fragrance, but a refreshing, pleasant scent that soothed the soul, ideal for someone like him who needed tranquility to concentrate on cultivation. As the silver moon set, the golden sun was about to rise. Tang Sen estimated the time, opened his eyes wide, and 2 streams of eerie purple light flowed within them. His mind was now as clear as a bowl of still water on a flat table, free of distractions and ripples. Only with such a state of mind could he face the rising sun and absorb the golden light, drawing in the first strand of purple energy that rose above, cultivating his purple extreme demon eyes. In the sky, a cloud containing golden light drifted, and Tang Sen steadied his mind, secretly thinking, "It's coming." A purple mist rose from the distant mountains, with endless golden light behind it. In Tang San's eyes, two streams of purple light, one reversed and one upright, spun rapidly, forming two small whirlpools. The first strand of golden light, floating with the purple energy, was drawn toward him by the whirlpool in his eyes. Just as it was almost within reach, a sudden tremor shook the ground. Tang San, focused on absorbing the purple energy, was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground by the vibration, rolling down the slope, while the purple energy lost its pull and naturally dissipated into the air. No! Using a hand that shimmered with white light, Tang Sen plunged it into the ground, stopping his roll. He raised his head just in time to see the purple energy dissipate and fell to his knees, crying out in anguish. It wasn't until the sun revealed half of itself that he came to his senses, accepting the fact that his first training session at his new secret base had ended in failure. With a sullen expression, he clenched his fists, feeling the vibrations beneath his feet, and walked toward the source of the tremor, which was in the direction of the village but led up the mountain. Under normal circumstances, Tang Sen would not casually climb the mountain, as he was still quite young, and the mountains were home to many wolves and leopards, which would not care whether he was lean or plump. But today, Tang San was fed up. He had roughly guessed who had disturbed his training and decided to confront him and have a proper discussion. Before long, he arrived at a location halfway up the mountain, following the vibrations. He heard a sound that was heavy and uncomfortable, as if a large stone was pressing down on his chest, mixed with some laughter and roars. Hearing those sounds, Tang San's expression turned grim, gritting his teeth as if he wanted to crush them. And after taking a few more steps, he spotted a towering ancient tree, 100 meters high, with a figure leaning against it. The person had a flat buzz cut, stood 9 feet tall, and had a masculine appearance with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His physique was robust, with every muscle defined, hard yet flexible, strong and powerful, perfectly shaped. Even in the dark of night, Tang Sen could clearly see the muscles on the man's body flexing with his movements, exuding a palpable strength that hit him like a wave. Feeling such immense power directly made Tang San's resolve to confront him waver slightly. The weather is bad today. Maybe I should wait until tomorrow. Tang Sen looked up at the dark sky, thinking this, and turned to leave when a loud voice came from behind him. "Hey, isn't this little San? What are you doing here so early?" Tang San froze in place, his face darkening ominously. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and after several seconds, turned around, revealing a sunny smile as he scratched the back of his head and said, "What a coincidence, Uncle Hao. What are you doing here?" Hao Hung walked over, wiping the beads of sweat on his smooth, tense skin with a towel. His pair of bright, piercing eyes widened as he stared at Tang San and said in a low voice, "This mountain is dangerous. Why have you come here alone? Don't you think the claws of tigers, leopards, and wolves are threatening?" Tang San stopped scratching his head, dared not to meet those fiery eyes, and averted his gaze, unwilling to say much. Hao Hung silently looked at him, let out a sigh, and said, "Forget it. You are clever and have your own opinions, so I won't ask too much. However, the dangers in the mountains and forests are not as simple as you imagine. Tomorrow I will go to your house to have a good talk with Brother Tang and make sure he keeps an eye on you. Don't blame me for being talkative. I am doing this for your own good." What a load of crap. Tang San roared in his heart. He really disliked this guy in front of him. Since the day he was born, the person he had seen the most, apart from his father, was this guy. There was even a time when his father had left him for a while, entrusting his care to this guy, which showed how much his father trusted him. Logically speaking, since his father had such a good relationship with him, Tang Sen should have no reason to dislike him. And indeed, before the age of 3, Tang Sen had a very good impression of Hao Hung. But after the age of 3, several incidents caused Tang San's attitude towards him to change drastically. One incident was that this guy had stayed in his home for a few years and actually learned his father's blacksmithing skills, opening his own blacksmith shop. Since he lived next door to his house, and his father usually appeared to be a drunkard, the villagers naturally chose to go to him for making iron tools. Learning his father's skills and stealing their business, wasn't that a white-eyed wolf? Although his father's attitude towards him didn't change. There was one time when Tang San complained about him and earned his father's first beating, which he received from his father by birth. Moreover, he would occasionally bring some wine and dishes to support Tang San's family, but Tang San just didn't like him. Another thing was that after the age of 3, Tang Sen picked up the cultivation methods from his past life and began to find hidden places to secretly practice. But for some reason, every time he found a spot, this guy would always discover it and disrupt his cultivation process with a force similar to what he just did. Although it didn't happen every time over the 3 years, the accumulated instances had exceeded the total number of fingers and toes, which was why Tang San couldn't help but come over in a fit of rage. "Uncle Hao!" Tang San suppressed his anger and called out in a muffled voice. Hao Hong was about to go back to continue his training when Tang San called out to him. He turned around in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang San raised his head, his eyes filled with strong dissatisfaction, and said, "You knew all along, didn't you?" With this statement, Hao Hong was even more puzzled. "Knew? What should I know?" Tang San stared at him with wide eyes, as if to say, "Are you still pretending?" But seeing Hao Heng's expression of genuinely not knowing anything, he sighed in relief and then said, "Uncle Hao, since you already know, I won't pretend anymore." "That's right. I can cultivate." Hao Hong looked at Tang San, who seemed to be self-destructing, and several question marks floated in his mind. Tang San turned his back, stood with his hands behind him, and spoke with a hint of nostalgia, saying, "Here's the thing." He then narrated a bizarre story, saying that one day, he saw a nearly starving beggar outside the village. Out of kindness, he gave the beggar a few buns, and after the beggar was full, he touched Tang San's body and said that he had good potential, so he gave him an ancient book. He had been cultivating according to that ancient book. "So, Uncle Hao, could you please stop disturbing my cultivation from now on?" Hao Hong stifled a laugh as he listened to him tell the story, occasionally nodding in agreement. But inside he was already laughing like crazy. However, when he heard the last sentence, his brows furrowed, and he looked at Tang San seriously, asking, "Did I disturb your training?" Tang San nodded earnestly. Hao Hong was puzzled and asked, "When did I disturb your cultivation?" Tang San was taken aback. He didn't expect that even after he had made himself so clear, Hao Hong was still playing dumb. Suppressing his anger, he recounted the several cultivation places he had found earlier and the things he had encountered. Hao Hong clapped his hands thoughtfully and said, "Oh, so it was you who was spying on me." Chapter 94. Throwing pebbles ever since that fateful night 6 years ago when Hao Hong and Tang Hao found their way to settle in Holy Spirit Village, guided by destiny. Hao Hong began his daily training routine. He dreamed of one day returning to Spirit City in a dignified manner, filled with determination and never allowing a single moment to pass without training. However, 3 years ago, while training, he suddenly sensed a watchful gaze upon him. Yet, because there was no fluctuation of soul power, the presence felt weak. He thought it was due to the noise he was making while training that disturbed the neighbors. So to maintain a friendly relationship, he consciously changed locations. But after more than 10 days, that watchful gaze appeared again. Thus, after 3 years of changing locations, he was forced to leave the village and found this remote wilderness to continue his training. When he first sensed the spying eyes again, Hao Hong was furious. He thought, "I've gone outside the village. Are you intentionally trying to trouble me?" So he decided to find that person and confront them to see what they really wanted. As a result, he discovered it was Tang San. After listening to Hao Hong's explanation, Tang San was dumbfounded, his small eyes wide with confusion. Finally, he awkwardly chuckled and said, "So that's how it is. Uncle Hao Hong, I won't disturb your training any longer." With that, he prepared to turn and sneak away, feeling it was too embarrassing. He had thought he was in the right, but it turned out he was the one interrupting someone else's cultivation. "Wait a minute." Hao Hong called to him, and Tang San stopped, turned around, and said to Hao Hong, "What's wrong, Uncle Hao Hong? Is there anything else?" Hao Hong pondered for a moment and said to him, "Saint Soul Village is just that big, and my training cannot possibly be quiet. So if we let it go today, you can expect to be disturbed by me during your cultivation in the future." Tang San thought for a moment and nodded. Hao Hong Dao said, "How about this? You make a move against me, and I'll see how strong the technique you got from that beggar really is. If it's too weak, you might as well not practice it and just refine it with me. If it's decent, then I wouldn't mind giving you a chance. By the way, I can help you keep this secret from your father." Tang San's eyes brightened, but after sizing up Hao Heng's physique, "Uncle Hao, you're so much older than me. How could I possibly beat you?" Hao Hong crossed his arms and laughed. Even though you call me uncle, I'm only 5 years older than you, and I'm not asking you to defeat me. It's impossible for you to win against me. I just want to see if the martial arts you've learned are effective." "What?" Tang San's jaw dropped in shock. He never expected that this guy in front of him was only 5 years older, which meant he was only 11. Moreover, he was just a teenager, and he had been calling him uncle for so many years. Had he been at a disadvantage all this time? And who grows up like this at 11 years old? Tang Sen was filled with questions and grievances as he stared at Hao Hung, his gaze becoming increasingly intense. "What are you waiting for? Let's fight," Hao Hung urged, his gaze piercing through the layers of overlapping trees, looking at the rising sun outside. "Be careful, Uncle Hao." Tang Sen felt that this uncle, whom he called for 4 or 5 years, was quite awkward to address. However, a glimmer of hope for victory arose in his heart. Although it was just a little, he didn't believe that someone only 5 years older than him could be that strong. Moreover, he was practicing the Tang Sex techniques, and with the support of those techniques, he couldn't believe he had no chance of winning at all. As he pondered, Tang San's footsteps swayed, and his whole body became ethereal, like a shadow standing up, rushing towards Hao Hung. Although what he saw before him was a swaying shadow, Hao Hung's perception had already locked onto Tang San's figure, waiting for him to get close. At that moment, he mysteriously reached out his finger and lightly flicked the air in front of him. But in the next second, a figure suddenly appeared in the previously empty void, its forehead colliding perfectly with Hao Hung's fingertip. Tang Sen only heard a buzzing sound echoing in his head, and his body lost control, flying backward and crashing into a tree. As he slowly slid down from the tree, he covered his forehead, his eyes wide open, looking at Hao Hung in confusion, as if asking, "How did you see me?" Hao Hung yawned and said, "If the cultivation method you're practicing is only like this, then you might as well not practice it anymore. It's just a waste of time. Come train with me." As he spoke, Hao Hung flexed his arms slowly, showcasing 2 prominently bulging biceps, grinning widely to reveal a set of white teeth. Tang Sen felt that smile seemed to mock him, and he felt a heavy discomfort in his heart, his expression darkening considerably. It's one thing to mock him, but mocking the Tang Sex techniques is unacceptable. He glanced around, grabbed a handful of stones from the ground, and transformed into a ghostly shadow, continuing to charge at Hao Hung. Hao Hung frowned, thinking to himself, having been sent flying already, still not learning a lesson, then let's do it again. He raised his hand, ready to accurately give Tang San another blow to the head. Now, when Tang San entered within 2 meters of him, his hand reached out, fingers flicking just like before, hitting the forehead squarely. After feeling his fingers land, Hao Heng's mouth curled up, but then his expression turned to one of surprise, because he saw that as Tang San was flying out, there was also a smile at the corner of his mouth. Tang San raised his hand, waved his palm, and several shadows flew out from his hand, radiating a jade-white light. With the addition of the crane control and dragon seizing techniques, the speed of the stones reached 100 meters per second in just a few seconds, faster than the blink of an eye, aiming for Hao Heng's eyes and throat. In fact, as soon as the stones left his hand, Tang San began to regret it, worrying whether his father would be angry if he really hurt Hao Hung. With this thought in mind, with a bang, he crashed into the big tree again and then slid down. Just as he sat down, he hurriedly opened his eyes, got up, and prepared to feign concern for Hao Hung, expressing that it wasn't intentional. But to his shock, even though the speed at which he had just attacked was beyond imagination in its stealth and swiftness, none of the stones that flew out had hit Hao Hung. In fact, he had caught every single one of them in his hand. Hao Heng's expression was calm as he opened his fingers, revealing several stones he had grasped in his palm, displaying them in front of Tang San. Then, under Tang San's gaze, he pinched one with his thumb and index finger. And immediately afterward, whoosh, Tang San saw a flash of fire streaking overhead, followed by a deep sound exploding beside his ear. He stepped back, turned around, and looked up, staring intently at the large tree behind him. Where he had just struck, a charred stone was embedded in the surface of the bark, and black smoke was still rising from that spot. 2 cracks were spreading from either side of the stone, growing longer and longer until they extended to the opposite side. Tang San heard a tearing sound, and whoosh, another stone flew with a flash of fire, striking the same point. The tree began to tilt backward, the tearing sound growing louder. Tang San could see the rough wood fibers hidden beneath the bark, and terrifyingly, those fibers seemed to be torn apart by an invisible arm carrying immense power, snapping one by one with a hissing sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several flashes of fire flew by, and finally, the tree could no longer support itself. With a loud crash, it fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Coughing, Tang San waved away the dust in front of him and turned in shock to look at Hao Hung. Hao Hung turned his back, clasped his hands behind him, and walked toward his training area, saying, "One strength can overcome 10 techniques. Skill is very important, but without enough power, it can only be a splendid building built on air, easily destroyed." Chapter 95. Instilling worldview. I knew that this world was not simple. On the path back to Holy Soul Village, Tang San's face was flushed, and his eyes were filled with excitement as he clenched his fists. Although he had heard the village chief mention that there were soul masters outside the village who possessed great power, hearing about it was certainly not as real as witnessing it firsthand. A seemingly ordinary villager living next door could break a tree that two adults could barely embrace with just a stone. Were the soul masters in the outside world capable of casually pushing and changing landscapes, pointing and shattering stars? Just thinking about it made Tang San feel the blood in his body boiling. If Hao Hung knew that Tang San regarded him as an ordinary villager, he wouldn't know what to think. He is currently pondering one thing. The little guy next to him seems a bit too weak. Can he become a god like before? He expresses deep concern. This is related to his grand plan and cannot be taken lightly. Otherwise, he might as well train with him. Hao Hung had such thoughts in his mind, but he didn't know how to talk to Tang San about it. The other party possessed martial arts from his previous life. Would he even consider Hao Heng's cultivation methods? How could he persuade Tang San to willingly train with him? It was truly a headache. Uncle Hao Hung, have you ever seen a soul master? Hao Hung was thinking about how to persuade Tang San when Tang San reached out and grabbed his pants, tugging at them a few times, his eyes sparkling with hopeful starlight as he asked. Hao Hung stopped and looked at him. After thinking for a few seconds, he nodded and said, I've seen them. Tang San's eyes sparkled even more as he asked, then, can you tell me what kind of existence a soul master is? What else could a soul master be like? It's just that kind of thing. Hao Hung originally wanted to respond that way, but then he suddenly became serious and stared at Tang San. Say, little San, do you know about soul beasts? Soul beasts? What are those? Tang San asked in confusion. Hao Hung took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hint of fear and terror, and said, soul beasts are ferocious creatures that possess soul rings. For an ordinary person with soul power to become a soul master, the first step is to absorb a soul ring. Tang San nodded thoughtfully and listened as Hao Hung continued. But do you know what kind of existence soul beasts are? I have seen one, a soul beast as enormous as a towering mountain, standing tall and imposing. Its eyes shone like the sun, its limbs were like copper pillars, and its fur was harder and sharper than steel needles. With every step it took, the earth trembled continuously. With every breath, a hurricane accompanied it year-round. Its roar was louder than thunder, carrying the might of 10,000 galloping horses. As Hao Hung described it, a massive shadow covered in fur and armor painted itself in Tang San's mind, and just the thought of it made his palms sweat. At this moment, Hao Hung suddenly turned around, glaring at him with fierce eyes, and said sternly, the soul master you mentioned is the human warrior who fights against such soul beasts. Can such a creature be resisted by humans? Tang San asked, feeling a bit out of breath. Hao Hung raised his fist, tightening his muscles, and said seriously, it's not about whether we can resist, but that we must resist. If we don't resist, humanity will become food raised by soul beasts. By that time, little ones like you won't live past 10 years old and might be eaten by a soul beast one day. Tang San paused for a moment. Then his breath quickened as his mind conjured up a scene of a surging crowd like a tidal wave, roaring with determination, disregarding life and death, charging towards the towering soul beasts. His eyes involuntarily became red and moist. Uncle Hao Hung, can I become a soul master? Who doesn't have the thought of being a hero? Hearing Hao Heng's words, Tang San felt a rush of blood to his head, wishing that a soul beast would appear right in front of him so he could fight for his life against it. Hao Hung looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, scanning him up and down a few times before sighing, becoming a soul master is not an easy task. As he spoke, he shook his head and walked forward. Tang San hurriedly caught up and blocked his way, asking, so how can one become a soul master? Hao Hung looked at his face, pinched his fingers, calculated the time, and said, you still have half a year left, and you should be able to awaken your martial soul by then. If the martial soul you awaken that day is strong enough, and you possess soul power, it means you can begin soul power cultivation. Once your soul power level reaches level 10, and you defeat a soul beast and absorb its soul ring, you will be able to become a soul master. Is it really that simple? Tang San asked in surprise. Simple? Hao Hung knocked on his swollen forehead and sneered. Do you know that among 10 children who awaken their martial souls, only about half of them will possess soul power, and even then, it's very likely to be at a low level with extremely poor talent? Those people will never exceed level 20 in their lifetime. And in the war between soul beasts and humans, they won't even count as cannon fodder. Is that so? Hearing this ratio, Tang San felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect the conditions to become a soul master to be so harsh. Hao Hung observed his dejected expression, squinted his eyes, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he continued to strike. Moreover, even if you can become a soul master, barring any accidents, looking at your small frame, you'll probably only be able to serve as a support soul master who hides behind teammates and needs their protection, or perhaps as a control soul master, which won't amount to much. You should be more realistic and learn your old man's blacksmithing skills. You can make a living as a blacksmith in this village, and who knows, you might even manage to scrounge some food from the leftovers that slipped through my fingers. But that is fine too. At least you can survive in this holy soul village. Hao Heng patted him on the shoulder, turned around him with his hands behind his back, and continued walking forward. Tang Sen looked at his receding figure with clenched fists, his face filled with unwillingness. Is this world really that dangerous? Am I destined to survive only in this small village? No, I refuse to accept that. Since I have come to this world, I must leave evidence of my existence. I will rebuild the Tang sect on this land. After encouraging himself in his heart, Tang Sen gathered his spirits, lifted his head, and shouted firmly at Hao Heng's back. I will definitely become a soul master. I will become a powerful soul master. Hao Heng paused, turned around to look at him, and scoffed. Don't think about it, Xiao San, what you have. Is it because of the martial arts you got from a beggar? Those moves may have some merit. But as you can see, you can't even defeat me. Do you really think you can use them to conquer soul beasts? Just give it up. Isn't it good to be alive? Moreover, even if you awaken your martial soul and gain soul power with your little arms and legs, do you really want to be a support soul master or a control soul master? During battles, you'll just have to hide behind your teammates and be protected? Just forget it. Being alive is pretty good. Tang San's face turned pale, his clenched fists relaxed a bit, and his head lowered again. Hao Heng looked at him, estimated that his emotions were about the same, sighed, and said to himself, well, forget it. Who told me to be brothers with Brother Tang and accept you as my nephew? Come to my house tomorrow at midnight to wait for me. Tang San raised his head, watching Hao Heng, who was pacing away again, a glimmer of hope rising in his dim eyes. Chapter 96. Taking a disciple, the sun was fully up. In the secluded wooden house at Holy Soul Village, Tang San pushed open the door and walked in. In the hall, a figure was sitting upright at a wooden table, with his back to him, holding a gray-brown ceramic bowl and drinking heartily. Gulp, gulp. When the bottom of the bowl was empty, Tang Hao slammed the bowl on the table, seemingly still drunk from the night before, holding his head with one hand while the other waved in the air as if trying to grab the kettle in front of him. But his fingers were just a bit short of reaching it. Seeing this, Tang Sen quietly closed the door, then hurried over to Tang Hao's side, climbed up onto the long bench, grabbed the kettle, and filled a whole bowl for Tang Hao. Hearing the sound of water, Tang Hao withdrew his hand, grabbed the bowl, and after the water stopped, took another half bowl in one go, while the other half flowed down his neck into his clothes. He placed the empty bowl on the table, pushed away the kettle that Tang San handed over, and opened his eyes to look at Tang San, asking, "Where did you go early in the morning?" Tang San blinked, remaining calm, and said, "I want to see Uncle Hao Heng exercise." "Oh, I see." Tang Hao seemed to have no doubts about his answer, closed his eyes again, rubbed his temples with both hands, and said, "I'm hungry. Go make some breakfast." "Okay, father." Tang Sen nodded and prepared to get down from the long bench. But just as he lifted his butt for a second, he sat back down, staring straight at Tang Hao as if he had something to say. Tang Hao sensed this and opened his eyes to ask, "Is there anything else?" After hesitating for a moment, Tang Sen said, "Father, Uncle Hao Heng wants to take me as his disciple." Tang Hao's brows furrowed, and a few ripples appeared in his otherwise calm eyes. Half a minute later, he said in a muffled voice, "Tell me more." Tang San recounted the events of that morning with some modifications, while carefully observing Tang Hao's expression. After he finished, Tang Hao slightly nodded, saying, "Uncle Hao Heng is right. The outside world is too dangerous. Becoming a soul master? It's better not to. However, you need to exercise with him to strengthen your body. That's a good thing. How about this? You go cook first, and at noon, I will take you there." Tang San smiled happily, but then thought of something and his expression turned troubled as he said, "But father, I just found out today that Uncle Hao Heng is only 5 years older than me, and our age difference is too small. If I call him master." Tang Hao raised his hand and gently patted his head, saying, "In this world, age is the least important thing. You just need to know that Hao Heng has strength, knowledge, and the ability to be your teacher. There's no need to worry about anything else." Tang Sen nodded thoughtfully, then honestly went to prepare breakfast. For Tang Hao, he was very pleased that Hao Heng wanted to take his son as a disciple. He had been looking for a good opportunity to lay a solid foundation for Tang San's body without revealing his identity. If Tang San became Hao Heng's disciple, Then he could use Hao Hung to guide Tang San, and perhaps he wouldn't even need to speak up to provide guidance. He had great confidence in Hao Heng's abilities. Over the years in Holy Soul Village, he had not overlooked Hao Heng's training process, although it differed greatly from the usual soul master's cultivation. And Hao Hung rarely meditated to cultivate his soul power, focusing instead on practicing a complex and impractical set of punches. It didn't affect his ability to grow stronger through boxing. Tang Hao felt that although the fluctuations of soul power within Hao Hung were still not strong, his actual strength had at least doubled compared to 6 years ago, which was an extremely terrifying thing. Therefore, he was not worried about Hao Hung lacking the ability to teach Tang San. Now, Tang Hao should consider what kind of apprenticeship gift would not embarrass him. Tang Hao. At noon, at Hao Heng's house. This was a house backed by a bamboo forest, primarily made of bamboo, surrounded by a tidy fence, with fresh flowers planted on both sides of the house. Hao Hung sat in the courtyard. In front of him was a circular bonfire surrounded by stones, with a large pig weighing over 300 pounds roasting above it. At this point, it was almost done. The pig's skin was char-black, but the fat beneath had melted into a flavorful juice, perfectly cooked. He pulled out the small knife he had inserted into the pig, licked the juice off the blade, and after tasting the saltiness, revealed a satisfied smile. He put down the knife, grabbed the bamboo stick that had gone through the wild boar with one arm, lifted it up, and walked over to the stone table nearby, which was covered with a clean white cloth. Hao Hung placed the roasted pig directly onto the table and turned back to pick up the small knife, preparing for the next step. Just as he picked up the knife, two figures, one big and one small, appeared outside the fence gate. He hurriedly jogged to the door, opened it, and smiled. "Brother Tang, you're just in time. I just finished roasting the pig." "Gumin." Tang Hao smiled at him and led Tang San into the courtyard. At Hao Heng's invitation, they sat on the stone bench next to the stone table. Tang San looked at the fragrant roasted pig on the table, his mouth watering, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly about Hao Hung stealing his father's business. However, he also found it strange, looking around and glancing inside the house. He saw no tools related to blacksmithing and had no idea how Hao Hung made iron tools. Hao Hung took a tray out of the room, on which were several small bowls containing salt, sugar, vinegar, sauce, chopped green onions, cilantro, and chili. He placed the tray on the stone table and enthusiastically handed over two small knives, saying, "Come on, brother, let's eat first before discussing anything." Tang San eagerly took the small knives and was about to start when Tang Hao pressed down on his arm and said, "Not so fast." Tang Hao then turned his head to look at Hao Hung and asked, "Brother Hung, I heard from Xiao San that you want to take him as your apprentice?" Hao Hung was stunned, several question marks in his mind, thinking to himself, when did I say I wanted to take him as my disciple? He looked at Tang San, his eyes filled with, "Is this true?" Tang San blinked, quickly saying to his father and Hao Hung, "Uncle, didn't you say this morning to come find you at the third watch tomorrow? Doesn't that mean you want to teach me training? Since you're willing to teach me training, doesn't that mean you want to take me as your disciple?" He also had a puzzled expression on his face. Hao Hung slapped his forehead, thinking, this kid has such a vivid imagination. Just because he exercises with me, does that mean I want to take him as my disciple? Who made that rule? He looked at Tang Hao and smiled, saying, "Brother, I was thinking of exercising with Xiao San, but I didn't mean to take him as my disciple. Mainly, although I've grown a bit faster, I'm still young. How can I take a disciple? It's all a misunderstanding." Tang Hao looked at him in silence for a moment before lifting his head to ask, "Hung Di, what do you think of Xiao San?" Hao Hung hesitated for a moment and said, This child is very good. He is my son, and becoming your disciple won't bring shame to your sect, will it?" Tang Hao said straightforwardly, hinting that Tang San possesses his bloodline, and his martial soul will surely be exceptional. Hao Hung understood what he meant, but he was a disciple of Bibi Dong, and if he took Tang San as his apprentice, that relationship. The trouble was that he didn't dare to directly say who his master was. Seeing Tang Hao's expression, he knew he couldn't refuse today. What should he do? "Brother, it's not that this kid Tang San is not good. It's just that my abilities are not sufficient right now. I'm not ready to take on apprentices yet. If you insist, wouldn't that be misleading the students?" Hao Hung irritably scratched his head and said. Tang Hao sighed and said, "I see. Then I'll have to take back the apprenticeship gift I prepared for the little third party. What a pity." His broad shoulders blocked Tang San's line of sight as he took out a yellowed booklet from his chest, repeatedly sighing in frustration. Hao Hung looked at the small booklet. His eyes suddenly widened and shone brightly. Without any hesitation, he grabbed it and flipped through a few pages. Tang Hao raised an eyebrow, frowning as he said, "Hey, Hung brother, you. Forget it, I'll just ask, can the third party take you as a master?" Can you teach him? I can teach, absolutely can teach. Hao Hung quietly tucked the booklet into his chest and nodded indifferently as he spoke. Chapter 97. A letter in the bright hall of the bamboo house. Hao Hung sat in the main seat. On the surface, he appeared solemn and unsmiling. In reality, he was so nervous that his scalp tingled, and he had lost control of his expression. After he agreed to take Tang San as his disciple, no matter how he explained, Tang San and his father insisted on holding a formal apprenticeship ceremony. This made Hao Heng's original intention of just having a nominal title fall through, and he could only obediently sit down. In front of him, Tang San stood with a serious face, took a deep breath, and with a thud, knelt down, banging his head on the ground 3 times before standing up again, kneeling and bowing 3 times. After completing the 3 kneels and 9 bows, he took the tea bowl that Tang Hao was holding and handed it to Hao Hung, shyly whispering, "Master, please drink tea." Hao Hung groggily took the teacup, and only after his palm was splashed with hot tea did he wake up. He first glanced at Tang Hao, who was standing at the door with a beaming smile, exuding immense satisfaction. Then he looked at Tang San, who appeared quite shy, his cheeks flushed. Hao Hung finally accepted that he had truly and sincerely taken on a disciple. He sighed and thought, well, since I've already accepted his grand gesture of 3 kneelings and 9 knockings, I might as well teach him wholeheartedly from now on. Moreover, perhaps because I took him as my disciple, my master can break free from fate and escape his deadly grasp. Wait a minute. If I take him as my disciple, then my master becomes his grandmaster. Hao Hung thought of his master and recalled that day. The screams that echoed from his palm, sending a chill up his spine. Killing the master. Could this become a traditional skill? He quickly shook off the bad thoughts and turned back to see the father and son looking at him. He cleared his throat and said to Tang San, "From today on, you'll be my disciple. This is my first time taking a disciple, and there is nothing much to explain, but there is one thing you must promise me. You cannot betray your master or your ancestors, okay?" When he said this, Hao Hung felt no confidence, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Tang San naturally did not dare to refuse, and quickly nodded, responding earnestly, "Of course, master." Hearing him agree, Hao Hung breathed a sigh of relief, brushed his waist, and when he raised his hand again, he held a pair of silver-gray iron rings that resembled bracelets. He extended his hand. Tang San stretched out both hands, and Hao Hung placed the iron rings on him, then infused them with soul power. A flash of light appeared, and Tang San's eyes widened, his hands instantly dropping, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. Hao Hung supported his shoulder and said, "These are 2 little gadgets I made myself. They don't have any special functions. The only feature is their weight. They can be controlled through soul power, with a maximum weight of 200 pounds. Right now, they weigh 20 pounds. In the future, you will wear them on your hands to assist with your training. Once you get used to it, I will add more weight for you." "Yes." Tang San took a deep breath, his face flushed, and he firmly raised his arms, saying resolutely, Seeing his good attitude, Hao Hung nodded in satisfaction. These little things were originally invented by him for his own use, but he didn't know if it was due to insufficient materials or incorrect training methods. They could only reach a maximum of 200 pounds. In his normal state, he could unleash several hundred tons of force with a full punch, so they were really not suitable for him. However, since they were the first little things he made, he didn't throw them away, and he never expected they would find a purpose today. Hao Hung stood up from his chair, walked over to Tang Hao, glanced at the weather outside, and smiled at Tang Hao, saying, "Brother, the weather is nice today. I want to take Tang San to practice a bit and get familiar with things. Do you want to come along and watch?" "No need. Since little San has already become a disciple, I'll leave everything to you from now on. I'm going back." "All right." After bidding farewell to Tang Hao, Hao Hung took Tang San out of the village up the mountain and arrived at the place where he had practiced early in the morning. He originally planned to directly teach Tang San the basic boxing techniques. He had practiced these for 6 years, mastering every move to perfection. After finishing a round in an hour, he thought that with Tang San's intelligence, he should be able to learn it. However, he underestimated the complexity and difficulty of the basic boxing techniques. What seemed simple, but was somewhat cumbersome, left Tang San only able to understand the first 3 punches. The rest were like a literate person trying to read a newspaper, leaving him blushing with embarrassment, and his pride was somewhat deflated. Hao Hung saw that he really couldn't learn, thought for a moment, and decided to let it go for now, starting from the basics. He moved the task list that hadn't been touched for a long time to the very top. Push-ups, squats, long-distance running, letting Tang San choose. Considering the 2 iron rings on his wrists, Tang San resolutely chose squats. Hao Hung sent him to the side to do squats while he found a place to rest. A set of basic boxing techniques drained all his stamina, and he could only continue after it was completely depleted. After glancing at Tang San a few times to confirm he wasn't slacking off, Hao Hung opened his own attribute list to check the changes he had undergone over the past 6 years. Host, Hao Hung. Martial Soul, Giant, Height 2, 500 meters. Golden Crow Longbow, Fragment. Angel Holy Arrow, Fragment. Soul Power Level, 30 Soul Power Reserve, 100, 000, 100, 000, regenerates 1,000 points per second. Stamina, 100, regenerates 10 per minute. Note: once stamina is exhausted, the host will no longer receive rewards from training tasks. Status, Drunk, forbids 7 emotions and 6 desires. Seal India. 50, Strength, 3 million Speed, 3 million Physique, 3 million Spirit, 3 million available attribute points, 0 special abilities. Sleep Recovery Breathing Technique, Level 3. Thunder Cleansing Technique, First Layer, 100. Second Layer, 89. Thunder Charging, 100. Mysterious Fire Body Refining Technique, Current Stored Fire Seed, Sun Fire Seed, Fire Energy, 5 million points. Body Refining Fire Seed, Fire Energy, 8 million points. Basic Boxing Techniques, Ordinary and Tedious Training Boxing Methods. Equipped Items. Indestructible Green Gem Storage Underwear Skills. First Soul Skill, Domain of Thunder. Second Soul Skill, Inner Fire Furnace Passive. Earth Mother's Gift, Stamina Recovery Speed Increase, 1 second. Degree of Damage 99, 70. Frenzied Hunter's Arrow. These 6 years of relentless training, come rain or shine, resulted in a perfect answer sheet. The main enhancements were in 2 aspects. First, all 4 attribute categories broke through 3 million. Though there were differences in their levels, Strength was the highest, Physique slightly lower, Spirit next, and Speed the lowest. After some reflection, Hao Hung realized that as long as the gap wasn't in orders of magnitude, such as between 1 million and 10 million, a small difference was not a problem. Of course, to be safe, he didn't dare to push it too far. Moreover, his increase in strength was not only reflected in this attribute list. During these 6 years, he continuously observed Tang Hao's blacksmithing techniques and force application, combining them with basic boxing techniques to develop his own set of combat moves. In the past, his fighting style was quite simple: strike with lightning from a distance, and deliver full-force blows up close. However, this was a rather clumsy approach. If every punch was delivered with full force, there would always be opportunities for the opponent to seize once his strength was exhausted. After diligent study, he mastered 5 force application methods: thrust, shock, smash, stack, and control energy. These 5 methods marked his greatest improvement over the past 6 years. Although there were still some minor flaws just now, Tang Hao had shared some of his training experiences with Hao Hung. As a titled Douluo, Hao Hung could definitely find commonalities to address his flaws, bringing his techniques to perfection soon. Aside from these valuable improvements, Hao Hung's soul power had also reached level 30. However, he was not in a hurry to break through because his most important task now was to store fire energy. His thunder cleansing technique had also reached level 89, and breaking through the second layer would enhance his physique by 100 times. If he didn't store some fire energy, he estimated that the breakthrough would not bring him benefits, but rather lead to an explosion. For this reason, he slowed down the progress of the thunder cleansing technique. After browsing through his attribute list, Hao Hung stood up and looked at Tang San, who was already drenched in sweat but showed no signs of resting. A competitive spirit arose within him. How could he let a little guy surpass him? He continued to strive and resumed practicing that set of vigorous boxing techniques until the sun set and the fiery clouds filled the sky. Hao Hung was dragging Tang San, who looked like a dead dog with his tongue out and eyes rolled back, towards the village. On the way, he happened to run into the village chief, Jack. "Oh, Hao Hung out for some exercise, huh? Hey, isn't this little San? What's wrong with him?" "It's nothing, village chief. He came out to exercise with me and just got exhausted." "Ah, young people need to take it easy. Little San is still young. You can't treat your body like this. By the way, don't go yet. You have a letter today. Let me find it." Just as Hao Hung was about to leave quickly to escape the village chief's nagging, he stopped, his eyes shining with hope, and turned back. 6 years had passed, and while his drunken state hadn't completely faded, he could now feel a bit of the beauty of emotions. Receiving letters every month from someone who missed him far away in Seoul City was the happiest moment for him, both when he received them and when he sent them out. After rummaging around for a bit, Jack finally pulled out a brown envelope sealed with red heart-shaped wax and handed it to Hao Hong. Hao Hong turned over the back, where the address of Shenghun Village was written. Below the address, there was a line of text indicating the recipient's location, but the letter didn't specify a name. Only 4 words, to my beloved. That's right, it's mine. Hao Hong smiled and nodded to the village chief, put away the letter, picked up Tang San, and after saying goodbye to the village chief, walked home. Chapter 98. Reply when writing this letter. It had been over 2,000 days since we last met. I received your last letter 3 days ago, and after reading it, I was very dissatisfied because there wasn't a single word of love or even a word of liking throughout the entire letter. I hope that when you write your next reply, you can fill an entire page with I love you otherwise. Recently, many things have happened in Spirit City. A long letter, 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide, was completely filled with no blank space. The content mostly expressed the sender's longing and love for the recipient, with such intense affection that it seemed to leap off the page. If someone else were to read it, they would surely get goosebumps from the embarrassment, and their feet would start to work, digging out a magnificent spectacle. But Hao Hong was different. The smile on his face grew stronger, and in just 8 minutes, he memorized a total of 2,760 characters, including punctuation marks. To prevent any omissions, he read it again. Between the words and lines, he could vividly imagine the figure of the person writing the letter, with every detail, including a strand of hair, an eyelash, and every expression perfectly displayed in his mind. After reading it once more, Hao Hong exhaled, carefully folded the paper back, placed it in the envelope, wiped his fingertips on his pants, took out a wooden box measuring 120 centimeters long, 60 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high, opened it, and found letters identical to the one in his hand. After placing the letter carefully inside, he covered it up and returned the box to his storage space. After a flash of green light from his fingertips, he took out paper, pen, ink, and an envelope, then leaned on the desk and began his lengthy masterpiece. With a low level of education, he wouldn't use flowery language. It was all genuine emotion. Tang San, not knowing when he had gotten out of bed, saw his master writing furiously and approached quietly, not daring to disturb him. He tiptoed a glance. Having learned to read from the village chief, and since Hao Hong's writing mostly consisted of everyday vocabulary, it was not difficult to understand, so he could read it. After reading 2 lines, Tang San felt as if ants were crawling under his skin. He rolled up his sleeves to look and found small bumps growing on his arms. His toes uncontrollably gripped the soles of his shoes, as if vowing not to stop until they were punctured. Tang San couldn't help but take a few steps back, leaning against the wall, staring in horror at his master's incredibly strong physique. Hardly able to imagine that the mushy words on the paper would come from the pen of such a tough guy. A few minutes later, Hao Hong put down his pen, glanced over the entire piece, and saw that there were many I love yous, smiling with satisfaction. He picked up the envelope to seal it, using heart-shaped red paint to stick it closed, and wrote on the back, Library of the Spirit Academy in Spirit City. For Senior Sister Luo Li. Hao Hong turned around and saw Tang San's expression full of panic. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Tang San, I'm fine. Hao Hong nodded and said, "All right, there's a well behind the house. If you want to take a shower, you can go get it yourself. I'll go to your house later to get your clothes. You can sleep here tonight, and we'll continue training early tomorrow morning." Okay, master. Tang San responded with a vacant expression, his young heart already hurt by the words in that letter. Just as he saw Hao Hong about to walk out the door, he couldn't hold it in anymore and leaned on the doorframe to ask, "Master, who is that letter for? Why is it so cheesy?" Hao Hong glanced back at him, sneered dismissively, and said, "What do you know? This is love." After speaking, he tossed his head and walked out of the room, heading towards the village chief's house. A few days later, in the renowned Wuhuan Academy in Wuhuan City, with long blue and white hair cascading down her shoulders, swaying in the wind, she looked like a celestial being, possessing the beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. However, beside her was Luo Li, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay, clutching a freshly bought, steaming pancake and forcing herself to walk briskly while pretending to be calm. In her ice blue eyes, a flicker of flame burned. According to the calculations from hundreds of letters exchanged over the past 6 years, her beloved's letter was due to arrive in the next few days. Afraid of missing it, she got up at dawn, threw together a few things, and rushed to the library. But when she arrived, there was no one outside the already quiet library. The wind blew, stirring up only a little dust. She hurried to the mailbox at the door, unlocked it with her key, and found it empty. The fire in Luo Li's eyes extinguished, and she let out a dejected sigh, murmuring, "Isn't it supposed to be today?" After closing the mailbox, she restored her expressionless face, quickly opened the library's main door, set down her things, and mechanically began her work for the day. A large pile of returned books lay on the table. She actually needed to sort these out yesterday, but because she was preoccupied with today's letter, she had no mind for work. She couldn't let that happen again today. Luo gently slapped her cheeks, told herself to perk up, widen her eyes, and prepare to start. She bent down, burying her petite body in the pile of books. But suddenly, 2 footsteps were heard outside. At such an early hour, it was rare for students or teachers to come to the library, so Luo suddenly raised her head, peering outside, her eyes filled with hopeful flames. She jogged out from behind the table, but stopped in her tracks the moment she stepped out. The newcomers were not the letter deliverers. How could Luo be so sure? Because they were 2 women, and it wasn't that she thought women couldn't deliver letters. Rather, it was that these 2 women were too beautiful. Even she, who was naturally beautiful, would not dare claim to be better than them. In fact, upon seeing the woman in front, she couldn't help but gasp in her heart. How could there be such a beauty in this world? The woman in front was tall and slender, wearing a white robe embroidered with golden threads in various patterns, and topped with a golden crown encrusted with jewels. Her face was stunning and regal. Although her lips curled into a gentle smile, anyone, even an ignorant child, would probably not dare to act recklessly under the intense pressure emanating from her. Behind her was a blonde woman, strikingly beautiful, dressed in a black and white Gothic-made outfit, with a kind smile on her face. "You, who are you looking for?" Luo determined that these 2 were not there to read. After glancing at the valuable crown on the head of the woman in front, a terrifying guess arose in her heart. The woman in front heard her question, raised her red lips, turned to the maid, and extended her hand. And the maid handed her an item. When the item was revealed, Luo's already fair complexion turned even paler, though this white was a sickly pale. The woman handed over the item and gently said, "This letter addressed to Luo. Is it you?" Luo looked at the envelope in her hand, which was indeed what she had been longing for, but she didn't want it to appear here, especially not in the hands of the woman in front of her. She bit her upper lip, feeling anger rise to her throat but dared not speak, her fingers trembling lightly against her thigh, unable to reach out and take it. "What's wrong, isn't it yours?" the woman asked with a hint of confusion. Luo raised her head to look at her, and after contemplating 1,000 times in her mind, she closed her eyes, lowered her head, and said in a deep voice, "Yes." She didn't see the radiant smile on the woman's face as she heard one sentence. "That's good. Help me write a letter and contact him. Ask him if he still recognizes me as his master." Chapter 99. Goodbye. Step out with your legs a bit more. Your punch needs to be quick, as swift as a leopard strike, with power behind the punch, just like this. In the dense forest, Hao Hung stood beside Tang San, his expression serious. He simply spread his legs apart and threw a punch, creating a wave of air that rippled through the surrounding area, the sound of his punch blending with the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. Tang San watched with wide eyes, unable to take his gaze off Hao Hung. Over the past 6 months, Hao Hung had sincerely taught him, and he had been practicing diligently. In just half a year, his appearance had changed dramatically. His once slender and weak body had become robust. The coarse cloth of his clothing, which previously had ample space, was now stretched tight, showing clear muscle lines. And he had grown taller than his peers, exuding a masculine spirit in his brows. Having received Hao Hang's personal instruction, Tang San nodded earnestly, took a deep breath, retracted his fist, and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Whoosh! It wasn't as loud as Hao Hang's, but it already had a certain charm to it. Hao Hung nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and said, "The basic boxing technique has a total of 81 forms, and you have already mastered 63 of them. After some more time, you will be able to complete a full set of punches." "Yes, master." Tang San retracted his fist and smiled. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, he believed this basic boxing technique was complicated and cumbersome, and that its practical effectiveness was not as good as his original Tang Sec skills. He even thought that it was less useful than running or doing squats, and he was reluctant to learn it. However, after mastering more than 10 moves, he began to notice a significant improvement in his physical strength. Since then, he practiced boxing every day. If he missed a day, he would feel uncomfortable all over. It can only be said that no matter who it is, as long as they are human, they cannot escape the law of true fragrance. Hao Hung let out a light snort, raised his head to look at the setting sun in the west, and then said to him, Village Chief Jack has already mentioned today that the soul masters from the Spirit Hall will come to the village tomorrow to hold the soul awakening ceremony. Let's call it a day. Go back and rest early to recharge your energy. All right. Tang Sen naturally had no objections. After saying this, the two of them tidied up their belongings, left the woods, and walked down the mountain. Just as they were about to reach the village entrance, an elderly voice suddenly called out from behind them. How Hung, wait. How Hung turned his head and looked back. The village chief was sitting on a bullock cart, being pulled along, waving and calling to them. They stepped aside to wait for the chief's cart to stop, and only then did How Hung ask, Chief, is there something wrong? Jack didn't speak. Instead, he turned around and opened a bundle. Seeing this action, How Hung's brows furrowed. Half a year ago, 2 letters sent from Wuhuan City shattered his tranquil state of mind. One was from Luo Li, and the content was devoid of the usual romantic sentiments, filled only with concern. She briefly recounted how Bibi Dong had found her and suggested that How Hung quickly escape from Shenghan village. The other letter was from Bibi Dong, which contained no unnecessary words but clearly expressed one message. There was no longer a place for How Hung in the Spirit Hall, and he absolutely could not appear in Wuhuan City again. However, she then changed her tone and asked if How Hung would be willing to return. If he was willing. She had a plan and advised him to wait patiently. How Hung didn't quite understand her meaning, but after receiving this letter, his training plan increased again. Just a little bit. It wasn't that he wasn't diligent. It was just that the amount was already large, and adding more wouldn't make much difference. At the same time, he remained extremely vigilant every day. This place had already been exposed. Bibi Dong could find out, but who knew if Qian Daolu could? He was still a long way from being able to defeat Qian Daolu, so he had considered running away several times. But thinking of Bibi Dong's plans, he could only try to restrain himself and endure the waiting. Meanwhile, after those 2 letters were sent, his contact with Luo Li was cut off for a full 6 months. Here, this is your letter. How Hung took the letter handed to him by the village chief, glanced at the back, and his furrowed brow softened a bit. He nodded to the village chief and said, Okay, thank you, village chief. The village chief smiled in return and asked if they wanted to ride together into the village. How Hung did not refuse, and after they got in the cart, the ox cart swayed and made its way into Shenghan village. In the evening, How Hung sat in the yard, tending to the meat roasting over the charcoal fire. He glanced towards the direction of the makeshift bathroom, enclosed with bamboo, after hearing the sound of water splashing inside. He took out the letter from his pocket, unfolded it, and examined it closely. His expression first showed confusion, then became heavy, and finally turned contemplative. How Hung threw the letter and the envelope into the charcoal fire, watching them turn to ashes. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Sen walked towards the bamboo house with his head down, his face looking grim. He had just gone to awaken his martial soul, and his soul power had astonishingly reached the innate full soul power. But his martial soul turned out to be the ordinary blue silver grass, although he felt something unusual in his other hand. His blue-silver grass martial soul would surely disappoint his master. Tang Sen thought sadly. As he approached the bamboo house, his brows furrowed even deeper. Although he had only been with How Hung for half a year, he had always been cared for and taught by him. While he couldn't say that his feelings for How Hung surpassed those for Tang Hao, they were at least equal. He regarded How Hung as a second father and naturally didn't want to disappoint him. But blue silvergrass. Sigh. Arriving at the door of the bamboo house, Tang San sighed, steeled himself, pushed the door open, and said, Master, I'm back. Huh, father, what are you doing here? He opened the door and saw a tall figure, but it wasn't How Hung. It was Tang Hao, who was frowning deeply. He half-turned his body, looked at Tang San, who had entered, and handed him a piece of letter paper. Tang San took it with confusion and read it carefully. Little San, my beloved disciple, I need to leave you for a while due to some matters. Don't miss me too much, of course. While I'm away, you must not slack off in your training. The cultivation methods for the last 18 styles of the Overlord Unmatched Thunderbolt Proud Fist are placed beside this letter. I believe that with your talent, you should be able to understand it, perhaps. Oh, by the way, one more thing. By the time you see this letter, you should have awakened your martial soul, right? Let me guess, you must have soul power within you. It wouldn't be the innate, full soul power, would it? Huh. Back to the point, regardless of your soul power. If the village chief asks you to go to the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, you must go. If someone competes with you, defeat them. You must go to the academy to study. You should know that relying solely on training cannot make one strong. Knowledge and experience are also very important. Understand? All right, I've said enough. When we meet next time, I will test you. If you can't pass my test, hum. Then be prepared to face my loving iron fist. Goodbye. Tang San stared blankly at the letter in his hand, and after a long time, he raised his head and looked at Tang Hao, asking vacantly, "Father, where did Master go?" Tang Hao shook his head, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder, saying, "I don't know, and you don't need to know. Just work hard in your training, and definitely don't let your master down." Tang San lowered his head, looking at the letter in his hand, gently nodding. His eyes filled with reluctance. Zhenshuang City, a special city within the Tiando Empire. It is the northernmost city for humans on the continent, and a human city that goes straight into the extreme north. The city walls are towering, reaching a height of over 100 meters, with a smooth layer of ice covering the surface. The city is not small, but the streets are very deserted, with almost no one in sight, which is greatly related to the year-round snowfall in this area. However, Zhenshuang City is not without lively places. In the southeast corner of the city, at the bend of a street, there is a small tavern. The tavern's entrance consists of two large iron doors fitted with transparent glass windows, keeping the howling wind and snow outside, while the lively atmosphere inside attracts passers-by through the windows. But today's snowstorm is particularly heavy, with not a single pedestrian on the street, and only 2 or 3 tables occupied inside the tavern. The young attendant at the door leaned against the wall, arms crossed, head bowed, his gray fur hat and high-collared cotton jacket covering his entire face, with even breathing sounds coming from within his clothes. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocking sounds came from outside. The attendant was startled, nearly falling to the ground. He hastily grabbed the doorknob, peered outside through the glass window, and saw a broad, tall figure filling his entire view. He raised his gaze and met a pair of fiery eyes. The attendant jolted awake and quickly opened the door, welcoming the person inside. "Please come in, sir." The man glanced at the attendant, whose face still bore traces of sleepiness and fear, then turned his gaze to the other people inside. After sizing them up for a few seconds, he found his direction and walked towards the innermost corner table where 2 figures sat, one large and one small. Chapter 101, Assassination Operation Zhenshuang City, inside the tavern. Hao Hong sat down on the chair, his eyes shimmering with a faint light as he examined the 2 women in front of him. The one on the left was slightly older, with a bare face revealing a few wrinkles. She had a slight smile, squinting her eyes, giving off a kind and amiable impression. She wore a dark green wide-sleeve cotton dress. The one on the right was a young girl with golden hair and blue eyes, appearing vacant or perhaps indifferent. She had 2 small ponytails, and her appearance was beautiful and charming. But her expression was one of world weariness, which made Hao Hong uninterested in engaging her in conversation. Hao Hong looked at the woman on his left, slightly parted his lips, but didn't know how to start a conversation. After thinking for a moment, he decided against it. He fished around in the inner pocket of his large fur coat for a while, then took out a silver-white sword and shield badge and placed it on the table, pushing it forward with his finger. The woman on the left widened her eyes slightly, and after accepting the badge, she pulled her arms out from under the table and handed over a letter. Hao Hong took the letter, tore it open, and unfolded the paper, glancing over it roughly. A little over 10 days ago, the letter sent to Holy Soul Village had already fully informed him of Bibi Dong's plan. The purpose of this letter was merely to confirm the identities of the 2 individuals in front of him and to emphasize some details. After reading the contents of the letter, Hao Hong folded it up, pressed it on the table, closed his eyes, and recalled the main points of the plan, which were roughly as follows. The Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire would soon head to the extreme north to hunt for spirit rings. Bibi Dong wanted him to find an opportunity to sneak the 2 individuals in front of him into his team or follow him to find a chance to eliminate him, allowing Qian Rinxue to take his place. The letter on the table provided Hao Hong with some information. For example, there would be at least 3 soul-level powerhouses guarding the prince, and they were coming incognito to avoid attracting the attention of various forces. So Hao Hong needed to find them first. Originally, aside from finding people, this matter was quite simple. Hao Hong could easily handle 3 soul-level opponents without even needing a huge physique. However, the letter also mentioned a requirement, not to create too much commotion, and it would be best not to engage with those 3 soul-level, which complicated things. Hao Hong opened his eyes and glanced at the girl on his right. If he wasn't mistaken, she should be one of the protagonists of this incident, Qian Rinxue. He observed her for a moment. 6 years ago, they had met once. Based on Qian Rinxue's reaction, she must have forgotten him, or perhaps his appearance had changed so much that she couldn't recognize him. Hao Hong felt the latter was more likely. After all, he was her father's killer, and he didn't believe that Qian Rinxue would forget the name Hao Hong, which had spread across the continent along with Tang Hao's. After considering this, Hao Hung thought that since he had promised to take responsibility for this matter, it would be better to conceal his true identity to avoid conflicts within the team. He spoke up, "Since it's our first meeting, why don't we introduce ourselves?" The older woman on the left smiled lightly and said, "Reporting to you, my name is Yunyan, and I am responsible for helping with the disguise of the stand-in for this operation." The girl on the right said expressionlessly, "Qianren Xue, stand-in." Hao Hung nodded and said, "Very well. I hope we can cooperate happily from now on. I am the captain of this operation, and you can call me Meng." "Yes, Lord Meng." Yunyan slightly bowed and nodded, speaking with a cold expression on her face. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else to discuss the details." With that, Hao Hung stood up, ready to leave, but noticed that the two of them were still sitting in their seats. He asked in confusion, "Is there something else?" "My lord, perhaps you should deal with the trouble behind you first," Yunyan said with a smile, lightly pointing behind Hao Hung. Hao Hung turned around and saw several drunken men with flushed faces and dazed eyes surrounding him. Among them, a mohawk-wearing strongman who was a head taller than Hao Hung walked to the front, his lustful eyes fixed on Qianren Xue, who was sitting in a chair. When he noticed Hao Hung blocking his way, he stopped, his eyes narrowing with malice as he grunted, "You, get the hell out of here." Hao Hung stood still, as the pungent smell of sweat mixed with alcohol from the other person was overwhelming, causing him to frown tightly. Seeing that the person in front of him remained motionless, the Mohican giant widened his eyes, appearing provoked and showing an angry expression as he extended his finger to poke toward Hao Hung's eyes. The drunken men behind him were leaning on each other, grinning foolishly with their mouths wide open, drooling without realizing it, looking like they were enjoying the show. But in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically, and a piercing scream pierced through the walls of the tavern, reaching the street outside. "Ah!" Hao Hung coldly grabbed the finger that was trying to poke in his eye, twisted it back, and with a crisp sound, it was clear to both him and the big man in front of him that the finger was broken. The difference was that he heard the sound, while the big man felt the pain. You. The big man withdrew his finger, the intense pain making his face pale, the drunkenness fading away significantly. He took a few steps back, retreating into the crowd, bending over and covering his hand, tears welling in his eyes, his expression shifting rapidly between fear and anger. It took him a full half-minute before he let out an angry roar. "What are you waiting for?" "Cut off his arm." As his voice spread, the people surrounding him began to move, charging towards Hao Hung, each looking fierce and intimidating, which was indeed a bit scary. But of course, it was all fake. They were ordinary people, lacking even soul power. Among them, a few wielded sickles and hoes, but the rest posed no real threat. "Sigh." Hao Hung sighed and lowered his head. When he raised it again, his gaze remained calm. With one arm raised, he grasped and then withdrew to his chest before throwing, controlling chi and sprinkling water. The piercing, invisible divine needle. The formless air was grasped in his hand by a terrifying power beyond comprehension, unable to escape, and was then flung out like water droplets, transforming into hundreds of invisible fine needles. When he retracted his hand, the expressions of the few people who had approached changed drastically, their clothes now dotted with several tiny holes, from which small jets of blood erupted. Moments later, a pile of people shouting and crying appeared on the ground. Hao Hung looked at them, shaking his head and sighing. He never expected that the martial arts techniques he had painstakingly developed would be used for the first time against a bunch of useless people like you. What a pity. After this moment of reflection, he turned to the two women who had already stood up, looking somewhat shocked, and said, "Let's go." After saying that, Hao Hung navigated through the crowd and walked towards the door, with the two women following him. Just as Hao Hung pushed the door open and the cold wind outside brushed against his face, his keen hearing picked up a whisper. "Bastard, you offended me, Xiongli. And you still want to leave? Humph. I swear, if you can walk out of Frosttown, I, Xiongli, will not wear a single piece of clothing and dance in the snow for everyone in the town to see." Hao Hung turned back into the tavern and looked at the guy huddled in the corner, clutching his fingers. He said to the two women behind him, "You two wait for me outside for a moment." He stepped towards a guy named Xiongli, and, under his fearful gaze, he grabbed his mohawk with one hand. "Sir." "No, I was wrong, sir. It hurts. Chapter 102. Local tyrant. Although Jinshuang City is remote and not large, the climate is particularly harsh, with heavy snow falling 9 out of 10 days and one day experiencing a blizzard. Therefore, the permanent population is not many. However, because it is close to one of the 3 major soul beast gathering places, the extreme north, and this city is the last resting stop before entering the polar region. Many people choose to stay here for a night to regain their strength and enter the dangerous territory in peak condition. As a result, there's a large flow of people coming and going. This is one of the difficulties of Hao Heng's mission. Finding the 4 people hiding their identities among such a large crowd is no easier than finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, for the secrecy of their operation, only 4 people are genuinely participating in this mission. Hao Heng as the main attacker and captain, Qian Ruxue as the decoy, and Yun Yan as the disguise artist. The 2 of them do not count as combat power, but fortunately, it is said that among the 3 guarding the prince, there is a mole, but they can only make contact once they find them. The personnel configuration is poor, and the controllable number is small, which makes Hao Heng feel quite uncomfortable. But no matter how difficult it is, it must be done. He initially planned to guard the city gate of Jinshuang City, using soul power fluctuations to find people. Since Jinshuang City faces the danger of soul beast attacks, there are solid walls on 3 sides, and the only door is located on the south wall. As long as he guards that spot, coupled with his keen perception abilities, he should have a high probability of catching someone. However, the workload is too much. Tens of thousands of people enter and exit the city daily. His master did not specify what benefits he could gain after completing the task. And Hao Heng is not foolish. When there is no other way, he can only choose the foolish method, but if there is an easier way, why not use it? In the center of the city, below a high-end restaurant, there are cheap rooms that are in very poor condition. Only travelers who truly can't spare even a silver soul coin would choose to stay in such a damp place that is always filled with a nauseating moldy smell. However, when out in the world, especially in such a remote place, who wouldn't bring a bit more money? Therefore, there are not many people here, making it suitable for doing things that cannot be seen in the light. After knocking out the Mohawk man and letting the 2 women settle in, Hao Heng went alone, carrying a sack containing a person, to this place. After twisting the rusty key several times to unlock it, Hao Heng kicked the door open and roughly threw the sack on the ground before turning back to close the door. He turned around to assess the room's environment. The light was dim, the floor was filthy, and the air emitted a rotten smell, adding to the oppressive atmosphere, making it perfect for interrogation. He walked 2 steps to the sack, found the opening, and untied the rope. At the moment the rope came loose, a shadow sprang out and lunged towards Hao Heng's head. Hao Heng remained expressionless, raised his hand to press down, pinning the shadow to the ground, producing a muffled booming sound. Bang! Woo woo woo! Hao Heng lowered his head, his sharp gaze piercing through his fingers, looking at the pair of fearful eyes. He lightly shook his finger and said, "You're not being honest." Woo woo! The Mohican strongman struggled wildly, large drops of sweat oozing from his forehead, and his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins. Hao Heng released his hand from the guy's cheek, lifted him up, and helped him sit on the edge of the bed, looking coldly at him. "Damn scum, focus. This is a matter of your life. Now I'll tell you something. Nod if you agree, shake your head if you don't, understand? Very good. Let me ask you, do you have some power in this city? Woo-woo. No. What do you mean, Nod, or shake your head. After half an hour of friendly conversation, Hao Heng finally understood why this guy dared to be so arrogant, even threatening to say he wouldn't be able to leave Jinshuang City. In Jinshuang City, apart from the Lord's Mansion, there are 3 factions, the Qing Ing Gang, the Xiongba Gang, and the Yi Lang Gang. These 3 forces control about 80% of the population in the city. In other words, if you randomly pick someone from the street, as long as they are a local resident, there's an 80% chance they are part of society. This guy is the brother of the leader of the Xiongba Gang. His brother, Xiong Nu, is a level 73 soul saint with a powerful attack-type martial spirit. The Great White Bear. This guy usually bullies others with his brother's power and does all sorts of evil. When Hao Heng asked him about the worst thing he had done, the answer he gave made Hao Heng feel that calling him scum was an insult to the word itself. Hao Heng almost struck him down right there, if not for the fact that he was still somewhat useful. After extracting information about the power distribution in the city from his mouth, Hao Heng decided that before the news of the Tiando Crown Prince's departure arrived, he would conquer the so-called 3 major forces, making them serve him and help him keep an eye on people at the city gate, which would save him a lot of effort. After coming out of the underground room, it was already night. Outside, heavy snow was falling, turning the entire world white. Few pedestrians were on the road. Hao Heng looked around and dragged the pitiful-looking Xiong Li in the direction he pointed. To the east of the city, there was a tavern with the word Xiongba hanging outside. The tavern had 3 floors, decorated luxuriously, full of wealth. Those coming and going were all dressed in gold and silver, wearing fur and velvet from rich families. Inside the tavern, the first floor had a round stage in the middle where scantily dressed dancers were swaying and performing provocative dances. Surrounding the stage was a circular bar. And along the edges of the room were dozens of small seating areas separated by sofas arranged in a zigzag pattern, with some round tables in between. On the second floor, there were spacious private rooms, fully equipped with everything that should and shouldn't be there. The third floor was a private area, where at the entrance of the stairs leading up, 2 rows of 6 strong guards stood. Although they were dressed like ordinary people, their upright posture and serious expressions made it clear they were professionally trained. At this moment, although night had fallen, the noise in the Xiongba tavern had not stopped for a moment. The first floor was bustling, with drunken laughter blending with the sounds of clinking glasses and musical instruments. The second floor was quieter, but occasionally burst into wild, sinister laughter from inside the rooms. On the third floor, angry roars echoed from behind a deep red door, making the trained guards at the entrance itch their ears in discomfort. It's been half a day. Half a day has passed. Do you know that? If you can't find my brother soon, I will tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. In the slightly empty room, in the afternoon, the few drunken men who had been knocked down by Hao Hung were kneeling on the red wool carpet, looking dazed. In front of them stood a tall, slightly plump man dressed in pure white, with a large gold chain around his invisible neck and a Mediterranean hairstyle, angrily spitting at the few people in front of him. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and a waiter dressed in black pants and a white shirt walked in anxiously, collapsing in front of the big man, shouting loudly, "Boss, we found a second in command." "Where?" The big man hurriedly grabbed his shoulders, lifting the waiter's head. Seeing his panicked expression, a chill ran through him. A few seconds later, he heard, "He's downstairs, being tied up by a man." Chapter 103, Causing Trouble. Bang. With a loud noise, 2 heavy red lacquer doors flew past Xiongba and smashed into the wall behind him. Xiongba's body trembled as he looked towards the door, dust swirling around. The 6 guards outside had all fallen to the ground, frothing at the mouth and unconscious. No, 4 of them were down. 1 was pressed against the door, and 1 was still standing, but his legs were shaking violently, seemingly about to join his colleagues on the ground. Xiongba squinted his eyes and slapped the waiter in front of him aside, kicking away anyone who stood in his way, taking a few steps forward to see who had the guts to cause trouble in his territory. But after a few steps, he stopped again, because he saw a hand reaching from in front of the guard at the door, casually pushing the guard's face aside. The only guard still standing flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall and falling motionless. Xiongba squinted his eyes, a ferocious beast-like aura emanating from him, pressing towards the figure walking out of the dust. Inside the closed third floor, the air was filled with a sound sharper than the howling wind and snow outside, a fierce, rustling sound. Hao Hung stepped out of the dust and glanced at the people in the hall, before finally focusing his gaze on Xiongba, whose soul power was burning bright like a bonfire. After sizing him up a couple of times, he asked, "You are Xiongba?" Seeing that his aura had no effect on the other party, Xiongba stopped testing and withdrew his aura, cautiously observing Hao Hung as he asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "I don't know you." "I don't know you either, but there's something I want you to do." Hao Hung dug at his ear and flicked away the dirt on his fingertips. As if remembering something, he turned around and walked into the flying dust. When he returned, he was dragging a heavily bound Mohican strawman. Upon seeing him, Xiongba's eyes widened with anger. He and his brother had lost their parents at a young age and relied on each other, which is why he had always cared for and loved his brother, never allowing him to suffer even the slightest grievance. However, he never expected that despite being so formidable himself, someone would still dare to beat his brother into such a state that he could hardly recognize him. Hao Hung looked at his clenched fist, the sleeves on his arms bursting with a few lines, revealing the inner padding. He chuckled softly and tossed the person over, who rolled a few times before landing at Xiongba's feet. "I mean no harm. I just want you to help me with something." Xiongba stepped over Xiongli, kicked him back to the people kneeling behind him, then turned to look at Hao Hung with a cold smile, raising his head to roar. As the roar echoed, his body gradually grew larger. First, the upper part of his clothes burst open, then his pants couldn't withstand it either. Half a minute later, a 10-meter-tall, white-furred giant bear, its head touching the ceiling, glared at Hao Hung with fierce eyes. "You hurt my brother, and still wanted to help you? Dream on." With a roar, 7 soul rings appeared around Xiongba, 2 of which were yellow and purple, glowing brightly. At the same time, he raised his arms, and a layer of white light swept over them, causing his arms to swell to twice their size. Then, he took enormous strides, quickly charging at Hao Hung. The entire building shook under Xiongba's heavy footsteps. He extended his arms forward, 10 sharp claws, each about a foot long, slightly curved, their tips glinting coldly. Coupled with his massive size and fierce face, it was hard for anyone to remain calm in front of him. And Hao Hong was indeed feeling a bit unsettled. He was very excited. Finally, he could find a decent opponent. Hao Hong let out a silent shout, clenched his fist, and excitement ignited in his eyes. With a whoosh, the sharp claws sliced through the air, aiming at the motionless Hao Hong with terrifying strength. Naturally, Hao Hong did not sit idly by. He adjusted his stance, twisted his waist, and with his left arm, which had been charged with power for a long time, he struck like a cannonball at the incoming bear paw. Boom! Meteor collision. Bang! The fist, moving at high speed and trailing flames, crashed onto the broad bear paw covered with a thick layer of soft padding, not only blocking the advance of the bear's fierce claws. The bear's expression twisted, and it looked at its own paw with a strange gaze. In the next moment, bang! A wave of energy burst through the back of its hand, leaving a bald spot on the white furred paw. Ah! The big white bear let out a scream. Its arms swung back, retreating several steps before it sat down on the floor, panic evident on its beastly face, its pair of eyes as black as stones, fixed on the man in front of it, whose fist was still steaming. Hao Hong loosened his fist, allowing the power in his arm to dissipate a little, and looked indifferently at the giant bear, saying, "I haven't even warmed up yet. You won't just give up, will you?" To be honest, Xiongba really wanted to concede right now. Although his palm was not seriously injured, just a slight fracture in the bone, he would recover in a few days. However, the main issue now was that he couldn't quite gauge the true strength of the man before him. When he fought others, everyone clearly displayed their martial spirits and soul rings, first clashing with momentum, then summoning their martial spirits to collide. It was all about who had stronger soul power and stamina, and who could use their soul skills more proficiently. But this guy in front of him disregarded martial ethics, not even summoning his martial spirit. Was he looking down on him? Even worse, he had managed to deflect Xiongba's attack and counter it. After being a leader for over 10 years, Xiongba had a sense of judgment and knew that some people in this world were not to be provoked. But the difficulty of being an adult lies in the lack of freedom. If there were no one around, he would be willing to have a good conversation with Hao Hong. However, at this moment, due to the commotion, people were gathering to watch. And with Hao Hong saying such arrogant words, he dared not challenge him. How could he continue to be the leader after showing weakness? Xiongba lowered his hand, his eyes reddening, and a black soul ring rose beside him, shining brightly. Seventh soul skill, true body of the exploding bear. He let out a roar, his body swelling once more, arms raised, claws piercing into the ceiling, tearing it apart, snow from outside drifting in and landing on him. His body reached 30 meters tall, even slightly taller than the entire building, and it must be said that this building was quite sturdy to support him. "You bastard, today you'll surely die. This is what I Xiongba say." He lowered his head to look down at the minuscule Hao Hong, who appeared as small as an ant. His body shook, and a wave of white light emanated from him, spreading out. Those swept by the white light felt their bodies stiffen. Their minds were clear, but they could not move. "Di Kussing Bia." Hao Hong looked up at the two bare paws falling from the sky and speculated that the white light must be a domain soul skill, which should have the effect of freezing him in place, rendering him unable to move. He wasn't actually worried because he knew that with a body as strong as his, the energy required to freeze him would be immense, and the bear boss couldn't maintain it for long. As he predicted, when the bear paws were still half a distance away from hitting him, Hao Hong felt his body relax. For an ordinary person, there would be a recovery process at this moment, but after more than 6 years of strenuous training, he could perfectly control every part of his body, and at the instant he freed himself, he flickered and disappeared from the spot. Boom! The two bare paws, carrying immense power and covered in dazzling white light, directly broke through the thick ground, piercing into the second layer. After creating 2 large pits on the first layer's ground, they finally stopped. The bear boss's expression darkened. He realized his 2 paws had hit nothing. Not only had he failed to hit his target, but he also damaged his own territory. His bare eyes scanned the area from above, quickly searching for Hao Hong's figure. Just then, 2 low growls echoed in his ears. Quake, shatter mountain, and split earth. Boom, meteor shower. The bear boss felt it and looked down at his plump, protruding belly, secretly pleased. Fool, actually attacking my strongest defense. His thoughts halted at that moment as Hao Hong swung his fist, shining with dazzling brilliance. Within 10 seconds, he unleashed hundreds of punches. Dense, transparent fist shadows, striking the air so fiercely that the space couldn't withstand it, shaking violently and occasionally tearing open a black rift. In the end, All these fist shadows landed on the big white bear's belly. In an instant, the big white bear's protruding belly was hit and caved in. Moreover, Hao Hong's attack didn't just stop there. His punching force didn't dissipate inside the white bear, but transformed into multiple sources of vibration, violently shaking inside the big white bear, tearing muscles, rupturing blood vessels, and displacing internal organs. The bear boss exited his martial soul form, with his face pressed against the ground, rear end up, clutching his still vibrating and caving belly, blood seeping continuously from his fingertips. Hao Hong fell in front of him, looking at him with a satisfied expression. How about it? Are you convinced? Are you willing to help me? Hao Hong squatted down and gently patted his chubby cheek, asking. After a while, Xiongba finally regained his composure. Although he couldn't get up, he still wore an angry expression. Don't be so pleased with yourself. The reason our three gangs, Xiongba, Qingying, and Yilang, have been able to stand strong in Zhenshuang City for decades is not only because we are powerful, but more importantly, we understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Even the city lord's mansion doesn't dare to take action against us. With all that commotion just now, the leaders of the other two gangs are probably on their way. You're doomed. Oh, is that so? Hao Hong looked at him expressionlessly and asked. Suddenly, a wolf howl came from afar. Hao Hong turned his head to look. In another corner of the city, a 10-meter-long white wolf was running wildly on the rooftops, charging towards them. A cry of an eagle echoed in the sky, and when he looked up, a dark shadow was circling in the air. He smiled at the puzzled expression on Xiongba's face, stood up, raised his hands. And golden light appeared in his left hand, transforming into a golden-patterned longbow, while white light appeared in his right hand, turning into a white, feathered arrow that exuded a holy aura. He knocked the arrow, drew the bow into a full moon, with the arrow tip pointing skyward, and shot. The shadow in the air paused, then plummeted down. It landed on the ground and transformed into a human shape. Meanwhile, the white wolf charging from a distance saw this scene, frantically scraped its claws on the rooftop, sending sparks flying, and stopped its advance, turning to run away. Hao Hong put away his bow and arrow, leaped into the air, his figure slicing through the sky, breaking through the snow curtain, and appearing above the wolf's head. He landed with a heavy punch, the force of his fist penetrating the white wolf's jaw and striking the wooden building beneath it. In an instant, the sound of thousands of cracks echoed through the heavens and the earth, and the wooden building disintegrated in the blink of an eye, turning into a pile of dust and rubble. The white wolf also transformed into a gaunt middle-aged man, lying in the ruins unconscious. Hao Hing jumped up, lifted the person lying on the street, and returned to the third floor of the tavern, throwing the two figures in front of the dim-eyed Xiongba, and asked with a light smile, "Is there anyone who can help you?" Chapter 104. Testing in the center of Zhenshuang City. On the highest level of a high-end restaurant, the 7th floor, there was a clean and tidy room filled with fragrant air, ample light, and spaciousness. A graceful figure dressed in a pure white silk nightgown leaned against the window, propping her chin on her hands, letting her damp golden hair cascade behind her, watching the movement to the west. Being situated at a high point, although she couldn't see the entire battle process clearly, she could still discern who was winning and losing. So strong. Looking at the distance, the only man standing in the 3rd floor of the tavern with its ceiling torn off. The graceful figure's cold face revealed a look of surprise, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Beside her, an elderly woman gently blew away the steam rising from her teacup, took a sip, and looked towards the direction the graceful figure was watching, smiling as she said, "That's only natural. After all, His Majesty entrusted such a significant plan to him alone to command. If he didn't have sufficient strength, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it." Seemingly mentioning someone that made the graceful figure unhappy, she coldly snorted, tossed her hair, a wave of heat rising from her scalp, and, after drying her long hair, turned back into the room, walking towards the bed covered with a golden silk quilt, slipping into bed and wrapping herself in the quilt. Lying in the warm bedding, Qian Rinxue felt no sleepiness at all. Her mind kept replaying the scene she had just witnessed, a single punch, easily defeating the 3 giant creatures. Such strength, she wondered if he could overcome. A week later, Zhenshuang City, which was perpetually covered in snow, welcomed a rare warm sun. The streets within the city, surprisingly, had many more people. On the 2nd floor of the high-end restaurant in the city center, in a private room, the leaders of the 3 major powers commanding Zhenshuang City were lined up like elementary school students, heads down, watching the 3 people in front of them eating elegantly. Of course, elegantly referred to the 2 ladies, unrelated to the man who was eating messily with greasy lips. "What's wrong? Haven't you found it yet?" Hao Hung picked up a clean, damp towel and wiped the grease off his mouth and hands. He turned to the three trembling individuals and asked, 5 days ago, I received information that the prince and his entourage had set off from the heavenly. I immediately had the three major forces I had persuaded with my fists release people to keep a close watch on the crowd. Based on the fastest speed of the luxurious carriage, they should have arrived in the last 2 days. Yes, Mr. Meng, but I assure you, our Xiongba gang has done our best to search, one replied. Our Qingying gang is the same, another chimed in. Our Alang gang has even lost 5 or 6 members to the cold while searching for them, the last one added. You, our Xiongba gang. Looking at the three vying for credit, Hao Hung slammed the table, narrowed his eyes, and the three instantly fell silent. All right, if you can't find them, keep looking until you do. You can leave now. After a moment of silence, Hao Hung waved his hand, signaling them to go, then turned to continue tidying up the food. Knock, knock. At that moment, the door was knocked on, and the leader of the Qingying gang stood at the entrance. He reached out to pull the door open, and a skinny guy with thieving eyes slipped in. He scanned the room, and his greedy gaze lingered on Qian Rinxue for 2 seconds. After feeling Hao Heng's gaze, he quickly shrank his neck, sidled up to Xiongba, and whispered in his ear. Once he finished speaking, Xiongba's eyes lit up, and he moved closer to Hao Hung, lowering his voice to say, Mr. Meng, we found a person. Hao Hung stopped his hand that was grabbing the pig's trotters, stood up, and said to the 2 women, You continue eating. I'll go take a look. After saying that, he led a few social men out of the room, following the guidance of the skinny guy who had delivered the message, heading towards the south of the city. A few minutes later, they entered a private room on the 2nd floor of a restaurant. Hao Hung squinted, his excellent eyesight piercing through the gap in the curtains and landing on a young man with white hair in the opposite restaurant's private room. The man had a warm smile, an elegant appearance, and a refined demeanor, resembling a scholarly Confucian who had read many classics, with every gesture and movement adhering to propriety. Hao Heng's gaze shifted as he assessed the 3 other people at his table. One was a bald, chubby man with a broad forehead and a round neck. His face tense, thick arms resting on the table, fingers loosely clenched, and his eyes filled with a murderous glare, like a butcher eyeing livestock. Another was a middle-aged man with a long beard, tall and thin, his expression dark, with narrow eyes that darted back and forth, giving off a very unsettling vibe. The last was a white-haired old man with sparse hair, a face covered in deep wrinkles, squinting as if he were asleep, leaning on a cane. Hao Hung quickly moved his gaze across the faces of the 3 individuals. There was a troublesome issue. The letter from Bibi Dong only informed him that there was an undercover agent beside the prince, but did not reveal who this agent was, nor did it provide any characteristics of the agent. Therefore, Hao Hung could only wait for the agent to contact him to find out more information. Of course, the premise was that these 4 people were indeed part of the prince's entourage. Hao Hung never liked to wait. He preferred to take the initiative. He gave a glance to Xiongba beside him, who nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out of the room. Before long, the door to the opposite room was suddenly slammed open, and several strong men squeezed into the room. They looked like a group of drunken men starting a brawl. After they entered, the young man directly shrank into the corner, with the old man protecting him in front. A chubby man with a fierce expression and a shadowy middle-aged man stepped forward, pushing the drunken men, trying to drive them out. However, the drunken men had drunk too much, unable to understand the words, and during the shoving, someone even slapped the chubby man. Instantly, the chubby man erupted like a volcano, exuding a murderous aura, and in his hand appeared a curved knife, rusty on the surface but glinting sharply at the edge. At that moment, Hao Hung keenly sensed the fluctuation of his soul power. Indeed, it was Soul Fighter. Just as it seemed a life might be lost, the young man in the corner raised a finger, pointing at the chubby man and saying something. The shadowy middle-aged man reluctantly stepped in front of the chubby man, pushing him into the corner to separate him from the drunken men. During the process of pushing the chubby man, he also used soul power, confirming it was Soul Fighter. The drunken men, losing their barrier, continued to fight and play, overturning tables and using chairs as weapons. One person fell in front of the old man, got up, glared, and swung a fist towards the old man. Just as his fist was about to hit the old man opened his eyes and glared angrily, a tremendous momentum emanating from his body, sending the drunken man flying and knocking the others to the ground. This momentum was not something a soul fighter could produce. A few minutes later, the restaurant owner came up with his staff, apologizing and pleading for the drunken men, helping to force switch rooms and providing a new table of food and drinks, finally bringing the farce to an end. After observing everything, Hao Hung pulled the curtains, turned back to the waiting crowd, and nodded. Very good. Let's proceed to the next step. Yes. The three gang leaders nodded obediently and exited the room, dispersing and acting according to Hao Heng's prior instructions. Chapter 105. Chaos. I didn't expect there to still be such a rough place within the Tiando Empire. It really is hard to imagine. After a hearty meal, the pompous young man stepped out of the restaurant, looking at the crowd fighting in the street for some unknown reason, recalling the drunken men who had barged into the private room earlier. He opened his paper fan and gently waved it, frowning slightly, lamenting for the country and its people. Young master, there's no need to dwell too long on it. This place is full of poor mountains and bad waters, so it's inevitable that some unruly people will emerge, said the shadowy middle-aged man, standing beside him. The young master nodded lightly while shaking his fan, indicating agreement. The white-haired old man glanced around and pointed to a tall building in the distance, saying, "It's getting late. Why don't we head to rest early to conserve our energy for tomorrow's journey into the extreme region?" But, after the young master agreed, the four of them headed in the direction the old man pointed. However, after walking for a while, they felt something was amiss on the street. It was noon, with the warm sun high in the sky, perfect weather for doing business. Yet, the shops along the street seemed to have gone mad, one by one closing their doors and windows in unison under the gaze of the four. The pedestrians also looked strange, as if they sensed something was about to happen. Their expressions hurried as they rushed into alleys. The chubby man reached out to stop a passerby and asked in a low voice, "Hey, why are you all running away?" The passerby, stopped by the chubby man, looked like a startled deer, wide-eyed, and then his worry deepened as he clung to the chubby man's hand. Trying to break free quickly, unable to pull away, he spoke with a choked voice, "You must be new to Jinshuang City, right? Don't just stand there." Just now, the second-in-command of the Xiongba gang was beaten by the son-in-law of the Qing Ing gang's leader. The two major forces are likely to clash. Hurry and hide. After speaking quickly, the passerby pulled hard and managed to free his hand, stumbling into an alley and jumping into a trash bin. Two major forces? Young master, look. The chubby man turned to the young master, asking, "What two major forces? They're all just treasonous rebels. I want to see what kind of ruckus they can cause. Keep walking." The young master closed his fan with a cold snort. He didn't believe anything would happen with three soul fighters protecting him. Besides, with his status, how could he jump into a trash bin like those commoners? So, they continued forward. The three guards exchanged glances and quickly followed, surrounding him. As they walked, the streets became increasingly sparse, and, after turning a few corners, the entire city was eerily silent, shops tightly shuttered, and the streets devoid of people, with the whole area covered in snow. Even the warmest clothing couldn't prevent a chill from creeping in. The four of them, walking alone on the street, began to feel something was wrong, especially the young master in the middle, whose expression was already off. "Old Wu, how far are we from that hotel?" The young master controlled his breathing, trying to keep his tone from revealing his anxiety. Old Wu, the white-haired elder, was the only one in the team who had been to Jinshuang City. He raised his head, squinting his dim, old eyes, and after 3 breaths, finally replied, "We're almost there. Just 3 more turns." 3 turns, that's good. The young master let out a sigh, releasing the pent-up anxiety in his chest, and continued forward. But after not walking long, they stopped. Puff, puff. The noisy sound of footsteps crunching on snow came from the corner ahead. The four of them focused their eyes, and a group, a large crowd. Countless people emerged from the corner, all with grim expressions, occupying the entire street and walking toward them. The 3 guards simultaneously activated their soul power, ready to summon their martial spirits to fight. They were not afraid of these people. Given time, any one of them could bury this crowd of thousands in the snow. However, their primary task was to protect the young master behind them. "Young master, let's take another route," the shadowy middle-aged man half turned to ask. The young master was stunned by the sheer number of people, and after a few seconds following the middle-aged man's words, he finally snapped back to reality, responding clumsily, yes, yes." The 4 turned around to head back, but after walking a few steps, they stopped again. A new wave of people was coming from behind, equally numerous. The 4 were trapped between 2 surges of people, and even with the 3 guards' formidable strength, they couldn't help but worry for the young master behind them. As the 2 crowds drew closer, and when they were about 100 meters away, someone from one side suddenly shouted, "Kill." Suddenly, both sides shone brightly, and among them were not all ordinary people. There were even soul masters. The 4 were soon cornered by 2 streams of people converging. 3 soul, Douluo released their momentum, clearing a space around them, but there were simply too many people, and as they pushed and shoved, some still approached them to attack. They had no choice but to fight back. The fat man wielded a rusty knife, hacking wildly with a sickly excitement in his expression, madly slashing at those who came close. The shadowy middle-aged man observed the surroundings coldly, his fingers quickly forming seals. On the snow beside him, dark light flickered, and several thorny black thorns appeared, dancing wildly and striking down all who came near. The white-haired elder summoned a small golden tower that flew above his head, from which golden light descended, forming a golden shield around him, isolating him from the outside world. The shield was so tough that blades could not break it, fists and kicks could not harm it, and energy could not impact it. The bewildered young master was naturally pulled into the golden shield as well. Because of the fat man's ferocity and the middle-aged man's ruthlessness, after a while, both crowds unconsciously distanced themselves from them. "Young master, how about I go and chop them all down?" The fat man looked at the two sides, still engaged in battle. Licking the blood that had splattered onto the corner of his mouth, a layer of comfortable desire gleaming in his eyes, excitedly suggesting. The young master was already frightened by the grand scene of the battle, having lived for years in the safe and well-ordered imperial city. He had never witnessed such a scene and instinctively nodded. However, the shadowy middle-aged man spoke first, sternly saying, "No, you fat fool. Have you forgotten the rule that soul masters cannot actively harm civilians? Aren't you afraid of the soul hall holding you accountable afterward?" The fat man disdainfully pouted, not speaking further, but his eyes were filled with envy as he looked at the soul masters passionately fighting in the crowd. They were stronger than ordinary people, but their strength was not high, at most a two-ring great soul master, because of the chaotic scene and the limited range of their powers. Even if the soul hall received reports afterward and came to hold them accountable, no one would be able to clarify the situation. Being too weak allowed them to act freely without too much concern, while those like them, being powerful, had to consider the consequences of being punished by the soul hall. It was truly a ridiculous world. The fat man cursed the soul hall several times in his heart, then took out a clean cloth from his pocket to wipe the blood off the knife in his hand. "There's a small alley over there. Why don't we hide there first?" Seeing that the two sides were about to push closer, Elder Wu pointed to their side, suggesting a small alley not far away. "Good." Feeling that he should be safe, the young master regained his usual confidence and firmly said, then led the way toward the alley, with the other three quickly following and guarding him. Chapter 106. Chance Encounter. Hurry, hurry. Seeing that there was still some distance to the alley's entrance, the young master urged. His only thought now was to quickly distance himself from these troublesome people and get to a high-end hotel with hot water for bathing and fine wine to warm himself. In just a few steps, he leaped into the alley, letting out a sigh of relief. He looked up to survey the alley, which was very narrow, deep, dark, damp, and gloomy, with the air filled with a musty and sour odor. In short, it was a very undesirable place. The young master secretly cursed the two so-called major forces and vowed to suggest his father upon returning to the imperial city that someone should be sent to eliminate these rebellious traitors. The battle outside quickly filled the space they had vacated. The fat man, the last to enter the alley, was still bravely slashing at the approaching people. But as the blood on his knife increased, he felt excited yet remembered the shadowy middle-aged man's words, loudly calling back, "Young master, move further inside." The young master, who was holding his breath in disdain, heard his voice and continued to walk deeper into the alley. Perhaps men have a special thrill for exploring deep, dark, and narrow passages. The young master ventured deeper. After walking about 20 steps, he stopped and looked at the three people in front of him. The alley was a dead end, with three people hiding at the very back. The appearance of the three from the darkness made the young master's sensitive heart, already on edge from the previous crowd, beat rapidly, just as he was about to loudly call for his guards. His gaze passed over the first robust man and landed on the blonde girl wrapped in a brown fur coat behind him, with the dim light from above. The young master could clearly see her clear, mirror-like eyes, her smooth, fair oval face, her delicate, peach blossom-like lips, and her casually disheveled golden hair, along with her pitiful, lamb-like little eyes. The young master, who had always been protected, felt his soft heart, named fear, pierced by a sharp arrow and shattered. At the same time, a heart that wanted to protect others, a man's heart, began to beat powerfully. If possible, he wanted to gaze into the girl's eyes like this, with a time limit of a year, 2 years, 10 years, or even 100 years not being enough. His blood raced, and, just as he was reaching its peak, a strong figure entered his vision, blocking his line of sight. The young master's gaze moved up to meet a pair of vigilant eyes. Who are you? Seeing that the robust man had raised his fist as big as a sandbag, the young master finally woke up, his soul returning to his body. He hurriedly wiped away the glistening from the corner of his mouth and adjusted his attire, cupping his fists in a friendly manner and saying, I am Xueqinghe, here from afar to obtain a soul ring. I intended to rest in the city for a night, but unexpectedly encountered the conflict between two forces. So I came in to take refuge, with no ill intentions. You also came in to hide from the bad guys. Before the robust man could respond, a timidly sweet voice like a mountain spring flowed into Xueqinghe's ears. He froze, turning to look down at a delicate, lively little face blinking at him, cautiously curious as she asked. Upon seeing those eyes, Xueqinghe felt another arrow strike his heart, causing it to stop beating for a few seconds. Before he could answer, a thorn grew from the ground in front of him, flying toward the robust man and binding him, lifting him into the air, blocking the young master's view of the girl. Young master, are you all right? The shadowy middle-aged man walked up from behind Xueqinghe, his small eyes looking past him at the middle-aged woman, the girl, and the robust man who was now bound and suspended in the air by his thorns. Xueqinghe secretly rejoiced that this guy could no longer block his view of the beauty, but he saw the girl's eyes glistening with tears as she looked in panic at the robust man in the air, reaching out her white hand as if trying to grasp him, softly crying out, "Brother!" He coughed twice and said to the shadowy middle-aged man, "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. They're also here to take refuge. Quickly let him down." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then retracted the thorns, allowing the robust man to fall from the air. The robust man seemed to not realize what happened, his face still showing panic as he clumsily fell to the ground. "Brother!" Xueqinghe heard the girl call out again and turned back to see her helping her brother up. The robust man, with a mixture of vigilance, panic, and fear in his eyes, shielded the girl and the middle-aged woman behind him, not allowing Xueqinghe to see them. This brother, it's all a misunderstanding. My guard are just worried about my safety and mean no harm. You can understand, right? Xueqinghe explained cautiously. The burly man furrowed his brows in thought, and after a while, he nodded slightly, but his actions still showed that he was firmly protecting the two people behind him, indicating he still didn't trust Xueqinghe and the others. Xueqinghe didn't mind, lightly waved his paper fan, adopting the demeanor of a refined young man, and elegantly asked, "I have introduced myself earlier, and I would like to get to know you better. May I ask for your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, the burly man's brow remained tightly furrowed, and with a deep gaze, he glanced at the two behind Xueqinghe. In a rough voice with a strong local accent, he said, "I am Meng. I brought my sister and mother to this extreme northern land to obtain soul rings. They're outside fighting, and I brought my sister in to hide." From his words, Xueqinghe felt he had a grasp of the situation. This man should possess some strength and had a somewhat simple character, which made things easier. He particularly liked making friends with such people. Of course, the main reason was to make friends, as having more friends makes the journey smoother, and it had nothing to do with his pure, lovely, and stunningly beautiful sister who had a heart-melting charm. "Oh, I see. Then please forgive me for being talkative. May I ask if it is you or your sister who is seeking to obtain the soul ring?" Xueqinghe asked curiously. Hao glanced back at Qian Rengshu, and a proud expression appeared in her eyes as she slightly puffed out her chest and said proudly, "It's me and my sister, but my sister is more important. She's 12 this year and has already reached the 30th level of Soul Master. As long as she obtains a soul ring, she will be able to go to the Royal Academy in the imperial capital of Tiando. 12 years old, level 20. What a genius girl." Xueqinghe was shocked. He was 15 this year and only at level 30. He thought he was already strong enough, but he didn't expect there to be such a genius in the world. He stole a glance at the girl behind Hao and saw her shyness mixed with a hint of pride, which made him believe Hao's words. "I must have her. She will be the future queen of the Tiando Empire, my queen." As he gazed at the beautiful and exceptionally talented girl, the youthful blood within Xueqinghe boiled with excitement, and the greedy, lustful voice of desire echoed in his ears. He swallowed hard, trying to suppress his emotions and feigning a thoughtful expression. "I see. Let me think. A 30th level soul power should be matched with a 1,000-year soul beast. May I ask, what is your soul power level, brother? Can you defeat a 1,000-year soul beast?" Hao Hung showed a troubled expression, scratching his head and mumbling to himself in a silly manner. I'm only level 30. I can't defeat a 1,000-year soul beast, right? Why does it have to be a 1,000-year soul beast? Can't we just get a 10-year or a 100-year soul beast instead? How coincidental." Xueqinghe assessed this tall man, who looked quite old, estimating he should be around 25 or 26, close to 30. He couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority, but he didn't show it. Instead, he said worriedly, "This won't do, brother. I've heard that the Tiando Royal Academy not only values the talent of its students, but also looks at the configuration of soul rings. The first and second soul rings need to be 100 years, and the third and fourth soul rings require 1,000 years. If the requirements aren't met, no matter how good the talent is, they won't be admitted. If your sister only has a 100-year soul ring, she won't be accepted." "Oh, how can this be? My sister has such great talent, but we can't defeat a 1,000-year soul beast. What should we do?" He was anxious, very anxious. Xueqinghe covered his mouth with a paper fan, looking at the jumping giant, and said, "How about this, Brother Meng? The guards I brought this time are all very strong. If you're willing to join us, I can have them help you all obtain 1,000-year soul rings." "Really?" Hao Heng showed a look of surprise, but his expression changed as he asked warily, "But we don't know each other. Why do you want to help us? You wouldn't have any bad intentions, would you?" Xueqinghe chuckled and said, "Brother, you're overthinking it. Look at my appearance. What could I possibly want from you? I just feel a connection with you and would like to befriend you. Besides, I can't bear to see a 12-year-old genius ruined by a soul ring, right, sister?" He winked at the girl hiding behind Hao Heng, who peeked out to observe him and showed what he thought was a charming smile. The girl's face turned red in an instant, and she hid back. The burly man scratched his head and said thoughtfully, "So that's how it is. I really don't seem to have anything to give you. Well then, we'll join you. You become a good friend of mine. You're a good person." Xueqinghe smiled and remained silent, fanning himself while stealing glances at the girl behind Hao Heng. He believed that, after a few days of interaction, the beautiful girl would definitely be attracted to the charming, noble demeanor he would showcase, which she had never seen before. By then, when he proposed to help her with her enrollment, she would be fond of him, and it would be easy to win her over. It could be said that in Xueqinghe's heart, this girl was already his possession. He even thought of names for their future children. "By the way, Brother Meng, why did you bring your mother along to hunt for soul rings? Is she a powerful soul master?" "No, my mom is an ordinary person. She has aphasia, and we are afraid something might happen to her, so we have to keep her by our side." "Oh, I see." Chapter 107 Departure. It was a sunny afternoon, and I was in my garden, surrounded by colorful flowers. The enchanting fragrance made the air incredibly sweet. "Young master, the people outside have stopped. We should go out now." As Xueqinghe was fabricating a story to the curious girl who peeked out, a shadowy middle-aged man walked in quietly and whispered in his ear. He frowned slightly, glanced at the man, then looked at Hao Heng and his sister, smiled, and said, "Sorry, it seems that the story about my awakened martial soul will have to wait. Let's go out first." Hao Heng glanced warily at the middle-aged man and nodded, then followed them outside. The sky began to snow heavily again, with snowflakes as big as goose feathers. The bloodstains on the ground were quickly covered up at an exaggerated speed, like a pure white cloth being dragged over the ground, burying all the filth beneath it. Once outside, Xueqinghe first surveyed both ends of the street, confirming that there was no one around before letting out a sigh of relief and stepping out. As Hao Heng and the others emerged from the alley, his eyes immediately fell on the beautiful girl hiding behind the broad shoulders of the strong man. The alley was very dark and the environment was poor, but outside, the weak sunlight filtering through the snowflakes shone on the girl's smooth skin, forming a translucent light membrane on its surface, which left Xueqinghe in awe. "Hey, Brother Meng, I wonder if you have found a place to stay. We did have one, but we were planning to leave the city today, so we canceled the room. We didn't expect to run into this incident." "Oh, then why not stay with us for another night in the city and set off tomorrow?" Allicht. Listening to his young master converse with the honest strong man, the shadowy middle-aged man's expression darkened a bit. He pulled Xueqinghe's sleeve and stepped aside, lowering his voice to ask, "Young master, what is the meaning of this?" Xueqinghe looked at him curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" The shadowy middle-aged man cast a few sidelong glances at Hao Heng and the others and said, "Why did you let them follow us?" "Oh, while I was talking to them inside, I found out they also want to enter the polar region to obtain soul rings. So I thought it would be good to have company, right? You three are too dull and don't like to communicate. If they follow us, at least I have someone to talk to. But their origins are unclear. If they have harmful intentions towards you, I fear." The shadowy middle-aged man frowned tightly, worried. "Oh, why worry so much? Besides, even if they want to harm me, don't we have you three? You three spirit Douluos. Are you not capable of handling those two spirit elders?" Xueqinghe waved his hand dismissively and patted his shoulder twice, saying, "All right, don't overthink it. Let us go. After speaking, he turned and walked back. The fat man and the old man with white hair gathered around the middle-aged man, exchanging glances, both revealing their dissatisfaction. With their strength, they should be treated like treasures in any faction on the continent. Yet the Tiendo royal family did not treat them well. A little prince going out to hunt for soul rings required the three of them to accompany him, and this prince was disobedient and self-righteous, even letting strangers join the team. If they encountered danger, it would only increase their workload. The three were very uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do. They had to follow their lord's orders and quickly kept up. The group arrived at the hotel. That night, in a room on the 7th floor of the hotel. Bang bang. Hao Hung stood at the door and gently knocked. After a while, the door was pulled open, and Yunyan nodded, stepping aside. He glanced around before entering. Inside the room, Qian Ruxue, who had just finished showering, was sitting by the window, looking at the heavy snow outside. Hao Hung walked over to him with his hands behind his back, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "We are probably going to set off tomorrow. The undercover agent hasn't come to find me yet, likely because they're still unclear about our true identities. So, you'll have to endure and pretend for a while longer. We'll make plans once we delve deeper into the polar region." Qian Rinxue did not turn around, giving a light snort as a response. Hao Hung didn't have much to say. He had just eaten his fill and was passing by. He was concerned that the young girl might be upset, so he came to check on her. However, seeing Qian Rushue's demeanor, she should also be reasonable and understanding. So, Hao Hung was about to turn around and leave. But just as he reached the door, Qian Rushue's voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, Mr. Meng." Hao Hung turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled like stars as she walked with light steps, one hand gripping her collar and the other playing with her wet long hair that hung down from her shoulder. She bit her pink lips lightly and walked up to Hao Hung, gazing into his eyes with affection, her gaze warm enough to seem like it would melt his heart. She was using the beauty trap, something Hao Hung had taught her. 6 years ago, while she was cultivating in her room, she suddenly heard the bad news that her father had been killed in the Stardow Forest by a man named Hao Hung, a disciple of her mother. From that day on, she harbored hatred and vowed to take revenge on her father's killer. However, she was self-aware. She had fought with Hao Hung before and had been utterly defeated. Moreover, he was capable of killing title Douluo-level individuals, so how could she possibly defeat him? Therefore, she initially planned to rely on external forces. But where would this external force come from? The Spirit City? Don't be ridiculous. She knew that the entire Spirit Hall was currently acting under the will of that woman, Bibi Dong, and even her powerful grandfather couldn't do anything about it. Would Bibi Dong help her? Qian Rinxue was certain that she absolutely would not, because if Bibi Dong really wanted to capture her disciple, she would not simply issue a wanted order. That was why Qian Rinxue agreed to that woman's plan of impersonating the Prince of Tiendo. She had her own motives. She wanted to use this identity to build her own faction to trace Hao Heng's whereabouts and even hunt him down. However, she also knew that her current strength was still weak and could not attract strong allies, so she initially planned to lie low for a few years. But today, a man named Meng taught her a trick called the beauty trap. She wanted to see if the beauty trap would work on such a strong individual. "Mr. Meng, do you think this is okay?" Listening to her soft, sweet voice and looking at her enchanting, flowing eyes with a captivating fragrance lingering in the air. As a young man full of vigor, Hao Hung couldn't bear it. His heart couldn't help but waver, and he found his breathing uneven. He quickly turned away, saying in a strange tone, This is enough. I'll take my leave now. You should rest early." After quickly finishing his words, he hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed out as if escaping from something. Qian Rinxue watched this scene unfold completely, a slight smile playing on her lips. More beautiful than peach blossoms, her eyes swirling with thoughts unknown. The next day, the sky was dim, and the surroundings were pitch black. Hao Hung stood outside the city gate, looking at the snow-capped mountains that faded into the darkness, then turned to Xue Qinghe behind him and asked, "Brother Xue, where shall we go?" Xue Qinghe was joking with the beautiful girl beside him when he heard the question. He glanced at Hao Hung and then looked at the old man Wu behind him, signaling him to make the decision. Old Wu said calmly, "Naturally, we will head north." Xue Qinghe waved his hand grandly and said, "All right, we will go north." Chapter 108. Exposure in the endless expanse of white snow. A group of 7 braved the biting wind and heavy snow, trudging through the snow with great difficulty. The white-haired elder in the front summoned a golden small tower, opening a golden light barrier to shield everyone from the storm. As the snow beneath their feet varied in thickness, Xue Qinghe still had the leisure to try to amuse the petite girl beside him. Miss, I haven't asked for your name yet. Just call me Xue, Big Brother Qinghe. The term Big Brother Qinghe made Xue Qinghe feel elated, his head feeling hot with surging excitement. He tightly grasped his right hand with his left, trying to keep his exhilaration from showing too obviously. Then can I call you Xue? Sure. The girl, Qianren Xue, hiding beside Hao Hong, smiled and fluttered her eyelashes. Xue Qinghe took a deep breath, looked at Hao Hong, and found him particularly annoying. He wanted to change positions to be closer to the girl instead of standing next to this rugged man. However, the coverage of the light barrier was limited, and he didn't want to step outside to be hit by the biting cold wind, not even for a moment. Oh, by the way, I still don't know what martial spirits you and Brother Meng have. Can you tell me, so that Uncle Wu can consider what soul beast might suit you? Hao Hong thought for a moment and said to him, my martial soul is a fist, and I want to find a soul ring that can enhance my strength. Qianren Xue said, I want to find a soul beast that can fly and is fast. I see. Xue Qinghe pondered, and with his shallow knowledge of the extreme north, he couldn't figure out what kind of soul beast would be suitable for the two of them. At the right moment, old Wu chimed in. Young master, we are heading to the ice lake I mentioned to you earlier. There's a suitable soul beast for your martial soul, the ice feather jade leg goose. On the way, we will pass through a frost forest where there are likely to be soul beasts suitable for both of you. A forest? How could there be a forest in this snowy land? Xue Qinghe asked in confusion. You will know when the time comes, old Wu replied without further explanation, then focused his mind on controlling the barrier that shielded everyone from the wind and snow. The group quickened their pace, and due to the howling cold wind, no one spoke much. Even Xue Qinghe, who wanted to find a topic to make Qianren Xue happy, closed his mouth and concentrated on his steps. After walking for several hours, the sky darkened from dim to dark. Only then did they see distant tree shadows swaying in the wind. Xue Qinghe widened his eyes and said in shock, in this desolate and dangerous place, there are indeed trees that can grow. Old Wu shook his head and said, those trees are indeed strange. Let's move a little further ahead, and when we arrive, you will understand. At his urging, everyone had to jog again, and after half an hour, they arrived at the edge of the forest. Hao Heng's gaze was strange as he stepped forward, braving the wind and snow, and patted the big tree in front of him. This tree was not tall, only 3 or 4 meters, but it was very thick, with a diameter of about 2 meters. It looked less like a tree and more like a large tree stump, yet it was lush with branches and leaves, quite peculiar. Even more bizarre was that the tree's surface was smooth and crystal clear, emitting a silver-blue glow, resembling ice, while its interior was full of vitality, with branches flourishing and leaves shaped like snowflakes with different patterns. Old Wu explained, this is a tree unique to this extreme northern land, known as the ice tree. The tallest ones barely reach 5 meters, but the sturdier ones can be over 10 meters wide. Its entire body resembles ice, yet it can absorb cold air. Tonight, we will use it to build a tree house and rest here for the night. We will set off again at dawn tomorrow. After the introduction, old Wu called Fatty forward and instructed him a few things. Fatty summoned his blade, and with a flash of cold light, several trees fell in response to the sound. He then moved forward to stack the fallen trees together, swinging his blade a few more times to break the ice tree into equal-sized ice panels. Meanwhile, the shadowy middle-aged man stepped forward, and on the ground beside him, several dark, circular rings appeared. Thorny brambles extended from the rings, reaching for the ice panels, binding them together in an interwoven structure. Within half an hour, a simple ice house, perfectly square with an area of over 50 square meters, was constructed. Old Wu called everyone to enter the house, but when Hao Hong was about to enter, he stopped him. My young friend, my 2 colleagues need to maintain the stability of the ice house here. Why don't you come with me? Let's go hunt some wild beasts for dinner. Snow Qinghe, who was inside the house, turned around and looked at old Wu curiously, asking old Wu, didn't we bring dry rations? We do have dry rations, but they're hard to swallow. We haven't ventured too deep into the extreme north yet, and we can still start a fire to roast meat. If we don't go tonight, starting tomorrow, we will only be able to nibble on dry rations, old Wu explained, glancing at Hao Hong. Hao Hong stared into his eyes, nodded, and after greeting him, withdrew his foot that was about to step into the house. Old Wu then looked at the 2 soul masters inside the house and said, before we return, I ask you both to stay vigilant and protect the young master, as well as these 2. The fat man and the shadowy middle-aged man looked at him, filled with confusion, not understanding what this old man was thinking. They were currently in a gathering place for soul beasts, where danger could arise at any moment. Yet he was still thinking about food? However, They had already agreed before coming that this operation would be led by Old Wu, who had been to the extreme north, so even if they were puzzled, they had to obey orders. After they nodded, Old Wu turned and walked into the forest. Hao Heng looked at Xue Qinghe and said, "Please take care of the two ladies." After Xue Qinghe gladly agreed, he quickly caught up with the old man with white hair, following him to see what he was up to. "Where do you come from, young friend?" After they had walked quite a distance, Old Wu deliberately controlled his speed to walk alongside Hao Heng and asked. Hao Heng had already put away his silly demeanor, wearing a cold expression. His keen perception sensed that the soul power within the guy next to him was quietly operating. Did he discover something? That shouldn't be possible. His plan should have no flaws. He recalled in his mind every word, every expression, and every action since he met Xue Qinghe. Everything was so perfect, without a trace of error. But why was this guy showing no hesitation in displaying his hostility? You must be wondering why I called you out alone. Old Wu suddenly stopped and distanced himself from Hao Heng, chuckling. Hao Heng stopped and turned around, gazing at him with a furrowed brow. The reason I was able to gain the young master's favor and be appointed as the guide is entirely due to my 3 years of experience living in this extreme northern land. The weather here can be summed up in one word: cold. It's the kind of cold that can freeze a person to death. I have never seen a place on the continent that is colder than here. The chill here, within Frost Town, can still be resisted by ordinary people with clothing, but once outside the town, one can only hide in enclosed spaces or use soul power. Even 1,000 meters north of the city, even soul cultivators need to use soul power to withstand the cold in order to move at all. So, my young friend, can you explain why, as an ordinary person, Mother was able to remain unfrozen by the cold when we just left the city, even before I activated the protective shield? And why is it that in this freezing and snowy environment, where even I have to use my energy to resist the cold, you can remain unaffected without using soul power? Chapter 109. One of our own at night, amidst the wind and snow, in a forest that looked like it was carved from ice. Hao Heng's fist silently clenched. He was feeling very upset. Clearly, he thought his plan was flawless. So why did it seem so foolish after being pointed out by the other party? He was now somewhat angry and ashamed. No, not somewhat, but very. A pure force, untainted by any other energy, gathered like the water in a small river towards his fist. Want to make a move? Old Wu squinted his eyes, wearing a friendly smile. He seemed unafraid of Hao Heng, but then again, as a soul Douluo, what did he have to fear? Unless Hao Heng was a title Douluo. Young man, you need to be more rational in your actions. Don't wait. While Old Wu was still speaking, Hao Heng's fist swung towards him, delivering a punch with a chilling force sharper than the cold wind between heaven and earth, which landed on Old Wu's weathered face in an instant. However, although Old Wu had not expected Hao Heng to strike so decisively, he had still made preparations. As Hao Heng's figure vanished from his spot, a layer of light shield descended from the golden tower above his head, protecting him within. Hao Heng's fist landed, producing a deep, resonant sound like an ancient bell ringing, causing the snow falling beside them to be carried away by the reverberating sound waves, creating a special blank space in the world filled with falling snow. After this punch, Hao Heng felt a surge of energy throughout his body. He thought to himself, it should be this way. He clearly possessed enough strength, so why should he resort to playing tricks he wasn't good at? He resolved that regardless of Bibidong's demands, once he returned, he would team up with the undercover agent to directly eliminate the other person, without wasting any more words with them. As this thought crossed his mind, he raised his other fist, striking fiercely and violently at Elder Wu's golden shield. Boom! Meteor shower. Huge, fist-sized shadows shot out from Hao Heng's fist, resembling real meteors, trailing narrow, radiant tails as they smashed into the golden shield. Elder Wu seemed not to have anticipated the overwhelming power of Hao Heng's punches. With his hands forming seals, the wrinkles on his old face vanished, the aged aura replaced by a burst of vitality, his face glowing red, and a few strands of hair standing on end without the wind. He had exhausted all his strength to hold on. But under the relentless assault of those invisible fist shadows, he continued to retreat step by step until he leaned against an ice tree, finally using it for support to stop. Hao Heng was very dissatisfied to see that his attack only dimmed the light of the barrier slightly. He transformed his fist into a finger stance, stepped back with his right foot, bent his knees, and gathered strength, preparing to launch an attack. However, this time, Old Wu was a step ahead of him. He raised his head, his eyes shining with golden light, and quickly changed his hand gestures. The small golden tower above his head flew into the air above Hao Heng, and a black soul ring beside him emitted a brilliant glow. A layer of golden light descended from the tower, enveloping Hao Hong within it. Old Wu looked at Hao Hong, who was surrounded by the golden light, and snorted coldly, saying, "Young man, don't be so hot-headed. Look, you're at a disadvantage now." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying scene unfolded within the golden barrier, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Inside the barrier, a layer of milky white halo appeared on Hao Heng's strong physique, rapidly inflating like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to 10 meters, then 20 meters, and finally stopped at 100 meters. Old Wu stared dumbfounded at the towering giant, not daring to hesitate. He changed his hand seals to make the golden tower rise and the barrier expand. But would that be useful? Hao Hong told him, "It's useless." His eyes sparkled with intensity as he steadied his stance, gathering strength in his shoulders, and then charged towards the edge of the light shield. Boom! With a dull thud, a shockwave burst from Hao Heng's shoulder, and the brilliance of the golden shield flared up, still appearing unbreakable. But Hao Hong knew it was already at its limit, unable to hold out for much longer. Just like the old man beneath them, who seemed powerful but was actually out of energy. He took a few steps back, raised his palm, and focused the pulsating force in his hand, shatter the mountains, and crack the earth, just like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. When Hao Heng's palm struck the light shield, before he could fully exert his strength, the shield shattered like a mirror, smashed against the ground. Hao Hong was momentarily stunned, suddenly looking up and reaching out to grab the small tower above his head. "No, don't." The voice of Old Wu came from below, but Hao Hong ignored it and grasped the golden small tower in his hand. The residual shockwave in his palm surged into it, and after just a few seconds, the small tower shattered, turning into countless specks of starlight that scattered away. Old Wu on the ground seemed severely injured. Blood spurted from his mouth, tracing an arc in the air as he was sent flying backward, his head smashing into the ground. Fortunately, the ground was covered with a layer of snow. Otherwise, given his current state, looking paler than the snow beside him, he would likely have died instantly. Hao Hong transformed back to his original form and walked towards him, his fists clenched tightly. The immense power of his fists created a terrifying cyclone that surrounded him. He approached Old Wu, raised his fist, ready to give him a quick end, but when he glanced over, it seemed Old Wu had something to say, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed to his own chest. Hao Hong looked at him strangely, and suddenly, his heart sank as he remembered something bad. He quickly crouched down, unbuttoned his chest, rummaged around, and took out a silver-white sword and shield badge from the inner pocket of his clothes. "You are an undercover agent," Hao Hong said in surprise. Old Wu, looking uncomfortable, nodded a few times. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hao Hong scolded as he clenched the badge. Old Wu's lips trembled, exhaling weakly, and lamented, "You didn't give me a chance to speak either." Ugh! Hao Hong thought to himself that he had indeed been too anxious just now. The series of attacks had been too quick, and he hadn't given the old man a chance to speak. Looking at the old man, who was already breathing heavily, his brows furrowed. What should he do? If he killed the undercover agent, the remaining two would definitely be people from the prince's side. If he summoned the giant martial spirit, he could easily crush them. But revealing his true identity wouldn't be good. No, the old man must not die. Hao Hong looked around, and everything was a vast expanse of white, with nothing but ice trees and snowflakes, lacking anything else, let alone life-saving medicinal herbs. After thinking for a moment, he pondered, "It seems I can only use that move." He stood up, took a few steps back, and two soul rings, one purple and one black, floated out from his body, hovering beside him. With a snap of his fingers, the purple soul ring flickered, and suddenly, a few faint popping sounds emerged from the surrounding air, occasionally accompanied by flashes of lightning arcs. Hao Hong snapped his fingers again, and a thundercloud the size of a palm gathered above the old man's body. The next second, with a loud bang, a lightning bolt the thickness of a finger descended, striking Old Wu's body. Instantly, Old Wu's squinting eyes widened fiercely, and he sat up straight. His already sparse hair turned into charred remnants, and a fragrant mist emanated from his body, but the aura around him was indeed gradually recovering. It worked. Hao Heng's face showed joy as he clapped his hands in applause. This electric shock healing method was specially prepared for Tang San, since he became his disciple 6 months ago. After all, Tang San didn't have his own sleep recovery breathing technique, and his body had been under extreme training, which could lead to significant problems. Therefore, Hao Heng thought, could he stimulate the body cells with electric shocks to speed up his recovery? However, after trying it twice, Tang San firmly refused to be shocked again and voluntarily reduced his training intensity. Hao Hong then set aside this crude recovery method, not expecting to use it again today. Chapter 110, 10,000-Year Ice Dew. The thunderclouds dispersed. Hao Hong retracted his soul ring, coughed twice, and walked to Elder Wu's side, asking with concern, "How are you? Is there nothing serious?" Elder Wu looked at him with a resentful gaze and gritted his teeth as he said, "Thanks to the captain's grace. I feel light and well now. Nothing serious." Hao Hong nodded and said, "That's good, but this is also your fault. If you had said earlier that you were an undercover agent, it would have been fine. Why did you have to ramble on about other things? You ended up taking a beating for nothing." Old Wu looked at Hao Hong with an incredulous expression, almost cursing him out. He had never seen someone so brazen and shameless. However, thinking it over, if he hadn't underestimated Hao Hong because of his young age and wanted to take the opportunity to teach the younger generation a lesson, he might not have ended up taking a beating himself. He could only swallow this grievance in silence. "Sigh, forget it. I won't hold it against you." Old Wu shook his head, and when he looked up again, he asked Hao Hong with a serious expression, "What other plans does the captain have to keep the operation going?" When it came to plans, Hao Hong's face turned red. He really didn't want to come up with any schemes anymore. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "How about we just go back directly? Let's not beat around the bush and get rid of those two nuisances. Then it will be easier to act." "No way." Old Wu waved his hand to refuse, saying, "I know the captain is powerful, but that Feng Mian is a control-type soul master at the level of a soul, Douluo, and his methods are extremely tricky. If he traps both of us and that butcher, Old Seven, takes the prince to escape, the consequences would not just be a failed plan. Besides, after killing them, how would you explain to their families about the new prince's return? Killing them will only bring harm, not benefits." Listening to Old Wu's analysis, Hao Hong irritably scratched his head and paced a few circles before asking, "So what should we do? Do you have a good plan?" Upon hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Old Wu's old face, deep wrinkles blooming like a blossoming chrysanthemum. "Of course, I have a plan. I don't know if the captain is willing to listen." "Stop wasting time, just say it." Hao Hong saw that he still wanted to keep them in suspense and hurriedly asked. Old Wu then quickly said, "In the depths of the extreme north, there's an ice spring that never freezes and has water all year round. The reason for this is that beneath the ice spring lies a mass of 10,000-year-old ice dew. Consuming a drop of this ancient ice dew not only has immense benefits for the human body, but the aura of the ice dew also has an irresistible attraction for the soul beasts in this extreme north. If we can obtain the ice dew, it will trigger a beast tide. At that time, in the midst of the chaos, the three of us, Soul Douluo, will stand at the forefront to escort the others away. Captain, please take your chance to act amidst the chaos. Is it really that easy to trigger a beast tide? What if the beast tide doesn't come?" Hao Hong stroked his chin and pretended to think as he asked. Old Wu smiled and said, "Please rest assured, Captain. If we obtain the ice dew, the beast tide will surely come." "How can you be so sure?" Hao Hong asked in confusion. "Because I accidentally consumed a drop when I was old. I was chased by the beast tide. The aura of the ice dew is very strong, and even after a year, the beasts in this polar region can smell it. Because of this, I was forced to leave Frost Town." "I see. Then you should go get the ice dew." The captain laughed and said, "I can't go. It has to be you who gets the ice dew." "Why? I am the guide and cannot leave for long. The ice dew is deep in the extreme north, and it takes at least 7 days to go back and forth." "Captain, you are so powerful. Entering and exiting the polar region is as simple as going home. So it has to be you who goes to get the ice dew." "All right, then where is that ice spring?" "Come closer." An hour later, in the house by the ice forest. "Shuer, let me tell you, that day I was resting in the garden when suddenly, Shui Qinghe was sitting next to Qianren Shui, talking about having a big garden, when suddenly there were a few knocks at the door. A shadowy middle-aged man opened his eyes, revealing a strange look in his eyes. He said softly, "Why is only one back?" With a wave of his hand, a thorn stretched out and opened the door. Old Wu, looking grim, dragged in a white-skinned elk. Shui Qinghe stood up and looked at his empty back, asking, "Old Wu, where is Brother Meng?" Old Wu threw the elk to the ground and said heavily, "As soon as we went out, we found this beast, and then we chased it. But unexpectedly, this beast was cunning and led us to the snow slope, causing an avalanche, and I got separated from young Master Meng." "What?" After he finished speaking, Qianren Shui and Yunyan showed expressions of shock, especially Qianren Shui, who first stood up, then her legs softened and she fell heavily back down, supporting herself on the stool, tears streaming down her face. "Shui, don't panic." Shui Qinghe suppressed his joy and looked worriedly at Old Wu, asking, "Old Wu, didn't you search for him again?" Old Wu sighed and said, "I I searched, but I couldn't find young Master Ming. Miss Shui, don't worry. I believe young Master Ming is a fortunate person and should be fine. I chatted with him on the way and told him the direction of the ice lake we were going to, so he might have arrived at the ice lake ahead of us. Yes, Sister Schwerer, I can see that Brother Ming is not an ordinary person. He will definitely be fine. Shui Qinghe sat back down and reached out to pat Qianren Shui's shoulder. But Qianren Shui shook her head and plunged into Yun Yan's embrace, crying loudly. Shui Qinghe's hand fell empty, his face darkened, but he quickly recovered. After Old Wu sat down, the other two soul masters looked over, exchanging glances as if to ask what had happened. But Old Wu had a heavy expression and ignored their intentions. 2 days later, the sky brightened again. In this desolate and simple world, the sun and moon changed without a trace. One could only observe the change in the sky, watching the pitch-black darkness turn into a gray mist that could barely be seen to determine whether it was day or night. In the world of ice and snow, a figure of over 100 meters walked forward against the wind and snow. He naturally followed Old Wu's advice, preparing to go deep into the extreme north alone. In 2 days, he crossed over 10,000 zhang of ice tree forest. I must say, using the giant martial spirit for traveling is indeed very fast. The only drawback is that it easily attracts the attention of soul beasts. However, fortunately, the soul beasts that came to trouble him during this time were not too strong, and he turned them into delicious food using the internal fire furnace and his self-created lightning grilling method, providing energy for his body. Hao Hong stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. The color of the sky had shifted from a gray haze to darkness again. Another day had passed. He followed the direction pointed out by Old Wu, but there was no sign of any ice spring. After leaving the ice forest, he found himself in a snowy expanse, the scenery repeating with an astonishing 90 similarity. This was even more mentally tormenting than the days he spent absorbing magma underground. Down there, no matter how much time passed, he knew he wasn't moving. But here, after walking hundreds of kilometers, he looked up and saw that everything around him remained unchanged. He began to wonder if he had fallen into some sort of illusion, endlessly treading in place. No, he couldn't continue walking aimlessly like this. Hao Hong lowered his head, gasping for breath, thick columns of air bursting out from his nostrils. A layer of milky white halo covered his body. He continued until he reached a height of 1,000 meters, stopping after 100 meters, 500 meters, and finally 1,000 meters. The perspective at 10 meters is different from that at 100 meters, and the view from a height of 1,000 meters is even broader. He looked up and gazed into the distance, and just when he was about to give up, he finally saw a huge black shadow far ahead. Chapter 111, Beast Tide. An iceberg, maintaining his 1,000-meter form. Hao Hong looked at the trapezoidal iceberg that only reached his waist and covered an area of just over 200 square meters. Old Wood told him before that the endless ice spring was right above the iceberg. Is this it? Hao Heng's gaze quickly swept over the iceberg, and he indeed discovered a small hole. Just as he was about to bend down to take a closer look, a large snowball suddenly came crashing down from below, hitting him on the cheek. The snowball was not soft at all. After being struck, Hao Hong felt a fiery pain on his cheek, as if he had been hit by a solid stone. Looking down, he saw a more than 20-meter-tall gorilla, covered in white fur, pounding its chest and howling at him. Wah-oo, wah-oo. Hao Hong naturally had no idea what it was talking about, furrowing his brows and staring at it. Seeing that the enormous creature in front of him was ignoring him, the gorilla's expression seemed to grow even more irritable. It spread its arms wide, embracing the air, and a flicker of eerie blue light flashed within its arms. In less than a moment, another large snowball appeared in its embrace. Here it comes again. Hao Hong stared at the large snowball thrown towards his chest. His expression darkened. He raised his hand to block the snowball, and after stopping it, pushed it back, directly hitting the white-furred gorilla. The white-furred gorilla took a snowball infused with 1/10 of Hao Heng's strength to the head, feeling dizzy and losing control, swaying left and right. After taking about 10 steps forward with a loud crash, it fell face-first onto the ice beneath its feet. Hao Hong looked at its comical appearance with a big red bottom and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then grabbed it, preparing to give a round of thunderous barbecue. But seeing its fluffy white fur and silly, dazed expression, especially its body resembling that of a human, Hao Hong found himself lacking in appetite. After thinking for a moment, he rolled it on the ground, picked up some snow, and shaped it into a ball. Using his hand as a cannon, he launched the snowball towards the distance. Watching it transform into a distant star, Hao Hong nodded in satisfaction. He then shifted his gaze back to the ice mountain in front of him, stepped onto it, and shrank down to his 20-meter form. Arriving at the center of the ice mountain, the small hole he had seen before had turned into a circular ice lake about 4 to 5 meters in diameter. The surface of the lake was deep blue, reflecting the gray sky, which was not beautiful at all, but rather a bit strange. Hao Hong circled around it and cautiously reached his hand into the lake, touching the water. According to that old man Wu, the temperature of the lake water was frighteningly low, as if the cold had liquefied. An ordinary soul master wouldn't even dare to enter it. Even a slight contact could freeze them into ice sculptures on the spot. He gently pierced his finger into the lake's surface, and in the next second, a wave of cold, so intense it felt like it could penetrate his bones, surged into his body. He quickly withdrew his hand, and upon looking at that finger, he was shocked to find it already purple and stiff, showing signs of necrosis. No way. Could it be that cold? Hao Hong exclaimed in shock, gazing deeply at the lake's surface a few times. His gaze penetrated through the water, and he saw the bottom. At that moment, he realized that the water in the lake appeared deep blue, not because the water itself was deep blue, but because at the bottom of the lake, there was a mass that looked like ice but didn't quite resemble ice, a deep blue object. That must be the eternal ice, he thought. Hao Hong stared at the object at the bottom of the lake, thinking to himself. He suddenly felt a bit regretful about throwing that gorilla away like that. If he had just pulled off its fur and wrapped it around his hands, he could have reached down to retrieve it. Frustrated, he slapped his head, and the cold sensation that had already penetrated to the bone drew his attention back. He looked at his increasingly stiff fingers, thought for a moment, and with a flicker of inspiration, a transparent flame ignited on his fingertips. He didn't know if it would be useful. With a mindset of just trying it out, Hao Hong watched his fingers as the deep purple color gradually faded, and wisps of white mist floated out from the tips of his fingers, connecting into a line. Seeing that the body-forging fire was effective against the cold, Hao Hong breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he was spared from the risk of amputation. But suddenly, he widened his eyes as if remembering a good idea, stroking his chin. Hao Hong thought, the cold in this lake water is no ordinary chill. If I reach down to retrieve something, given my small size, I might risk amputation again. Therefore, retrieving it is absolutely not feasible. However, since my body-forging fire is effective against this cold, it means that this cold can be considered a form of energy. So why not refine this 10,000-year ice dew? Having made up his mind, Hao Hong approached the edge of the iceberg, jumped down, and then turned back to examine the iceberg. This iceberg is not too big, but it's not too small either, 500 meters high and 200 square meters in area. His soul power might not be sufficient to sustain the inner fire furnace at such a large volume, so he needed to handle it first. Hao Hong stepped forward and struck the iceberg with a punch. With a loud bang, a few ice chips fell off. It was indeed quite hard. He shook his body and, in the blink of an eye, reached a height of 100 meters. He gathered his strength and then struck out with a palm. Shock-shattering mountains and cracking earthy iceberg trembled a few times, cracking open a fissure. Hao Hong took a look and saw hope. After resting for 5 or 6 seconds, he struck out again, and the fissure widened. He then channeled all the immense power that had nowhere to go within his body into the iceberg. Boom Iron Mountain, leaning stab, torrential rain pear blossoms, boom meteor collision. After an unknown amount of time, the originally trapezoidal iceberg had gradually been transformed into a lamp-like structure, with a sphere on top, a column in the middle, and a large base at the bottom, while the ice spring and the eternal ice dew were contained within the sphere. During the process, he had considered carving open the bottom of the ice spring to let the water flow out, but upon reflection, he thought that the cold air in the water might also be emanating from the ice dew, and it would be a pity to let it flow away. So he decided to create an ice lamp structure instead. Hao Hong transformed back to a 10-meter size and climbed onto a platform he had previously reserved next to the ice lamp. Sitting cross-legged, soul rings appeared beside him, the black soul ring shining brightly. A transparent, colorless flame emerged from his palm, forming a phantom of a furnace, which flew to the ice spring, opened the lid, and inverted it to lower down, taking in the ice ball with a diameter of over 10 meters and igniting it. Feeling the soul power within him rapidly deplete, Hao Hong's heart tightened, and he quickly closed his eyes, practiced his breathing technique, and fell into a deep sleep. There was danger. In his dream, Hao Hong sensed a cool breeze coming from above. Looking up, he saw a large bird with green feathers descending, its 3-fingered claws like iron hooks reaching for the top of his head, seemingly wanting to pry open his skull. Hao Hong reached out his hand to block in front of him, stopping the sharp claws, which dug into his flesh, but fortunately did not injure his handsome face. After a quiet sigh of relief, Hao Hong, furious, used his other hand to grab the leg of the blue-feathered bird, pulling its claws out of his arm along with skin and flesh. He swung it and smashed it onto the ice surface, pounding it down repeatedly for over 10 times until the bird's head was a bloody mess and it lost consciousness. Only then did he casually toss it down from the platform. He wasn't in the mood to eat. However, as he threw the blue bird down, he caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye, which made him feel that something was off about the atmosphere around him. Looking down, he saw that below the ice platform, the snow-covered ground was no longer visible. Large and imposing soul beasts were quietly standing there. Looking up at the sky, flocks of bird-like soul beasts were circling above, appearing like floating clouds from a distance. Despite his own strength, facing the tide of soul beasts made Hao Hong feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. He quietly moved his position, readying himself for the impending battle. But when he was prepared and looked at those soul beasts, he realized that they seemed to be unaware of him. Each beast's eyes were focused on the furnace that was suspended in the air not far from him. Chapter 112. Escape. Gulp. What does it feel like to be surrounded by soul beasts in the thousands? Hao Hong told you that it was very bad, very terrible, as if he were being roasted on a fire rack, feeling anxious both mentally and physically. He shrank his size, retracted his giant martial soul, and lay on the ice platform, carefully watching the massive soul beast below, his expression gradually turning ugly. These soul beasts were mostly over 10,000 years old. In a one-on-one duel, he naturally wouldn't be afraid and could even spare a hand. But below, there were more than 1,000 of them, a dark mass. Not to mention those in the sky. Hao Hong was thinking, could it be that all the soul beasts from the extreme north have come here? What is it about this 10,000-year ice dew that has such strong attraction? Hao Hong shrank back from the edge of the ice platform, taking a few deep breaths to steady his racing heart before looking at the inner fire furnace. At this moment, the inner fire furnace was suspended in the sky, its body shaped by a colorless, transparent flame. Because it was transparent, Hao Hong could see that inside the furnace, a deep blue ice ball had already condensed to the size of a fist. He released his perception, gently touching the ice ball with his consciousness. In the next moment, an invisible chill emanated from the void, and instantly, Hao Hong felt as if even his soul had been frozen, his body stiffening. A few seconds later, his body quickly recovered, and Hao Hong let out a big sneeze, his nose feeling a bit stuffy. Was this a sign of cold? How could someone with such a strong body catch a cold? Hao Hong felt it was unbelievable, shook his head a few times, and refocused his attention on the furnace. He sensed that the thing was about to be refined, and when it was finished, chaos would begin. He held his breath, continued to channel his soul power into the soul ring, and concentrated on the increasingly smaller ice ball in the furnace. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour. After an hour passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the genius treasure, the 10,000-year ice dew. For the first time, there was no waste output. Hao Hong should have been happy, but he had no time to be happy. When the system's voice rang out, the inner fire furnace dissipated due to his exhausted soul power, and the ice ball fell out, dropping downward. The soul beast below went wild, roaring and howling with thunderous sounds. The previously quiet soul beasts began to show their claws and teeth, tearing into the nearby soul beasts, while the bird-like soul beasts in the sky flapped their wings and flew down to join the massacre. The ice ball was getting closer to the ground, and the closest soul beast was defending against the attacks of other soul beasts while focusing on the trajectory of the ice ball. After a round of slaughter, a gray-white bear defeated the surrounding creatures, spread its arms wide, opened its mouth, and with a joyful expression, prepared to catch the ice ball in its mouth. However, it did not succeed. A shadow swooped down from the sky, intercepting the ice ball. The bear was furious, looked up, and prepared to deal with the audacious creature that dared to snatch its possession. But when it looked up, it was stunned. It stood 50 meters tall, already larger than most of the surrounding soul beasts, but in front of the shadow that intercepted its treasure, it felt like a small dog. Despite the opponent's massive size, it was determined to kill and seize the treasure. The bear let out a roar. Gray light erupted from its body, and it charged at the giant, swinging its claws. But after just 2 steps, a gigantic footprint fell from the sky, crushing it into the ground. I need to leave here first. My 1,000-meter form can only last for a few seconds. I can't drag this out for too long. Hao Hong deeply understood that his soul power could not support him in feeling fearless among the beast herd. He raised his fist high, reaching into the clouds. Boom! Meteor collision. His base strength was at the million level, and now at a kilometer. A full 3 orders of magnitude of power allowed him to directly step into the mysterious realm known as tidal Douluo. Ever since he learned about the existence of the laws from that drop of mysterious blood in his heart, Hao Heng had also consulted Tang Hao. Tang Hao said that after breaking through to tidal Douluo, he could indeed sense the world more clearly. But he could not explain what it felt like to comprehend the laws. He could only share what he was able to articulate with Hao Heng. After transforming into his highest form several times and fully comprehending what was imparted to him with his super strong mental power, Hao Heng ultimately perfected this move. Truly, meteor collision. At this moment, Hao Heng raised his fist high, with power surging like a great river flowing from his arm into his fist. Although the fist had not yet moved, the immense force generated had already spread outward, forming huge whirlpools around the fist that frantically twisted and devoured the surrounding air. Hao Heng stretched his arm into the clouds, causing a massive void to appear in the gray sky. Golden light streamed through the clouds and fell onto his fist, contrasting with the black lightning that occasionally flickered across its surface. Below, the soul beasts, blinded by their greed for treasure, were awakened by the terrifying pressure emanating from the divine fist that possessed immense power. The weaker ones crawled on the ground, too afraid to move. The moderate ones dragged their bodies away, fleeing in a panic, while the stronger ones mobilized their soul power to resist the overwhelming might while using their soul skills to attack the terrifying giant. It wasn't just those present who were shocked. In the true core of the extreme north, hundreds of thousands of meters away, in a bottomless canyon, a pair of crimson eyes opened, radiating two fierce gazes that pushed aside the clouds. By a sunny, boundless lake, a scorpion, lying by the water's edge in a deep sleep, its body resembling ice sculpture, had its hooks standing upright towards the direction of Hao Heng, with a drop of cyan blue liquid seeping from the tip of the hook. In a dark world where blizzards raged, a humanoid figure aimlessly wandering through the snow stopped and turned its head towards the sky, its deep blue gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds to see the land hundreds of thousands of meters away. It spoke in a cold human language, breaking the rules, seeking death. Hao Heng braced himself, enduring the continuous attacks from both the ground and the sky. It didn't hurt per se, but within the polar region, the attacks from the soul beast carried a freezing effect. If he didn't manage to escape in time, he would likely be frozen in place, turning into an ice sculpture. This wouldn't do. Hao Heng's eyes widened, a fierce light flashed, and in the next moment, the fist that had been charging for 5 or 6 seconds began to move. With a tremor, a ripple spread out, expanding the hollow in the clouds by another half. The fist slowly adjusted its angle, then began to descend gradually. This process was very slow and torturous. Some weaker-hearted soul beasts directly turned white-eyed and left this world when that enormous fist fell. The hundreds of soul beasts frantically attacking Hao Heng realized that there was no stopping that punch from falling. Hundreds of figures employed various means to quickly escape from Hao Heng's side, scattering in all directions. The fist descended to a height of several hundred meters above the ground, and the terrifying power on the fist was gradually being released. The space below was continuously torn apart, revealing fearsome black void cracks, and, as the fist continued to fall, the frequency of those cracks appearing increased. On the snow below the fist, a large pit had already been formed by the shockwave generated by the punch, and the fist landed into the pit. Bang! The sound was small yet immense, accompanied by a strong ringing in the ears. Many soul beasts that couldn't escape in time spouted blood from their ears and fell rigidly to the ground. The terrible power hidden within the fist burst forth, creating a massive shockwave that lifted a snow curtain hundreds of meters high, centered around the fist, with the ground shattered. On the once intact earth, countless cracks, several meters wide, spread wildly, like a spider weaving its web. Some soul beasts were buried under the snow curtain, some fell into the gaps, and others were directly shredded into blood mist by the spreading punch force. The ground shook violently, and the entire realm was in turmoil. After a full half an hour, the snow fell, filling the cracks, and the ground returned to calm. No footprints, no bloodstains, as if everything had never happened. However, the partially healed void in the sky still desperately narrated the terror of that punch. The soul beasts gathered again, hoping to find the giant's whereabouts, but Hao Heng had already taken the eternal ice dew and disappeared without a trace. In the core of the polar region, within a bottomless canyon, a 20-meter-tall white-furred gorilla lay on the ground, tears streaming down like a human child who couldn't get their favorite toy, continuously pounding the ground, making a series of wailing sounds, as if lamenting some great injustice. In front of it stood another white-furred gorilla, only 10 meters tall, with a grim expression. After listening to the loud cries from the one on the ground, it raised its head and let out a roar, as a burst of white light enveloped it. The gorilla's size rapidly increased, quickly reaching 100 meters, then 1,000 meters, and finally stopping at 5,000 meters. The little white-furred gorilla had stopped crying, sat up, wiped its tears, and looked enviously at the towering white giant in front of it. A large hand reached from the side, scooping it up and lifting it before the giant gorilla. A deep, angry voice emanated from the giant gorilla's mouth. "You bastard! You're truly bringing shame to our Titan Snow Demon Ape Clan. You couldn't even guard something properly and ended up crying instead. Fine, take me to find the human who defeated you. I want to see if he is as powerful as you say. Let's go." As soon as the words fell, the giant gorilla stretched out its hand, grasped the edge of the abyss, and leaped outside. Meanwhile, in two other perilous locations, the giant scorpion glanced towards the abyss and laid down its head to continue sleeping, while a figure in the snow snorted coldly and continued its aimless journey. Chapter 113. Causing great trouble in the icy world at the foot of a tall iceberg. Bang, bang, bang. A 20-meter-tall giant grabbed the neck of a white and blue-furred wolf soul beast with one hand and slammed its head violently against the mountain wall. After dozens of strikes, a 2 or 3 meter wide dent was formed in the iceberg, exactly matching the diameter of the wolf soul beast's head. The giant glanced at the soul beast in his hand, which was now bloodied and mangled, lacking any signs of life, and casually tossed it onto a pile of wolf corpses. Hao Hung leaned against the iceberg, sliding down to sit on the snow. His face, cracked and dry from the wind and snow, showed signs of fatigue. He really wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. After that punch landed yesterday, he had exhausted all the soul power in his body, with no time to rest and replenish. Along the way, these soul beasts followed him as if they had a tracking system, coming in wave after wave. Although they posed no lethal threat to Hao Hung, they prevented him from relaxing even for a moment, forcing him to barely recover a bit of soul power to keep his martial soul operating. The immense recoil from that punch had already pushed his body to its limits, and now it was in even worse condition. He felt that if he lay down now, he could probably sleep for more than 10 days, not just for physical recovery, but mainly because his spirit was too exhausted. Hao Hung gasped, raising his left arm. His left fist, since grasping the eternal ice dew, had not loosened for a moment. The coldness of the eternal ice dew exceeded Hao Hang's imagination. When he first grabbed it, he could still feel the sting, but a few minutes later, he could no longer feel anything from his left hand. Now, a layer of ice about 5 or 6 centimeters thick had formed on the surface of his left hand, making it look like an ice ball. After taking a glance, Hao Hung gritted his teeth and swung his left fist hard against the iceberg. Bang! The iceberg cracked in several places, and his fist was freed from the ice. He used his right hand to pry open the fingers of his left hand, which had turned deep purple and black and felt numb, revealing the ice-blue eternal ice dew, which was like a candy pill to him. Gently touching it with his right finger, the surface immediately froze, and the sharp pain, like being struck by lightning, jolted Hao Hang's spirit. He shook his left arm and quickly tossed the item on the ground, summoning the body refining fire to wrap around his hand, dispelling the coldness in his left hand. After gradually regaining some sensation, Hao Hung refocused on the eternal ice dew, frowning as he thought. Old Wu said that consuming this would be extremely beneficial for the body. Why not? Give it a try. He slowly extended his tongue and licked it. The next moment, his complexion turned green, like the color of leaves, and he collapsed to the ground, even losing control of his martial soul, which shrank back into his body. The coldness penetrated his brain, feeling as if tens of thousands of needles were stabbing him simultaneously. After a long while, Hao Heng finally covered his mouth, knelt up, and cursed Old Wu in his heart. His ears twitched a few times, and from a distance he heard the sound of rushing. He looked up and saw a black line spreading towards him across the unobstructed ice field. Hao Hung knew that it was a pack of beasts and cursed. Indeed, every beast had a dog-like nose. After saying that, he quickly picked up the eternal ice dew, his expression grim, and summoned his soul power to open his emerald green shorts, placing the item inside. Although the emerald green shorts could withstand the chill of the eternal ice dew, a bit of cold still leaked out, causing Hao Heng's face to alternately flush red and then turn blue. He didn't have time to worry about that. He squeezed his legs together, stood up, supported himself against the ice wall, and continued to escape towards the direction of the ice forest. In the center of the ice forest, beside a large ice lake, Xue stood up with a look of refreshment, shaking off the snow that had fallen on him. He kicked the corpse of the soul beast that provided him with his third soul ring into the lake with a splash. He twisted his shoulder, which was a bit sore from maintaining one position for too long, and walked over to a large rock. On the rock, Qianren was nestled in Yun Yan's embrace, her expression cold. When Xue approached, her eyes moved, and the whites quickly filled with blood vessels. She pouted her cherry lips, looking as pitiful as could be. Truly heart-wrenching. Xue, don't be sad, look, my third soul ring. Xue summoned the purple soul ring he had just absorbed, raising an eyebrow and saying, "It's 1,000 years old." Qianren wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, forcing a strong appearance, and looked at Xue, asking, "Brother Qinghe, is my brother not coming back?" Xue was troubled by her question. He calculated that it had already been 3 days since they arrived at this ice lake, captured the soul beast, and he stood up after absorbing the soul ring. In these 3 days, not only had there been no sign of anyone, but even the soul beast had vanished. If nothing unexpected happened, Meng brother should be gone. But seeing Qianren's tense face, he didn't want to make her sad and quickly comforted her. No way. How could something happen to Meng brother? I guess he got lost. If we wait a few more days, he should arrive. After all, we are not familiar with the roads here, right? It's understandable that he got lost. Is that so? Qianren looked at Xueqinghe's unconfident expression and pressed on. Of course. How could I lie to you? Xueqinghe patted his chest and said seriously. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly sprang out from the nearby woods, 3 soul Douluo guards. They approached Xueqinghe and cupped their hands in greeting. "Young master, have you successfully absorbed the soul ring?" The shadowy middle-aged man was the first to ask. "Yes, of course I succeeded." Hearing that someone finally cared about the important matter, Xueqinghe raised his chin slightly and said proudly. The shadowy middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Since the young master has successfully obtained the soul ring, we should leave here quickly. I and the other 2 have patrolled this area for a long time, but haven't seen a single soul beast. Something is off. There could be a big change." "No, my brother hasn't been found. We can't leave." Before Xueqinghe could speak, Qianren couldn't hold back any longer and jumped up, shouting anxiously. The shadowy middle-aged man frowned and looked at her, thinking, the little girl is not small anymore. How could she still be so unreasonable? He turned to Xueqinghe, preparing to continue persuading him. Xueqinghe awkwardly used his toes to dig a small hole in the snow. Logically, since he had obtained the soul ring, he should leave as soon as possible. He had stayed in this icy world long enough and didn't want to suffer any longer. But who made him have feelings for the girl? Not long ago, he had promised to stay for a few more days. How about? Xueqinghe hesitated, unable to come up with a definite plan. Douluo glanced at him a few times and casually suggested, "Why not stay a few more days? After all, this is just the outskirts of the extreme north, and the soul bees here are not over 10,000 years old. With the strength of the 3 of us as soul Douluo, we can handle any issues that arise." The shadowy middle-aged man looked at him in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. This was not something that someone who had crawled through life and death to reach the soul Douluo level would say. The more powerful a person was, the more they understood the terror of the 3 major soul beast gathering places, and the less likely they would let their guard down. How could they speak so lightly? Who? Just as the few of them were discussing whether to leave. The chubby man who had been silently sharpening his knife suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp, pointing the knife tip towards the forest. Everyone looked up, and a few seconds later, a figure sprang out. Upon seeing that person, some were shocked, while others were delighted. Qianren rushed out and, under Xueqinghe's jealous gaze, leaped into the figure's embrace, crying out in joy, "Brother!" Hao Heng looked down in surprise at the little girl who was throwing herself into his arms. A momentary look of confusion flashed across his face, but he quickly reacted and hugged her tightly, softly comforting her. "It's okay. Brother is back." Woo-woo. Qianren buried her head in tears. A few minutes later, Xueqinghe walked over, cleared his throat a few times, and said, "All right, little sister Xue. You see, just as I said, Meng brother must have gotten lost. That's why he returned so late. Now that you are reunited, stop crying. You've cried enough these past few days. Be careful not to ruin your eyes. By the way, Meng brother, where have you been? Why do you look so disheveled?" Xueqinghe's words drew everyone's attention, and they looked at Hao Heng, their brows furrowing involuntarily, as if they were looking at a monster. Hao Heng was dressed in rags. In fact, it couldn't even be called clothing, just a few tattered pieces to cover himself. His large bronze skin and strong muscles were exposed, covered in bloodstains, bite marks, and claw wounds. At a glance, one could count at least 10 visible injuries without even having to look closely, with every part of him showing signs of being in a fight. But what amazed everyone even more was that despite looking so disheveled and heavily injured, apart from a hint of fatigue on his face, there were no other negative emotions. His calm gaze made it seem as if the wounds on his body were fake. Hao Hung took a few deep breaths, a hint of panic flashing his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, run quickly. I caused a big mess." Chapter 114, Transformation. After Hao Hung finished speaking, Xueqinghe laughed heartily for a full 3 seconds. "Ha, Meng brother, don't be nervous. It's already over with us. Nothing can threaten you. Qinghe brother, I'm not joking with you. This matter is really dangerous and could endanger everyone's lives. We should escape quickly." Hao Hung shouted anxiously. Xueqinghe stepped forward and discreetly patted Qian Rinxue on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Meng. With my 3 guards here, even if 100,000-year soul beast comes, we can still fight." "Young master, you really dared say that?" The 3 soul Douluos were taken aback and secretly criticized in their hearts. But they knew that 100,000-year soul beast couldn't possibly appear here, so no one dared to embarrass Xueqinghe. Seeing Hao Hung still looking flustered, Xueqinghe opened his paper fan and waved it a few times, looking suave and charming. Compared to Hao Hung, he exuded an aura of fearlessness in the face of danger. He chuckled and said, "What's wrong, Brother Meng? Did you really attract a 100,000-year soul beast?" Hao Hung ground his teeth, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "It might be even more dangerous than a 100,000-year soul beast." Xueqinghe was taken aback, and the 3 soul Douluos also tensed up. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the sky. Xueqinghe looked up to see a white feathered eagle, its sharp claws attacking them. He thought to himself, "Is this it? You say it's more dangerous than a 100,000-year soul beast? Brother Meng, you really underestimate the 100,000-year soul beasts." He glanced at the shadowy middle-aged man and said, "Uncle Feng, show Brother Meng what a powerful soul Douluo is like." Although the shadowy middle-aged man was displeased with Xueqinghe for showing off his strength, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was being paid to serve. He formed seals with his fingers, and 8 soul rings appeared around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 with 1 yellow and 2 purple lighting up simultaneously. He raised his hand and scattered it towards the sky, tossing dozens of small black balls that looked like sheep droppings into the air. When the black balls reached their highest point, they burst open with a flash of light, revealing dozens of robust, thorny black thorns. The 10 black thorns that appeared in the air intertwined like mating pythons, and then with a wave of the shadowy middle-aged man's hand, a dark light flashed on the thorns. Instantly, 7 black spears appeared in the sky, stabbing towards the flying white feathered eagle. Whoosh whoosh. After a series of sounds cutting through the air, everyone heard a mournful eagle cry, and then saw the eagle drop down with its head lowered. Before the eagle could land, Xueqinghe turned around and explained to the inexperienced Hao Hung, "How about that, Brother Meng? Did you see? Even a soaring eagle in the sky. If a soul Douluo says to kill, it can be killed with a wave of the hand." "Uncle Feng, I assent that, right?" Xueqinghe naturally wanted to give the shadowy middle-aged man a chance to show off, knowing that he couldn't do it alone, otherwise it would provoke others' dissatisfaction. But for some reason, the shadowy middle-aged man did not respond, staring blankly at the horizon. Xueqinghe frowned and turned back, looking at his strange expression. Just as he was about to shout, he noticed that the other 2 soul Douluos also had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. He wasn't stupid, so he quickly turned back to gaze at the horizon, but from his vantage point, he could only see layers of dark clouds. Just when he was puzzled, a large hand reached from the side, grabbing Xueqinghe's shoulder and throwing him away. Shocked, Xueqinghe turned back to look at the chubby man who had just acted, feeling angry at his rudeness, when he heard the chubby man shout, "Run, young master, run fast." Xueqinghe stood up, staring at him, ready to say something, when a terrifying scene flashed before his eyes. He saw, not far away, soul beasts with fierce expressions, massive bodies, and exuding a terrifying aura, rushing towards them with bloodlust soaring to the sky. There were at least 100 of them. Immediately, Xueqinghe was frozen in place, unable to process his thoughts. Before he could regain his senses, a powerful, sturdy shoulder lifted him up, running away from the 3. Leaving the bloody collision brought by the tide of soul beasts far behind. The scene before him changed rapidly, and when the ice trees in front became somewhat sparse, Xueqinghe finally came back to his senses from the shock. He heavily patted the broad back of the person carrying him, angrily shouting, "Put me down." Hao Hung listened to the sound, turned his head expressionlessly to glance at him, then stepped heavily on the ground, carving a deep mark, and set Xueqinghe down properly. Facing Hao Hung, Xueqinghe's fingers trembled as he smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes. He looked at Hao Hung with a complex expression. The emotional changes this man brought him were something he had never experienced in his life. First, there was disdain, then panic followed by anger. And then he thought that it was this man who had saved his day's self, feeling a bit grateful. He took a deep breath and said heavily, Meng. But before he could finish, a scarlet sword tip pierced through his chest, blood gushing out in a bright red spray. Xueqinghe looked down in confusion at the sword tip, then turned to see the sword wielder, who turned out to be the beauty he had been thinking about for days. His eyes widened even more. Qian Rinchua's expression was cold as she pulled the sword out with a swift motion. Blood from Xueqinghe's heart splattered onto the ground. He clutched his chest, coughed up blood, and pointed weakly at Hao Hung, then at Qian Rinchua, kneeling on the ground with great unwillingness, his pupils losing their light. Qian Rinchua snorted coldly. This guy had been trying every possible way to entangle her and take advantage of her for the past few days. If it weren't for her innate intelligence, any other young girl would have fallen into this guy's trap long ago. She was still just a 12-year-old girl. How dare he? What a scum. She stepped forward and kicked Xueqinghe over, thinking that if the circumstances allowed, she would have him try out the 10 cruel punishments of the spirit hall that she had prepared for her father's murderer. She had gathered saliva in her mouth, ready to spit it on his face. A hand reached from behind and covered her mouth. Miss, don't get too excited. His face is still useful. Yunyan's voice calmed Qian Rinchua down, but also made her feel very embarrassed. With saliva building up in her mouth, she couldn't swallow or spit it out. She quickly nodded, and after Yunyan let go of her, she glanced at Hao Hung, who was standing with his arms crossed nearby, then covered her mouth and ran to a place where others couldn't see to quietly spit it out. When she returned, she sneakily glanced at Hao Hung a few times, only to find that he hadn't noticed her, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Hao Hung had no time to care about her. He was fixated on Yunyan. Yunyan's hands glowed with a faint yellow aura as she crouched down in front of Xueqinghe, placing her hands over his cheeks. 7 soul rings appeared around her, shining one by one. After the 7th soul ring had shone, 5 minutes had passed, and her hands left Xueqinghe's face, revealing a transparent facial mask. Miss, come here. Hearing Yunyan's call, Qian Rinchua walked over with a look of disdain, staring at the mask. You can't keep a straight face, miss, relax. Qian Rinchua took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and soon her face relaxed. Yunyan held the mask in her hands and carefully applied it to Qian Rinchua's face, meticulously sealing the edges. Hao Hung stood quietly behind her, watching. When Yunyan's hand left, Qian Rinchua's body was enveloped in a layer of pale yellow light. 5 minutes later, when the light dissipated, Qian Rinchua turned her head, and Hao Hung felt a tearing pain in the corner of his eye. His eyes could no longer widen, and his expression could no longer be shocked. From her temperament to her appearance, from her gaze to the tips of her hair, including her physique and the invisible aspects he couldn't discern. In short, she looked too much like her. If it weren't for the corpse of Xueqinghe still lying on the ground, Hao Hung would absolutely not believe that he was dead. Now he understood why Bibi Dong was so confident that Qian Rinchua could impersonate Xueqinghe. Now, if Qian Rinchua herself claimed she wasn't Xueqinghe, everyone would probably just think she had lost her mind. However, it still felt somewhat strange. Hao Hung touched his chin and looked up and down at Xueqinghe. He picked up the paper fan from the corpse, opened it, fanned it a few times, and asked with a smile in his eyes, "What's wrong, Brother Meng? Is there something wrong with me?" Hao Hung nodded, then shook his head, pondering for a moment. As he lowered his head, he noticed his body still exposed. His eyes brightened, and his fingertips reached for his shorts. Yunyan and Xueqinghe were both taken aback, wanting to avoid the situation, but Hao Hung was quicker, pressing the emerald on the shorts, retrieving 2 sets of men's clothing. He threw one set, identical to the one Xueqinghe was wearing, to Xueqinghe. How can a man wear a skirt in such cold weather? Hurry up and change. Chapter 115. Big trouble, what should we do next? Should we leave on our own, or wait for the 3 of them to catch up? After changing clothes, Hao Hung dug a large pit in the ground, went through Xueqinghe's body, took out some items and tossed them to Xueqinghe, then buried him in the pit, ensuring he wouldn't be left to rot in the wilderness, which was Hao Heng's last bit of conscience. Can they catch up? Xueqinghe said indifferently while shaking a paper fan. He had also caught a glimpse of the soul beast wave earlier, and even he was frightened by the sheer numbers and momentum. Rest assured, the soul doll isn't that fragile. They may not be able to handle the beast wave, but escaping is still quite easy. Then let us wait for them to catch up. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to get back to the Heaven Do Imperial City alone. After Hao Heng and Xue Qing had discussed and reached an agreement, Yin Yan, who was nearby, said, "Since both of you have already discussed it, my duty is complete. So I'll take my leave first." "You want to leave first? In this icy cold weather? Can you manage on your own?" Hao Heng looked at Yin Yan, questioning in doubt. Yin Yan smiled and said, "Although my combat ability is lacking, I still have other ways to save my life. Moreover, if I don't leave, how will you explain how Miss Schwer met her end?" Hao Heng thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "All right then, let's disperse. I will return to Soul City first and wait for good news from both of you." Yin Yan placed her hands on her knees, slightly bent forward, and after standing straight, she turned and walked in another direction, disappearing from Hao Heng's sight in a few seconds. After watching her leave, Hao Heng turned to Xue Qinghe and said, "Let's go." "Okay." Just as Xue Qinghe was about to move forward, a sudden force turned him upside down, and he found himself tucked under Hao Heng's arm, running wildly through the woods. "Hey, no need to do this." Hao Heng ignored his calls, slowing down his pace. Coupled with his injuries, the fatigue evident on his face gave off a feeling of exhaustion, which was quite accurate. Although he had managed to get a few minutes of rest in place, his large physique meant that once he had exhausted himself, it would take even longer to fully recover. The brief rest allowed him to regain enough physical strength to release his perception ability, and he was constantly watching the situation behind him. It was very lively, chaotic, and terrifying. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, everything fell silent. Three figures burst into his perception range like dehydrated dragons. Looking back, he saw that they were the three Contra warriors. All three of them were injured, their clothes tattered, each using their soul power to sprint forward rapidly. Hao Heng saw them, following their escape plan, and wanted to say hello, but the next moment, a palm print appeared on his chest, and he was sent flying. He was exhausted. He didn't even notice when the other party made their move. When he crashed into an ice tree and regained his senses, he looked up to see a thorny figure, Xue Qinghe, being thrown away, quickly retreating with the other three shadows into the distance. Damn, are they in such a hurry to reincarnate? It's just a soul beast tide. They didn't even chase after me. Not only did they not greet me, but they also hit me. After sitting on the ground and complaining for a while, he stood up, looked into the distance, and prepared to flee in a direction without soul beasts, only to find that there was not a single trace of soul beasts around. Were they still not chasing after him? Or had the allure of the 10,000-year ice dew faded? Hao Heng felt the coolness of the shorts he was wearing, and a strange greeting floated in his mind. After glancing around a few more times, he suddenly noticed something odd. Why had it become so dark all around? Upon further reflection, he realized that when he was digging the pit earlier, the sky still seemed a bit bright, with a grayish hue mixed with white. Logically, if it were to get dark, it should take a few more hours. But now, the sky had suddenly turned dark. What could be the reason for this? Hao Heng couldn't help but realize that the sky was being obscured, just like when he transformed into 100 or 1,000 meters tall being, as the light was drawn away by something much larger. In an instant, Hao Heng understood the situation, and his hair stood on end as he prepared to flee. But at that moment, a loud sound of wind explosion echoed. The sky cracked open with a palm-sized hole, and a large white hand came down, aiming directly at Hao Heng's direction. Hao Heng felt that the wind around him had turned unfriendly, stinging his cheeks. He gazed at the giant white hand and recalled that night in the starry forest, when there had been a hand just like this one, only slightly larger. And he had been furious then. What is wrong with you guys? Why do you have to keep targeting me? After a roar of impotent rage, Hao Heng waved his hands and quickly dug a pit in the ground, then hid inside. He had learned to be smart. After all, even if he exerted all his strength, he couldn't stop it, so why not just lie down? It was much more comfortable, and he wouldn't get hit. Thud! When the giant hand struck the ground, countless ice trees were smashed into ice shards, and the earth shook. Hao Heng was buried in the ground, absorbing the full force of the tremor. Spitting out a mouthful of blood was already mild. He felt that his internal organs had shifted slightly. Injuring his internal organs was a serious matter. Hao Heng couldn't help but panic, quickly brainstorming for a solution. He was now exhausted, mentally strained, and had no soul power left. How could he withstand that terrifying white-haired giant hand? Why was that white-haired giant hand attacking me? Could it be for the 10,000-year ice dew? Wait, I still have the 10,000-year ice dew. Hao Heng took out the eternal ice dew from his shorts, and, in an instant, a layer of ice formed on his fingers. He looked at the small ice ball in his hand, and the giant hand above moved away, stretching upwards, but showing no intention of leaving. Forget it. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. Let us give a shot. As he gazed at the giant hand in the sky, which seemed ready to descend again, a sharp glint flashed in Hao Heng's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth wide and placed the ice ball into his mouth, swallowing it down. From his mouth to his throat, and then to his stomach, it was a path of coldness. Hao Heng's face turned increasingly pale, his whole body curled up like a cooked shrimp, trembling violently. An icy veil appeared before his eyes, obscuring his vision, while the pores on his skin opened up, releasing thick white mist. Everything within him, skin, bones, blood, cells, was being frozen inch by the ice, and he didn't even have time to react. Boom! The giant hand descended again, and a sudden shockwave halted the cold that was about to spread to Hao Heng's brain for a few seconds. During those few seconds, Hao Heng made a decision. He closed his eyes and practiced his breathing technique. The powerful recovery ability brought by the breathing technique allowed his body, even when frozen, to recover to its peak condition, unhindered by the cold. However, without breaking through the cold, he absolutely couldn't move. At that moment, the giant hand inadvertently helped him. Waves of shockwaves came, preventing the ice inside Hao Heng from forming too thick. Just as it formed small layers, they were shattered. Moreover, it seemed that the cold contained nourishing energy for the body. After the ice shattered, it actually integrated into his flesh and bones. And Hao Heng could feel his body gradually strengthening amidst the bone-chilling cold. Chapter 116 fell into the pit. Time passed without him noticing, and when Hao Heng regained consciousness, a significant amount of cold still lingered on his body. It was no longer enough to freeze him, but it still pierced through to his bones, causing pain. The giant hand above continued to slap the ground incessantly, as if it were a playful child. Hao Heng was still wondering why it was like this. When he got up and looked, he found that the snow beneath him had actually melted into water. The temperature flowed from high to low, and his body was so cold that the snow melted on its own, but it didn't spread too far, just deep in the pit he was hiding in by a little, probably by several dozen meters. He felt that he was too small for that giant beast and was hiding too deep for it to find him. He stood up, twisted his body a few times, took a few deep breaths, and looked up at the sky dozens of meters above. With a cold snort, he felt that he had become stronger again. He opened his attribute panel and was instantly shocked. He had spent 6 years raising all his attribute values to 3 million. A full 6 years, but just by swallowing that Millennium Ice Stew, he had increased them by 2 million in less than a day. What kind of reasoning was this? Indeed, devouring rare treasures was the true path. Hao Heng thought about those exhausting days he had endured. Feeling frustrated, he shook his head, then tilted it back, pointed his toes, and leaped out of the small pit. Once outside, his soul power surged towards his limbs, and a strong momentum erupted. Now that his soul power was full, he could let loose. In just 3 seconds, he grew from nearly 2 meters tall to 2,500 meters. He saw clearly that the giant hand belonged to a white-haired gorilla, which was only twice his height. However, Hao Heng was not afraid at all. With all his attributes reaching 5 million times 2,500, he felt like he was about to take off. Even if he faced a god, he felt he could kill. Moreover, the opponent was just a white-haired gorilla. Hao Heng roared at the gorilla and raised his fist. Without needing to gather strength, he unleashed a punch. His terrifying fist shattered the air in front of him, creating a massive vacuum ring that enveloped his arm. The space was torn apart, and an invisible storm of void transformed into shimmering black ripples that fell upon his arm. Not only did it not injure him, but also made his fist appear even more imposing. Powerful, unstoppable, indestructible, and capable of breaking anything. At this moment, Hao Heng felt as if he had grasped something. He seemed to really sense that elusive, ineffable principle, which could only be understood through intuition. But the time was too short. He only had 10 seconds and no time to comprehend the principle. Right now, he had only one thought in mind: to smash this white-furred gorilla away or to kill it on the spot. Seeing the suddenly appearing giant with pale blue skin, the Titan Snow Demon Ape was stunned, standing still. It wasn't until that fist was swung out that it reacted, realizing what it was about to face. From that fist, it could actually feel the threat of death. As a soul beast over 100,000 years old, it felt that if it didn't take this seriously, as the king of the extreme north, it could really fall today. The Titan Snow Demon Ape let out a roar towards the sky, and the clouds suddenly thickened. The raging wind and snow intensified 100-fold in an instant, creating a snow curtain that fell from the sky and enveloped it. It bent its arms back, and two whirlpools spun wildly on its fists, as if a giant beast's mouth was devouring the blizzard covering its hands. At the same time, a blue-white halo spread out from beneath its feet. Hao Hung, swept by the blue-white halo, felt a familiar sensation, just like the moves he used when fighting Bear Tyrant in Frost Town. The blue-white halo seemed to want to freeze him, but Hao Hung had endured the test of the ice dew for 10,000 years. Even if the domain released by the white-fur gorilla was 100 or 1,000 times stronger than Bear Tyrant's, so what? No one could stop the giant's forward march. After just 3 seconds of being suspended in the air, Hao Hung took a step forward again. The thickening snow beneath his feet gave him a solid feeling, making his punch even more resolute, and his fist moved closer to the Titan Snow Demon Ape. The Titan Snow Demon Ape seemed to have gathered its strength. The snow curtain around it stopped, and its fists were wrapped around 2 silver glowing snowballs. It controlled the 2 snowballs to collide together and charge towards Hao Hung's terrifying fist. With the 3 fists converging into one, after a brief second of silence, a shockwave that swept across the heavens and the earth erupted. The dark clouds that had covered the extreme north for millions of years were pushed away in just 2 seconds, sunlight spilling down. Before it could reach the ground, it was torn apart by the 2 terrifying forces, creating a void that swallowed it. The snow layer beneath, the 2 colossal beings retreated in all directions, revealing the ice layer underneath, which cracked with immense fissures that were impossible to estimate. Boom! In the 7th second of Hao Hung throwing his punch, he felt that the 2 fists opposing him were not as powerful as he had imagined. He smiled, feeling that his state was indeed invincible, and leaned forward a little more, preparing to channel the power within his arms into the arms of the white-haired gorilla, intending to break its arms first and then punch through its abdomen. But in the next second, a sense of emptiness and weakness spread throughout his body from his dantian. His soul power was exhausted. Hao Hung cursed under his breath, hurriedly pushing forward to shove the snow demon ape back a few steps, but his body rapidly shrank. And he didn't know when a bottomless pit had opened beneath his feet. His shrinking body fell into the pit. The Titan Snow Demon Ape staggered back a few steps, feeling an emptiness ahead as its opponent suddenly vanished. It unleashed its arms, and 2 snowballs wrapped in its fists flew thousands of meters, colliding with a thunderous boom, creating 2 massive opposing storms. After a long while, the Titan Snow Demon Ape's excited heart finally calmed down. It leaned forward, gazing into the pit that was so deep even it could not see the bottom. There were ancient rumors that said beneath the ice in the extreme north lay an extremely cold abyss, from which all the cold air was spewed forth. Previously, the Titan Snow Demon Ape thought it was the abyss it occupied as its territory. For the walls there sometimes emitted cold air. However, this pit, which even its massive body couldn't see the bottom of, as the Titan Snow Demon Ape leaned in, a stream of ice-blue gas surged up from below, blowing past the crack in the ice that Hao Hung had trampled. The several hundred meters thick ice was visibly recovering at a rapid pace. The Titan Snow Demon Ape was hit directly by the icy air. Accustomed to the icy world, it truly felt the cold. It shrank its neck, its body trembling as it shrank down to a height of 20 meters, disregarding the abyss behind it, and turned to leave. It felt that today's events would be something it would ponder for a lifetime. Whether it was the suddenly appearing, terrifying giant or the endless cracked abyss, they were beyond its imagination. It thought the world was too crazy, transformed into a form it was unfamiliar with, and it felt very weak. No, it had to enter seclusion and practice diligently. After it left, the icy air couldn't repair the ice layer, sealing the large mouth. The previously scattered icy air turned into dark clouds, blocking the sky, and snow began to fall again. Chapter 117. Extreme Body Dominance. Looking at the ice layer above that was gradually freezing, Hao Heng's brain felt a bit overloaded. He was now lying just about 10 meters away from the ice surface. No, this pit was not as bottomless as it appeared from above. Surprisingly, it was quite shallow. As for why it seemed bottomless from above, Hao Heng guessed it was due to the layer of bluish light film beneath the ice. After lying on the cold ground for a short while, Hao Heng wanted to sit up, but as soon as he thought about it, he discovered a problem. His body had been frozen again, and this time he didn't even feel the cold. Moreover, this time the ice was thick and solid. After surveying his surroundings, he saw shallow blue mist seeping out from the walls on both sides. Most of the mist floated upwards. Only a small portion sank down. Unfortunately, his body lay in a small pit where the icy air had settled, leaving only his head and neck exposed. This was not good. If he didn't move soon, he would truly be unable to. Hao Heng held his breath, and the soul power that had just recovered a little began to operate, awakening the giant martial soul. In an instant, his head grew to 10 meters in size, but his body did not change and was restrained. No way. Hao Hong felt a panic in his heart and wanted to move, but no matter how he shook his neck, the body below his neck remained completely still. He tried to mobilize the body-forging fire within him, as well as the solar seed, to drive out the cold energy in his body, but with this effort, he felt the tightness in his body intensify. It turned out that the cold energy outside had not entered his body at all. He was actually trying to expel the remnants of the millennium ice dew left inside him. He was startled and quickly stopped his movements. After struggling for a while, he leaned his head back, resting it on a stone, and stared blankly at the ice surface that was gradually thickening. This is bad. I can't be frozen to death here. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt, as faces of people he knew floated through his mind one by one. No, I can't die here. I promised my senior sister that I would see her again, and I also promised by you that I would train with him. After this train of thought, the desire to survive ignited in Hao Heng's heart again, and he continued to struggle. However, the layer of ice on his body had almost sealed him in the pit, and the ice formed by this cold energy was incredibly hard, like diamond. Hao Heng twisted and turned for a while, gritting his teeth, then continued to gasp for breath, exhausted, resting his head on the stone. Forget it. It is sad to die in this unknown place, but I haven't really lived yet. Hao Heng roared twice in anger, then struggled a few times quickly, trying to pull his body out while Bing wasn't paying attention, but of course he ultimately failed. He was now truly lying there with no strength left, fearing that if he fell asleep, he would never wake up again. He didn't dare to run the breathing technique for recovery. It was a deadlock. Hao Heng, feeling increasingly hopeless, lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually became steady. The surroundings became quiet, except for the faint sound of breathing, the soft sound of wind, and the faint sound of crawling. Wait, crawling sound. Hao Heng instantly opened his eyes, focused his attention, and looked in the direction of the sound, which was to the side, at the bottom of the wall. As his vision sharpened from blurry to clear, Hao Heng's eyes widened, revealing a hint of joy. He saw a group of little creatures, each with a 4 to 5 centimeter long, spotlight-like ice blue tubular material at their core, wrapped in a layer of transparent, rubber-like substance, round and plump, resembling caterpillars but much cleaner and cuter, with 2 straight little antennae on their heads. Not far from them, there were some larger creatures of the same kind. Isn't it the ancient soul beast, the ice crystal worm? In the past 6 years, the correspondence between Hao Heng and Luo Li was not merely to maintain their relationship. Sometimes he would ask Luo Li to send him a few books for his studies. Initially, Luo Li was unwilling, but after Hao Heng's repeated requests, he agreed to do this act of guarding and stealing from himself. Of course, Hao Heng wouldn't let him suffer. Every book was returned in perfect condition. That said, although the books he read were less than 1/10 of the entire library, he still gained some knowledge. Especially when it came to some special knowledge about soul beasts, he was quite familiar with it. The ice crystal worms in front of him, resting in the corner of the wall, were among the special soul beasts. According to records, ice crystal worms are oviparous animals, and their initial body size can reach 10 meters. As they age, their size decreases, they have no means of attack, and feed on cold air. Moreover, the older they get, the less they like to move, often staying in one place for years. The most special aspect, however, lies in their innate soul skill, extreme body dominance. Extreme body dominance is a soul skill that every soul master desires, whether for strong attacks or agility, support, or control. Because possessing it means having the means to survive in extreme environments. Or extreme environments. Extremely cold or hot places, toxic areas, places of extreme pressure, and low oxygen areas, all are extremes. The more extreme the location, the stronger the defensive capabilities provided by this soul ring. Of course, there's also a limit. Otherwise, how could ice crystal worms be hunted to the point of being declared extinct in the outside world? Hao Heng had once seen on a tree that the last soul master to possess the extreme boundary dominant spirit ring was a defensive soul king. Yet he was able to withstand the combined assault of 5 soul Douluos and a full power strike from a tidal Douluo without dying. It can no longer be described as abnormal in terms of this spirit ring and the spirit beast. However, because it was too abnormal, this type of spirit beast was hunted to near extinction by soul masters a very long time ago, proving that fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Hao Heng looked at the dozens of creatures in the corner, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. He imagined that if he could obtain the soul rings of these guys, combined with his own physical foundation, wouldn't he be invincible? Just thinking about it made Hao Heng's heart race uncontrollably, and he began to fidget again. But after moving a bit, he remembered his current situation, still frozen, and those bugs were a few hundred meters away in a corner, all lying still, unwilling to move. How could he possibly get to them? Feeling desperate again, Hao Heng lay back down, putting a bit of force into it, causing his head to bump and ache slightly. But that little pain sparked an idea in his mind, and he widened his eyes and thought, right, I still have the cold energy of the 10,000-year ice dew in my body, and that group of soul beasts outside is crazily wanting it. These ice crystal bugs have no reason to refuse it. With this thought, Hao Heng summoned the fire of body refinement, pushing the cold energy in his body toward his head, then puckered his lips and gently blew towards the group of ice crystal bugs. The cold energy transformed into a visible white mist that flew toward the little ice crystal bugs. As for the larger ones, they were excluded from his plan due to their size. Once the mist hit the wall and dispersed, Hao Heng stopped, watching eagerly. A few seconds passed, and the ice crystal bugs remained motionless. Hao Heng felt uneasy again. Just as he was thinking of new ways, the ice crystal worms began to move, slowly wriggling their bodies, advancing a speed of half a meter per minute. This speed left Hao Heng dumbfounded, urging himself in his mind while constantly letting out air from his mouth. Finally, after waiting for several hours in agony, the first ice crystal worm was only 3 centimeters away from his outstretched tongue. Coming quickly, Hao Heng tilted his head, his tongue stretching out eagerly, his gaze intense. The ice crystal worm seemed to sense danger, stopping in place, its 2 small antennae bumping against each other, then sweeping forward for a long time. It couldn't resist the temptation and moved slightly forward. The moment the ice crystal worm moved closer, Hao Heng's eyes burst with a crimson light. His tongue swept across the ground, and in one motion, he took the first ice crystal worm into his mouth. Chapter 118, Promotion. Since this was his last lifeline, Hao Heng, who had just experienced despair, did not feel disgusted. Moreover, the ice crystal worm looked quite cute on the surface. Once in his mouth, it felt like the ice jelly Hao Heng had eaten in his previous life, soft and squishy. Hao Heng did not bite it, nor did he swallow it. After finding a place in his mouth to hold it down, he waited for the second, third, fourth, and finally the last one to arrive. Only then did he close his mouth, a smile on his face as he summoned the second soul ring. The inner fire furnace ignited, and the forging fire surged into his mouth, forming a furnace with the walls of his oral cavity as the furnace walls. It then blazed fiercely, refining the surging soul power from the bodies of more than a dozen small ice crystal insects. The forging fire is also a form of energy, and the body of the water bear seems to absorb energy to become stronger. Even when Hao Heng poured in the true fire of the sun, he could do nothing about it, which made him somewhat annoyed. After a while, Hao Heng felt the bodies of more than a dozen insects hardening from soft to hard, and his throat became a bit itchy. He really had no way to deal with them, so he prepared to spit them out first. To prevent them from escaping, he decided to expel them one by one. The plan was to bite down on the others with his teeth while using his tongue to push the one he wanted to spit out first. Having felt their hardness, Hao Heng did not hold back and bit down hard. In that instant, his entire mouth filled with a cool liquid. He realized that he had crushed the ice crystal insect he bit and quickly summoned the inner fire furnace to continue refining. This time, there was no obstruction. Hao Heng blinked in confusion, thought for a moment, and bit down on the only ice crystal worm that was still struggling. He discovered that its sturdy body could be easily crushed with just a gentle effort under the flames. This proved that the ice crystal worm could not withstand more than 2 extreme conditions at the same time. It still had weaknesses, which was somewhat troubling. Hao Heng sighed, somewhat dissatisfied, but thinking about the scene earlier when he didn't notice their weaknesses and had no way to deal with them, he smiled and stopped dwelling on those messy thoughts. After a long while, Hao Heng opened his eyes, and the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host. This time of refining has gained a 100,000 year soul ring, fake, and a pile of waste material. Hao Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Perhaps the furnace had merged those soul rings together as well. However, he was unsure how much weaker the effects of these pseudo 100,000-year soul rings were compared to the real ones. Regardless, he decided to merge them first. He immediately summoned his soul power, directing it towards his mouth to connect with the soul rings. The process of merging the soul rings was quite easy, and the malevolent aura on the rings seemed to have been refined away. In just half an hour, Hao Heng successfully integrated this soul ring into his giant martial soul. With a loud bang, A wave of energy erupted, breaking through the ice layer, and the shackles that restricted his soul power were released, causing a surge of soul power to flow violently within his body. Hao Heng closed his eyes, feeling the function of the soul ring. It truly was the extreme body. The ability was exactly as he thought. Under extreme conditions, it enhanced his physical attributes, with a maximum increase of 10,000 times, depending on the extreme pressure he experienced. At the same time, he also sensed the difference between his fake and real abilities. He had one less soul skill, but he could simultaneously endure 3 types of extreme energy. This result made Hao Heng feel both excited and distressed. 100,000 years soul skill, just like that, was truly heartbreaking for him. But thinking about it, being able to endure 3 types of extreme energy at the same time didn't seem too bad, which provided him with some comfort. Beep! The system detected that the host met the upgrade criteria. Should the upgrade begin? As he expected, after the upgrade, the system upgrade followed. Without any hesitation, he chose to agree. However, during the system countdown, he remembered something. During the first upgrade, he absorbed the soul ring of the Thunder Golden Armored Bear, which brought forth a Thunder Tribulation. In the second upgrade, he absorbed the Fire-Eating Demon Toad, which brought forth the Body Refining Fire. For this third upgrade, he absorbed the Ice Crystal Insect, which had some relation to ice. It wouldn't be an Ice Tribulation, would it? If that were the case, it wouldn't thicken the ice layer on him, would it? If so, he would definitely shut down on the spot. Although he had broken through now, he still couldn't break through the ice layer, and if it thickened further, he would really be trapped inside. He hoped that wouldn't happen. Hao Heng silently prayed, but it was of no use. After the system countdown ended, a black rift tore open in the void above his head. A blizzard descended from above, blowing directly into Hao Heng's face. As the wind blew, Hao Heng's entire face turned green. Aside from his soul power rapidly flowing into the new soul ring, his body became terrifyingly strong. But he also felt as if his soul was frozen, and all his sensory abilities were slowed down by several times. The few minutes of assessment time felt like years to him. This was no exaggeration. Gritting his teeth, Hao Heng thought to himself, since I can't die from being frozen, I won't suffer through this. I'll just sleep first. Once he activated his breathing technique, despite the storm above, he was still able to drift off into a sweet sleep. It wasn't until more than a minute later that Hao Heng finally opened his eyes. As expected, his head was also frozen, separated from the outside by a layer of ice. Now only his eyelids could move, and although he wouldn't die from freezing or starvation as long as his soul power didn't run out due to the new soul ring, being stuck here felt worse than death. No, how could he think like that? Better to live, even if it's a miserable life. Hao Heng blinked his eyes, driving away the bad thoughts in his mind. He opened the system panel to check his attribute changes. After taking a glance, his frozen cheeks couldn't help but tremble a few times. Host, Hao Heng. Martial Soul, Giant, height, 5,000 meters. Status, cold energy entering the body, extremely severe. Soul power level, 31 soul power reserve. 250, 000, 250, 000, restores 5,000 points per second. Stamina, 100, restores 10 per minute. Note, once stamina is depleted, the host will no longer receive rewards for continuing tasks. Strength, 5 million speed, 5 million physique, 5 billion spirit, 5 million assignable attribute points, 0 special abilities. Sleep recovery breathing technique, level 4. Thunder cleansing technique, first layer, 100, second layer, 99. Profound fire body refinement technique, great enlightenment calm mind chaotic ethereal Tao technique. Equipped items, indestructible green gem underwear. Skills, first soul skill, domain of thunder, second soul skill, inner fire furnace, third soul skill, extreme body domination, in effect. Physique attribute points multiplied by 1,000. Passive, gift of the earth mother, deficiency, 98. 75. Berserk Hunter's arrow soul power has increased by 1.5 times due to the absorption of the soul ring. The martial soul limit breaking by 1 time should be a reward for leveling up. There's also the level 4 breathing technique, and this extra ability. What was it called? Great Enlightenment Calm Mind Chaotic Ethereal Tao Technique. Such a long name. It looks very powerful. Forget it. I'll talk about it later. What on earth is this 5 billion physique attribute point? If the ice on me melts, my little spirit power can't control my body. Is it trying to trap me here to death? Chapter 119. Great Enlightenment Calm Mind Chaotic Ethereal Tao Technique. Hao Heng is now completely immobilized due to the ice and his attribute values, but most importantly, It's because of the ice. However, his mind is more agile than before. In the past, he could only perceive changes in the environment within a few dozen meters around him. But now, he carefully extends his senses and can actually detect the walls 200 meters away. Although it's of no practical use and cannot help him escape, he quietly closes his eyes, immersing his consciousness in his memories, selecting the technique that the system had instilled in his mind. The great understanding, calmness, concentration, and chaotic ethereal enlightenment method. He silently recites the technique's mantra. This time, the technique not only has an exceptionally long name, but the mantra is also lengthy and awkward, not resembling the language of this world or his past life. However, since it was recorded in Hao Heng's mind by the system, he recites it without error until the very end. At the moment he finishes the mantra, a cool, icy sensation spreads from his forehead. Hao Heng feels that the agitation in his mind, caused by being trapped, is like the embers of a fire being extinguished by a bucket of cold water, leaving no sparks behind. His spiritual energy doubles in a short time. Although his eyes are closed, everything within a radius of 400 meters is vividly clear in his mind, as if he is part of it. The stones on the walls, the cold air in the atmosphere. This sensation lasts for about 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. Hao Heng frowned in dissatisfaction. Is that all there is to it? If it only allows his mental power to expand by double, then he might really be trapped here in this ice layer for the rest of his life. He doesn't believe in the profound enlightenment of the meticulously focused Tao of chaos and emptiness. Hao Heng muttered the names of the techniques, pondering their meanings. Enlightenment. Enlightenment, with such little mental strength. How could he achieve enlightenment? He closed his eyes again and recited the incantation, expanding his mental power. However, as the last sound of the incantation dissipated, he inexplicably recited it again. After finishing this repetition, his mental power doubled. Reciting it once more, it doubled again. Now, Hao Heng understood that as long as he kept reciting the incantation, he could continuously stack his mental power during the duration of the amplification effect, and the time would reset. Thus, having discovered the secret of the incantation, Hao Heng repeated it over and over. He stacked the amplification to 4 layers, 5 layers, up to 50 layers. After reaching the 40th layer, the increase in mental power began to decline rapidly, and by the time he reached the 50th layer, the amplification approached 0. So, after finishing the 50th recitation, Hao Heng opened his eyes wide. Within his gaze, 2 deep blue lights flowed and lingered. He felt as if he were a legendary celestial being, and the entire world had become simpler. Ice was not ice, earth was not earth, stone was not stone, water was not water. All the material in the world transformed into simple lines, like the ice that encased him, which in his eyes appeared as fine, deep blue lines, each a million times thinner than a hair, woven together in neat and dense patterns. He savored this feeling. Previously, when battling the white-haired gorilla that had caused his fall, he had a similar premonition, but at that time, the sensation was fleeting and he had been too focused on the fight to truly grasp it. Now, this feeling of seeing through all things was too wonderful, too strange. Enjoying this sensation, which was more marvelous than any leisure activity in the world. Hao Heng did not forget his purpose. The blue light in his eyes flickered, and he drew back all the mental waves he had released, concentrating them over the layer of ice surrounding him. He could feel the fine lines that made up the ice layer and manipulated them with his mental power. Able to shake them, he used a surge of mental power to sever dozens of lines and clearly felt that a layer of ice had been removed from the surface, though that layer was thinner than paper. But it didn't seem matter. Hao Heng was very happy. If he could remove one layer, there would be a second layer, a third layer continuously peeling away, and someday he would regain his freedom. He had the mindset of a fool moving mountains, but when he refocused on the ice surface, he was devastated. The layer of ice he had removed quickly restored itself with the cold air lines, and in just a few seconds, hundreds of layers had reappeared. Damn it! Even though the effect of the technique had diminished, a surge of anger welled up in Hao Heng's mind. He had clearly seen hope, yet reality had dealt him a heavy blow. His face darkened as he prepared to retract his mental power and rethink his strategy. However, just as the overwhelming mental power flowed into his brow, Hao Heng discovered that a thick line was spreading out from his body, leaving him puzzled. He recited the incantation again to maintain the time, and his mental power followed the line, stretching down to the ground beneath the ice. Ground? What was going on? He was filled with questions. He controlled his mental power to wrap around himself and the connecting line on the ground. There were only a few lines. He detached one from above, and suddenly, a wave of weakness surged through his limbs. That feeling of weakness was very faint. If he hadn't been brimming with mental power, he wouldn't have felt it at all. What was happening? Hao Heng felt anxious, inexplicably becoming weak. If he didn't find out the source of the problem, wouldn't it be like a 1,000-mile dam collapsing due to an anthole? He focused his mental energy to scan every part of his body, but strangely, from the smallest cells to the largest organs, there was no change at all. Yet the weakness was a real existence. Hao Heng opened the system with a strange expression and glanced at the attribute points. His strength attribute was 5,730,000, which was 2,000 less than before, while the other attribute points remained unchanged. After looking at the various attribute values for a while and not finding the problem, Hao Heng was about to close the system. However, just before he did, he caught sight of a small line of text at the bottom and focused his gaze. It read, "The gift of the Earth Mother." Hao Heng remembered that day, in front of the cliff, when he used his 1,000-meter-high body to comprehend the arrow shot by Luo Yi. For half a second, he was immersed in a special feeling, as if his whole body was buried in the earth, becoming a part of the soil. The soil was him, and he was the soil. Could it be? This is the law. The light in Hao Heng's eyes brightened a bit more. He quickly gathered his spirit and followed the line connecting to the ground, surging towards the earth. At first, he felt nothing. However, as he released half of his spiritual energy, the coldness from the ice layer around him seemed to weaken its effect on his skin. It was as if he had returned to that day, lying on the vast, uncultivated land, inhaling the unique fragrance of the soil, becoming a part of nature. 5 minutes later, this sensation suddenly cut off. Hao Heng woke up from his great dream, his eyes wide open, looking through the ice layer to the outside. Beneath the ice cave, where there was no light at all, he understood, he realized. This is the law, this is the Tao. He called out the system, glanced at his power attribute points, which had increased by over 100,000, then looked down at the Mother Earth's gift column, noticing the deficiency value was reduced by 2. Chapter 120, Returning. The sage said, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." Hao Heng is currently in the process of seeking enlightenment. Although he is unwilling to die after gaining insight, he is motivated by the desire to survive, and he quite enjoys the process of seeking enlightenment. The feeling of comfort and pleasure is akin to suddenly understanding a problem-solving approach during a math exam, just as time is about to be called. Gaining insight is a step-by-step process of unraveling answers, and the closer he gets, the more focused and tense his mind becomes. Engrossed to the point where he forgets even the passage of time, the only evidence that he is still alive in the world. Unfortunately, Hao Heng did not uncover the final answer. When the residual value of the Earth Mother's gift reached 60, his mental strength could no longer immerse itself in the Tao. His mental strength had reached its limit, and Hao Heng did not push it further. After some calculations, he realized that the upper limit of his mental strength increase is determined by the highest attribute value of his body. As long as his attribute values can increase in the future, he can continue to gain insight into the Tao, so he is not in a hurry. Hao Heng organized and carefully memorized the insights he gained from his understanding after the experience, and then began a new round of stacking his spiritual power. By the time he reached the 50th level, which was the limit of amplification, he activated the soul power within him. The deficiency of the Earth Mother's gift was replenished, bringing benefits not only by guiding him into the Tao, but also giving him nearly a doubling of his power. He was now a man with 10 million strength. He pushed outward with all his might, causing the ice layer to tremble slightly before quickly returning to its original state. Although he did not break through, Hao Heng was still quite happy, as it proved that his efforts over the past few days were not in vain. However, the most important thing was that he had never expected to break the ice on his body through brute force. That would be too barbaric. Now, as a half-Taoist, he had a certain burden in his heart and was no longer willing to rely solely on brute strength to accomplish tasks. His plan was to unlock the ice layer on his body through the understanding of the Tao of Ice. When he comprehended the Tao of Earth, he found that as his mastery of the Tao of Earth increased, whether he wanted to shatter the earth with brute force or tear it apart with spiritual power, it became several times easier than before. The reason was not simply that Hao Heng's strength had increased. Now, when he used his spiritual power to probe the earth, the lines formed by the soil or stones were no longer as fine as they had been when he first entered the Tao. Each line was now over 10 times thicker than before, making it much easier to manipulate them with spiritual power. Therefore, Hao Heng decided to comprehend the Tao of Ice and then use his spiritual power to unlock the damned ice on his body so that he could get out. However, entering the Tao was incredibly difficult. He had previously entered the Tao of Earth only after experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Enlightenment could not simply be achieved through high spiritual power. It depended on timing, talent, geographical environment. The so-called timing, geographical advantage, and harmony among people were all indispensable. In his current situation, he only satisfied the geographical advantage. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of time now, as he wouldn't starve or freeze to death. So he could afford to spend time dealing with this layer of ice. After making up his mind, Hao Hung focused on observing the ice on his body, the ice around him, and the cold air in the atmosphere. There was no alternation of day and night, and he could not feel the passage of time. But he knew that a long, long time had passed. As dusk fell and the sun set in the west, the far north welcomed darkness early. At the top of Zhenshuang City, the patrolling guards held a large lantern wrapped in yellow paper. At this time, the streets in the city were mostly deserted, let alone the city gate. A few negligent guards gathered together, and one of them proposed to the person who was faintly surrounded by the others. Like the moon surrounded by stars. Boss, it's so cold, and at this time, there shouldn't be anyone coming in or out. Why don't we close the gate now and go to the Xiongba Tianxia place? I heard they have a few new dancers coming tonight. The person referred to as Boss, with a round face, small eyes, squinting into a slit, looked from left to right. After sweeping over the unchanged, snowy ground, he nodded and smiled. All right, let us close the door early today and go to Xiongba Tianxia for some fun. Upon receiving agreement, the guards were overjoyed, cheering loudly and shouting long live. However, there was a small, sharp-faced fellow who was gazing intently into the distance, his brow furrowed. The boss walked over to him. This little guy was usually the most enthusiastic about going to such entertainment venues. So why was he acting so strangely today? He raised his hand and patted the guy heavily on the shoulder. The little guy slipped, and his face fell into the snow. The boss laughed heartily, grabbed him by the neck, and mocked. You usually shout the loudest when going to Xiongba Tianxia. Why are you so quiet today? Are you empty inside and can't even stand on your feet? A man would usually argue back when others mocked him about such matters. But this little guy adjusted his helmet and pointed suspiciously in the direction he had been gazing at. Boss, is there a shadow over there? Seeing the serious expression on his face, which didn't seem like he was joking, the boss squinted into the distance. In the darkness of the snowy ground, there was no telling whether there was a shadow, and even if there were, how could he see it? He realized he had been tricked by this little guy and tossed him back to his previous spot, snorting, "You little brat, still trying to fool me. Hurry up and come here, or you'll be treating us tonight." After saying that, the boss walked towards the city gate, preparing to take a group of brothers to close the gate. But before he could take a few steps, the little guy's terrified, trembling voice called out again. Boss! Boss! The boss grew impatient and turned around, ready to teach him a lesson. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw a rough, large hand resting on his shoulder. At the headquarters of Xiongba Tianxia, the Xiongba gang. A few years ago, after reconstruction, Xiongba Tianxia added 5 more floors on top of the original 3. The service range also expanded, but the luxurious large office that originally belonged to Xiongba, occupying a whole floor, was nowhere to be found, at least from an outsider's perspective. In reality, only Xiongba's trusted confidants knew that he still had a luxurious office occupying a whole floor. However, it was not on the ground but underground. The guard were strict, and the entrance was very secretive. It was almost impossible to find without someone leading the way. But today, the atmosphere underground was a bit different. As the boss, Xiongba, with his rotund body trembling, stood to the side with crossed arms like a little brother. His small eyes, the size of plums, revealed a look of panic as he frequently glanced towards the large table that used to belong to him, made of pure gold and paired with the best, softest sofas. He usually wouldn't let anyone come within 5 meters, fearing that dust from them would fall on it. But today, his exclusive territory was gone, occupied by someone else without any reason. A servant carrying a platter passed by Xiongba, and he stopped him. Xiongba took the items from the servant's hands, cradling them with both hands, and respectfully walked over to place them on a platter that was already overflowing. He then walked to the table, glanced at the surface covered in grease and soup, and felt a moment of pain that made him hold his breath for a second. But 6 years ago, he had already understood that he must never offend those who should not be offended because of temporary grievances. This was also the reason why Xiongba gang had been able to clear and annex the other 2 major gangs over the past 6 years, becoming the only power in Zhenshuang City. He, Xiongba, could bend and stretch. Boss, is the food good? Hao Heng's mouth was stuffed with various foods. Having not tasted meat for years, he could now easily devour a whole cow. Hearing Xiongba's voice, he thought that since he had eaten so much from others, He should also consider them, and his stomach was half full, so he could move on to dishes other than meat. It was a good time to mention it. He tried to swallow the food in his mouth, struggling to open his throat, but it still got stuck. Xiongba quickly handed him a bowl of soup, which he drank down to wash the food down, and then he let out a comfortable sigh, praising, "Well done. Hey, my lord, take it slow. There's more coming. We can move on to vegetables and fruits now." Hao Hung nodded and poured the remaining half bowl of soup into his mouth. "All right, that's how it is, my lord. I prepared a separate room for you above, along with a stunning beauty. After you've eaten enough, do you think there will be?" Xiongba said excitedly, trying to divert Hao Hung from his exclusive space. But after talking for a while, he looked down and saw Hao Hung holding the soup basin in one hand and staring blankly at a piece of soup-based grass in the other. "My lord, what's wrong with you? What is this?" This is Han Gui Wei, also known as Dong Gui. Is there a problem with this grass? Dong Gui. It really should go back. Chapter 121. Reunion, Part 1. Wuhuan City is still so lively. Hao Hung pulled back the curtain of the carriage and leaned forward to gaze at the bustling flow of people entering and exiting the city gate. After many years, he had finally returned. This time, he wanted to be dignified. "Sir, please present your identification." The carriage curtain was lifted, and the coachman leaned in to speak to Hao Hung. Hao Hung quickly retracted his head, took out a Soul Master token from his chest pocket, and handed it to the coachman. It had a single character inscribed on it. Mighty. Of course, the name he returned with was not important. What mattered was being open and aboveboard. After the guard checked the token and realized there was a Soul Master sitting in the carriage, his attitude became much more respectful. He returned the token to the coachman, who then handed it back to Hao Hung and asked where they had come from and where they were going, before allowing the carriage to enter the city. Hao Hung instructed him to take him to the Soul Master Academy. On the way, they passed by a flower shop. After thinking for a moment, he stopped for a while and bought a bunch of bright red roses. He walked into the academy through the main gate with confidence, exuding a certain aura that made the guards dare not stop him. He proceeded smoothly and arrived in front of the library door. A crowd was gathered at the entrance, shouting and making a commotion. Hao Hung was curious about the crowd, and he saw a somewhat effeminate blonde handsome guy kneeling on one knee in the open space, holding a bright red rose that matched his own appearance, sweetly confessing to a tall and beautiful girl in front of him, with ice blue hair down to her waist, skin as smooth as jade, and an ethereal aura. He ended with an invitation for a date. After he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers, urging the girl to accept him. When the blonde guy looked at the beauty with hopeful stars in his eyes, she stretched out her hand and placed it on the rose in his hand. A chill emanated from her hand, and in the blink of an eye, both the flower and the blonde guy's hand were frozen. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the beauty coldly said, "Get lost." After saying that, she lifted her head and cast a cold glance over all the onlookers. Her gaze was so terrifyingly icy that no one could withstand it, and everyone quickly dispersed. Only Hao Hung stood there with a smile, stepping forward. Seeing that someone was still brave, the crowd quietly gathered back. The beauty didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to approach her with flowers despite the panic in the air. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, and a long sword emanating icy air materialized in her hand, intent clear. But he seemed unafraid, approaching step by step until he stopped a meter in front of her and offered the flower. The beauty raised her sword, aiming to strike at the intruder's head, wanting to see if he was truly made of iron. But in the next second, a voice rang in her ear, making the sword in her hand freeze in midair. "Senior, I'm back." Just a few words, in a rough tone, struck Luo Li's heart like heavy blows. Since helping Bibi Dong send the last letter 6 years ago, she'd been waiting every day for a reply, waiting for 6 long years. The sword in her hand drooped with a clang, falling to the ground. Luo Li's eyes glistened with tears as she stepped forward, coming to Hao Heng's side, looking up into his eyes, biting her lip. After a long silence, she spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear, with a choked tone, "You bastard, why don't you come and hug me?" Hao Hung suddenly woke up, opened his arms, stepped forward to embrace Luo Li's petite shoulders. Luo Li spread her hands and wrapped them around his waist, then extended 2 fingers to press on Hao Heng's soft flesh. The worries, longings, and tears of the past 6 years all surged out as strength from her fingertips. "Senior, it hurts. Endure it. Oh, can I at least call out?" "No." The blonde handsome guy on the ground looked at the two embracing each other, glanced at his frozen arm, and crawled away from the ground, lowering his head to squeeze through the crowd and escape. If it weren't for Hao Heng's intimidating appearance, he would have approached him to exchange a few words. "Senior, Had you been here thinking of me for the past 6 years? Upon entering the library, one could see a long table filled with books, and behind it was a chair. No matter when, anyone who came to the library would see a blue-haired beauty sitting there reading. But today, the person sitting in that chair had changed to a strong, masculine, handsome man. Amid him, Luo Li sat on Hao Heng's thigh, hugging his waist, her head resting against his firm and soft chest, her eyes slightly squinted, a sweet smile appearing on her cold face. Senior, I miss you too. Really? Really, more real than gold. Umzo Zinua. Can you let go of your fingers? No. Rejected mercilessly, Hao Heng looked painfully at the ceiling. He dared not use his strength to resist and had to suppress his body's rebellion. No, he had to divert her attention. It hurt too much. Senior, how about we go out for a stroll? Let's go on a date. No, it's hot outside. I don't want to walk. I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be in the sun. After being rejected again, Hao Heng continued to endure. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he smirked, saying, Senior, could you get up for a moment? Luo Li stood up, and then saw Hao Heng reaching into his pants. Her delicate face instantly turned red, and she covered her eyes with her hand. Yes, so much time has passed. He is no longer a child. As his girlfriend, she should help him with some things. Oh, what is that? Hao Heng looked at Luo Li, whose eyes were peeking out from her fingers, placed a small box in his hand on the table, and said with a mischievous smile, Senior, how about we read the letter you wrote to me? I really want to hear you say it out loud. Luo Li was taken aback, her face turning even redder as memories of the words she had written on the letter came flooding back, making her feel embarrassed. Just as she was about to refuse, she caught sight of the mischievous smile on Hao Heng's face. Who is afraid of whom? Move aside. Luo Li pushed Hao Heng away, pulled out a box from under the table, unlocked it, and opened it to reveal more letters inside. Hao Heng was stunned on the spot and turned to look outside. Senior sister, how about we go out for a walk? No, aren't we supposed to read the letters? Come on, you read one, and I'll read one. No way. In the center of Wuhuan City, within the resplendent Pope's palace, Bibi Dong, looking slightly fatigued, bent over the table, quickly annotating and giving her opinions on various matters. The door was pushed open. Kelly walked in with a cup of tea. Bibi Dong didn't even lift her head and softly said, Put it on that table over there. Don't bring it over. There's no place to put it. Kelly continued forward, placing the tea in front of Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong frowned and saw it wasn't a new document, her brow finally relaxed. She picked up the teacup side, took a small sip, and smiled at Kelly, saying, Thank you. Kelly smiled back, but her face flashed with hesitation, as if she had something to say. Seeing that she was lingering, Bibi Dong asked, What's wrong? Is there something else? Your Majesty, a man found Miss Luo Li today. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong thought, This small matter is bothering me? Can't you see the pile of documents on the table? But then she remembered that Kelly was not the kind of person who lacked insight. After a moment's thought, she stared at Kelly. Are you saying? Kelly slowly nodded twice. Bibi Dong slammed the table and stood up, her expression easing, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. She murmured to herself, She's back. As long as she's back. After a while, she looked at Kelly and said, Go, bring him to see me. Yes. Kelly bowed and exited, closing the door behind her. In the vast room, only Bibi Dong remained. Chapter 122, Reunion, Part 2. When Kelly arrived at the entrance of the Wuhuan Academy Library, before she even walked in, she heard a whispering sound coming from inside. Stopping to listen, Kelly's face turned red and strange after a moment. It was impossible to imagine the rugged, manly voice inside, saying such cheesy things under what circumstances, yet strangely. Even though there was at least one love in every 2 or 3 lines, the tone held no affection at all. It sounded more like a rousing speech to boost morale before battle. Kelly couldn't take it anymore. She rubbed her cheeks to create 2 small dimples at the corners of her mouth and quickly walked to the door, peeking inside. A handsome boy with a masculine aura was sitting in a recliner, holding a piece of stationery, gazing deeply into the eyes of the girl in his arms. Those cheesy and powerful words were coming from his mouth. Even more outrageous was that despite this, the blue-haired girl blushed. Her eyes filled with affection as she looked at him. They really were one daring to recite and the other daring to listen. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that her arrival hadn't attracted the attention of the 2, Kelly couldn't hold back any longer. With a darkened face, she raised her hand and knocked a few times on the heavy door. Hao Heng heard a sound at the door, closed the letter, and looked over with Luo Li. He saw that the visitor was wearing a familiar black and white maid dress, and her appearance was somewhat recognizable. Hao Heng pondered for a moment and said uncertainly, Director Kelly? Kelly smiled, bowed, and then stood up, saying, "Young master, Hao Hung has a really good memory." Indeed, Hao Hung thought to himself and asked, "Since Director Kelly is here, does that mean master knows I've returned?" "Yes, His Majesty sent me to call for you," Kelly replied. Hao Hung felt Luo Li grip his hand a little tighter and looked down at her. "I don't want to be separated from you again." Luo Li gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, her eyes conveying a resolute expression. This time, even if the entire Spirit City had to stand against Hao Hung, she would stand by his side, unwavering. Hao Hung patted her hand, indicating her to relax, and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, the master shouldn't let me leave again. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked me to find her." However, Luo Li was still a bit worried and refused to let go of Hao Hung's hand. Hao Hung suddenly kissed her rosy lips and paused for a full half-minute. Taking advantage of her stunned reaction, he picked her up and placed her on the chair. Luo Li wanted to get up, but Hao Hung pressed down on her shoulders and domineeringly said, "Stay here obediently and wait for me to come back." After saying that, he immediately got up, walked around the desk, and gracefully followed behind Kelly. Luo Li sat there dazed, her mind filled with Hao Hung's figure and scent. After a long time, she gently touched her lips with her fingertips, squeezed them, and then burst into a smile. Bad boy. The smile that appeared on her face today was more than double that of the past 6 years. Hao Hung followed Kelly, confidently walking down the street and swaggering into the Pope's palace. He now felt that he no longer needed to fear Qin Daolu, even if they fought. He was confident he could leave unscathed, even without anyone's help. This was the solid sense of security that power brought. Speaking of which, he hadn't spent much time in the Spirit City, and most of that time was spent in the library, reading about soul beasts. It was his first time visiting the Pope's palace, even though he had exaggeratedly imagined the grandeur of the palace before arriving. The majestic palace that ranked among the best on the Douluo Continent still left him in awe. Having lived in the countryside, where his most luxurious experience was the manor castle of Bibi Dong, he had little exposure to such places. Entering this huge palace, where even gold could be used as building material and was considered only moderately expensive, left him unsure where to look. After marveling for a while, Hao Hung followed Kelly to the deepest corridor of the Pope's palace. Upon reaching the end, facing the two tightly closed dark golden doors, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Although the person inside was his master, he was also the Pope. According to his knowledge, the few people with the greatest power in this world were almost all ruthless individuals. Moreover, Bibi Dong hadn't even taught him, her chief disciple, anything. He felt that he was already a rather poor master, yet even he had taught Tang sent a few methods for physical training. Hao Hung truly couldn't grasp Bibi Dong's thoughts. His previous strong belief in Luo Li was merely to reassure her. Now that he had come this far, he began to doubt whether the thin and fragile bond between him and Bibi Dong could withstand the weight of what he could offer her. He was afraid. He feared that Bibi Dong might really turn against him for the sake of. If that happened, having grown up without parents, he would lose his master, and in the future, he would have no home to miss. Kelly stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. 5 seconds later, a commanding voice came from inside. "Come in." Kelly pushed open a gap wide enough for one person to pass through, turned to Hao Hung with a light smile, signaling that he could enter. Hao Hung took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and strode forward without hesitation, walking through the door. As he entered, Kelly pulled the door shut. The sound of the door closing was like thunder, startling Hao Hung to look back. After many years apart, he didn't expect you to have grown up so much. But why are you so timid? Could it be that you are afraid of me? Hao Hung turned his head, and a dignified and authoritative woman walked towards him. Her almost unchanged, stunning beauty made him instantly recognize her as his master, the current Pope of the Wuhuan Palace. Bibi Dong, master. Hao Hung cupped his hands and was about to bow, but as soon as he lowered his head, a powerful pressure surged towards him from the front, coming swiftly and fiercely, as if a giant spider had crawled out from behind him, extending its razor-sharp claws, creating a gust of wind that swept a chill over the top of Hao Hung's head. Hao Hung stumbled for a moment, and, as he steadied himself, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After sensing this momentum, he actually felt much more comfortable. It wasn't that he had a masochistic tendency, but if Bibi Dong was truly going to attack him, she wouldn't use her aura to suppress him. Instead, the moment he stepped through the door, a pair of spider spears would come straight for his heart. That would be the normal posture for facing an enemy. "Master, it's been so long since we last met. There's no need to test me the moment we see each other." Hao Hung bowed seriously, and without waiting for Bibi Dong's command, straightened up and said casually. Bibi Dong looked at Hao Hung, who could still maintain a normal expression under her pressure, and smiled as well. She walked in front of Hao Hong, patted his shoulder in satisfaction, and said, "It seems that you haven't neglected your training all these years outside. That's good. There will be less for me to teach you. I wonder if you'll still recognize me as your master when you become stronger than me." Hao Hong put away his smile and replied seriously, "A master is a master. I have bowed my head to you. How can I not acknowledge you? If I don't recognize you, then my bowing would have been for nothing, and I don't want to suffer a loss." Bibi Don squinted her eyes, forming a crescent shape, then patted Hao Heng's arm and turned around. "Come here. Let's sit down and chat." Chapter 123. Arrangements. The two of them arrived at a small living room and sat down across from each other. On the table was a set of exquisitely crafted tea utensils. Bibi Don, with graceful movements and elegant posture, brewed a cup of good tea and placed it in front of Hao Hong. "Give it a try." Hao Hong lifted his cup and took a sip. He was a rough man, whether it was cheap tea or good tea. In his perception, they were merely for quenching thirst. No matter how good, it couldn't be that great. However, this cup in his hand, even before it touched his lips, released a faint, elegant fragrance that spread from his nasal cavity to his lungs, making him feel comfortable deep within his heart and lungs, and providing a calming effect. Taking a light sip of the tea, brewed with freshly boiled water. The temperature was a bit high, but with Hao Heng's physical constitution, he wouldn't get burned. Instead, the high temperature softened the bitterness of the tea, and the lingering sweetness that rose from his throat retained its rich aroma. The taste lingered in his mouth. What good tea! Hao Hong squinted his eyes, savoring it carefully, and then said. Bibi Dong smiled, took a sip as well, put down the cup, smoothened the wrinkles on her clothes, and then looked at Hao Hong and asked, "So, what are your plans now that you've returned?" Hao Hong placed the empty cup on the table, looked at Bibi Dong, shook his head, and said, "I don't know either. Master, Sai, 6 years ago, I wanted you to change your identity and infiltrate the Tiando Imperial City with Shui, then wait for the right moment to return to Wuhuan City together with your new identity. But who would have thought, after you left, you disappeared without a trace? I was worried for quite a while." Bibi Dong shot a complaining glance at Hao Hong. Hao Hong quickly straightened his body and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to worry you. Master, I have encountered some unavoidable circumstances and couldn't get away, so, never mind, it's fine." Bibi Dong waved her hand and casually said, "Times have changed. Now I'm no longer afraid of anyone. I heard from that girl named Luo Li that you want to return to Wuhuan City openly. How about this? 10 days later, I will hold a grand ceremony for you and appoint you as the holy son of the Wuhuan Hall. From now on, you will stay in the city and help me manage this huge organization. Is that all right?" Hao Hong clenched his fists in emotion. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to say such things. If they really held a grand ceremony for him, as Bibi Dong suggested, making him the holy son, the pressure Bibi Dong would have to bear would be unimaginable. Just dealing with Qian Douluo would be difficult enough, let alone the name Hao Hong, which was considered a demon that killed the previous pope in the Spirit Hall. The current pope making the murderer of the former pope the holy son would definitely cause a huge uproar, shaking the entire Spirit Hall. Hao Hong felt it unnecessary to go to such lengths for his own sake. As long as he could hear those words from Bibi Dong, he was already very satisfied. As for whether she was sincere, Hao Hong didn't want to test it. There was no need. "Master, with my current reputation, if you insist on making me the holy son, I fear the entire Spirit Hall would not agree. At that time, public opinion might turn against you. I think, unless I admit it myself, no one will know that I am the Hao Hong who killed the Pope back then. So I have already decided. I will use the name Meng to operate within the city. For now, no one will know that I am that Hao Heng from back then." Bibi Dong listened to his heartfelt words, pondered for a moment, and sighed, "I have wronged you." "Not wrong at all." Hao Hong shook his head. Bibi Dong frowned, and after a long while, she looked at Hao Hong and said, "How about this? You can first take a nominal position as an elder under my Pope Hall. After some time, I will transfer you to become a branch bishop outside. Once you have accumulated some reputation, you can return to Spirit City and become a bishop of the Holy Hall. How's that sound?" Hao Hong listened to Bibi Dong's arrangements, blinking in confusion. He didn't understand the meanings of the titles like elder or bishop, but he knew that whatever Bibi Dong arranged wouldn't be a bad position. However, he was used to freedom, and suddenly being asked to manage things made him uncomfortable. When he entered the living room, he saw Bibi Dong's desk piled high with documents, and just thinking about having to sit there and work hard made him feel uneasy, as if invisible chains were restricting his movements. Master, I don't want to be a bishop or an elder. The higher the position, the heavier the responsibility. I don't have much experience in handling affairs. If you want me to just be a freeloader, I can manage that. But if you really want me to manage things, I'm afraid that would lead to big problems, so let us forget it, he said. Bibi Dong chuckled upon hearing this. You brat. What I'm offering is something that others would break their heads to get, yet you don't want it. Fine, since you like freedom, I'll let you be. She stood up and added, let Kelly accompany you to stroll around the Papal Hall and then go buy a few well-fitting outfits. I have some matters to deal with, and we'll have dinner together in the evening. All right, master, you get busy first, I'll take my leave. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement and walked Hao Hung to the door. After he stepped outside, she closed the door and sat back in her lonely chair, picking up a pen to prepare to rewrite documents. But she hesitated and couldn't find the motivation to start writing. How could she casually say forget it regarding Hao Heng's arrangements? In her position as Pope, she had long been accustomed to placing every piece in its proper position, let alone a genius youth who could rival her own presence. This was not just a piece, it was a priceless jade. If she couldn't let him shine, how could she find peace at night? Moreover, he was still her disciple. Although they had the title of master and disciple, the reality was rather lacking. At present, she had missed the best opportunity to be a teacher. If she wanted to solidify their relationship, she needed to do something substantial to make Hao Hung realize that she was a true teacher, the kind that was useful, not just a nominal one. Because of this consideration, Bibi Dong had mentioned that she would appoint Hao Hung as the Holy Son in 10 days. Looking back, she realized she had been hasty and lacked consideration. Speaking of which, what position should she place such a talented and powerful raw gem in to carve and polish him? Allowing him to shine? That was indeed a difficult problem. Bibi Dong's head felt slightly warm as she set down her pen, closed her eyes, and gently rubbed her temples. Click! The door was opened by someone unknown, and she looked up to see Kelly walking in with her arms crossed. Weren't you supposed to accompany Hao Hung around the hall? Bibi Dong looked at Kelly in confusion. Kelly replied, young master Hao Hung said he wanted to leave for a while. You probably want to find Miss Luoli. Is there anything else? Your Majesty, are there any special arrangements for the banquet? If not, I'll have people prepare as usual. All right, do it your way. Make it a bit more sumptuous. That kid has a big appetite, so pay attention. Yes, I'll take my leave then. After Kelly inquired about the matters, she bowed and was about to leave. But Bibi Dong called her back just as she was about to exit. Kelly, think about a position that requires strong capabilities, is very important, can accumulate prestige. But doesn't he have much important work to manage? As she spoke, a hint of envy appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. She seemed to want to take on such a position herself. Kelly paused for a moment, then asked, Your Majesty, are you planning to arrange for young Master Hao Hung? Yes, this kid doesn't know how he trains. His soul power isn't high, but his real strength is terrifying. He doesn't want to manage things. I really don't know how to arrange him. Bibi Dong rubbed her temples in annoyance again. Kelly pondered for a moment, her eyes brightening as she walked to Bibi Dong's side and quietly said, Your Majesty, the newly appointed team leader of the Wuhuan Academy battle team recently submitted a resignation. What? What have not her and the others done again? Wait, you mean? Kelly nodded, and Bibi Dong supported her face with her hand, tapping it lightly a few times. After thinking for a long time, she nodded and slapped the table. Okay, let him be the team leader. Chapter 124, Contest at Night. The streets were filled with lanterns. Hao Hung brought Luo Li to the Papal Hall for the banquet. Due to the tight schedule, the banquet did not have much preparation for anything ostentatious. After Hao Hung, Luo Li, and Bibi Dong took their seats, they began to serve the dishes. The two women had a few simple bites, and the rest was left for Hao Hung, who seemed as if he hadn't eaten in days, to clean up. Hao Hung was quite familiar with this situation, but after gaining insight, he felt a sense of restraint. Although he ate quickly, it was not the same as before, where he would wolf down his food. His every action had a certain beauty of propriety, resembling a gentleman who had been educated in the etiquette of the nobility since childhood, making him quite pleasant to observe. While he was eating, Bibi Dong informed him about her intention to appoint him as the leading teacher of the Golden Generation and asked for his opinion. After thinking it over, Hao Hung gladly accepted the appointment. He had originally wanted to stay at the Soul Master Academy for a while, partly to nurture his relationship with Luo Li, and partly to read more books and make up for the knowledge gaps caused by not attending school. Now, with such a convenient and easy job presented to him, it would be truly unreasonable to refuse it again. The next morning, the sun had just appeared. Hao Hung set off from the small manor that Bibi Dong had arranged for him yesterday, stepping lightly with the breeze as he headed towards the Spirit Soul Academy. First, he brought breakfast to the library and had breakfast with Luo Li. Only after that did he follow the location that Kelly had told him about yesterday to find the training ground for the Academy's battle team. This year's battle team members, perhaps due to their innate talents being truly better than those of past students, or perhaps because among them was a beloved disciple of the current pope, have three of the most powerful individuals referred to as the Golden Generation within the Spirit Hall. The training resources allocated to the Golden Generation are the highest in the history of the Spirit Soul Academy, exemplified by this venue built to the standards of the battle arena, specifically designed for their training. How Hung looked up and surveyed the enormous oval-shaped building in front of him, clicking his tongue and saying, "Those guys at the Academy really pamper them. They're almost spoiled to the heavens." After a sigh, he steadily walked towards the main entrance, his figure disappearing into the dark passage. Since he was going to be their leading teacher, Hao Hung had taken the opportunity to chat with Luo Li in the morning and learned a bit about the Golden Generation, such as how they had teamed up to defeat 9 leading teachers and had driven them away in a very humiliating manner. If Hao Hung wanted to stay here without revealing his true identity, he would definitely have to confront them. However, with his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were 70 of them, let alone just 7. Therefore, he had to think of a way to defeat them so that they would willingly submit without losing too much face. It really was quite a big dilemma, wasn't it? Hao Hung was lost in thought as he stepped out of the darkness and into the light. Suddenly, he heard a series of explosions nearby. Turning his gaze, he saw a fireman floating above the arena, engulfed in flames, wielding a fireball and continuously bombarding a shifting illusion. The illusion moved at incredible speed, and even Hao Hung found its trajectory elusive and hard to perceive. The illusion didn't just dodge. After the fireman scorched the ground with flames, it charged into the black smoke. 3 seconds later, 3 shadows burst forth from the smoke, brandishing sharp blades aimed at the fireman. The fireman swung his arms, the flames around him converging to form a shield that blocked all 3 shadows. However, those 3 shadows were mere illusions, as their blades struck the fiery shield. They flickered and transformed into wisps of white smoke dissipating into the air. At the same time, 2 gleaming curved daggers emerged from the void behind the fireman, aiming for the sides of his unguarded neck. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Inferno Ring. Suddenly, the fireman, who seemed shocked to realize that the 3 shadows were fakes, let out a roar as flames erupted from his waist. The blade-wielding illusion clearly hadn't anticipated this move. The blades crossed in front of them to block the sudden onslaught of flames. But just as the flames made contact with the blades, the fireman shouted, "Inferno explosion!" In an instant, the energy accumulated in the expanding ring of flames erupted uncontrollably, creating a ferocious blaze that transformed the area within a 2-meter diameter into an impenetrable inferno. Yet, the illusion had not been defeated. Hao Hung saw that just before the fiery energy exploded, the illusion had already retreated a step, suffering only superficial wounds at most. So where was it? He looked around, searching for the illusion's position. Just then, as everyone in the arena scanned the surroundings, a cold voice whispered into the fireman's ear just as the fiery ring reached its limit. "You lost." Hearing the voice, the fireman gathered a ball of flames in his hand, about to turn around, but the blade piercing through the flames and touching his skin stopped him from proceeding. As the flames dissipated, the fireman transformed into a robust youth with a height of 9 feet and a crew cut of red hair, landing on the ground. The illusion behind him also revealed its form, a handsome figure with long hair obscuring half of his face and haunting, dead fish-like eyes. The red-haired youth punched the air in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, I lost again. Why are you so slippery, like an eel?" The shadowy figure with dead fish eyes sneered, "It's because you're foolish. Wasting soul power like that. Using soul techniques to wash the ground. How long do you think you can hold on? TCH, you just got lucky. Let us do it again. I'll definitely knock you down before you get close to me." This is the 56th time you've said that. Just as the red-haired youth was about to say something, a rhythmic applause rang out. Clap, clap, clap. 5 individuals walked down from the audience, gathering beside the 2 on the arena. Among them was a naturally alluring girl, standing at the forefront with her hands on her hips, a captivating smile on her lips as she looked at the man approaching them. "Little brother, did you take a wrong turn? This place isn't easily accessible, you know?" So enchanting that just hearing her voice made Hao Hung feel a shiver in his bones. He walked onto the arena and maintained a distance of over 20 meters from the 7 people in front of him, smiling as he said, "I didn't take a wrong turn. I'm your new team leader. You can call me Teacher Meng or Mr. Meng." "Team leader?" Hulaina said softly in confusion, sizing up Hao Hong with suspicion. Really? You don't look much like a teacher. It was simply that Hao Hong appeared too young. Although he had a tall and robust physique, his appearance had barely changed since he had been frozen for so long, resembling that of 6 years ago. Thankfully, he had developed early. Otherwise, Hulaina wouldn't have called him little brother, but rather little brother. Hao Hong spread his hands, looked to his left and right, then smiled at her and asked, Really? I don't think I look much like a teacher either, but I am one. Oh, does the young man think you have the qualifications to be our teacher? Hulaina's charming eyes sparkled with electricity, while her hands were behind her back. The few people behind her separated and stood in a fan shape, surrounding Hao Hong. Hao Hong looked at their formation and shook his head with a smile, saying, Aren't you afraid that I'll strike first with a thunderous force, knocking down the support girl on your far right, and then take you down one by one in a guerrilla style? Or do you have confidence that you can strike before me? A terrifying aura, like a flood, radiated from Hao Hong, creating a huge wave that pressed towards the group in front of him. In Hulaina's eyes, a pink light flickered around the edge of her pupils as she chuckled. It seems the teacher is well prepared. Since that's the case, there's no need for more words. Let's have a match and see if you truly have the qualification to lead us. Each of them emitted an aura as well, and compared to Hao Heng's aura, this was like the ocean to rivers, like a fierce wolf to a sheep. However, their auras fused together, surprisingly able to contend with Hao Heng's. But just as the clash of auras reached its peak, Hao Hong suddenly withdrew his aura, allowing the opposing force to press down upon him. Of course, to him, this aura felt like a gentle breeze, entirely devoid of power. Seeing him so relaxed, Hulaina and the others realized that the newcomer was a tough opponent and reigned in their underestimation, preparing to act first. But then they heard Hao Hong say, I'm not going to fight you. I have a more interesting idea. Hulaina paused for a moment and instinctively asked, What idea? As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of dizziness spread from her mind. Being a control-type soul master, she immediately realized that they had fallen into a trap. Chapter 125. Dream Training. Hulaina endured the dizziness in her head, bracing herself to steady her swaying figure, her eyes sparking with electricity as she scanned the surroundings. The arena, the audience seats, not a single stool was missing, and all the team members were present without any unusual changes. She withdrew her gaze and stared directly into Hao Heng's eyes. Could it be that I was overthinking it? Hulaina thought to herself, and then she heard Hao Hong speak. He spread his arms as if warmly welcoming guests, smiling, Welcome to the dream world. The dream world? Hulaina's spirit jolted, and before she could react, Yin stepped forward and pointed at Hao Hong, saying, You guy, who are you trying to fool? If you want to fight, hurry up and summon your martial soul. Stop talking nonsense. Hao Hong looked at him, squinting and chuckling. You don't believe it? TCH, whoever believes it is a fool. Yin said disdainfully, crossing his arms. Then let's prove it first. Hao Hong pondered for a moment, and a few seconds later, he suddenly snapped his fingers and said, Got it. You, the one over there, go stab him. Hao Hong pointed at Xie Yu and said with a cold smile, Are you an idiot? Why would he listen to you? The next second, he felt a sharp object piercing into his body from behind, and then he looked down to see a blood-stained blade protruding from his abdomen. Yin turned around to face the terrified Xie Yu. Xie Yu's eyes widened in panic. His expression flustered, his innocent gaze flickering. It wasn't me, I didn't know, it really wasn't me. All right, stop looking at him. It was me who made him do it. Hao Hong walked up to Yan's side. You. Yin clutched his abdomen, his cheeks twitching, his thighs trembling, and his body swaying when Hao Hong suddenly shouted, Stand firm. Yan's body jolted, and he instinctively complied, only to find that aside from a bit of pain in his abdomen, his body seemed unaffected. In my dream, I can only make people feel pain for now. If I want them to die, I still need to do some research. What do you want by bringing us here? Hulaina asked, walking up to the muttering Hao Hong. Hao Hong looked at her, smiled, placed his hands behind his back, walked to the edge of the arena, turned around, and looked at them. Don't you think you're strong? He said. Well, let me test you first. After saying that, he jumped off the arena and sat down in the audience. The members of the Wuhuan Temple battle team were unsure of what he was up to, and while they were exchanging glances, 7 beams of white light descended from the sky and landed on the ground. 7 figures walked out from the strong light, summoning their martial souls and soul rings. This was actually a team composed entirely of soul ancestors. If this team were placed in front of other academy teams, they might be a formidable opponent. However, for their Wuhuan Temple Academy, they were not impressive enough. They were also a team of all soul ancestors, and among them were 3 soul kings, with all top-tier martial souls. Looking at the opposing team, there was even a blue-silver grass soul master. Even the cautious Hulaina couldn't help but laugh at this point. Yin initially felt some discomfort in his abdomen, but after a while, he thought he could manage. Hey, I said, can you bring out something stronger? This is completely not enough to fight. Hao Heng looked at his arrogant expression and chuckled. Let's fight first. TCH, just putting on an act. Yin arrogantly tossed his head back and glanced at his opponent. The members of the Spirit Hall summoned their spirits and charged at their opponents, officially starting a fierce battle. Watching the combatants on the arena, Hao Heng relaxed his posture and watched with great interest. This dream realm was a soul-bone soul skill he acquired from competitions since entering school, but he had never paid much attention to it, and had even somewhat forgotten its existence. The first time he used it was during a period when he was frozen. At that time, he had just comprehended the earth path to its limit and was preparing to delve into the ice path. However, the difficulty of creating something from nothing was beyond his imagination. He didn't know how many days and nights passed without any progress, until one day, he dreamed that he had mastered all paths. In that dream, he actually grasped a bit of the fundamentals of the ice path, but unfortunately, the dream was not clear. It was very vague. Then he thought about how to have a stable dream, and that's when he remembered this ability. Through the soul bone, he could not only control everything in the dream realm, but also drag others into the dream, which led to the preemptive clash between the Spirit Hall team and the Shrek 7 monsters on the arena. Of course, after leaving the dream, they would forget 90% of what happened. Since he had become their leading teacher, Hao Heng also thought about contributing a bit. At the very least, he couldn't let them be defeated by the entire Spirit Hall team like before, especially with a team of 3 Soul Kings. That would be too embarrassing. The current Shrek 7 monsters on the arena were stronger than the real Shrek 7 monsters. This was because they were created based on Hao Heng's impressions and fought under his mental control. Their strength was that of the Spirit Hall, but their reflexes were at the level of Contra, and their teamwork was so synchronized that the 7 of them moved as one. If the Spirit Hall team could defeat them, then facing the real Shrek 7 monsters should not end in defeat. Probably. Hao Heng thought this. And then the arena was approaching its end. As he expected, just 3 minutes later, a group of people from the Wuhuan Temple was knocked to the ground. There was no cooperation at all. Everyone fought for themselves. You really are an excellent team. Hao Heng stepped onto the arena and approached the 7 people lying on the ground. After looking around, he asked with a smile, "So, how is it, talented ones? Can you handle it?" Yin, sitting up reluctantly, said, "It must be that you're up to something. My strength was greatly restricted, and besides, those people are not." Enough. Before he could finish, Hulaina interrupted him harshly. Hulaina propped herself up, struggling to stand straight, her eyes burning with unwilling anger, and calmly said to Hao Heng, "Let us recover. You can do that, right? Let's go again." Hao Heng saw that she was still full of fighting spirit and smiled, saying, "I'll satisfy you." With a snap of his fingers, everyone felt their depleted soul power and physical strength, as well as their painful wounds, all restored. They gathered around Hulaina, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Each of them was a proud son or daughter of heaven. How could they possibly accept such an easy defeat? Moreover, they could all sense that the soul power of their opponent was indeed only at the soul sect level, so they believed that if they tried again, with their experience, they would surely be able to defeat the opponent. However, they were quickly defeated for the 2nd time, 3rd time, 4th time, and 10th time. As the sun set, the clouds in the sky were stained a bloody red. Hao Heng stood at the highest point of the observation seat, his gaze peering through the window outside, remembering his dinner appointment with Luo Li. He turned back to the 7 people lying on the arena, gasping for breath, and said, "It's getting late today. Let's meet again tomorrow." After speaking, he leaped and jumped out of the window, creating a pit in the ground, then floated away. The people on the arena gradually got up, with Hulaina sitting down, holding her painfully throbbing head. Yin was beside her, pounding his head a few times, and said in agony, "Why does it feel like we're suddenly so unhappy? What did that guy do to us? It seems like we lost so many times. How could that be? How could we lose?" Yin rebutted him, but his confidence was lacking. Hulaina swayed as she stood upright, her gaze firmly directed towards the direction Hao Heng had left, saying, "No, we lost. We'll continue tomorrow." Chapter 126, Frustration Early in the Morning. In the library of the Martial Soul Academy, Luo Li, dressed in a light green veil, with a bit of makeup on her face and twin ponytails, tossed the lock and key onto the table, quickly walked to the desk, sat down, propping her fragile cheek with her hand. In her clear, ice-like eyes, a hint of a smile rippled. The joy was hard to conceal. At the height of her feelings, she covered her cherry lips with her jade fingers. Her eyes crescent-shaped as she secretly chuckled. The icy blue in her eyes also lost its usual coldness, replaced by a trace of anticipation. From time to time, Luo glanced outside, and after about half an hour, that masculine and handsome figure finally appeared around the corner of the corridor. Hao Hong was holding an oiled paper bag, filled with steaming buns, walking into the library with a blank expression, almost like a machine. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in his line of sight, and he quickly stopped to avoid a collision. After steadying himself, he looked down to see Luo smiling up at him, and under his gaze, she twirled around. "How is it?" Luo stepped closer, tilting her head and leaning against Hao Hong as she asked. Hao Hong tugged at the corners of his mouth, and a glimmer of light flashed in his lifeless eyes. With a beaming smile, he raised his hand to gently stroke Luo's head and said, "Senior sister, why did you change your hairstyle today? You even put on eyeshadow and something on your face." Luo clutched his clothes tightly with both hands and asked worriedly, "Does it look bad?" "How could it be? Senior sister looks good no matter what." Hao Hong gently kissed her forehead and whispered. Hearing her lover's praise, Luo felt as if she was bathed in spring breeze, her laughter ringing like wind chimes. After cuddling for a while, the two found 2 stools to sit down. Luo stood up, untied the cotton thread from the oil paper wrap, revealing the steaming white buns inside, and handed one to Hao Hong. Hao Hong didn't reach out to take it first, staring blankly with a cold expression. It wasn't until Luo waved her hand in front of him that he snapped back to reality, took the bun, said thank you, and silently began to eat. Luo noticed that something was off with Hao Hong. She had been aware of it for a few days now, and couldn't help but feel worried. She sat down next to him, took his hand, intertwining their fingers, and asked, "What's been going on with you these past few days? Why have you been so unusual? Have you encountered something troubling?" Hao Hong looked at her and smiled. Just as he was about to say it was nothing, Luo spoke first. "Don't lie to me." Seeing her earnest and determined gaze, Hao Hong finally couldn't hold back, furrowing his brows tightly and sighing in despair. "Senior sister, how can there be people in this world who are so stupid? It's clearly a simple matter, yet they've spent months unable to get it right. I feel frustrated for them." He was referring to a few members of the Wuhuan Hall Academy's battle team. A few months ago, when he had just pulled those 7 into the dream world, he thought that with their strength, they would quickly defeat the Shrek 7 monsters' illusions and move on to the next training phase. But whether it was their lack of intelligence or Hao Heng's own issue, they had lost over 1,000 times in 6 months, playing about 10 matches a day. Not only had the entire team become numb to losing, but Hao Hong was also getting numb just watching. With the competition approaching and other Soul Master Academy teams already checking into hotels in Wuhuan City, their state was not improving but rather getting worse. As the leading teacher, he felt like his head was about to explode. He even started to think about joining the team himself to fight for them. Otherwise, in their current state, they might not even pass the qualifying rounds, let alone the finals. If this team, which had 3 Soul Kings and full Soul Sect members, fell before the finals, it would be no doubt that as their leading teacher, Hao Hong would be hung on the Academy's disgrace column, bringing shame for 1,000 years. Luo looked at Hao Heng's increasingly twisted face with concern. She reached out to gently stroke his cheek and hugged him, comforting, "Don't worry, everything will be all right." Holding the fragrant beauty in his arms, feeling her silky figure, Hao Heng's mood lightened a lot as he expressed his frustrations. He gently patted Luo's shoulder and said softly, "Senior sister, let us have breakfast first. You don't need to worry too much. They're among the top talents in the academy. Even if their current state is poor, maybe they can adjust once the competition starts." I understand." At the Wuhuan Academy's training ground specifically prepared for the battle team, there was a silence. Everyone sat on the benches like wooden dolls, clearly still young boys and girls. However, each of their faces showed nothing but fatigue and disappointment, lacking any vitality. The only one with spirit was Hulaina, sitting at the edge of the arena. She looked at everyone, her charming oval face showing a frown, her dark brows knitted together, and her pearly teeth biting her lip. Hulaina was the captain of this team, and she knew that a significant problem had arisen within the team. Everyone's confidence seemed to have been shattered by the new leading teacher's dream space, or rather, crushed into powder. Worse still, every time they came out of the dream space, their memories were filled only with failure, and more failure. Besides the results of their defeats, there was no other information, not even the appearance of their opponents or the means by which they were defeated. They came here, immersed in the dream space, constantly defeated, exhausted and troubled, returning to their dorms, And the next day, the previous frustrations had not dissipated, only to accumulate new ones. In a vicious cycle, two members of the team had already been struck with mental demons. Mentioning dreams or battles made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. What should they do? The competition was just a few days away. Hulaina thought anxiously. Enough. I don't want to participate anymore. Yin slammed his palm on the armrest of the chair, leaving a deep imprint. With his eyes closed and head down, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes as he spoke with a choked voice. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I might not even dare to look at the arena. We can't let that guy keep messing things up. Today, let us tell him we don't want to participate in that damn dream. Are you surrendering? Hulaina stepped in front of him, coldly interrupting. Yin fell silent for a moment. No, I'm not surrendering. Look up at me. Hulaina shouted sternly. Yan's body trembled, and he struggled to open his eyes, his moist eyes meeting Hulaina's. She then turned to the others and shouted, You all look at me. Everyone looked at her, and Hulaina could see their emotions clearly. Fear, worry, frustration, pain, every describable negative emotion was visible on their faces. They had indeed lost too badly. Are we really going to surrender like this? Even if we don't even know who our opponent is? Even if our pride has been crushed to pieces? Even if we can't achieve a single victory, we just surrender like this? Are you all willing? I'm not willing. No one answered her, so Hulaina answered for them. She clenched her fists and slammed them against the edge of the arena, releasing her anger and power, breaking a large hole in the arena. 6 months, 183 days. We lost 1,800 matches. That's what that teacher told us. Ask yourselves, is there really no way to defeat them? Why does my heart tell me that they aren't actually strong, that they are much weaker than us? As long as we focus a little more, just a little, we can defeat them. But after 6 months, we used up all the tricks we could use. If we could defeat them, we would have done it long ago. Yin lowered his head again, painfully clutching his head. Hulaina walked up to him, raised her hand, and patted his shoulder. No, we still have one move left. Yin's trembling body paused for a moment, slowly raising his head to look at Hulaina, asking blankly, What? Hulaina looked directly into his eyes, pink starlight flickering in her gaze. My memory tells me that the 7 of them fight as if they are one person. So, why can't we become one person? Chapter 127, Difficulties, Part 1. Hao Hung walked step by step into the venue from the corridor. The closer he got to the bright light ahead, the more he felt as if the floor beneath his feet was covered in thorns, making him want to escape this place. But avoidance wouldn't solve the problem. He understood that. After sighing, he composed himself and stepped into the light. Even though he felt restless inside, he couldn't show it in front of them. He had to make them believe that he was confident and capable of helping them regain their original state, and even take it a step further. Otherwise, he felt that this group of people would truly collapse. So how about it, geniuses? Are you ready to take a beating today? Hao Hung stood at the entrance with his usual sarcasm, taking in the entire venue before revealing a look of surprise. Before he returned home yesterday, he had deliberately walked in and pretended to casually observe everyone's expressions. Based on his estimation, most people would probably look dejected today. However, when he found them sitting in the front row of the audience, quietly waiting, he saw no signs of negative emotions. Everyone maintained a blank, expressionless face. With a leap, Hao Hung arrived in front of them, his gaze sweeping across their cheeks, and then he noticed a hint of blush hidden in their eyes. You all. He looked at Hulaina, who was seated at the front. Hulaina calmly gazed back at him and said, Mr. Meng, we are ready. Let's get started. Since she was his senior sister, Hao Hung didn't dare to let her call him teacher, so he allowed her to address him as Mr. Meng. Hao Hung looked at Hulaina, who appeared well prepared, and without asking further questions, nodded and snapped his fingers, pulling everyone into the dream space. It was still that arena, with 7 familiar, yet unfamiliar figures. As they appeared, Hulaina led the way, rising from her seat and walking towards the arena, her expression emotionless. This time, Hao Hung did not casually find a seat like before. Instead, he went to the very edge of the arena, watching seriously as both sides summoned their martial souls. He understood that Hulaina had brought out her ultimate move, and if she couldn't defeat her opponent this time, it might lead to despair for her. Before coming here, Hao Hung had considered letting them pass easily today to regain their confidence. But seeing Hulaina's serious demeanor, he decided to respect this lovely little senior sister. Both sides revealed their martial souls. On the left, blue silver grass, pink rabbit, white tiger, black cat, light tower, sausage, black flame firebird. On the right, fox, curved blade, fireman, fire monkey, golden bird, scepter, green-shelled turtle. There was no grand display of power. Both sides immediately unleashed their big moves. On the side of the Martial Soul Hall team, the Golden Bird Soul Master soared into the air, calling out proudly, with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple appearing beside her, 2 of which shone brightly. Red and white rings appeared out of nowhere, surrounding her, and then merged into her call, spreading downward through sound waves into the bodies of her 5 companions. Strength was fully amplified, and speed was fully amplified. Having fought nearly 1,000 matches, Hao Hung recognized the amplification type as soon as he saw the rings. With a thought, the Tower Soul Master on the left activated the exquisite tower in his hand, which also burst forth with colorful light in red and white hues. 2 red light beams were directed into the bodies of the White Tiger and Black Flame Firebird, while 2 white beams entered the Rabbit and Black Cat. After nearly 2,000 matches, they still didn't realize that the amplification ability of support Soul Masters was limited and continued to use it so recklessly. They truly were unrepentant. Hao Hung thought angrily. The soul rings controlling the White Tiger shone brightly, and the White Tiger's protective shield enveloped it in a layer of golden light. The White Tiger's Soul Master charged to the front, while above him, the Black Flame Firebird's Soul Master flapped its wings and rushed towards the opposing Golden Bird Soul Master. The Black Cat and Rabbit crouched low, hiding on either side of the White Tiger. The Soul Master, manipulating blue silvergrass, was positioned in the middle, also rushing forward, but not straying too far from the 2 support Soul Masters behind. Their movements happened almost simultaneously, without any visible signs of communication. In the face of their charge, Hulaina and her group did not panic. Yin stood at the front, raising his fist engulfed in burning flames, waiting for the arrival of the White Tiger Soul Master. The Fire Monkey and the blue-shelled mysterious tortoise stood to his left and right, staring directly at the little cat and rabbit behind the White Tiger. Hulaina and Xiaoyu separated, moving in different directions to the left and right, circling around to charge towards the 2 support Soul Masters at the back left. Meanwhile, the Golden Bird Soul Master in the sky had landed on the ground, hiding behind Yin and the other 2, alongside another Soul Master holding a golden staff. The White Tiger Soul Master, along with the Black Cat and Rabbit, sped past Hulaina and Xiaoyu, unable to turn back. However, the Blue Silvergrass Soul Master reacted, stopping in place, the blue light blooming in his hands, and purple stars shining in his eyes. He seemed to understand that his ability couldn't hold the 2 back, so he concentrated all his energy to conjure a blue silvergrass rope that extended 100 meters, like a python, rushing towards Xiaoyu. Feeling the gust of wind from the approaching grass rope, Xiaoyu halted his advance, gripped his knives backward, and his figure flickered, splitting into 3 shadows. The grass rope paused, then continued to rush forward, breaking through 2 illusions and targeting the 3rd. But that one was also fake. The real one was just behind the blue silvergrass Soul Master, with a blade thrusting towards his chest. However, Hao Hung, controlling 7 people from below, had already anticipated him, a slight smirk on his lips. At that moment, the blue silvergrass Soul Master suddenly flickered to the side, his movements ghostly, leaving a shadow in place. Xiaoyu's 2 curved knives pierced through the illusion, passing through the air, and before he could withdraw the blades, a blue-silver light circle shone on the ground beneath him, from which dozens of blue silvergrass spikes, as hard as iron, sprouted, their tips crossing to form a cage, trapping him inside. Meanwhile, in the air, the Black Flame Firebird, having failed to attack the opposing support Soul Master, flew back, opened its mouth, and unleashed a scorching fire line towards Xiaoyu trapped in the cage. Starting off without a single one. How are you going to fight? Hao Hung sighed for the Wuhuan Temple, pondering whether he should hold back, but in the next moment, a blazing fireball flew in from another direction, colliding with the fiery line in the air and exploding into a cloud of black mist. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Xiaoyu frantically waved the blade in his hand, forcefully cutting a hole in the cage, and then dashed towards the White Tiger Soul Master without looking back. This left the Sausage Soul Master, who had 2 small winged sausages ready in hand, and the Pagoda Soul Master in a daze. The Blue Silvergrass Soul Master's blue light burst forth, with his purple spirit rings flashing. As he aimed to fire at the oblivious Xiaoyu, who was rushing towards him, a figure blocked his path. With pink waves in her eyes, in an instant, the soul power he had gathered in his hand dissipated due to his distraction, and his body lost control like a puppet on strings. Taking advantage of this, Hulaina extended her claws, launching a deadly attack towards the Blue Silvergrass Soul Master's throat. The Black Flame Firebird in the air, seeing this, folded its wings and descended, blocking in front of the blue-silver grass soul master. Meanwhile, the three who charged the fastest found their feet frozen by the ice blocks summoned by the spirit skill of the blue-shelled Shin turtle. The fire monkey swung its fists, striking the golden barrier around the white tiger soul master, and behind him, the flame lord raised his arms high. A massive fireball on the surface, swirling with flames, slowly growing larger. Synopsis: How Hung traversed to the Douluo Continent, awakened the giant Wuhuan, and obtained a self-discipline system. By completing tasks, he could become stronger and break through height limits of 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and 100,000 meters.